In the face of the protagonist's strong marriage proposal, I was about to shout, "Do not bully the poor youth," but suddenly closed my mouth. It turned out that the system told me that the protagonist's sister was practicing tonight and needed to vent her young energy. Upon hearing this, I grinned. "You steal my wife, I sleep with your sister." At this moment, in a freshly decorated and elegant room, a young girl is calming her mind, surrounded by ripples of power. Suddenly, the girl's body trembled, furrowing her brows. Damn, this feeling. Am I going to be possessed by evil spirits? She was shocked and tried to suppress it urgently, but at that moment, she was out of control. She rudely tore off her clothes. So hot. In an instant, the young girl's flawless skin, like white jade, was exposed to the spring breeze, emitting endless allure, even if it was just her two collarbones. At this moment, the door suddenly pushed open by someone. I innocently walked in. "Miss Jiang." I heard fighting noises as I passed by, so I had to rush in. "What happened?" I said, closing the door smoothly. Jiang Wanyan, who was in a strange state, was not paying attention to these details at the moment. She looked up and saw my unparalleled handsome face. She, who was already having trouble controlling her thoughts, blushed even more. "Su Bei, I seem to be possessed." "What?" I pretended to be surprised, turning around and saying, "Wait for me. I'll go get the elder right away." Jiang Wanyan was shocked by my words, rushed forward and grabbed me. "Don't tell anyone, don't let anyone see me like this." Hearing this, I looked her up and down, then showed a surprised realization. "You, let me think of a solution." As I was contemplating, Jiang Wanwan grabbed my wrist, her delicate body trembling slightly. "The yang energy in your body is so strong. I can't wait any longer. If you delay it further, I will be in trouble. My meridians will be destroyed. It's up to you. Su Bei, please help me." "Help you? I'm not a fool." How could I not understand her meaning? The reincarnation emperor, so generous. No wonder the system gave the mysterious yang pill and even let me swallow it. It seems there is such a good thing. Seeing me silent, Jiang Wanwan thought I disagreed, blushing and saying, "I know you have a fiancée, but haven't you noticed that she doesn't like you at all? If you are willing to help me, in the future, I will never treat you unfairly." It's really the meridians in the body, painstakingly created by her over the years, not wanting to be destroyed in an instant, plus Su Bei's handsome appearance, good talent, and a deep affectionate persona. Having one encounter wouldn't hurt. Looking at the delicate and pretty face of the girl, I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "This is what you asked for." Afterwards, "You can't blame me. If you are resented for this, it will be troublesome." When I saw me loosen my mouth, Jiang Wanwan was both ashamed and happy. She waved her jade hand, and the secret passage under the soft bed opened. Before I could react, I was already dragged in. At that moment, I only felt my neck being held by someone, a sweet and moist little mouth kissing me, and the hot body of a young girl, Su Bei. The next day, the two sat across from each other at separate tables, silent. After a long time, Jiang Wanwan was the first to break the silence. "Forget about what happened yesterday, but the promise I made to you still stands." Hearing this, I touched my nose and said, "I understand." Then I got up and left without any intention of entanglement. After all, I am a reincarnated great emperor. I have taken the other's chastity, struck the sun of destiny, and received her promise. That's enough. When I saw that I was leaving, Jiang Wanwan got up and limped to the door to see me off. "Don't bother. Go back and rest," I said, then left without hesitation. Watching the figure walking briskly, Jiang Wanwan leaned against the doorframe and softly said, "The body is better than talent." Then, she locked herself in the room, covering her hot cheeks and repenting. "What have I done? How could I? Jiang Wanwan, how could such an accident happen?" Upon returning to the room, I began to receive the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity of the archenemy, obtaining the reward of a phase reversal, currently transforming the host's nirvana meridians, refining and reshaping. The next moment, I felt an unnamed force washing through my body, causing a tingling sensation throughout. Feeling refreshed, after about half an hour, I exhaled a breath, my body covered in dirt, and quickly went to take a shower. After washing up, just as I was admiring my extremely handsome appearance, the system voice sounded again, ding, triggering the counterattack mission. At this moment, Jiang Yu is outside the core residential area, in a dispute with the guarding disciple. "Please host, go there as soon as possible. Do not let him show off his power, and disrupt the fate." Hearing this, my expression changed. A cold smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. At the gate, Jiang Yu's face turned red with anger. "Tell Wanwan that it's me, Jiang Yu, who came to find her. See if she will come out." Just a mere servant dares to call out Jiang Shiji's name. Get lost quickly. Don't force us to take action. Perhaps due to the halo around Jiang Yu, Several guards were full of sarcasm. Faced with these ugly faces, Jiang Yu smiled instead of getting angry. A group of clownish fools. Still trying to make me recognize my identity. Do you know what relationship I have with Jiang Wanwan? Without waiting for others to speak, I arrived in time and pretended to be confused, saying, "What's the argument about?" "Greetings, Senior Su." Seeing my arrival, several disciples respectfully reported the situation. Such a stark contrast in treatment made Jiang Yu jealous, and a look of resentment flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, "A waste who can't even take care of his own fiancée. I will step on you sooner or later." You are called Jiang Yu. As a miscellaneous disciple, the core area is not accessible to you. Go quickly. I pretended not to notice his hostility, ready to occupy the high ground first and act later. Jiang Yu remained unmoved, saying confidently, "Su Bei, go help me call Jiang Wanwan out. It will be easier to talk when she comes out." Hearing him call my name so bluntly, several disciples who I often took care of angrily rolled up their sleeves, itching to move. Looking at the gradually gathering crowd, my eyes rolled, and I said with emphasis, "Jiang Yu, don't be so immature. Have you finished your work? Hurry up and leave." Facing my superior attitude, Jiang Yu immediately became excited. "I can't even see my own sister? Which rule of the academy says I can't see my sister? It's not your turn to give me advice." Snap! Without waiting for Qin Yu to finish his sentence, Ningbei saw the right moment to directly make a move and drank. "How dare you? It's just that you trespassed into the core residential area, but you even slandered and rumored that the pride of the academy is your sister? Who gave you the guts? You dare to hit the old man." Qin Yu was struck dumb. He didn't expect that Ningbei would actually dare to make a move against himself. Today must make Ningbei regret it. But before Qin Yu could open his mouth, Ningbei barked out an order. "Give me a beating. How dare you curse?" Up! A few disciples who had long been waiting for the opportunity rushed up in an instant. "Ah!" Qin Yu was just about to say something, but he was replaced by a miserable scream. He had only just entered chi practice. How could he carry the punches and kicks of the outer disciples? These guys aren't even light. "Stop. Don't fight. Qin Jojo is really my sister. I didn't lie to you guys." Qin Yu ghostly cried while trying to prove himself. "Hit me dead center." Ningbei forced to hold back his laughter and righteously said, "Fight until he personally admits that he has nothing to do with Qin Jojo." Yes. With such a rare opportunity to get out of breath, the few disciples also cherished it and showed no mercy at all. How dare a handyman disrespect them? If not you, who? And the gathered onlooker disciples, instead of no one coming forward to stop them, they clapped their hands and applauded. This kind of handyman who can't recognize himself should be taught a lesson. It's not good to dabble with anyone. You have to mess around with the relationship of the first genius of the academy. Do you deserve it? This kind of trash is like a dog's skin. It's fortunate that senior brother Ning is presiding over justice today. Ningbei's good people, Qin Jojo's goddess persona, plus Qin Yu's waste label. Nowadays, several factors are mixed, which can be said to produce a physical reaction. All of it landed on Qin Yu. "Stop fighting. Please stop fighting. She is not my sister. I'm wrong, okay?" In the end, Qin Yu didn't hold back his tears. Inside the room, congratulations to the host, completing the reverse mission and changing the course of his life. Reward to open the system store and gain 10,000 reverse value, which can be used to purchase items in the store. The system store? Ningbei's face showed surprise as he tapped to view it. Chapter 3, refusing to be held again, tugging at the Empress heartstrings. The store opens. A wide array of commodities came into view, including but not limited to all kinds of feats, weapons, defenses, and so on and so forth. This is even more complete than the Goodwill's goods. Ningbei slid his hand downwards, and at the bottom of each item, there was a corresponding reverse value price labeled, with no shortage of millions or tens of millions, even over $1 billion worth of merchandise. When these things were placed in the Tsongshan continent, they were all existences that were enough to be classified as legends. I only have 10,000 reverse value, there's not much I can buy. Ningbei stroked his chin. Please rest assured that the host will be able to obtain a steady stream of reverse value in the future as long as he completes the reverse quest and changes the course of his life. And according to the different degree of reversal, the host to obtain the reversal value, there will be a corresponding increase. We'll never let the host reduce to a toolman. Posey, I love you. In the face of such a thoughtful system, Ningbei laughed so hard that he rubbed his hands together with flies. After a bit of browsing, he exchanged his reverse value for a polyjuice pill. The so-called Yuan Dan was an elixir that was several times more powerful than the effects of the Qi-gathering Dan and targeted the realm. When Ningbei refined it, perhaps it was because of the development of his potential. Now when he refined the elixir, Ningbei didn't waste half of it, absorbing as much of the aura from the elixir as he could. So much so, that a single Yuan-gathering pill allowed him to reach the middle stage of foundation establishment. Feeling the power filling his body, Ningbei couldn't believe it. Qin Jojo was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, right? In that case, I'll be able to wrestle my way to chief disciple as well? Thinking about the benefits of being a chief disciple, anticipation flooded Ningbei's heart. If you can become the chief disciple, in the future, you will be the most cared-for figure in the Martial Heaven Academy, and there are countless resources tilted off. Miscellaneous disciple area. Hearing that Qin Yu had been beaten, Lin Yueyao was the first to arrive. See Qin Yu hanging by one leg from the beams of the room, and that face, which was ordinary, is now beaten and swollen, and cannot bear to see. Lin Yueyao was heartbroken. Qin Yu, are you still in pain? You're here, Yueyao. Don't worry. Even with this appearance, Qin Yu still doesn't forget to pose. It's because I'm not as skillful as I should be, so I've made you look at me funny. What are you talking about? Why would I look at you funny? Lin Yueyao shook her head heartily. She couldn't see it the most, Qin Yu carrying all the pain by himself. So the next moment, she said, don't worry, the academy has strict precepts. If they dare to bully you like this, I'll go and ask the elders to make a decision for you. Don't. Qin Yu hurriedly pulled her back and pretended as if she was not, or forget it, Yueyao. I'm just an odd job disciple. I can't even count as an outer disciple, even if the elder sect knows. Forget it, Yueyao. I don't want you to suffer targeting because of me. Heaven sends down a great task, must first suffer his heart and mind, labor his bones and muscles, the district difficult, Qin Yu still can afford, later, I will find my own dignity. After pretending to be innocent, Qin Yu did not forget to put on a show. Lin Yueyao ate this up and lamented, if they had half your heart, they wouldn't have committed the act of bullying others. Qin Yu, I believe you can do it. Thank you, Yueyao. Qin Yu squeezed out a bitter smile, so, just leave this matter alone. Besides, it's still your fiancé who made the first move. The more innocent Qin Yu acted, the harder Lin Yueyao felt in her heart. She took a deep breath and said, I can make Ningbei come and apologize to you. I'll make him kneel down and beg for your forgiveness. With that, she turned away excitedly. Looking at the young girl's back, the corner of Qin Yu's mouth lifted into a cold smile. Ningbei, so what if you're even more powerful? Your fiancé is on my side, huh? After the practice is over, Ningbei walked in the Wutian Academy, looking at the novel environment, not expecting that the world of immortal cultivation that he had once fantasized about would actually fall upon him. Ningbei. A displeasing voice suddenly came from behind. It was clearly Lin Yueyao. Ningbei frowned. Why did you hit Qin Yu? Is it fulfilling to bully someone? You go apologize to Qin Yu. Lin Yueyao walked briskly and ordered without regard for the occasion. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It had always been like that in front of Ningbei. You're teaching me things? Ningbei said expressionlessly. Lin Yueyao froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting this attitude from Ningbei. How dare he talk to himself like that? Did you take your pills today? Shocked as she was, she didn't panic in the slightest and straight away threw the elixir to Ningbei. If you don't go apologize to Qin Yu today, I don't want your chi-gathering pill, and in the future, I will never accept anything from you again. Oh, that's really great. Ningbei showed surprise on his face as he put the elixir into the system storage and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yueyao was instantly dumbfounded. I'm surprised her threats didn't work. They used to work so well. Looking at Ningbei's departing back, how had Lin Yueyao ever been so coldly treated? She was instantly infuriated. Ningbei, I'm going to break off the engagement with you. Her voice was loud, as if she had purposely made it so that everyone around her could hear. Regarding Ningbei's strangeness today, although Lin Yueyao couldn't figure out the situation, she wasn't intimidated either. Having always been on the stronger side of the relationship, she was unable to tolerate Ningbei's coldness today. Today, she wanted Ningbei to be completely embarrassed. If you don't go apologize to Qin Yu on your knees, I'll break off the engagement with you now. Wow. Upon hearing this, a wave of inverted breaths resounded around them. Did I hear it right? Lin Yueyao wants to break off her engagement with senior brother Ning? It seems like it's because of the beating of Qin Yu, but Qin Yu misbehaved first, and senior brother Ning isn't at fault. I've heard that Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu have gotten very close recently, so senior brother Ning is afraid that he'll have to commit himself again. The crowd was shocked. Ningbei turned to look at Lin Yueyao, his handsome face revealing a few moments of excitement. You, just now, said that you want to break off your engagement with me? Right. Unless you go and apologize to Qin Yu on your knees. Lin Yueyao raised her chin and proudly stated. Especially after seeing the excitement on Ningbei's face. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. It seemed to be holding Ningbei like before. Snap. But the next moment, Lin Yueyao didn't wait for an apology, but saw Ningbei suddenly clapping his hands. Yeah, I agree. Senior brothers and sisters, please bear witness that with immediate effect, my engagement with her is completely broken. Ningbei was not ambiguous and directly announced this happy event in public. After all, the label of dog liquor was too heavy on him, and he was worried about the chance to clear his name, so didn't this opportunity come up? That's two birds with one stone. On the contrary, Lin Yueyao was dumbfounded. Ningbei agreed? How could he agree to that? All along, no matter how excessive her requests were, Ningbei would always spoil and give in. Besides, the threat of breaking off the engagement was not the first time she had brought it up, and which time had Ningbei not pleaded for her forgiveness and asked her to retract it? Don't you regret it, even if you beg me for forgiveness later? I won't give you another chance. Although she felt that Ningbei wasn't quite right, but due to her face, Lin Yueyao was still so angry that she threatened. Whoever regrets it wasn't raised by their own mother. Oh right. I see that you and Qin Yu are on good terms. I wish you two a speedy marriage, huh? Ningbei said in a firm tone. After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he didn't want to waste time with Lin Yueyao. Is senior brother Ning serious? Great, I've always felt that Lin Yueyao is not worthy of senior brother Ning's deep love. This is finally cool, our mammary glands are mammary glands too. Ningbei's sudden decision to let go caught the crowd off guard as well, but without exception, they all actually clapped and applauded. Looking at Ningbei's cold back, Lin Yueyao was messed up. She couldn't believe that Ningbei, who had cared so much about herself in the past, would have this kind of attitude today. And wishing herself a happy ending with another man? The hoots and hollers around her added to the fire in her face, and she could only grit her teeth and leave. At this moment, Qin Yu was also in the crowd, looking at Ningbei's upright back, a touch of strangeness rising in her heart. Is it because of me? Chapter 4, the Empress delivers the Divine Yang skill and asks her if she's afraid of getting pregnant. Miscellaneous service area. When he learned that Ningbei and Lin Yueyao were going to break off their engagement, Qin Yu was so happy that he almost jumped out of bed. But on the surface, he still put on a guilty face. I'm sorry Yueyao, it's me who caused you to suffer. Don't you say that, it's none of your business. Lin Yueyao revealed a rare tenderness and hummed again, blame that Ningbei. He's pumped up today and actually dared to really agree. Until now, she couldn't accept the reality. He likes you so much, he should be talking in anger, right? Qin Yu stares at the young girl, anticipation flooding his heart. It can't still be true that he broke off the engagement, right? Lin Yueyao fell silent. She couldn't tell, she always felt like Ningbei had changed. However, very quickly, Lin Yueyao looked at Qin Yu with a look of great realization as if she had guessed something. What's wrong? Qin Yu blinked in confusion. I know. Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and said, he's seeing me getting too close to you, he must be jealous, that's why he's going against the grain. After all, in the past, Ningbei was unconditionally obedient, and did not even spare a harsh word, but today it was as if he had taken gunpowder. Totally like a different person. Other than being jealous, Lin Yueyao really couldn't think of any other reason. Moreover, recently, the rumors about her and Qin Yu were becoming more and more prevalent, and just a few days ago, Ningbei had specifically inquired about this matter. The combination of before and after was definitely due to jealousy, trying to provoke her away from Qin Yu. Lin Yueyao finally figured it out. I'm sorry Yueyao, it's me who implicated you again, don't come to me from now on, I'm afraid Ningbei will misunderstand you again. Qin Yu said with an air of self-condemnation and bowed his head, plus a tone of inferiority. Not much green tea, especially for men. But on the contrary, Lin Yueyao ate this set, and said sharply, don't you say that about Qin Yu. We have a clear conscience, we don't need to be afraid of those gossips. If Ningbei doesn't come to apologize to you, I will never forgive him. But he's your fiancé after all. So what if you're a fiancé? Forcing me in this way. Too childish. Lin Yueyao had a firm gaze. She believed that as long as she hung Ningbei out to dry, within a few days, the other party would surely run back to admit her mistake and beg for forgiveness. After all, it's always been that way. In the face of Lin Yueyao's favoritism, Qin Yu's heart was smug, and that heart of pretending to be a pussy was stirring again. Yueyao, I'll also tell you a secret. In fact, Qin Jojo is really my younger sister. Even though my parents picked up and raised her, there's no difference between us and a real sibling. Really? Of course, it won't be that even you suspect me, right? Qin Yu said in a proper voice, let's do it this way, soon will be the day of selecting the chief disciple. At that time, she will also participate. You wait for me to see her to testify face to face, at that time, you'll know whether or not I've lied. Qin Yu, I believe. Lin Yueyao nodded with a yen smile and said, when that group of people know that they have wronged you and actually hit Qin Jojo's brother with their hands, I'm sure they will apologize to you. Ha ha. Qin Yu pretended to be generous, those who don't know are not to blame, in fact, I don't hate them, after all, I've only just come to the academy, it's normal for people not to know. Qin Yu, you're so nice. Lin Yueyao's gaze towards Qin Yu was permeated with admiration. Perhaps it was the influence of the protagonist's aura that made her forget that the other party was just a handyman, and was actually 100,000 miles away from Ningbei. Yueyao, although I don't hate them, I don't want you to easily forgive Ningbei. I'm not doing it for myself. Qin Yu righteously said, I'm doing it for you. Today he dares to treat you like this, tomorrow I can't guarantee what will happen. Men, it should be well trained, only in the future will be good to you. Aha, I know that. Lin Yueyao nodded her head repeatedly and obediently responded. She seemed to have seen the image of Ningbei crying and begging for her forgiveness. The other side. Achoo. Ningbei rubbed his nose, which scolded old me. Immediately, he opened the system panel and found that 2,000 new adversary values had been added, just to break off a marriage contract. So it turns out that reverse value can still be gleaned from Lin Yueyao? Ningbei's unexpected joy. Soon he figured out that this was kind of a life-changing direction, and in that case, wouldn't he be able to get reverse value from other people as well? Good system. It really doesn't bully the beat workers. Ningbei. A silhouette appeared outside the courtyard, and a pleasant clear voice came from behind. Jojo? Come on in. Ningbei looked behind him for a moment and invited the other party into the house, pouring a cup of tea for him. Thanks. A sweet smile surfaced on Qin Jojo's delicate and pretty face. She didn't have much of a ripple at Ningbei calling herself Jojo. After all, the two of them had done that. There was no need to deliberately pretend to be strangers. What brings you to me? Is there something wrong? Oh, this one's for you. Qin Jojo pulled out a gong method from her spatial ring and handed it to Ningbei with both hands. Divine Sun technique? Taking the gongfa handed over by the young girl, Ningbei subconsciously turned it over to check it out. The handwriting of the gongfa was neat and beautiful, and it was obviously still a little wet. You just wrote that? This divine yang skill belongs to the heavenly rank technique. In the future you can take it and cultivate it. Don't worry, it's the complete version. Nothing will happen to it. Qin Jojo explained. Heavenly rank technique? Ningbei pretended to be shocked and looked straight at the other party. There aren't many books in the entire academy, are there? In his heart, he was pleasantly surprised, worthy of being the reincarnation of a great emperor. The moment he made a move, it was a heavenly ranked technique. It still seems to write itself. The heavenly ranked feats in the system store, to say the least, are all starting at 1,000,000 retrograde values, which directly allowed Ningbei to save 1,000,000 retrograde values. No, it's too expensive. Ningbei still had to be polite, and as he handed the gongfu back, the two of their hands touched. Qin Jojo, like sensing something, said, "This is not an academy's technique, so feel free to accept it. After all, you've also helped me. One size does not fit all, and I'm not helping you to ask for favors." I know. Qin Jojo lifted up the serious beautiful eyes, and a few shyness said, "Tomorrow is going to choose the chief disciple. You would have expected to fight for a little bit, but now because of helping me, harm the yang power in your body, less than 1/10 of that day. I don't think a single gongfu can cancel out the help you've given me. This divine yang technique can help you replenish your yang power. Just take it, besides I don't cultivate it." At the end of the day, Qin Jojo and Ningbei looked at each other, and her beautiful eyes revealed the color of pleading. What she didn't know was that the yang power in Ningbei's body was thick because he had taken the Xinyang Dam that day. It's not as thick as it could have been. So just now, when she sensed the weak yang power in Ningbei's body, she felt a great sense of indebtedness in her heart. Okay. In the face of the young girl's sincere affection, Ningbei couldn't say anything else. The two of them quieted down afterward. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Ahem. Ningbei feel as a man, shoulder has the responsibility to break the cold, so looking for topics, that. Jojo, will you get pregnant? Ha? Qin Jojo's delicate face was stunned. Chapter 5, the son of luck collapses, suffers a tragic backstabbing by his sister. Pregnant? Qin Jojo a stunning delicate face, showing a few points of redness and panic. But she knew very well that Ningbei wasn't molesting herself, but that it was really possible. No, it shouldn't be. Qin Jojo's phoenix eyes flashed with shyness, saying, "It's just once. There won't be such a coincidence, right? Jojo, don't be nervous." Looking at the young girl's expression, Ningbei comforted, "Don't worry, even if you're really pregnant, I won't let you face it alone." Hearing Ningbei's promise, Qin Jojo breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, and although she didn't make a sound, her face already showed happiness. The next moment, Qin Jojo raised her head and asked the doubt that had been nagging for a long time, "Ningbei, you are because before you broke off your engagement with Lin Yueyao? Sort of. You." Qin Jojo sniffed and clenched the tea in her hand, her eyes averted and said, "Ningbei, although we did that kind of thing, but I still have to tell you clearly, in fact, I now have no intention of finding a Taoist couple yet. I want to focus my mind on cultivation. There are still important things waiting for me to do. Don't get me wrong." After hearing the other party's meaning, Ningbei was busy interrupting. "I don't mean that, I mean that day. You told me that Lin Yueyao didn't like me at all. In fact, I felt something for a long time, but I've been deceiving myself. But luckily, these days I've figured out that instead of dwelling on a cold heart, it's better to let go and cherish someone more worthy of protection. I didn't choose to break off my engagement with her just to pester you later. Don't worry, I won't blackmail you with that any." Ningbei looked serious and gravely assured. His handsome face and deep persona are inexplicably convincing when he says this. "Thanks." Qin Jojo sighed in relief while at the same time, it was like something was missing inside in terms of anticipation. She wasn't the kind of person like Lin Yueyao who dangled Ningbei while not giving her food, but she knew exactly what she was going to do in the future. Shouldn't get anyone involved. Perhaps to ease the embarrassment, Qin Jojo took the initiative to diverge from the topic. "By the way, Ningbei, there's still something I want to tell you." "What is it?" "Qin Yu's parents are my adoptive parents." The next day, the Martial Heaven Academy was extraordinarily lively because today, a new chief disciple would be chosen. Regardless of whether it was the inner or outer disciples, nowadays they all put aside their cultivation and came to watch. Even the odd job disciples put down their hands. This time, chief disciple, who do you think will win? It should be Qin Jojo. Although Ningbei, Wang Tong, and the others aren't bad in terms of strength, they're still a bit short of senior sister Qin. Senior brother Ning was delayed by the one surnamed Lin, otherwise it would have been very promising. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. These words inevitably flew into Lin Yueyao's ears, causing her face to grow darker and darker. In the end, she pushed her resentment onto Ningbei's head. If Ningbei hadn't promised to break off the engagement, how could these people dare to amuse her? Qin Yu was very eagle-eyed and immediately jumped out and said, "Don't you guys spit blood, it's his own incompetence that he can't be the chief disciple, how can he blame Yueyao? Egu, isn't this Qin Yu who claims to be senior sister Qin's elder brother but is actually a handyman? What's your hurry? So eager to protect that white-eyed wolf? Are we wrong? How good senior brother Ning is to her, but the result? I don't even know which point you compare to senior brother Ning." As things stood, the crowd was not only mocking Qin Yu, even Lin Yueyao was not spared. Ningbei to Lin Yueyao's good, everyone can see in the eyes, plus weekdays not less by Ningbei care, now see each other was let down. The heart is designated to be angry. Qin Yu still wanted to say something but was stopped by Lin Yueyao. "Qin Yu, let's not talk nonsense with them, this group of people won't die until they hit the southern wall." "Yueyao, I can't see them slandering you," Qin Yu said with righteous indignation. "I know you are doing it for my good." Warm currents surged through Lin Yueyao's heart as she looked at Qin Yu in a touched manner. "But you said that anyone who achieves great things must first suffer his heart and mind. I can also endure the humiliation like you, and when we meet Qinjiujio, our grievances will naturally be cleared. Yueyao, I promise you that after today, I will never let you be laughed at because of me again," Qin Yu said with deep emotion. "Well nah, I believe you." Lin Yueyao's beautiful eyes flashed and her tone was resolute. This gentleness and understanding of hers was something Ningbei had never seen before. The moment. The other side. Ningbei had just reached the gate when an electronic tone rang in his head. Detected that Qin Yu was plotting with Lin Yueyao to turn the tables. Please take action to stop the host to avoid repeating the same mistake. Now analyzing the situation for the host. There are 3 ways to deal with it, and analyze for the host, the possible consequences of the execution. Approach 1, directly obliterate Qin Yu. This method is extremely risky, and the other party on the body of the Qi heavy cannot guarantee foolproof, but also may lead to nirvana for its turn. Option 2, ignoring this matter will ensure that the host will not lose out, but after Qin Yu's plan succeeds, he will receive more Qi luck to add to his body. Option 3, stop it, I'll take 3. Without waiting for the system to finish, Ningbei had already decided. The first 2 can't be played at all. And so it was. Ningbei, who had received instructions from the system, didn't rush into the venue. Not much longer. The venue was buzzing with conversation when 2 figures entered side by side. It drew glances from the crowd. Huh, why did Ningbei and Qin Jojo come together? What are they chatting about? I haven't seen senior sister Qin smile so happily before. Worthy of being the goddess senior sister, the #1 beauty of our Wutian Academy, a smile brings 100 winks. It looks like the 2 are pretty close. Speaking of which, have you guys noticed that they're very groomed? Don't be overheard, senior sister Qin and senior brother Ning are both decent people. Originally, Qin Jojo laughed her ass off, but she seemed to have heard the crowd's comments, and she converged her smile in a panic. Ningbei did the same, acting like she was not familiar with Qin Jojo. The more the 2 of them did this, the more the crowd was instead made to think about it. Lin Yueyao's face turned green as she watched. She didn't expect Ningbei to not come to her first to apologize, but actually entered with other women, who were better than her, and had a laugh. This feeling made her feel like she was being green. Yueyao, let's go over. Qin Yu couldn't wait a second longer. You hit him the other day and today you have the nerve to talk and laugh with his sister? What makes a loser who can't even keep his fiancée so close to his sister? The 2 of them walked off in a rage. But before they could get close to the duo, they were stopped by a few disciples. That's the entrance passage for those who are participating in the chief's sonship. You can't go over there. Get out of the way. Do you know what we have to do with these 2? Lin Yueyao pointed at Ningbei's side and said in a chilling voice. Now she was furious. These disciples used to see her, it was called a respectful, but now, even the aisle does not allow her to go? It's a world of difference. Thinking about this, Lin Yueyao's eyes looked at Ningbei with an even more dissatisfied resentment. If Ningbei hadn't been so bent on having her own way, how could she have been treated so coldly? Said it was a candidacy lane, can't you understand human language? What other relationship? Senior brother Ning has broken off his engagement with you. Times were different now, and in the face of the arrogant and domineering Lin Yueyao, a few people weren't used to it at all. You guys. Lin Yueyao was so furious that her face turned red. She was just about to retort when Qin Yu stopped her. Yueyao, leave it to me. Good. Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and endured it. It's about to turn over. I hope you'll be as unruly later as you are now. Greeting the mocking gazes of several people, Qin Yu spoke with a calm face. The next moment, he suddenly waved his hand at Qin Jojo and shouted, saying, Jojo, look this way, you tell them, what is the relationship between the 2 of us? Hey you. Several disciples were shocked. Wow. The crowd that was originally looking this way also sucked in a breath of cool air at this moment. No one had expected Qin Yu's move. Adding to that, before, Qin Yu had claimed to be Qin Jojo's elder brother, and now he was actively provoking the latter. You're not afraid of trouble? Or, could it be that he really had a great relationship with Qin Jojo? Qin Yu's appearance with his head held high was reflected in everyone's eyes, and for a while no one was sure. Therefore, in the next moment, everyone's eyes turned to Ningbei and Qin Jojo, trying to figure out what's true. Under the blazing gaze of the crowd, Ningbei calmly looked at Qin Jojo and asked, "Are you familiar with that person?" Qin Jojo didn't hesitate, "Not familiar." "Qin Yu?" Crowd? Chapter 6, How dare you try to get back together? He's already got a good match. Wow. Qin Yu, what's going on? Lin Yueyao was confused. She couldn't stop looking at Qin Yu, her beautiful eyes revealing a strong sense of dismay. How did your sister say she wasn't familiar with you? I don't know. At this moment, Qin Yu was also dumbfounded. He just wanted to rush Qin Jojo to ask for clarification, but he realized that the two had already turned around and walked into the backfield. Directly ignored him. "Jojo, it's me I'm brother Qin Yu was so anxious that he cried out. He didn't want the misunderstanding to deepen in full view of the public, and hurriedly crossed the police line to chase after him. "Come back you." The guarding disciples were no vegetarians either, and with one hand, they yanked Qin Yu back like a chicken. At this moment, the crowd also came to their senses. "Nice guy, I almost fell for him. Who says it isn't? This punk can really pretend, he can't actually see a bit of weakness in his heart. Nima, it was fine once, but now you dare to coerce in public? Whose fault is it if it affects senior sister Qin's competition?" In a flash, the crowd rallied and cursed like thunder, hating to drown Qin Yu in saliva. If it wasn't for the fact that a new chief disciple was to be chosen today and there were still many elders roaming around, they would have already gone up for a group beating. How dare you make connections 3 times and treat them like monkeys? Not. Which part went wrong? Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. He can't figure it out. "Qin Yu, why did Qin Jojo ignore you?" Lin Yueyao couldn't bear it and said. The crowd didn't spare her as they insulted Qin Yu. Smooth talk. "Yu Yao, you must believe me. She's really my sister." Qin Yu's heart was in turmoil, especially when he touched the skepticism in the young girl's eyes. It left him speechless with a hardened decadence. "And how dare you slander senior sister Qin? She could have a punk brother like you." That's right, look at how ugly you are. How do you deserve to be senior sister Qin's elder brother?" Some people couldn't resist rolling up their sleeves. "Move." Lin Yueyao's face was red for a while and she was scolded. She was so humiliated that she fled with her head down. She had no time to care about Qin Yu and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. "Never been so humiliated in my life. Yu Yao, wait for me." Qin Yu was busy chasing after him. Inside the post-conference venue. "Why did you ask me to pretend I don't know him?" Qin Jojo sized up Ningbei and curiously said, "Is it because that day you misunderstood him and started to hit him?" "No." Ningbei shook his head and said frankly, "Simply looking at him is unpleasant, and I don't want him to take advantage of your prowess to show off." Puffing, Qin Jojo couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laughter. She had fantasized about many reasons, including the rumor that there were rumors of Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu getting close, only she never thought that Ningbei would give such a truthful answer. "Jojo, you'll think I'm petty. Think I've gone too far?" Ningbei stared at Qin Jojo's eyes and said seriously. Qin Jojo did not avoid his eyes, shook his head and said, "No, in fact, I also quite hate him. Do not seek advancement." I clearly pointed out his cultivation, but he refused to work hard. Even the examination of the academy cannot pass. Now he wants to borrow my reputation to act. If he is really a responsible elder brother, would he not take the initiative to invite trouble for his sister? She speaks from the heart. Ningbei took the information given from the system, and that was indeed the case. After all, Qin Yu's persona, this is a kind of beggar flop, the more ruthless the previous repression, afterward in order to have a more refreshing experience. Well, this also led to the fact that no one around him had a good impression of Qin Yu. Here. In the next moment, Ningbei pulled out a yuan gathering pill and handed it to Qin Jojo with a smile. The playtest now had allowed him to harvest quite a bit of reverse value again, including quite a bit provided by the gourd eaters, totaling more than 30,000. Today let Ningbei see very clearly, in the future the road of life reversal, Qin Jojo will be a particularly important existence. So spending a point of reverse value to invest in the other party, and a transmutation emperor at that, was definitely not a bad idea. Polyjuice pill? Seeing this valuable elixir, Qin Jojo was surprised and said, "What are you giving me? Keep it for yourself. Anyways, you helped me today, so take it. One size fits all. I'm not helping you to beg for favors." Qin Jojo carried her small hands behind her back, Yen smiled as she locked eyes with Ningbei. These words, which were originally Ningbei's words to shrug off the divine yang skill, she returned as is. "Ha!" After Ningbei reacted, he cried and laughed for a moment, but in the next moment, he directly grabbed Qin Jojo's jade hand. "Take it. No refusal. Oops, really no need." Qin Jojo's words were not yet finished. A group of disciples walked in, and coincidentally, just happened to run into the two holding hands together. "Ha! They let out a gasp in unison, the corners of their mouths turning up. Not us. Ningbei was just about to explain, but he saw a few people retreating with a heartbeat. There was also a chuckle. Look what I'm saying, senior sister Qin and senior brother Ning really are related, aren't they? Ha, what a surprise. Ningbei and Qin Yueyao looked at each other with complicated gazes. It's a big deal. The other side. Yueyao, believe me, she's really my sister. Then why is she ignoring you? I guess I didn't wash my face today? Qin Yu racked his brain and came up with an excuse that anyone would find absurd. Yes, I didn't wash my face. She didn't dare to recognize me at the first time. After all, she didn't know that I came to the Wotian Academy. Well, it was an accident. Yueyao. Lin Yueyao didn't say a word. Although she didn't want to doubt Qin Yu, she really didn't know what to say. Today not only failed to get out on the gas, but was scolded. Bad luck to the home. In the past, when she was with Ningbei, although she was unhappy, she was in awe of anyone who saw her, so how had she ever been so humiliated? I'm sorry Yueyao, it's all my fault. Qin Yu, drama spirit possessed, began to pretend guilt and self-blame. It's me who was useless, and caused you to be implicated again. Don't worry, in the future I will never appear in front of you again. With that, he made a move to leave. Wait. Lin Yueyao's heart softened, and she said heartily, this matter can't be blamed entirely on you. You also said it was an accident. I do believe you, Qin Yu. Really? Aha. Meeting Qin Yu's earnest gaze, Lin Yueyao nodded repeatedly. She tried her best to persuade herself to believe that Qin Yu's character would never be able to tell such a lie, and that there must be some unknown factors involved. Yeah, that must be it. Looking at the young girl who believed in herself again, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be touched. Thank you Yueyao. Can I ask you to do something for me? What is it? You do this. After Qin Yu finished briefly describing the plan, Lin Yueyao furrowed her willow brows in disbelief. You want me to apologize to Ningbei? Are you serious Qin Yu? Yueyao, you don't get excited. Qin Yu soothed. Not really let you go apologize, is to borrow the apology to mix into the back meeting place. Wait to see Jiao after you help me to pass the word. Let her know it's me. She will surely stand out to help us clear the name of injustice. Don't you want to see me prove myself? But, Lin Yueyao pursed her lips and raised her eyes to look at Qin Yu. You said that you told me not to easily forgive Ningbei. And now you're asking me to take the initiative to find him? Yueyao, you just commit for once. Okay? Qin Yu raised his ordinary face, radiating a unique greasiness. Just do it for me, okay? For you, I'll give it a go. After dwelling on it, Lin Yueyao still compromised. After all, what could she do with a little more aggravation when it came from White Moonlight's pleas? Not to mention the fact that the truth will soon be revealed. At the rear venue gate. I told you, I came over to find Ningbei compound. Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself and frowned. How dare you guys stop me? Aren't you afraid that after I get back together with Ningbei, he'll find you guys in trouble? Ha ha. Instead of being afraid, a few disciples snorted out a laugh. Egu, senior sister Qin isn't prettier than you and more talented than you? I've seen confidence, I've never seen such arrogance. Do you think senior brother Ning will eat the grass that comes back and give up senior sister Qin to get back together with you? Lin Yueyao's delicate face changed as she listened, an unpleasant feeling rising. What do you guys mean? To tell you the truth, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are together. Chapter 7, 9 deaths inside, but a couple outside? There are no impermeable walls in the world. The two of them were geniuses within the academy, and their every move was already in the limelight, not to mention something as explosive as holding hands. Of course it can't be hidden. They, together? Lin Yueyao only felt that the sky had collapsed. She was still fantasizing that Ningbei had come to beg for her forgiveness like before. I never thought that I would hear Ningbei and Qin Yu together. No, this can't be possible. She doesn't believe it's true. Why lie to you? It's what we saw with our own eyes. A few disciples looked at each other and smiled, looking at Lin Yueyao with teasing eyes. Ningbei was so deeply in love with Lin Yueyao, yet he always had a hot face and a cold ass. They could not stand to see it anymore. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Get out of the way. I'm going to find Ningbei and ask for clarification. Lin Yueyao was anxious. She didn't believe that Ningbei would really change her heart. All along, Ningbei's liking and caring for her, it's not like she couldn't feel it. How could someone so devoted to her change his mind? As for the threat of breaking off the engagement, it wasn't the first time she'd mentioned it, and she hadn't even discussed it with either parent, so how could she take it seriously? It's just jealousy, isn't it? I'll explain it to you. Lin Yueyao desperately wanted to rush in, but naturally, a few disciples pressed and refused to let them in. And the test starts soon. Clank. An ear-piercing sound of gongs and drums abruptly spread all around. The originally noisy atmosphere abruptly quieted down. Only in the center of the venue, a half-man-tall projection stone activated, projecting a curtain of light into the air. In the light screen, Ningbei, Qin Yu and other 12 figures were reflected, all of which were disciples participating in the examination, and the academy gave a total of 12 places. The ultimate winner is the chief disciple. So fast, it hasn't even started yet and it's straight into the divine mirror? I wonder who will be able to find the divine tree first and pluck the holy fruit that the divine tree has concluded. Regardless of who wins the sacred fruit, these are all the pride of our academy, just don't have any accidents. Go go go, crowbar, nothing happened in the first couple years. It's hard to say, after all, the difficulty of the divine mirror is randomized, and no one knows what difficulty it is this time. Looking at the image in the light screen, people were talking. Boom! Right at this moment, only the projection stone abruptly trembled, and a dark purple light rose up to the sky. The scene of wind and sunshine in the picture was, in an instant, transformed into a grim purgatory look. Wow! The crowd all exclaimed in shock. Asterisk 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 this. Is this purgatory difficulty? No way, purgatory difficulty? It hasn't appeared in over 100 years, has it? In a flash, people's jaws dropped, and even the elders' faces turned white. What's going on? What's with the purgatory difficulty? Quickly go and inform the priest Sama. The crowd rioted. No one had expected that this time, the chief disciple's examination would be a purgatory difficulty that hadn't appeared in over 100 years. Picture. Purgatory difficulty? Ningbei's complexion changed as he looked at the other 11. It seems that we're fortunate enough to have encountered the biggest divine mirror test in the Academy's 100 years of existence, so do you all think that we should join forces? Join forces? Better not. I want to push my limits. A disciple named Wang Tang was the first to shake his head in rejection. After saying that, he stomped his feet and abruptly swept towards the depths of the secret realm. Joining forces is a bit of insurance, but it's a test. Right, only one person can win. Let's just split up and find the divine tree first. With Wang Tang taking the lead, the rest of them did not adopt Ningbei's proposal. With that said, they couldn't wait to rush out as well. The difficulty of the purgatory had not been seen in 100 years, but everyone had only heard of its terrifying extent. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. That's why there is no fear for those who don't know. Do you choose to go alone as well? With regard to the crowd's reaction, Ningbei did not have much of a ripple and turned to look at Qin Yu, who had yet to leave. Qin Yu guffawed and gently said, "Let's walk together." Good. After Ningbei returned the smile, the two walked side by side. Seeing this scene, the elders outside were in a hurry. It's already time to show off. Quickly think of a way to notify Wang Tang's few so that they can hurry up and join forces and stop caring about this examination. We're afraid we can't do anything about it. We'll have to wait for the priest to come over. The elders were like ants on a hot pan. It was because they knew very well that facing the divine mirror's purgatory difficulty examination, even the most talented disciple would have to die 9 deaths. These 12 people, in turn, were the seedlings of the martial Heavenly Academy. Cut. Seeing his sister teaming up with Ningbei, Qin Yu was furious, and in the next moment, he realized that the young girl next to him was a bit lost in thought. Yueyao, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Lin Yueyao came back to her senses and shook her head in denial. Originally, after hearing that Ningbei and Qin Yu were together, her heart was in turmoil, and now she also saw the two of them teaming up to act as if they really had a special relationship. This made her heart uncomfortable. Even though she was convinced that Ningbei hadn't changed her heart, she still felt empty. Are you worried about Ningbei? Qin Yu stared at the young girl and pursued with some jealousy. Lin Yueyao froze and raised her pretty face. Why are you still concerned about him? This is the divine mirror examination of purgatory difficulty. Aren't you worried about your own sister? Of course I'm worried, but I trust Jojo. Qin Yu defended awkwardly. He looked at Ningbei in the screen and gritted his teeth. Dare to talk to my sister, sooner or later I'll straighten you out, asshole. Picture. A beast broke through the ground and blocked Ningbei and Qin Jojo's path. At the same time, the other 10 people all met different kinds of giant beasts. But what was the same was that these beasts were at least at the bottom of the Foundation establishment realm, and were in the Divine Mirror's outer zone, where the examination had only just begun. The next danger, imagine that? One must know that there were still 5 out of the 12 who hadn't reached the Foundation establishment realm. Jojo. Ningbei passed a glance towards the young girl and took the lead in rushing towards the front of the fanged beast. Aha! Qin Jojo understood, and after circling around to the left side of the monster, a green halo filled her palm, and in an instant, it transformed into a sharp sword shadow. Thumbs up! A cold aura cutting through the void sounded. As the giant beast pounced on Ningbei, the cold aura pierced straight through its waist with unimaginable speed. There was a click. The giant beast was instantly split in two, but it didn't bleed out. Instead it turned into smoke and disappeared. After all, in the Divine Mirror, all dangers were made of power and did not possess life. After resolving the giant beast, the two continued on their way. Others weren't so lucky. Damn it, going up to the Foundation establishment realm as soon as you arrive? Wang Tang, who was confident earlier, had some regrets at the moment, had he known that it would have been better to join forces. The next danger would definitely exceed the Foundation establishment realm. Senior Wang. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Zhou Ming? Wang Tang looked back with some surprise. Zhao Ming panted, Senior Brother Wang, it's just too dangerous here, I think. Why don't we join forces? Okay. This time, Wang Tang didn't try to be brave. Great. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Zhao Ming pointed behind him and said, "Senior brother Wang, that monster has been chasing me, I can't beat it, so help me beat it up." Boom! As soon as Zhao Ming's words fell, a giant beast broke out of the ground. Its huge figure covered the sky and emitted a thick oppressive aura. Late Foundation Establishment Realm? The Wang Tang people were dumbfounded. Mud horse Xiao Ming. Wang Tang, who had just reached the early stage of Foundation establishment, was so angry that he cursed and fled afterward. This action drew laughter from outside. Zhao Ming has victimized senior brother Wang. It's still senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin who have a tacit understanding. The two of them understand posture with a single glance. People are Dao couples, how can they not have a tacit understanding? Hearing the strange voices from the crowd, Qin Yu's expression was stunned as he pointed at that one disciple. What the hell are you babbling about? Who are you saying is a couple with who? Chapter 8, confident of sister's chastity, not knowing the cabbage has been brought to her. Who's talking nonsense? What's your hurry again? Why is he in here again? Doesn't he really need to be thrown out? The crowd hadn't paid attention to Qin Yu originally, but after he made such a mess, countless gazes were thrown at him. Qin Yu, calm down. Lin Yueyao was scolded out of her psyche. She hurriedly led Qin Yu away to a place where she wouldn't be scolded. Yueyao, didn't you hear what they said? Qin Yu couldn't calm down a bit at all, actually slandering my sister and Ningbei as a Taoist couple? I can't stand it a bit. How could his dear sister be with Ningbei? Lin Yueyao had mixed feelings and couldn't organize her words. How could those words not sting in her ears? But she could only harden her heart and tell Qin Yu about the rumors of the two of them being together. What? Holding hands? Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. His frigid sister. How can she hold hands with a man? For many years, even as an elder brother, he had not held Qin Jojo once, not to mention, it was only a few days after Ningbei broke off the engagement with Lin Yueyao. It's not even that quick to take over. I don't believe it either, but we'll have to wait for the end of the examination before we can figure out the truth. Lin Yueyao looked around and said in a serious tone, Qin Yu, you should stop, lest in the end, they really kick you out. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, speechless to retort. He is now a street rat. But in his mind he told himself to bear with it, and when his sister came out the truth would come out. Moreover, with my sister's nature, if she knew that she was falsely accused of being a Taoist couple with Ningbei, she would definitely stay away from Ningbei in the future. That's a good thing. Thinking about this, Qin Yu flashed brightly, Yueyao, I have a plan. You do this. After listening to Qin Yu's plan, Lin Yueyao had a black line on her head. Yueyao, you also don't want Ningbei and my sister to get too close, right? Qin Yu egged on, as long as we take the opportunity to add fuel to the fire of the two of them being Dao couples, by then my sister will definitely be disgusted with Ningbei, so that in the future, if Jojo sees Ningbei again, she will definitely also take a detour. Are you sure? Will Qin Jojo really turn against Ningbei because of this? Of course, she's my sister, I know her best in this world. Qin Yu patted his chest and guaranteed that it was foolproof. Okay, I'll give it a try then. Lin Yueyao pursed her lips and answered. She really didn't want to see Ningbei and Qin Jojo get too close. After all, Ningbei was her fiancé. What was the point of spreading rumors with other women? It's called infidelity. Lin Yueyao decided to give it a shot, so she found a few good sisters within the academy. Let's go spread the word that Ningbei and Qin Jojo are Taoists. Don't worry Yueyao, since Ningbei was the one who wronged you first, we definitely won't let him have a good time. Ningbei is really a lowly man, letting such a good fiancé like you go without cherishing it, and actually running off to play dalliances with other women. A few of the sisters answered with alacrity. They were born with the ability to love people and couldn't see Lin Yueyao being wronged. And so it was. A rumor about Ningbei and Qin Jojo intensified. Achoo. Ningbei sneezed several times in a row. A ruse against the host has been detected, attempting to distance Qin Jojo from the host by smearing the host's and Qin Jojo's reputations. I asked the host to take the means to avoid the villain's success. After receiving the system's reminder, the corner of Ningbei's mouth flicked up. Shoddy tactics. What did you say? Qin Jojo raised her head and curiously blinked her long eyelashes. Jojo, I have a bad feeling. Ningbei deliberately lowered his voice and said, the image of the two of us holding hands was bumped into, and now that we're acting together, I'm worried that rumors of our relationship will spread even more wildly outside. Qin Jojo's delicate face changed. In fact, she had expected it. She knew that the divine mirror had a means of sound collection, and also lowered her voice and said, they can spread rumors if they want to, don't worry, I won't let you face it alone either. Ha! Greeting the young girl's sweet smile and this familiar response, Ningbei couldn't help but smile. Steady. The scene changed, and the two disciples who hadn't reached the Foundation establishment realm had long since been buried in the mouths of the beasts. When you die in the divine mirror, there is no resurrection mechanism, it's a real death. The priest is here. A hunched, silver-browed old man with a serious look stepped into the meeting. After seeing the two disciples perish, without saying a word, a powerful force erupted from within him, breaking straight through the divine mirror's isolation. Toward the 10 people in the picture, he transmitted a voice. The old man has opened the guidelines for you. Quickly converge and follow the guidelines to find the divine tree together and leave the divine mirror. In the image, the ground beneath Ningbei and the others' feet each extended with light patterns. Enables to detect the opponent's position. There was also an even thicker path of light that guided the 10 to the direction of the divine tree, which was also the exit. This is to terminate the assessment. The crowd, while lamenting, was agreeable. The last time the Purgatory difficulty test was more than 100 years ago, and that time, the entire army was wiped out. It caused the martial Heavenly Academy to cut off a group of top celestial pride, and it was regrettable to this day. The same mistakes must not be repeated. Priestess, will they come out alive? An elder inquired. The old man who was called the sacrificial wine, named Moonless, shook his head. It's impossible to say they don't know the horror of the Purgatory difficulty at all. At first they didn't even stay in place to wait, to say the least. It's also because of our carelessness. We thought that this kind of difficulty wouldn't appear again. Who had thought that this time the divine mirror had urged all the remaining power by itself, and once again descended on the Purgatory difficulty test. The elders fell silent. They knew that the old man was an eyewitness to that disaster more than 100 years ago. No one could be more aware of the terrifying difficulty of this Purgatory than Moonless. Soon, Ningbei and the others converged on them. Unfortunately, only 9 are left alive today, and one had his head clawed off by a bird beast as he rushed to join them. Wang Tang ran to Ningbei and said with a palpitating heart, I admit that I spoke a bit louder before. So do I. Zhou Ming bent over and held his knees, gasping for air as he concurred. Cut the crap and go find the god tree. Ningbei didn't have time to say more and added, everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. At any moment, even more dangerous monsters than just now could pop up. He had already noticed that the behemoths that appeared were getting stronger and stronger, and they weren't just changing as the crowd went deeper. Rather, it's time. In other words, the crowd is now in a race against time. They had to find the god tree before the irresistible force appeared and they could leave this place. Fortunately, there was the guidance of the sacrificial wine, which helped the 9 people avoid the wrong path, and after traveling all the way, they finally saw the divine tree that was glowing with light. God's tree ******* God's tree. Wang Tung cheered with excitement. Senior brother Wang, we still have to pick one more sacred fruit before the teleportation gate will open. Zhao Ming reminded. Just then, a scream suddenly came from behind. One of the disciples was wrapped around his ankle by Vine Man. Without waiting for Ningbei and the others to come to the rescue, a sharp thorn erupted from the Vine Man, penetrating the disciple's body in an instant. In an instant, his person turned into a cloud of blood mist. Wow! Seeing this, both inside and outside the divine mirror sucked in a breath of cool air. This is the power of the Jiedan realm? Sensing the aura of the demonic vine, Qin Yu said in an urgent voice, quickly take the sacred fruit. We can no longer fight against the power here. Yes, hurry up and take the holy fruit. Wang Tang and the others returned to their senses and each walked to a holy fruit and put their hands on it. As long as one person was able to pluck the holy fruit, not only would they be able to obtain the chance bestowed by the divine mirror, they would also be able to open the portal to leave. But, the reality is not pretty. The holy fruits of Purgatory difficulty were not that easy to pick, but of course, the opportunities contained within them were greater. Wang Tang and the others made all the effort, but the holy fruit did not move. Ningbei and Qin Yu were at their wits' end for a while after sensing the sacred fruit. Watching this scene, everyone was holding their breath. Look, what's that? It's a beast tide, my day. It's a beast tide of the Jiedan realm? In the next moment, there was a gasp from the crowd outside the screen. Chapter 9, The dead are the most important thing in life. Only to see that with the divine tree as the center, countless gigantic beasts with terrifying auras were encircling from all directions, as if they were a force to be reckoned with. The so-called beast tide is an army of monsters made up of giant beasts. The clear-colored Jiedan realm beast tide, but also once in 1,000 years, but every time will make several human cities into nothing. Enough to see how horrible it is. It's over. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming looked at each other, and both of them were ashen. The rest of them were even more weak-kneed. Boom! At this moment of crisis, at the top of the divine tree, a pillar of skyrocketing light abruptly erupted. Congratulations to the host, have used the purchased Chi Lut talisman to decipher the holy fruit for the host. An electronic tone resounded in his head, and Ningbei's tiger body shook as a blinding white light swirled out in all directions from the point where the palm of his hand met the holy fruit, sweeping across heaven and earth. At this moment, the wave of beasts, which was unstoppable a second before, came to a violent halt. Ningbei picked the sacred fruit? I don't know who said it. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they came back to their senses. The holy fruit of Purgatory difficulty. It's actually cracked? Boom! After a sacred fruit fell into Ningbei's arms, the next moment, it transformed into a streak of light that flew into his brow. It's a done deal. Seeing this situation, even Moonless, who had extraordinary experience, narrowed his eyes at this moment. Cracked it so quickly? This son. It's remarkable. What? We're saved? Ningbei, from now on, I, Wang Tang, am your dog. But to say that the happiest ones were none other than Wang Tang and the others, who rushed towards the light door that had just appeared. Quickly, everyone, hurry up and get out. At this moment, the contained tide of beasts moved once again. Qin Yu put away her jade hand, although she also wanted to seize the chance in the holy fruit, but considering the situation at hand, she could only give up. Ning Bei? Only after she took a step did she realize that Ning Bei had tightly closed his starry eyes and was motionless. She immediately realized that the situation was wrong and rushed towards Ning Bei to take him away, but she found Ning Bei's body was like it had merged into the earth. Couldn't move a bit at all. Hello? What are you two doing? Why aren't you leaving yet? They're about to rush over. Wang Tang was so anxious that he beckoned and urged. Zhao Ming was equally surprised. Senior brother Ning? Sister Qin? What are you guys doing? Ning Bei can't leave. Qin Yu furrowed her brows and gritted her teeth. His consciousness looks like it's been dragged in somewhere. You guys go, I'll stay with him. What? Wang Tang and the others were dumbfounded. It's so hard to get saved, but then you can't leave? At those words, the people outside the screen looked at each other, all confused. What's the situation? How come senior brother Ning can't seem to move? Crap, let's go. Seeing the wave of beasts rushing in front of them, Wang Tang and the others could only leave first even though they felt helpless. Boom! Just as Qin Yu was about to use her undercard to buy some time for Ning Bei, the ground where the two of them were located collapsed. The duo disappeared from view. Even the mighty tide of beasts disappeared without a trace. Wow! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and fell into silence. After a long time, Lin Yueyao lightly called out, Ning Bei. She inexplicably a little out of breath, at the moment no longer have the heart to think, why Qin Yu will stay with Ning Bei together. On the contrary, Qin Yu was so angry that his liver hurt. Jojo, what are you doing ignoring that trash? And the crowd came back to their senses. What happened? Where are senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin? Lord Sacrifice, what's going on? Why can't senior brother Ning move? The unknown crowd could only look at the old man for help. Priest, this is? A group of elders with extraordinary experience were also uncertain at this moment. Moonless stroked his silver beard and said in a deep voice, rumor has it that the divine mirror is the relic of a certain great power, whose intention was transformed into the divine tree, so every holy fruit that the divine tree bears contains the opportunities of that great power. This time, the divine mirror did not hesitate to use up all of its power to bring back the purgatory difficulty that had disappeared for more than 100 years. I think it's because among the 12, it found the preferred person to carry on the legacy. Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked. So, senior brother Ning is the inheritor that great power has hit upon? It must be senior brother Ning, after all, he's the one who picked the sacred fruit. No wonder the difficulty this time is at the purgatory level. I dare say it's because senior brother Ning's outstanding natural talent has been spotted by a great power. The crowd woke up as if from a dream. It was no longer worried about Ning Bei, but had turned into envy. Great! Lin Yueyao also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the young girl's attitude, thick jealousy and envy rose within Qin Yu. No, this can still give him a chance? I feel like a supporting character living in his shadow. Qin Yu was so angry that his teeth itched. He was unconvinced. It was obviously a line between life and death. How could Ning Bei still have a chance to turn the tide against all odds? This is outrageous. Why can't you have this kind of good thing? In the next moment, he looked at Lin Yueyao, whose frown was soothing. Yueyao, just now, my sister stayed behind to accompany Ning Bei. Did you see that? See? Lin Yueyao nodded gently. Now, her feelings are very complicated. Why did Qin Yu treat Ning Bei so well? Doesn't this woman have any sense of distance? We can't let them continue to develop. I don't know what they will become in the future. Qin Yu egged on, so when they come out, we must break through. You have a point. Lin Yueyao was quite agreeable. Although she felt that Ning Bei didn't deserve her, other women shouldn't try to get their hands on her. Inside the secret, Ning Bei and Qin Yu fell into a mouthful of crypt. Neither one of them reacted, resulting in a stack. Ning Bei, are you alright? In the darkness, Qin Yu rushed the person underneath her and asked. Nope. It's just that the blockage is making me a little out of breath. Ooh-hoo. Qin Yu realized afterward, her pink cheeks rolling as she climbed to her feet. Thump. The two of them got up. On either side of a stone pathway, long lights suddenly came on. Go on, check it out. The two of them had just moved their feet, and in the next moment, a thick voice rose up. Brat, how did you get in here? Directly in front of it, a massive residual soul condensed out as it scrutinized Ning Bei. Senior is? Ning Bei felt that the other party wasn't quite satisfied. This honored one is the owner of the divine mirror. Oh, so it's Senior. Ning Bei respectfully said, I've heard a lot about Senior's great name. You've heard of my father? Nope. Good. The remnant soul shook visibly, pointing at Qin Yu. This father is going to bestow the inheritance to her. There's nothing for you to do here. Go play on the side. But he picked the holy fruit. Qin Yu pointed at Ning Bei. What? The remnant soul froze at his words and once again sized up Ning Bei. You're the one who picked the holy fruit? Yes. Ning Bei admitted frankly. Just now, time was running out and he used the system to open up. No way. It seemed unbelievable to the remnants of the soul. It clearly sensed the young girl's destiny before using the last power of the divine mirror. How could it be that this handsome and peerless boy with an extraordinary temperament picked the holy fruit? He's nothing but handsome. It doesn't matter who picked the sacred fruit. Ningbei spread his hands and said, if senior only wants to give the inheritance to her, I have no problem with that. Not waiting for the remnants to give a thumbs up in recognition. Qin Yu hurriedly waved her hand and preempted, I don't want it, its inheritance is too wasteful, it's easy for me to go astray. Ningbei froze, so you can't see it either? You too? Qin Yu batted her long eyelashes. Polite remnant, Naya. Know anything about the dead? P.S. Happy National Day everyone, stop working for a few days first, and try to update when I come back from vacation. Chapter 10, the Empress' sentence of no regret takes half of Ningbei's life. Faced the complaints of the remnants of the soul. Ningbei and Qin Yu ignored it and whispered to themselves. Jojo, it's trying to take over us. You found it too? Qin Yu's face showed surprise as she whispered, beneath our feet is a formation art that belongs to the aura of the sacrificial formation. Since this old thing is not a good person, let's not be human. What do you want to do? Of course, how cool how to do it, try it or not. The corner of Ningbei's mouth lifted slightly, looking meaningfully into the young girl's beautiful eyes. Do it here? Greeting Qin Yu's inquiring gaze, Ningbei nodded seriously. He had already thought of a way to tear himself away from the other party without the need to exit the sacrificial formation of the remnant soul. Seeing Ningbei's determination, Qin Yu also nodded in agreement. She also had cards in her hand, and even if something unexpected happened to Ningbei's approach, she still had the chance to take control of the situation and at least bring Ningbei to escape with her life. What are you two little dolls talking about? Didn't your adult teach you manners? Delayed in responding, the remnant soul gradually lost its patience. Old thing, what's your dog's name? Ningbei stopped pretending and summoned the soul transformation talisman redeemed from the store with his right hand in his sleeve. This object can refine all souls and turn them into spiritual energy to be absorbed. Vertical Sun, how dare you show such disrespect to this honored one, thanks to which I wanted to grant you some opportunities, now it seems that you are not worthy. Saying that, the remnant soul looked at Qin Yu, little girl, you're just so much more polite than him, don't worry, this father will definitely help you on the road to prosperity. Elder, what's behind you? Qin Yu raised her jade hand, pretending to be surprised. Just as the remnant soul subconsciously looked behind her, several wooden darts engraved with runes appeared in Qin Yu's hands, glowing with a dazzling blue light after she injected Shin force into them. Shoo shoo shoo. Qin Yu waved her hand and threw it, and the wooden darts flew out dozens of feet at lightning speed, respectively inserting themselves into different ground surfaces. Each place is an eye of the formation. Boom. When the formation stopped abruptly, it instantly swung out a terrifying shockwave in all directions. What? The remnant soul that noticed such a commotion looked back in consternation. Little girl, what are you doing? The formation technique has been sealed, your trickery has failed. Qin Yu said in a cold voice. You. Ha ha. Now, the residual soul knows that it is useless to say more, suddenly laughed. This father hibernates for so many years, only to wait for a suitable opportunity. I have to say, you two are indeed very clever, and even able to detect the Heaven's Condemnation soul array that this father set up. It's just a pity that you're still too young after all, and even thought that sealing the array would change the destiny of being controlled by this father. Boom! A wild oppression burst out from the shaky body of the remnant soul, and in a flash, the entire cavern shook. Even though my father doesn't possess a physical body, it's not something you ants can fight against. With that said, the remnant soul poked out a hand towards the front, and on the way, the shadow of its palm suddenly swelled, grabbing at Ningbei with a momentum that covered the sky and the sun. And at this moment, the remnant soul laughed insanely, just as if it didn't take the two of them seriously. After all, back then, he was also a powerful and resounding figure. Bring it on you. Just as the remnant soul rushed in front of him, Ningbei's soul transformation talisman hidden behind his back shot out, and in an instant, it was affixed to the remnant soul's brow. Thud! The remnant soul that was unstoppable 1 second was actually suspended in the void the next. The particles of power it emitted were absorbed by the talisman at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? The remnant soul's complexion suddenly changed. Especially after feeling the loss of power, it was alarmed and said, Vertical Sun, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? You stop it. Ah! The remnant soul, which was already only weakly supported by its strength, immediately let out a hysterical scream. Qin Yu looked at Ningbei in surprise. This means you. Where did you learn it? Subduing a soul body with just a talisman and seemingly absorbing power. Even the current her couldn't pull out this kind of tactic. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Later, I'll teach you. Qin Yu was slightly stunned, then smiled sweetly. Yes. Not much longer. The miserable screams of the remnant soul ceased, and its figure disappeared. The soul transformation talisman flew into Ningbei's hand, and he perceived it and said, Hiss, it can actually absorb so much spiritual energy, Jojo. We might be able to make a direct breakthrough after refining it. Refine it yourself, after all, it's you. Come on. Without waiting for Qin Yu to finish her sentence, Ningbei pulled her to a flat place and told her to get it together. After all, as the old saying goes, a truly strong relationship is not about how much good you do together, but how much bad you do together. Ning Beizhang had an idea that might be able to make this transmigrating empress completely tied to himself. Under Ning Bei's warm invitation, Qin Yu couldn't put it off and finally refined the aura together, and was also pleased with Ning Bei's generosity. A few moments later, when the aura was absorbed, the talisman turned into ashes. As for Ning Bei and Qin Yu's cultivation levels, they had simultaneously reached the late stage of foundation establishment. If I hadn't snatched away half of your aura, perhaps you would have expected to impact the Jiedan realm. Qin Yu pursed her lips and looked at Ning Bei with emotion. Ning Bei laughed, don't say that, but you're the only one who stayed behind to accompany me in a life and death situation. Hearing this, Qin Yu's gaze flickered for a moment, panicking and changing the topic, you're so nice. I also don't know if Lin Yueyao has a problem with her head, she actually doesn't cherish you so much. Ha, it's all in the past anyway. Ning Bei smiled dashingly and said, besides, without her dissent, how do I know how good you are? The sudden praise immediately made Qin Yu redden her face. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she said in some panic, that, for these hundreds of years, the Academy has been treating the remnant soul as a gift, and although we dealt with it for self-preservation, this act of refining it, if it is publicized, it might attract the blame of the Academy. Don't worry, let's just say that this matter is my own decision and has nothing to do with you. Ning Bei said with a serious face. No. Qin Yu heard decisively refused, said, this is our decision together, besides, our cultivation cannot be faked. I think it is not as good as we falsely claim to have gained the inheritance. After the inheritance, the residual soul depleted, the power disappeared, so it is also more logical some. Hearing this, Ning Bei nearly burst out laughing. He pulled Qin Yu together to refine the aura, nothing more than wanting the young girl to get into the same bed as himself. Now Qin Yu's statement even took the initiative to instigate themselves to lie together, undoubtedly just what Ning Bei wanted. Now that's a real bundle. Of course, Ning Bei's surface still has to be a bit more stable. This method is indeed good, but it was my idea to propose refining. Jojo, it was me who caused you to go down the wrong path. Don't say that. If I'm not willing, how can you force me? Qin Yu locked eyes with Ning Bei and softly laughed. Besides, I don't think it's a crooked path. Even if everyone thinks it is, then I also willing to go down this crooked path with you, and I don't regret it. 9. Ning Bei was stunned. The words he had prepared to say at this moment paled and were superfluous in the face of the maiden's sincere feelings. This sincere emotion, so that Ning Bei lost his mind for a moment, could not help but hold Qin Yu's jade hand. P.S. Back, friends. The book has been signed and updates will resume next. Chapter 11, Hidden Relationships Leaked, All Your Mother's Reunion. The sudden holding of hands instantly made Qin Yu panic. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand out, but then suddenly stopped halfway there, seemingly remembering something. Ahem, sorry. The next moment, Ning Bei was letting go of her. I was too touched just now. I didn't expect someone to be so nice to me. Don't be angry. I remember you said that you didn't want to find a Taoist couple yet. You mustn't be stressed because of what I just did. Ning Bei kindly took a stand. Not only did it ease Qin Yu's nervousness, but it also made her laugh out softly saying, it's okay, there are no outsiders here anyway, I'm not angry. Ning Bei feigned embarrassment and scratched his head. Let's go out then, the people outside must be worried as well. Aha! Qin Yu nodded slightly, her pretty face remaining on a touch of redness as she followed Ning Bei's side. Remember to say that together they obtained the inheritance. Don't worry. Ning Bei answered with a smile, his heart bursting with joy. When it came down to it, everything had gone smoother than he had imagined, and this transmigrating empress was completely bound to him. And it's still active and sincere. System, when I touched her hand you gave me reverse value. What do you mean? There are prizes for touching more. Ning Bei, degree winky face. The duo came out. The whole venue was abuzz. Great, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are both safe and sound. Worthy of being the absolute pride of our academy. It's still the first time someone has passed the Purgatory difficulty test. The crowd cheered as it did. Moonless, who was the sacrificial wine, also walked forward and after surveying the two, said with some surprise, both of your realms have been elevated? Qin Yu was the first to speak, indicating that together they had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Mirror Lord. Ning Bei then chimed in. This news came as a shock to the crowd. At the same time, the masterminds of the academy, led by Moonless, were also guilty of surprise. Both of them have obtained the inheritance. Who should this chief disciple be given to? The elders looked at each other in disbelief, and it was difficult to decide for a moment. Lord Sacrificer, all along, Qin Yu has been the most gifted in our academy, and I think that if she becomes the chief disciple, not only will she be able to convince the people, but she will also be able to better lead the academy to a higher hall, so I support making her the chief disciple. Ning Bei arched his hand. He certainly couldn't let go of a favor like this one. Furthermore, the status of a chief disciple was comparable to making the transmutation emperor owe another favor? Smart people know how to choose. You're actually willing to give up this honor? Moonless was surprised, and the old eyes that looked at Ningbei radiated with relief. If we want to talk about patterns, it has to be our senior brother Ning. I'm not surprised at all. After all, senior brother Ning is already broad-minded and humble. One of them is right anyway, it's the same for whoever is in charge. As the crowd murmured, there were also voices of entrapped personalities. In this way, the dilemma in front of Moonless and the others was undoubtedly solved. Just when things had just turned around, Qin Yu was not happy and straightened up. No way. Please also ask the priestess to grant the chief status to Ningbei. He's the key to picking the sacred fruit and helping us get rid of the beast tide. When these words came out, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others looked at each other in disbelief. That makes sense. If Ningbei hadn't picked the sacred fruit, we're afraid that we would have been long gone. Jojo, don't say that. Ningbei looked at the young girl and said seriously, if you hadn't stayed to accompany me to face the difficulties in the end, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance, and it's this courageous spirit of yours that doesn't fear life and death for the sake of your fellow disciples that makes you even more worthy of taking up the position as the Academy's chief disciple. Ningbei, his face value is justified. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming looked at each other, ashamed of themselves. They were far from Qin Yu's determination and vigor in a critical situation. The humility of the two men, though it throws the question back again, shows a noble character. How is this not a blessing for the Academy? Aside from the relief of the crowd, there were two people who were so angry that their back teeth broke. Asshole. That's my sister, there's no need for you to care. Qin Yu's gaze toward Ningbei flickered with jealousy and gloom. Lin Yueyao couldn't even hold back for a moment. She wanted to push through the crowd and rush over, questioning Ningbei in public whether he wanted her or the woman who had hooked up with someone else's fiancé. Why are you so nice to Qin Yu? Yueyao, don't be impulsive. At the moment of crisis, Qin Yu stopped her. Now that the priest and the elders are still around, you'll be incurring the wrath of the people. We'll be able to turn the tables in no time. Forget it. Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and finally calmed down. It's been endured until now, and it's not a moment too soon. As long as the plan unfolds later, Qin Yu will hate Ningbei, so in the future, Ningbei will only surround her. Never again will it have anything to do with Qin Yu. Well, don't push it, either of you. After a moment, Moonless made a decision. This divine mirror examination belongs to the Purgatory difficulty that comes along once in 100 years, and all of you have played a vital role in it. In my opinion, we might as well break the custom and set you all together as chiefs, sharing the treatment of chief disciples, and in the future, we also hope that you'll lead the Academy on a higher cultivation path by setting an example. Moonshine declared forcefully. With such rare two heavenly prides, he also had a love for talent and wanted to focus on cultivating them. When these words came out, the entire audience also cheered incessantly. 2 chiefs. That's unprecedented. No one objected even after Moonless words fell for a long time, but instead, they were all cheered with glee. Many thanks to the priest and the elders. Ningbei and Qin Yu looked at each other and smiled, arching their hands in unison. Work hard, I'm looking out for you. After saying that, the priest led a group of elders to leave. Although the secret realm examination had come to an end, there were still many things waiting for them to deliberate and decide, especially regarding the divine mirror. And everyone is getting ready to disperse one by one. At this time, a voice abruptly sounded at first. Ningbei, are you pursuing her? In full view of everyone, only Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu made an imposing entrance. Seeing this woman, Ningbei frowned. What are you babbling about? I'm bull ******* ting? Lin Yueyao snorted lightly and raised her condescending chin. Right now in the entire academy, who doesn't know about your relationship with her? She pointed at Qin Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. Hooking up with someone else's fiancé, brazen. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was confused, until murmurs rang out around them. Is it referring to Ningbei and Qin Yu's relationship? It's rumored that the two are together. It looks like Lin Yueyao is in a hurry. I'd be in a hurry if I were you. It's obvious that she's the one who abandoned senior brother Ning, and in the end, she realized that senior brother Ning was able to find a better one than her. Hearing the voices around her, Qin Yu's phoenix eyes swept over a flash of panic and doubt as she looked at Lin Yueyao and said, watch what you say. You. Without waiting for Lin Yueyao to retort. Stealing my man and you have the nerve to threaten me? Qin Yu took the lead and said, Jojo, you don't know yet, do you? Now the whole academy is rumored that you and Ningbei are together, and also give Ningbei. For nothing. Between words, Qin Yu deliberately described the rumors about the two of them as unpleasant and shameful. After all, in his perception, as long as he portrayed his sister and Ningbei in a darker light, the more his sister would hate and resist Ningbei. When he saw the apprehension on Qin Jojo's face, Qin Yu was even more nearly laughing out loud, thinking that he had succeeded in his trickery. I don't know that the truth is the fastest way to go. Qin Jojo is really giving it to Ningbei. The top bit moves on its own. Who wouldn't be nervous about being exposed? However, this was a godsend for Ningbei, who had known about the conspiracy through the system long before he left the secret realm. Happy to be happy, Ningbei can't show it, but to support Qin Yu, shut up, rumor stops at the wise man, no matter who spreads the rumor, I will definitely bring him out. Ningbei, are you denying your relationship with her? Lin Yueyao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said expectantly, that I'll give you a chance, now that you've cleared the air with her in public, promise not to pay any more attention to her, and apologize to me, perhaps I'll be able to forgive you, and reconsider about getting back together with you. Finally, the moment has come. The corners of her mouth could barely be suppressed. This time she would never forgive Ningbei so easily. She had to temper the other party fiercely. Who made Ningbei dare to snub her? A fiancé has to be spoiled. But the next moment, Lin Yueyao didn't wait for the desired result, but was instead spat on by Ningbei. Your compound. Chapter 12, the protagonist still wants to raise the storm. I say your sister's really runnin'. You? Lin Yueyao's delicate body trembled, petrified on the spot. Her mouth was open so wide that she didn't even realize the unknown liquid was flowing into her cherry mouth. Wow! The surroundings even resounded with a backward breath of cold air. Good lord, senior brother Ning got Lin Yueyao's face? Can you talk? That's called spraying a face full of spit. Not waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses. Ningbei had already pulled up Qin Yu, who was in embarrassment and confusion, and left. Qin Yu did not resist, after all, at this moment, she had long hated to escape from this place. A roar of laughter went up around them. Ha, I told you that senior brother Ning wouldn't eat back grass. What was Lin Yueyao thinking? She still has the face to mention getting back together? What a rumor stops at. That hand-holding must have a clear conscience. The surrounding snickers made Lin Yueyao come back to her senses, and she was ashamed and angry. Ningbei, stop, you give me a clear explanation. She was just about to chase after him, but she was stopped by Qin Yu. Yueyao, calm down. Qin Yu hurriedly said, wait for me, leave this matter to me. I'll first go find Jojo and ask what's going on. Looking at the back of the two people holding hands and leaving, Lin Yueyao a whole breath shaking cold. She couldn't believe that Ningbei, who used to spoil her to the bone, was actually treating her this way one after another, and leaving with another woman's hand in front of her? This caused a kind of unprecedented tension and worry to grow within her, and her subconscious pride prevented her from facing it. Ouch, who kicked me? Qin Yu had only just taken a step after him when he was kicked out. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, countless big feet fell like rain, kicking him so hard that he directly couldn't open his eyes. Who hit me? Stop right there. Lin Yueyao lost her color when she saw this. She could no longer think about anything but to first take Qin Yu to escape like a street rat. Qin Jojo's small courtyard. After Ningbei turned around outside, he came back again and pretended to be out of breath. Jojo, I've investigated clearly. Upon hearing this, Qin Jojo's delicate face changed, and she was busy asking, Ningbei, who exactly is spreading the word about us? Your brother. What? It was Qin Yu and Lin Yueyao. Meeting the young girl's shocked gaze, Ningbei slowly told, during the time we were in the Divine Mirror, Qin Yu encouraged Lin Yueyao to find a few senior sisters to go around spreading rumors about us, trying to get you to stay away from me because of those rumors. Look, they're being brought here. Ningbei pointed in a direction. There were a few disciples from the Preceptor Pavilion who were escorting 4 female outer disciples over. These people are Lin Yueyao Guan's sisters, playing the ability to have a lover, in order to support the good sister's happiness, spread rumors to smear Qin Jojo and Ningbei. But this so-called deep love sisters have turned into plastic sisters at the moment. Senior sister Qin, it's not our fault, it's all because Lin Yueyao forced us to do it. We dare not resist her. She also said that this was explained by Qin Yu, who claimed to be your elder brother, and that's why we agreed. As soon as they arrived, the 4 sold too. After all, in the face of Ningbei and Qin Jojo, the 2 chief disciples, how could their district of 4 outer disciples still dare to act out? Take them down and dispose of them according to the commandments. Qin Jojo gritted her silver teeth and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. At this moment, her heart is mixed, not realizing that all of this was actually her own brother's doing. Yes. A few disciples of the Preceptor Pavilion quickly suppressed the person. I'm sorry Jojo. Ningbei looked at the young girl and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect things to be this serious. You're not to blame for this matter. Qin Jojo raised her head and gazed at Ningbei's gaze. To say apologize, it should also be me apologizing to you, if not for the fact that I have such an indisputable elder brother. You wouldn't have been implicated because of me, much less messed up like this with Lin Yueyao. Halfway through the sentence, she didn't even have the face to say it again. After all, spreading such an elder brother, first hooked up with other people as fiancés, and then slandered Ningbei's innocence. Each of these things can be described as human and God's wrath. It was because of the sibling relationship, Qin Jojo could not help but feel a wave of guilt when looking at Ningbei. Congratulations to the host for making a major change in the state of mind of the sister of the child of Qi, who will play a more favorable role in the host's life in the future. Reward 5,000 reverse value. Exempt? The corners of Ningbei's mouth were harder to suppress than Barrett's. He knew that the hints given by the system were all ironclad facts, which also proved that in the future, Qin Jojo would be even less likely to stand on Qin Yu's side. Instead, it was possible to side with him and fight against Qin Yu together. It was a surprise. At this point, Qin Yu made a surprise visit. Originally, he was stopped outside the core area, but he couldn't help being beaten up and still asked to see Qin Jojo. The disciples guarding the gate had no choice but to come and give a briefing. Qin Jojo did not refuse and ordered someone to bring him in. "Aren't you going to ask me why you're still willing to see him?" Qin Jojo looked at the silent Ningbei and curiously said. Ningbei looked harmless. "He's your elder brother. I'll respect your decision." Ningbei. Qin Jojo pursed her lips. At this moment, she even had a fantasy, if her elder brother is Ningbei. Just as this thought rose, it was dispersed by her shaking her head, and instead she blushed. After all, both had already done certain things. Not much longer. Qin Yu was brought in, and after seeing that Ningbei was also there, he had a black line. "Jojo, why are you still walking with him? He's ruined your innocence." At those words, Qin Jojo was silent and voiceless. For the first time, it made her feel such intense hatred and dislike for the older brother in front of her. One might even say disgusting. In order to get back at someone, he went so far as to hitch his sister's reputation and ended up being evil. Disgusting in the extreme. "Hey, you stay away from my sister in the future, do you hear me?" Qin Yu pointed at Ningbei, knowing full well that the latter didn't dare to make a move right now. Ningbei didn't make a sound. "Have you had enough?" Qin Jojo, however, couldn't bear it and interrupted in a cold voice. "Jojo?" Qin Yu blinked, then said with a look of hatred, "I'm doing this for your own good. You're a girl, don't you know how important your reputation is to you? Hee hee, how much longer do you want to pretend?" Qin Jojo showed no mercy. "Do you really think that I don't know that it was you who encouraged Lin Yueyao to send people to rumor about my relationship with Ningbei? Who exactly ruined my reputation?" "I." Qin Yu was stunned at his words, and a flash of embarrassment at being exposed flashed across his face. He did not think that this matter will be exposed. Busy sophistry. "Jojo, you listen to me, you do not believe in others. I am your older brother, how can I harm you?" "Enough." Qin Jojo clenched her silver teeth. "I agreed to see you today because I want to make it clear to you that you are not allowed to claim to be my elder brother at the outer gate in the future. I don't have you as an elder brother, and you are even less likely to do things in my name. Have I made myself clear enough?" Knock. At those words, Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. How could his sister, whom he had always considered his pride, do this to him? But instead of reflecting on himself, he blamed Ningbei. "Was it you? What exactly did you say to my sister? You bastard ruined my sister's reputation, and you still want to stir up our brother-sister relationship, don't you?" "Jojo, don't believe him." Qin Yu looked at Qin Jojo again. "This asshole, he beat me. I'm your brother. Shouldn't you take revenge for me? How can you still get so close to him?" Ningbei had yet to speak. Qin Jojo suddenly wrapped her arms around him and said to Qin Yu, "Don't blame Ningbei for everything. You want Ningbei to ruin my reputation so badly, don't you? Good, then I'll tell you the truth. In fact, I've long been Ningbei's person." "Jojo, don't talk nonsense." Qin Yu's brain buzzed at the words and he hurriedly stopped it. He was already jealous of Ningbei, so how could he accept his sister being with Ningbei? Just talking about it wouldn't do it. It's going to kill him. But the next moment, he saw Ningbei wrapping his arms around Qin Jojo's waist, meeting Qin Yu's angry plus shocked gaze, and laughing lightly. "Your sister is so moist." Chapter 13, the protagonist still wants to take revenge, but your sister has moved on. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reversing a dilemma into an advantage and inflicting a psychic blast on the son of Qi, rewarding the reverse value. No! Qin Yu Bengbu lived. Especially seeing the salty hands on his sister's waist and Ningbei's provocation made him so angry that he lost his wits and violently pounced on Ningbei. Not waiting for Ningbei to make a move, Qin Jojo had already shouted for someone to come and drag Qin Yu out, and announced that in the future, if Qin Yu claimed to be her elder brother again, he would let the disciples of the academy look at it. This is undoubtedly clearing the relationship with Qin Yu. From now on, Qin Yu can no longer borrow Qin Jojo's name to act. And no one will believe it when they say it. Inside the room, Ningbei quietly looked at the young girl, his handsome face revealing a light smile. Qin Jojo was stared at with her heart beating like a drum, and nervously said, "That, I just said it was your man." Was trying to get him to stop meddling. Especially about the two of us. "I know." Ningbei let out a light laugh and said, "That's why I'm wrapping my arms around my waist to match you." Qin Jojo pursed her lips, somewhat at a loss for what to say. Although she possessed memories of two lives, she had never actually crossed paths with a man except for Ningbei. Not to mention that she and Ningbei had had another relationship, and even though neither of them brought it up again, it still made the atmosphere a bit strange in the closed room. It's an indefinable hazy ambiguity. Ningbei also noticed something and took the initiative to take his leave. "I'll walk you." Qin Jojo was just sent to the door, but was stopped by Ningbei with a smile. "Don't send. Now that we've become the chief disciples, we're already under the spotlight, and very soon the academy will send us to lead the disciples out on adventures, so you'd better hurry up and consolidate your realm." "Aha!" Qin Jojo Yen smiled and nodded, not insisting anymore. She stood by the door and looked at Ning Bei until the other party's figure disappeared, before closing the fan door. Exhale. After returning to the room, Qin Yu used her back against the door, took a deep breath, and covered her thumping heart with her jade hand. This feeling. So strange. The other side. Ning Bei opened the system store to take a look, and the corners of his mouth suddenly became harder to suppress than a hiss. There's actually 75,500 reverse value? He didn't expect that in just a few days, he would have gained so much reverse value that he would be able to buy quite a few goodies in the system store. Most of these reversal values were obtained from Qin Yu, and Lin Yueyao, with the rest of the people providing a small amount as well. After thinking about it for a while, Ning Bei decided to exchange 3 yuan gathering pills first to impact the realm. If he could reach the Jidan realm from the late foundation establishment stage before the experience, then there would be a qualitative leap in his strength. After all, the Jidan realm belonged to the significance of being a milestone for cultivators. Before that, one might be able to rely on a magic weapon to control the air, while after the completion of the Dan, one would be able to realize autonomous flight without the aid of a magic weapon. As a cultivator, who doesn't fantasize about being able to go to heaven and earth? What's more, there will be a multifold increase in strength. When Ning Bei said he would do it, he first gave up the idea of spending his remaining reverse value and began to seriously refine the precious Guen Dan. The remaining tens of thousands of reverse value wouldn't be able to buy any heaven-defying treasures anyway, so it would be better to save it. The moment. Inside the main hall of the academy, a group of academy powerhouses, led by Moonless, were surveying around a half-human tall round stone, letting out a word of emotion every now and then. The divine mirror is hidden within the stone. We can finally get a glimpse of the real thing. Yes, in the past, because of the intention of that senior left inside the mirror, we could only drive it to be used for the test. Now that that senior's intention has disappeared, we no longer have to take it into consideration. In the future, our academy will have one more supreme treasure. Listening to everyone's sentiments, Moonless smiled and stroked his silver beard, saying, "Everyone, let's follow the old man to break the stone and take the mirror." Yes! The crowd bellowed in unison. Muddy spiritual energy erupted from their bodies one after another, and in an instant, the entire main hall became shaky. Boom! After their majestic power surged into the stone, the seal set within it was instantly broken, and soon, a mirror object with a novel shape fell out. Phew! At the same time, there was a streak of light that flew out of the mirror and disappeared in an instant. "Priest, what was that just now?" someone exclaimed. The rest of them looked at each other with confused surprise on their faces. Obviously all of them were aware of it. Moonless frowned her silver eyebrows, but she couldn't perceive anything, and finally said, "Perhaps it's just a residual force left inside the mirror, no need to care. We'll explore this divine mirror first." Right. The crowd didn't care. Orientation of the miscellaneous service area. Qin Yu walked on the road in a state of disorientation. It was really because the blow just now was too heavy, causing him to be unable to slow down right now. Ouch. Suddenly, a streak of light snapped into his brow, causing his tiger's body to jolt. Immediately afterward, an unfamiliar voice resounded in his mind, "Little doll, you are destined to be with this father." Who? What man? Qin Yu was so scared that his hair stood on end and he looked left and right. "Don't look for it, the honored one is inside you." What? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instantly turned pale with fear. What are you? How did you run into my body?" "My name, the great love of heaven." The vicissitudes of sound slowly said, "I was in the immortal world, the famous party of the strong, but because of a thought difference, fire into the devil, physical destruction, and ultimately transformed into a wisp of the soul thought traveling in the world, did not want to pass by this place today, but actually feel that you and I have a destiny." The great Aizen? Immortal world? Karma? Upon hearing these terms, Qin Yu's expression changed, and a few moments of anticipation arose. "Elder, what do you mean by having a destiny?" Seeing that Qin Yu took the bait, the Tsang voice continued, "I see that you are full of wounds and forlorn. I'm afraid that you have already suffered all the hardships of this mundane world." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu almost didn't cry out, excitedly saying, "Senior, you're not wrong at all. Senior, can you help me?" He couldn't wait to get down on his knees and plead. "It's so hard nowadays. That's all." The Tsang voice pretended to be emotional, "Remembering that you and I are destined to be together, this father will make an exception and accept you as his disciple, and if he gives you some guidance in the future, he can help you to be amazing and invincible in the world. Master, please accept my disciple's obeisance." Without waiting for the Tsang voice to finish, Qin Yu flung himself onto his knees. Fear that the other side will back out. Having suffered so much, now finally waiting for a chance to turn the tables. He would make sure that all those blank stares and taunts would be turned into admiration and envy for himself, just as he had looked at Ning Bei. Then take that bastard, Ning Bei, and step on him hard. A clean slate. Good disciple. The Tsang voice penetrated with surprise, saying, "As the master said before, the master lost his physical body due to going into a fire. I'm afraid that he can't survive here for too long. If you want the master to stay for a long time to instruct you, then you must help the master to do one thing first. Please, master, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Master wants your cultivation, all of it, and shall not resist." What? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. But after hesitating, he still agreed. Anyway, he is only in the early stage of chi cultivation, and if he doesn't break the boat once, he will never have a chance to turn over. Why not take a gamble? And so it was. After Qin Yu agreed, the soul thought began to draw on his cultivation. However, this process was very painful, and all of a sudden, Qin Yu felt a heat in his pants. Asses. Apprentice, do not resist, master will be done soon. Master. I can still endure. Master, you lighten up a bit. Apprentice really hurts. This process did not last long, it was really because Qin Yu's cultivation level was too low. Although the soul thought was very dissatisfied, there was nothing it could do. Whoever made it not absorb some more power now would soon have its soul scattered. Yes, it's better than no. But it was bitter to Qin Yu. His whole body was sitting on the ground, still shaking, while under his ass, there was a foul-smelling wetland of urine. Unbearable. Master, is that good enough? Qin Yu asked breathlessly. Even after suffering so much, he did not forget the hope of turning over a new leaf. Good disciple, in the future, your master will be able to stay by your side for a long time and help you change your fate against the heavens. The vicissitudes of sound resounded once again, painting the cake. Great. Qin Yu shed tears of happiness. It's not worth tearing his pants and sitting in the at the moment. And no one has found him yet. What a godsend. Just as Qin Yu was immersed in happiness, suddenly, a silhouette appeared without warning, and it was clearly Lin Yueyao. Qin Yu, Sigma, winky face. Chapter 14, the fiancé is still jealous? You're only worthy of the king of, Qin Yu. The moment she saw Qin Yu, Lin Yueyao screamed out. The foul odor that came to her face instantly caused her to cover her mouth and nose, and a pair of beautiful eyes that looked at Qin Yu revealed unspeakable horror and dislike. That's disgusting. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. 1 second he was thankful that no one had noticed his mess, but then he was greeted by the young girl he was most afraid of bumping into. Yueyao, you listen to me. Things are not like what you see. Qin Yu tried to weasel out of it. Don't you come any closer. Lin Yueyao fiercely took a step back. Even though she was mindful of the other party's kindness to herself, she still didn't dare to let Qin Yu get close. You go and wash up first. Go and wash up. Be nice. You wait for me. Qin Yu's face was hot with embarrassment. At this moment, he could not wait to find a crack in the ground and vaporize. A few moments later, Qin Yu came back clean. Lin Yueyao still couldn't bear to look directly at her, keeping a minimum distance and not daring to breathe heavily when she spoke. What were you doing just now? Why is it all over your body? Yueyao, it's not what you think. Qin Yu had already thought of an excuse and sophistically said, it's that a senior brother failed to practice his summoning formation and I just happened to pass by and he almost drowned. I could only step in to save him. What? Lin Yueyao was stunned. As good as she was at fooling around, it was hard to believe such a ridiculous statement, even for her. Seeing this, Qin Yu justifiably stated, you don't believe me, do you? Fine, then I'll take you to him. You have to remember to keep it a secret even then, okay? Are you telling the truth? Looking at Qin Yu's serious expression, Lin Yueyao was shaken. Yueyao, when have I ever lied to you? Qin Yu said forcefully, besides, even if I don't know anything about cultivation, I'm at least not blind. Do you think I'd fall into a thatched pit? Lin Yueyao had no words to retort. Or, out of her trust and gratitude to Qin Yu, it made her unable to think of what exactly had caused him to become that way. It seems to make more sense to save the day. Seeing the dislike on Lin Yueyao's face subside, Qin Yu sweated in relief and busied himself with changing the topic. Yueyao, something big is wrong. What's wrong? Spreading rumors about my sister and Ningbei were exposed. Qin Yu was honest about what happened. Lin Yueyao, who was informed of what happened, was also struck by lightning. What did you say? She actually said herself as Ningbei's person? I'm going to find Ningbei and ask her clearly. She had been suffering from Ningbei's cold shoulder these days, and it was hard enough on her heart. Now that she learned that Ningbei and Qin Jojo were together, what kind of sanity did that make her take? You don't get excited, Yueyao, this is definitely fake. Qin Yu hurriedly stopped. Think about it, Jojo doesn't even recognize me as her elder brother. It must be because our disassociation plan was defeated, causing them to get angry. That's why they will intentionally say angry words, just to make us angry. Are you sure it's just gas? Sure. Meeting the young girl's gaze, Qin Yu patted his chest and said, don't I know my own sister well? Besides, you and Ningbei have only been separated for a few days? If Jojo is really such a casual person, would she still wait to leave her virginity to Ningbei? So, this must be their angry words. Even if you don't know my sister, then you still don't know Ningbei? Would he possibly have sex with Jojo? Lin Yueyao's speech froze. When it comes to Ningbei, she is the one who knows best, and after liking her for so many years, without her permission, she doesn't even dare to take the initiative to hold her hand. How could such a Ningbei take a woman's innocence? And Qin Jojo so resistant to men, even if the two really fell in love, but also certainly not develop so quickly. Then I'll go find him and ask him about it too. Lin Yueyao clenched her silver teeth and said jealously, how can he just hug other women just because he's angry? Seeing that Lin Yueyao was jealous because of Ning Bei, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a touch of jealousy. In the next moment, he blocked, Yueyao, we have to keep our composure at this time. If you go to Ning Bei now, it's equivalent to admitting defeat. Available. Before Lin Yueyao could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Yu once again. If there's one time, there's a second time. If you go to Ning Bei this time because you care about him, then in the future, how can you control him? Lin Yueyao's heart was complicated. Out of the dissatisfaction in her heart, she did want to ask Ning Bei for clarification, but because of the condescension in her heart, she really couldn't pull her face. Moreover, she did still want to properly temper Ning Bei, who had been so unruly these past few days. How dare you snub her? If you like me so much, why are you doing this to me? Under the enchantment of winning and losing, and Qin Yu's compulsion and encouragement, although Lin Yueyao held back, there was a worry in her heart. When the two families first set up the marriage contract, it was mainly because the Lin family had encountered a formidable enemy and needed the help of the Ning family. If she caused the Ning family to stop supporting the Lin family when she was hanging Ning Bei out to dry, this would also have a very serious impact on the Lin family. Learning about this, Qin Yu pacified, don't worry Yueyao, Ning Bei doesn't dare to tell his family, otherwise there is no possibility for you to get back together again. He just wants to pinch you, but he doesn't really want to die with you, doesn't he? Well, you have a point. Lin Yueyao thought about it and suddenly smiled. She also didn't think a marriage between the two families would be involved. It was just a minor conflict after all, and besides it wasn't her who was at fault. If Ning Bei had been willing to apologize as he did before, the two would have gotten back together a long time ago. Stinking Ning Bei, actually taking offense with his own fiancée. Lin Yueyao lightly snorted and said, not a bit of manly temperament, I definitely want to let him know that it's useless to come with me and be tough. That's right. Qin Yu was all smiles as he moved closer to Lin Yueyao. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Lin Yueyao backed up like a scared bird, seemingly still because just now Qin Yu was covered in dirty and minded. Qin Yu naturally could see that and pretended to be blameless. Yueyao, I'd better take you to meet that senior brother. I'm afraid you don't believe me. No need. I believe in your Qin Yu. That I still have to practice. I'll leave first. Lin Yueyao forced out a smile. She really didn't want to resist Qin Yu, but she couldn't help. That visual impact and stench was too strong. Can't forget it in this lifetime. If not for the fact that Qin Yu was like this because he saved people, she would not have been able to endure it for a moment. Looking at the young girls fleeing back, Qin Yu felt his face burning hot. Master, you've really victimized my disciple. Apprentice son, don't be in a hurry. Even the fairies will fall in love with you after your master assists you. Really? Thank you, master. Qin Yu always had some comfort in his heart. The next day, Ning Bei successfully impacted the Jedan realm, only feeling refreshed, and his body was full of power as if it had been sublimated. A teenager at the Jedan realm, this could be called a supreme demon in the cultivation world. Even the elders of the Wutian Academy were partially at the Jedan realm level, so one could imagine how demonic Ning Bei was at such an age with such strength. Senior brother Ning, are you there? A voice came from the door. Ning Bei walked out of the courtyard and realized that it was actually an acquaintance, saying, Zhao Ming, you're looking for me for something? Senior brother Ning, I know that you and Qin Yu don't get along. Zhao Ming walked forward and smiled meaningfully, so today, I've specially sent you a good thing. Oh? Ning Bei fixed his eyes on it and realized that it was an AV stone. It is? Senior brother Ning, you'd better see for yourself. Zhao Ming revealed a strange expression, deliberately selling out. After handing over the AV stone to Ning Bei, he left with a big smile on his face. Back in the room. The moment Ning Bei opened the AV stone, a tragic wailing sound abruptly resounded, and the person in that image was none other than Qin Yu. Immediately following. The picture is so disgusting. Chapter 15, the reincarnation of the hallowed abstinence Empress, actually starting to care about the villain. The image of Qin Yu's diarrhea was recorded unreservedly. It was as if you could smell a bad odor. Ha ha. Ning Bei almost shed a tear from laughing. No wonder Zhao Ming behaved so strangely, which in anyone's hands are bungbu live. Although he didn't know why Qin Yu was incontinent, once this kind of thing was publicized, it was enough to make him lose his reputation and not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Even if Lin Yueyao, that silly woman, regards Qin Yu as a white moonlight, if she sees Qin Yu's picture of 1,000 miles, I'm afraid I'll have to throw up in disgust as well. It's absolutely brilliant. Ning Bei laughed so hard that his stomach hurt and carefully put away the AV stones. O.C. Church. Moonshine rolled out 2 heavenly materials and said with a smile, as chief disciples, from now on, you will be able to receive these extra resources every month. Thank you, sacrifice. Ning Bei and Qin Jiu glanced at each other and were busy arching their hands in thanks. Each of these 2 cultivation resources was thicker than the rewards of the previous chief disciples, just as if Moonless was taking special care of the 2 of them. There is also the Merit Technique Pavilion and the Weapon Pavilion. In the future, you guys will also be able to freely enter and exit, picking out merit techniques to cultivate at will. Moonless added, however, judging from the aura on your bodies, you all seem to be practicing stronger techniques, right, which you brought from your families? Yes. Qin Yu was the first to speak, and glanced at Ning Bei. Ning Bei understood and cooperated to lie together. He couldn't just say that the divine yang skill was given by Qin Yu. As for the many disciples of the Wutian Academy, there was no lack of many people practicing their family's techniques. After all, not every disciple was qualified to practice the academy's inner Xiangong. Moonless didn't think much about it, and turned his words around and said, "You guys get ready. According to the practice of the academy in previous years, you'll have to lead some of your disciples to go out and practice, to prove to the outside world that you're the chief of the new generation of the academy." Yes. The Ning Bei duo left after receiving orders. On the way, Qin Yu looked at Ning Bei. "Have you thought about how to bring them to experience? Think about it, and when the time comes, just do as I say." Ning Bei guffawed and laughed. All along, when the chief led the disciples to go out for training, the elders would not intervene, and the chief disciple would be solely responsible for it. This includes, but is not limited to, choosing where, how, etc. This is both a decentralized play and a test for the chief disciple. Seeing that Ning Bei had given it full consideration, Qin Yu didn't say much more and pulled out half of the resources. "By the way, these spirits, you take them and refine them." Ning Bei froze slightly and shook his head. "I have it, keep it for yourself." "Gee, take it," Qin Yu said without refusal. With that, she forced the spirit object into Ning Bei's hands. Not waiting for Ning Bei to return the favor, she had already retreated a body position and said with a smile, "Go get ready. I think the elders are already selecting the disciples who will be going out for training with us. I'm going to get ready too." 9. Ning Bei wanted to say something else, but the young girl had already turned around and left. Looking at the young girl's spirited back, Ning Bei looked down again at the extra spirit item in his hand and shook his head with a smile. "All of them are starting to care about my cultivation. Originally, this chance should be an opportunity for Qin Yu's beggar to make a comeback, but now, it has been completely intercepted by Ning Bei." Compared to her elder brother Qin Yu, Qin Yu clearly cared more about Ning Bei. "It's a great feeling. You want to go out and practice?" Lin Yueyao blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Qin Yu with eyes that were permeated with surprise. "I know that this adventure is led by Ning Bei," Qin Yu said in a serious tone, "but Yueyao, I have to participate in this adventure. I have to leave the academy to do an errand. It's really important to me." The soul nimbus had imparted to him a heavenly fire burning heart technique, which was a very powerful technique, but before he could cultivate it, he had to find a kind of primer to stabilize the form for the soul nimbus. Conveniently, later on, the soul body helped him remodel his meridians and guided his cultivation. And there was no such lure within the academy, so he had to go out and find it. According to the rules of the Wutian Academy, normal disciples were not allowed to go out at will, not to mention that he was only an odd-job disciple, which was why he thought of requesting Lin Yueyao. After all, there was an elder who liked Lin Yueyao very much, and it was only because Lin Yueyao had begged her for help that Qin Yu was able to enter the academy as a handyman disciple in the first place. "Alright, I'll find Elder Yun to try." Lin Yueyao's heart softened. "Who made this her white moon?" "Great Yueyao, don't worry, when I come back this time, you'll witness a brand new me." Qin Yu patted his chest and said excitedly, "Don't be too happy, I'm afraid Elder Yun won't agree." "How could it be? I believe you can Yueyao, after all, Elder Yun loves you so much that he's almost treating you like his own daughter." At a square, more than a dozen disciples gathered together, including Wang Tong and Zhao Ming from the inner sect, as well as Lin Yueyao and others from the outer sect. The only one who seemed out of place was Qin Yu, who was a handyman. The chief led his fellow disciples to go out for training, and although it was required that there must be disciples from the inner sect and the outer sect respectively, there had never been a precedent of bringing handymen. "Qin Yu, what are you still staying here for?" Wang Tang was surprised. Qin Yu was unassuming. "I'm also going to participate in this outbound experience." This statement immediately led to laughter. "No, you're taking part in an outing? Are you kidding? Ha, you're worthy of joining our training as a handyman? Who tricked you so badly? Miscellaneous disciples aren't qualified to participate in the experience." Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Qin Yu remained calm and relaxed, as if he did not have any half-hearted mood swings. He had expected to be mocked, so he had let Lin Yueyao go and invite Elder Yun early in the morning, allowing this group of people to mock him again. As long as Elder Yun arrived, then they would be the ones who were slapped in the face. No need to talk ice with these summer bugs. Why is he so brazen? Actually pretending not to hear? Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others had black lines on their heads, both upset and speechless. Qin Yu is like a piece of dog skin. What's all the noise about? At that moment, two figures appeared together. Senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are here. Senior brother Ning, this guy had to stick around and said he wanted to experience with us. The crowd gathered around and informed Ning Bei of what had happened. "What are you messing around with again? Handymen aren't allowed to participate in the experience, so hurry up and go." Qin Yu looked at Qin Yu and frowned. Having such an older brother made her feel doubly powerless. Usually do not work hard to cultivate, but also prefer to make a show. But every time, he makes a fool of himself again. Qin Yu, on the other hand, pretended to be aloof and ignored it. "Who sent you?" Ning Bei walked forward and looked at Qin Yu with interest. He knows that every move of the son of Qi is often hidden behind a conspiracy. He was afraid that he was holding back some big move. Not waiting for Qin Yu to speak. At that moment, a voice came. I told him to come. The crowd turned their heads at the sound. Two silhouettes walked back and forth. The person at the back was Lin Yueyao, while the one walking in front was Yun Chang. Elder Yun, did you tell Qin Yu to come over? But Qin Yu is just a handyman. How can he participate in our training? In the face of the crowd's surprise and dissatisfaction, Yun Chang, a charming face without waves, clear voice, such a small thing. Do you want me to go to ask the priest not? At those words, Wang Tong and the others were instantly mute and did not dare to refute. After all, this is an elder. Seeing that the crowd shut up, Yun Chang was satisfied as she looked condescendingly at Ning Bei, this time you're the one leading the team's experience. To ensure safety, I've specially arranged for a miscellaneous disciple to travel with you, and this is also a test for you. Don't let me down. Wang Tong and the others looked at each other, all speechless. Let's put the test aside for a moment. The others were in awe of Yun Chang, but Ning Bei was unafraid and said straight out, Elder Yun, are you going out for training together as well? How could I possibly come along? Yun Chang let out a laugh and stated, this is an experience led by the chief disciple, we elders cannot just interfere. Oh, that's tough. Ning Bei spread his hands and while pointing at Qin Yu, he looked at Yun Chang and said, you're arranging for me to have such a handyman disciple who can't take care of himself, and if you don't go along, then who's going to change his pants if he has his pants halfway through the journey? Besides, he poops so much at once. It must stink. Crowd? Chapter 16, the fiancé still wants to make up? The Empress says no. Wow. As Ning Bei's words fell, an uproar resounded around him. Everyone's face showed a shocked look. It was obvious that they hadn't expected the always gentle and refined Ning Bei to say these words. What a knife in the ass, eye-opener. Only Zhao Ming couldn't help but hold his tongue, well versed in Ning Bei's words. Ning Bei, don't spit blood. As for Qin Yu, who was the main character, he felt bad and immediately jumped out with anxious eyes and complained to Yun Chang. Please also ask Elder Yun to make a decision for my disciple. Although I'm just a handyman, I also have a personality. Ning Bei doesn't want me to participate in the training, that's all. He could have just said so. But for him to humiliate a disciple in front of you is to disregard the precepts of the academy, and to disregard you, elder. Upon hearing this, Yun Chang came back to her senses and snapped at Ning Bei. You're also too much of a badass. How can you use such vulgar words towards a fellow disciple? Elder Yun, even telling the truth is vulgar? Ning Bei sneered and looked meaningfully at Qin Yu. I don't know who was by the firewood room in the handyman area, screaming and pulling at the same time, and the louder he screamed, the further he sprayed, and in the end, he got it all over his body. That kind of stuff, isn't this behavior even more vulgar? Wow. At those words, the crowd was once again dumbfounded. Elder brother Ning is saying that Qin Yu is in the firewood room pulling, while screaming and giving a pull? No. The kid stabbed his ass with a burning stick? What the hell, is this for real? Is that guy playing so disgusting? Why don't you go to the toilet when you take a... In an instant, all the gazes of the crowd were directed towards Qin Yu. The sudden situation caught Qin Yu off guard, his face flaming with panic. How did Ning Bei know his secret? When did you bump into it? Is Ning Bei telling the truth? Yun Chang raised her forehead and couldn't help but question Qin Yu. No, not really. Qin Yu was so frightened that he denied it and shook his head repeatedly. Although the state of affairs was beyond expectation, he knew very well that he absolutely could not admit that there were not only his own enemies, but also his beloved goddess, as well as his closest sister. Once the truth is revealed, he will definitely lose his name and reputation, and there is no possibility of redemption. Thus, Qin Yu's heart crossed, and in a show of righteous indignation, he droned, Ning Bei, in vain I still respect you as the chief disciple. I never thought that you were so narrow-minded. Just because I am close to your fiancé, are you going to ruin me like this, and talk nonsense in public? Ning Bei, you've misunderstood Qin Yu. At this time, Lin Yueyao also stood out to explain that day Qin Yu was full of. But he wasn't what you said, he was trying to save people. He went out of his way to get himself dirty in order to save people. How can you use such a noble thing to target Qin Yu? If it's because of me, then you apologize to Qin Yu now. I'll forgive you for the cold shoulder you gave me before is all. Lin Yueyao stomped her feet and said anxiously. This time she was really anxious, she didn't expect Ning Bei to go to this extent for her. However, the fact that Ning Bei was targeting Qin Yu by any means necessary for her sake made her a little smug, and she couldn't help but glance provocatively at Qin Jojo. Ha! Ning Bei gasped and laughed. Looking at Lin Yueyao's confident appearance, he couldn't wait to slap him over and make the other party take a leak and look at himself. When the format became 2 against 1, Yun Chang was also an afterthought. Ning Bei, are you doing this to get back at Qin Yu? If that's the case, then you must give him an explanation today, I say. Hiss. At those words, everyone held their breath. They all saw that Yun Chang had already sided with Qin Yu and was willing to help Qin Yu seek justice even at the cost of tearing his face off with Ning Bei. Now that's trouble. Although Ning Bei is the chief disciple, Yun Chang is at least an elder. Even if Ning Bei was justified, he would still have to bear the charge of disrespecting his teacher. What's more, as it stands now, Ning Bei has no advantage. You want me to give an explanation, don't you? Ning Bei calmly locked eyes with him. Yun Chang pretended to be serious, right? Yeah. Ning Bei smiled. He looked at Qin Jojo first. Jojo, you leave first. Ning Bei. I'll explain it to you later. Okay. Qin Jojo bit her lip and listened to Ning Bei's decision. Jojo, stay here. On the contrary, looking at his sisters departing back, Qin Yu was a bit unhappy as he looked at Ning Bei provocatively. What? You have the face to spout nonsense, and you don't have the face to let her see your woeful state? Sorry, you misunderstood. Ning Bei remained unperturbed, and even wanted to laugh a little. I'm just afraid of dirtying her eyes. Qin Yu? Gentlemen, and behold. Without waiting for Qin Yu to react, Ning Bei had already pulled out the AV stone and urged it straight away. Juice. The shadow and soundstone projected a picture into the void, and the main character in that picture was clearly Qin Yu, who was leaning against the side of the firewood room with a pained look on his face. Just see Qin Yu curled up on the ground, since the mouth constantly issued hysterical screams, while the following also spewed out yellow streams of material. Apt. Ah pffffffffff. Wow. Seeing this, everyone instantly covered their mouths and noses. What the is this? He actually shat his pants? Qin Yu, you're damn disgusting. The moment he saw the image, Qin Yu was also dumbfounded. No, how could Ning Bei have evidence? Although it was only an image, the crowd had already brainstormed the flavor. All of them backed up in shock and were so angry that they cursed. Damn Qin Yu for letting them see something so disgusting. Ha! Lin Yueyao looked skeptical. After all, on that day, she was the only person who had contact with Qin Yu, and when she saw the truth of the matter, it didn't just make her realize that she had been cheated by Qin Yu. At the same time, the stench that had nearly made her vomit seemed to reappear in her nostrils. Vomit. Lin Yueyao only felt her stomach turn inside out and she directly vomited. Yueyao, listen to me. Qin Yu's brain buzzed. He couldn't care about blocking the audiovisual stone and wanted to pacify Lin Yueyao first. But Lin Yueyao was like a scared bird, and said sharply, don't come over. Saying that, she fled away from Qin Yu as if she was running for her life, running all the way behind Ning Bei, and grabbing Ning Bei's clothes in a death grip and not letting go. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reversing the crisis and causing Qin Yu's ruse to fail, rewarded with 1000 reverse value. Congratulations to the host, who has severely thwarted Qin Yu's aura of good fortune, rewarding him with 5000 reverse value. Listening to the rewarding sounds that kept ringing in his head, Ning Bei's mouth turned up at the corners and smiled meaningfully. Elder Yun, I wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation of mine? Upon hearing this, Yun Qing came back to her senses and no longer had the face to argue with Ning Bei about anything, but instead questioned Lin Yueyao. Yueyao, what kind of friend are you making? Elder, I was also deceived by him. Lin Yueyao wanted to cry for a moment. She couldn't believe that Qin Yu was such a disgusting person and lied to her that he was trying to save people. Thanks to her, she believed it. I don't care. Yun Chang was so angry that she almost went through menopause, especially when she looked at Qin Yu, a pair of eyes that were thick with dislike and disgust. The other party was originally a handyman, and she came hard to support her, but the result? Only to find out that it is a waste that its pants. Yun Chang turned around and left, not staying a moment longer. This incident was enough to keep her head up in the academy for the rest of her life. Elder Yun. Qin Yu was completely desperate. Raising his eyes, he was surrounded by looks of disdain for him, and the constant jeers hovering in his ears. But at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to retort. Even Lin Yueyao, who had always been gentle to him, now chose to set aside her relationship with him and pull away. No! Qin Yu was so angry that he was infuriated, suddenly pointing at Ning Bei and cursing angrily, you bastard. You deliberately embarrassed me. You had to take out the audio and video stones in public. Hey, you're the one who asked me to give an explanation first. Ning Bei interrupted with a cold laugh and said, if you really want to go on an adventure with us, it's not impossible, you have to bring a few more pairs of pants. A burst of laughter rang out around them at this statement. Ha, senior brother Ning is right, you must bring a few extra pairs of pants. I'm afraid a few pairs of pants won't fit. Who says it isn't? This guy can poop a tub at a time. King of now. King of, where's your arrogance just now? Didn't you say that senior brother Ning slandered you? King of? This kind of insulting nickname caused Qin Yu's face to go a shade of white and red. But with the facts in front of him, he couldn't refute them, so he could only forcefully suppress his anger and flee this place of wrongdoing first. Looking at Qin Yu's escaping back, the crowd burst into laughter again. Ning Bei looked at Lin Yueyao behind him and said unhappily, how much longer are you going to grab me? Let go. From just now until now, Lin Yueyao had been hiding behind him, not to mention that she even grabbed him with her hands. The image of Qin Yu storm pulling clearly scared her to death. But it was none of Ning Bei's business, much less sympathize with this woman. Lin Yueyao didn't let go, but pursed her lips and rushed Ning Bei in a pitiful manner. Ning Bei, let's make up. Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak. Just as Qin Jojo walked back, her phoenix eyes flashed a touch of coldness, and she said in a cold voice, I disagree. Chapter 17, the fiancé cries in regret, Ningbei still doesn't give a chance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Yu walked slowly. Lin Yueyao was furious. This is between me and Ningbei, is it your turn to disagree? She hated to directly take action against Qin Yu, but her strength did not allow it. If not for Qin Yu interfered, she would have long ago broken the mirror with Ningbei, not expecting this culprit, and now dare to jump out. Moreover, in Lin Yueyao's mind, it must be Qin Yu cricketing her behind her back that caused Ningbei to cold shoulder her uncharacteristically. Everything is Qin Yu's fault. Senior sister Qin actually refused for senior brother Ning? Of course, they're made for each other, ha. The crowd was also watching and flirting. Greeting Lin Yueyao's resentful gaze and the laughter around her, Qin Yu had the hindsight to realize that she had crossed the line. The words of rejection were really not suitable for her to speak on behalf of Ningbei, or else it would only get darker and darker. But now, Qin Yu couldn't back down. It's about to be time to go out for training. I just don't want you to add a psychological burden to Ningbei, which is detrimental to the academy. You. Lin Yueyao was just about to retort, but was interrupted by Ningbei in advance. Lin Yueyao, you're not in the training quota this time, are you? Instead of messing around here, you should go chase after your own white moonlight. Lin Yueyao's expression froze. Ningbei. How can you say that I'm being disruptive? Lin Yueyao said savagely, I'm trying to make up with you it's obvious that she's the one stirring up trouble, can't you see that? Ha! Ningbei was too lazy to care about her, and walked straight past her towards Qin Yu, and said to the crowd, get ready, follow me when you're ready. Jojo, let's go wait outside. Aha! After Qin Yu nodded, she left with Ningbei. It was as if Lin Yueyao did not exist. On the other hand, the ignored Lin Yueyao froze in place, at a loss for words as she looked at Ningbei's back, a heavy loss welling up inside her. It was as if something had been lost. At this time, Wang Tong and the others even came up to make up for it. Lin Yueyao, you're so confused. How good senior brother Ning was to you in the past, you actually abandoned such an outstanding senior brother Ning for the sake of the king of. Senior brother Ning will have a vast world ahead of him, but unfortunately, you don't have the life to accompany him as he grows. The vitriolic words of the crowd fell on the ears of the disoriented Lin Yueyao, causing her heart to ache violently. Why is that? Why is it obvious that she is standing right here, and even took the initiative to say make up? Ningbei but would just leave? Didn't even look at her much. Yunqing's place. Seeing Lin Yueyao looking over, Yunqing lectured without any good humor, you'll have less dealings with that Qin Yu in the future, got it? Am I wrong? After Lin Yueyao was silent for a long time, she coldly said. Faced with the young girl's strange reaction, Yunqing's delicate face was slightly stunned, and she hated the iron and said, now you know you're wrong? What do you think you're doing getting so close to a handyman like him? Just because he saved you, do you have to owe him for the rest of your life? Interge, boo-hoo. The next moment, Lin Yueyao cried, he has changed. He really has changed. Yuyao, what's wrong with you? Yunqing was caught off guard by Lin Yueyao's sudden sobbing and was in no mood to blame for a moment. And feeling Yunqing's concern, Lin Yueyao completely couldn't tense up and tears slid down her delicate face like rain. These days, she was just too aggravated. Since falling out with Ningbei, every single thing has not gone well, and even more so, from the envied white swan, to a street rat that everyone shouts at. It wasn't until today that she realized that the honors of the past were added to her body, not because of how good she was, but all because Ningbei was by her side. Whoever Ningbei is near shines, and the white moon of her heart. That king of, besides subjecting her to ridicule, tricked her into losing her dignity. The thought that for the sake of a king, she actually abandoned Ningbei, who could become a chief disciple, and gave up such an excellent and dedicated fiancé. Lin Yueyao felt 10,000 remorseful and regretful in her heart. Alas, I actually knew from the start that Qin Yu was no match for Ningbei, but you had to be so bent on it. Yunqing patted her back and comforted her. But you don't feel too bad, it's normal for couples to fall out, it's not too late for you to realize the mistake. When Ningbei comes back from his training, I'll personally go and help you to intercede. You guys have a marriage contract on the line, not to mention that. Could it be that he used to be so in love with you, that he wouldn't even give me the face of an elder? Even if he really does not give. Then I'll go and help you plead with the priest. Come on, don't cry. Really, Elder Yun? Lin Yueyao raised her eyes in surprise and said excitedly. Fool, would I lie to you? Yunqing looked at Lin Yueyao favorably and said, if my daughter is still alive, and she is as old as you, I am treating you as my own daughter. Lin Yueyao's eyes rolled. If Elder doesn't mind, Yueyao would like to worship you as her godmother. Oh, Yunqing was instantly overjoyed, having had this idea for a long time. In this way, in the middle of this martial heaven academy, they had become a mother and daughter. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Elder Yun, Yueyao. I'm Qin Yu. Qin Yu cried out nervously. Hearing Qin Yu's voice, Yunqing was so angry that she rushed out the door. You still have the face to come? Although she is only an outer door elder, she is also considered to be highly respected in the academy. But today, because of Qin Yu, a lifetime of fame was ruined. How could that not make her angry? Elder Yun, I came to apologize. Please give me a chance to explain. Qin Yu prayed. He'd come up with an excuse, and the right undercard. Qin Yu, why did you even lie to me? Lin Yueyao was full of disappointment. It's okay to lie to me, but you don't know how to back down even after you've been dismantled. You have to let Ning Bei bring out the evidence before you'll give up. In the end, you caused my godmother to lose face because of you. Yueyao, I have bitter feelings. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Lin Yueyao only felt annoyed. The greatness that Qin Yu had once held in her heart was long gone. The thought of the other pulling so hard, she still wanted to throw up. Seeing that the two women did not give a chance, Qin Yu had to give up, so he pulled out a few gongfu dao. Elder Yun, disciple knows that I have caused you to lose face. These techniques are all disciples' apologies and filial piety to you. After putting down the gongfu, Qin Yu turned around and left. Does he think I'm bad at feats? Yun Qing snorted. Still, she walked over to take a look, but it didn't matter if she didn't look, she was shocked. Godmother, what's wrong? Heavens, this is a heaven-ranked technique. What? No, this one is also. Both of them are heaven-ranked techniques? Yun Qing lost her color and said, there aren't many heavenly ranked techniques in the academy. How did this Qin Yu take out so many? Quickly, Yueyao. Quickly go and chase him back. Lin Yueyao was stunned. By the time she went out to chase after Qin Yu, the latter had long since disappeared. The other side. Qin Yu said uneasily as he prepared to slip out of the academy, Master, does this method really work? Disciple, don't worry. The heavenly ranked technique that Master gave you is the real deal. Sol Nian said in a proper voice, I'm sure they're already looking for you now, but you don't have to rush back to explain. First hang them out to dry, so that you can more easily fool them in the future. Aha! Master is right. A glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He was already looking forward to what was to come, the day when he would soar to the top. What I've lost, I'll take back. Ning Bei, sooner or later I'll let you pull it in the street too. Chapter 18, remembering the beautiful body of that night. The body of a beautiful woman is like crispness. With the help of the soul body, Qin Yu successfully escaped from the academy and went forward to find a soul-fixing lead for him. The other side. Ning Bei and the others also set off. Walking down the road, an electronic voice sounded in his head. Detected that Qin Yu has left the academy and wants to go to Shura Cliff to look for blood Ganoderma to consolidate the Yuan Chi for the soul body in the divine mirror, and that Qin Yu has already worshipped the soul body. Now triggering the reverse task, please host immediately go to Shura Cliffs to avoid life's archenemy getting the chance to turn over again. Oh, a string of information flooded into his mind, causing Ning Bei's expression to change. He had clearly used the soul transformation talisman to refine the other party. How could he still escape the divine mirror alive and accept Qin Yu as his disciple? Worthy of being a son of Qi, this could also pick up opportunities. Accident to accident, Ning Bei was not the least bit panicked. After all, without Qin Yu's words, he couldn't find the chance to intercept. Senior brother Ning, where are we going to train? It was at this time that Wang Teng came forward to inquire. Zhao Ming proposed, I've heard that An City has been very dangerous lately, and a few demonic beasts have broken into the city, so how about we go punish the evil? Compared to An City, Arashur City is even more dangerous. A female disciple interjected, it's rumored that there's a flower thief there who specializes in picking young girls, and his methods are so insidious that his victims can't even walk afterwards. Ning Bei raised his hand to interrupt their argument and said, let's go to Shura Cliff. Shura Cliffs? A scene that was clamoring 1 second was instantly dead silent the next. What? To go to Shura Cliff to practice? That's a no-man's land where demonic beasts gather. Greeting the horrified expressions of the crowd, Ning Bei smiled faintly, the so-called wealth and riches. It is precisely because Shura Cliff is an uninhabited land where demonic beasts gather that there exist many spiritual objects, and it is rare to have an opportunity to go out and practice. Don't all of you want to gamble on it? At those words, the crowd looked at each other with mixed feelings. The words are so. But, I'm afraid our strength won't allow it. It's not like there are any elders to escort us on this adventure. Senior brother Ning, can we really go to the Shura Cliff with just us? Their faces were both nervous and impulsive. Don't worry, gentlemen, since I've decided to take you all to the Shura Cliff, then I will definitely bring you back in one piece as well. Ning Bei promised with a smile. He wasn't just talking off the top of his head, he had already found suitable items within the system store, but whenever he encountered an accident, he would exchange them for use. But there's no rush to redeem it now before it goes to waste. No matter what, the girl beside him is not a vegetarian, a great emperor transmigrant, who would believe that there is no bottom card. After getting a promise from Ning Bei, the crowd was no longer fearful, but instead had smiles of anticipation. Shura Cliff, I've long wanted to go there once. I've heard that there are spirit herbs all over the place, so when we come back from our experience, I'm afraid we'll all be able to move up a notch from where we are now. With these words from senior brother Ning, it's fine to go up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire. The group set off happily. Qin Jiujio walked alongside Ning Bei. You were planning to go to Shura Cliff from the start? Well, there's a 100-year portion of blood Ganoderma there. Ning Bei didn't hide it, but instead deliberately raised his volume. With the system's reminder, he had already formulated a plan to deal with Qin Yu, and before that, he had to let the crowd hear the name of the blood Lingji first. Aha! Qin Yu didn't ask any more questions, only assuming that Ningbei needed to cultivate. Looking at the young girl's delicate side face, Ningbei couldn't help but recall in his mind the beautiful image of that day, when the two of them were entwined in the secret room. It had to be said that the young girl's delicate body was like a delicately carved craft, so beautiful that she couldn't pick out a single flaw. Especially after the fire into the magic after the run, and its usual pure and beautiful image, can be said to form a stark contrast. Even after living 2 lifetimes, Ningbei had never seen a woman of such exceptional beauty in any of the fun. Not to mention he experienced it firsthand. Beautiful. Beautiful. What's wrong? Qin Yu pursed her lips, a little flustered by Ningbei's stare. Nope. After Ningbei collected his thoughts, he laughed. You're almost at the Jiedan realm, right? It's going to be some days. Shura Cliffs. The dense jungle covered the sky, and the white poisonous miasma that appeared from time to time was even mixed with the putrid stench from the corpses. When the group first arrived at the outskirts, they encountered many demonic beasts, but as disciples of the Martial Heaven Academy, they were naturally not dry. However, as they went deeper, the strength of the demonic beasts they encountered increased exponentially, and Ningbei and the other inner disciples had to walk surrounded by several outer disciples. Senior brother Ning, I see you have 3 legs. A female disciple suddenly pointed at Ningbei and giggled. Silly boy, you're poisoned. Ningbei shook her head helplessly, letting Wang Tang feed her the elixir and reminded, everyone be careful when picking up spiritual objects, some unrecognizable spiritual herbs are best not to be touched, especially the good-looking ones that are often accompanied by severe poison. Yes, the crowd responded and continued on their way. After all, you've come all this way and it's a real shame not to go deeper to be honest. It didn't take long. Qin Yu also arrived. Mud, how did Ningbei come here? Seeing the figure in front of him, Qin Yu went numb. He felt like he was living in Ningbei's shadow, with the other side everywhere. Humph, since let me meet you in. A flash of gloom flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he said expectantly, Master, can you help me kill him here? Can't. Why? Qin Yu was instantly displeased and said, aren't you the great love heavenly father from the immortal world? It's easy to kill a mere mortal like him, right? Adverse disciple, are you teaching your master what to do? Qin Yu instantly softened. After all, the turnaround is still counting on the old man inside. He can only obediently admit his mistake. Master rest in peace, the disciple is not this meaning. It's just that Ningbei is too abominable. I don't understand. Master understands your unwillingness. The soul thought soothed, but now, the master is only a soul body, the power that can be utilized is limited. Even if the master helps you kill him, how can I help you to retreat in one piece? Besides, don't you want to take revenge yourself? Of course I want to take revenge myself, but I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Don't worry, after getting the blood Lingji, with the help of your master, you're bound to have the capital to surpass him soon. Thank you master, just now it was my disciple who was impulsive. You and I, master and disciple, don't need to say thank you, but you need to learn to use your brain more in doing things, and you shouldn't let anger manipulate your emotions. What does master mean? Since I met them here, why not a chance? The spirit recounts the intention. It allowed Qin Yu to disguise and cover his face, and then it used its power to change Qin Yu's aura and thus blend in with Ningbei and the others. In this way, in this crisis-ridden Shura Cliff, there would be Ningbei and the others to protect Qin Yu without having to use its weak power. After hearing the plan, Qin Yu was slightly apprehensive, but master, what if I'm discovered? The soul body confidently said, although the teacher is inconvenient to kill him, but there is the teacher in, he will not want to kill you, you boldly go to do as, the teacher also rely on you to help me find the blood spirit Ganoderma, naturally will not harm you. Aha! Encouraged by the soul thoughts, Qin Yu was quite relieved. Once in disguise, he made his way towards the crowd. Senior brother Ning, there's someone there. Wang Tang and the others exclaimed. Finally, Ningbei couldn't control the corners of his mouth from rising. He had been searching for Qin Yu's figure, and to be honest, without the Son of Qi's guidance, it would be really hard for them to find the blood Lingji alone. The Shura Cliffs are just too big. Gentlemen, take it easy. I mean no harm. After walking over, Qin Yu pinched his voice and spoke, I am a casual cultivator, traveling in all directions. Today I met with all of you here. To say the least, it's also a kind of fate. This Sholuo Cliff is full of dangers. I think it's better for us to join hands and act. How about it? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but they looked at Ningbei and Qin Yu. Qin Yu was just about to refuse, but she was stopped by Ningbei. That would be great. Ningbei stepped forward with a smile. How do you call yourself? My name is Gobei, even though I don't change my name in my line of work and I don't change my name in my seat. Qin Yu excitedly said, this brother is agreeing to join forces? So it's brother dog. A flash of teasing flashed across Ningbei's eyes. This place is so dangerous. One more person is one more strength. Why don't you agree? Besides, you're not the Qin Yu that would in his pants and still eat by himself. We're happy to have you on board. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Wang Tang and the others laughed. Qin Yu? Chapter 19, the protagonist designs to humiliate him, the villain flirts with his sister. Qin Yu's face darkened. Can you even think of him? Meh. Qin Yu face hot and spicy, but can only be mute. This is too much. Where in the world there is such a person? I have not yet asked for the name of the kind brother? Seeing that Qin Yu wanted to change the topic, Ningbei didn't give the opportunity. Brother dog, I'm not bull asterisk ting. This is all the truth. If you don't believe me, ask this group of my senior brothers. There's nothing wrong with senior brother Ninghe. You've never seen the guy. He's really capable of standing up and ting his pants. Ha, that Qin Yu is also really. After pulling him he still has to feel the warmth. Disgusting. When this matter was mentioned, Wang Tong and the others expressed their own views and were all laughing. The piercing laughter almost made Qin Yu vomit blood. What a bully. He didn't want to feel the warmth, even though he is pants. But on the contrary, he couldn't refute this kind of being slandered. Haha. So Ren's name is Ning. I see that a few of your costumes appear to be from the Wutian Academy, right? Right. Brother dog is really knowledgeable. Ningbei smoothly said, let's do it this way. We're kind of like old friends at first sight. From now on, I'll call you dog, you call me brother Ning. And from now on, we'll make friends. How about it? Dogs? You. Qin Yu's sentence of damn almost spewed out, but fortunately the only remaining sanity still allowed him to hold back. Obviously have hidden identity, he can still be so humiliated by Ningbei. It must be a bad match. Our senior brother Ning is very nice, and he's also the chief disciple of the Wutian Academy, so steal your joy dog. Wang Tang said familiarly to himself. Oh, that's really my honor. Qin Yu was so angry that he was almost short of oxygen, but he could only force a smile. Brother Ning, let's not waste any more time, let's just explore this place. Also, Ningbei feigned a sudden realization as he pulled Qin Yu towards the front. Doggy, you often travel in all directions, so you must be strong. Come, you go to the front and open the way. Qin Yu was so angry that he was trembling. As things stood, he could only comfort himself again. It's fine. It's better to go ahead and open the way, so that he could be the first to get his hands on it after encountering the blood Ganoderma. Anyway, with the power of the master sheltering him, surely nothing will happen. And so it was. The group continued on their way. Qin Jojo seemed to see something, lowered his voice. Ningbei, how do I feel like you're purposely fixing him? I just deliberately screwed him. Ningbei frankly said, this person claims to be traveling in all directions, but then suddenly shows up to seek a partner, obviously wanting to take us as a gun. Jojo, would you think I'm too bad like this? Speaking at the back, Ningbei's pair of large eyes that had not been polluted by the world stared straight at the young girl. No way. Qin Jojo hurriedly shook her head and added, just now when I saw that you agreed to join forces with strangers, I still had some concerns, but now that I know you're so bad, lol, I'm relieved instead. Yeah, I'm going to have to learn to be a little bad from now on then. Qin Jojo's delicate face was slightly stunned. Greeting Ningbei's pair of smiling starry eyes, her heartbeat instantly skyrocketed. I don't mean that. Oops Ningbei, be careful. A demonic beast abruptly sprang out from the side, and Qin Jojo was busy with her hand. Holy light spread out from her palm, turning into a golden lotus in a flash, like a cannonball blasting into the beast, instantly sending it flying backwards. One break ended the fight cleanly. This caused a group of disciples in the rear to cheer. Senior sister Qin is so tactful. In the entire academy, I'm afraid that only senior brother Ning is worthy of senior sister Qin. Don't make jokes, all focus on the alert. Ningbei looked at the crowd and pretended to be disgruntled as he admonished them. But instead of being afraid, the crowd was teasing. Senior sister Qin didn't even say anything. Why are you still shy, senior brother Ning? Ningbei sighed helplessly, embarrassedly looking at the young girl whose pretty face was slightly red. Jojo, don't you mind? It's okay, they were just kidding. Qin Jojo's face was shy, biting her small mouth and said. In the face of the crowds flirting with her and Ningbei, instead of there being any resistance in her heart, there was something indescribably marvelous. It's such a strange feeling. Only Qin Yu, who was walking in front of him, was so angry that his back teeth broke. Bastard. Putting me in harm's way to lose my reputation. You still dare to rumor with my sister? Ah. Qin Yu was puzzled. Why wasn't my sister, who had always been cold in nature and had resisted men in every way, irritated now? It can't be that you like Ningbei, can it? That's completely impossible. Doesn't he know his sister well enough? Seemingly sensing Qin Yu's anger, the soul body within him spoke out and took the initiative to inform him of the process of being refined by Ningbei with a talisman, but intentionally did not say why. And when he first heard about this, Qin Yu was shocked since, what? Master, could it be that my sister was threatened by Ningbei? It's possible, but not guaranteed for sure. It must be. Qin Yu had already made a judgment. He had long realized that the development of the matter was very strange, somewhat beyond the ordinary cognition. Dare to hide behind this kind of secret story? So the sister was manipulated. My good sister. You must have been threatened by Ningbei, so you deliberately pretended not to care about me. Quick, there's the scent of the blood Lingji ahead. The soul body transmitted a voice to Qin Yu. Phew! Without saying a word, Qin Yu was busy speeding up his pace. Oh, seeing this, Ningbei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems to have been found. Gentlemen, pick up the pace. After Ningbei said that, he took the lead in chasing forward. Damn, why is he speeding up too? Looking at Ningbei who was chasing after him, Qin Yu's head was spinning for a while, but he couldn't stop now, so he could only desperately speed up his pace. Not much longer. A cave that emitted a blinding scarlet light came into view, and at the entrance of the cave, there was a spirit plant swaying in the wind. The spirit stalk was thin and narrow, topped with a cloud of dazzling red flowers, and every time it swung with the wind, there were countless tiny particles that reflected a blood-red color in the void. Blood Lingji. Qin Yu's blood surged. This is his hope to turn over a new leaf, a treasure against all odds. Finally found it. Boom. Before he could be happy for 2 seconds, a big foot suddenly kicked over. Ouch. Qin Yu instantly fell on his face. When he stood up, he realized that the blood Lingji that he had been longing for had already been picked by Ningbei. That's what I saw first, Qin Yu said excitedly. You saw it was yours first? Ningbei sneered and said, I also said that I originally came for it. You. Qin Yu was so angry that his liver fire rose. Seeing that the crowd was also rushing over, he suddenly had a plan. Ningbei, as the chief disciple of the Martial Heavenly Academy, you represent the Academy's face, shouldn't you set an example for your fellow disciples? I obviously saw this blood Ganoderma first, but you lied that you came here for it. Did you know it was here before? How can you be so shameless for the sake of the blood Lingji? How can you convince the public in the future? Moral kidnapping? Ningbei did not panic. You really said the right. I knew it a long time ago, dear. Do not believe you ask her. Jojo, I said the truth? Yes. Shin Jojo nodded her head without hesitation and said, before we came here, we had already determined that we were going to come to look for the blood Ganoderma, and to say that Ningbei doesn't know how to be shameless, you're the one who really doesn't know how to be shameless. Qin Yu looked at his sister dumbfounded. At this time, Wang Tong and the others also spoke out. When senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin were talking, I also heard that they were here to look for the blood Lingji. That's right, I think I heard Reiki too. Senior brother Ning didn't pick spirit herbs all the way, instead he was protecting us, and he didn't suddenly pick up speed until just now, clearly knowing that the blood Ganoderma is here. Qin Yu Ren went numb. Instead of failing to morally kidnap Ningbei, how did he offend the public? How did this happen? How did Ningbei know about the blood Lingji? That, brother Ning, could you go find another spirit? It seems to me that this blood Lingji is useless to you as well, doesn't it? Qin Yu forced a smile on his face and came to the soft one when the hard one didn't work. After all, this blood Lingji was just too important to him. One can beg without dignity. Ningbei glanced at the blood Ganoderma. You're right, this blood Ganoderma does mean very little to me, but there is someone who needs it very much, and I'm looking for her. Who? Qin Yu said sharply, no matter who it is, just lie to her and say you haven't found. I owe you a favor. It's okay for you to lie to him that you didn't find it. But I don't want to lie to her, that girl is important to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how important can be more important Qin Yu is really anxious, women are like clothes, you look so handsome, there is no need to be so sincere to a woman Ningbei acted like he hadn't heard Qin Yu's plea. In full view of everyone, he walked straight to Qin Jojo in front of him, cupped the blood Lingji with both hands and said, Jojo, happy birthday. Qin Jojo abruptly covered her mouth. Qin Yu? It's broken. I'm a clown. Chapter 20, the villain's tactics are too superb, the protagonist's sister can't stand it. Wow. The crowd also looked at each other, unable to hide their surprise. Is today senior sister Qin's birthday? The girl that senior brother Ning spoke of as being very important turns out to mean senior sister Qin. Good job senior brother Ning, showing his cards directly. As they were shocked, the corners of the crowd's mouths also curled into anti-smiles. Things are getting interesting. Looking at Ningbei's spring-like smile, Qin Jojo's pretty face flushed with a blush that was visible to the naked eye. You, how do you know my birth date? She had never mentioned this to anyone, but not only did Ningbei know about it, he had actually prepared such a big surprise for her. She only felt her agitated nose sour a little. What woman can carry off this ritual? That's not important. Ningbei guffawed and handed the blood Ganoderma to the young girl. What's important is that this 100-year portion of blood Ganoderma can help you break your bottleneck and reach the Jedan realm as soon as possible. No. It's important. Qin Jojo shook her head vigorously. At this moment, she no longer cared about the gazes of the people around her, but instead looked straight at Ningbei. You came all this way to find the blood Ganoderma? Just to give it to me? Ningbei didn't say anything, but instead coyly touched his head. Such a move instantly lit up the scene. Egu, senior brother Ning is still shy. I really envy senior sister Qin, being so loved and valued by senior brother Ning. I was moved to tears. Together. The scene got out of hand and the crowd set up straight away. What's more, they even shouted out for an early birth. Qin Jojo was so ashamed that she was at a loss for words, and when she met Ningbei's gaze, she couldn't help but dodge it. And Ningbei, who knew the young girl's character well, could not be seen to be scheming, and was busy heckling the crowd. Don't all argue, don't talk nonsense. I gave the blood Lingji to Jojo as a birthday gift to her in order to thank her for helping me. Anyone who dares to talk any more nonsense, I'm going to get really mad. Ning Bei was in a serious, solemn warning. But anyone could see that he was clearly motivated by wanting to protect Qin Yu and avoid the other party's embarrassment. Therefore, the crowd was on board. Don't be angry, senior brother Ning, just think of it as us joking. Yeah, it's been too depressing since we came to Shura Cliffs, we just wanted to liven things up a bit. Senior sister Qin, say something, or else senior brother Ning will have to blame us. The scarlet on Qin Yu's face became more and more intense. But the next moment, she ghosted, Ning Bei, don't blame them. They're just joking around. At those words, Ning Bei almost burst out laughing. Not to mention blaming the crowd, he couldn't wait to set up a wedding table for these people on the spot. It's simply a godsend. Even though his heart was overjoyed, Ning Bei was still coy on the face. Jojo, I'm sorry I didn't think things would turn out like this. No, it's okay Qin Jojo's gaze evaded, you don't have to apologize. I'm not angry. On the contrary, I'm quite touched. It was from the bottom of her heart. Receiving such an expensive gift, as well as Ning Bei's full of heart, unless it is a white-eyed wolf, who else can not be touched? The crowd's flirting with her and Ning Bei, forcibly bundling her and Ning Bei into a pair, really didn't produce nastiness in her heart either. Instead, there was an inexplicable joy. Have you had enough? People haven't even finalized their relationship, you guys are messing around with your lovebirds. On the contrary, Qin Yu couldn't tense up. Being angry and cursing was too much. Publicly flirting with his sister, not to mention, Ning Bei actually use him as a wingman. Isn't this bullying an honest man? The thought of an excellent sister one day, pressed down by a naked Ning Bei. No one can take it. Congratulations to the host, ruffling the heart of the protagonist's sister and executing the son of Qi to the heart of the Dao. In view of the host's overcompletion of the reverse mission, a special reward is now triggered. 1. Reward an elf ball, which can forcibly collect demonic beasts in the Jedan realm and below, and make them forcefully obey and fight for the host, etc. 2. Reversal value to Blitz, the host has gained 200,000 reversal value, which has been deposited into the system store. Ning Bei ignored Qin Yu's rant, because at this moment, his attention was on the system's rewards, which could be described as unprecedentedly magnificent. However, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others were enraged. Mudhorse, it's your turn to talk? And you're nothing. Before, you had to join forces with us, and our senior brother Ning was kind enough to let you join together, but as a result, you damn well wanted to rob the blood Ganoderma? And now you dare to sow discord? Guys, him. The crowd was truly angry. Regardless, he pounced straight towards Qin Yu. Along the way, they were indebted to Ning Bei's shelter to be able to pick spiritual objects at the Shura Cliff, but right now, Qin Yu jumped out to tear down Ning Bei. This is clearly a slap in their face. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Wait. Qin Yu Ren went numb. He really didn't want to provoke the crowd, but how come they all wanted to hit him? Just as he was about to seek help from his master, suddenly, a white-toothed tiger beast rushed out of the cave. Roar! The so-called tiger's roar in the mountains. A tiger's roar caused the ground to shake for miles around. A Jedan realm demonic beast? Oh no, this appears to be a demonic beast guarding the blood Lingji. Qin Jojo's delicate face suddenly changed, and she was busy reminding, quickly back up and stay away from it. Ha ha! On the contrary, Qin Yu laughed cheerfully, actually provoking a Jedan realm demonic beast. Today you guys are considered to be dead in the water. The power given to him by his soul body was currently enough for him to defend himself, but with just the power of Ning Bei and Qin Jojo, he wanted to protect those outer disciples of the Qi practicing realm. It can be called a fool's errand. The appearance of this white-toothed tiger beast would surely kill many people. And once a disciple lost his life, then the academy would hold Ning Bei accountable for his sin of bringing a disciple to the Shura Cliffs, and at that time, Ning Bei was afraid that he would lose his status as the chief. At the thought of this, Qin Yu only felt that the heavens had come down to help him, and his suffering had come to an end. Senior brother Ning, save us! Several disciples called for help with pale faces. It was really the gaze from the white-toothed tiger beast that was full of oppression, causing their legs to weaken and they couldn't even mobilize the strength to escape. It's over. Wang Tang and the others were also sweating profusely as they looked at the demonic beast in shock. Demonic beasts of the Jedan realm. Even if they were inner disciples, I'm afraid they would have to die 9 deaths. Qin Jojo pinched the pink fist. Things now, I'm afraid she only used the bottom card, may help everyone escape out. She didn't want to see that Ning Bei was held accountable by the academy. I'll do it. Just before the young girl was about to strike, Ning Bei pulled her back and cast a gentle smile. Qin Jojo blinked. Ning Bei walked towards the white-toothed tiger beast with a calm demeanor and said in a pleasant manner, Brother Tiger, it's not easy for you to cultivate to such a level, so don't do anything stupid. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Yu burst out laughing. You silly fool, I thought what you were going to do, but it turns out that you're here to reason with it? If reasoning is useful, then what are we still cultivating for? In the face of Qin Yu's crazy mockery, Wang Tang and the others looked at each other in dismay. At this moment they didn't even have the courage to retort. They also felt that Ning Bei's actions were really a bit redundant. A demonic beast might reason with you? Not to mention a great demon of the Jedan realm. Human boy, are you insulting this king? A white-toothed tiger beast with a human voice. Wow! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and their jaws dropped. In the immortal cultivation world, there was no lack of many demonic beasts that could spit out human language, but those that could do it at the Jedan realm were bound to be no ordinary demonic beasts. And based on the response from the other side, there's no doubt that this doesn't intend to leave well enough alone. Yeah. At this time, Qin Yu once again jumped out and said, Tiger King, he's just insulting you. Nah, look at the blood Ganoderma all picked by him. I tried to block it at first, but they wouldn't listen. He could finally catch a break. The appearance of this white-toothed tiger beast was simply heaven's favor to him. Ning Bei, are you dead this time? Chapter 21, One mountain is higher than another, forced confession cannot be escaped. On the contrary, Ning Bei remained calm and collected, looking at the tiger beast and indifferently saying, what do you want to do then? This king wants you. Die without a burial place. The white-toothed tiger beast roared, and that thick front paw slapped out towards the front, and in an instant, the earth cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The impact aftermath that erupted from the crack was like a deep and stern sword that suddenly chopped at Wang Teng's group in front. At this moment, everyone's face was ashen. Unbridled. Ning Bei's eyes went cold. A power of the Jedan realm erupted from his body, especially after activating the Divine Yang technique. His power was augmented by a masculine aura. The whole person's aura climbed. And the white-toothed tiger beast swings out of the oppression, a moment is swept away. The tiger beast, which was originally a purely young thing, was instantly suppressed by Ning Bei's masculine power at this moment. What? The white tiger beast's pupil shrunk slightly, not daring to believe it. How could this human kid release more than its oppression? The others similarly burst into an uproar, unable to hide their shock. This aura is. Senior brother Ning has actually reached the Jedan realm? What? Obviously the other day senior brother Ning was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. What kind of demonic talent is this? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. He also fantasized about surpassing Ning Bei one day, not thinking. The speed of his opponent's improvement was comparable to a rocket. To rush from foundation establishment to Jedan in a few days, is this still a human being? This son's future is as terrifying as it is. The chilling sound of the soul thoughts lingered in Qin Yu's mind. At those words, he gritted his teeth and rushed the white-toothed tiger beast. Tiger King, kill him quickly. When he grows up, he will definitely come to seek revenge on you. Never let go of the opportunity to eradicate Ning Bei. The white-toothed tiger beast took a look at Qin Yu. The beast's eyes swept through a flash of viciousness. Even though he knew that the other party was using himself, what he said was not false. It had already felt an unprecedented amount of pressure and awe from Ning Bei. Roar! The white-toothed tiger beast suddenly leapt, opening its bloody mouth and swallowing towards Ning Bei, its speed so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture. Senior brother Ning, be careful. Although Wang Tang and the others were having difficulty defending themselves, they did not forget to charge Ning Bei with a reminder. Great! Qin Yu's mouth, on the other hand, was hooked into a crazy epileptic smile. As long as Ning Bei died, even if he couldn't get the blood Ganoderma today, in the future, he could still have a chance to turn over and take charge, to wipe out his former shame. Yueyao, it's a pity you can't see this good show. While Qin Yu was full of anticipation to greet the gruesome and bloody images, the next moment, a scene that was a shocking sight appeared. Ow. 1 second the unstoppable white-toothed tiger beast, but the next second, it actually meekly rubbed up against Ning Bei's hand? And like a big cat, he twisted on the ground with that huge body of flesh and rushed Ning Bei to reveal his soft white round belly. Sample. Ning Bei reached out and rubbed its brain, while the other hand held the elf ball, which was emitting a strange light that was shining straight into the white tiger's beastly eyes. Wow! The crowd was uncertain. What's going on here? Senior brother Ning tamed it. How did he do that? Good lord, isn't this a Jedan realm demonic beast? Wang Tang and the others were dumbfounded. Sparing the well-informed Qin Jojo, she also froze at this moment. The bottom card she had pinched out in her hand slowly gathered in, unable to believe the scene in front of her. How did Ning Bei do it? Tiger King, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and kill him. Qin Yu, on the other hand, looked skeptical. What the is this? You're a Tiger King of the Jedan realm. What are you doing pampering that bastard? Noisy! Ning Bei's brows jumped as his cold gaze turned to Qin Yu. Kill him. Roar! At Ning Bei's command, the white tiger instantly transformed from a well-behaved appearance to a ferocious beast, suddenly pouncing towards Qin Yu. Asterisk. Qin Yu's tiger's body shook, and the man was dumbfounded. It was clearly Ning Bei who had picked the blood Lingji, so why would the Tiger King come at him? Why is it always him who attracts the hate? Qin Yu could not bother to figure out the situation, and he was busy urging the power given to him by his soul body to escape in a mess, and it was as if Qin Yu was the only enemy in the white tiger's eyes. Wang Tang and the others looked at each other in dismay, panting as if they had come back to life. Senior brother Ning, how did you do that just now? This Jedan realm Tiger King would actually listen to Senior brother Ning. Vaguely, the palpitating faces of the crowd all revealed their unspeakable admiration for Ningbei. I said I would bring you all back safe and sound, so I will definitely do it. Ningbei smiled and said, alright, everyone stop being nervous and quickly adjust your state. Senior brother Ning, it's truly a blessing for us to be able to come out and train with you. With senior brother Ning leading the way, even a pig can take off after the danger is removed. The crowd's respect and gratitude for Ningbei had undoubtedly deepened by another layer. Ningbei then walked towards the young girl staring at him. Jojo, you weren't scared just now, were you? Nope. Qin Jojo gently shook her head, curiously sizing up Ningbei and asking, how the hell did you do that? Rely on this. Ningbei pulled out the elf ball and said frankly, this item can manipulate demonic beasts at the Jedan realm and below, that's why it listens to me. Qin Jojo looked at the elf ball, and raised her head, and smiled sweetly at Ningbei. LOL, you're hiding really deep. In the end how much more ability is I don't know? I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just didn't feel the need to say it. Ningbei pretended to be nervous as she explained. Qin Jojo also followed the nervousness, pink cheeks slightly red. I do not mean that. I just casually asked. Everyone has secrets, I can understand. Do you have secrets too? Aha! Qin Jojo also nodded honestly. Ningbei just stared at her without saying a word. He's waiting. If Qin Jojo was willing to take the initiative to reveal something about her reincarnation, it would almost guarantee that the young girl would be his person from now on. Greeting Ningbei's blazing gaze, Qin Jojo's heart was a bit tangled. Do you know why I said that I don't want to find a Dao couple yet? Because you haven't met anyone you like yet? No. So you have a favorite? Who's so sexually lucky? Ningbei pursued with a torch-like gaze. Chapter 22, Villain attacks heart with goodness, protagonist's sister falls in love. Greeting Ningbei's blazing gaze, Qin Jojo blushed. She hadn't realized how she'd fallen into a hole, there's a lot of things waiting for me in the future. Look, Ningbei, it's back. Qin Jojo had a bright idea and pointed at the returning tiger beast to change the topic. Oh, so fast. Looks like it was lost. Ningbei knows how to take things as they come. He took a step towards the tiger beast and did not expect the other party to kill Qin Yu at first. After all, the other party was a protagonist who was carrying chi. Even he couldn't guarantee a certainty, let alone a demonic beast. At this time, Wang Tong and the others came out from within the cave and said joyfully, Senior brother Ning, there are so many white-toothed tiger beast cubs within the cave. Yes? Ningbei and Qin Jojo looked at each other and walked in to check. Fruity. Deep in the cavern were lying 7 small, wailing cubs, not even opening their eyes yet. No wonder it didn't show up to stop us when we picked the bloodlingji. Qin Jojo said indistinctly, it seems to have just given birth not long ago. Ningbei nodded. At that moment, the system voice rang in his head. Detecting Qin Yu escaping pursued with the power of his soul body and accidentally gaining a small share of opportunity under the influence of his aura of good fortune. But the host does not need to be concerned, that small opportunity will not pose a threat to the host, and a greater opportunity has been captured for the host, so please act as instructed. Rumble, of a stomach. A wave of information flooded into Ningbei's mind. His eyes lit up and he looked to the female tiger next to him. According to the system's hints, at this moment, as long as he unbinds the mother tiger and lets her regain her freedom to raise her cubs, there is a probability that she will be grateful and send down a creation. And if the female tiger did not submit after regaining her freedom, then he could continue to control it with the pixie ball and repeat the operation until it was successful. In short, an opportunity for infinite trial and error. Wonderful! The corner of Ningbei's mouth curled into a smile. Especially when he saw Qin Jojo and the others, looking at the little tiger cub with regret in their eyes, a plan quietly rose in his heart. Saying that he would do it, Ningbei suddenly ordered, everyone lean back, all of you stay away from the female tiger. Although the people were uncertain, they continued to do as they were told. In the next moment, he pulled out the elf ball in front of Qin Jojo, and the young girl, who was well aware of the function of this object, blinked her eyes in bewilderment and, Ningbei, what are you trying to do? Set it free. Ningbei took a deep breath and pretended to be emotional. It's hard for these cubs to survive in Shura Cliff without the shelter of a mother tiger, and now that we've got the blood Ganoderma, I don't want to stand by and watch these cubs fall into the rations of other demonic beasts due to the loss of their mother. When these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. Senior brother Ning, calm down. Once the white-toothed tiger beast is out of control, it's likely to attack us again. The crowd rushed to dissuade them. While they do sympathize with the cubs, they dare not gamble on the mother tiger's conscience. Jojo, are you going to persuade me too? Ningbei looked towards the young girl. Qin Jojo pursed her lips. She was not an indecisive person, much less a saintly mother, but when Ningbei put forward such an idea, when she looked again at the cub whose eyes were not even open, a few fluctuations arose in her heart. Or perhaps it stemmed from the importance of Ningbei within her heart, making her subconsciously follow Ningbei's decision. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, she raised her head. Ningbei, have you thought about the consequences? I know, it could get out of hand. Greeting the nervous gazes of the crowd, Ningbei deliberately didn't say that he could still use the elf ball to manipulate the female tiger, but instead made a serious promise. But I promise that if the female tiger does get out of control, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely not let it hurt any of you, please believe me. Senior brother Ning. The crowd looked at each other and fell silent. The Martial Heavenly Academy was a prestigious sect, and they were by no means murderous villains. On the contrary, they all still had sympathy for the weak. For example, these little cubs. However, the crowd also did not have the courage to break the boat of Ningbei, and because they were rescued by Ningbei, they were able to survive until now. Therefore, when Ningbei made his promise, for a while, no one was too embarrassed to speak up. Boom! But the next moment, upon seeing that Ningbei really wanted to return the female tiger's freedom, the crowd was holding their breath again, regret for not insisting on dissuading Ningbei showing in their expressions. If the female tiger really got out of control, they would also die in 9 deaths. It doesn't pay to be good. Fortunately, when the female tiger regained her freedom, instead of losing control, she rushed Ningbei and bowed deeply. Thank you, talented young man of the human race. Phew. At this moment, the taut nerves of the crowd loosened. Great, it didn't make a move on us. At least it's a tiger king of the Jedan realm, it already has humanity. Senior brother Ning, it was too risky just now. They lamented heartily. Ningbei, however, was not surprised at all, but just looked at the mother tiger. With anticipation, come on big baby, time to give me the chance. And the next moment, the female tiger looked towards Ningbei as expected, spitting out a human voice. Genius of the human race, please forgive me for my earlier rudeness, in gratitude for not harming my child, and for reuniting us as mother and child. This favor is beyond repayment. I'm willing to lead you to find the Shura ruins. The ruins of Shura? When these words came out, the crowd was struck by lightning and looked at each other. Not. What did it say it was taking us to? The Shura ruins? Isn't that a rumor? Does reality really exist? There had been endless rumors about the Shura ruins, but so far, no one has ever found it, and over time, it has become an unrealistic rumor. It can be imagined that when hearing these words from the mother tiger's mouth, in addition to Ningbei, who had expected this, Qin Yu was also dumbstruck. Led by the mother tiger, the crowd stepped into a miasma of fog. Senior brother Ning, we're not dreaming, are we? Could the mother tiger be playing a trick on us? Does the Shura ruins really exist? Along the way, Wang Tong and the others could not hide their excitement, and at the same time, they could not believe it even more. I don't know how long I've been gone. It was as if everyone's skin was plastered with a layer of air bubbles, and immediately afterward, a fierce spiritual energy surged steeply into everyone's body. Boom! The miasma fog that had originally obscured the field of vision, in the next moment, had disappeared without a trace. In front of everyone, it is no longer the dark and humid Shura Cliff, but a new world with bright sunshine and blue sky. Wow! The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Holy, where is this? Is this the Shura ruins? What a dense spiritual energy. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through just by staying here. Ha, what a blessing from the heavens. No, it's all because of senior brother Ning. The excited crowd looked towards Ningbei. Senior brother Ning, you are truly our great benefactor. Just now I wanted to stop senior brother Ning. It's me who has no eyes, I really deserve to die. I take back what I said about good people not being rewarded, it was shallow of me. Senior brother Ning, I'll kowtow to you, from now on, your elder god. I don't know who started it. For a moment, the crowd worshipped towards Ningbei, and although it was a bit too much, it also emphasized their heartfelt excitement and admiration. If Ningbei hadn't been kind enough to let the mother tiger go, how would they have had the chance to find the Shura relics that the world was longing to find? On the occasion of releasing the female tiger, however, they all expressed their opposition, causing Ningbei to make a promise. Many people were sweating at the thought. At the same time, he admired Ningbei's courage from the bottom of his heart. What are you guys doing? Ningbei pretended to be flattered and said, hurry up and get up, since we're here at the Shura ruins, let's all go look for clues. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, leave this matter to us. Senior brother Ning, I'll be your dog from now on, if you point east, I'll never go west. Me too. At this moment, when the crowd faced Ningbei, they were as excited as if a dog had seen. Secret realms were opportunities that could be encountered but not sought by cultivators, and this time, it was entirely Ningbei who had brought them the opportunity. Seeing the crowd's compliments to Ningbei, and Ningbei's powerful appeal, at this moment, Qin Yu also looked at Ningbei with sparkling eyes. Noticing the young girl's gaze, Ningbei turned back. What's wrong, Jojo? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, but still said from the heart, I find that I admire you a little. Chapter 23, the villain is sweet and handsome, feelings and body heating up. Worship? Looking at the young girl's rosy cheeks, and the shyness hiding in her gaze, Ningbei was almost so happy that he shook a section of his flower hand. Others didn't know the identity of the young girl, but he did. Who wouldn't be happy to have a transmigratory great emperor who speaks of adoration with a straight face? Moreover, with Qin Jojo's character, it was even more difficult to say these words. This also proved that Ningbei's design of attacking the heart with goodness did have an extraordinary effect. It was just a fluke. I didn't expect there to be a Shura relic either. Ningbei played dumb. No, I don't mean the relics. Oh, what's that? Your courage. Qin Yu bit her lip and said truthfully. Previously, Ningbei's courage to act on his heart despite the discouragement of the people, and his commitment to protect everyone with his life. The scene was a picture that kept coming back to her mind. Throughout her past life and present life, she had never seen such vigor in anyone, but now, this person was standing in front of her. Although admit up quite shameful, but Qin Yu cannot deny. In her heart, she really had a few moments to worship Ningbei. This man, really special. Congratulations to the host, the ruse succeeded, ruffled the protagonist's sister's heart, rewarded 5,000 reverse value. What the hell is a ruse? Ningbei expressed his disagreement, that was clearly his crowning wisdom. Not much longer. Wang Tang and others came to report the results. Senior brother Ning, this is the stone statue forest we found. Wang Tang introduced. One could only see that the square miles were filled with countless strangely shaped and irregularly ruled stone statues, densely packed, like large trees standing in the mountains. Qin Yu stepped forward. This is a special way of inheritance. One can find out the rules based on the stone statue, and use it for cultivation, and will gain more obvious results than ordinary cultivation. Senior sister Qin, you know so much. A female disciple lamented. The rest of them nodded their heads, undeniably. Qin Yu abruptly smiled. Ningbei smiled back. How much could a great emperor know? Since that's the case, let's all start searching for the rules and find a way to cultivate with the stone statues sooner rather than later. Ningbei spoke. Senior brother Ning, why don't you two go to the spirit spring and let us have this place? At this time, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming said laughingly. Not only did they find this stone statue forest, they also discovered a spiritual spring hidden deep within the mountain range, and almost all of this world's rich aura originated from the spiritual spring. It could be said that compared to the opportunity of the stone statue forest, that spiritual spring was the main event. But right now, the crowd did not covet, but instead, with meaningful gazes, stared at Ningbei and Qin Yu giggled. Ahem! Ningbei, who was well versed in the minds of the crowd, lightly coughed. Jojo, let's go over and take a look. Yeah. Qin Yu nodded, also thinking of something. Looking at the backs of the two departing. The crowd looked at each other and covered their mouths in snickers. Gee guys, do you think they'll be mad at us for doing this? What's there to be angry about? The two of them are on the verge of laying it on the line anyway. But I think it's a bit much, at least tell them that the spirit spring is so narrow that you have to stick two people together to use it. Not to mention, it's best if the two of them can squeeze out kids. The other side. When they arrived at the spirit spring, both Ningbei and Qin Yu were stunned. The so-called spiritual spring that supports the entire world, although it exudes mind-blowing spiritual power, is so narrow that only two people can stick together? What kind of erotic fountain is this? You use it. Ningbei didn't even have the face to take advantage of the situation and humbly said, it's better if you use it. I have the blood lingji you gave me. I'll refine it first. Qin Yu's pretty face was a bright red. After saying that, she fled to the side in feigned concentration as she refined the blood lingji. With things as they were, Ningbei had no choice but to enter the spring alone. A single person would be quite suitable. Shura Cliffs. Damn idiot tiger, actually chasing after old me. When I change my destiny against the heavens, I will make you pay in blood. And you, Ningbei. Qin Yu secretly swore. He was unconvinced. It was obviously Ningbei who picked the blood Ganoderma. Why did the white tiger chase after him and bite him? It caused him to ache all over now. And how is that not a blessing in disguise? The voice of the spirit body rang out. Also, Master is right. Qin Yu placed his hands on a light stone and said, if I hadn't fallen into a hole in the ground, I wouldn't have come across this treasure that can change my meridians. Soon it will be the yearly examination of the academy. Apprentice, I should be able to enter the outer sect and become an outer sect disciple. The outer gate? The spirit body laughed out loud. Is the inner gate not good? The inner door? Qin Yu was a bit embarrassed at his words. Master, don't make fun of me, although this thing can help me change my meridians, but it's not heaven-defying yet. How dare I fantasize about becoming an inner disciple? Oh disciple, have you forgotten that Master can also enhance his power through this item? With Master's help, are you still afraid that you won't be able to become a mere inner disciple? Master, is that true? When has Master ever lied to you? Great. Qin Yu was all smiles. Inner disciple, he couldn't even dream of it before. But after experiencing the power with the help of his soul body, he firmly believed in his soul body's words, and at that time, he was the prettiest boy at the examination competition. No one could stop him, the legend of becoming an inner disciple from a handyman. Yueyao, I'm taking off. You'll see that my future extends far beyond Nimbus. Boom. After the blood lingji was refined by Qin Yu, countless tiny blood-red particles appeared, gradually causing its circumference to become boiling hot. Not much longer. A breakthrough breath erupted. When she opened her eyes, a handsome face came into view. Ah, Ningbei? At this moment, Ningbei was squatting in front of her. A breakthrough? Aha! Qin Yu squeezed out a smile and nodded tenderly. Then quickly go within the spirit spring to consolidate your realm. No, You're welcome. Not waiting for Qin Yu to push back, Ningbei had already pulled her over. With no choice but to enter the spirit spring, Qin Yu said, "What about you? I've been absorbing for quite a while just now." Saying that, Ningbei sat down cross-legged in place. "You should consolidate your realm first, it'll be the same if I cultivate outside." Looking at Ningbei, who had closed her eyes, Qin Yu wanted to speak. In the next moment, she looked down at the thin, narrow spirit spring, and as if she had made some sort of determination, she raised her forehead and said, "Ningbei, you can come in as well." "What?" Ningbei opened his starry eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it, it's not quite right." "It's okay." Ningbei's proper appearance made the tension in Qin Yu's heart lower a lot, but she still lowered her voice. "Anyway, there are no outsiders here. Come in. This, okay? It can be." Qin Yu was too embarrassed to meet Ningbei's eyes, but when she nodded her head, there was no hesitation, instead it was written with seriousness. And so it was. Ningbei went into the water. The two of them were not pressed together, but both could feel the warmth of the other. "Jojo, your body is so hot," Ningbei deliberately said. I just finished refining the bloodlingji and broke through. It's a little hot." Qin Yu's cheeks blushed as she said, "Do you mind, right? Then I'll get up first." No. Ningbei smoothly wrapped his arms around her willow waist and dragged her back down. "I just remembered that day when you were as hot as you are now." Chapter 24, The Son of Fortune Wants to Turn Over? I'll hold him down. Knock. Qin Yu's delicate body trembled, and her brain went blank. Looking at Ningbei's handsome face that was lightly smiling, her face flushed with shame. "Didn't we agree? No one is allowed to mention that matter again?" "What?" Ningbei acted stunned, then suddenly said, "Don't misunderstand Jojo, I'm not referring to the day I went off the rails, I'm talking about is the time we refined our soul bodies together." "Ha! Divine mirror examination." Qin Jojo was as if she had been hit by a blow to the head. Especially Ningbei's exquisite acting skills, not a single crack could be seen, and all of a sudden, the shame of the latter's dominance caused her head to bury downwards. However, because the two of them were too close, this time she lowered her head, and in turn, she flung herself into Ningbei's arms. The host is too good at this. Flirting with the protagonist's sister is rewarded with 1000 reverse value. Hey! Feeling the warmth of the young girl's delicate body, Ningbei's mouth corners rose, a serious appeasement. "It's okay, Jojo. There are no outsiders here anyway, so you don't need to be embarrassed." Hearing this, Qin Jojo really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Originally, she and Ningbei had secrets that couldn't make it to the surface, but it turned out that Ningbei hadn't said anything yet, and she was the one who brought it up instead. It's simply humiliating. The young girl, who had always been calm and collected, looked like she was being played out at the moment. Thank you for the gift you gave me." Qin Jojo changed the topic. "Without that bloodlingji, I wouldn't have been able to step into Jiadan so quickly." "Do you like the gift?" Qin Jojo bit her lip, undeniable. And Ningbei's silence left her at a loss for what to say for a moment. And so it was. The scene fell into a silent ambiguity. Qin Jojo was nearly lying on her back in Ningbei's arms, and from afar, it looked as if she was a Taoist couple in love. Maybe both understand it's not a good fit. But at the moment, no one broke the coziness. The other side. After groping for most of the day, Wang Tong and the others finally found it, the rules hidden within the stone statue. Unlike unusual opportunities, this stone statue forest favored exercising their mental strength. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Wang Tong and the others were all able to make a breakthrough, and in addition to the elevation of their realm, their spiritual power was more than doubled. Although spiritual power is not a gift, but for places that can only be entered by the soul, for example, the Martial Heaven Academy's annual competition examination, for fear that the disciples will injure their fellow disciples, will often use special means to rip the disciples' souls into the divine platform duel. In situations like this, spiritual power would play a crucial role, and if it was strong enough, it could even exert power far beyond reality. At the Spirit Springs, Ningbei and Qin Jojo had also improved considerably, and both of them had already reached the middle stage of Jiadan. When consolidating your cultivation, Ningbei's mighty masculine aura appeared to be overlapping with Qin Jojo's feminine violet rhyme, forming a complementary yin and yang scene, so it didn't take long for the two to tamp down the realm. Ningbei opened his starry eyes and lamented, "Unfortunately, if we could have found the Shura ruins earlier, we might have been able to obtain even more benefits. But we should go back too, or the academy will be worried." Qin Jojo smiled sweetly and said in relief, "The cultivation ruins were already a product of 1,000 years ago, and its remaining spiritual power would inevitably decay, but the two of them were still very rewarding." "Fair enough, we've been out for a little over a month." Ningbei shook his head and smiled as he stood up. The two walked side by side, toward the forest of stone statues where the crowd was. Seeing Ningbei's figure from afar, Wang Tang and the others greeted him. "Senior brother Ning, look at our realms have all broken through. The rules of this stone statue are too awesome, and it can also exercise our mental power. If we go back in time for the competition, we'll definitely be able to surprise the academy." Looking at the crowd with excitement written all over their faces, Ning Bei let out a light laugh. Then why are you still standing there? Quickly pack up and get ready to return to the academy. Yes, the crowd responded with anticipation. If they could make it to the competition, they would be able to hit the ground running. Stay away from the ruins. Ning Bei first took them to pay his respects to the mother tiger, and it would be good to say a goodbye. The female tiger was also very enthusiastic and said gratefully, "Thank you all for your high esteem. If any more disciples from the Martial Sky Academy come to the Shura Cliff in the future, I will definitely help out." "You're welcome." Ning Bei smiled and arched his hand. "I didn't expect a great demon to really help us look for relics. This is all thanks to Senior Brother Ning. Without Senior Brother Ning, we wouldn't even be talking about the relics, and I'm afraid we'd have lost our lives." "Yeah, it's a blessing for us to be able to train with Senior Brother Ning." Everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. Through this experience, it had already caused them to admire Ning Bei from the bottom of their hearts. Regardless of Ning Bei's strength or vigor, he deserved to be held up as an example to them. Wu Tian Academy. The annual competition has long since begun. The large martial arts practice arena was packed with people, and two figures stood in the ring as their souls were ripped into the divine stage to face off. The battle footage was projected in front of everyone's eyes in the form of a light screen. Qin Yu has already defeated 3 outer disciples in a row. At this rate, he's afraid that he'll be able to single-handedly challenge all the outer disciples. For a handyman to harbor such strength is truly terrifying. Qin Yu's bright performance surprised everyone, including the elder. Although there were handymen who had become outer sect disciples through their efforts over the centuries, they had never seen any handyman disciple who could sweep through the outer sect like Qin Yu. It can be said to be unprecedented. In the crowd, Lin Yueyao twisted her head to look at Yunqing. "Godmother, I told you that Qin Yu isn't a mundane person. You've seen his progress, haven't you?" See. Yuncheng smiled joyfully and exclaimed repeatedly, when he was only allowed to be an errand boy disciple, it was truly a condescension. "That's for sure." Lin Yueyao proudly raised her chin and said, "But Qin Yu said that the sky descends on a man, he must first suffer his heart and mind. No matter what his status is, he will prove his worth." Speaking up, Lin Yueyao could not hide her pride. After all, when Qin Yu was down and out, she was the only one who supported him and suffered many blank stares and ridicule because of it. But in hindsight, it turns out she's the right one, she's the smart one. Halftime. Qin Yu ran over and said like a spring breeze, "Yueyao, I didn't disgrace you, did I?" Lin Yueyao happily said, "How can I lose face?" Raising your eyebrows is more like it. "Qin Yu, I believe you will definitely be able to enter the outer sect this time." "Outer sect?" Qin Yu laughed cheerfully and then whirled around. "If I remember correctly, every year when the academy exams are conducted, 5 inner disciple slots are released, right? Could it be that you want to become an inner disciple directly?" "Yueyao, do you believe me?" Qin Yu locked eyes with the young girl and asked back with a torch-like gaze. Lin Yueyao only hesitated for a split second before nodding. "I believe you." Although Qin Yu was not as handsome as Ning Bei, but looking at the other party at the moment, she felt an unprecedented aura. Couldn't help but be willing to trust Qin Yu. "You want to leap from a handyman to an inner disciple?" Yun Chang was also surprised and couldn't believe her ears. There is no such precedent in the academy from time immemorial. Greeting Yunqing's skeptical gaze, Qin Yu was not the least bit afraid. "I told Elder Yun, what I have lost, I will eventually take back on my own, just wait and see." "Good, courageous." Yunqing smiled gratefully and said, "Then I'll look forward to whether or not you'll be able to become an inner disciple in a single leap." She wasn't being polite either, but she thought about Qin Yu pulling out 2 heavenly ranked techniques in one go, which was by no means something that an ordinary person could do. Besides, it was given to her. This son, the future is promising. Just then, the crowd suddenly clamored. Senior Brother Ning has returned with his team. After going out to practice for so many days, they can finally come back. Chapter 25, the heroine is beaten on the spot and cries to the villain. Qin Yu raised his eyes to look at him, and a flash of gloom swept across his eyes. Some time ago at the Shura Cliff, if it wasn't for Ning Bei's tripping, he would have gotten his hands on the blood Ganoderma long ago and gained the opportunity to be even more powerful than he was now. The thought of it made him hate his guts. In the next moment, a plan arose in Qin Yu's mind, so he walked towards Ning Bei and the others. "What a coincidence to be back now. I thought you guys were going to miss this competition." At those words, everyone looked at Qin Yu in unison. Anyone could feel the provocation in his words. Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak, Wang Tang and the others could no longer endure it. "Agu, if it isn't the king of... I feel like throwing up when I see him now. What's the king of pumping today?" As usual, the mockery made Qin Yu's forehead ripple with veins. Laugh as hard as you can. "Today, you are all my stepping stones. Ning Bei, don't you care about them?" Qin Yu hadn't said anything yet, but Lin Yueyao couldn't listen anymore. "Is it interesting to hold on to this matter all day long? Do you guys know that the truth is not at all what you see?" Qin Yu has bitter feelings. "Yueyao, summer insects can't talk about ice. There's no need to explain to them." Qin Yu waved his big hand and went straight to Wang Tang and the others. "Since you guys look down on me, then don't talk nonsense, have the guts to compete in the ring." Although he was not Ning Bei's opponent, he was still sure of the 5 outer disciples who had followed Ning Bei's training. As long as those 5 outer disciples were defeated in public, how was this not slapping Ning Bei in the face? So what if you took them on a training trip, but in the end, they still lost to me? This statement was made. Wang Tang and the others laughed heartily. Did I hear right? This punk says he wants to get in the ring with us? Ha, the king of is the king of, who doesn't he pick but us? The crowd, who had just come out of the Shura ruins and were worried about having nowhere to show their fists, were all happy at once. What's so funny? Qin Yu has just defeated 3 outer disciples in a row. Lin Yueyao defended. Yunqing also spoke out, after going out with Ning Bei, how come you're all so unselfish when you return? Do you guys think you can definitely defeat Qin Yu? Originally, Wang Tang and the others only thought that Qin Yu was a joke, but when they saw Yunqing carrying Ning Bei out for a sermon, at this moment, they were all unhappy. Elder Yun, you can't say that right, senior brother Ning he helped us. Not waiting for everyone to finish their rebuttals, Ning Bei interrupted, alright, there's no point in talking more, Wang Wu, Lu Chuan, you 5 outer disciples, prepare to go up to the stage and spar with Qin Yu. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, leave it to us. Wang Wu, Lu Chuan, and the other 5, patted their chests and assured them they would never disgrace Ning Bei. Seeing this, Qin Yu almost laughed out loud. If Ning Bei sent out his inner disciples, then he might not really be sure, and at best, he would lose a little bit spectacularly, but it wouldn't be a shame. But I didn't expect that Ning Bei would send out 5 outer disciples? This is totally a chance to pretend to be a man, handing it to him. Come on, who's going to fight me first? Afraid that Ning Bei would back out, Qin Yu hurriedly ran to the stage. I'll do it. Wang Wu was the first to take the stage. Under the ring, Lin Yueyao walked over to Ning Bei. Ning Bei, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to get back together with me? Ning Bei raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, are you sick again? You. Well, don't you regret begging me? Lin Yueyao gritted her teeth and wrapped her arms around her body as if she was gambling. She only felt that Ning Bei would not die until he saw the Yellow River, and that all of his current bottom line stemmed from thinking that Qin Yu was a worthless piece of trash. But the truth is, Qin Yu has turned over a new leaf. She believed that when Ning Bei saw Qin Yu's growth, he would definitely not be as self-righteous as he was now. At that time, the fact that everyone was drunk and she was alone would also be in front of Ning Bei. Ning Bei will no longer have any bottom line to alienate and cold shoulder her, but instead will have to recognize her discerning eyes and her own childish behavior of being jealous. So nothing needs to be said now, time will prove her right. Phew! Hearing that Ning Bei and the others had returned, sacrificial drinker Moonless also rushed over. Originally, it was just the Academy's customary competition, and as a priest there was no need to show up, but now he wanted to come and take a look at the results of the people's training. In the ring, Qin Yu called out, Master, the sacrificial wine is here, is it okay? There is no hindrance. The soul body slowly said, although my master cannot provide you with too much power to avoid the sacrificial wine from noticing my presence, but by providing you with a small amount of power, coupled with your strength in the middle stage of chi cultivation, I think that you will be able to deal with the district's outer disciples and not care about the next. That's good. Hearing the promise of the soul body, Qin Yu settled down. Begin. The elder gave an order. Only Qin Yu and Wang Wu's souls appeared in an instant on the divine platform in the curtain of light. Your name is Wang Wu, right? You don't need to have any psychological burden when you lose to me. Before starting, Qin Yu did not forget to put on a show first. After all, today, he was all about making a splash and was guilty of keeping a low profile. I'll you up. Wang Wu, on the other hand, was no nonsense and kicked towards Qin Yu in an instant. Just this. Qin Yu pretended to be calm, but in the next moment, his complexion suddenly changed. Wait master, why am I lifting my hand so slowly? Boo! The next moment, a muffled sound rang out. Qin Yu's arm, which had just been raised, was instantly kicked away by Wang Tang, who kicked him in the chest, causing his entire body to fall off the divine platform. Wow! The sudden end of the battle caught the crowd off guard. Qin Yu lost this? What the hell? Can't even carry Wang Wu's kick, who said that king won 3 times in a row? Just this trifecta? Did you guys compete in before? In a flash, the venue was in an uproar. Zip! And Qin Yu, after his soul returned to his body, was even more confused. Master, what's the situation? How did I lose to him? Apprentice son, don't be in a hurry, there was something wrong just now. The spirit body hesitated for a moment before explaining, that kid's spiritual power is extraordinary, you can't judge his strength by his cultivation, so you didn't lose unfairly this time, let's wait for the next opportunity. Qin Yu was speechless. Instead of pretending to be a pussy, he pulled a big one. But he wasn't discouraged, after all, the soul body also said that the other party's spiritual power was unusual, so he just took it as bad luck this time. In order to avoid ridicule, Qin Yu was busy looking at the 4 Lu Chuan. I admit it this time, come on, who else dares to compete with me? Okay, I'll lead the way. Lu Chuan ascends to the ring. And so it was. After the two were sucked into the divine platform, the scene from before coincidentally reappeared. This time, Qin Yu was still defeated by a single move. The crowd looked dumbfounded as opposed to jeering, followed by a third person, the fourth man, until the fifth man, after all the hits. Without exception, Qin Yu was defeated by a single move. Adding up the time spent was not as long as a battle between two ordinary disciples. Qin Yu knelt on the stage with a look of despair. What the hell are you doing? I've put my word out, and you're letting me lose 5 games in a row? Adverse disciple, are you teaching your master to do things? Asterisk 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 mud horse. Qin Yu was so angry that he cursed, get the hell out of my body, I don't want you as a master. Upon hearing this, the soul body of the parasite, hurriedly pacified, apprentice, calm down, the spiritual power of all 5 of them is unusual, it's not the fault of the master. Ha, what's the king of ranting about there? He couldn't have been beaten silly, could he? All of them were defeated in one move. I thought Qin Yu had changed his fate, but I dare say that the previous ones were flukes, and 5 consecutive defeats is where he belongs. I've long felt strange, how could he win 3 matches in a row as a handyman? Do you really think that our outer sect is a feeder? In a flash, the surrounding mockery and banter descended like a tsunami. Why is that? And Lin Yueyao and Yun Qing, who were full of anticipation, also looked skeptical at the moment. They even had reason to wonder if Qin Yu had bribed his opponents with his previous 3 consecutive victories. Otherwise, how could he be defeated by 5 outer disciples again in succession? And it's all one trick. Ningbei, I spoke heavily just now. In the next moment, Lin Yueyao suddenly turned towards Ningbei and apologized. She felt that if she didn't apologize, her relationship with Ningbei would deteriorate further. Originally, she also wanted to use Qin Yu's turnaround to find the courage in front of Ningbei for her, so that Ningbei would soften to her and admit her mistakes. But I didn't expect it to end up like this. Get out of here, Ningbei said in disgust. Ningbei, don't be so mean. Chapter 26, the villain's charm couldn't be hidden, 2 women competing for jealousy. Quiet. At that moment, Moonless ascended the stage to stop the clamor as he looked towards Lu Chuan and the other 5 who had won. All of you, it seems that your strength has increased quite a bit from what you all had before, right? Back to Priestess, this is all due to Senior Brother Ning. The 5 Lu Chuan people didn't dare to take credit for their work, and solemnly rushed Ningbei on the stage and arched his hand. If it weren't for Senior Brother Ning's help, we would never have made such tremendous progress, all thanks to Senior Brother Ning's promotion. Not waiting for the crowd to smooth out the situation and why they should thank Ningbei. In the next moment, Wang Tong and Zhao Ming and the others looked at each other and also spoke out. And us. Senior Brother Ning's kindness in taking us out for training is unforgettable. If it weren't for Senior Brother Ning's kind heart and broad-mindedness, we wouldn't have been able to find that legendary Shura relic. To be able to follow Senior Brother Ning out on an adventure is truly a blessing for us. All of a sudden, the crowd was thanking Ningbei. Such a scene made the crowd uncertain. The shock in the hearts of the crowd could be said to be even more intense when they roughly understood what had happened. Good lord, Senior Brother Ning took them to Shura Cliff? That's a place I've always dreamed of. And I actually found the Shura ruins. Senior Brother Ning, can you bring me along on your next training trip? There's still me. Elder Brother Ning, look at me. Don't say that the disciples were envious. At this moment, even the elders were tisk 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 tisk. Even Moonless, who was the sacrificial libation, lamented in public, Ningbei, you are the chief disciple who has ever led a disciple out on a training trip and captured the greatest creation in the history of our academy. Oh no, to be precise, even if the elders had taken their disciples on a training trip, they had never had such an opportunity. The priest is overstated. Ningbei looked flattered as he arched his hand and said, this is all the result of everyone's efforts. I would never dare to take on this honor, and there are still many things that I need to learn from the elders present, so I hope that all of you, in the future, will teach my disciples more. Ha, Ningbei, don't be modest. Truly the later generations are fearful, for the academy to have such a chief disciple, there's no worry about creating another glory. We're really old, we can't compare to the young people nowadays. The group of elders laughed out loud. On their lips, they told Ningbei not to be modest, but in the face of Ningbei's compliments and politeness, they were all smiling from ear to ear. This chief disciple, the more they looked at him, the more they liked him. Sacrificer, although the 5 Wangwu are outer sect disciples, they have returned from their outings with Ningbei, and all of them possess the strength of inner sect disciples. An elder suddenly proposed, in my opinion, how about directly awarding them the 5 spots to enter the inner sect this time? Oh, that's a good idea. Moonless' old eyes lit up as he laughed. In that case, let's end the competition early and first organize a feast to receive Ningbei and the others. Wow! When these words came out, the entire room gasped. Ending the competition early to receive the disciples returning from their training, this kind of thing is unprecedented. But Senior Brother Ning has found the Shura ruins, so it's indeed worth throwing a banquet. Ha, we'll have to get closer to Senior Brother Ning in the future. Senior Brother Ning is a bright light for cultivation. The crowd of disciples surrounded Ningbei and revered him as if he were a god. Damn it! Looking at the star-crossed Ningbei, Qin Yu's teeth clenched. At the moment, he was huddled in a corner of the ring, but it was as if he was a sewer rat, and no one was even willing to look at him more than once. Although the plan failed. but it must not be a basket case. Thinking about this, Qin Yu stiffly found an elder and smiled. Elderly, you are in charge of disciple allocation. Look at my previous performance, I am qualified to enter the outer sect, right? Although he didn't have the chance to become an inner disciple, the outer gate was still better than a handyman, and he could at least obtain some cultivation resources. Oh, you are the handyman disciple Qin Yu, right? Li Shan looked Qin Yu up and down and said, just now, the priest said that a banquet will be held. I am now making you a great handyman. You quickly go and organize the handyman disciples and lead them to clean out a field. No? Big handyman? Qin Yu's person went numb and continued to smile. Elderly, what about my outer disciples? Next year for sure. After saying that, Li Shan did not want to care about Qin Yu anymore and turned around to leave. Asterisk. Qin Yu was shaking with anger. Might as well not get the other guy. What's the point of getting him a big handyman? Now he felt 1,000 regrets in his heart. If he had known, he wouldn't have messed with Ningbei. Instead of using the other party as a stepping stone, he himself became a clown. That's not what was expected. Seeing the young girl in the crowd, Qin Yu couldn't think much and was busy running over. Yueyao, I finally found you. Qin Yu? Seeing the other party, Lin Yueyao's displeasure was visible to the naked eye. Yueyao, this time it was an accident, I was careless, their spiritual power is too strong. Qin Yu hurriedly explained. He was telling the truth and was in no way trying to fool the young girl. But to Lin Yueyao's ears, it was very ridiculous. Even if it was really an accident, there were 5 accidents in total. And all of them were defeated by a single move? How in heaven's name can there be such an accident? Qin Yu, do you take me for a little cutie? Lin Yueyao didn't have the good sense to say, I've already been looked down upon by Ningbei because of you, and now you're still trying to weasel your way out of it. Can't you find the reason from yourself? Is it because you didn't work hard enough? Qin Yu was dumbfounded by the lecture and said with a look of disbelief, Yueyao, you're actually mean to me? Even you hate me now? Lin Yueyao wanted to say something, but changed her words. Qin Yu, you go and get busy. I'm going to talk to Ningbei. Ningbei will be unhappy if you follow me around. With that, she too turned to leave. No, Yueyao. Qin Yu was struck by lightning and his person went numb. How could the young girl who had always been devoted to him be so cold to him? It was a moment that cut him to the heart. The other side. Lin Yueyao just wanted to find an opportunity to get closer to Ningbei, but unexpectedly, before she could walk over, she was knocked away by a sudden silhouette. When she saw the person who did it, Lin Yueyao's anger was not in one place. Qin Jiujio, what are you doing? Don't bother him. Qin Jiujio faintly said. You, humph. Lin Yueyao snorted angrily and gritted her teeth. I'm going to find Ningbei to talk about things. It's not your turn to meddle. Qin Jiujio stretched out a jade hand and blocked. Lin Yueyao, can you wake up a bit? He's not yours anymore. He's not yours either. But I'm his. Chapter 27, it's too late for the heroine to wake up. The rival empress is too sardonic. What did you say? Lin Yueyao's delicate body trembled, and she was immediately struck by lightning. After realizing that she was speaking too bluntly, Qin Jiujio calmly changed her words. Oh, it's reasonable for me to say that I'm his friend and I don't want you to bother him, right? You take my mother for a cutie. Do you? Lin Yueyao instantly clammed up. How could she believe such a ridiculous claim? And as a woman's intuition has long allowed her to detect the relationship between Qin Jiujio and Ningbei, extraordinary. Good, you finally admitted it. Lin Yueyao was so angry that her chest rose and fell. In vain, you're still the chief disciple. You're actually thinking of someone else's fiancé. You shut up. Qin Jiujio heard the words and her delicate face suddenly changed, sharply rebuked. Fortunately, at this moment, the attention of the crowd was on Ningbei, and no one was paying attention to her argument with Lin Yueyao. Why should I shut up? It's you who should shut up. Lin Yueyao, however, didn't know how to take the good with the bad and flew off the handle. You white-given shameless person, you hooked up with someone else's fiancé, you're shameless. Snap. A slap sounded. Lin Yueyao was instantly slapped dumb. She covered her stinging cheek with one hand and pointed at Qin Jiujio with the other. You dare to hit me? Qin Jiujio's face was expressionless. If she didn't forcefully stop the other party from saying any more, she still didn't know what she and Ningbei would be described as. What's going on? Ningbei, who had heard the commotion, also cast a surprised gaze. As if Lin Yueyao had grabbed a life-saving straw, she immediately stomped her feet and said, Ningbei, do you still care? She actually hit me in the face. Greeting the blazing gazes around her, at the moment Lin Yueyao turned a blind eye and deliberately squeezed out a few drops of small pearls. After all, in the past, Ningbei had always regarded her as a scale. Even if the two of them had a conflict now, it was not so bad that they didn't miss the old feelings at all, right? So she planned to take advantage of Qin Jiujio's hands this time to awaken Ningbei's care and concern. Does it hurt? The next moment, Ningbei walked over with a worried expression. It hurts, it hurts. Lin Yueyao's heart rejoiced as she pretended to be aggrieved and cried out. But before she could be happy for 2 seconds, she suddenly realized that Ningbei wasn't rushing over to her, but stopped in front of Qin Jiujio. Jiujio, I asked you if your hand hurt, why didn't you say anything too? Lin Yueyao? Okay. Qin Yu was also a bit surprised, and when she came back to her senses, she revealed a shy smile. Come on, I'll take you to wash your hands first. In full view of everyone, Ning Bei graciously held Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu did not refuse, and the two of them left in style. And from start to finish, Ning Bei's gaze didn't even glance at Lin Yueyao more than once, just treating her as if she didn't exist. Ning Bei. Seeing this, Lin Yueyao froze. When looking at the backs of the two people leaving, for a moment, she froze in place at a loss for words. Why is that? Obviously the one who was beaten was her, but Ning Bei did not care about her, but instead asked Qin Yu's hand hurt? And take Qin Yu to wash her hands. You think you're dirtying your hands by hitting her? The next moment, a chorus of laughter rang out around them. Look at this, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are truly a great story in our academy. Ha, you guys, look at that clown, what's she frozen in place for? Serves her right, she was actually stupid enough to break off her engagement with senior brother Ning for that king of in the first place. How good senior brother Ning was to her in the beginning. Now she regrets it, but it's a pity that senior brother Ning is no longer around. The ridicule of the crowd was like a sharp thorn sticking into Lin Yueyao's heart. It made her heart pound. But compared to the ridicule of the crowd, at this moment, she was surrounded by a heavy loss. It was as if something had been lost. And so it was. Lin Yueyao left in a state of disorientation, and as she walked, she arrived at Yunqing's place. Yueyao, what's wrong with you? Looking at the young girl who suddenly appeared and was in a trance, Yunqing asked with concern. Godmother. Lin Yueyao, who had been awakened, couldn't tense up anymore. Teardrops the size of soybeans instantly came out of her eyes, and in the next moment, she flung herself into Yunqing's arms and cried about what had just happened. Ning Bei, he doesn't want me. Ning Bei is going to be with Qin Yu. What? He's so unlikable, too. Yunqing was furious after learning what had happened. Ning Bei still has a marriage contract with you, how can you go and hook up with other female disciples? It's really too much. Oh, godmother. What should I do? Yueyao, don't cry first. Yunqing wiped the young girl's tears. But at this moment, she didn't know how to comfort her goddaughter, especially after learning that the object of the rumor with Ning Bei was, on the contrary, Qin Yu, who had a combination of talent and beauty. But anyone who is not a little cute can see the excellence in Qin Yu. I'm afraid that in exchange for any man, cannot say no. Even Lin Yueyao, who had an outstanding appearance, could not be compared to Qin Yu at all. But looking at her daughter who was crying in her arms, Yunqing also knew that she had to say something. Yueyao, it's not your fault. If you want to blame it on that Qin Yu. If it wasn't for him stirring up trouble, you and Ning Bei wouldn't have gotten into such a mess. Woohoo! Lin Yueyao couldn't listen at all and just sobbed. This time she really panicked. It seemed that it wasn't until just now that she realized that Ning Bei's detachment wasn't a provocation, but that he really wanted to part ways with her. In the past, she always felt that Ning Bei didn't deserve her, much less leave her. It was also not until just now that she realized that she was not that important, and Ning Bei had a better choice. For a moment, Lin Yueyao was both worried and unwilling, and in her desperation, she said, Godmother, can you go and beg the priestess to intervene for me, so that Ning Bei can get back together with me? Seek out the priests for this kind of thing. Yunqing was a bit embarrassed, but fortunately, at this time, Qin Yu's voice came from outside the door. Yueyao, I heard that Jojo beat you up, are you alright? It's you trash again? Yunqing was so angry that she walked out and chided, you still have the face to come to Yueyao? Claiming that you want to enter the inner sect, but you ended up losing 5 matches in a row to outer sect disciples, causing Yueyao to not be able to raise her head because of you. As soon as he came, he suffered an angry scolding. Qin Yu was angry and helpless. Elder Yun, that was an accident. I also sent you 2 heavenly ranked techniques, have you forgotten? He tried to move out the gongfu to make Yunqing have a better attitude. Unexpectedly, Yunqing directly flung the gongfu on the ground. Take your gongfu and get out. In the past few days, she pressingly didn't dare to cultivate. After all, who would dare to take the risk of trying a gongfu sent by an odd-job disciple? What if I go off the deep end? Especially when she saw Qin Yu's wastefulness today, it made her more and more suspicious that these 2 techniques were not crippled imposters. This punk is trying to hurt her. Elder Yun. This? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Looking at the 2 precious techniques on the ground, which he had begged his soul body to give him, he didn't even want to take them in exchange for spirit stones and other cultivation resources. But right now, it was actually thrown on the ground like garbage. Yueyao, what are you doing out here? Yunqing's expression was stunned as she turned back to the young girl. Yueyao, are you crying? Looking at the young girl with reddened eyes, Qin Yu instantly showed heartache on his face. Lin Yueyao refused to answer and rushed straight to Qin Yu. You said that Qin Yu is your sister, right? Yes. Don't worry Yueyao, I will definitely make her give you an explanation for this matter of her hitting you. Qin Yu stated. I don't need her to explain. Lin Yueyao said in a cold voice, if she's really your sister, you tell her to stay away from Ning Bei and never speak to him again. What? Qin Yu's expression froze. He wasn't a little cutie. He couldn't hear the meaning of Lin Yueyao's words. It was clear that he was jealous because he cared about Ning Bei and made the request. Seeing that the young girl still cared about Ning Bei, Qin Yu's heart was hard. What? You can't do it? Lin Yueyao snorted coldly and threatened, if you can't do it, then you shouldn't appear in front of me again, I don't want to see you again. Not Yueyao. Qin Yu's face was tense and he was busy as saying, I saved your life. I've lost Ningbei because of you, isn't that enough to pay back your life? Lin Yueyao complained, do you know how good Ningbei was to me in the past? It's all because of you. Today he saw me being beaten by your sister, he didn't even feel sorry for me. Instead, he even asked if your sister's hand hurt. Do you think her hands hurt, or my face? In the face of the young girl's irrefutable resentment, Qin Yu's words reached his mouth and he could only change his words to promise, good, don't worry Yueyao, I will definitely let Jiujio leave Ningbei. The other side. Ningbei and Qin Jiujio came to a fountain. I'm done washing. Qin Jiujio reappeared in front of Ningbei, shaking her two white jade hands and smilingly said. The scene was like a little cotton-padded girl who was showing off to her father. Here, let me see if it's cleaned. Ningbei also joked. Geez, I'm not a kid. Qin Jiujio was amused and giggled. She casually swung her head, 3,000 green silks fluttered in the wind, and the stunning face that was full of shyness exuded pure prettiness. Ningbei looked dumbfounded for a moment. Jiujio, you're so moist. Chapter 28, A Villain's Life, anyone who comes here will shed tears. Ahem. After realizing that he said the wrong thing, Ningbei was busy looking for a remedy. I mean, you're so beautiful. Oh, thanks ah. Qin Jiujio's gaze was evasive, and it was hard to hide her panic. The word run hovering in her mind even caused her pink cheeks to blush, and for a moment, she was too embarrassed to meet Ningbei's eyes. Why did you hit Lin Yueyao just now? Ningbei tried to change the topic, saying, and it was in the presence of so many people, it's not like your style. Qin Jiujio wanted to speak again and again, has not yet organized a good excuse it, will be Ningbei interjected. Is it because of me? Well, Qin Jiujio hesitated for a moment, but did not deny it, I don't want her to talk nonsense. Again lest it be heard, everyone will laugh at us. So it is. Ningbei would smile and didn't break it down. One must know that he and Qin Jiujio were the chief disciple status, in this martial heaven academy, not to mention that the disciples had to be respectful. Even the elders were polite to them, after all, the duo represented the future of the academy. This situation said to be ridiculed. The genus is a eunuch strolling through a greenhouse, and it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Lin Yueyao. She should want to make up with you. The next moment, Qin Jiujio ghostly said, don't worry, there's no way I'll ever be with her again. Ningbei immediately assured. The young girl's words were understood, and he was wise enough to give his word. It's not like it has anything to do with me. Qin Jiujio pretended not to care, but the corner of her mouth lifted up. I just want to remind you, don't delay your cultivation. Oh. That's what I meant too. Ningbei shook his head and laughed, saying, after all, I've said before that I'm going to meld the divine yang skill together, so I mustn't let you down. So with immediate effect, I'm going to focus all my energy on cultivating the divine yang skill. Qin Jiujio let out a light laugh. It's not necessary to work too hard, step by step. That gong method is very powerful, lest you pile up too much dispersed yang power in your body by then. It makes sense. Ningbei nodded in agreement, and the next moment suddenly said, but if one day, my body really piled up too much dispersed yang power, Jiujio, what should I do? Facing Ningbei's straight gaze, Qin Jiujio's heartbeat suddenly surged, and even her breathing became ragged. What to do? What to do? Yeah, what to do? Saying that, Ningbei took a step closer towards her. Qin Jiujio didn't know what came to her mind, her brain was a bit down. Fortunately, at that moment, a few figures appeared in the distance, and it was as if she was grasping a lifesaver. They seem to be here for you, so go ahead and get busy. Ningbei glanced over, there's no rush, wait for them to come over. You go quickly. Don't delay the business. Qin Jiujio was anxious first. She couldn't think much about it, so she pushed Ningbei's back with her hand, urging him to hurry over. The moment. The rushing disciples looked at each other in dismay and unanimously reduced their speed. It's really the way the two of them are acting. It's so much like a couple snogging. Oh no, not at all. Qin Jiujio also took advantage of the crowd to come to the front, fled as if flying away. Ding! Congratulations to the host, under your shameless flirtation, the protagonist's sister has completely put down her guard against you, and her goodwill has climbed straight up. Please keep up the good work, host, perfect life, just around the corner. Ningbei smiled. Although he had not yet been able to get rid of the son of Qi, he had now torn off the label of ill-fated and was taking one step at a time towards a brighter future. That's a good thing. Only after a few disciples arrived did Ningbei realize that it was the sacrificial drinker who was looking for him. He didn't dare to delay, and was busy going to pay a visit to the boss of this academy. OC Church. Disciple sees sacrificial drinker. Ningbei arched his hand. Moonless stared back with a smile. There are no outsiders here, you don't need to be too formal. Thank you, sacrificial drinker. Ningbei respectfully said, I don't know what orders the priest has sought out my disciple for. This time you went out for training, your performance was excellent, not only did you find the Shura ruins and lead a dozen disciples to gain an opportunity, but you also personally taught them the truth of having a good heart and helping the world at the same time. Moonshine looked at Ningbei and said with delight, "It is only right that you should be given a reward. I wonder what you want?" "The priest is overstated." Upon hearing this, Ningbei said with an air of being flattered, "The fact that Priest Wine is able to stop the competition for us and organize a reception banquet is already of great importance, and I really don't dare to ask for more." Ha ha. Ningbei's grasp of skillful proportion made Moonshine laugh heartily. You're just kind-hearted, contented, and uncontested, but it's a good thing that your talent is outstanding, or else you'd have to suffer a great deal in this world. But contentment is contentment, and rewards are another matter. Moonless said in a proper voice, "Since the old man asked you to make a request, you should boldly mention it." "Priestess, do I have to mention it?" Ningbei raised his handsome face in embarrassment. "Yes, it must be mentioned." The priest nodded his head irrefutably and said, "Otherwise, the old man will have to blame you for not knowing what to do." "Okay." Ningbei sighed as difficult, then suddenly red eyes, "If you have to let the disciple to mention a request cannot, that I would like to let your old man to let go of a power, such as some of the small things within the school, trivial matters, in fact, your old man, you do not have to personally do, although the disciple knows that this has managed to be relatively wide, but I really do not want to look at you a big old man, but also for us to worry about these juniors. Master, you are the faith of our academy, you have dedicated your life to the academy, you should think more about yourself." Ningbei threw his voice and spoke with genuine emotion. Between the words, one could even hear the tremor in his voice that appeared due to emotion. Therefore, when Ningbei's words fell, Moonless lost his voice for a long time. He looked at Ningbei lost in thought, and at this moment, those old eyes, which had not fluctuated for decades, were surged with wind and rain. "This wind is so strong it makes your eyes sore." Even Moonless, who was a priest, could only turn his back. "Brat, the old man asked you to make a condition, why are you so nagging?" "Elder, this is the disciple's condition." After saying that, Ningbei wiped away her tears, turned around and left. "You stand still." Moonshine blocked it with a sharp voice. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it, but if Ningbei had said it, he had no reason not to believe it. Phew! An object was thrown by Moonless, landing firmly in Ningbei's hand. "It is? Divine Mirror." "What?" Ningbei was stunned, saying, "This is the Divine Mirror that opens the Divine Mirror test?" "Elder, what do you mean by that?" "You take it and play with it." "Ha! This is too expensive." Ningbei forced a smile on his face and repeatedly excused himself, "Never, never, master." "Brat, you're a real nag." Moonless waved his sleeve robe. Ningbei was kicked out of the main hall. Immediately after, several more pills and hundreds of spirit stones appeared in front of him. Chapter 29, the villain's hang-ups are too counterintuitive, and the Empress calls out that they are too ferocious. Back at the residence. Looking at the wide array of heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the meaningful divine mirror, Ningbei shook his head and smiled. "The divine mirror has escaped, so it seems that the old man recognizes me. It's not in vain that he made a good play and will finally be able to rest on his laurels in the academy." After surveying the divine mirror, Ningbei realized that apart from storage, he couldn't seem to find anything special about it. "Forget it, we'll work on it sometime." Ningbei first put away the divine mirror and opened the system shop. After so many days of hard work, he had already saved more than 300,000 reverse value, such a substantial amount, enough to spend properly once. First the feats column, then the weapons column, and then the defense vault. Ning Baidu only briefly glanced at it and did not lay his hands on it. The Divine Yang skill that Qin Yu had sent him was at least at the heavenly rank upwards, and currently he didn't lack feats, so he couldn't afford to waste the reverse value. As for weapons? Truly, 300,000 reverse value wouldn't be able to buy a weapon that was too strong, and with his status as the chief disciple, he could have gone to the weapon pavilion to pick out a weapon of the same level, making it even less likely that he would waste his reverse value. If you're looking for defense gear, Ningbei was still a bit hesitant to pull up the special goods section and take a look first. An experience fruit that directly raises the realm? Toast bread that easily comprehends feats? And the golden gun deer antler squash? Ningbei's heart thumped as he watched. The stuff in the special goods section really made it hard for him to calm down. It was completely blatant and open. If I had to say a downside, it would be the $100,000 reverse value starting price. Expensive, yes, but who can say no to being open? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. He directly used 200,000 reverse value and exchanged it for an experience fruit and toast bread. The moment he took the fruit of experience, he felt a spiritual energy that was no less than a spiritual spring, irrigating all his bones with a torrential flow. Oh, this overflowing sense of overflow instantly made Ningbei sour. Not much longer. A breakthrough aura then violently erupted out, helping him reach the late stage of Jiadan. Good lord, it's really a direct boost? Ningbei was thrilled. He felt that if he had 2 more experience fruits, he would be able to directly Yuaning today and become the top powerhouse of the academy. Of course, Ningbei was also clear that strength was not solely based on realm, there were many other aspects to it, and it had to be developed holistically. So after stabilizing his realm a little, he swallowed toast bread to cultivate the Divine Yang technique. At the initial stage of cultivation, he had gained an enlightenment boost that far exceeded the usual by 100 times, and seemed to be able to clearly perceive where the essence of the divine yang technique lay. Therefore, just 1 hour later, the divine yang technique had been cultivated to the point where he was well versed, and the concentrated rigid yang power in his body, for the first time, gave him the illusion of overflowing. Hiss. Turns out it's really possible to have excess yang power. Ning Bei suddenly remembered Qin Yu's words. But I don't know what to think of again. The corner of his mouth hooked up an intriguing arc. When you went off the deep end, I helped you. The other side. Jojo, you listen to my brother. You from now on away from Ning Bei a little bit, okay? Qin Yu nearly begged. Who made it so that he could not order the other, but had to resort to humble supplication. None of your business. But Qin Jojo's attitude was resolute and she turned around to leave. Qin Yu once again blocked in front of her, shamelessly saying, Father and mother said for me to take care of you, I can't watch you go astray. Who went astray? Qin Jojo directly laughed in anger. To have such an elder brother, it's a blessing not to cause trouble for her, but how dare you say she's gone astray? This is groundbreaking. Obviously, Ning Bei is so excellent, she really can't figure out which one of Qin Yu's tendons is wrong, and she always tries every possible way to find fault with Ning Bei. If Qin Yu hadn't targeted Ning Bei, perhaps she would have been able to remember the love of brother and sister, but right now, she didn't want to say a word more to Qin Yu. 9. Looking at the young girl's resolute departing back, Qin Yu sighed helplessly with his hands tied. What's to be done about it? He had promised Lin Yueyao that he would keep Qin Jojo away from Ning Bei, but now, it was difficult for him to even say more than a few words to Qin Jojo. How can I explain to Yueyao? Qin Yu's head exploded for a moment. He then clenched his teeth again and said indignantly, Ning Bei really got lucky, he actually managed to bring that group of losers to find the cultivation ruins, or else I would have secured my status as an outer sect disciple, and Yueyao wouldn't have been so disappointed in me. He put all the fault on Ning Bei's head. Apprentice, are you willing to make a break for it? HM? The voice of Sung Sang resounding in his mind caused Qin Yu to freeze for a moment. Master, what did you say? Master has a method, the risk is a bit high, but the reward is very high, perhaps it is expected to help you reach the Jedan realm in one fell swoop. Jedan realm? Hearing this, Qin Yu's heartbeat skyrocketed and he was busy asking after him, is Master telling the truth? There is such a good way, why didn't you say so earlier? The apprentice is in no hurry, it's not too late. Wait for the soul to explain. Qin Yu, however, couldn't laugh anymore. You are saying, going to share a body with me? Not bad, in this way, Master's power will be yours. The soul body slowly said, for Master's current strength to merge with your cultivation, it is not impossible to break through to the Jedan realm in one fell swoop. Available. Qin Yu was silent. Sharing one body is shocking to his ears, then later when he marries and has children. Does that count as playing together? Understanding Qin Yu's concerns, the soul body soothed, this method is only to help you through the difficult times. Master is not forever going to share one body with you. In the future, Master can create a new body, you don't need to worry. Still? Qin Yu was inexplicably relieved. But after hesitating for a moment, he was still a bit worried. Master, is this method reliable? Of course, tonight's banquet is a rare opportunity. Yes. Qin Yu's heart was also determined. He couldn't stand a day of this misery now. The thought of reaching the Jedan realm made him feel a little excited in his heart. Even if he still wasn't Ning Bei's opponent, he wasn't a waste anymore. Instead, he would become the Martial Heaven Academy, a genius with a hit. Who will dare to underestimate him then? Lin Yueyao will be impressed with him, and his sister will have to apologize to him. Just thinking about this, Qin Yu couldn't hold back the anticipation in his heart. Seeing Qin Yu's one-bite response, the soul body also smiled. It did not tell Qin Yu that this method must not touch the divine mirror, or else it would fail, not to mention that it would be forced into the divine mirror. Of course, it didn't mean to hide it, but it didn't think it would be such a coincidence at all. The other side. After practicing, Ning Bei exchanged a ring from his tools. Not only did it have the ability to store things, but more importantly, it could help him hide his strength. Honestly, he's progressing too fast. If you don't keep a low profile, it's easy to be suspicious. Just then, the system's voice rang out in Ning Bei's head. Ding! Detected Qin Yu and the soul body conspire. Want to merge into one tonight, please host with the divine mirror to destroy. To avoid Qin Yu have a chance to turn over. After receiving the information from the system, Ning Bei's eyes lit up. There's a good thing delivered to your door? These days, he was worried about what to do about the soul body. After all, the other party had been hosted in Qin Yu's body and was a time bomb. I hadn't thought about it, but now the opportunity was delivered to me. Bang bang! At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Ning Bei walked out to take a look, his face showing surprise. Jojo, why are you here? It's almost dark. Qin Jojo tried to stay calm and said, I want to find you to go to the banquet together. Wang Tang and the others have already reserved a place. Yeah, oh, and there's a reception tonight. Ning Bei laughed afterward. Immersed in cultivation just now, he almost forgot about it. Go! Ning Bei deliberately released some of his breath as he walked out of the room. As expected, after detecting Ningbei's aura, Qin Yu's delicate face suddenly changed. The next moment, she grabbed Ningbei's hand, the young power in your body. How come it's even more ferocious than that day? Chapter 30, the villain's sister spreads dog food, angry protagonist pulls his pants again. What? Ningbei first pretended to be puzzled, and then with a look of sudden realization, he said, oh, you said young force. I was actually practicing the Divine Yang skill just now. Divine Sun technique? Qin Yu's delicate face changed, somewhat incredulous. Because according to her knowledge, although the Divine Yang skill will make people store Yang power, but such a short period of time, Ningbei's body shouldn't have piled up so much ah. In the next moment, she suddenly thought of something. To what extent have you cultivated it? Let's see. Ningbei stroked his chin and said, probably up to the third, oh no, fourth layer. The fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth floors. What? Qin Yu was struck by lightning. She looked at Ningbei with a look of shock as she looked at a ghost. Although the Divine Yang technique was not considered a particularly difficult technique, its laws were as vast as a sea of smoke, and it was by no means possible to have an epiphany overnight. How long had it been since she had given the Divine Yang skill to Ningbei? How could there be such a horrible realization? What's wrong, Jojo? Ningbei asked with a look of playing dumb. Qin Yu bit her lip and said, you're fixing it too fast. Yeah, isn't that a good thing? Ningbei guffawed. Available. Qin Yu wanted to say something and said, don't cultivate it lately, I'll find you another suitable Shin technique. Don't, I haven't fully comprehended it yet. Ningbei hurriedly said, don't worry Jojo, I'll soon be able to completely comprehend it. Hearing this, Qin Yu was really scared. She couldn't care too much and said straight away, Ningbei, you can't cultivate anymore. Now the young power in your body is already too much. If you continue to cultivate, you're afraid that you'll go off the deep end. What? Ningbei pretended to be shocked and said, is it that serious? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Qin Yu seriously said, with your current cultivation level, at least until the God transformation stage, your body can't be affected by the fully matured, Divine Yang technique. Hiss. What then? So it can't be cultivated. Qin Yu looked at him and said, I'll find you a new technique. But, seeing that Ningbei was still hesitant, Qin Yu could only hold back her shame and said, have you forgotten when I went off the deep end? Ningbei looked like he had instantly lost his mind, looking straight at the young girl without saying a word. Seeing this, the already nervous young girl's heart suddenly spiked. Imo recalled the taboo of that day. She felt a million remorseful moments in her heart. Why had she taken the initiative to bring this up again? Unbeknownst to him, everything was a setup by Ningbei. After the ruse succeeded, he also buried the fuse in passing. I know Jojo, don't worry, I'll see to it in the future. Well, Qin Yu pursed her lips and nodded shyly. Don't know what to say. Subsequently, the two of them stepped into the meeting. Senior brother Ning, senior sister Qin, come sit over here. Wang Tang and the others got up to greet him and were busy waving. That table was full of people who had been practicing, and it was obvious that they had deliberately gathered together. After all, we all counted on experiencing a life and death together. At that table today, there are still 2 seats close together. Strange to say, those 2 seats were right next to each other, but they were both empty next to each other. It wasn't that there were many empty seats left, rather a dozen people were sitting at a table and they were all a bit cramped except for those 2 chairs. In this situation, how could Ningbei not know what the crowd meant? As he walked over, he still said in a serious manner, isn't this table too crowded? Jojo, or let's go somewhere else. Senior brother Ning, we've reserved seats for the 2 of you, you 2 aren't cramped at all. Yeah, it's okay for us to squeeze in a little, we're happy to. Senior sister Qin, quickly let senior brother Ning sit down, our training squad must sit together. At this moment, the crowd opened their mouths to persuade. Looking at the 2 chairs that were glued together, obviously there were still empty seats on both sides. Qin Jojo could naturally tell something. But she didn't get angry, instead she took the initiative and rushed at the hesitant Ningbei, otherwise, just sit here, everyone kinda wants you here. Ugh, okay. Ningbei let out a light sigh and sat down with a grudging face. Qin Jojo was close behind. After sitting down, she had wanted to tug her chair to the side, not because she resented being too close to Ningbei, but because it was too eye-catching. But I didn't realize that she didn't pull the chair? Glancing at this scene, Ningbei immediately forced a smile and said in a serious manner, Wang Tang, how come the chairs are inseparable? Oh, it's like this senior brother Ning. Wang Tang smilingly stated, we also tried just now. It seems that the legs of the chairs have been broken and nailed together, and with the hasty preparations for this banquet, we really couldn't find any other chairs to replace them. Zhao Ming also chimed in, senior brother Ning, you and senior sister Qin don't hate each other anyway, so why don't you just sit next to each other tonight and commiserate for a while? Ningbei just wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but was tugged by Qin Jojo's sleeve and whispered, forget it, it's okay to squeeze like this. Okay then. Only then did Ningbei give up looking deeper. And so it was. The 2 sat next to each other in full view of the public. For a while, no one was too embarrassed to speak. The outsiders who didn't know that the chairs were nailed together were throwing you-know-what looks at the people beside them when they saw this scene. Only Lin Yueyao, who was in the distance, was so angry that she was trembling at the sight of this. Ningbei is her man. At this time, Qin Yu ran to pacify. Yueyao, don't be angry, I've already investigated clearly, it's because the chairs were nailed together when they were broken, that's why the two of them were so close to each other. Lin Yueyao looked skeptical as she sniffed. Is the world so bloody now? Didn't you promise me to keep Qin Jojo away from Ningbei? Why isn't she still keeping her distance from Ningbei? Lin Yueyao didn't have the good sense to say. Greeting the young girl's grudging gaze, Qin Yu sophistically said, time is too short, Yueyao. Today I'm all about arranging the banquet. I haven't had time to talk to Jojo yet, and you also know that I'm a big handyman now. I'm very busy. Ha! Big handyman. Lin Yueyao wanted to laugh straight away at that. She now wondered if she had been stupid in the first place, actually drawing a line in the sand with Ningbei in public for the sake of a handyman. Now Ningbei has become the chief disciple, and the handyman has become a big handyman. As soon as she thought of this, she didn't want to pay attention to Qin Yu anymore. Qin Yu had a bad taste in his heart. The young girl who once regarded him as a white moonlight was now so cold to him. But he told himself in his mind that he would turn over soon. Seeing that the people from the banquet had almost arrived, Qin Yu also felt that it was almost time, so he rushed at Lin Yueyao and said, Yueyao, wait for me for a while, I'll give you a surprise later. What surprise? Confidential. Qin Yu intentionally sold out. He had already fantasized that when he appeared in front of Lin Yueyao with the strength of the Showdown realm, the other party would definitely be shocked. Probably wouldn't even want to get back together with Ningbei again. The other side. Ningbei, who had been observing Qin Yu, had the corners of his mouth lifted slightly at this moment. The good show has begun. Jojo, I'm leaving for a while. Well, I'll hold your spot. Qin Jojo said with a small face. Ningbei guffawed and also left the venue from the other direction. Schoolhouse in the mountains. Master, is this the way to set up a formation? Qin Yu inquired to the soul body after placing the materials. A moment later, the soul body responded, not bad, this formation can help you and I, master and disciple, merge into one, and now that they're all at the banquet, no one will be able to spot us. Master, after merging into one, can I really reach the Showdown realm? Qin Yu said in anticipation. Of course. The spirit body assured, it's just that later on, when Master is going to pull out of your body, you might be in a lot of pain, and you must remember not to scream too loudly, so as not to draw attention to yourself. Don't worry, Master. Qin Yu clenched his fist. He was ready to his pants again in order to go against the grain. No one's going to find out anyway. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, a figure had long been hiding 100 meters away, but because of the ring used to conceal his aura, even his soul body failed to detect it. Qin Yu hurriedly covered his mouth after he screamed out miserably. But it's not covered down there. Sound of escaping laughter. It's too heavy-handed. Seeing this, Ningbei frowned in disgust. He unhurriedly recorded it with the AV stone and straight away pulled out the divine mirror to activate it the moment the soul body had just flown out from Qin Yu's brow. Bring it on you. Chapter 31, looking at the villain's stars, the fiancé's heart is bitter and regretful. Boom. Great. Qin Yu nearly cried with joy. Not in vain he was incontinent with pain, his soul body was finally stripped from his body, and he was about to usher in the Showdown realm of strength. Everything is bittersweet. But not waiting for him to be happy for 2 seconds, he suddenly realized that the soul in front of him. No more? Qin Yu's face slowly condensed a question mark, forced a smile to look left and right. Master? Master, you people low? The other side. Ningbei quickly withdrew from the mountain forest after capturing the soul body with the divine mirror. It's you harpies? Shock was in the soul's voice. What have you done? Divine mirror. Why is the divine mirror in your hands? It's in my hands, and you still dare to be arrogant? Ningbei laughed coldly and looked at a familiar soul body imprisoned in the mirror. At this moment, the soul body was already unable to hide its fear. How did you use the divine mirror? Let me out. Why do you know our plan? I'm a little busy right now, so I'll tune you up when the party's over. No, wait. Ningbei put away the divine mirror and returned to the banquet in a pleasant manner. And the other side. Qin Yu, who has been calling to no avail, his heart is covered with despair. Master, don't scare me. This kind of joke is not funny at all. Not funny at all. You come out quickly. That Showdown realm cultivation. Is it okay if I don't want it? Qin Yu was dragging his wet crotch and was on the verge of crying. Originally, he had expected to reach the Showdown realm in one fell swoop, but now, he couldn't even find the shadow of his soul body. It's like the other side has evaporated. He also expected to have the soul body give a few more techniques in the future, so that he could take them to the auction house to exchange for pills and other resources, so it could be said that he had put all of his hopes on the other party. But now it was as if the other man had taken his hopes with him, and lost them with him. After a long time, Qin Yu could only drag his tired and dirty body, first going to change into a clean dress, and then return to the banquet hall in a state of disorientation. The moment. Because of the appearance of Sacrificer Muyuki, the banquet became particularly lively. The crowd of elders raised their cups to the front. They took the opportunity to show their loyalty and flattery to Moonless by taking advantage of their happiness. This was unjustifiable in the eyes of the crowd. After all, the old man was the supreme existence of the Wutian Academy, and normally there was no chance to curry favor even if one wanted to. Senior brother Ning, why don't we go say hello to the altar priest as well? We didn't get this chance before, but tonight we're half the star of the show. Wang Tang and the others jumped at the chance. When they looked at Ning Bei, they saw Ning Bei strutting through the crowd and straightaway snatched the wine cup from Moonless' hand in public. Don't drink. Wow. The sudden scene left the crowd uncertain. Ning Bei, what are you doing? Why don't you apologize to the priest? How can you be so rude? Lord Sacrificer, don't be angry. I think Ning Bei he must have had too much to drink. The group of elders reacted and opened their mouths, either reprimanding Ning Bei for his rudeness, or taking the opportunity to persuade the old man. The disciples were also scared out of their wits, and each of them stared daggers at Ning Bei. They hadn't expected at all that Ning Bei, who had always been smart and outstanding, would make such an outrageous mistake. On the contrary, Ning Bei remained calm, placing his wine glass down on the table and lecturing Moonless in public. Master, such a noisy place is not suitable for you, not to mention that it's also so late. You'd better find a clean place to stay. Ning Bei, you're reckless. What words? Are you teaching the priest to do his job? Immediately, an elder jumped out and angrily rebuked. Even though Ning Bei was a genius of the academy, the supreme being in their hearts right now was still Moonless. Just before their words fell, they saw that Moonless, who had been lectured, instead of being angry with Ning Bei, smiled and said, "Brat, tonight is such a happy day, just leave me alone, okay? Count me as begging you, okay?" Crowd? At this moment, the crowd was dumbfounded. Especially those elders who had opened their mouths to reprimand Ning Bei had a look of living hell. What's going on here? Obviously Ning Bei is so rude. Why isn't the priest angry? Instead, he is still so kinda? No means no, it's not good for your body. Ning Bei looked like he couldn't be refuted, pulling up Wuyu and heading out. Go, I'll take you to a quiet place. Brat, is it okay for me to go? If you let go of the old man will bring 2 more cups. Not even 1 cup. Ning Bei snapped. At this moment, the banquet became silent. Hardly watched a sacrificial wine-strong man, was a teenager so dragged away. They couldn't help but wonder if they were dreaming. Until the two disappeared. In the next moment, the venue erupted into countless small murmurs. I'm not drunk after senior brother Ning dragged Lord Sacrifice away, am I? Good lord, judging by how the altar priest reacted just now, he hasn't been disciplined by senior brother Ning much in the past, has he? Didn't you hear that? Just now senior brother Ning directly called out to sacrificial wine elder. The disciples looked at each other, all unable to hide their shock. On the other hand, the elders were also like being struck by lightning. Vaguely, they seemed to have discovered some kind of shocking secret. Therefore, after waiting for Ning Bei to return, the scene once again fell into dead silence. The crowd looked at him with torches in their eyes, none of them knowing what to say. Why don't people keep drinking? Ning Bei looked left and right, playing dumb has always been his specialty. Ah yes, drink. The next moment, the crowd clamored again. Dozens of elders raised their cups and walked over, especially the elders who had just spoken out to reprimand Ning Bei, but at the moment, their faces were filled with fawning and currying favor. Ning Bei, you've driven your family's old man away, so you can drink with us. Your old man may have explained that this celebration banquet is specially prepared for you, and you must drink us down. Ha ha. Ning Bei sniffed with an air of being flattered and said in a proper voice, don't think too much about it, everyone, that's the sacrificial wine. I called out to the old man purely out of respect. Yes. The crowd laughed at each other. It just feels like it's all in the air. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, come over here. Ning Bei looked at the disciples who had returned from their training together and said, I'm not capable of drinking alone, so you guys come over and help me keep the elders company. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others could hardly hide their excitement. One must know that although they were inner disciples, where did they normally have the opportunity to get close to the elders? But right now, Ning Bei had directly pulled them onto a table, completely blatantly creating opportunities for them. Do not say in this world of immortal cultivation, even if a little bit of business table, only sincerely take you as a friend will be so carry. Going out for an adventure with senior brother Ning feels even luckier than finding the Shura ruins. Who says it isn't? I'll make sure I get my chance next time, even if it's just for me to pick my luggage. Uncontested drool is coming out of my eyes. The eyes of the other disciples were filled with envy for Wang Tang and the others. At this moment, Ning Bei became the center of attention of the entire banquet. Oomph, god damn it. Qin Yu's eyes, on the other hand, had jealousy written all over them. His already bad mood was now even worse after seeing Ning Bei's prowess. Why should Ning Bei always be the center of attention while he had to hide in a dark corner? He's not convinced. Ning Bei. At this moment, Lin Yueyao also had mixed feelings within her heart. Whenever she saw Ningbei's excellence and glitter, her mind would recall the little bits and pieces of times when Ningbei had been good to her. Once upon a time, Ningbei was also very good and was all around her. But now, Ningbei is no longer willing to take care of her, once so considerate and subtle to her, but now she is not as good as a stranger. What made this happen? It so happened that at that moment, Qin Yu appeared in her field of vision. Yueyao, did you enjoy your meal tonight? Qin Yu squeezed out an affable smile. He was in a terrible mood tonight and wanted to seek out the young girl to gain an ounce of solace for his soul. On the contrary, after Qin Yu approached, Lin Yueyao frowned as if she smelled an unnameable odor. She held back her displeasure. I thought you said you were going to give me a surprise? Where's the surprise? Chapter 32, The two girls' jealousy is too wonderful. The Empress declares her sovereignty in a dominant manner. Surprise. Qin Yu was stumped by the question. The mood, which was already bad, completely hit rock bottom at this moment, adding insult to injury. It was clear that he had agreed to help him gain the strength of the Jedan realm, but in the end, he ended up losing his wife and his army instead. Even the master is gone. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Yu can't help but doubt. Has he been tricked by the soul body? What do you mean by this expression? Lin Yueyao frowned even more and said suspiciously, can it be that there's no surprise at all and you're playing me again? It's not Yueyao. How could I possibly fool you? Qin Yu was anxious when he heard this, and busily explained, it was just an accident. You believe me, I've never tricked you before. Head didn't fool me? Lin Yueyao let out a cold laugh as she listened. Now she doesn't even want to talk about it, when she lied to her that she didn't pull her pants down. But as a result, Ningbei directly flung out the evidence. And the stench seemed to have psyched her out, as if she was smelling it again. Of course, how could I lie to you, Yueyao? Qin Yu patted his chest and asked rhetorically. Although he didn't manage to gain Lin Yueyao's solace, he didn't want to make the other party angry. After all, this was his most important person. I'm also too lazy to look forward to your surprise. Lin Yueyao gave a light humph and pointed ahead. You're going to talk to Qin Jojo right now and tell her to stay away from Ningbei. There's always no problem with this, right? Qin Yu looked in the direction she was pointing. It was only after Ningbei called out to Wang Tang and the others that he drew back and stopped toasting with the elders, instead returning to Qin Jojo's side once again. The two sat close together again, still talking and laughing. You go quickly, Lin Yueyao urged. Qin Yu was at a loss for words for a moment. After all, he had mentioned it to his sister long ago, telling the latter to stay away from Ningbei, but he ended up being reprimanded instead. Going over there now would undoubtedly be self-defeating. But he also lied to Lin Yueyao that he had not yet gone to find Qin Jojo. So now it was a dilemma between left and right. Seeing that Qin Yu was unmoved, Lin Yueyao became more and more angry in her heart. Are you dumb? Didn't you promise to help me? Do you want me to think you're a loser too? Can you stop pushing me? Hearing the word waste, Qin Yu instantly caught fire. It was fine if others scolded him, but Lin Yueyao also said he was a waste. Who else could bear it? Qin Yu's voice was not small under his anger and instantly attracted many gazes. Lin Yueyao's expression was stunned. You dare to scold me? Greeting the crowd's blazing gazes, Qin Yu had an afterthought and was busy compensating with a smile. No, Yueyao, I just want you to wake up a bit. Ningbei has said that he doesn't want you anymore, so don't lick your chops and go begging for him to get back together. Is it your turn to tell me what to do? Lin Yueyao was instantly infuriated and said, you're worthy of talking about me like that even as a handyman? If it wasn't because of you, how would I have gotten into such a mess with Ningbei? It's all because of you. Get lost, I don't want to see you anymore. Yueyao. Qin Yu instantly tensed up. Scram! Lin Yueyao, however, couldn't listen and roared hysterically, venting all the aggression of these days on Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yun Chang who rushed over. You're a handyman. Where did you get the qualifications to attend the banquet and make a fuss here? Elder Yun. It was Yueyao who asked me to come. Qin Yu was at a loss for words to defend himself, his face was on fire. But now is different from the beginning. As soon as his words fell, he was directly dismantled by Lin Yueyao. I didn't let him come, it was him who had to lick his face to come. This statement was met with laughter. I said, why does it smell a bit bad here? I dare say the king of is here. Ha, the king of has no beak count at all, and he's the only handyman in the entire room who dares to sit down. Say, why isn't Lin Yueyao protecting him today? Wasn't she quite protective of him before? It should be because he's psychologically unbalanced after seeing how senior brother Ning has gotten better and better since he left her, and in turn, King of is always making jokes. How much respect the crowd had for Ningbei was how loudly they laughed at the moment. To this day, many people had inwardly looked down on Qin Yu, the handyman, extremely because of what happened between Ningbei and Lin Yueyao. Although Qin Yu was the big head to be ridiculed, Lin Yueyao was not spared either, and in the face of the counting of stones that fell on her, she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. After all, it's the truth that's the fastest way to go. But whenever she got involved with Qin Yu, every time, she couldn't lift her head. On the contrary, when she was with Ningbei, she was the envy of the entire academy. Qin Yu, why don't you get out? Yun Chang was heartbroken for her goddaughter and heckled at Qin Yu. Qin Yu could only flee in ashes after taking one last look at Lin Yueyao. Tonight, it was destined to be a nightmare. The moment. Not far away, when Ningbei saw this scene, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This is a falling out? It seems like a white moonlight can only stay a white moonlight if it's dead. What did you say? Qin Jojo turned her head and looked at Ningbei. Ningbei shook his head and laughed, saying, I say they're too noisy. How can they fight without distinguishing between the occasions? The family scandal shouldn't be publicized. LOL. Family scandal. Qin Jojo immediately couldn't help but let out a silver bell-like laughter. How come you're not angry at all? Obviously they brought you along when they were arguing. Guilty as charged. Ningbei gave a spontaneous smile and added, I have nothing to do with her anymore. She can mess with Qin Yu all she likes. As long as she doesn't come to disgust me, I'm too lazy to get angry over her. And what if she comes to you later? Ningbei froze slightly. Immediately, he deliberately used a serious gaze to stare straight into Qin Jojo's eyes. How? What's wrong? Qin Jojo was flustered by the look and pursed her lips. If she really came to disgust me, it would definitely be because of your crow's mouth. Ningbei deliberately said, so you have to be responsible. Well, Qin Jojo pouted in aggravation, innocently saying, how can I be responsible? Then I don't care, you're responsible anyway. I'm just saying. Aren't you bullying me? Qin Jojo's pink cheeks slightly reddened as she raised her jade hand to hit Ningbei. Not heavy, very light. In the eyes of outsiders, this scene was not a couple flirting, but an adulterous couple making secret glances. Damn it! Lin Yueyao was so angry that she stood up. Seeing that scene just now, she only felt her head turn green. Yueyao, what are you doing? Yun Chang was surprised. I'm going over to Ningbei. After saying that, Lin Yueyao took big strides. Ningbei is obviously her fiancé, but Qin Jojo, that woman, actually didn't want any shame at all. Shame on you for robbing a married man? Oops, she really came over. Qin Jojo raised her eyes to Ningbei and panicked. The corner of Ningbei's mouth lifted slightly. As promised, you're responsible. Qin Jojo wanted to say something. Where is her experience in this kind of thing? In the next moment, Lin Yueyao had walked up to Ningbei. She glanced at Qin Jojo before saying, Ningbei, come out for a moment, I want to talk to you. Her actions drew a lot of stares from the eating public. Jojo? Ningbei ignored Lin Yueyao and instead bumped Qin Jojo's fragrant shoulder. It was clear that the young girl was going to be the one to step up to the plate. Originally very weak Qin Jojo, now meet the surrounding hot eyes, a moment more at a loss for words. But again, Ningbei's pendulum seems to give her no chance to escape. Thus, Qin Jojo could only take a deep breath and stiffly rushed Lin Yueyao. If you have anything to say, just say it here. At those words, Lin Yueyao was so angry that her chest floated, but not wanting to act too shrewish in front of Ningbei, she forced herself to hold back her anger and said, I was going to tell Ningbei something about us. It's not your turn, is it? Jojo. Ningbei bumped the young girl again. Got it. Qin Jojo was so shy that she couldn't do it. Her beautiful eyes grudgingly scraped Ningbei's eyes before she once again hardened her head and said, I'm in charge of this today. Who are you to care? Lin Yueyao almost broke her defenses in anger. But in the next sentence, she was really breaking defense. After Qin Jojo held Ningbei's hand, she said with a red face, just because I'm his woman. Lin Yueyao? Crowd? Chapter 33, the Empress wins the man rush, her fiancé's regret is too late. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. The viewers who had been silently eating melons couldn't help but blurt out a sentence at this moment. Cough, cough. Ningbei also choked on his saliva. Although he intends to drag Qin Jojo into the water, but really did not expect, the other side of the shy and restrained appearance, but also hides an opening Wang Bom's heart. Worthy of being a transmogrified empress, the words are not shocking. Lin Yueyao thunderbolts from the clear sky, backing up to the edge of the table with a look of shock, even her voice carrying an angry tremor. You have the guts to say that again. Qin Jojo's gaze flickered for a moment, but in the next moment, she still summoned up the courage to rush towards Ningbei and softly whispered, Ningbei, say something. Ahem. Ningbei forced a smile and put one hand on her fragrant shoulder while charging the dumbfounded Lin Yueyao. Yes, we have a child. Ah shucks, we're already privately married. Wow. When these words came out, the whole room was instantly lit up. Admittedly, they both finally stopped pretending. It's not in vain that I've been knocking on the two of them for so many days, and sure enough, they've been privy to it for a long time. Really cry to death, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are so talented that they'll finally get married. Fine, I'll put Qin Yu's head with it when we get married. The crowd burst into cheers and laughter. After being convinced that Ningbei and Qin Jojo were having an affair, it was as if they were even more excited than if they had found someone themselves. Take me away. Qin Jojo was so ashamed that she couldn't raise her head and shook Ningbei's hand underneath. The cheers that resounded around her made her want to find a crack in the ground. This kind of high-profile spreading of dog food is really shameful. No. Lin Yueyao shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to believe it. This must be a fake. especially when she thought about once Ningbei's promise to her until death. The next moment, she couldn't help but rush to Ningbei. Ningbei, don't fool yourself. I know you are still angry, but now I have apologized to you in public. Can you be sensible? In her opinion, being willing to take the initiative to come to Ningbei was already considered an apology. And Ningbei refused to step down, but instead let Qin Yu jump out. It's clearly a childish temper. And as a matter of fact, if it were the Ningbei of the past, he would indeed be touched by this towards Lin Yueyao, thinking that he had warmed her heart. It was a pity that Ningbei was long gone. He heard a cold laugh and said nonchalantly, the one who should be sensible is you. Lin Yueyao, we're no longer related, please don't come back to me in the future. Because, I'm afraid that Jiu will misunderstand. At the end of his words, Ningbei took Qin Yu's fragrant shoulder and softly said, let's go. Well, Qin Yu had long wanted to escape. The two left the stage in an intimate pose in full view of the crowd. No matter how much Lin Yueyao called out and threatened, Ningbei acted as if he didn't hear them, and didn't show a trace of old feelings. Even after the duo left the stage, the atmosphere still didn't cool down, but instead, the crusade went on. Back then, you embarrassed senior brother Ning in public for the sake of the king of, and now you still want to get back together? It's not that I'm afraid of making things difficult for senior brother Ning, you think we would have spoiled you before? Letting senior brother Ning go and running off to lick a loser who has his pants, Lin Yueyao, you really deserve it. At this moment, Lin Yueyao only felt that the sky had collapsed. She was impassive in the face of the taunts of the crowd that fell upon her, as if her consciousness was in a closed despair. Ningbei, I can't believe I really gave up on this relationship? The Ningbei who once favored her and was always at her beck and call, actually changed her heart? I don't know how much time has passed. It was only then that Lin Yueyao suddenly woke up and looked left and right in panic. Godmother. Why am I here with you? Silly boy, you're the one who came back with me. Looking at the young girl's overwhelmed appearance, Yun Qing sighed and comforted, I know that tonight has hit you too hard. Come, you rest first. I'm going to talk to Ningbei. He's left with Qin Yu, do you think he'll listen to you? At the small courtyard, Ningbei sent Qin Yu back to the residence, still holding her shoulders. I did not expect you so willing to put down so blood. Qin Yu froze for a moment. After reacting to Ningbei's meaning, her neck quickly remaining a layer of scarlet color, mouth is not true to sophistry, you do not misunderstand. I just want to help you get rid of her pestering. I have no other meaning. I know you're trying to help me get her to die. In the face of the young girl's defense, Ningbei responded like a spring breeze. But his heart was as clear as a mirror, and vaguely, he had already smelled the maiden's fast-hidden affection. So the transmogrified emperor has a love brain, too. No, blame me for being too good. Knowing that you still don't let go? Qin Yu looked at the salty hand on her fragrant shoulder and pouted. Oh, sorry. Ningbei feigned a look of hindsight, and was busy pulling away the large hand that had seeped into the fragrance. Qin Yu gently bit her lower lip, and while walking towards the house, she said, who wants this apology from you? You were so bad just now. Upon hearing this, Ningbei smoothly followed into the room. How am I broken? Forgot so quickly? Qin Yu gathered her legs and sat down, her eyes grudgingly scraping Ningbei. Obviously it's a conflict between you and her, you have to push me out to block the gun. Ningbei laughed undeniably, closing the door of the room smoothly and sitting down next to the young girl. Isn't this what we agreed on? You're going to help me. Then you can't keep bumping into me forever. Qin Yu grumbled. Just now, when Lin Yueyao said a sentence, Ningbei bumped into her, saying a sentence and bumping into her, rushing her so much that she didn't even have time to think. That's what led to such groundbreaking words in the heat of the moment. Every time she thought of that sentence, she was so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill into it, and the way things were going. We're getting farther and farther away from what she had initially expected. Then I'll apologize for not rushing you in the future. Do you still want to have a later? So, what do you think I should do to make up for it? Ningbei asked with an air of sincerity. Qin Yu's gaze flowed, then she rushed at Ningbei and snapped, anyway, you're just a big bad guy, I can see you. Ha ha. Faced with such acute rebuke, Ningbei couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing? No more laughing, no more laughing. Ningbei was busy holding his breath and waving his hands back and forth. Bang bang. Just as the two were enhancing their relationship, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Ningbei went to open the door in displeasure. Qin Yu also frowned slightly, restraining the blush on her face. Ningbei, I have something to tell you. The visitor's name was Jiang Ji, a newly promoted inner sect elder, but he usually didn't have much interaction with Ningbei. Even tonight, he hadn't said a word to Ningbei. Therefore, when he saw the other party looking for him, Ningbei showed curiosity on his face. Elder Jiang has something to do? Ginger Value was nonchalant. You two are together, aren't you? Ningbei turned back to meet Qin Yu with a polite smile. Yeah, what's up? You two separate for now. Jiang Ji ordered straight away. Ningbei raised an eyebrow. I'm a bit lost. The two of you are both chief disciples. The academy has high hopes for you. To be entangled in childish love so early on will be detrimental to the future of the academy. Qin Yu just wanted to speak out, but was stopped by Ning Bei, who looked straight at Jiang Ji. Is this the meaning of the academy? No, it's personal. The corners of Ning Bei's mouth twitched as he asked the system in his head, is this person also a son of Qi? System, no. Good. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Seeing this, Jiang Value face was pleased. It's best if you can agree, proving that you are a smart person. Snap. Before Jiang Ji could finish his sentence, suddenly, Ning Bei threw a slap across his face. Did I give you a ing face? Chapter 34, the Empress calls her husband my man, she wants to destroy the schoolhouse. Ginger Value was instantly slapped in the face. It was only after a full 2 seconds that he covered his face in hindsight, his eyes widening in anger. How dare you hit one of my elders? I hit you. Before the words left his mouth, Ning Bei kicked out again. Boo! How could Jiang Ji not expect that a disciple would dare to hit him twice in a row? When Ning Bei kicked him in the chest, his entire body instantly flew backwards. Ning Bei, don't be impulsive. Qin Yu was busy advising. It wasn't that he was afraid that Jiang Ji was too badly injured, but he was worried that Ning Bei would be punished for it. After all, the other party was a newly promoted intersect elder. The following offense is not a minor one. I'm cool now. Ning Bei pushed away the dissuasive young girl, striding over to Jiang Ji, and said in a chilling voice, I don't care if you're a new officer, or if you've always liked to give directions, now, take back what you just said. Looking at Ning Bei's domineering expression, Qin Yu was slightly disoriented, and swallowed back the words that came to her mouth. Is it because of me? On the contrary, Jiang Ji, who had just climbed up from the ground, was infuriated, against the heavens. How dare a disciple make a move against an elder? Ning Bei, I don't care how talented you are, but this time, you've violated the precepts of the academy, I can wipe you out on the spot. Boom. With that, a power of the late Jiadan stage erupted from his body. Although this realm is not high, but with Jiang Value's age to have this achievement, even if it can't be called a supreme demon, it is also considered extraordinary talent. He was able to be promoted to intersect elder by virtue of his true ability, so he could not bear to be humiliated by a disciple. Erase me? Please. Hearing this, Ning Bei could hardly hide his surprise. Worried that the other side still have room to survive, so that he is not good in front of Qin Yu painkillers, now the opportunity is not here? Boom! Ning Bei no longer hid his strength and instantly exploded his cultivation at the same late Jiadan stage. Moreover, under the support of the rigid yang force in his body, it caused his aura to climb up, and in an instant, it surpassed the Jiang Value in the midst of his fury. What? Seeing this, Kongworth looked skeptical. Although I know that Ning Bei has a demonic talent, but at such an age, how could he reach the late stage of Jiadan? This is so unreasonable, isn't it? As for Qin Yu, who was about to offer up her bottom card, she also stopped pinching at this moment and looked at Ning Bei with a gaze that couldn't hide her shock. When he had shared the spirit spring with Ning Bei, and the two of them had stepped up to the middle stage of Jiadan together, it had only been a few days since then? Ning Bei's rate of improvement had really surprised her, and in her previous life, she had never seen such a heavenly chosen talent. Boo! Only to see Ning Bei's footsteps stomping, the ground underneath his feet instantly cracked open, and in the next moment, his figure shot out like an arrow out of a string. No good. The pupils of Jiang Ji's eyes shrunk, and he felt bad. That's too fast. Before he could react, in the next moment, a fierce fist wind had broken through his defensive armor and ferociously smashed over. Ah! Kongworth immediately screamed out in misery. His body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and on the way, a stream of blood sprayed out from his mouth, throwing a graceful arc in the air. And such a fierce fight had since drawn the attention of the banquet crowd. What's the situation? Why is Elder Jiang spitting blood and flying over? Could it be that someone knows we're hosting a banquet tonight and wants to take the opportunity to invade the academy? No. That's Senior Brother Ning? Wow. Seeing the person who was chasing after him, the whole room was in an uproar. At this time, Jiang Ji struggled to get up from the ground and rushed to the crowd. Ning Bei has no respect for his elders and made a move against me. Quickly help me to clean up the door together. What? The crowd looked at each other with dismay written all over their faces. The word sightless was a far cry from the image Ning Bei had always had. It's not even remotely tainted. A loser like you deserves to be my honored leader? In the next moment, Ning Bei came after him, and without waiting for Jiang Ji to offer his shin gong, he stomped on the latter's bulging ankle. Click! Hiss! Amidst the sound of the crowd sucking in cool air, Ning Bei had already grabbed Jiang Ji's neck and lifted him up. Stop! At this moment, the elders came back to their senses and stopped them sharply. Ning Bei, don't be impulsive. What exactly happened? Senior Brother Ning, don't be impulsive. Or else you'll turn out to be at fault even if you're not. Wang Tong and the others also looked startled and were busy dissuading him. A disciple violently beating up an elder was appalling in any power. In the face of the crowd's obstruction, Ning was merely saying in a cloudy manner, I'll tell you all the details of what happened after I've killed him. Crowd? Seeing Ning Bei's lunatic attitude. At this moment, Jiang Value is also afraid. Ning Bei, you calm down. That was just a suggestion. Maybe I spoke a bit too directly. but that's due to my blunt character. I have never targeted anyone, including you and Qin Yu. Ha, you have a very euphemistic personality now. Ningbei laughed out loud at that. The words of a man who was about to die. He had Zhang Ji's neck in one hand, and the other hand stored up ripples of power visible to the naked eye, his killing intent no longer having to be hidden. How dare a person who did not have the fortune to be blessed, nor the destiny to turn over in a desperate situation, come to provoke him? Then kill. Stop. The elders realized that the situation was not good and immediately wanted to step forward to stop it. However, Ningbei didn't give them a chance, raising a fistful of stored power and blasting it heavily at Zhang Ji's face, which was covered in shock and remorse. Boom! In full view of everyone, Zhang Ji's head was blown into a bloody mist. Wow! At this moment, the entire room fell into dead silence. Zhang Value is an intersect elder. A solid late-stage Jiedan powerhouse. Now it was actually killed by a teenager killed? At this moment, the gazes of the people looking at Ningbei all revealed unspeakable shock, even in the eyes of the elders. All mixed with a few moments of fear as well. This son must not be. Let it go. Otherwise, in the future, they may also be the consequences of this. In the next moment, a preceptor elder forced down his horror and spoke out heavily, Ningbei, do you realize your mistake? Not waiting for Ningbei to speak. At this time, Qin Yu, who had been silent, walked calmly to Ningbei's side and greeted the crowd's dismayed expression. My man, yes. Although it was just a simple sentence, for some reason, all the elders actually felt a trace of indescribable oppression and threat. Ningbei looked at the young girl in front of him and smiled. He knew that Qin Yu's words represented that he would be protected at all costs. Even go to war with the entire academy. And it also means that now he has fully entered the heart of the young girl and become an indispensable presence for life. What are you fooling around with again? At that moment, that preceptor elder looked at Qin Yu and frowned. He killed an intersect elder in public, challenging the precepts of the academy, and you jumped out to cause trouble. Don't you know how bad this matter is? You back off. Qin Yu ignored it. She took it upon herself to start pulling out all sorts of talismans, speed formations, and spirit treasures, preparing to destroy this place. Ugh. At this time, a long sigh came from a long time, and it was clearly sacrificial drinker Moonless. Your two chief disciples, do you really want to turn the academy upside down? It's the priestess. Sea Lord Sacrifice. When the crowd of elders and disciples saw this, they were busy saluting the old man. As for Ningbei, he also restrained his forcefulness and cried out at the old man in the void, Master, I'm aggrieved. Crowd? Moonless. Chapter 35, There's nothing wrong with male love, but the protagonist gets beaten up by the crowd. Trembling. A gust of autumn wind blew through the room, and the whole place was terribly quiet. It's just that when the elders looked at Ningbei, the corners of their mouths all kept twitching. You. Shut up for a second. Moonless also darkened his old face, forgetting the words that were on his lips. Priestess, Ningbei, he killed Zhang Ji in public. That preceptor elder spoke out. We couldn't stop him, so I'm asking you to make a decision. Taking a look at the headless corpse on the ground, Wu raised her eyes to Ningbei, who had a murderous aura, and muttered for a long time before saying, You're coming with me. Yes. Ningbei's footsteps had just moved, but she was pulled by Qin Yu, who whispered, You don't have to have concerns, we can spell death to all of them. Settle down. Ningbei smiled and patted her hand, indicating not to be impulsive. He believed that the young girl had this strength. After all, she was a great emperor reincarnated, so she must have a card to save her life in times of crisis. But for now, he has control of the situation. Looking at Ningbei's figure as he flew away, Qin Yu pursed her lips and finally listened to the former's decision. Jiu, you're confused. Ningbei has made such a big mistake, you'll only be punished with him like this. A few elders stepped forward and regretfully rushed the young girl. Many of them were optimistic about Qin Yu, especially before the rise of Ningbei. They had always treated the young girl as a chief disciple. In the face of their well-intentioned reminder, Qin Yu was unimpressed, or rather, right now, all she cared about was Ningbei. Whoever was hostile to Ningbei was her enemy. At this moment, two figures rushed to the scene. It was clearly Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu. Just now, after hearing that Ningbei had killed an intersect elder, Qin Yu couldn't wait, and told this news to Lin Yueyao. And when Lin Yueyao heard that, she immediately ran over. Ningbei was taken away by the priest? After learning this news, Lin Yueyao was a bit flustered in her heart. On the contrary, Qin Yu was gloating, killing an intersect elder in public. This is completely disregarding the precepts of the academy. And even the sacrificer has stepped in. I think that even if Ningbei doesn't die, he'll have his cultivation wasted and be expelled from the academy. A flash of gloom flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. After all, it seemed to anyone that if this wasn't disposed of Ningbei in a serious manner, then there would be no majesty to speak of in the future academy. What are you gloating about? Lin Yueyao asked with a frown. Qin Yu's expression was stunned as he compensated with a smile. Yueyao, he's failed you so much, you wouldn't still be worried about him, right? Lin Yueyao's lips slightly opened and she did not make a sound, only staring at Qin Yu with dissatisfaction. Now that it's come to this, Qin Yu also stopped pretending and said, yes, I'm just gloating, but am I at fault? It's him, Ningbei, who did it to himself. Look at you Yueyao, how star-studded you were once. If it wasn't for Ningbei uniting with others to target you together, would we have been mocked one after another? You don't say. Lin Yueyao bit her silver teeth, not wanting to listen at all. Right now she's a mess inside. Why didn't I say anything? Qin Yu was not happy with what he heard and said at the top of his voice, today I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it loud. Ningbei is a self-inflicted disaster. A little bit of talent and then no one else. Now it's good, isn't it? He actually dared to kill an elder in public. It's not true that he is talented, but does he know what it means to honor his teacher? Qin Yu deliberately pulled his voice, trying to make everyone hear. It seemed as if this was the only way to wash away the shame he had suffered because of Ningbei. What the is a king of barking at? Asterisk 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 it. The matter of senior brother Ning and elder Jiang hasn't been cleared up yet. What are you so proud of? Wang Tong and Zhao Ming and the others sniffed and chided with righteous indignation. What? You guys want to beat me? At this moment, Qin Yu was a scoundrel's face. Do you guys dare to beat me in front of so many elders? I'm airing my grievances for the dead elders, am I wrong? You. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong and the others were so angry that their teeth itched. Nay, the matter was still pending now, and there were many elders gathered around them, making it hard for them to refute anything. Don't want to offend the elders. While seeing this, Qin Yu was getting more and more arrogant, a bunch of pikers who only know brute force. Let me tell you, no matter how dazzling it was before, only the one who goes to the end is the winner. Victory is not gained simply by showing off, but by honoring our teachers, first and foremost by respecting the elders who guide us in our cultivation. Do you understand? Looking at Qin Yu's arrogant appearance, Wang Tong and the others were furious in their hearts. In normal times, they would have already made a move to teach this handyman a lesson, but now, Qin Yu was borrowing the name of an elder to say crowning words. If they make a move, would undoubtedly offend the elders present. And with things still up in the air, they don't know what to do. Meh, a bunch of wallflowers. Qin Yu wrapped his hands around his body and said, killing to pay for one's life, this is the unchanging truth of the ages. The other side. Ningbei stood respectfully and told Moonshine about what had happened. Of course, it wasn't his style not to add more fuel to the fire. Let you and Qin Jiu separate. Do not agree. And he said he would obliterate you? Moonless stared into Ningbei's eyes and asked with a raised eyebrow. Ningbei said with a straight face, Elder, every word of this came out of Jiangji's mouth, and the latecomer can swear to the heavens. Moonless was silent, because in terms of Ningbei's subtle expression and breath, the other party showed absolutely no signs of lying. Of course, he didn't ask if it had been taken out of context, and Ningbei didn't have to voluntarily admit it. Anyway, Kongworth did say those words. A moment later, Moonless stroked his silver beard and said in a deep voice, although you have outstanding talent and are the chief disciple, you have a lot of merit. However, killing an inner-sect elder in public. Do you know how serious a matter this is for the academy? No. You know you're not going to show any mercy? Flop. Ningbei knelt down on one knee and said in a proper voice, if the old master must have an explanation, then the late generation is willing to waste his cultivation and be expelled from the academy. Oof. Moonless' old eyes narrowed slightly as he said, you think the old man will eat your bitter trick? No. Ningbei shook his head and asked the system in his mind, if I were to cripple my own cultivation, would he stop me? System, 100% stopped. Okay. While Moonshine was still scrutinizing Ningbei, intending to see through the latter's tricks, she saw Ningbei suddenly raise a palm that had gathered power, and without hesitation slapped it toward her dantian. I'm going. Moonless was instantly startled, and I stopped Ningbei and said in alarm, Brat, what do you want to do? Old master, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Today, even if I waste my own cultivation, I don't regret doing so, said Ningbei, raising his reddened eyes. Jojo, she believes in me, then I'll be a man. How can I tolerate the existence of an enemy that provokes our relationship? The late generation does not regret tonight's action. Nor do I want to make things difficult for you, elder. I can abolish my cultivation by myself. You. Looking at Ningbei's serious expression, which didn't look like a joke at all, at this moment, Moonless didn't dare to test the waters anymore. That's not a trick. It's clearly the courage of a sentimental young man who is willing to challenge the shackles of the world for the sake of his lover. Ningbei's demonstration of great affection and righteousness, coupled with his outstanding talent, not to mention the fact that it was difficult for Moonshine to resist, it would have been the same for anyone else. In the next moment, Moonshine straightened up and said, don't give me this, all you have to do is answer one question to the old man, and I'll spare you once. What's the problem? Your cultivation. Why has it risen so quickly? Moonless, who was also considered knowledgeable, said seriously, with your current growth rate, it is unprecedented throughout the entire Zhongxian continent. Why are you suddenly enlightened? Elder, truth be told, I am actually a transmutation emperor. Moonless? Not much longer. When Ningbei and Moonless returned again, the originally noisy scene quieted down in an instant. What's going on? Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, Qin Yu froze. It wasn't quite what he expected. On the contrary, Wang Tong and the others were holding their breath in their hearts, and now as if they saw the hope of venting their anger, they rushed forward to inquire in a monkey's hurry.
Senior Brother Ning. What's the situation with Senior Brother Ning? Dare I ask the priest how the matter was finalized?
The elders were also curious. After Moonless glanced at Ning Bei, he said in a formal voice, I've investigated this matter clearly, it's entirely Jiang Ji's fault. Ning Bei, he's not at fault.
Wow. The entire room erupted in shock.
Can do it. And at this moment, Wang Tong and the others were on the verge of crying with excitement. Ning Bei's face was touched, and he thought that they were eager to embrace themselves, but the next moment, why were they all rushing towards Qin Yu? Chapter 36, the villainess walks away with her hands, her fiancé drops her pearls straight away. Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. The group hit him so hard they could have crippled him on the spot. Thus, he hurriedly looked at Lin Yueyao for help, but then he realized that Lin Yueyao had long since left him behind and ran off to find Ning Bei. In desperation, Qin Yu could only turn to the elders for help. Elderly, look at them. They're going to come over and beat me up. Elder Zhao, you say something? At this moment, the group of elders ignored it and tacitly turned away. After all, just now, they had all seen Qin Yu's arrogance in their eyes, and now Wang Tang and the others were trying to help Ning Bei out. Who dares to stop it? Ning Bei had killed an inner sect elder in public, and instead of being held accountable, he had been blatantly favored and protected by the priest. And how could they, who are also elders, not fear Ning Bei's retaliation? In other words, but anyone who isn't a little cutie. Who would offend a genius with unlimited potential, and a powerful priestess, for a journeyman disciple? King of, you're ing dead in the water. Wang Tang was the first to rush to, and with a single kick, he viciously kicked Qin Yu on his chest. Pust. In an instant, Qin Yu spat out blood from his mouth, his face pale. Wait. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to beg for mercy, Zhao Ming and the others came as promised, and their fists and feet fell on him like rain. It's the winner who makes you stick around until the end. And teach us reason, you have the guts to keep giving me a stiff upper lip. Facing the attack of fists and feet, Qin Yu no longer had half of his arrogance, and could only run away while wailing like a bereaved dog.
In response, as if they didn't even see it, the elders ran to Wu Yu in a serious manner, asking about Ning Bei's conflict with Jiang Ji as if they were judges.
And after learning what had happened, they changed their faces even more.
If that's true, then there's really nothing wrong with Ning Bei.
I told you that Ning Bei has always been kind by nature. How could he hit out at an elder? Dare I say it's because Jiang Worth went crickets about him and Qin Jiu. As the saying goes, it's better to destroy 10 temples than to break up a marriage. Jiang Worth deserves to die. Looking at the fickle faces of the group of elders, Moonless had a head full of black lines, but didn't reprimand anything. His pair of old eyes threw themselves at the upright back and murmured, Great Emperor Reincarnation.
Heaven blesses Wu Tian.
These 30 years of shame will hopefully be cleared in one day.
The other side. Ning Bei walked in front of Qin Jiu, and was eagerly asked by the latter, Are you alright?
Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, Everything is under control, it's done.
LOL. Welcoming Ning Bei's confident look, Qin Jiu smiled sweetly. What did the priest call you over to say, and how come you weren't punished? What, do you want to see me get punished so badly? Ning Bei asked rhetorically with a smile.
Qin Jiu's delicate face was stunned, then she pouted her small mouth in a grudging manner. You know I don't mean that, humph.
Ha ha.
Ning Bei stopped teasing the young girl and lowered his voice. I promised the priest one thing, to take first place in the competition of the 3 great universities. The so-called 3 university academies referred to the Wutian Academy, Qitian Academy, and Deyu Academy within the Deyu dynasty. Although the Wutian Academy is a dream place of cultivation in the eyes of the world, countless young people scramble to squeeze into this holy place of cultivation. But the truth was that the Martial Heaven Academy was only considered to be at the bottom of the list among the 3 great universities. For example, the martial arts competition that was held every 3 years. The Martial Heavenly Academy had lost 10 times in a row, being pressed by the other 2 universities for a whole 30 years. Even after every tournament, the chief genius of the Wutian Academy would be pried away by the olive branch thrown out by the Dayu Academy without exception. But this is no excuse. After all, the Dayu Academy is a royal academy, and most of its disciples are royal bloodlines, family geniuses, and so on. Its depth is hard to describe. Even if the Qitian Academy, which is slightly inferior, is located in the spirit Zephyr Earth, the bloodline of the disciples is nourished by the heaven and earth, and it is also a lot stronger than the Wutian Academy. It could be said that most of the disciples from the other 2 mansions could not look at the Martial Heavenly Academy that could make ordinary people dream. Qin Jiu nodded indistinctly. No wonder the priest is open to you. Since he took over the Wutian Academy, it seems that he has been losing face in the great martial arts, and his heart must have been holding back decades of humiliation. Losing isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is, those chief disciples that he once had high hopes of cultivating ended up leaving him for the future. Ning Bei lamented, that's the knot in his heart that he can't untie, and I promised him that I would never abandon the Wutian Academy. Looking at Ning Bei's resolute and handsome face, Qin Jiu smiled wanly. I will accompany you to fulfill your promise. For the Chi Tian Academy and the Great Yu Academy, she wasn't interested, otherwise in the beginning, she would have been strong enough to enter those two academies to cultivate.
Ningbei nodded with a smile. I'll send you back. Aha!
Qin Yu nodded gently, no longer asking more questions. In fact, Ningbei had also promised Moonless one thing, but that was his initiative to take out some heaven-ranked feats to supplement the academy's bottom line.
This offer would make Moonshine believe his words even more.
However, Ningbei did not intend to seek Qin Jojo's help, because at the moment, a soul body that was covered in treasure was being held in the divine mirror. The oil extraction still has to be an old soul body.
Ningbei. Just then, Lin Yueyao suddenly appeared in front. Seeing the young girl, Ningbei's handsome face revealed resistance. Why are you here again? Now that white moonlight of yours is being chased after him, aren't you going to help him? With one sentence, Ningbei made Lin Yueyao lose her voice. She is also not a little cute. Since she could hear the sarcasm in Ningbei's words, after all, in the beginning, she had abandoned Ningbei for Qin Yu. Now that I think about it, she had indescribable regret in her heart. Ignore her, let's go. Qin Jojo picked up Ningbei's arm and pretended to be intimate.
Anyway, she had already given up so much in order to help Ningbei get rid of Lin Yueyao, and now it wasn't too bad to save a hand. Looking at the departing backs of the two, Lin Yueyao froze in place. Obviously, the person standing beside Ningbei should be her, but the truth was, she couldn't even say a word to stop her. The strong contrast left her empty inside, as if she had lost something. To be precise, this feeling appeared when she forced Ningbei to kneel and apologize to Qin Yu.
And it's getting stronger.
In the beginning, she was still able to defy the words of the crowd and resolutely stand with Qin Yu, even feeling that everyone was drunk and she was alone. But after witnessing Ningbei's style one after another, she faltered. Especially when I think of the embarrassment suffered because of Qin Yu, and even the other party did not listen to her discouragement, insisted on going to violate the anger of the crowd, provoked now by a group of people brutally beaten. In the past, she would have been heartbroken, but now there were a few moments of disgust.
At this moment, Lin Yueyao's heart was very messy and chaotic. It was so messy that she couldn't tell which one she was confused from. Back to the residence. Ningbei was finally able to pull out his divine mirror and properly temper his soul body. You, what do you want? The spirit's fleshly body was terrified. The shadow of being forcibly refined by Ningbei at the beginning still loomed over it. The corner of Ningbei's mouth rose. You don't want your soul to be scattered either, do you? Chapter 37, The Villain's Antitrope, the protagonist's loss of a lady and her troops. Not much longer. Various types of heavily ranked techniques, precious Dan formulas, and so on, had already fallen into Ningbei's bag. But he still wasn't satisfied. Is that all? The soul body listened with skepticism. Aren't these enough? More than a dozen heavily ranked Shandongs, which are worth a lot of money, as well as those fine Dan formulas, any one of them put in the auction house would be enough to clothe and feed you for a lifetime. Not enough, not nearly enough. Ningbei shook his head. What do you want? The soul body is truly afraid.
It felt that the teenager in front of it was not a teenager on the surface, but an unfathomable demon.
I want all of you. What? The soul body looked shocked and cried without tears. It's really gone. I am truly out of things to hold. Oh, see you then. Wait, did you just say you wouldn't kill me if I cooperated? Fooled you, little fool. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Since the other party couldn't extract any value out of it, he also stopped talking nonsense with the soul body and straight away used the divine mirror to refine it. After refining the soul body, the divine mirror actually had a touch of flowing light floating on the surface, and immediately after that, the originally worn-out divine mirror was seen to be brand new and piercingly bright in an instant. Oh, Ningbei's face showed surprise. Earlier, the system told him that the divine mirror not only had the ability to store things, but also had the ability to detain souls and quench things, but unfortunately, it had been sealed for too long and needed to be activated with the help of a guide. I didn't realize that the lead was actually the soul? It can be an unexpected blessing. The divine mirror has not yet recovered to its peak, but the original grade is not bad, so I guess the grade of the objects that can be quenched is not low either? Thinking of this, Ningbei threw a sword into it, and sure enough, in the next moment, the divine mirror began to quench the sword weapon. Good stuff. As Ningbei was surprised, a system voice suddenly sounded in his head. Detected that Qin Yu has escaped from the academy and will meet with an opportunity once in a while, and asks the host to suppress him and deplete his heavenly chi juice. When he finished receiving the information delivered by the system, Ningbei raised his eyebrows slightly. Worthy of being a son of Qi, I've already deliberately avoided the interference of the heavenly Tao and let Wang Tang and the others act freely, but he actually triggered the opportunity. It's just that, anyway, with the reverse attack system. Your Qi, it can only be used for me. Ningbei hummed lightly. It is necessary for the system to remind the host not to take the enemy lightly. Based on this opportunity to start, it is obvious that it is aimed at the host, and it is not convenient for the host to show up in person to avoid giving away his head. Don't worry, it's not easy. The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The other side. With his body full of wounds, Qin Yu crawled out of the Wutian Academy from the pit. Not to blame him for not having any talent, but Wang Tang and the others hit him too hard, it was really beating him to death. Martial Heaven Academy. I'll take this revenge. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and swore in his heart, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the youth. Phew! A black-clothed figure suddenly appeared, scaring Qin Yu into instantly pissing his pants. Come on, if you don't mind getting dirty, keep hitting me. A black line floated up the black man's forehead. Are you a disciple of the Martial Heaven Academy? The man in black cupped his throat and said in a fake voice. HM? Qin Yu asked tentatively after returning to his senses. What are you? You don't need to know who I am. The man in black sized up Qin Yu as if he saw an opportunity and said, all you need to know is that I'm here to investigate the Martial Heavenly Academy, and if you can help me, I can give you unexpected benefits. Benefits? Qin Yu sized up the other party skeptically. In the next moment, a Yuan Dan landed in front of him, instantly causing him to lose expression management. Is this a Yuan Dan? It wasn't that he was too excited, but a single yuan gathering pill was enough to help him break through the realm. And seeing Qin Yu's performance, the man in black was satisfied. What? A mere yuan gathering pill makes you lose your temper like this? If you can really help me, won't you be happy to go to the sky later on? At those words, Qin Yu's expression changed. Senior, what are you investigating? The Martial Heaven Academy's chief disciple, Ning Bei? Qin Yu was slightly stunned and asked tentatively, does Senior have a grudge against him? No grudge, but I want to know everything about him. Qin Yu didn't have any hesitation. He directly told all about Ning Bei's finding the Shura ruins, the brutal killing of the elders, and the strength of the late Jiedan stage, and so on. He has late-stage Jiedan? The man in black was slightly stunned and whispered, it seems like we've let the Wutian Academy pick up a treasure. A smear of murderous intent flashed from the black-clothed man's eyes, passing in an instant. Yes, how else could he have killed an inner sect elder? Qin Yu said excitedly, if Senior has a grudge against him, I suggest you kill him quickly. After all, the fact that he killed an elder and still managed to remain unharmed means that the Martial Heavenly Academy is his backer. When he grows up, it will be very unfavorable to you. The man in black said meaningfully, you seem to have a grudge against him? Qin Yu, who had been seen through, admitted it frankly. What's your name? Back to Senior, my name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu, good name. The man in black laughed and threw out 3 polyjuice pills once again. Wow! Seeing this, the corners of Qin Yu's mouth were almost raised to his ears. Thank you, Elder. For whole gathering Yuan Dan, this was a treatment that even inner disciples didn't have. It was enough for him to reach the Foundation establishment realm directly. Moreover, these pills, which were still obtained from the information he had leaked about Ning Bei, made him raise his eyebrows even more. How is this not a form of revenge? There is no need to thank me, this is the reward you deserve. The man in black took advantage of the situation and seduced, if you are willing to serve me, then I can also give you another. Mixed Yuan Dan. The mixed pill? Qin Yu was dumbstruck. Senior is serious? Disciple is willing to follow Senior. The mixed Yuan pill was a genuine high-grade elixir, several times more precious than even the gathering Yuan pill, plus, he had wanted to escape from the Martial Heavenly Academy. At this moment, Qin Yu truly felt that his bitterness had come to an end. Ning Bei, next time we meet, I'll make you regret it, haha. In the next moment, he heard the man in black say, no, you've misunderstood, I want you to stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy and be my eyes. What? Qin Yu's smile came to an abrupt end. Eyeliner. Isn't it just a traitor? You don't? Qin Yu only hesitated for a split second before making a decision. No, the late generation is willing. Willing to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire for Senior. Ha ha. Black Clothes was satisfied and raised his hand to throw out a hybrid elixir. And after receiving this elixir, Qin Yu almost didn't cry out. He had never imagined that one day, he would be able to obtain such an opportunity. Today's beating was worth it. As for the faint-heartedness of being an eye candy, it was gone at the moment. After all, in his opinion, it was the Martial Heavenly Academy that had wronged him in the first place, so there was no blame for his betrayal. Senior, I want to refine the elixir now. Qin Yu was a bit impatient. The man in black stood by and watched, not stopping until he noticed someone approaching this way. The man in black froze. If it was that demonic chief, perhaps he could directly erase it here, but it seems that a lot of people have come. In order to avoid causing too much commotion, he had to hide his body first. Seniors? Qin Yu looked up, a little bewildered. But he didn't think much about it, and placed 1 mixed Yuan Dan and 4 poly Yuan Dan in a row in front of him, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Here's my chance to change my destiny against all odds. Which elixir should I start with first? You're it, Polyjuice Dan. Qin Yu just put his hand out. Unexpectedly at that moment, several figures suddenly jumped out from the side. There he is. Look, isn't that the mixed elemental pill and gathering elemental pill that senior brother Ning lost? Wang Tang and the others fixed their eyes on him and furiously poured 95 gasoline on top of their anger. Damn king of, you actually stole senior brother Ning's pills? Qin Yu? Chapter 38,
the villain triggers a big secret that can make the protagonist's family fall apart. No? Qin Yu was dumbfounded. This was obviously a reward he had just gotten. How did it become Ningbei's to lose? Isn't that bullying an honest man? How dare you deny it? Give me a beating. Wang Tang and the others wasted no time and rushed up with a burst of punches and kicks. Qin Yu was beaten and curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. Stop. Don't hit. Quickly stop. I really didn't steal. Where did you get the gathering and mixing pills if you're a handyman who doesn't steal them? Qin Yu was stumped by the question. He couldn't admit that it was a favor he got by betraying the academy, could he? It wouldn't be a beating. At this moment, Qin Yu only hoped that the man in black would come forward and teach these bad guys a lesson for him. Nay, the man in black didn't want to be exposed and turned away after dropping a bottle of healing medicine. Let you talk tough. Today I have to beat you until you admit it. Don't fight. Can't I just admit it? No, not unless you tell us what you stole as well. Qin Yu? Academic Corps. Senior brother Ning, Qin Yu admitted to stealing the pills. Wang Tang handed out the trophy and added, he said he took the opportunity to sneak into your room during the banquet to find it from under the bed. Is that what he said? Ningbei looked surprised. Zhao Ming concurred, right, at first he didn't admit it, so we beat him until he described what happened himself. Ha! Ningbei couldn't help but listen. Good lord, that's bending over backwards. He could even imagine that when Qin Yu was making up the passages, he was afraid that he had been beaten out of his temper and was bent on getting it over with. This son of luck. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. In the end, Ningbei only received the mixed Yuan Dan and handed back the foregathering Yuan Dan to Wang Tang and Zhao Ming. Senior brother Ning, what is this? The two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Ningbei calmly said, the tournament of the three great universities is just around the corner, and your family members will probably be there to watch the battle then as well, so refine the polyjuice pill and try to get a good result at the great tournament. This? Wang Tang and Zhao Ming looked at each other and were both stunned. The polyjuice pill is too precious, senior brother Ning, you'd better keep it for yourself. Even though the great martial is imminent, you're the hope of our academy, senior brother Ning, so how can we rob you of your resources at such a juncture? The two of them were flattered and excused themselves. Okay. Ningbei interrupted their politeness and said, if you guys really want to repay me, you should perform well in the great martial arts, and whoever sees eye to eye with me again. There's no point in being brothers in the future. Senior brother Ning. The two men froze at the words that came to their lips. They instantly reddened. Although they were also inner disciples, they were just small compared to Ningbei, and now they were crowned as brothers by Ningbei. How could they not be moved by this? This favor, it's too heavy. I'm sorry, senior brother Ning, when you were taken away by the sacrificial wine earlier, we, out of fear of the elders, didn't stand up to defend you. In the next moment, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming lowered their heads guiltily and blamed themselves. Stop, no one is allowed to say that again. Ningbei said in a positive voice, you guys have done enough, besides, I don't want you guys to offend some people you can't fight against just because of me with your current strength. Remember, the courage of a horseman and the benevolence of a woman are the major taboos of a cultivator, do you understand? Understood. The two of them gritted their teeth and agreed. Well, I'll go and rest. Yes, senior brother Ning, then we'll take our leave first. After arching their hands, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming turned to leave. As they walked on the road, their hearts were still hard to calm down, and Wang Tang lamented, senior brother Ning is truly treating us as his own brothers. Yes. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement, even though we're inner disciples, we've never enjoyed a gathering Yuan Dan before, and this is still at the Great Martial Passage. We owe senior brother Ning too much. Wang Tang patted his shoulder, cultivate well in the future and strive to become useful to senior brother Ning. Aha! Inside the room. After Ningbei refined the mixed Yuan Dan, the yang power in his body became more and more abundant, but he was not able to break the realm shackles. He was not surprised. Between Jiedan and Yuaning, there is a gap that is difficult to overcome even in a lifetime. Can't it be done by a single elixir? Otherwise the elders who were stuck at the peak of Jiedan for decades wouldn't they all be little cuties? And right now, compared to realm advancement, Ningbei cared more about getting Qin completely. He could already feel the young girl's intense affection, but it seemed that because of the events of his last life, he still had Qin concerns. So want to break this layer of barrier, Ningbei must find a suitable opportunity to let Qin completely open his heart to him. And the body. The other side. After Qin Yu finished healing his wounds, he dragged his wretched body back to his residence. Why? Why is it always me who gets beaten? Ningbei but can be worshipped? He looked at the inaccessible beams and clenched his fists together in resignation. He's not convinced. Obviously Qin was his sister, but she was on Ningbei's side. It was clear that Lin Yueyao regarded him as a white moonlight, but he still couldn't forget Ningbei. It was clear that the advantage was all in his favor, but it was Ningbei who won every time. Why do the gears of fate never turn for him? After a long time, Qin Yu came to a conclusion: Ningbei was too lucky. Luck can't stay with you forever, can it? A flash of gloom flashed in Qin Yu's eyes.
When he thought about the appearance of the man in black tonight, it was as if he saw hope again that there would be a mysterious force behind the scenes to help him get rid of Ningbei, as long as he doesn't give up. I, Qin Yu, am by no means a pool animal. Autumn winds, falling leaves, laying a layer of golden coat for the earth. This day, after running all the way, the crowd finally arrived at the capital city of Dayu, coming to participate in the triennial great martial arts of the academy. Looking at the familiar city gates, Wu Yue had mixed feelings and turned her head to look at Ningbei and said, with your current strength, in previous years, you were the candidate to win the championship, so you don't have to have too much pressure. Old master, don't feel too stressed. Ningbei smiled back and said, this time, you'll see how I'll avenge you. Brat, don't be too gullible. The geniuses of the other two great universities aren't vegetarians either. Moonless educated. He said this on his lips, but his old eyes that looked at Ningbei became more and more kind and appreciative. The young are not crazy, the old are hooligans. It's loaded before it's even hit. At the back of the group, Qin Yu snorted. Lin Yueyao looked at him and frowned. Why are you always hostile to Ningbei? Where did I? Qin Yu vehemently denied it, adding, Yueyao, he's ignored you all this way, why are you still speaking for him? I don't need you to care. Lin Yueyao wanted to speak, she had run out of patience with Qin Yu. You're sure that your parents will definitely come to see Da, right? That's for sure, we live next door to Yunsheng, whose parents won't come to watch their daughter's big martial arts competition. Lin Yueyao had no way of denying it. With Qin Jojo such an excellent daughter, I think any parents would like to see with their own eyes their daughter's wonderful performance in the great martial arts. Even her parents might come. The next moment, Lin Yueyao said with some anticipation and nervousness, will they really stop Qin Jojo and Ningbei from being together? You rest assured. Qin Yu patted his chest and assured, when my parents chose the object for Jojo, that can be a character of the identity of the young prince, only she did not agree to run away to the Wutian Academy, or else she would have practiced in the Dayu Academy. If the two of them were to learn that Jojo went all the way to the Martial Heavenly Academy and ended up with the young master of a small family. Speaking of this, Qin Yu laughed to himself, what do you think will happen? My parents will definitely force her to leave Ningbei by severing their relationship. But, Ningbei is also excellent. Qin Yu's expression was stunned as he stiffened his mouth, then he's no better than the young prince, right? Not to mention that Ningbei still has a marriage contract with you, and with my parents' character, there's no way they'll accept this kind of thing. Although Lin Yueyao was a bit skeptical, she was more looking forward to it. I hope you're more reliable this time, or I'll never ignore you again. Qin Yu was busy with a compensatory smile to ensure that, after all, that was his own father and mother, he could still not understand? The other side. Although Ningbei was walking ahead, he had already learned of Qin Yu's plan through the system, and, as a result, had triggered the system to capture a shocking piece of news. Congratulations to the host, as Qin Yu's parents are about to show up. It was detected that his bloodline came from his mother and a domestic servant, and is not his father's biological son. Ningbei? Chapter 39 Fooling the protagonist into taking a blood test, causing his family to be completely destroyed. That house servant is an injured great power, who lost his memory and landed in the Qin family back then, and has currently left this realm. Please don't worry about the host, his mighty father did not appear to be a seedling, and according to the system probing, he can't pose a threat to the host. After receiving the information from the system, Ningbei's entire clear sky thundered. That's too strong. The mother of a son of Qi could actually be arched by a house servant? This also seems to fit the protagonist's aura of the son of Qi, who always encounters chance, and how is the birth father of a great power not a hidden line? It's just a pain in the ass for his dad. Ningbei genuine bungalow lived and laughed. Once again, the host is reminded not to worry about this. The host is in control of the rhythm of life. Remind the host again, but wherever there is a crisis, the system will help the host avoid it. Alright Bowsy, I'm not worrying. Ningbei interrupted with a smile. As a qualified villain, would he have concerns due to other people except for the son of Qi who had the heavenly Tao to shelter him? Who cares if you're a great power or not? I even dare today the great emperor. Now that he learns that Qin Yu was born from his mother's infidelity and that his father is still in the dark, a plan quietly germinates in Ningbei's mind. Qin Yu, wait for your family to die. Qin Jojo turned her head. Ningbei, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Ningbei returned to his senses and asked, as if casually, by the way Jojo, how is your relationship with your adoptive father and mother? Qin Jojo was stumped by the question. After a few moments, she still confessed to Ningbei that she had actually given up on the Dayu Academy because she hated being set up, and had traveled to the more distant Wutian Academy. After all, in the past, she had been so focused on cultivation that she had no intention of considering the affairs of men and women. After hearing this, Ningbei lamented, I didn't realize that they adopted you, but to use you to climb the ranks of the powerful and noble. Jojo, you've been wronged. Qin Jojo wanted to say something, but a touch of warmth surged through her heart. While she can't say for sure if that's why she was adopted back then, from her experiences in recent years, her adoptive parents did see her as an upwardly mobile resource. And with her beauty and talent, she could indeed make the sons of the powerful covet. Between conversations. The group had arrived at the landing place set aside for the participating academies.
Ningbei and the other competing disciples entered the hall first, and the miscellaneous disciples pulled out various materials and assisted the elders in setting up the boundaries. Later on, Moonless also went to visit the Son of Heaven, signing in for the Martial Heavenly Academy in the meantime and so on. Just after finishing his work, Qin Yu couldn't wait to find Lin Yueyao. Yueyao, why don't you come with me to find my parents? Those are your parents, what am I going to do? Lin Yueyao refused. Nowadays, she is not too cold to Qin Yu, if not still counting on the other party's parents to break up Ningbei and Qinzhoujiu. She does not even want to care about Qin Yu anymore. But the capital city is so big, it's too slow for me to find it alone. Qin Yu did not die, we have one more person for one more force. Don't you also want me to find my parents earlier so that Jojo can separate from Ningbei? Okay. Under Qin Yu's encouragement, Lin Yueyao still compromised. Whenever she looked at Ningbei and Qinzhoujiu talking and laughing, her heart was very hard to bear, and she dreamed of keeping the two apart. And in her opinion, the reason why Ningbei refused to get back together with her was mostly because of Qinzhoujiu. What man would still be dedicated with such a beautiful woman by his side? So she believed that as long as she could get Qinzhoujiu to leave Ningbei, then it wouldn't take long for Ningbei to naturally return to her side. Not much longer. The door to Ningbei's room was then knocked on, and Wang Tang said anxiously, "Senior brother Ning, something big has happened. Senior sister Qin's parents have come looking for her." Finally, the corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up. In the next moment, he beckoned Wang Tang over and whispered a few instructions to him. Only Wang Tang's expression changed. "Alright, leave it to me." The moment. The great hall was already filled with elders and disciples. Qin Yu is really senior sister Qin's elder brother? Good guy, he looks so ugly. Senior sister Qin isn't his real sister, is she? The crowd was astonished and talking. And in front of Qinzhoujiu, there was now a middle-aged couple standing. They were the adoptive father, Qin Hao, and the adoptive mother, Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan looks charming. A pair of jade peaches in front of her chest is even more full and erect, so that people can't even grasp it with one hand. But at the moment, she has a charming face, but it is written full of vitriol. "Jojo, are you with a called Ningbei, together? We didn't believe your brother when we heard him say it. Why didn't you even discuss such a big deal with us as parents?" Qin Hao also chided. "Can you guys leave me alone?" Qinzhoujiu said with a tired heart. How could she not have imagined that Qin Yu would seek out her adoptive parents to put pressure on her and embarrass her with complete disregard for the occasion? But Qin Yu nonetheless do not feel wrong, but also jumped out and said, "Jojo, you do not recognize me as an elder brother is okay. But how can you treat your parents this attitude? They are for your good You shut up." Qinzhoujiu didn't have the good sense to At this moment, a murderous heart truly surfaced in her eyes as she looked at Qin Yu. Obviously want to put her on the fire to roast, and now still say what for her good. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? "Jojo, how are you talking to your brother?" The couple was instantly displeased. Seeing the quarrel, the elders tried to stop it, but they did not know from which side to start discouraging. After all, it's hard for even the clean officials to resolve family matters. And at this time, Ningbei also pinched in the timing to appear. "Jojo, what happened?" Not waiting for Qinzhoujiu to speak, Lin Yueyao jumped out excitedly. "Ningbei, they're Qinzhoujiu's parents. They don't agree with you being with Qinzhoujiu." "Well, so you're Ningbei?" In a flash, Yuan Yuan and Qin Hao's gazes landed on Ningbei. Not waiting for Ningbei to pretend to be polite, Yuan Yuan was already furious. "Could you Ningbei, what kind of ecstasy have you given my daughter? What kind of drug did you put in my daughter's head to make her leave the young prince unmarried to be with such a thing like you?" Qin Hao also pointed at Ningbei and said, "You stay away from Jojo in the future, we will never agree to her being with you." "Why are you guys blaming Ningbei?" "It was my own decision." Qinzhoujiu just wanted to defend Ningbei, but he was stopped by Ningbei, who sized up the couple. "Are you Qin Yu's parents?" "Nonsense, as in fake biological parents." Qin Yu had the opportunity to raise eyebrows, since it will not let go. "Ningbei, I have long said that you do not deserve my sister, now well, because you do not know yourself, causing Jojo also because you public embarrassment. I'm warning you, stay away from my daughter in the future." Yuan Yuan even pointed at Ningbei and said in a shrew-like manner, "I don't care if you're the chief disciple of the Wutian Academy or whoever, you're not good enough for my daughter. My daughter can only marry a genius of the little prince's type, do you understand? You obviously have a marriage contract, why are you still wreaking havoc on my daughter?" Qin Hao also said angrily, "Jojo, you too, don't you know he has a marriage contract? Our Qin family is pure and simple, how can you go and like a man with a marriage contract?" Qinzhoujiu was so angry that she couldn't organize her words. She could still tolerate this kind of thing when it came to herself alone, but she couldn't see Ningbei being blamed for herself as well. And Lin Yueyao even took the opportunity to say, "Ningbei, let's make up. She doesn't belong to you, her parents won't even agree." Ningbei glanced at Lin Yueyao, but there was no time to break up with the other party right now. In the next moment, he continued to act according to his plan and said in a proper voice, "That's not right. Qin Yu, you came here on purpose to find someone to pretend to be your parents in order to pick a fight, right?"
Ningbei suddenly looked at Qin Yu and said something coldly. Ha! Hearing this, Qin Yu directly laughed in anger. Ningbei, they all say you're smart, why didn't I see it? Thanks to you being able to come up with such a ridiculous saying. What? You're trying to change the subject because you're afraid you won't be able to get down, aren't you? Qin Yu also tugged at Ningbei underneath, implying that it wasn't fake. Ningbei, they really are Qin Yu's real parents. Lin Yueyao stood out and said, come to your senses, you have no future with Qin Yu. Shut the up. Ningbei couldn't bear it anymore and rushed at Lin Yueyao angrily. Not waiting for Lin Yueyao to come back to her senses, he once again looked at Qin Hao and Qin Yu. You said that you are biological father and son, how can you prove it? Proof? Are you stupid, Ningbei? How else is this going to be proven? The corners of Qin Yu's mouth twitched lightly as he asked rhetorically, is it hard to show you blood dripping to recognize a relative? Yeah. Ningbei smiled. You. Seeing that Ningbei dared to agree, Qin Yu was infuriated, but in the next moment, he suddenly flashed a bright light and said, okay, right? Then what are you going to do if our blood drops are really father and son? What do you want me to do? If we are true father and son, then you leave 9-9. Dare to bet? Qin Yu immediately galvanized. Chapter 40, Failure to Recognize Blood. The protagonist has lost his father's love. What's there to be afraid of? Ningbei nearly laughed out loud and forced a smile. A gentleman's word is his bond. Wow. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Anyone would not have expected that such an obvious agitation Ningbei would dare to respond? Ningbei smiled back. He had thought that he would have to make more efforts before he had a chance to lay out the truth, but he really didn't expect Qin Yu to play normally as usual. Gave him a godsend. Qin Yu, who hadn't anticipated what was about to happen, was also laughing heartily at the moment, and immediately rushed to the crowd. Everyone heard it. This is what Ningbei himself said. Next we will drop blood to check our relatives. If we are the real father and son, then he will have to be old and dead with Jojo. I also ask all the elders and fellow disciples to bear witness for us. Fearing that Ningbei would back out, Qin Yu was busy pulling down everyone present. Now Ningbei couldn't even back out if he wanted to. The crowd also looked at each other with mixed feelings. Senior brother Ning is confused. This is clearly a provocation. How can senior brother Ning agree to this? Although their father and son are not quite alike, but Qin Yu and his mother still have a few similarities. This look is a family. Because of Ningbei's goodwill, the crowd was worried at the moment. Ningbei directly took over the bet, and at that time, they wouldn't be able to help talk even if they wanted to. And Qin Yu also heartbeat accelerated, trying to tell Ningbei the truth, but the latter pinched his hand, and a magnetic voice came from beside his ear. Trust me, 9. Ningbei? Qin Yu was stunned. Her big, fluttering eyes looked at Ningbei strangely and suspiciously. Don't, no. Just then, Yuan suddenly rushed forward to stop it. Mother, what are you doing? Don't spoil it. Qin Yu hastily stopped it. No way. Yuan was a bit flustered and argued wryly, we're already a family, why should we fall into the trap of self-incrimination? How much of a joke is this going to be when it gets out? Father, pull mother away. Qin Yu couldn't care too much and hurriedly rushed his father for help. It was so hard to get a chance to suppress Ningbei, and to stop his sister from being with the person he hated the most, there was no way he would give it up by saying anything. Qin Hao also pulled Yuan and persuaded, ma'am, that brat obviously won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin, since he dares to agree to the bet, let's leave him speechless. Available. Yuan wanted to say something, and her heart was bursting. But on second thought, it's been done once before. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Thinking about this, she was also afraid of being seen to be weak-minded, so her attitude changed drastically, then let the blood drop recognize his kin, so that he has nothing to say. So the process was able to run smoothly. Soon after, Wang Tang brought a bowl of clear water and had Qin Hao and Qin Yu respectively cut their fingers and drip blood into it in public. There was no hesitation on the part of either man. At this time, Lin Yueyao came over and said, Ningbei, actually they really are Qin Yu's parents. Anyway, no matter what, you at least have me. I have Nima. Ningbei has long endured her, at this moment is also nonchalant. Were you cool where to stay, don't always in front of me blindly wandering. I see you on the annoyance. You. Lin Yueyao was instantly scolded silly, stomping her foot in aggravation. Okay, this is what you said yourself, later on you don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With that, she turned away in a huff. She didn't expect Ningbei to be so confused and naive at a time like this. It was just a matter of waiting for the results to come out anyway, so Ningbei would know how good she had just been and how hard she had just worked for their relationship. Thinking about this, Lin Yueyao felt even more aggrieved in her heart. If you don't apologize to me properly this time, I will really not forgive you. Now she did have this confidence, after all, Ningbei had already promised to separate from Qin Yu. And once Qin Yu stopped surrounding Ningbei, she believed that with her own charm, Ningbei's center of gravity would return to her. She won't be so easy to coax then. Before the blood fuses. Qin Yu also did not let go of the opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Ningbei, a man has to keep his word, so many people are watching, I hope you will not be a clown who does not keep his word. Ningbei let out a cold laugh,
there are some things that you should not say too early. Head tough talker. Qin Yu wrapped his arms around himself and stopped talking nonsense. In his opinion, Ningbei is completely dead duck hard. Mouth. Doesn't he know whether he is his own son or not? Until a few moments later, Wang Tang exclaimed, "Io, the blood has clotted." Wow. What? The blood didn't fuse? What the hell? It should have fused long ago by this time. Unless there's no blood relationship, it can't really be a fake father and son, can it? In a flash, the crowd was astonished and talking. How is that possible? Qin Yu was also confused. He hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd and stepped forward to check it out, only to see that the 2 drops of blood in the bowl had each formed a ball at the moment, with absolutely no signs that they were going to merge. Swish, swish, swish. A blazing gaze instantly landed on the father and son duo of Qin Hao. Get out of the way. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Qin Hao also lost his air of calmness and hurriedly went forward to check. But at this look, he almost lost his breath. There's really no fusion. Thus, Qin Hao couldn't stop looking at Yuan Yuan with questioning in his eyes. Yuan Yuan's face went white. At the moment, she was too nervous to speak. Seeing this situation, Qin Hao was furious, striding over to question, "What's going on here? I'm asking you what's going on, boss." Yuan Yuan forced herself to stay calm and reached out, shaking Qin Hao's arm. "Go out and talk, let's go out and talk." Slap. A slapping sound sprang up. You hit me?" Yuan Yuan covered her stinging cheeks and looked at Qin Hao with misty eyes. But at this moment, Qin Hao's heart is no longer half heartache. Once again sternly questioned, give me a clear, what the hell is going on? Dad, calm down. Don't touch me." Qin Yu was just about to reach out to pull his father, but he was unexpectedly thrown away by Qin Hao. Qin Yu Ren went numb. He could only look at Yuan Yuan and inquire, "Mother, what's going on?" Oh. Seeing that the truth has been exposed, at this moment, Yuan Yuan, no longer the shrewdness of a moment ago, cried and rushed Qin Hao, "Just once. I slept with him just once. I really didn't want you to raise a son for someone else. I always thought Yor was your seed." Wow. When these words came out, the entire room was in shock. Agu holy, this melon is too big, isn't it? Good guy, helped raise someone's son for over a decade. Daughter is also adopted. Dare I say he's a Jedi? The king of is actually still a wild seed. In a flash, deafening laughter erupted around them. Especially the thought of just now, Qin Hao and Qin Yu were sworn to look, and now the clueless anger contrast. Simply bung boo live ah. Hearing the snickers around him, Qin Yu's face flamed and he was so angry that he jumped to his feet and said, "Shut up, shut the up ah. Look at. He's in a hurry." Seeing this, the crowd but laughed even louder. You guys. Qin Yu was so angry that he was speechless and could only dissuade his father from leaving this place first. But at this moment, Qin Hao no longer cared about being ridiculed and rushed Yuan Yuan and said sternly, "Tell me, who exactly is that man?" Dang it. It's all in the past. Say. Qin Hao roared hysterically. Not to say he couldn't tolerate it, no one else could. It's Xiao Yun. Yuan Yuan didn't dare to hide it anymore and said frankly, "The former domestic servant of our family. Now I don't know where he goes. We just slept together once. Really, you must believe me. You, Xiao Yun." Qin Hao almost spit out blood in anger. The crowd even sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord, Qin Yu's biological father is actually a house servant? Living can still bring down the generation for his father. Shut up, all of you. At this moment, Qin Yu was about to go crazy. How could he not have anticipated how a situation that was originally meant to suppress Ningbei had all of a sudden turned into a trial of his bloodline? And now in addition to King of, he has an even worse nickname, Wild Bastard. God, why did you do this to me? Touching the gaze cast by Qin Yu, Ningbei frowned slightly. Still dare to hold a grudge against me? Fine, I'll let you completely break your family today. After receiving Ningbei's eyes, Wang Tang immediately came forward with the bowl and exclaimed, "Oops, sorry. The clear oil in this bowl can't be melted with anyone's blood." The originally noisy scene fell silent in an instant. Oil cleaning? It is written in ancient books that putting clear oil in water can make the blood of a biological father and son not melt. You deliberately tricked me, didn't you? In the next moment, Qin Yu collapsed, jumping and cursing. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, all of them failing to stifle their laughter. Dare I say it's a misunderstanding. I didn't expect a misunderstanding to blow up the truth about Qin Yu's mother, screwing the house servant. Qin Hao, you should really thank Ningbei. Facing the ridicule of the people around him, Qin Yu hurriedly looked at Qin Hao. "Father, let's take the fact of clear water again. I'm definitely your son." Right. Yuan Yuan nodded repeatedly and knelt down in front of Qin Hao and said, "Believe me Dongjia, he slept with me just once. It's impossible to give birth to Yor in one sitting. You or he must be your seed. There is no such a ridiculous coincidence in this world. How dare you?" Qin Hao pushed Yuan Yuan away as he chided in an unkind manner. But no matter what, he still has to determine his relationship with Qin Yu first, otherwise, would really prove that he was extinct. Just to be on the safe side, this time he fetched the bowl and fetched the water himself to avoid any discrepancies. And as Qin Yu dripped blood, he even took a stand and said, "Father, just forgive mother once. If I'm not your son, I'll kill myself on the spot." Chapter 41. A man's love for a woman's love is fixed for life. Feather? At those words, it was hard for Qin Hao to remain unmoved. Despite the betrayal he had experienced, it gave him some warmth and comfort in his heart to have such a genuine son. Of course, the premise was that Qin Yu was if he was his own. Dang it, if Feather isn't you. Oh. Yuan also sold a bitter story, then I wouldn't have the face to live. Ahem. At this time, Ningbei suddenly interjected, "I advise the two of you to be careful with what you say, or else he will kill you later. The academy isn't in a good position to stop him." Yuan was so angry that her face turned red and the jade peaches on her chest almost crumbled apart. "You're less of a snide talker." Qin Yu even pointed at Ningbei and said angrily, "Don't forget the agreement you just made. As long as I'm my father's biological son, you have to leave Jojo. And what if it isn't?" Ningbei provoked. "Not I'm going to die." Qin Yu was also galvanized. "Nah, everyone heard it, it's his own words." Ningbei followed Qin Yu's example just now and said, "I'll also ask all the elders and fellow disciples to bear witness." Qin Yu? "Don't worry, senior brother Ning, I'll make sure to be fair and impartial in all of this." Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, among others, were the first to take the lead. Others looked on with amusement. Ningbei. Qin Jojo pulled Ningbei, there were many things she wanted to ask. Ningbei could also guess a thing or two, and deliberately avoided saying, "Don't worry, the two of them look so much different, I'm sure they're not biological father and son." Qin Jojo wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything else. In full view of everyone, Qin Hao and Qin Yu once again dripped blood to recognize their relatives. But after a few moments, a familiar scene presented itself once again. And this time, the clear water was still beaten by Qin Hao himself, without a single drop of varnish, much less a hint of misunderstanding. Wow. Dare I say that what I just said is also true? Well, this is a complete confirmation that the king of is united in his desire to eat the Jedi. In a flash, the jeers that had just disappeared rang out again, and it's even stronger than it was a moment ago. No, this can't be. Qin Yu was suddenly numb. He couldn't stop shaking his head as he retreated back and forth. Qin Hao, on the other hand, his tiger body shook, and his whole body froze in place. Twice, and they didn't blend? Dang it. Listen to me. Yuan was also pale and tried to pull out her last ounce of strength. "I can still give birth." "I'll give you another one." "What if it's still not his?" Ningbei interjected. "I give birth to your ancestors." Hearing Ningbei's words, Qin Hao completely exploded. Now that he no longer needed to have any mercy or concern, he kicked Yuan out. A mouthful of blood violently sprayed out from Yuan's mouth. "Mother?" Qin Yu was shocked and hurriedly knelt in front of Qin Hao. "Father, you give mother a chance. Child will take you as his own father to be filial in the future." Qin Hao's forehead ripped out veins at the words, forced down his anger to look at Qin Yu, who had been raised as his own son, and said in a chilling voice, "Why don't you go and die?" "I'm asking you, why don't you go die?" Ningbei interjected and explained, "What he said means that you just promised to kill yourself if you are not your own son, and now you are not his son. Why don't you kill yourself? ********. I don't need you to explain it to me." At this moment, Qin Yu's mind collapsed. He wanted to bite Ningbei to death. Instead, there were a bunch of snickers all around, watching the fun. Senior brother Ning is too kind. Who says otherwise? This kind of juncture is still afraid that Qin Yu can't understand father. Oh no, it's not understanding the meaning of the great injustice seed. Qin Yu rushed to Qin Hao and cried, "Father, one day husband and wife, 100 days of kindness, mother is wrong. You just think about the previous love. Give her another chance, okay? Although we are not related by blood, but how good this son of mine is. You should know in your heart." Qin Yu played the emotional card. "But it's better if you don't mention it." But when you do, Qin Hao became even more angry. "You bastards still have the face to plead for her? I have long felt strange, with my jade-like appearance, how could I give birth to such a crooked and ugly thing as you? Well now, the truth is out, and the knot in my heart is sort of untied." Qin Hao kicked Qin Yu away and said without mercy, "You and her. From now on, you are no longer Qin family members." After saying that, Qin Hao intended to leave. After all, it is useless to stay here, men experience this kind of thing. The first thing to do is to look away. There's no such thing as an 18-year-old daughter-in-law. Is there any such thing as an 18-year-old girl? Qin Hao, stop right there. At this time, Yuan climbed up from the ground, with blood still hanging from the corner of her mouth. "You're thinking of separating your wife and children, aren't you? Wife and child. And you have the face to say such things to me? Why don't I have the face to say such things? I've apologized. What more do you want from us, mother and son?" This is the apology thing? Qin Hao was furious and looked skeptical. "Yes, I admit that Yuer is not your seed." Yuan cried, "But a woman giving birth to a child is so painful, is it so important if your son is your own?
Wouldn't it be fine for him to take you as his real father? You. Qin Yu directly spat out blood in anger. Father, don't be angry. Qin Yu was shocked and hurriedly dissuaded Yuan. Mother, you should say less. Don't be angry with father at this time. Come here. Yuan didn't think so and said in a proper voice, if you could adopt a bloodless daughter in the past, why can't you raise a bloodless son again? Since he has decided not to want us mother and son, we don't want him, either. Mother will find you a better stepfather again. Ha ha. At this moment, Ning Bei laughed so hard that she dropped her little pearls. Bung Bu Live. Simply Bung Bu Live ah. Mudbloods. Qin Yu could no longer hold back his killing heart, and with red eyes, he killed Yuan. What a bully to honest people. Yuan's expression was shocked, she was still counted in front of life and death, she turned around and fled. Father. Mother. You guys don't fight. Qin Yu hurriedly chased after him. In vain, the great hall was filled with laughter. King's family is extinct. The mother is trifling, and the father is an ingrate, and he's a wild seed. What a strange family. Senior sister Qin shouldn't be considered their family, right? Someone realized that they had said the wrong thing, and their eyes turned to Qin Jojo. At this moment, Qin Jojo's heart is a mixture of flavors. She could no longer lift her head, much less have the face to say anything. After all, if you spread such a family, anyone who comes here will lose face. Fortunately, at this time, Ning Bei blocked in front of her, resounding, today we all see, that family has been scattered, from now on, Jojo is also an independent existence, to say really a certain identity. That is also the chief of our academy. Saying that, Ning Bei's voice turned icy cold, but in the future, let me hear anyone link her to Qin Yu, or that couple. I don't care if you're an elder or a disciple, the sacrificial wine won't be able to keep you. I, Ning Bei, am true to my word. Does that include us too? An elder asked tentatively. Included. Ning Bei said without question. Elder. There's nothing wrong with what senior brother Ning said. That's right, those three are completely different from senior sister Qin, they can't be mixed up at all. I don't agree that senior sister Qin's status is only that of chief of the academy, we must at least have a conscience as human beings, right? At this time, Wang Tang suddenly sang the opposite tune. After drawing shocked gazes from the crowd, he added with a smile, senior brother Ning treats senior sister Qin so well, couldn't it be that senior sister Qin's greatest status shouldn't be that of senior brother Ning's person? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the tense atmosphere in the room suddenly turned into cheers. Ugh, they're so. Ning Bei looked over at Qin Jojo and helplessly spread his hands and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Qin Jojo looked at Ning Bei, both red-faced and red-eyed. Ning Bei. Thank you for having you by my side. Between us, let's not talk like that. Ning Bei cast a gentle smile. Then, he took Qin Jojo's fragrant shoulders and wanted to bring her back to her room to rest. Ning Bei. Right at this moment, Lin Yueyao suddenly rushed up and said, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. What? Feeling sorry for Qin Yu? Ning Bei laughed coldly and said, then go after Qin Yu. What's the point of talking to me? I'm not heartbroken about him. Glancing at Ning Bei's hand holding Qin Jojo, Lin Yueyao's heart wasn't in the right place. I was trying to tell you. I really wanted to get back together with you just now. Just now, he didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Yueyao, but now Ning Bei couldn't help himself. Jojo, close your eyes for a moment. Oh. Qin Jojo closed her eyes in uncertainty. Slap. In the next moment, a slapping sound sprang up. Bother me again in the future, and fight. After dropping a line, Ning Bei then took Qin Jojo's fragrant shoulder and left in style. Well. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, squatted on the ground, her jade hands covering her hot pink cheeks, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. And for some reason, she actually had a moment of heartbeat acceleration just now. As if giving birth to an unprecedented feeling. Back to the room. Ning Bei obediently locked the door to the room. Jojo, this time you're also considered to be blessed by the disaster and completely relieved. Well. Qin Jojo nodded slightly and stopped speaking. Now she has mixed feelings, say sad at all, but say happy. It seems that it is not possible to laugh. Are you unhappy? Ning Bei squatted down and looked at Qin Jojo, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, her starry eyes flashing with gentle affection. No. Qin Jojo bit her lip and tried to squeeze out a smile. I know, it should be hard on your heart. Ning Bei stood up and lamented, although no matter how difficult they made it for you, but, in the end, they are also considered to be half of your family, and now that that family is broken up, you will definitely feel helpless. Would feel that the world is filled with loneliness and loss. In the face of Ning Bei's words that poked right into her heart, Qin Jojo pursed her lips. Yes, that's how she felt. Originally, she thought that Ning Bei saying this was enough, but she didn't think that Ning Bei's next sentence was even more offensive to her heart. Jojo, I want to give you a home. The sudden confession instantly made Qin Jojo panic. Ning Bei then continued, I still remember that you once said you had something you had to do, but since it wasn't about family, then I think that what you have to do must be full of dangers and thorns, but no matter how hard the road ahead is, I, for one, am willing to accompany you there. Ningbei. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart thumped, as if dreaming unreal. If you don't believe me, I'll swear on a death talisman. Seeing that the time was almost right, in the next moment, Ningbei pulled out the life and death oath that he had exchanged from the store straight away. No, no. Seeing this, Qin Yu stopped herself. But Ningbei is going to insist, Jojo, I'm going to make you believe my oath. I believe you, Ningbei. Enough is quite enough. Qin Yu shook her head with red eyes. This affection, she did not have a shred of doubt about. Especially after seeing Ningbei's insistence on taking an oath, her tears could not be controlled as they slid down, and at this moment, her heart was completely filled with Ningbei. Kiss me. The next moment, Qin Yu suddenly handed out her lips, not allowing Ningbei to swear again. Ningbei wasn't polite and kissed the young girl's salty pink lips, as tears dripped onto her mouth. Slowly, Ningbei kissed the young girl while gently pushing her onto the bed. A few moments later, Ningbei decided to get up, but Qin Yu refused to let go and said with a red face, continue. 9. There are disciples living next door. Ningbei wanted to continue as well, but she couldn't let the young girl's voice be heard. It's a note that's uniquely his. Juice. However, seeing Qin Yu's jade handwave, a talisman sealed with a boundary, instantly spread out from within the room. Tonight, it's just us here, no one can hear, no one can come in, no one can stop. Qin Yu fondly encircled Ningbei's neck, her pair of wet phoenix eyes flashing with love that could not be suppressed. 9. Ningbei's heartbeat climbed, and she lost her concentration for a moment. Until Qin Yu took the initiative to tear open the clothes in front of her chest, revealing a touch of tantalizing Snow White, and said, enjoy. Chapter 42, the protagonist mistakenly paid with tears, witnessing the heroine turning into a villainous licking dog. Night. Qin Yu walked down the street lost in thought. He hadn't been able to catch up with his parents in the end, and only prayed that his mother would be able to escape from under his father. Damn it, I blame Ningbei. Thinking of earlier, Qin Yu fiercely clenched his fists. If Ningbei said that he did not look like his father, he would not have discovered that he was not born of his father by blood drops, causing the family to die in the end, and directly become an orphan. This enmity, Qin Yu naturally had to keep it on Ningbei's head. And he didn't intend to go back to the Martial Heavenly Academy. After all, in his current situation, going back would be nothing but ridiculed or mocked. But anyone with a brain doesn't want to go back to a place like that. Anyway, besides Lin Yueyao, there wasn't much worth keeping for him. Phew! A figure in black suddenly appeared and took him captive to a corner. Senior? After seeing the visitor clearly, Qin Yu almost cried in excitement. You've come at the right time, Senior wants to leave with you. The man in black calmly said, you cannot leave the Martial Heavenly Academy yet. What? Qin Yu's expression was stunned, and he immediately cried out in aggravation, Senior, you don't even know what I've been through. Not waiting for him to finish his words, the man in black interrupted, I know, your mother and the house serve in fornication defeat. These things, I already know. Then still let me go back? Qin Yu was even more incomprehensible. Letting him return to the Martial Heavenly Academy now would be tantamount to making a fool of himself. You have to understand that it's nothing for a man to suffer a bit of shame. The man in black pulled out a few pills while PUA, not to mention that we need you to stay in the academy in order to be useful at critical moments. If you leave the academy, then for us, you will be useless. Looking at the pills handed over, Qin Yu fell silent. Yeah, if he leaves the Wutian Academy, then he would be useless to the man in black. A moment later, Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. Senior, you should be someone from the Dayu Academy or the Qitian Academy, right? I just want to know if you're investigating Ningbei in order to kill him, or are you trying to pull him in? Seeing Qin Yu's mind, the man in black put the elixir into his hand. Don't worry, he did something he shouldn't have done. Right now the gods can't keep him. As long as you are willing to go back, soon, very soon you will be able to see with your own eyes how he died. Knock. Qin Yu's eyes lit up and his attitude changed dramatically in an instant. Don't worry, Senior, with your words, I can still endure those gossips. Ha ha. The man in black was very satisfied, and he disappeared in a whirlwind. Qin Yu, on the other hand, looked down at the elixir in his hand and said with an agitated expression, to make such a generous offer, it must have come from a force with a deep heritage. Ha! Ningbei, you're dead, to have messed with such a character. It was as if Qin Yu had seen the dawn of revenge. Immediately, he found a place where no one was around and first devoured the elixir to refine it, and due to the remarkable effect of the elixir, it soon helped him reach the late stage of qi cultivation. Looking at the only 2 remaining pills, Qin Yu's face shows hesitation. Refining these 2 more pills, I should be able to reach the foundation establishment realm, right? But Yueyao must be very disappointed in me now. It's better to make her happy first. In front of cultivation and feelings, Qin Yu chose the latter. Of course, he is also playing another calculation. If he can meet Lin Yueyao's parents during the big martial arts, with Lin Yueyao's character of knowing the kindness, most likely, he would ask the Lin family to give him some more cultivation resources as a token of gratitude. In this way, then he had repaired his relationship with Lin Yueyao and also gained more resources in return. It's a blood moneymaker. Sometimes, Qin Yu was pleased with his own resourcefulness. Extinct. Early morning hours. As Qin Yu held his head high and strutted into the landing place of the martial Heavenly Academy, the crowd of elders and disciples froze. The king of his back? How thick-skinned is Qin Yu? I thought he would disappear. That's what you don't understand, right? The son follows his mother's nature. Didn't you hear his mother's ruinous remarks yesterday? In the face of the expected ridicule, this time, Qin Yu did not become furious, but released some of the breath in his body. Ha! How does the king of have a late stage of chi practicing? Holy, really? How did he suddenly elevate? In the face of the crowd's shock, Qin Yu was very flattered and hummed in his heart, a bunch of wallflowers who see the wind at their backs, getting excited over this point? He secretly vowed that sooner or later, he would make this group of people regret and bow down. In plain sight, Qin Yu walks towards Lin Yueyao with a calm demeanor and says without blushing, I'm sorry Yueyao, I made you look at a joke yesterday. Don't blame you. Lin Yueyao's lips moved slightly, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Although she was quite disappointed in her heart, compared to Qin Yu's broken home. What else could she say? Qin Yu is an orphan. In the next moment, he only saw Qin Yu pull out 2 pills and said, Yueyao, in order to show my apologies, this is what I have specially prepared for you. Looking at the valuable pills, Lin Yueyao looked surprised. No, you'd better keep it for yourself. Yueyao, you must take it. Qin Yu's attitude was resolute, and held his head high as he said, as a man, I deserve to take up my due responsibilities, even if I unintentionally disappointed you, it is still my fault. So Yueyao, if you refuse to accept my apology, then I will have no place to go. Upon hearing Qin Yu's pretentious speech, a group of people furrowed their brows and gritted their teeth. No, this king of. Does he know what he's talking about? The sky clears up and the rain stops, and you're okay with becoming an orphan? Mud. I really want to him. Ha! Hearing the mockery around him, Qin Yu was undaunted and instead met the gazes of the crowd. What else do you guys know besides laughing? How many of you have a higher cultivation level than me? How much higher than me? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youth. Crowd. Yueyao, if you still don't accept my heart, they will only continue to taunt me. Qin Yu pressured Lin Yueyao, do you want to see me continue to be mocked by them? Okay, thanks. Lin Yueyao had a complicated look on her face and eventually compromised. Although she is already not cold to Qin Yu, but no matter how to say, the other party has to help her component before finding her parents, and finally led to become an orphan. Right now, she was also mocked for sending her elixir. She also didn't want to seem too down on herself. Yueyao, I promise you, you will see a brand new me in the future. Qin Yu couldn't help but pretend again. In his opinion, the fact that the young girl was willing to accept his pills proved that there was still a place for him in her heart. And now, he was also certain that Ningbei's death would be imminent. Just thinking about it brought unspeakable excitement to his heart. Lin Yueyao sniffed and squeezed out a smile, help you succeed. I will. Qin Yu smiled back. It was as if the young girl who had once regarded him as a white moonlight was almost back again. Cackle. At that moment, Ningbei, who had heard the commotion, opened the fan door and walked out. Ningbei. Lin Yueyao jogged all the way to meet up, holding the elixir in both hands and smiled. Your cultivation is very hard, right? It just so happens that I have 2 elixirs here. You take them to replenish your body. Qin Yu? Chapter 43, The Cold Empress becomes a fan, the villain's charm can't be contained. Yueyao, that's from me. Without waiting for Ningbei to speak, Qin Yu was the first to tense up. He rushed up and pointed at the 2 pills with a look of desire. Originally, he was able to break through to the Foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop with these 2 pills. But in order to please Lin Yueyao, he hardened himself and stayed. However, he did not expect that Lin Yueyao would turn his hand and, to his most hated enemy, Ningbei. Isn't this a slap in his face? What's more, there were so many people gathered around at this time. Look at King Yu's face, it's like he's lost his dad. Oh no, he's really out of it. Ha, I'm going to die laughing. It's about time senior brother Ning showed up. King of you can grow a heart, even if senior brother Ning doesn't want Lin Yueyao. She doesn't belong to you a pants puller either. All of a sudden, the whole room burst into laughter. Such a dramatic scene is really difficult for them to be taught. 1 second Qin Yu was blabbering about coaxing Lin Yueyao to be happy with the pills, but the next moment, Lin Yueyao turned her hand and took the pills to please Ningbei. At this moment, they even sympathize a little with Qin Yu. Wrong payment the pills are Qin Yu's? And from the laughter of the crowd, the corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked into a cold smile after learning the original story. Familiar, all too familiar. Right. Qin Yu just wanted to swear sovereignty, but was interrupted by Lin Yueyao. He already said he gave it to me. Ningbei, I'm telling the truth. Yueyao, how can you? Qin Yu was just about to open his mouth, but was once again interrupted by Lin Yueyao questioning, didn't you already give them to me? Is it possible that you still want them back? No. I have no desire to come back. Qin Yu hurriedly shook his head in denial. That's not just it, I have the power to dispose of it. After Lin Yueyao grunted angrily at Qin Yu, her tone became gentle again as she looked at Ningbei. The great martial is about to begin, and I would like to give you these 2 pills that might help you a little. This trashy elixir helping me? What are you thinking, Lin Yueyao? Upon hearing this, Ning Bei however rejected it without mercy. Don't bother me with this kind of trash in the future. After saying that, Ning Bei turned straight around and went back to the house, locking the door to his room. Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao wanted to say something else. She pursed her little lips in aggravation, but was kept away. Yueyao, this elixir is my heart. How can you take my heart and give it to Ning Bei instead? Qin Yu caught up and said with mixed feelings. It's his heart. At those words, Lin Yueyao but threw the elixir to him as soon as he spoke. Take away your cheap thoughts, don't send me this kind of trash elixir in the future. Ning Bei he doesn't like it at all. Ha! Qin Yu was instantly struck by lightning and his person went numb. He wasn't a little cutie either. How could he not hear Lin Yueyao's meaning? This is to give his heart to Ning Bei, and as a result, Ning Bei didn't look at it. He even turned around and blamed him for his feelings being too cheap? It's not Yueyao. You can't say that. Qin Yu wanted to break it up. Nay, Lin Yueyao did not give a chance, turned around and ran back to her room to sulk. Useless Qin Yu. The broken pills given to me can't even be exchanged for a Ning Bei smile. And Qin Yu, who was rejected, was subjected to a flood of ridicule. King of, you can give me the elixir, I don't mind. Ha, you were awesome just now, don't forget you're a handyman. Senior brothers, please don't confuse the king of with us normal handymen, or you'll really be thankful. At this moment, Qin Yu no longer had any semblance of a spring in his step. The only thing to do was to hide in the room with anger. Inside the room. What's going on out there? Qin Jojo just wanted to sit up. Was Ning Bei to hold the fragrant shoulders? A farce only. Jojo, you first do not get up, rest well. Qin Jojo bit her mouth, casting a charming blank stare. How did you not see you pity the jade before? Now you know that it hurts me? I thought you transmutation emperor would be very powerful. Ning Bei rubbed the young girl's fragrant shoulder and stated with a bitter smile. When the two are soft. Qin Jojo had completely let go and confessed the biggest secret in her body, reincarnation. Bummer. Qin Jojo reddened as she listened. She wanted to ask Ning Bei if she really didn't know how powerful the divine yang skill was. Why are you still shy? Looking at the young girl's red face, Ning Bei looked more and more like, cannot help but pinch her like a finely carved artifacts like a pretty face. Such a beauty, he has it all to himself. Wonderful. And Qin Jojo did not have any resistance, let the man in front of her domineering possession of herself, Ning Bei. Hug. Good. Ning Bei wrapped his arms around the young girl's waist and sighed with emotion. If you hadn't said anything, how could I have never imagined that you would be a transmutation emperor? Hearing this, Qin Jojo blinked her long eyelashes. I do have memories of my past life, but the previous life and this life. Besides you, I haven't talked about a Taoist couple either. Oh, you were also a person in your previous life? Ning Bei asked knowingly. Aha! Qin Jojo proudly raised her chin. It seemed to indicate to Ning Bei that in her past life, her innocence had only been given to Ning Bei. Ning Bei gave her a kiss on her beautiful forehead. Me too. What about later? Qin Jojo opened her big watery eyes and pursued. What do you say? Qin Jojo's delicate features changed, and in the next moment, she suddenly raised her lips to kiss Ning Bei. You're a bad person. The martial arts arena was hot. If it weren't for the special access, it would have been difficult for people from all the universities to squeeze into the venue. Please welcome the 3 priests to the stage. In the ring, an elder of the Great Yu Academy acted as the host, using a sound-transmitting stone to spread his voice throughout the large venue. The entire venue was so large that it was a gas. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the 3 old men slowly appeared. They were Sacrifice Scholar Wu Yu of the Wutian Academy, Sacrifice Scholar Yu Tong of the Dayu Academy, and Sacrifice Scholar Su Yunyang of the Qitian Academy. Behind the 3 old men, they were followed by the elders of their own academies, and the participating inner disciples. As for the outer disciples and handymen and others, since they have no right to be on the stage, and are now seated in a slightly better seat than the ordinary position. I haven't seen you all in 3 years. Commander Yu spoke first, his eyes darting over Moonless and Su Yunyan. Elder brother Yu, we were drinking the other day. Su Yunyang laughed out loud, his eyes cast to Moonless. It's Moonless, old brother, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and in these 3 years, I don't see you coming to us for a drink. Could it be that because of the 10 consecutive great martial arts bottoming out, you're too embarrassed to face us? Upon hearing this, Yutong couldn't help but laugh. Look at what you're saying. It's really a case of which pot isn't boiling which pot. Ha! In the face of the sarcasm talking duo, Moonshine wasn't used to it. Whoever doesn't take first place this time around isn't raised by their own mother. Yutong and Su Yunyang were stunned. The other side. The priests were being polite and the contestants were not idle. They sized up the opponents they were about to face off against, their eyes glittering with anticipation. De Wu was a great opportunity for them to make a name for themselves. What's more, they even ran to the contestants of other academies to provoke them, especially the Wutian Academy, which had been at the bottom of the list, could be considered to have received special treatment. Come to the contest every time and be the first one back. I don't even know why you guys come to the contest. It's better to abstain than to ever lose face. Perhaps it's possible that any one of them who performs well will hopefully be drawn in by our Great Yu Academy. We don't want it in the Qitian Academy. In the face of the taunts and blows from the two great universities, without Ningbei and Qin Yu opening their mouths, Wang Tong and the others had already cursed, exit and spit. Where had the disciples of the Great Yu Academy and the Qitian Academy experienced this kind of scolding? It's okay for people to mock and ridicule, why are they still breaking out? Even words like King of and Wild Seed popped up. It's almost like a personal attack. And when it was cursed out from Wang Tong and others, it also looked extraordinarily skillful, as if they had all gone through specialized training. Go away, don't curse with them. In the end, the disciples of the two great universities could not wipe their faces and return the curses, and could only retreat in ashes. Only Qin Yu, who was under the stage, heard his face darken, though he knows it's not a scolding. But he felt that he was offended. Seeing that getting to know each other was about to come to an end, at that moment, a youth walked straight towards Ningbei. As soon as he arrived, the youth condescended and said, "Just your name is Ningbei, huh? You are? My name is Yusheng." Yusheng laughed, took his hand and slapped Ningbei's chest. "Remember my name, because someone told me to get on stage and kill you." Ningbei looked curious. "Who is it? Yusheng? You don't need to know." Yusheng was almost brought astray, but fortunately braked in time. "You just need to be careful, don't blame me for not warning you." With that, he was about to turn around and leave. Ningbei suddenly spoke, "Take a message to him for me." "What words?" Yusheng turned back with a cold smile. "Holy." Chapter 44, the protagonist's sister offers a kiss in public, someone can't help it. Yusheng was confused by the scolding. When he thought about the identity of the person behind him, he broke out in a cold sweat. "You hear me? Tell his ancestors to wash back clean and wait. It's a blessing for your ancestors to be looked upon by senior brother Ning. Turn around and remember to write it on the family tree." Wang Tang and the others made some sneering curses. When they disliked someone, they didn't show any mercy at all, not to mention that the object that the other party was looking for trouble with was still Ningbei, whom they admired from the bottom of their hearts. How can the god in your heart be humiliated by others? You guys wait and regret it. Yusheng was horrified and enraged, and after dropping a harsh sentence, he turned around and left. And the sound of the conversation just now happened to be spread out by the sound amplifying stone located on the stage, leading to an uproar in the audience. Has this year's Wutian Academy taken gunpowder? Good fellow, after first scolding the Qitian Academy, this dislikes the Dayu Academy. Is the Wutian Academy really not afraid of being gazetted for personal vendetta? Bottom of the table year after year, I'm afraid they're not trying to swing it. Have they thought about the consequences of this swinging of the pendulum? While the crowd was talking, a figure suddenly ascended the stage. In a flash, many people cried out in shock. "Holy, look, is that Yuxian? Yuxian? Is that mysterious chief of the Great Yu Academy, Yuxian, who is also the son of the king? How come the young prince is on stage? Could it be that he is also participating in the great martial arts? Look at what I said, we have to pay attention to the proportion even when posing as a lousy person. This is good." It even made the number one demon of the Dayu Academy angry on the stage. In a flash, the eyes of the entire room focused on the youth. At the same time, the entire venue reached an unprecedented climax. It's really because the halo on Yuxian is too dazzling, the son of the prince, the chief of the academy, and the number one demon of all time. Just about any of them is amazing. All along, the crowd had only heard of his name, but seldom saw him, and had never fantasized that such a demon would even participate in the great martial arts of the academy. That's nothing but a descending blow to Dao. Senior brother Yu. After the youth came onto the stage, a group of disciples from the Great Yu Academy came forward to salute and pay their respects. However, Yuxian did not look at them. His calm gaze stared straight at Ningbei and Qin Yu with deep meaning. "Senior brother Ning, do you have a grudge against him?" Wang Tang was surprised. "Why do I feel as if he is hostile to you?" "I'll be careful later," Ningbei reminded. Now he was able to determine that the person standing behind Yuxian was the driving force behind the scenes, and he was afraid that it was Yuxian. But the other party was neither a son of Qi, and he had never seen him before, so how could he be hostile to himself? "Is it?" Ningbei twisted his head to look at the young girl. "Jojo, you know him?" "Don't know." Qin Jojo shook her head and added, "But in the past, Qin Yu's mother, who wanted to utilize me to join hands with the royal family, it seems that the object is him." "Oh?" The corners of Ningbei's mouth lifted slightly. "If that's the case, then it all makes sense." Meeting Yuxian's calm scrutiny, in the next moment, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc, and he suddenly wrapped his arms around Qin Jojo's fragrant shoulders. Yuxian's expression changed when he saw this, and he immediately clenched his fists. Ka-chow! Only to see the countertop under his feet, which instantly crumbled due to the fluctuating force. "Senior Yu?" Yusheng and the others beside him were all uncertain. "Ningbei?" Qin Jojo also blinked her long eyelashes and looked up at the man who had wrapped his arms around her in confusion. Ningbei didn't look at Qin Jojo, but rather, he straightened his eyes with Yuxian while saying, "Jojo, pass your little mouth over. I want to kiss." "Well, now." Qin Jojo's heartbeat accelerated at the words and she blushed. There are simply too many people around. Right. Now. Greeting the surrounding blazing gaze, Qin Jojo doubly ashamed. With her character, it's only a ghost if she's not ashamed. But even though her heart was about to beat out of her chest, she still didn't have any hesitation after hearing Ningbei's request for the present, coming. Saying that, she stood on her tiptoes towards Ningbei and handed over her moist lips. Muah. And Ningbei was not ambiguous, a mouthful of kisses on the cherry mouth. Boom. Seeing this, Yuxian clan ported to stay. A powerful force erupted from his body, and in a flash, the impact aftermath straight away shocked Yusheng and the others back and forth. Wow. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What happened? Why did the young prince suddenly take action against the people around him? The three priests who were conversing also cast their gazes at this moment. Cut the crap and start. Yuxian looked at Yutong and ordered. Forced by the youth's identity and strength, Yutong did not say much and immediately ended his conversation with his two old friends. Duong. The gongs and drums for the start of Dota sounded the next moment. As in previous years, contestants will draw lots to determine their order of appearance on stage, and a round-robin system will be used for advancement. After the draw, the large high platform was also cut into 3 rings by the formation. The presiding elder then picked up the amplifying stone and announced the names of the first round players to the public. Coincidentally, in the first round, there were 3 disciples from the Wutian Academy on the stage, facing off against 2 disciples from the Qitian Academy and 1 disciple from the Dayu Academy. The whole audience laughed at this arrangement. The Martial Heaven Academy is also too unlucky. It was already weak, but it turned out that 3 players came up in the first round. I see that this great martial, the Martial Heavenly Academy, is going to set a new record for the fastest departure. Facing the jeers around them, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, who were on the court in the first round, promised Ningbei, "Senior brother Ning, we won't let you down. Proceed with caution." Ningbei nodded with a smile. He still had confidence in the duo's strength. And at this moment, the 3 priests had also sat down together on the most conspicuous high seats in the venue. Yutong couldn't help but say, old brother Moonless, we in no way have any intention of targeting the Martial Heavenly Academy, this is all a fair and just draw. Elder brother, you doesn't have to say much, can this lottery draw be faked? Besides, what's the point of faking? Su Yunyang looked at Wo Yue and spoke sarcastically, we can only blame the heavens for wanting the Wutian Academy to go home as soon as possible. Hey, you can't say such things. Yutong looked at Su Yunyang and educated him in a mock-serious manner. It's already hard enough for others, old brother Moonless, but you still have to make snide remarks. Yeah, it's my fault. Su Yunyang laughed cheerfully, Moonless, you don't mind, do you? Ha! Moonless snorted, not bothering to retort. But soon, not only Yutong and Su Yunyang couldn't laugh anymore, even the laughter in the arena gradually changed to consternation. Not. From the Great Yu Academy, how did he lose to the one called Wang Tang? Look at the second stage. That player called Zhao Ming also won against the Qitian Academy's player. Wutian Academy won 2 games? The crowd couldn't hide their shock. How could they not expect that the Wutian Academy, which had always been at the bottom of the list, could have 2 people win directly in the first round of the competition? Is this still the Wutian Academy? What? Even Yutong and Su Yunyang looked skeptical at this moment. This was because the own players who lost the match were not the bottom of the list of participants, but on the contrary, they were all still upper middle class existences. While the 2 of them were confused, Moonshine directly knocked on the table, look straight at me, speak. Yutong and Su Yunyang looked at each other, both of their mouths twitching. Don't be complacent, 2 of the strongest came up in the first round, it'll be hard for your Wutian Academy to win again in the future. Su Yunyang said with a stiff upper lip. No wonder old brother Moonless is so calm. Yutong let out a laugh and said, dare I say that he has taken in a few good seedlings, so I guess he didn't put in a lot of resources, right? Nonetheless. At this moment, Wu Yue counted her eyebrows raised and said smugly, I'm usually put out to pasture, it's always been Ningbei leading them. What, do you guys who are altar priests still have to worry about your disciples' cultivation? Then why did you establish a chief disciple? Yutong. Su Yunyang. Chapter 45, This villain is too crazy, the ring has turned into a slaughterhouse. The players come off the stage. Yu Sheng rushed at the disciple who had returned in defeat and said nonchalantly, rubbish, to actually lose to someone from the Martial Heavenly Academy. Senior brother Yu Sheng, I really didn't expect him to have the Jiedan realm. Could it be that you're not in the Jiedan realm? Yu Sheng still wanted to continue his reprimand, but was interrupted by Yu Xian, who was at the side. Enough. Yes. Only then did Yu Sheng stop his lecture. Just don't make any more mistakes later. Yu Xian calmly said. Don't worry, senior brother Yu, I'll be the one fighting him later. Yu Sheng glanced at Ningbei from afar. Dao, if he makes it off the stage alive, then I'll bring my head up to meet you. Yes. A coldness flashed in Yu Xian's eyes. For Yu Sheng's strength, he still had confidence. What's more, he had prepared an undercard for his opponent that would shock the entire audience. Make sure it's foolproof. The other side. Before Ningbei went on stage, Qin Yu pulled him back. Be careful, they will target you. Don't worry about it. Ningbei smiled back, leaning down to her ear and saying, well, at least I'm a man who has truly suppressed a great emperor. Qin Yu instantly reddened her face. Hate which have you so bad? So you like it? Like. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed, admitting like a little fangirl. Bubble. After Ningbei pecked at the young girl's beautiful forehead, he turned around and went up to the stage. See the situation. Yuxin pulled Yusheng, who was just about to ascend the stage, his face turning green. Waste him for me, down there. Yes. The ring. When Bei and Yusheng stood opposite each other, the smell of gunpowder hit their faces. Remember what I said? Yusheng coldly grunted. Ningbei rubbed his nose. You mean the line about daying his ancestors? Yusheng's face skin twitched, but coldly smiled. I know that your strength is not bad, and I have never underestimated you, but, you were so out of sight. I said I would make you regret, so I will definitely make you regret. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a strong aura erupted from his body. It was clearly the late stage of Jiedan. When Yusheng's strength exploded out, the entire room was shocked. He's in the late Jiedan stage? It's really a late stage Jiedan. I remember that the first of the last grade martial arts seems to have only this strength, right? To reach the late stage of Jiedan at such an age, this son's future is unlimited. The crowd was shocked. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth under the stage are even more frantically rising. It's coming. It's really coming. The man in black had told him that he would soon kill Ningbei, and right now Yusheng's attitude towards Ningbei, and Yusheng's strength. In his opinion, no coincidence. Bang! In the next moment, Yusheng stomped his feet, his figure suddenly rushing towards Ningbei, his speed so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. This can't be. You really want to kill your opponent, don't you? In the next moment, when they saw the shadow of a giant sword of cold light that condensed out after the killing move that Yusheng had executed, the crowd was instantly convinced of their guesses. It's really just about killing people. Otherwise, at the beginning, how could you just zoom in? Thumbs down. When the sharp giant sword rushed towards Ningbei, he froze in place as if he hadn't reacted, completely missing his dodge stance. I'm going to. Would that guy be too weak to react? It's possible. Just now the Wutian Academy won 2 games. This time, the Great Yu Academy, I think it must be holding its breath to get back. The crowd held their breath. Juice. But in the next instant, that giant sword just rushed to Ningbei, but saw the thick yang force swirling out from his body, instantly tearing the giant sword apart. A sword shadow with a ferocious attack was crushed as if it was paper. Wow! The crowd, who were holding their breath 1 second, had their mouths on the floor the next. What the hell? He's obviously not even moving. Is this person even stronger than Yusheng? And even more excessively strong? I remember, he's the chief of the Martial Sky Academy, Ningbei. The crowd, who hadn't taken Ningbei seriously at first, all re-examined Ningbei. I didn't realize that the Martial Heavenly Academy actually hid such a demonic figure. Never heard of it before. Ha ha. Yusheng, who failed in his first attack, instead of being frightened, he laughed out loud. Great, at the beginning when I wanted to kill you, I was afraid of damaging my reputation. It seems that you are really something. Since this is the case, then I can also move for real. Roar! As the crowd was confused, a beastly roar messed in. A strange light blossomed from Yusheng's brow, and in the next moment, he even summoned a peak Jiedan realm demonic beast. The beast? Seeing this, everyone was confused. No, Yusheng is still a beast master? At such an age. A late-stage Jiedan imperial beast master. Summoned a peak Jiedan demonic beast? I know all these words, but put together, why am I confused? No wonder the crowd was incredulous. Any one of these identities would be considered the pride of heaven. And now, they were witnessing these identities, appearing in the body of a young man. Can you imagine how shocked the crowd was? Throughout the entire Xiangxian continent, there had never been such a demonic imperial beast master. Only Yuxian was not surprised, because this demonic beast was the bottom card that he had prepared for Yusheng to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Haha, Ningbei. You're dead. Qin Yu shivered with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueyao frowned. What are you talking about? Are you a disciple of the Martial Heaven Academy or the Great Yu Academy? Qin Yu was vainly stunned and smiled apologetically. Yueyao, why are you still speaking for Ningbei? He's with my sister. Can you be realistic? Lin Yueyao said with mixed feelings. Then you can't say that kind of thing. What's dead or not? It's just a match. Row by row. Qin Yu did not retort, but laughed darkly. In his heart, he knew very well that this was not an ordinary match at all, and that his opponent was rushing to kill Ningbei. At this moment, Moonless also looked at Yutong with a dark face. This is excessive, isn't it? I don't understand. Yutong spread his hands and said smugly, Yusheng, as a royal beast master, it's quite reasonable for him to summon demonic beasts to help him during battle, right? Reasonable and reasonable. Su Yunyang laughed out loud. It's not like the rules don't allow Imperial Beast Masters to participate in the great martial arts, it's just that for a disciple of Yu Sheng's age to be able to summon a peak Jidan demonic beast is truly unheard of. We can't deny his strength just because of an accident, right? Yu Tong then added, Elder Brother Moonless, if you're worried about your own chief getting hurt, you can ask him to surrender, lest you have no one to help you lead your disciples in the future. Heh, little man. The corners of Moonshine's mouth twitched, but there was nothing he could do. However, he is also clear, Ningbei character will never admit defeat. It's just that it's hard to say whether or not he can win at the moment. I admit that you have some strength, Yu Sheng said arrogantly, but now that I summoned a demonic beast, how are you going to deal with it? Ningbei said with a calm expression, I advise you to take it back. Ha ha ha. Is this your fear? Yu Sheng let out a loud laugh. Afraid? I'm afraid you'll cry. Ningbei laughed. Tough talk. Yu Sheng's eyes were cold, and in the next moment, he immediately drove the demonic beast to pounce on Ningbei. The aura of that peak Jiedan instantly caused the ring to tremble and a strong wind to rise. In the face of the overwhelming demonic beast, Ningbei was calm and relaxed, pulling out the elf ball without slowing down. Bring it on you. Roar! In full view of everyone, the demonic beast that had been ferocious and incomparable one second, the next second, suddenly plopped down in front of Ningbei in a well-behaved manner. Yu Sheng, hey? Crowd, asterisk. All of a sudden, the entire room was dead silent. Immediately afterward, Yu Sheng snapped back from his shock and droned, go on, kill him, roar. Suddenly, the demonic beast turned around and pounced towards Yu Sheng. Seeing this, Yu Shengren was dumbfounded. The whole room was even in an uproar. What's the situation? How did the demonic beast lose its mind? Sure enough, it's not easy for a late Jiedan stage to manipulate a peak Jiedan demonic beast. No, it's him. It was Ningbei who manipulated the demonic beast. I don't know who made the remark that instantly woke up the crowd, and a look of disbelief spread across everyone's face. Asterisk. Hearing this, Qin Yu stood up as a whole. He has imagined the picture of Ningbei's dying struggle. How come the demonic beasts are like when they were at the Shura Cliffs again? Was manipulated by Ningbei? How the hell did that happen? Ha ha. At this moment, Moonshine's gloomy expression was replaced by a smile. Demonic beasts going out of control, it makes sense. Yu Tong wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. It's really a shame. How could this demonic beast be controlled instead? Yu Sheng, who was only concerned about escaping the demonic beasts, paid no attention to Ningbei's movements, and all he could feel was a clicking sound in his legs and a heartbreaking pain coming from underneath him. Immediately afterward, his entire body fell to the ground. Without waiting for him to raise his head, a foot landed on his head, stomping him to death. That's it? Killing me? Regret? Ningbei's eyes contained killing intent. Yu Sheng struggles to get up. Nay, with his legs broken, he could only pick at the ground like a mongrel fish, unable to lift his head in any way. The heavenly pride that was envied a second ago was in a sorry state at this moment. The entire venue was silent. No one expected Yu Sheng to lose in such an embarrassing manner. It's as if it's unreal as a dream. Stop! Seeing that Ningbei wanted to strike, Yu Xian hurriedly raised his voice to stop him. After all, Yu Sheng was his beloved, and it was rare to have such a good henchman, so he definitely couldn't just watch the other party die here. But Ningbei acted as if he hadn't heard and pulled out his rapier. Yu Xian's expression changed. I told you to stop. What? You're telling me to cut off my hand? Ningbei skillfully misheard, in full view of the public, straightly raised his sword to chop at Yu Sheng. Thumbs up. No. Yu Xian's voice that stopped him had not yet left his mouth. He then saw Ningbei chop off Yu Sheng's head with a handful of swords. Wow. The crowd's jaws dropped. Yu Xian's face went white. His gaze toward Ningbei was permeated with shock. Totally didn't expect the other party to dare to kill after winning. On the contrary, Ningbei looked harmless. Sorry chopped off. You want hands right? What? Yu Xian's expression was stunned and he felt bad. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to stop, he only saw Ningbei, with a quick eye, had already chopped off Yu Sheng's hands again with 2 swishes. Hiss. The originally dead silent venue was suddenly filled with a chorus of breaths. Everyone was dumbfounded. But that's not all. I only saw that after Ningbei lifted up the broken hand with his shin power, he straightly brought it with him towards Yu Xian. Come on, the hand is chopped up for you. Do you want it? Knock. Yu Xian, who was always calm and collected, also revealed a creepy expression at this moment, especially when meeting Ningbei's smiling starry eyes. He couldn't stop goosebumps from rising around his body. Madman. The man is a lunatic. And the speed of Ningbei carrying the broken hand towards him is getting faster and faster. The hand is coming. Do you want it? Do you want it or not? Yu Shinran went numb. Where are the guards? The guards. Chapter 46. What first demon? Nothing but a stepping stone for the villain. Shoo shoo shoo. The several strong men guarding the ring instantly blocked in front of Yu Xian. The crowd, on the other hand, was taken aback. I'll be damned, the young king is frightened? What nonsense, Yu Xian is the #1 demon of the Diyu Academy, how could he be scared? Yes, that person is a complete madman. After killing people he also splits their bodies. Where did the Martial Heaven Academy find such a devil? Their gazes toward Ningbei all revealed fear. Such a ruthless and talented young man. When he grows up in the future, what kind of impact will he have on the Tsangxian continent? At that moment, the three priests also mounted the ring. How dare you? Why are you killing people when you've clearly won? You commander rushed Ningbei first and questioned him. But all the people surnamed you in the capital city, in fact, more or less a little bit of family, not to mention the strength and talent of Yu Shang, in the Great Yu Academy is also a heavenly pride disciple. Such a genius, now say no. Yu Tong had trouble calming himself, not waiting for Ningbei to speak. Moonshine had retorted, swords and knives have no eyes. Before boarding the stage we all signed the life and death agreement long ago, now saying this again, won't it seem like there is no pattern? Moonless, you're going to be so biased in his favor aren't you? Yu Tong gazed at Moonless and raised an eyebrow. Moonless' old eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded, right. Yu Tong was instantly so angry that his speech froze. At this time, Su Yunyang interjected, excessive obviously already won, but also to kill, and the means so ruthless, must give an account to the Dayu Academy, otherwise how can this great martial arts continue? What are you pretending? Moonshine asked Su Yunyan rhetorically, saying, you dare to say that you're not happy to see the Great Yu Academy lose such a disciple? Not. Don't you start a fight. Su Yunyang had a weak heart. Don't look at the fact that he and Yu Tong had a good relationship on the surface, but they ultimately belonged to different factions, and the other side had lost a heavenly pride disciple with unlimited potential. Who wouldn't be happy about that? The three priests argued as they argued. Ningbei directly threw his severed hand over, pointing at Yu Xian, gentlemen, don't argue, if you wanna blame him, it's him who told me to chop off my hand. A question mark slowly condensed on Yu Xian's face as he said in exasperation, don't be so bloodthirsty, you cut when I tell you to? Do you listen to me that much? I'm not trying to sell you a favor. Ningbei said with a harmless look, after all, you're the young prince, more friends more roads. I still want to ask you, what kind of enmity do you have with Yu Shang? You. At those words, Yu Xian instantly stuttered in anger. As the star-crossed young prince, coupled with his outstanding cultivation talent, he had always been admired. How had he ever been subjected to such slander? And it is such a thing as cursing war with someone. He was like a newbie in front of Ningbei. What a smooth talker. Seeing that Yu Xian's mouth was at a disadvantage, Yu Tong coldly grunted, killing someone and still being able to backtrack and blame the fault on someone else. Moonless, is this the chief of your Wutian Academy? That's not true. Through Ningbei's reminder, Moonshine was also aware of the loophole, and immediately said, earlier, Yu Xian said whether it was stopping or chopping off, let's leave it aside for now, just the fact that the match was not won or lost before unauthorizedly ascending to the stage is already not in line with the rules of the great martial arts, and it's only normal that such would lead to misunderstandings. So it might as well listen to the audience's opinions first. When Moonshine spoke these words, the audience, who were originally just eating the water, inexplicably felt an illusion of being taken seriously. I think that this Wutian Academy's priestess is still very objective. That's right, it's indeed easy to draw misunderstandings when the young prince suddenly rushes onto the stage. That Ningbei also raised his hand to him. Could it be that he really misheard it as chopping off his hand? Hearing those ridiculous words, Yu Bangbu lived. Are you all idiots? I rushed onto the stage surely to stop him from killing people. This kind of obvious truth can lead you off course. Are you all pig brains? No wonder Yu Xian couldn't hold back, who else could? Seeing this, Ningbei, however, laughed. The next moment, he said in a serious manner, shut up. It's fine for you to target me, but why are you angry at those innocent spectators? They were able to come to watch the great martial arts with a heart that values and expects us. How can you, as the son of a prince and representing the face of the Great Yu Academy, insult the bystanders like this? Not me. Yu Xian was dumbfounded again. That's not what he meant. Where did he try to berate the audience? It's just that some viewers are so stupid that they completely dismiss the truth. However, before Yu Xian could open his mouth to explain, the next moment, the sound of abuse came first like a tidal wave. I admit that my voice was low just now. Yu Xian, I day your ancestors. This is the #1 demon of the Great Yu Academy? What the hell did we say just now when you were scared to the point of calling out for guards? Now you have the face to bite us back? Yes, this face of his that bites us back is exactly the same as when he slandered Ningbei. Yu Xian was instantly confused. At this moment, his mood was rather like a showman encountering a soldier, having a reason. The plain truth is right in front of you, and you're going to call him a slanderer? Isn't that the truth? What a bunch of retards. With Yu Xian's character status, of course he couldn't swallow this breath. Fortunately, before he completely stormed out, Yu Tong pressed his hand on his shoulder. Stop committing public anger, this is the effect they want, you'll completely lose if you're provoked. Yu Xian held back with a shiver running through his body. However, his gaze towards Ningbei flashed with killing intent that he couldn't hide. Good. I won't pursue the matter of Yu Shang. Ningbei, wait for me. After saying that, Yu Xin turned around and stepped down from the stage with a gloomy face.
A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late. He figured out that since the other party was so coquettish, there was no need to bother with more words. Killed Ning Bei directly on the stage. At that time, these stupid voices will naturally disappear. Dao continues. Now, Yutong can see that he can't fix Ning Bei, and he can't say anything else, so he can only turn around and leave with a black face. Although Yu Xian and the others stepped down, the crusade about the Great Yu Academy had not stopped. After all, hatred of the rich was a kind of mentality, and in the world of immortal cultivation it was no exception, and the Daiyu Academy had always been an elevated and unspeakable existence to the crowd. Now that it's hard to catch the other side's mistakes, it's only natural to take advantage of the opportunity to stomp on them a few more times. And walking down to the ring, Moonless also looked at Ning Bei and said, "Brat, there's no need for our bet to go down, you've already proved the value of the Martial Heavenly Academy." Ning Bei smiled at his words. "I promised you that I would take the top spot for the Wutian Academy. It doesn't matter if you win or not, right now, I just want you to live well." Moonless smiled kindly. He knew very well that just now, although Yu Xian did not pursue the matter further, but his heart was holding his breath, and not only Yu Xian, but also Yu Tong, was holding his breath. And the breath, heck, it was murderous. He could never stand by and watch as the demonic sapling that had appeared with great difficulty in the Martial Heavenly Academy fell on the great marshal like this. "Elder, my promise isn't just words either." Ning Bei, however, shook his head and refused, saying seriously, "I just want to ask, if I really kill Yu Xian on stage, will you be able to protect it?" Chapter 47, Son of Luck, Just a Stepping Stone. Thud. Moonshine's heart was beating like a flight of fancy as she sniffed. His pair of deep, old eyes that looked at Ning Bei were flooded with ripples that hadn't appeared in decades. In the next moment, one of his hands landed heavily on Ning Bei's shoulder, his vicissitudes of tone mixed with kindness. "Brat, go ahead and do what you think is right." "Good." Ning Bei smiled. "I promised a promise, and I'll definitely keep my word." Ha ha. This time, Moonshine didn't push back, but laughed heartily. In his twilight years, he could meet such a magnificent young man. There were no words left to describe his current mood. The other side. Seeing Ning Bei step down unharmed, and being courted and praised by countless people, Qin Yu's back teeth were about to gnaw. Still the number one demon. Purely and simply a. Qin Yu was furious. It seemed to him what a great opportunity he had just now. Taking advantage of Ning Bei's crime of killing Yu Xian could have mobilized his guards to forcibly take down Ning Bei on the grounds of maintaining order. It would be a loss of face, but it would kill Ning Bei. But now, Yu Xian wants to split the difference with Ning Bei Dai. What is this if not a missed opportunity? It's just plain stupid. If he had Yu Xian's strength and background, he wouldn't care about propriety, righteousness, or shame and would kill Ning Bei first. Lin Yueyao looked at him. "Are you also worried about Ning Bei? Qin Yu? I'm worried about that asshole?" What a joke. After Qin Yu's denial, Lin Yueyao was unconvinced. "Don't pretend, I've heard you cursing Yu Xian, isn't it because he's targeting Ning Bei?" Qin Yu was stumped by the question. At this time, Lin Yueyao's beautiful eyes flashed again and said, "Actually, there are still a lot of good qualities in Ning Bei, it's just that we didn't even realize it before, right?" "Qin Yu, you talk, don't you?" Right. So tell me, what did you find good about Ning Bei?" Qin Yu's face turned green at his words. Originally, because Ning Bei didn't die, he was holding his breath, and now he was asked to think about Ning Bei's merits. Wasn't that killing and killing? "Yu Yao, I don't want to mention him. Don't you ask, okay?" "No, you tell me. I don't want to talk about it. Are you going to say it or not?" Seeing that Lin Yueyao was about to get angry, Qin Yu could only swallow the rejection that was on his lips and casually make a perfunctory sentence. "Handsome." Right. Lin Yueyao sniffed quite agreeably and nodded repeatedly. "Ning Bei is indeed handsome, much better looking than you." "Not Yueyao." Qin Yu's expression was stunned and he said in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by that? Why do you have to compare me to Ning Bei?" "What? Am I not telling the truth?" Lin Yueyao said in disbelief. "You're upset just because you said the truth? Then you have a really bad temper, unlike Ning Bei. He hasn't even gotten mad at me before." Qin Yu was so angry that his liver hurt. His heart is already hard enough, and now he has to be compared to Ning Bei by the goddess in his heart. And he's still the sidekick. That's totally rubbing salt in his wounds. Thus, Qin Yu could only leave the scene with resentment first, wanting to find the man in black to ask for clarification. "Why don't you just kill Ning Bei?" After wandering the streets for most of the day, he didn't see the eager figure until nightfall. At the dark alley, Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to be polite and got right to the point. "Senior, why didn't you just execute Ning Bei on stage before? What a great opportunity." In the face of Qin Yu's questioning, the man in black did not retort, but only removed his mask. Knock. At the moment of seeing the other party's true face, Qin Yu was struck by lightning. You are the priest of the Qi Tian Academy. You're not from the Great Yu Academy? Surprised are you?" Su Yunyang said meaningfully. Qin Yu was confused. He had always thought that the other party was from the Great Yu Academy and had a close relationship with Yu Xian, which was why he had made a point of investigating Ning Bei.
After all, it is well known that Ningbei and Qin Jojo together, Yu Xian is the high and mighty little prince, even at first have not seen Qin Jojo. However, Ningbei had colored the person who had been introduced to him before, which was undoubtedly not putting his status in his eyes, hence his hostility towards Ningbei. But right now, why would the man in black be? Someone who had nothing to do with Yu Xian, or even with the Great Yu Academy? Meeting Qin Yu's confused eyes, Su Yunyang asked rhetorically, in your opinion, if Yu Xian and the others want to kill Ningbei today, can they definitely do so? Qin Yu couldn't organize his words for a moment. Right now his mind is a mess. And that's just his opinion. I want you to run an errand. Su Yunyang didn't delve deeper and said straight away. What is it? Tonight, make sure to inform Ningbei that there will be a match between him and Yu Xian tomorrow. Su Yunyang calmly said, in the ring, Yu Xian will do his best to kill him, and Yu Tong has already prepared an undercard for Yu Xian. What? After listening to Su Yunyang's request, Qin Yu was skeptical as a whole. Why should we help Ningbei? Shouldn't we go help Yu Xian kill Ningbei? Do you really think Yu Xian can kill Ningbei? Su Yunyang let out a cold laugh and slowly said, judging from his duel with Yu Sheng today, Ningbei's strength is much higher than the late Jiedan stage, and I'm afraid that he already has a Yuaning realm cultivation, and even if Yu Xian is the #1 demon ever in the Great Yu Academy, he doesn't have a sure thing that he can kill Ningbei. On the contrary, Ningbei's heart for revenge is extremely heavy, and now that he's clear about Yu Xian's murderous intentions, I'm sure he won't show any mercy in the ring because of Yu Xian's identity. Saying so, the corner of Su Yunyang's mouth hooked up into an arc. Instead of expecting Yu Xian to kill Ningbei, it would be better to assist Ningbei and kill Yu Xian. In this way, that bereaved prince would definitely seek revenge at all costs, and this is the best strategy to be able to get rid of Ningbei 100%. Qin Yu was stunned for a long time at his words. Only after a long time did he suddenly realize and laughed. So Senior not only wants to kill Ningbei, also wanted to use the sword to kill others and provoke the Great Yu Academy and the Martial Heaven Academy into war? Ha ha! Su Yunyang didn't deny it and looked at Qin Yu and smiled. The Martial Heavenly Academy only letting you be a handyman is truly condescending. After this matter is over, I will personally accept you as a disciple. Elder, are you serious about this? Qin Yu was all smiles. I'm sure no one is not thrilled to be recognized by the priest of an academy. Not to mention the fact that he had been suffering in the Martial Heavenly Academy. This was going to fish him out of the abyss. Seriously. Su Yunyang calmly said, but only if you find a way to inform Ningbei of Yu Xian's undercurrent so that he can kill him on stage. Don't worry Senior, leave this matter to me. Qin Yu patted his chest in response. When this matter was accomplished, by then, the situation of the 3 university schools would also change, and the Qitian Academy would probably soar into the sky. Then his disciple as a priest would undoubtedly be salty as well. Just thinking about it made Qin Yu excited. The other side detected Qin Yu conspiring with Su Yunyang to kill someone with a borrowed knife, using the host to provoke a fight between the Wutian Academy and the Dayu Academy. Now generating confrontation programs for hosts. After receiving the message from the system, the corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked up in an arc. A son of Qi? It's just a stepping stone for me. Chapter 48, a trick to kill a man with a borrowed knife. And so it was. Before the late night falls, Ningbei first used the ring to conceal his aura and hid in a corner where no one could find him. Not much longer. Qin Yu then sneaked to the front of Ningbei's door, slipped a letter paper under the doorway, and then quickly withdrew, thinking that God doesn't know what's going on. Unbeknownst to him, everything had been recorded by Ningbei with a video and audio stone, and he had purposely changed the content after reading the letter. Tomorrow, the fun begins. The next day, the entire venue was crowded and surrounded. I heard there's a duel between Ningbei and the young king today? The two were so close to being at each other's throats yesterday, it's going to be a great day. So excited to see who will win. There won't be another fatality like yesterday, will there? The crowd was talking. The people from the Great Yu Academy and the Martial Heaven Academy also made their appearances one after another. On the contrary, the Qitian Academy, which was the second oldest in 10,000 years, was like a small transparent being ignored in this session of the great martial arts. This was exactly the effect Su Yunyang wanted. After a few bouts, finally, the crowd was treated to the main event. The Ningbei and Yu Xian both took the stage. Yesterday's battle had caused Ningbei's fame to soar, and the cheers as he took the stage even overshadowed Yu Xian, who was renowned in the capital city. Oomph, let's see how long you can be complacent. A flash of coldness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Anyway, today it was either Ningbei's death or Yu Xian's death. But no matter who died, his goal of getting rid of Ningbei would be achieved. The pleasure of sitting on the edge of such a situation was simply intoxicating to him. The corners of his mouth hadn't pressed down since he'd entered the arena. The ring. When Ningbei and Yu Xian took the stage, the two of them were full of gunpowder. Today, I will never give you the chance to step down and admit defeat. Yu Xian stared intently at Ningbei and said in a chilling voice. Yu Xing said that too. Ningbei spread his hands and stated in a cloudy manner. In a flash, the whole atmosphere was set ablaze. Ha, this kind of scene is really delightful. Demon versus demon, this match is surely the most exciting battle ever fought in Daewoo. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, the corners of Su Yunyang's mouth also rose slightly. It was the effect he had dreamed of. The more the two hate each other, the smoother the plan can be executed. Over the years, not only the Wutian Academy has been holding its breath, the Qitian Academy, which had been the second oldest for 10,000 years, wouldn't want to win the first place, and the duo in the ring really didn't disappoint. When the battle had just begun, the two figures in the heat of battle were like lightning shuttling and gaming around the ring, drawing applause from the crowd. That's the kind of matchup geniuses should have. After exchanging several blows, Yu Xian straight away exploded his own cultivation level, pre-Yuaning realm. Wow! In a flash, the entire room was in shock. Less than 20 and there's a Yuaning realm, terrifying as hell. Worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of the Great Yu Academy, Yu Xian should be stable in this battle. Too bad, I even pressed Ning Bei to win. Boom! Just as the crowd gasped in shock, Ning Bei also exploded his cultivation. In an instant, a strong masculine force suddenly transmitted a terrifying oppression, breaking through Yu Xian's suppression in an instant. What? He's also at the Yuaning realm? Asterisk 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 another Yuaning realm, this. The chiefs of the various university schools are already so perverted now? The crowd was once again in an uproar, dumbfounded. No one expected the two to be scarier than they thought. Even when Su Yunyang saw this, he couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. What two demons? Luckily, they've already been reduced to mortal enemies. If the two are allowed to grow up, in the next few hundred years, the Qitian Academy is afraid that it will be pressurized to the point of not being able to breathe. Ning Bei is so powerful. Lin Yueyao lamented. Ha! Upon hearing this, Qin Yu merely let out a laugh. He didn't even bother to retort because there was no need. Ning Bei, the man who will die. A dead genius is not called a demon. Rather, it's called a premature death. Thumbs up. At that moment, a sword light suddenly flashed up from the ring. In an instant, Yu Xian was seen quickly covering his neck with a look of horror, and immediately afterward, blood sprayed out from his fingers like a jet. In the end, fell straight out of the ring. The sudden scene instantly caught the crowd off guard. What's going on? What happened? Not. Ning Bei wiped Yu Xian's neck with a sword? Yu Xian is dead? Yu Xian was killed? In a flash, the entire room resounded with the sound of a backward intake of cool air. Su Yunyang froze as well. In his opinion, the competition shouldn't have ended so quickly. After all, Yu Xian hasn't even used his bottom card yet. Could it be that he was killed by carelessness? Priestess, the young prince. He's out of breath. In the next moment, the first few guards who rushed to Yu Xian's side shouted at Yu Tong with a terrified expression. What? Yu Tong was shocked at his words and was busy flying down to the high platform. In full view of everyone, he was seen checking out Yu Xian for a bit before angrily rushing at Ning Bei and shouting, "Harsh son, how dare you lay down a killer again?" Knock. When Yu Tong, who was a priest, said this, everyone's voices came to an abrupt halt. Yu Xian? Really dead? Phew. At this time, Wo Yue had rushed to Ning Bei's side, and the furious Yu Tong said, "We all signed the life and death agreement a long time ago, are you trying to make a move? Moonless, you're still protecting him now. Ever thought about the consequences?" Yu Tong said angrily. A great battle between the two seemed imminent. Seeing this situation, Su Yunyang's heart of suspicion was replaced by the latter's supreme surprise, really killed in advance. Ha, the bottom card is not even used out. After 1,000 calculations, he didn't expect the plan to go so well. What a godsend. Look, the king is here. I don't know who shouted. When the crowd looked up, they only saw a group of figures flying in aggressively, led by a middle-aged man with a stalwart face. This person was none other than the prince of the Great Yu dynasty, Yu Fei. When it came down to it, Su Yunyang also rushed onto the ring for a final provocation. Outrageous. It was just that you killed Yu Sheng yesterday, but now you dare to kill even the king's only son? These words, he deliberately said to Yu Fei. Oh no, the king is here. Yu Xian is the only son of the king, now Ning Bei won't be able to fly. Unfortunately, Ning Bei's killing heart is too heavy. Otherwise the future potential is unlimited. The crowd seemed to have seen the end of Ning Bei. Compared to the dumbfounded other people from the Martial Heavenly Academy, at this moment Qin Yu stood up even more excitedly. Ning Bei, you're finished. The heavens were kind to him, and he had finally waited for this moment. There were no words to describe how he felt, it was so good. But just when Qin Yu was happy, suddenly, his two hands were clamped by Wang Tang and Zhao Ming respectively. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Senior brother Ning said to thank you. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming smiled at each other and forcefully dragged Qin Yu towards the stage despite his resistance. Compared to the shocked crowd, Ning Bei appeared lighthearted, after seeing both Su Yunyang and Qin Yu take the stage. He nonchalantly looked towards Yu Xian who was being surrounded by the crowd. How long are you going to play dead? Ahem. The next moment, a familiar coughing sound rang out. Immediately afterward, Yu Xian, who had been declared dead a moment ago, was seen walking into the crowd's field of vision, alive and well. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. What's the situation? Not dead? What? Seeing this, Su Yunyang's eyelids fluttered, instantly giving birth to a hint of ill will. Immediately afterward, he saw Ning Bei pull out a piece of letter paper and said in a resounding voice, "I want to thank someone, his name is Qin Yu, and he's a great handyman of our Martial Sky Academy." Qin Yu? Greeting Qin Yu's dismayed gaze, Ning Bei said to himself, it's him Qin Yu by chance, bumping into someone who wants to provoke our Wutian Academy and Dayu Academy into a war, trying to reap the benefits of fishing, but suffering from the lack of evidence, for fear that speaking directly will lead to misunderstandings, and so informing me, by means of a letter. Hearing what Ning Bei said, Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. He did not. In no way did he write those words on the letter. Ning Bei is right, there are indeed people who want to stir up the relationship between the Dayu Academy and the Wutian Academy. Yu Xian also stepped forward and said, "That's why we put on a show together." Last night, when Ning Bei had searched for the past under the leadership of Moonless, Yu Xian and Yu Tong and the others hadn't believed it. That is, until Ning Bei revealed the bottom card. That's right, not many people know his bottom line. So the facts speak for themselves. Although Yu Xian was unconvinced by Ning Bei in his heart, he wasn't a little cutie. He is not a cutie, but he can't tell the difference between right and wrong in front of the big picture. So someone is trying to provoke the two great universities. No wonder, I told you that this battle seemed intense, but how did it end so strangely? Touching the cold light cast by Su Yunyang, Qin Yu's brain buzzed as he vehemently argued, "Misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding." He was counting on Su Yunyang to help him in the future, so how could he let the other party feel that he had betrayed him? No, it has to be explained. What misunderstanding? Ning Bei's mouth lifted slightly as he asked meaningfully. Greeting the crowd's blazing gaze, Qin Yu hurriedly said, "This letter wasn't written by me at all, I didn't write it. It must have been written by someone else." "Ning Bei, you thanked the wrong person." "Yes?" Ning Bei's eyes flashed a cold smile, and then, without slowing down, he pulled out a piece of something from his pocket. In fact, Qin Yu he is just shy, embarrassed to take this big credit, but it's okay. Everyone, please watch the video and audio stones. Qin Yu? Chapter 49, Ning Bei's move to kill with a borrowed knife. Repairing the protagonist is a professional. In plain sight. Only the video and audio stones projected an image of a figure sneaking around, slipping a letter into a doorway in the middle of the night. Ouch, that guy is really him. This handyman of the Martial Heavenly Academy is quite coy, huh? It's clearly him, yet he still has to shirk such a great credit. It's you! Don't pretend, we can see it clearly. All of a sudden, the crowd had bitten off more than they could chew that it was Qin Yu. On the contrary, Qin Yu's people were dumbfounded. No, he clearly saw that no one was around. How could it be recorded? That's the kind of credit he doesn't want. Qin Yu wasn't a cutie either. Quickly looked at Ning Bei, "You deliberately tricked me. The content on that letter wasn't written by me at all. Does it matter if you wrote it?" Ning Bei lowered his voice and asked rhetorically, "What's important is, does Su Yunyang believe that you wrote it?" Thud. Qin Yu subconsciously looked towards Su Yunyang, only to see Su Yunyang not far away, its pair of eyes just like a cold aura staring at him. You can't hide the eyes of a person who wants to knife him. Done. Qin Yu's heart thumped. Originally, he still expected to rely on Su Yunyang to turn over in the future, but now, the other party wanted to kill him. Why is that? It's obviously a seamless plan. The advantage is on him. Qin Yu didn't understand. Greeting his look of despair, Ning Bei whispered, "Come forward, take this honor, and dismantle Su Yunyang as the mastermind behind this." What? The pupils of Qin Yu's eyes shrunk, and he instantly looked resentfully at Ning Bei. "Do you think I'm? What's the difference between jumping out at this point and sending me to my death?" That is, until the next moment, when Ning Bei's threat came from beside his ear, "If you don't do it, then I'll push you to his side." Qin Yu instantly panicked. He knew that Ning Bei definitely said it and did it, and if he was pushed over, the probability is that he will be slapped to death by the angry Su Yunyang. Listen to the noisy voices around you. The next moment, Qin Yu still had a cross in his heart and decided to die a Taoist friend and stand out to say, "Yes, haha, it's me. I was embarrassed to admit it at first. Ha! Actually, I still know who's behind it." At these words, the crowd instantly fell silent. The mastermind behind this, could it be? In fact, the crowd already had someone in mind. After all, who else could be the one who wanted to see the Dayu Academy and the Wutian Academy go to war? But for some reason, they didn't dare to make wild guesses for a while. Yes, that's him. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, in the next moment, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and pointed towards Su Yunyang, who was not far away. The mastermind behind this is the Qi Tian Academy's priest, Su Yunyang. He wants to use the conflict between Ning Bei and Yu Xian to provoke the two universities into a war, in which case the Qi Tian Academy will be able to reap the benefits. After betraying his teammates, Qin Yu also added, "I also heard it by chance. Did you guys know? I couldn't believe my ears at the time. Su Yunyang? Wow." The entire room was instantly in an uproar. "I'll go, it's really the Qi Tian Academy. I didn't expect, you Su Yunyang with your thick eyebrows, but you actually have a belly full of bad water." Seeing that Qin Yu had cooperated to play a good card, Ning Bei also smiled. The so-called son of Qi Fortune has now lost the bottom line.
Oh no, there was no bottom line in the first place, and there was only the heavenly Tao sheltering it. Without the chi to go with it, it's not. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Facing the questioning of Yutong and the others, Su Yunyang was furious. How dare you, a handyman, slander me? Moonless, is this the disciple you brought out? Even if they are miscellaneous disciples, can they be so lawless? Su Yunyang tried to weasel out of it. After all, it was the sort of thing he knew deep down that he should never admit to, not to mention that the reputation was gone. Most importantly, the next thing that might wait was the targeting of the Wutian Academy and the Dayu Academy. Ha! Moonshine just laughed coldly and refrained from retorting. The next moment, Yufei, who had been silent since he arrived, suddenly said, Su Yunyang, do you know why this king has come today? Feeling Yufei's descending oppression, Su Yunyang's heart twitched and he hurriedly said, Your Highness, there is a misunderstanding. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yutong directly broke it down. Misunderstanding? You're the only one who knows Little Prince's bottom card besides us, and now that the bottom card has been leaked, how do you explain it? Su Yunyang's eyes rolled, suddenly speechless. At this point in time, he already understood that there was no point in saying more, so in the next moment, he clenched his teeth and violently rushed towards Qin Yu. Not good. Seeing this, Qin Yu was shocked. He just wanted to retreat and escape, but his back was suddenly kicked, and there was also the voice of Ningbei. Qin Yu, you're confused. You're no match for him. Why are you going on? Qin Yu Ren went numb. How could he not have expected that at the critical moment, Ningbei would actually give him a kick in the back? Stop. Moonless, Yutong and Yufei had quickly opened the prepared formations to suppress Su Yunyang the moment he made his move. Nay, no one expected. Su Yunyang first thought is not to escape, nor is it to capture Ningbei or Yuxian as blackmail. Instead, he used his last chance to kill Qin Yu first. Do you two have a grudge? Bang! Immediately afterward, a muffled sound rang out at first. Qin Yu took a hard slap from Su Yunyang, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his whole body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Wow! The crowd could not help but rise. Holy, this is Ed. He actually dared to charge forward. This handyman is too brave. Good lord, the Martial Heavenly Academy is not a single wimp. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Qin Yu really wanted to cry. Families who get it. He wasn't even trying to get on. As the scene descended into chaos, a powerful oppression descended upon the venue, and in an instant, it drew the crowd to look up. Son of Heaven? After seeing the identity of the visitor, Yufei and the others' complexion suddenly changed. The person at the head in the void was clearly the current heavenly prince of the Great Yu dynasty, Yu Wuing. Your Majesty, please also be my master. Su Yunyang was like grasping a life-saving straw as he hurriedly said, they even want to rely on a piece of letter paper, written by an odd job disciple of the Martial Heavenly Academy, to label me as a felon. What outsiders don't know is this. In fact, there was another big hand behind the reason why he had provoked the two universities to go to war, and that hand was none other than Yu Wuing. The three great universities within the Dayu dynasty were intricately connected. And over the years, the Dayu Academy has been the most prosperous, and even the many strong people who joined the imperial family are mostly from the Dayu Academy. And the Great Yu Academy is also by Yufei, who is the prince, directly under the control. Whether those strong people are Yufei's people or not, let's not talk about it for the time being. But it was enough to make Yu Wuing feel uneasy. Therefore, Yu Wuing had secretly supported the Qi Tian Academy in an attempt to stop the Great Yu Academy from growing any further. But Yu Wuing did not expect, the plan did not succeed, but instead Su Yunyang is still deeply involved. He had to come forward to protect this powerful general. To place such a charge on Su Yunyang just based on a letter that wasn't written by him is indeed too ridiculous. Yu Wuing calmly said, after hearing this, if all of this is a plot by that handyman, or if someone instructed him to stir up the relationship between the three university houses, then wouldn't the consequences be terrible? Upon hearing this, Yutong and Moonless and the others looked at each other in silence. As veterans, could they not sense that Yu Wuing was intentionally favoring Su Yunyang? Even they all guessed something. Eventually, under Yu Wuing's orders, the palace's strongest men came forward to detain Su Yunyang, saying on the surface that they were taking him back for investigation, but what actually happened? No more words are needed. Although Yufei and Yutong and the others felt dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything more because of Yu Wuing's status. It's come to this. It was no longer possible for the match between the three great universities to continue. Under the command of the elders of the Dayu Academy, both the spectators and the contestants could only leave the arena one after another in disappointment. Mud. Why? Qin Yu, who was lying on the ground in a lingering state, watched as Su Yunyang was taken away intact, and his entire body became bad. In the end, is he the only one who gets hurt? At this time, the elder who had finished checking Qin Yu's injuries for him suddenly spoke, your meridians are broken. You can no longer cultivate in the future. What? Chapter 50, the protagonist's sister loves too much, the villain can't stand up to her. Elderly, don't scare me. Qin Yu was like being struck by 5 thunderbolts. Li Shan reiterated, your meridians are indeed broken, and they are also broken completely.
I'm afraid it will be very difficult to cultivate in the future. No! Qin Yu instantly tensed up. Tears erupted from his eyes as he grasped Li Shen's hand for dear life. Elderly, I'm the great handyman that you personally ordained. You can't leave me alone. Qin Yu, calm down. Li Shen was helpless and could only pacify. Don't worry, although your meridians are broken, I assure you that I will go and apply to the priest for you. To establish you from great handyman to chief handyman. Chief, or a handyman? Qin Yu Ren went numb. How can this damn handyman disciple still make so much noise? Elderly, I don't care about any chief. Not waiting for Qin Yu to express his refusal, Li Shen interrupted. No need to thank you, you were also injured because of the academy, we definitely won't treat you poorly. No, I didn't mean that. Not waiting for Qin Yu to explain clearly. He didn't want to be a bull chief handyman at all. Li Shen, however, had already gotten up and left, striding towards the crowd. At this moment, Qin Yu truly collapsed. He's so close to seeing it turn around. Why? Why did it end up being worse than before? Being a handyman was humiliating enough, and now he had to make him the chief handyman? Mud, does handyman have to be his life's label? Congratulations! Not long after, Ning Bei walked over with a smile on his face. Just now, when Elderly applied to the sacrificial drinker for you to be the chief handyman, the sacrificial drinker was still a bit hesitant, but don't worry, I persuaded him to agree. What? You? Qin Yu almost didn't spit out blood in anger and said in dissatisfaction, who wants you to persuade him for me? You could have just not persuaded him. What do you mean by that? Aren't you happy? Ning Bei played dumb and said, glad? I really thank you. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. At this moment, he could not wait to pounce on Ning Bei and bite him to death. He could be sure that Ning Bei must have done it on purpose. God Chief Handyman King of, how do you enjoin the enemy? Senior brother Ning made you the first mistress of the Martial Heavenly Academy, shouldn't you be thanking senior brother Ning? At this time, Wang Tong and Zhao Ming walked over. The two of them, being the dog's legs beside Ning Bei, naturally understood that Ning Bei and Qin Yu did not deal with each other, so when they caught the opportunity, they would not let Qin Yu go. And the two always come up with a, well, murderous and heartbreaking nickname. After hearing this first mongrel, Qin Yu's heart that was on the verge of breaking, instantly couldn't carry it anymore, and he was directly angry enough to spray out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ouch! Wang Tang and Zhao Ming were caught off guard and both retreated 2 steps back in fear. Ning Bei had a flash of insight. What are you two waiting for? Qin Yu was injured by Su Yunyang, and now there are still bruises piled up in his chest. Quickly help him beat it out. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, leave this matter to us. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming smiled at each other and understood. No need. The next moment, Qin Yu's miserable screams rose at first. Ning Bei, sooner or later I will make your life worse than death. The other side. Ning Bei went to find Moonshine. Elder, it looks like I won't be able to get the first place I promised you. Enough already. Moonless looked at Ning Bei's pair of old eyes, revealing a kindly relief. The disgrace of the Martial Heavenly Academy for 30 years has been cleared today. Besides, even if the great martial arts didn't go to the end, I think. In the hearts of the crowd, you're already number 1. Moonless lamented from the bottom of his heart. It was in his heart, never imagining that he would enjoy being so admired in his lifetime. And all of this was brought to him by the young man in front of him. Worthy of being a transmogrified great emperor. Are we, then, going to remain in the capital? Ning Bei said meaningfully. Although the matter just now came to an end, it was obvious that the internal battle within the royal family had just begun, and the real storm was still brewing. Could the Wutian Academy stand alone as a major force? After comprehending Ning Bei's meaning, Moonshine thought seriously for a moment before he laughed. There's this old bone of mine in. Can keep it. Understood. Ning Bei also smiled knowingly. Subsequently, Ning Bei went to find Qin Jiao again. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Qin Jiao but first said, you let someone beat Qin Yu again? Ning Bei froze and laughed softly. There's a bruise on his chest, I'll help him disperse it. You're still lying to me? Qin Jiao pouted and hummed, you clearly wanted to beat him up. But you couldn't do it because you were in the way of the chief's status, so you asked Wang Tang and the others to do it, right? Ahem. Ning Bei coughed awkwardly and nonchalantly. I have to say, Qin Jiao really said the right thing, but he was not in the way of the identity of the person did not do it himself, but because of the protagonist aura. Until you are 100% sure, it's better to be less just tendo. Jiao, do you think I'm too bad? Think I went too far with Qin Yu? Ning Bei looked into the young girl's eyes and asked tentatively. Qin Jiao's delicate face was stunned. Immediately afterward, she was so angry that she slapped Ning Bei and said, what are you talking about? It's not like I really think of him as an older brother. How could I feel bad for you because of an outsider? Then why are you asking all of a sudden? Qin Jiao looked around and determined that no one was looking this way before approaching Ning Bei and saying, I know that you don't deal with Qin Yu, but I'm afraid that if you retaliate against him in public, it will damage your reputation. That's it? Greeting Qin Jiao's gentle eyes, Ning Bei smiled comfortably. Doesn't it matter? You look like I care about fame. I care. Without waiting for Ningbei to finish, Qin Jojo interrupted, I don't want you to let your hard-won hearts be damaged because of some useless people. I want you to be admired all the time, forever. 9. Greeting the young girl's serious expression, Ningbei's heart immediately surged with a touch of warmth, and he couldn't help but hold her hand. I shouldn't have said something like that. No. Qin Jojo immediately shook her head and smiled sweetly. It's me who didn't say it clearly. At this moment, Ningbei's heart was melting. To have such an understanding and beautiful beauty to accompany him, even if he is allowed to eat immortal pills and drink immortal wine for the rest of his life. And he's willing. Qin Jojo and Lin Yueyao are completely two extremes. Ningbei could clearly feel that his position in Qin Jojo's heart was already irreplaceable. Never before, never again. Even if he no longer deliberately maintains his image, even if he wants to kill Qin Yu one day, Qin Jojo would also support him without hesitation. Suddenly, Ningbei wrapped his arms around the young girl's boneless waist. Jojo, I want you. Now. Right. Qin Jojo instantly reddened her face. She shyly bit her pink lips, and in the next moment, her voice was as thin as a mosquito voice. Go back to your room. I'll open the knot for you. Chapter 51, Fiancé's parents present? That's a slap in the face to start with. After a long time, Qin Jojo hugged Ningbei from behind and stuck half of her pretty face on his back. Will you get tired one day? Don't want me anymore? Ningbei didn't expect that with the other party's status, he would have such worries. He flirted, don't talk nonsense, a girl as good as you, I wouldn't mind having two more. Oops. Qin Jojo abruptly sat up, raising a pretty face with residual redness, puffing up her small mouth. You're so bad. So do you like it? With that said, Qin Jojo once again leaned down and surged into Ningbei's arms from the front. She was completely addicted to love. Ningbei gently caressed the young girl's smooth jade muscles and suddenly thought of something. That said, we also need to pay attention to this, lest we really make a scene. Qin Jojo blinked her long eyelashes, and when she understood what Ningbei meant, she shyly pursed her lips. It's okay. I give you birth. Oh, the corner of Ningbei's mouth curled up in surprise. Especially looking at Qin Jojo's shy little face, actually also flashed a few points of anticipation, seems to have fantasized to become a human mother after the happy life. In this moment, he knew he had gotten the maiden. The protagonist sister of this transmigrating great. The other side. Yueyao, how much longer do you have to wait? Qin Yu asked in a bored manner. Ever since Ningbei and Qin Jojo walked into the room, Lin Yueyao had been guarding the outside, rather like a sense of catching an adulterer. Of course, today she has no such qualifications. Lin Yueyao frowned. Qin Yu, what do you think the two of them are doing in there for so long? What else can I do? Cultivate? Qin Yu spread his hands. Although now he was also not qualified, and then claimed to be Qin Jojo's elder brother, he was still very confident that he understood Qin Jojo. It can't be making a baby with Ningbei, can it? Just by popping out this thought, Qin Yu himself laughed. With that slow-witted sister, willing to be with Ningbei was groundbreaking, and would definitely not tolerate any transgressions from Ningbei. At best, hold hands. Or maybe a kiss. Lin Yueyao agreed with this. After all, when she and Ningbei were together in the past, Ningbei was like a newbie. Didn't even have the courage to offer to hold hands. It's not possible that as soon as Qin Jojo was replaced, Ningbei's temperament changed drastically, right? It's not like the old lady doesn't have charisma. Yueyao, when will your parents be able to come? Qin Yu turned to ask. Nowadays, he was looking forward to Lin Yueyao's parents showing up. Because the conflict between Ningbei and Lin Yueyao belonged to the fact that it had occurred at the Martial Heavenly Academy, both parents were currently unaware of it. And according to Lin Yueyao, Ningbei was extraordinarily respectful and obedient to her parents. If Lin Yueyao's parents show up to reconcile the two of them, no matter what, Ningbei would definitely not refuse outright due to his feelings. He might even get back together with Lin Yueyao. Although Qin Yu does not want to see Ningbei and Lin Yueyao really come together again, but right now, his image in Lin Yueyao's heart is gone. My sister was also pried by Ningbei. After thinking about it, he still decided that it was important to dismantle Ningbei and Qin Jojo first, which was why he gave Lin Yueyao such an idea. It should be soon. Lin Yueyao bit her lip. Speak of the devil. A senior sister suddenly ran over. Senior sister Lin, there's a couple outside who say they're your parents and are insisting on breaking into our inn. Where are the people? Where are the people? Hearing this, Qin Yu appeared even more anxious than Lin Yueyao. Senior brother Wang stopped them outside and is still arguing, so I ran over first to ask if it's true. That senior sister explained. Confused. That's Yueyao's parents. Qin Yu instantly became anxious and looked at Lin Yueyao. Yueyao, let's hurry over to pick up uncle and auntie. Good. Lin Yueyao always felt a bit strange, but she didn't have time to think about it much. She clearly informed her parents to bring Ningbei's parents along when she came, so that she could better pressure Ningbei to leave Qin Jojo. But how could anyone dare to stop? Do those people still dare to disrespect Ningbei's parents? But when she came to the front door, the doubts in Lin Yueyao's heart were solved. Because at this moment, only her parents were present. Where are Ningbei's parents? What are you doing? This is Yueyao's parents, why don't you get out of the way? As soon as he arrived, Qin Yu was the first to speak. After all, it was the first time he met Lin Yueyao's parents, so he naturally had to perform well and try to leave a good impression. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming didn't need him, is there anything for you here? Get lost. You. Meeting the couple's gaze, Qin Yu's face reddened at the scolding, we're all from the same sect, so why be so rude to the parents of a fellow sect member? Without waiting for Wang Tang to open his mouth again to retort, Bai Yuqin, who saw her daughter's figure, could not help but say, that's my daughter, I can't even come to see my daughter? Yueyao, we're here. Lin Donglai also waved his hand. Lin Yueyao hurriedly ran to her parents and rushed to Wang Tang and the others, these are my parents, I would like to invite them in. No. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming decisively refused. Why not? Bai Yuqin instantly came on fire and said in dissatisfaction, just now you said that you didn't determine our identity, and now Yueyao has come out. Is this how your Martial Heaven Academy targets people? It's not personal, it's the same for everyone. Wang Tang looked at Lin Yueyao and calmly said, Lin Yueyao, you should know the rules of the academy, right? Lin Yueyao wanted to say something, not knowing how to retort for a moment. This time, when they went out to compete, there was indeed a precept stipulating that no disciple could bring their family members into the inn where the academy was temporarily staying. One is to ensure safety, and the other is to avoid mixing fish and dragons, giving rise to unnecessary trouble. But on the surface it is so stipulated, but in reality, as fellow disciples, everyone will more or less remember some fellowship. Shouldn't be dead set on keeping the commandments. But Lin Yueyao also knew very well that it was all because she had fallen out with Ningbei. It was Wang Tang and the others who would not give face. Yueyao, is there such a thing? Bai Yuqin didn't quite believe it and looked at her daughter to follow up, tell mother, are they deliberately targeting us? Without waiting for Lin Yueyao to speak, Zhao Ming took the lead and said, it's been said that it's not personal, it's the rules of the academy, it's the same for everyone. It looks like regulations. At this time, Lin Donglai tugged on Bai Yuqin and reminded him in a low voice. Men don't want things to get too ugly. However, just at this moment, a couple with a good face value came walking arm in arm, and after they glanced at the Lin Donglai couple with their afterglow, they rushed to Wang Tang and the others to inquire. May I ask if this is the inn where the Martial Heavenly Academy resides? Are you? Looking towards the duo with an unassuming temperament, Wang Tang and the others politely inquired. Uncle Ning, Aunt Lu. And seeing the couple, Lin Yueyao also hurriedly is compensating for the smile and shouted. This was because these two people were Ningbei's father, Ning Songhua, and his mother, Lu Yujuan. Ouch in-laws. Seeing Ning Songhua and his wife, Lin Donglai and his wife also hurriedly compensated with a smile. The threshold of this Wutian Academy is too high, it actually doesn't even allow us to go in to see our children. In the face of Lin Donglai and his wife's politeness, the present-day Ning Songhua couple chose to ignore it. And Wang Tang and the others vaguely guessed something from the conversation, uncle and auntie, are you the parents of senior brother Ning? Yes, we are Ningbei's parents. Ning Songhua nodded with a smile. In the next moment, he saw Wang Tang and the others' attitudes change drastically. Ego my dear uncle, why have you come? You didn't say anything when you came, so that we could pick you up. Uncle Lai Ning, quickly come in. I'm going to make tea for you guys. All of a sudden, no matter the elders or disciples at the door, they all had an extraordinarily cordial look. Invited both Mr. and Mrs. Ning Songhua inside. Lin Donglai? Bai Yuqin? At this moment, Lin Donglai and his wife felt like they had been slapped in the face. Especially when they tried to follow them in as well, only to be stopped again. You can't go in, just stand at the door and catch up with your daughter. Chapter 52 Learning about the withdrawal of the marriage, the fiancé's parents beat up the protagonist. Not on what grounds? Why can they get in and we can't? This is the moment when the couple finally explodes. It's downright deceptive. 1 second they were told that everyone was the same, but it turned out that the next second, there were people who were the same as them as parents of disciples, and they were warmly invited in. Who can stand this kind of anger? If the two of you want to make trouble, then I won't blame us for turning the tables. One of the elders was not the least bit spoiled and looked towards Lin Yueyao and said, Lin Yueyao, do you want your parents to challenge the precepts of the academy? At this point in time, Lin Yueyao knew that there was no point in talking more. Had to talk the parents out of it first. Because she knew that with her current situation in the Wutian Academy, there was no guarantee that the elders would really take action against her parents as a way of handing over a pitch to Ningbei. Outside the inn. Father, mother, didn't I tell you to come with Ningbei's parents? Lin Yueyao complained, why did Ningbei's parents ignore us just now? Did you guys take advantage of the Ning family again? Change before. If she called out uncle and aunt, Ning Songhua and Lu Yujuan could be happy for half a day. But just now, the couple had no reaction in the face of her initiative, and even ignored the presence of her parents. All along, no matter whether Ningbei was in front of her, or Ningbei's parents were in front of her parents, they had always been courteous. Lin Yueyao was puzzled as to how her parents had fallen out with Ningbei's parents. Unless they had taken too much advantage of the Ning family as they had done in the past, they should never have done so, given the character of both Ning Songhua and his wife? You're asking us now? Shouldn't we be asking you? When this matter was brought up, Bai Yuqin was furious and snapped. What kind of conflict did you have with Ning Bei? How could it be so serious that you want to withdraw from the marriage? Yueyao, we actually invited Ning Bei's parents, but they simply ignored us. Lin Donglai sighed and said. And in the last few days, Ning Bei's parents suddenly mentioned withdrawing from the marriage and also cutting off the cooperation with our Lin family. Now the whole Lin family is in a mess. What exactly happened with you and Ning Bei? How come they all said that it's you who took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage with Ning Bei? It turned out that Ning Bei had long ago sent a letter home to inform her parents that she wanted to cut off her relationship with the Lin family. I'm just too busy to go back in person. Moreover, in Ning Bei's opinion, clearing the air with Lin Yueyao's family really wasn't worth wasting his time to make a personal trip. Anyway, that was a family of white-eyed wolves, clearly parasitizing the Ning family but still acting superior. For such a person, why should there be any emphasis on etiquette? At best, he said he'd return it and didn't even bother to write a letter of repudiation. Upon learning of this, Lin Yueyao was instantly thunderstruck. Ning Bei actually notified the family? She had always thought that the conflict between her and Ning Bei was only limited to the two of them, and had never imagined that Ning Bei had informed her parents long ago. The matter was not even mentioned to her. Yueyao, did you really mention withdrawing from the marriage to Ning Bei? Bai Yuqin questioned. We were fighting, and I got mad and said I wanted out of the marriage. At this moment, Lin Yueyao really wanted to cry a little. For a moment, she didn't even know how to explain how she had gotten into such a mess with Ning Bei. Aren't you confused? After determining that it was his daughter who proposed the withdrawal, Lin Donglai also hated it and said, Ning Bei, how good he is to you. And don't you know that our Lin family? Now we have to depend on the Ning family to survive. If we don't have the shelter of the Ning family, then how can we get through the difficult times? Your uncles are now poking our backbones. Facing her father's questioning, Lin Yueyao reddened her eyes. In fact, at the beginning, she never even thought of really parting ways with Ning Bei. That was just her means of scaring Ning Bei. But she didn't expect the tactics that had always worked well to end up with Ning Bei taking them seriously. How good Ning Bei was to her, how could she not know? Speak up, have you gone to get back together with Ning Bei? When are you going to get back together with Ning Bei? Bai Yuqin grabbed her daughter and asked after her. Although she used to think that Ning Bei had climbed high above her daughter, she had to say that Ning Bei was indeed a rare golden son-in-law. Moreover, this Grand Marshal had allowed them to witness Ning Bei's potential. I didn't expect that Ning Bei had already become the chief of the academy, and he also suppressed the heavenly pride of the Great Yu Academy and Chi Tian Academy. It can be described as a promising future. How can you lose such a good son-in-law just like that? Lin Yueyao pursed her lips, but she couldn't say anything. She really didn't know how to explain to her parents that she had actually mentioned getting back together a long time ago, even more than once. But Ning Baidu didn't even agree and slapped her. But most importantly, now Ning Bei has changed his heart. In love with a young girl who is even better than her. Uncle and auntie, it's not Yuyao's fault. Seeing that Lin Yueyao was in a difficult situation, Qin Yu thought that he had the responsibility to come forward. It's Ning Bei who was bent on having his own way, always thinking of taking revenge on Yueyao. For example, just now, the reason why you guys were stopped outside, there must be Ning Bei's instructions behind it, and all those people are his lapdogs. Between words, Qin Yu did not forget to sow discord, trying to make the couple feel that Ning Bei was of poor character. Who are you? Bai Yuqin sized up Qin Yu and was surprised. Perhaps it was because in the past, it was Ning Bei who stood by Lin Yueyao's side. Nowadays it made her feel bad about how she looked at Qin Yu. The man is also too ugly. Compared to her golden son-in-law, no matter the face value, body shape and temperament, etc. That's not on the same level at all. Auntie, my name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately straightened his waist and pinched out his magnetic voice. I'm Yuyao's good friend in the academy, by chance. I even saved Yuyao once. Speaking later, Qin Yu deliberately increased his voice. It was just that all of Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin's attention was not on him saving people. Just your name is Qin Yu, huh? It's me. Meeting Lin Donglai's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Yu smiled. Uncle, you know about me? Was it Yueyao who mentioned me to you guys? Without waiting for Qin Yu to finish, Lin Donglai interrupted with a cold smile. Qin Yu, you are too famous. Oh? Hearing this, Qin Yu could not hide his excitement. I wonder what Uncle meant by famous. Could it be that I dismantled Su Yunyang's plot? I've avoided the war between the two universities? Ha ha. That's just a small matter. I'm not proud of it at all. Oh no, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about your parents. Looking at the smug Qin Yu, Lin Donglai interrupted. And rumor has it that you also your pants and were called that what king? Are these true? Boom. Qin Yu suddenly mouth wide open, froze in place. Who the hell told you that? Who's got such a big mouth? Even Lin Yueyao's parents know? At this moment, Qin Yu only felt that the sky has collapsed. Originally also wanted to give Lin Yueyao's parents leave a good impression. Who the hell is so unethical? Yueyao, you should lessen your dealings with such people in the future. At this time, Bai Yuqin looked at her daughter with dissatisfaction, but all men should come and go less. Otherwise can Ningbei be happy when he sees it?
Hearing her mother's reprimand, Lin Yueyao had mixed feelings inside, not waiting for her to speak. At that moment, the laughter of Wang Tang and the others suddenly came from the side. It's a pity you're too late, now that senior brother Ning has nothing to do with her anymore. Thinking back to the beginning, Lin Yueyao still withdrew from her marriage with senior brother Ning in public for the sake of Qin Yu.
Gee, she really did a good job. Hearing this, Lin Donglai and his wife were struck by lightning.
My daughter is withdrawing from Ningbei's marriage because of this ugly monster.
Is it because of this ugly girl that her daughter broke off the marriage with Ningbei? Yueyao, is this true? You really withdrew from marriage with Ningbei because of this?
The couple instantly caught fire and questioned Lin Yueyao.
Lin Yueyao was speechless. Oh no, to be precise, she had no way of denying it, even if she regrets it now. Are no longer helpful.
Uncle, auntie, this is not Yuyao's fault, it's all that Ningbei's fault.
Qin Yu rushes forward and tries to round off the fight. Snap!
But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Lin Donglai was so angry that he slapped his face and muddy little bastard.
Qin Yu? Chapter 53, the heroine's family repents, the villain's family recognizes their daughter-in-law. Qin Yu was instantly struck dumb.
Especially that vehemently spoken little bastard instantly caused a surge of anger to rise in him. Fortunately, with his sanity still intact, he forcefully suppressed his anger, otherwise he would definitely be felt by Lin Yueyao as disrespecting her parents.
Uncle Lin, things aren't what you think.
Qin Yu just adjusted back to his state and tried to defend himself. But before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yuqin also slapped him.
Snap! You smelling punk! What qualifications do you have to be friends with Yueyao? Get lost!
Bai Yuqin scolded nonchalantly. She did not expect that the withdrawal was actually proposed by her daughter first, and even more so.
Or because of this ugly crotch-pulling monster in front of her. How can this ugly bastard compare to her golden son-in-law? The king of is really everyone.
It is difficult for the Qin officials to resolve family affairs, and he even ran up to join in the fun.
You say if you don't beat him, who do you beat? If my daughter loses her happiness because of him, I can't beat the hell out of him.
Wang Tang and the others mocked to their heart's content.
She knew, but the gas shakes cold.
Especially after hearing the jeers around him, at this moment, he was on the verge of exploding.
It's none of my business that your daughter was dumped by Ningbei? What a bully. Father, mother, you must stop. Lin Yueyao blocked. What's wrong with you, Yueyao?
Lin Donglai said with a look of hatred. He's harmed you like this and you still want to defend him?
I'm not defending it, but you can't. Not waiting for Lin Yueyao to finish her sentence, Bai Yuqin interrupted. Tell me the truth, do you want to be with this loser?
I'm warning you, Lin Yueyao, if you dare to stay with this trash,
then in the future, you won't be our daughter. Bai Yuqin was really angry. They had only just arrived in the capital for a short while before they heard Qin Yu's endless labels such as king of, handyman, wild bastard, and so on. This man is a joke to live for. And in the beginning, they only treated Qin Yu as a clown.
But I didn't expect that my daughter was the one who abandoned Ningbei, whose entire body was full of merits and was 10,000 times better than Qin Yu, because of this clown.
What parent wouldn't be angry about that? To say that Lin Yueyao had picked up sesame and lost watermelon was to elevate Qin Yu as a sesame.
Yueyao, tell us the truth, how far did you go with him? Lin Donglai also pursued the question.
The way he looked at Qin Yu, he couldn't wait to kill the latter. If the other side really hocked his daughter, then he would definitely do it. Father, mother, don't talk nonsense.
Lin Yueyao was so anxious that she stomped her feet and said, I have nothing to do with Qin Yu.
The person I like is Ningbei. Yueyao.
At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was dripping blood. He thought he was very good and attentive to Lin Yueyao, but he didn't expect the other party to be so unhesitant when it came to clearing the air with him. The point is, he can't even get a retort out. After all, in his current situation, with his meridians still broken, he really didn't have any advantage that he could take to prove himself, especially put him and Ningbei together to compare.
He's like a dispensable mongrel. Thinking about this, Qin Yu hated it even more in his heart. Everything is because of Ningbei. Really? That's great. The couple heaved a sigh of relief at hearing this. Luckily my daughter's eyes weren't so low and she didn't give this king for nothing. In that case, Yueyao, you should hurry up and get back together with Ningbei. Bai Yuqin couldn't wait to urge. Lin Yueyao's speech froze. She did not dare to tell her parents, in fact, has long been mentioned to get back together. But Ningbei didn't agree. Seeing her daughter's silence, Bai Yuqin said unhappily, You child, I'm talking to you, what time is it that you still refuse to lower your posture? Now the most important thing is that you get back together with Ningbei, lest you be shortchanged. Without waiting for Lin Yueyao to speak, Qin Yu couldn't bear it and laughed coldly. It's already been shortchanged, and Yueyao has long mentioned getting back together with Ningbei, but Ningbei didn't agree. Qin Yu, can you stop talking? Lin Yueyao stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Just now, she still had a trace of indebtedness to the latter because her parents had abused Qin Yu, and now because Qin Yu's demolition made her feel disgusted. How could she have abandoned Ningbei for such a person in the first place? It's so stupid. What? Hearing this, Bai Yuqin looked dumbfounded. Is what he said true? Yueyao, Ningbei doesn't agree to get back together with you? When it came down to it, Lin Yueyao knew that she couldn't hide it anymore. Only honesty. And after learning the truth, Lin Donglai couple can be described as a bolt from the blue. How can Ningbei be like this? He clearly said before that he would not marry you. How can he change his heart? I would like to see. What kind of vixen is it that actually dares to steal my daughter's man? The couple came on fire. He had to let Lin Yueyao lead the way into the inn and find Ningbei face to face to make things clear. The other side. Ningbei walked out with Qin Yu and introduced her parents. Father, mother, this is your future daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Qin Yu immediately blushed. But she didn't shyly deny it. Instead, she rushed at the couple in a regular manner. Uncle Ning, Aunt Lu, how are you? Agu, well. Why is this girl so beautiful? It's like she walked out of a painting. Sizing up the daughter-in-law in front of her, Lu Yujuan became more and more fond of her, and tugged at Ning Songhua, and she's very gentle at first glance, definitely much better than Lin Yueyao is to our son. Ha ha. Ning Songhua laughed undeniably. In Qin Jojo's body, completely unable to see the kind of high shadow on Lin Yueyao, but instead with Ningbei when standing together. It looks like the man and the woman were made for each other. Great. Ning Songhua patted Ningbei's shoulder and sighed with emotion. It's a relief to your mother and I that you found such a good girl. Before we came here, we were afraid that you'd be unable to separate yourself from Lin Yueyao. Don't mention that family. Lu Yujuan blankly glanced at Ning Songhua, and then instructed Ningbei, Baer, Jojo is a good girl, you must treat people well, okay? In the past, she didn't like Lin Yueyao much, perhaps because Lin Yueyao always looked superior in front of Ningbei. What mother could be happy to see that? But can't help but son like, she and Ning from Hua did not say anything, and even condescending to the Ning family to support the Lin family's industry, just to help her son get recognition. But now, at the first sight of Qin Jojo, she liked this daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Instead, he was worried that his son had failed Qin Jojo. Don't worry mother. Ningbei answered with a smile. Due to the deep memories that made him feel close to his parents, coupled with the memories of his previous life, he was also willing to honor his two elders. The family talks and laughs. Wang Tong walked into the room. Senior brother Ning, Lin Yueyao's family had to clamor to come in and look for you, and the elders are asking if you're going to see or not see them? Fight it out. Ningbei said without hesitation. Wait for North. At this time, Ning Songhua voiced out, if we don't see them this time, they will continue to pester us in the future. I think it's better to take advantage of this to talk things out, so that they won't have to pester us again in the future. What do you think? It's okay. Ningbei thought about it and didn't object. Chapter 54, the female main character's family pleads for compound. Beat up the son of luck on the street. Not much longer. Lin Yueyao's family appeared at the door. When they saw Qin Jojo, who was seated next to Ningbei, all of a sudden, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin both had a hard time in their hearts. None of them had expected that Ningbei's newly found object was actually so beautiful. Not at all inferior to their daughter. Now that's a lot of pressure on the daughter. In-laws, tell me what this is about. The next moment, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin squeezed out smiles and came in. After all, they were here to repair their relationship, so they definitely couldn't be in blackface. Qin Yu wanted to follow along and go in, but he didn't expect Wang Tong to throw a slap at him. What are you doing? Is there anything for you here? You. Qin Yu was instantly struck dumb. He gazed at Lin Yueyao, hoping that the other party would say something for him. But unfortunately, at the moment, Lin Yueyao was only focused on looking at Ningbei, and didn't even glance back at him. Snap. Just as Qin Yu was having a hard time, Zhao Ming also threw over a slap. Talking to you? Are you dumb? Qin Yu's entire body shivered cold. Now, he didn't even have the qualifications to resist, and could only grit his teeth and turn away. Walk faster. In the next moment, Wang Tong kicked Qin Yu's ass. Qin Yu clenched his fist and secretly swore. Sooner or later, the group will regret it. Inside the room. In the face of the once domineering in-laws, who are now in a lowly posture, Ning Songhua and his wife only feel that they have raised their eyebrows. In the past, because of their son's fondness for Lin Yueyao, they hadn't suffered much from the Lin family's anger. But now, Ning Songhua and his wife didn't say a word, directly treating Lin Donglai and his wife's enthusiasm as nothing. Helplessly, Bai Yuqin had to take the lead and speak. In-laws, marriage is a big deal. Wait. Lu Yujuan interrupted. Bai Yuqin, you don't want to be in-laws. My son's engagement with your daughter has been cancelled, and you will make my daughter-in-law Jojo unhappy if you say that. Auntie Lao. Lin Yueyao hurriedly called out. Hearing Lu Yujuan call Qin Jojo her daughter-in-law made her heart so hard that she couldn't help but throw a resigned look at Ningbei. But saw Ningbei as touching Qin Jojo's jade hand to play. At this moment, Lin Yueyao's heart was incomparably lost. A sister-in-law, you can't say that. Lin Donglai said smilingly, it's normal for children to have conflicts, but we as parents can't disregard our friendship just because our children have conflicts. It's not that we disregarded the friendship. Ning Songhua interrupted, it was your daughter who took the initiative to mention her withdrawal, it wasn't our fault. Yes, this is Yu Yao's ignorance. Bai Yuqin said anxiously, but it can't all be our fault, right? Look at your family's Ningbei. He's moved on, we're still present, he's taking other women's hands and groping them, has he ever considered our family Yueyao's feelings? Ningbei, can you stop touching her? Lin Yueyao looked towards Ningbei, aggrieved and praying. Once upon a time, the man who was all about her was now touching another woman's hand in front of her and her parents. The blow was too great. It's none of your business if I touch my daughter-in-law's hand? Ningbei retorted, my daughter-in-law didn't even say anything. Qin Yu nodded slightly in agreement. At the moment, she was both shy and happy. Was a very strange feeling. Bai Yuqin, don't you dare put a label on my son. The next moment, Lu Yujuan also dissatisfied, your daughter has withdrawn from marriage, my son still cannot find a favorite person? And don't think we don't know, it's your daughter because of a talent called Qin Yu and my son withdrew from the marriage, really said to move away from love. That's also your daughter who doesn't abide by the ways of women. Bai Yuqin almost wanted to curse back. Who's a misogynist? Fortunately, she hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming over, and forced to smile, in-laws, don't speak so harshly, in fact, nothing has happened between Yueyao and that punk, she's still a virgin now. Right Yueyao, tell Ningbei. Bai Yuqin pushed her daughter's shoulder. Well, Lin Yueyao raised her eyes to Ningbei and bit her small mouth, I have nothing with Qin Yu. I don't like him at all. Ha ha. Ningbei laughed outright at that. Even if you let the professionally trained people, I'm afraid that the clam port live Seeing this, Lin Donglai opened his mouth and said, Xiaobei don't believe me, Yueyao really doesn't like Qin Yu, and uncle and auntie promise you that in the future, Yueyao will never have any dealings with Qin Yu, and we will only recognize you as a son-in-law, okay? Yueyao, hurry up and promise Ningbei that you'll never ignore that trash again in the future. Bai Yuqin took the opportunity to look at her daughter and urged, I promise. Lin Yueyao had just opened her cherry mouth when Ningbei interjected, stop, I see that you guys don't know your own daughter at all. In her heart, that's treating Qin Yu as if he's a white moonlight, do you think people can't like it? Ningbei laughed coldly and looked at Lin Yueyao, and you need to be braver, anyway, the whole academy knows that you like Qin Yu, why don't you dare to tell your own parents? Ningbei, I don't have. Greeting Ningbei's cold gaze, Lin Yueyao shook her head repeatedly and couldn't stop the tears from pouring out, I really don't like him. I really don't like him. In-laws you see. Seeing this, Bai Yuqin hurriedly applied pressure, you see how much my Yueyao cares about Ningbei? How could she like that loser? Lin Donglai agreed, right, the children are just angry and conflicted, we as parents have to control the situation now the children are older, I think we should choose a good day earlier, before it is too late to do their marriage. Are you guys incapable of understanding human language? Ningbei frowned his sword brows and said in a cold voice, agreeing for you guys to come in is to let you guys completely die, and you still want to have a wedding? You let Lin Yueyao go and do it with Qin Yu, I'll give her a share of the money when the time comes, and I'll give you guys a big one when you have a baby. Lin Yueyao? Ningbei, how do you talk? At this moment, Bai Yuqin finally couldn't help herself, my family's Yueyao is so good, who are you to say such things? Even if Yueyao had done something wrong in the past, now that she has apologized, what else do you want? In the past, you said that you would not marry her. What do you mean now? You don't want to be responsible anymore, do you? Ning Songhua clapped his hands and said angrily, if apologizing is useful, what do you need the law for? Do you think our Ning family has to revolve around you? Lu Yujuan also stood up and said, today we will put our words here, I only recognize Jiu as a daughter-in-law, your daughter is not worthy of our son, do not come back to pester us in the future. You guys? Lin Donglai's old face darkened and he just wanted to retort. In the next moment, several elders suddenly rushed in from outside the door, if you guys are going to argue, then we'll have no choice but to kick you out. Bai Yuqin said angrily, on what grounds? On what grounds? They are also arguing. On what grounds do they just say they're kicking us out? Mother, stop it. I'm about to say that they are simply too deceitful. Not waiting for Bai Yuqin to spill up. Several elders went straight to work and dragged Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin, the couple, away by force. Outside the inn, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin were thrown out. Both of them were furious, but they didn't dare to break into the inn. In the end, they could only direct their anger at their daughter, look at what you've done. To actually leave Ningbei, who has been so good to you, for the sake of a loser. How polite the Ning family was to us in the past, look at their faces now, all because you wanted to withdraw from Ningbei. How did our Lin family have such a stupid daughter like you? Lin Yueyao was scolded for dropping her little pearls. In the face of her parents' reprimand, she could not retort, because now when she thought of her behavior, at first she herself wanted to give herself a few slaps. Why are you so stupid? Where's Qin Yu? Where is Qin Yu? In the next moment, the Lin Donglai couple looked around and called out, Auntie and Uncle, I'm here. Hearing the call, Qin Yu ran over with gusto. He had expected that with Ningbei's character, he would definitely make Lin Yueyao's parents furious. In this way, there is a chance for him to perform. Although he was inferior to Ningbei in terms of strength, in terms of character, He was certain that he could surpass Ning Bei's position in the hearts of Lin Yueyao's parents. Uncles and aunts, don't be angry. Yet.
Qin Yu laughingly consoled, but before he could finish his words, a slap flew into his face.
Snap.
Asterisk 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 mudhorse a little bastard, all because you destroy my daughter's happiness.
Give me to beat him to death.
Carry his head to apologize to Ning Bei, maybe there's still room for redemption.
Qin Yu? Chapter 55, Fiancé's parents take a stand, even dogs have to let Ning Bei lead them. Ah. Don't fight it.
Soon, Qin Yu screamed miserably. Originally he still wanted to keep his demeanor, but the couple held a bellyful of fire, laying down their hands, although not fatal, but really can waste people. In the end, Qin Yu couldn't carry on and could only woefully turn to the young girl for help. Yueyao, save me.
Don't let them fight anymore. Father, mother, stop it. Lin Yueyao rushed forward to block it.
Although she also knew that Qin Yu had an unshirkable responsibility for falling out with Ning Bei, she couldn't just stand by and watch her parents maim each other, could she? It would make her hold her head up even more.
You get out of the way.
But unexpectedly, just as Lin Yueyao rushed up, she was thrown out by her mother.
And you have the nerve to defend him? It's not him. Would you have withdrawn from the marriage with Ning Bei? If it wasn't him, would we need to stoop so low to the Ning family?
Bai Yuqin said with hatred. Lin Yueyao had no words to retort. She knew that her mother was right. If it wasn't for Qin Yu, she wouldn't have withdrawn from her marriage with Ning Bei, and if she hadn't withdrawn, her parents wouldn't have suffered from the Ning family's blank stares today. Even in the end, he was expelled from the inn in disgrace. Every time she tried to rush forward to stop it, she was pushed away and reprimanded by her mother, and eventually she could only stand still and do nothing.
Stop fighting. Please stop.
For his daughter's pleas, Lin Donlai ignored them, and even scolded while beating.
Let you little bastard harm my daughter. I have to beat you to death today. Even so, Lin Donlai did not feel relieved.
In his opinion, it was completely Qin Yu who ruined his daughter's happiness, especially when the more wasteful Qin Yu became, the more unwilling he became in his heart. It was all because of Qin Yu that their family had suffered this ordeal.
Bang!
At this time, really cannot stand scolding Qin Yu, hot-headed pick up the ground brick, violently towards the back of the past.
Ouch!
Lin Donlai was caught off guard and was directly hit in the head by the brick, letting out a pained yelp. As he stepped back, he subconsciously covered his head with his hand, and all of a sudden, he only felt a hot stream gushing down, blurring his vision.
Aya, why is it bleeding?
Bai Yuqin lost her color at the sight and rushed forward. You little bastard, you're so black-handed?
Dad?
Lin Yueyao was also stunned. Especially after seeing the blood on her father's head, her brain buzzed and she angrily chided at Qin Yu. What are you doing? How could you lay your hands on my father?
At this moment, Qin Yu was also at a loss for words.
It really hurt too much just now, so he picked up a brick to defend himself when his head was hot, not realizing that he would open his head to Lin Yueyao's father.
This is bad. Father, how are you? Lin Yueyao couldn't care too much and hurriedly went forward to inquire. At this time, Wang Tong and the others also watched the fun. King is awesome.
Lin Yueyao even backed out of her marriage with senior brother Ning for him, and he actually cracked someone's father's head open. I can't help it, it's the man my daughter chose. Hearing the laughter around her, Lin Yueyao instantly reddened her eyes and angrily looked at Qin Yu questioning. I've become like this because of you.
Why are you still doing this to my family? Why? You tell me why. It's not Yueyao.
I was in too much pain just now.
Qin Yu was unable to defend himself and could only make a pale explanation.
At this moment, he was already as if his heart was dead. Totally didn't expect things to become so serious. If he were to choose again, he would rather keep getting beat up himself
than ever pick up that brick again. Boom!
At this time, Lin Donlai's body erupted with a powerful force, and his eyes showed a cold light. I originally wanted to spare your life. It seems that you don't deserve to live at all.
Uncle Lin, let me explain. Qin Yu instantly panicked. Stop.
Fortunately, at the moment of crisis, a voice suddenly came out. I'll see who dares to touch my son.
Mother?
Seeing that familiar figure, Qin Yu almost cried out. It's great that mother wasn't killed by her wild father. The visitor was not only Yuan, but also a fellow man, whose appearance was tall and imposing, and whose two thick arms were covered with strange runes. Although he couldn't feel his cultivation aura, just a pair of gleaming eyes revealed an unrivaled oppression.
It's alright.
Yuan came to Qin Yu's side and looked at Lin Yueyao's family and blamed. Outrageous, how dare you kill my son, Gong, quickly help me kill them.
Good. The lanky man just nodded.
At this moment, Lin Yueyao, who realized that the other party's strength far exceeded her father's, was busy looking towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu, say something.
Qin Yu naturally understood what Lin Yueyao meant.
To be honest, he was still furious in his heart and wanted to kill Lin Dong to take revenge. But he also knew very well that once he really killed Lin Donglai and his couple, then he and Lin Yueyao would be completely out of the question. On the face value, Lin Yueyao is considered to be a beautiful color. He said that he does not like is a lie. Especially in the old days, when he had come so close to getting the maiden, this vague sense of accomplishment before his eyes made him now give up completely. The truth is not very realistic. So in the end, Qin Yu still had a soft heart. Mother, I had some misunderstandings with Uncle Lin. It's not as serious as you think. Please don't misunderstand this, senior. The burly man twisted his head to look at Yuan, inquiring about the meaning. And looking at the bruises on her son's body, Yuan naturally refused to give up. Nay, she couldn't stand Qin Yu's pleas. So it was that the three finally chose to leave first. And there's business to be done. Phew. The family was relieved when the man collected his hostility and left. Who is that person? The oppression is so powerful? Lin Donglai said with palpitations. Bai Yuqin similarly frowned. That damned punk. How did his mother know such a powerful figure? Father, mother. At this time, Lin Yueyao spoke out. You guys shouldn't be like this to Qin Yu in the future. You all beat him up like that. He even asked his mother to be lenient with us for once. It's enough to see that he's not as bad as you guys make him out to be. At this moment, a few more points of gratitude rose from her towards Qin Yu. And you're lecturing us? Bai Yuqin said unhappily, isn't this all because of him? Just beating him is considered cheap. Exactly. Lin Donglai chimed in, without that little bastard, would you and Ning Bei have gotten into such a mess? Now because of a little favor, you're defending him again? I'm not defending him. Lin Yueyao was filled with helplessness and explained, I just think it's useless for you guys to beat him. Even beating him to death won't solve the problem. The root of the problem is, Ning Bei likes other women now, he doesn't like me anymore. How can it be so easy to change when you really like someone? Bai Yuqin didn't approve. After all, she was still very confident about her daughter's advantage in appearance, and she also knew how much Ning Bei used to like her daughter. So in her opinion, Ning Bei was just angry. After all, if any man, his fiancé is not clear with other men, not angry, that would be a ghost. Not to mention a wonderful man. Yueyao, do you know why we beat that punk? For being angry. Silly daughter. Bai Yuqin poked Lin Yueyao's forehead and lowered her voice. Getting angry is only secondary. We're doing this all for you. For me? Lin Yueyao batted her long eyelashes. Looking at her daughter's bewildered look, Bai Yuqin explained, of course, we did it on purpose to show Ning Bei, to let Ning Bei know that we will never accept Qin Yu and are on the same side as him, so that he will forgive you for your faults. And just now, you shouldn't have stopped us, you should have done it with us. What? Lin Yueyao looked skeptical. She didn't expect her parents to say that, and that she should beat Qin Yu together. What do you mean by that expression? Bai Yuqin was not happy and straightened up. We as parents want you to make up with Ning Bei so much, and you're still not willing? Mother, it's not that I don't want to. So you just can't be bothered to do it? I don't have. Not waiting for Lin Yueyao to deny it, Lin Donglai jumped ahead and said, still can't give it up? Look at that so-called friend of yours, blowing your old niece's head off. Dad. Lin Yueyao's speech froze. When she thought of the situation just now, she was also very angry in her heart. Qin Yu completely disregarded her daughter's identity and actually hit his old man. If he were Ning Bei, he would never be able to do such a thing. Anyway, I'll put my words here. Looking at her obsessive daughter, Bai Yuqin's tone was undeniable. In the future, even if you are to be a dog, then only Ning Bei can hold you, no one else should even think about it. Chapter 56, the protagonist sells his mother for glory, the villain's heart is full of love. Lin Yueyao immediately reddened her face and shamefully said, Mother, what kind of words are you saying? I am your daughter. How can you talk about me like that? Talking about you doesn't make you happy? Bai Yuqin wrapped her hands around her body and said unhappily, Ning Bei used to like you so much, you were able to lose him because of a loser, in the future you won't bring him back to your side. You don't call me mother in the future either. I'm a father, and you can stop shouting. Lin Donglai added, knowing that the entire Lin family is counting on the Ning family, you still dare to withdraw your marriage with Ning Bei. You are an unfilial daughter. Lin Yueyao was cursed speechless. Before the couple left, they were also still instructing her to recover Ning Bei, and it was an instruction that could not be failed. Tears flowed down Lin Yueyao's face. She had never felt this bad before when she was ridiculed by the entire academy, but now, even her parents didn't treat her well. She only felt that the entire world had changed for the worse after leaving Ning Bei. Only now did she realize that Ning Bei was that important to her. The other side. Righteous father, please accept my child's bow. Qin Yu excitedly curtsied. Ha, good. The lanky man laughed cheerfully and pulled out a gongfu and handed it to Qin Yu. This is the Golden Gang Sutra, consider it as a meet and greet gift from my father to you. The charming Yuan immediately smiled with her eyebrows. Why don't you hurry up and thank your righteous father? This Golden Dipper Sutra is his strongest card. It is by relying on the Golden Dipper Sutra that your righteous father can have the reputation of being the #1 fleshly body in Great Yu. Haha, a mere vanity, not enough to worry about. The burly man named Kayan said smugly, don't look at the Golden Dipper scripture as just an earth rank technique, but after combining it with the heart technique for cultivation, you're on your way to a path that is invincible at the same rank, fighting the enemy over the rank, and having an undefeated fleshly body. Thank you, righteous father, my child is truly flattered. Qin Yu exulted, as the only king with a different surname in the Dayu dynasty, righteous father, my child understands the power of this technique, and it is an honor to worship you as my righteous father.
Ha, your speech is also deep in my heart. In his delight, Kan rubbed his hand directly on Yuan's ass. Qin Yu? Ahem. Yuan's delicate body trembled, and she busily passed a glance towards him. That. After reacting, Kan drew back his hand while feigning nothing, and said, however, this golden dipper scripture is of great significance to my father, so you must remember to cultivate it only by yourself, and don't let anyone know about it, so that no one will take advantage of this gongfu and push out methods against our father and son, and so our father and son's advantage will be gone. Don't worry, righteous father. Looking at his mother's behavior, Qin Yu had mixed feelings, but did not say much, just sighed, but the child's meridians are broken, I'm afraid. That you don't have to worry about. Saying that, Kan handed out a bottle of elixir. Taking this elixir will repair some of your meridians, and, in fact, the golden dipper scripture doesn't just make you more resistant to beatings, it also has the effect of repairing and strengthening your meridians as you cultivate. Is that true, righteous father? Of course, it contains repairing the meridians. No, I mean it resists punching? Qin Yu shook his head and interrupted. Although repairing his meridians was important, right now, he felt that being able to carry a beating was the key. I don't know if it was just him, but it always felt like anyone wanted to hit him. He suspected that he looked like he owed it to himself. Of course it's also true, Kaden said strangely, otherwise, where do you think my father got this reputation as the #1 flesh body? Also, thank you so much righteous father. Qin Yu suddenly realized and said in surprise, then righteous father, you and my mother will play first. Oh no, you guys chat first, I won't bother much. Yeah. Kaden nodded repeatedly, a flash of excitement in his eyes. This sun can be raised. Looking at Qin Yu's disappearing back, Kaden quickly revealed his true colors as he wrapped his arms around Yuan's charming and delicate body. Little, it's just the two of us now. Darn it, you don't yell like that. Yuan blushed. And Qin Yu, who was blissfully unaware of the situation, after leaving, he smothered the elixir in one gulp, and when he felt the repair of his meridians, he was even more excited. To gain such a chance by calling out to your righteous father, it's really blood money. Qin Yu could hardly hide his smile. Now, he was already convinced that the golden dipper scripture had the effect of repairing his meridians. In the future, not only will he be able to step into cultivation again, he will also be able to take advantage of the Golden Gang Sutra to go to the top. More importantly, he had a layer of awesome background. The righteous son of a king of a different name. For righteous father to be the king of a different surname is enough to see strength. Qin Yu admires from the bottom of his heart, even mother praised righteous father for being very capable. I've turned over a new leaf. Ning Bei, you didn't think I'd be able to roll over, did you? In the next moment, a flash of mischief flashed across Qin Yu's eyes. If I said I would make your life worse than death, I will definitely make your life worse than death. I swear, I will take all of you in the future. The other side. After Ning Bei sent his parents away and promised to take time to bring Qin Jojo home to stay for a while, he went back to his room and started tinkering with the reverse value. In the last few days, the retrograde value has increased quite a bit more. He first redeemed a piece of toast bread and cultivated the divine yang technique until it was perfected, and anyway, now he had Jojo by his side. No fear of going off the deep end. I'm afraid of not getting into the devil. Then, he used the remaining reverse value to exchange 2 experience fruits, originally intending to give one to Jojo, so that the two can be elevated together. However, when he walked to the door, he suddenly heard the sound of a cultivation breakthrough from within Qin Jojo's room, the middle stage of Yuaning. At that time, the people of Ningbei were dumbfounded. It was clear that the later the cultivation level got, the harder it was to raise it, but why was the young girl getting faster and faster? Sometimes he had to wonder about being used as a furnace. This, divine young skill, at first listened to. It's not right. So considering that he couldn't lose to his daughter-in-law, plus there was no reason to explain where the fruit of experience came from, he ended up eating 2 in one sitting. His cultivation had thus reached the middle stage of Yuaning, preserving the family emperor position. When the reverse value was just about used up, Ningbei received another prompt from the system. Detected Qin Yu triggering asylum, selling his mother for honor. At the system's prompt, Ningbei called out to Wang Tang and a few other beloved disciples, explaining that they were going to run an errand. Not much longer. Wang Tang and the others came back successfully and brought back one thing. The Golden Dipper Sutra? Ningbei surveyed the feats, the corner of his mouth curved up. He didn't find out, did he? Wang Tang laughed. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, I was smothered by a stick at that time. That said, senior brother Ning, this technique is only earth rank. It's not worth cultivating for you, right? Cultivate it? I have no intention of cultivating it. Ningbei tossed the gongfu to a few people and commanded, come on, a few of you work hard and start copying it. Copy? Wang Tang and the others looked at each other, all confused. Senior brother Ning, how much to copy? Ningbei thought about it and simply said a number. Let's copy 1,000 copies first. 1,000 copies? Although Wang Tang and the others were puzzled, they began to copy. Not much longer. 1,000 copies of the Golden Dipper scripture were placed in the room. Senior brother Ning, we've finished copying.
Wang Tang and the others moved their wrists and curiously said, then what are we going to do? Scatter. Scattered? Right. The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked up in an arc, looking through the window at the shoulder-to-shoulder figures on the street. Sometimes, great love has to be called visible. I want everyone to be able to cultivate the Golden Dipper scripture. Chapter 57, Fiancé Crying for Reunion? The villain and his sister show their love in front of each other. Yes, we understand. Wang Tang and the others instantly understood, and after collecting the Golden Gang Sutra with their nascent rings, they quietly went to the streets to spread great love. The son of Qi who sells his mother for honor. Interesting. The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The next moment he walked out of the room as if he were in springtime, waiting for the storm to come. At this point, Qin Yu also happened to walk out of the room and bumped into Ningbei asking, I was just practicing inside, did you come to find me? Ningbei nodded with a smile, surveying the showy young girl. A breakthrough? Aha! Qin Yu admitted frankly. With a delicate and fair pretty face, she flashed a gentle and sweet smile at Ningbei. Was it because you didn't expect me to break through so quickly and got scared? This breakthrough speed is really weird. Ningbei undeniable, also took the opportunity to say, indeed frightened, I even doubt. Jojo, are you taking me as a furnace to use? Hearth. Qin Jojo instantly reddened her face. Aya, why are you so bad? Deliberately bullying me, isn't it? Qin Jojo bit her small mouth and pouted shyly. You're using me as a stove, who's bullying who anyway? I didn't. Greeting Ningbei's meaningful smile, Qin Jojo's face blushed even more. I just suddenly had the state to break the bottleneck in advance. You're just bullying me. Ha ha. Looking at the blushing young girl who had been teased, Ningbei smiled unkindly. He wrapped his arms around Qin Jojo's waist, one of his fingers touched the other party's rosy pink cheeks, and laughed even louder when the hot sensation came from his fingertips. Badass. Qin Jojo's heart was pounding. She is also not a little cute. Since she could see Ningbei's meaning, she raised her cherry mouth when she blamed him. Ahem. Just then, a deliberate cough came from the side. Lin Yueyao. Seeing this, Qin Jojo hurriedly withdrew from Ningbei's arms, not because she was vain, but because she didn't want to be bumped into in shame. Muah. But Ningbei acted as if he didn't see Lin Yueyao, and still pecked Qin Jojo on the mouth. I'll wait for you in my room. Out of shame, Qin Jojo's mind went blank and she could only flee with a red face. On the contrary, Lin Yueyao's entire body was struck by lightning. She didn't expect that Ningbei and Qin Jojo had developed to the level of kissing. It's too fast, isn't it? She's been with Ningbei for so many years. Hadn't even kissed once yet. Ningbei, what were you doing just now? Lin Yueyao walked over with mixed feelings. She wants an explanation. Even if it was just a false lie. That would make her feel better inside. But alas, Ningbei wasn't at all accustomed to it. You're blind, aren't you? Lin Yueyao's heart suddenly ached. Once upon a time, this man whose heart was full of her is now kissing another woman in front of her, without even a word of defense. Such a strong discrepancy made her redden instantly. How could you kiss her? How could you kiss her? Nerve, she's my daughter-in-law. Ningbei raised his eyebrows. With that, he tried to turn around and walk into the room, not bothering to waste a second with the other man. Ningbei. Lin Yueyao suddenly rushed up and grabbed him, saying in a resigned manner, let's make up? I can let go of the matter of you kissing her. My parents also want us to get back together earlier, and today they even beat up Qin Yu. As long as you promise to get back together with me, I can forget about it. Get loose. You. Facing Ningbei's indifferent attitude, Lin Yueyao was even more aggrieved. What exactly do you want me to do before you're willing to forgive me for my previous immaturity? Ha! At this moment, Ningbei truly laughed in anger. Looking at the wide-eyed wolf in front of him who was still aggrieved on, sometimes, he himself doubted, Lin Yueyao, I say you are not having a problem with your head At the beginning you for Qin Yu and my withdrawal, I did not say a word of no, and now Qin Yu meridian broken, you do not go to care about him, but instead to find me back together? Isn't Qin Yu your white moonlight? Why, has your white moonlight changed again? Lin Yueyao was too disliked to say anything. She only felt that her agitated nose was slightly sour, rather like she wanted to cry. Ningbei, I can promise that I will never say a word to Qin Yu again, okay? With that, she was about to rush up and hug Ningbei. Over the years, the two had never been intimate in any way, but now she was willing to take the initiative. Not waiting for her to hold this man, it was Ningbei flung away a few meters away. You chose well white moonlight, now regret saying to get back together. I tell you never, I said. As the words fell, Ningbei walked straight into the room and locked the door. Ningbei. Lin Yueyao couldn't care about the pain and rushed up to say something more. Nay, no matter how much she rapped on the door of the room, no one would even bother with her anymore. At this moment, Lin Yueyao felt like she was abandoned by the world. The man who had once treated her like his life never seemed likely to return. The thought made her cry. Woohoo! Inside the room, Qin Jojo listened to the cries outside and looked at the expressionless Ningbei. Honestly, I should be thanking her. Thanks? Yeah.
Qin Yu walked over and smiled guffawingly. If she hadn't been so stupid to lose you, it doesn't seem like you would have considered me, does it? Ha! Ningbei shook his head and smiled as he listened. But Qin Yu said right, change to do Ningbei's previous character, if not Lin Yueyao dead retreat, no matter how good beauty in the side. Once upon a time, Ningbei wouldn't have given it a second glance. Only now, Ningbei was nothing but annoyed with Lin Yueyao. If it were not for the fact that this heroine is still expected to keep the Son of Qi in the Wotan Academy, so as not to lose control of the Son of Qi, then Ningbei's attitude towards Lin Yueyao would only be far more determined than it is now. The other side. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yu woke up. He woke up from the dark alley filled with stinking water, and the first thing he did was to touch the Golden Gang Sutra, but he found that the Golden Dipper Sutra is gone. No! At this moment, Qin Yu only felt that the sky had collapsed. This was the bottom card given to him by his righteous father to help him repair his meridians and turn the tables against all odds, but it was snatched away before it was even warmed up. How am I going to explain this to my righteous father? At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with despair. And at that time, he also promised his righteous father that he would keep the Golden Dipper scripture, but now the Golden Dipper scripture is lost, and if it is taken to practice, it had even researched and developed a way to specifically deal with the Golden Dipper scripture. Then even if he cultivates the Golden Gang Sutra, there is no hope of turning over, and what makes him even more desperate is, the righteous father may also thus, from being a high and exalted king of a different name, to mediocrity. After all, Qin had originally possessed the reputation of being the #1 flesh body in Dayu by virtue of the Golden Gang Sutra. This was completely breaking Qin's bottom card off. How should he explain to his righteous father and mother? Qin Yu only felt that he had stabbed a big basket in the sky, and shouted up to the sky, my Golden Dipper scripture. My Golden Dipper scripture, where the hell are you? Seeing as you're crying like that, I'll give it to you. A voice came. Qin Yu looked up at the other party and realized that it was actually a beggar old man. But when he saw what the beggar old man handed over, the pupils of his blurry eye suddenly shrunk. Golden Dipper scripture? This is actually my Golden Dipper scripture? Ha ha ha. Didn't lose it. Qin Yu suddenly laughed up in the air. Only, he felt a little strange. This paper and font and other details, why like a change of appearance? Could it be that he's in a daze? After turning over the Golden Gang scripture, to check it out and make sure it was true, he only thought that he was confused and fainted, and hurriedly rushed to thank the beggar old man. Thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future. Don't look like you're ugly, young man, but you're quite polite. The beggar old man laughed loudly, then patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said, no need for thanks, I still have one book left anyway. Qin Yu, what? Chapter 58, seeing the protagonist's mom about to get pregnant, I can't turn around without losing my mother. To be learned from the beggar old man, the Golden Gang Sutra has long been flooded. At this moment, Qin Yu's mood, which had just turned from cloudy to sunny, turned into a raging storm in a flash. Why is it like this? Qin Yu roared hysterically. It was obvious that he had fainted for just a moment, and how could such a precious, Golden Gang Sutra, be flooded already? Exactly which snatched the Golden Dipper scripture. What asshole copied so much and spread it? Boy, that's life. Looking at Qin Yu's excited appearance, the old man only thought that he was happy. This is the blessing of your destiny, you must learn to cherish it. I'm precious to your mom. Qin Yu was instantly enraged. He slapped the old man in the face and snatched another Golden Dipper scripture despite the obstruction. How does a waste like you deserve to cultivate the Golden Dipper scripture? You get the hell out of here. You. Looking at Qin Yu's arrogant back, the old man wanted to cry without tears. Losing me also praised you for your politeness. You a white-eyed wolf who is beneficent and hates the enemy. You just weren't raised by your own father. In his life, the old man had never seen such a person. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was hurrying towards Qin's mansion. But when he was halfway there, he suddenly thought of something. No. Now the Golden Dipper Sutra is flooded with. It's still lost from my hand. Righteous father definitely can't spare me. Yes, I have to return to the Martial Sky Academy first and seek protection. Thus, Qin Yu hurriedly turned around. He knew very well that the flooding of the Golden Dipper Sutra was going to be more serious than losing it. To put it in a small way, just about everyone can cultivate the Golden Dipper scripture. To put it in a big way, that Golden Dipper Sutra has been completely scrapped. Even Qin, who had relied on the Golden Dipper Sutra to become the king of the different surnames, all of a sudden lost his advantage and lost his decades of undercurrents. It's all because of him. Don't say that he and Qin are just father and son. Even if they were real father and son, they'd have to break up. Asterisk. God, why are you always against me? Qin Yu was on the verge of crying with anger. Originally, he had planned to turn over so that he could seek revenge on Ningbei, but now, he felt that Qin was going to be more dangerous than Ningbei. Gonna want to kill him. The moment. The news of the flooding of the Golden Gang Sutra had since reached Qin's ears. One can imagine how furious Qin, who was counting on this technique to make a name for himself, should be. Asshole, I took him as my righteous son. And he backstabbed me? Qin entire breath shook cold. Even still put my family's heirloom technique, copying so many copies to spread out. This is purely wanting to get me killed off. Over the years, Qin hadn't made many enemies, and he was counting on the Golden Gang Sutra to keep him safe. But I didn't expect. Now the heirloom heart and soul is a bus. Anyone can come up and have a little fun. Youngjio, you calm down. Yuan said handily. She did not understand why her son would spread the Golden Dipper Sutra, but she understands that if this matter is not handled well, then she would have to go through the pain of losing her son. So then, in order to be able to beg Qin to take the heat off, she had to do what she always does. You get up. But at this moment, Qin had long since lost his leisure, and lifted Yuan as soon as he. Now come with me to that fine son of yours. The inn of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Under Ningbei's instructions, Wang Tong and the other group of disciples, each holding a copy of the Golden Dipper Sutra, sat right in front of the door and read aloud the cultivation method. Qin Yu, who had just returned, was numb at the sight. One book per hand? How fast can you spread the word? When he thought that things had developed to such a state, and that Qin would soon find his way over to ask for punishment, Qin Yu wanted to die. King of, do you have the Golden Dipper Sutra? Wang Tang stopped Qin Yu and asked. No. In the face of this obnoxious epithet, at this moment, Qin Yu no longer had the heart to care. He was hell-bent on getting inside the inn. But Zhao Ming and the others stopped him and preached, the Golden Dipper Sutra is so popular now, and you don't even have a copy? If you don't have the Golden Dipper scripture, you don't even deserve to be a disciple of our Martial Heavenly Academy. But that's okay, we can copy one for you. Wang Tong and the others looked enthusiastic. However, this sudden care did not even make Qin Yu happy. Right now all he wanted to do was hide in the inn. Where is Qin Yu? Just then, a thick voice suddenly came from the distance. Here comes Qin. Get out of my way, you guys. Qin Yu heard the tiger's body shake, and no longer dared to delay, hurriedly forced his way into the inn. Ha! Wang Tang and the others smiled at each other and did not stop them. Before that, Ningbei had already told them that Qin Yu had obtained the Golden Dipper scripture from Qin, and now the Golden Dipper scripture had spread out. The other party would definitely have to come and find trouble with Qin Yu. Feather, where is Feather? As soon as she arrived, Yuan looked anxious. An elder stepped forward. The two of you have made a hasty visit. I don't know what you want. Call Qin Yu out to me. Qin couldn't hide his anger and gritted his teeth. That elder said nonchalantly, Qin Yu is indeed an odd-job disciple of our Martial Heavenly Academy. I wonder what you were looking for him for. No need for you to meddle. Qin said angrily, look clearly at who I am before you speak, or else, I'll make you eat your words. Yuan chimed in from the side, this is the king of a different name of the Dayu dynasty, with the title of the first flesh body of Dayu, Yuwutian Academy can't afford to mess with. Quickly call my son out. We have something to ask him. Oh, so it's the king of a different surname from the great Yu dynasty. At that moment, Ningbei suddenly walked out of the inn, and he was holding a book in his hand. But Qin Yu is, after all, a disciple of our academy. I see that you seem to be here to raise an offense. Out of the protection of your fellow disciples, please ask this prince to calm down first. Nah, this Golden Gang Sutra is offered. Consider it as a meet and greet gift for this prince of a different surname. Looking at the duplicate Golden Dipper scripture that Ningbei had thrown at him, at this moment, veins flared up on Qin's brain. Asterisk. Qin instantly clammed up and roared, quickly let that give me out, or else I'll. After Qin looked around left and right, suddenly, he grabbed Yuan, who was beside him, and, I'm only going to count to 3, and if that guy doesn't show up, then I'm going to go out in the street and, his mom on the spot. Yuan? Ningbei's expression was stunned, and he hurriedly looked at Wang Tang and the others who were also dumbfounded. Stop me, don't let Qin Yu come out. Chapter 59, the villain has played the protagonist badly, and another one comes before the other. Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. Holy, play that big? That said, how did Qin Yu mess with this king of a different name? His own mother is not protected. Yuan was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly begged for mercy at Qin, and she must not be put in public. That way she would never be able to hold her head up again in the future. Thinking of this, Yuan was also busy shouting towards the inn, You quickly come out to explain to your righteous father. You really want to kill mother. And Qin Yu, who was hiding in the inn, was numb. He expected Qin to be furious, but he didn't expect his opponent to start with his mother. He didn't give him any leeway at all. No matter what, he is a son. If he really left his mother out in the open and didn't care about her, he wouldn't be able to wash the stigma off his body even if he turned over later. Anyway, there's the academy at. How can you not kill me? Qin Yu's heart crossed and he decided to go and explain to Qin face to face. But just as he wanted to go out, he was stopped by Wang Tang and the others. Qin Yu, you can't go out now. That foreign king is obviously trying to kill you. If you go out now you'll be dead. In the face of the seemingly caring appearance of the crowd, Qin Yu was not touched at all. He didn't believe the group was that good. Without waiting for him to speak, Wang Tang interjected, I know you must be touched, but if you want to thank us, thank senior brother Ning. He asked us to protect you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the word Ningbei, Qin Yu instantly clam-ported. I still have to thank him? That outside is my mother. Don't think I don't know that you guys are trying to look at the joke. With that, Qin Yu forcefully pushed the crowd away. But just as he reached the door, he was guarded behind Ningbei again. Why did you come out? It's dangerous here, you should quickly go inside. Qin Yu a whole gas shaking cold. Especially in the next moment, when he caught a glimpse of what Ningbei had in his hand, he became annoyed and said, "What are you doing with the AV stone? I'm asking you, what are you doing with the AV stone?" Oh. Ningbei Shin's expression was stunned, then he said in a serious manner, "Don't get me wrong, when there's an argument, we often use AV stones to record the pulse of events, it makes sense, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk." Qin Yu almost didn't spit out blood in anger. It's treating him like a cutie. Is that it? How could he not guess about Ningbei's purpose of pulling out the AV stones? It's clearly an attempt to record his mom. 3, 2. At that moment, the sound of Quin's countdown came from outside. Righteous father, I'm here." Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to dismantle Ningbei anymore and hurriedly rushed out. The moment she saw her son, Yuan sighed in relief as if she was relieved. What the hell is going on? Why did the Golden Dipper scripture leak out? You asshole. Kayan's eyes narrowed slightly, while a terrifying killing intent erupted. Righteous father, let me explain. Qin Yu was in a cold sweat. He hurriedly told Kayan all about being knocked unconscious and waking up to meet a copy of the Golden Dipper Sutra. And upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. The Golden Dipper Sutra leaked from Qin Yu's hands? I didn't expect that he would actually be able to worship the king of a different surname as his righteous father, and that he would also obtain the Golden Dipper Sutra. It shouldn't be a conspiracy, right? Are you saying that Qin Yu worshipped him as his rightful father, but actually did so in order to extract the Golden Dipper scripture, and then devised a bitter trick to make the Golden Dipper scripture public? Hearing the crowd's speculation, Qin Yu a whole skeptical life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys do not guess, okay? Lousy did not design. Is really robbed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to have to kill you today. Quinn, on the other hand, was furious. Yuan hurriedly hugged his arm. Gong, Yuer was framed, otherwise why would there be a leakage of the Golden Dipper Sutra alone, but no leakage of the cultivated mind? Do you think so? Right. Qin Yu flashed brightly and hastily chimed in. Righteous father, if child really wanted to backstab you, then why didn't child divulge the heart method for practicing the Golden Dipper Sutra along with it? Quentin's expression changed. Don't look at his appearance of being big and thick, but he was actually delicate in his mind, otherwise how could he have become the king of different surnames with a single gongfu? This was enough to see that he was not only powerful, but also resourceful, especially in this dark and turbulent capital city, but all the top powerhouses want to not stand in line is difficult, but he is hard to stray between the forces of all sides, alone. Enough to see the other not only brave, but more intelligent. Seeing a flash of hesitation on Kayan's face, Yuan also lowered her voice and took the opportunity to say, Gong, I have given my body to you, and perhaps I will soon be pregnant with your flesh and blood. At a time like this, how could you or backstab you? Kayan glanced at Yuan, his eyes subconsciously glancing at her abdomen. For a childless man, his mind rippled when he heard the word flesh and bone. If he really kills Qin Yu, then Yuan is bound to have a grudge against him as well. This was something that Kayan did not want to see. However, the matter of the Golden Dipper scripture was of great importance. He had to first determine if Qin Yu had done it on purpose. You said that you were knocked out and snatched the Golden Dipper scripture. Who did it? Righteous father, you believe, child? At this moment, Qin Yu almost cried out. He knew that now that Kayan was willing to listen to the cause and effect, it meant that much of the anger towards him had been doused. Even if in the future, everyone knows that his mother is Kayan's, it was also easier for him to accept than the situation just now. Seeing that Qin Yu was about to escape, Wang Teng quietly rushed at Ningbei, the king of his too lucky. Is this even enough to make the king of different surnames forgive him once? Take it easy. Ningbei smiled. In the next moment, upon seeing the figure arriving from afar, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. The show has just begun. Shoo shoo shoo. Just as Qin Yu was defending himself to Ken, a group of people came uninvited. The crowd looked up and realized that it was actually Yu Xian and Yu Tong and the others, led by Yu Xian and Yu Tong, the strongest members of the prince's house's faction of forces. It's bustling here. Yu Xian looked meaningfully at Kuan and laughed. I heard that your Golden Dipper Sutra was leaked. What, are you here to find someone to ask for forgiveness now? The corner of Kaan's mouth twitched as he sneered. I said, who's making such a big scene? Yu Tong, what are you guys doing here? Kaan, you can't kill Qin Yu today. Yu Tong straightened up. The tone was light, but it was unquestionable. Qin Yu? What do you mean by that? Kaan frowned, looking at Qin Yu and then Yu Xian. Could it be that you guys are here to protect him? At this point, only to see that Yu Xian had already walked up to Qin Yu and extended a hand straight out. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He truly did not expect that Yu Xian and the others would come to protect him. Could it be because last time, he betrayed and exposed Su Yunyan's plan? thus being remembered as a favor by Yu Xian and the others? That's why you came to help in a time of crisis? Thinking about this, Qin Yu couldn't help but look provocatively at Ning Bei, secretly smiling in his heart. Ning Bei, you've really done me a big favor. Ha, you didn't think you'd slander my shenanigans, but now you've helped me, did you? And also made the young king remember me by heart? At this moment, Qin Yu really wanted to let out a loud laugh. The happiness came so suddenly that he felt a little unreal. Oh little king. In the next moment, Qin Yu excitedly gripped the hand Yu Xian handed him, but before he could speak, he was shrugged off by Yu Xian, who said in disgust, "Where's the heart technique? Mind tricks? What mind trick?" Qin Yu's smile ended abruptly and was replaced with uncertainty. Yu Xian's eyes chilled as he said in a cold voice, "How dare you trick me? Wasn't it you who wrote to tell me that you were going to exchange the heart technique of the Golden Dipper Sutra for me to protect you from Ketan's retaliation and for you to join our prince's residence? Now you're asking me what kung fu? You want to die? We came only after receiving your letter." Yu Tong raised an eyebrow and added, "Wasn't it you who mentioned in your letter that your mother had been defiled by Ketan and you couldn't swallow it?" Qin Yu was instantly struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. No, he didn't write that kind of letter. Chapter 60, A Mother's and a Son's Filial Piety. The protagonist's own mother is unprotected. Wow. The crowd's jaws dropped at the words. What, the King of S mother was defiled? I've long felt strange. Look at Qin Yu's mother's behavior in front of the king of different names. Good fellow, King S move is a high chess move. First he lies down and cheats the Golden Dipper scripture, then he uses the heart method to win the attention of the prince's mansion. In this way he will not only get the royal family's shelter, but he will also be able to take revenge on Ketan. Not. Hearing the speculations of the crowd, Qin Yu went numb. What the hell is all this? He didn't even think this deep, much less write a letter to the royal household. Mudbloods. But at this moment, Ketan was completely enraged. You really have a good hand of calculations, thanks to the fact that I almost believed you just now. You actually take me as your defection to the royal family? Not righteous father. I'm wronged. Qin Yu instantly wanted to cry. Obviously in the previous second, he was on the verge of winning Ketan's forgiveness, but he didn't expect Yu Xian and the others to show up, and instead of helping him, he even pushed things into a more unfavorable situation. Who the hell wrote the letter pretending to be him? Who is so unethical? At this moment, Ning Bei could barely suppress the corners of his mouth. Earlier, from the hints given by the system, he had guessed that with Qin Yu's Heavenly Dao shelter, the probability was that Ketan would not be able to do anything to the other party. But with such a good opportunity, how could Qin Yu be allowed to retreat in one piece? So then, he pretended that Qin Yu had written a letter to the royal family, turning Qin Yu and Ketan completely antagonistic, so that there was no need to worry anymore. Ketan became Qin Yu's hope of turning over a new leaf. Great job! Ning Bei walked to Qin Yu's side and said in a proper voice, avenging your mother. Good job Qin Yu, I'm sure you'll be proud of today's decision in the future. Qin Yu had a skeptical look on his face. Before he could open his mouth to deny it, the others had spoken. King is quite filial to his mother, huh? Who says it isn't? Although we are not the king of, but can understand him, surely he can't wait to kill this pair of dissident kings. After all, it's not a good idea to dishonor your mother. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Kanichi's entire breath shook cold. He is a king with a different surname, how has he ever been slandered? In the next moment, he grabbed Yuan's arm, tell your good son, did Laozi force you, or did you come to fall back? Eunuch! You're hurting me, come on! Meeting Ketan's gaze that wanted to kill, Yuan was really scared. You're confused affair, mother is voluntary. Mother just wanted to find you a powerful father. Your righteous father never forced mother. Wow! The whole room erupted in an uproar. What the hell? She said she volunteered? Was it voluntary, or defiled? Qin Yu, you say something. If it's really voluntary, then Qin Yu dispersing the Golden Gang Sutra, to deal with the king of a different surname, wouldn't he be beneficent and harm his mother? Greeting the fiery gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Especially after touching the reproachful look cast by his mother, he was as if he was mute, unable to organize his words. What do you call this? Regarding the relationship between his mother and Ketan, in fact, he had long been aware of it, otherwise how could he have the opportunity to worship Ketan as his righteous father? But this kind of thing, he as a son can only pretend that it did not happen. I never thought that in the end, it was blown up in public, or blew himself up. At this moment, Qin Yu really wanted to cry. He had no intention of betraying Ketan, and he didn't write to the royal family. Why did everything he didn't do come true? What went wrong? He doesn't understand. You hear me? Ketan glared viciously at Qin Yu and said with angry hair, that is your mother's own inverted old son, not the old son forced her. If you still don't believe me, then well, I'll let you see now just how active your mother is towards Laozi. With that, Ketan was about to pull out the AV stone. Eunuch, you said you would only look at it yourself. Yuan instantly panicked and rushed at Qin Yu without any good humor. You rebellious son, hurry up and say you believe it. Mother? At this moment, Qin Yu was like a bolt from the blue. Just for fun, you two still record video and audio? Righteous father, I believe. Qin Yu's Dao heart was about to collapse. He couldn't care about the shame, and he only had to hurry to be soft. Otherwise, once the audio-visual stone was played out, then he would completely not want to turn over. I'll go. Was it really Qin Yu's mother who took the initiative? What an ungodly woman, finding her next family so quickly. Tisk, play really flowery. Qin Yu, can I make friends with you? The crowd roared with laughter. Even the elders and powerhouses of the martial Heavenly Academy didn't come forward at this moment to defend Qin Yu or stop the farce from continuing. One by one, they were all laughing. After all, even for a professionally trained person, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold it in. Congratulations to the host, who has severely thwarted the Taoist heart of the Son of Qi and suppressed the heavenly Tao shelter. Hearing the system's prompt, Ningbei smiled back. Who says villains can only be stepping stones? I prefer you, the Son of Qi, to be a stepping stone. At this moment, Qin Yu can no longer raise his head. There was a moment, he really wanted to drill the ground to go. Give me the heart technique. Yu Xin then disregarded so much and said in a cold voice, otherwise, we will leave now, and you know in your heart whether or not the martial Heavenly Academy will protect you. Can't give it to him. Qin then pointed at Qin Yu and threatened, if you dare to divulge the heart technique, I will ensure that you mother and son die without a burial place. Qin Yu was instantly caught in a dilemma. He didn't understand, even though the heart technique of the Golden Dipper Sutra was important, there was no need to make the royal household pay so much attention to it as well, right? What's the hidden agenda behind this? Don't worry, give me the heart technique. He doesn't dare to touch you. At this time, Yu Xin added in a low voice, as long as I have the heart method, I can completely control him. Otherwise, even if he doesn't kill you now, he will still see you as an afterthought in the future. You can only stand on our side. We will be able to help you hold him back. Qin Yu's expression changed as he listened. After hesitating for a split second, he still made up his mind. Handed over the heart law to Yu Xian. Ha ha! Yu Tong burst out laughing. Qin, you've lost. Knock! Qin shook like a deflated leather ball. After Yu Xian handed over the obtained heart technique to Yu Tong, he took large strides and walked over to Qin, who was already ashen. As you know, my father has always admired you, the king with a different surname, so don't worry, the heart method we are only keeping it for the time being, we won't cultivate it in the future, let alone leaking it out. The reputation of being the first fleshly body of great you will still be yours. Meh. Qin couldn't help but smile. Just a few moments of helpless self-deprecation in his laughter. In fact, Yu Fei had pulled him in a long time ago. Everyone knows that there is a dark current between the king and the son of heaven, and Qin doesn't want to get involved in seizing power. He used to rely on the Golden Gang Sutra, and still managed to stay on his own. But now, he also understood that if he refused the prince's house's solicitation again, then in the future, his position would soon be outlawed. Once the heart method is leaked, then the first flesh body of Dayu would only be reduced to a joke. Good. A few moments later, Qin made up some sort of mind as well. Yu Xian smiled. But the next moment, Qin suddenly pointed at Qin Yu again. I have a condition. Wait. Yu Xian interrupted with a smile and lowered his voice. You are now one of us. Do you want me to renege on the promise I just made to him? Or perhaps, if you tear your face off with the martial Heavenly Academy right now, my father will definitely feel that you are not stable enough. At that, Qin grimaced and gritted his teeth. But he also heard and understood, coldly smiled, and said, good, I cannot move him. For the time being, but his mother, you can't control it, right? Saying that, Qin took Yuan captive with one hand. After a while, Laozi will give you a surprise. Qin wrapped his arm around Yuan's waist and smiled meaningfully at Qin Yu. Mother? Qin Yu had a bad feeling and was busy casting a look of help towards Yu Xian. This is his mother. Qin is sure to take his anger at him, all out on his mother. Meeting Qin Yu's supplicating gaze, Yu Xuanzi was unmoved. I only promised to protect you. Phew. Without waiting for Qin Yu to say anything else, the next moment, Qin picked up Yuan and flew straight away. He's on fire. Chapter 61, the fiancé wants to make up for it, and the protagonist helps promote it. No. Qin Yu knelt on the ground in despair. At this moment, he only felt that his life had turned black and white. Why? Why can't anyone stand by him? Just as Qin Yu was in despair, Ningbei came to his side. Qin Yu, your mother is gone. Qin Yu was stunned at his words, and in the next moment, irritated, he lunged towards Ningbei. You still have the ing face to say. Unbridled. Wang Tang and the others instantly rushed up. At the same time, several elders spoke out in reprimand. Qin Yu, do you know your offense? As the chief handyman of the Martial Heaven Academy, he even went and joined forces with the people of the prince's house in private? The elders spoke out angrily. After all, before this, Moonless had specifically explained to them that they must not be related to any forces, so as not to get involved in the strife. But Qin Yu obviously violated a major taboo. Are you all not giving me face? At this moment, Yu Xian indifferently opened his mouth. After all, just now, he personally said that he would protect Qin Yu. Right now so many people gathered around, since he did not want to wipe out his face. Little prince, help me. It was as if Qin Yu had grabbed a straw to save his life. Although the letter was not written by him, but things have come to a head. He had no choice but to walk down one road. But when you think about it, how is this not a blessing in disguise? After all, the Wutian Academy wasn't as deep as the Great Yu Academy, and he would be able to gain more importance by being invited in by Yu Xian. Let's not speak in the dark if we're being explicit. Ningbei looked towards Yu Xian and calmly said, our Wutian Academy won't get involved in any power struggles, but if you want to drag us down with the help of Qin Yu, then I can only tell you that we're not the kind of people like Ken who can be coerced, and you'll only force us to go to the other side. At those words, Yu Xian immediately had the corners of his mouth twitch hard. He's not a cutie. Not to mention that Ningbei has made it so clear. If they dare to give an inch, the Martial Heavenly Academy will throw itself to the side of the Son of Heaven. The royal household cannot afford such a change. Thus, Yu Xian could only take what he could get. Let's go. Yes. Yu Tong and the others immediately followed. Anyway, the purpose of this trip has been achieved, relying on the heart method to hold the Ken, for their own use. As for Qin Yu, a waste. Who would really want that? One couldn't really force the Wutian Academy to the opposite side for the sake of a moment's credibility, could one? The young king? Qin Yu was petrified on the spot. Obviously just now said to protect him. Why are you suddenly ignoring him? He's betting it all. Come on people, dismiss Qin Yu's status as the chief handyman and dispose of him according to the precepts. Li Shun gave an order. In the next moment, Wang Tang and several other disciples stepped forward to take down Qin Yu and dragged him down to follow the precepts and start serving him with the rod. Ah! The wailing of Qin Yu resounded within the inn. Let's go in as well. Qin Jiu tugged on Ningbei's sleeve and laughed softly. Good. Ningbei held her hand with a smile and stepped into the inn. Ningbei. In the crowd, Lin Yueyao looked at the intimate backs of the two. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. At this moment, she even couldn't help but fantasize that if the person beside Ningbei was her, then how happy she would be. What is lost, I will take back. Lin Yueyao made up her mind. The heavens are thin on me. After a bout of severe beating, Qin Yu sprawled on the bed in a sorry state. Today not only made a big joke, even the identity of the chief handyman has been revoked. Such a situation. He was not convinced. He chalked up all the losses to just plain bad luck. If God would have been on his side once, he could have grasped the opportunity to turn over, but instead, every time he was about to turn over, there would always be a mysterious force that would get in his way. Even, he suspected that he had been compelled by whom? Eternally unable to turn over compulsion. Ningbei? One person suddenly popped up in Qin Yu's mind. Perhaps it was due to his inner resentment towards Ningbei, causing him to resent Ningbei 1 point more inwardly every time he suffered a loss. But after many poisonous beatings, he has also learned to be smart, toward the light. Right now Ningbei is too popular, it's better for me to mess with him less before I'm strong enough. It's not too late for a gentleman to turn over a new leaf. Bang bang. Qin Yu, are you there? At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Yueyao? I'm here. Shortly after, Lin Yueyao pushes the door in. She first makes a polite remark. How are you doing, Qin Yu? They were too heavy-handed just now. Yueyao. Qin Yu was so moved that he wanted to cry. I did not expect Lin Yueyao to worry about him. Sure enough, even if he was down and out, there was still a place for him in the other party's heart. This makes the original lost soul Qin Yu suddenly gave birth to a few points of vitality. Don't you worry about Yueyao, the district small pain, Qin Yu can still carry. As the saying goes, the suffering suffered in the young, are for the sweetness of the future to prepare for. No one can break me down. Lin Yueyao stayed speechless for a whole. Especially looking at Qin Yu's confident appearance, she inexplicably has some dislike. Obviously, he was screaming so miserably before. Even the inn next door heard it. Now it's loaded? That's good. But in the end, Lin Yueyao just forced out a smile. After all, she had come to ask for something. Yueyao, will you think I'm useless? At this time, Qin Yu came back with this sentence. After all, today is not the same as being ridiculed before. Today everyone knows that his mother, was occupied by a big, burly man, and almost popped the AV rock. It was a shame he could not wash away for the rest of his life. Qin Yu didn't want to just get Lin Yueyao's care, just because of today's incident. Caused Lin Yueyao to be ridiculed as well, which in turn caused him to be disliked by Lin Yueyao. So he intends to take the initiative to say it, to avoid the embarrassment of being passive in the future. In fact, I really didn't spread the golden dipper scripture, it's someone who slandered me. And my mother and my righteous father, the two of them are in true love. That's why I didn't fight to the death to save my mother just now. Listening to Qin Yu's sophistry, Lin Yueyao had a black line on her head. After all, just now she was at the scene, the whole time witnessed Qin Yu helpless, watched her mother being humiliated and captured by a man. Now she only feels that Qin Yu is so pretentious. At this time, he still has to be a stiff upper lip. One thought for this kind of person, she actually abandoned Ningbei. You shut up. Lin Yueyao really couldn't help herself. Ha! Qin Yu was scolded silly. That I. After realizing the impulse, Lin Yueyao's eyes were flustered and cunning. Actually, you don't need to explain so clearly to me. Your mother has her own choice, it's not for you as a son to decide. Qin Yu, I believe you. Really? Qin Yu smiled at his words. Really? Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. Actually, I came to find you. Is that there is something I want to ask you for advice? What is it? Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he couldn't hide his surprise as he pursued the question. He felt the young girl coming back. The young girl who once didn't dislike him because of his status, who asked him for advice on anything, and who regarded him as a white moonlight was coming back soon. Is this the end of the road? Qin Yu feels very much like, after all, he suffered so much suffering today. It was also time to hit bottom. Meeting Qin Yu's expectant gaze, Lin Yueyao pursed her lips. As a man, think what behavior of a woman will please you? Ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Yu could no longer hold himself back. What made him even more excited was that Lin Yueyao's words was clearly an attempt to please him. What a heart! Chapter 62, the fiancé confesses to the villain, and the protagonist becomes a clown? What are you laughing at? Seeing Qin Yu smiling from ear to ear, Lin Yueyao was uncertain. In fact, she is also very weak. After all, to go and please a man, this kind of thing she hadn't even thought about before. No, nothing. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth went crazy upwards, but then he pretended to be calm and said, I just didn't hear it clearly. Yueyao, please say it again. Between his words, he looked straight at Lin Yueyao, wanting to deeply memorize the adoration on the other's face. How many years from now, this must be a great memory. Although Lin Yueyao felt strange, she didn't think much about it. I'm asking, how can I please a man? I want you to give me some more suggestions from a man's perspective. I understand. Qin Yu nodded with a smile. When he touched the flash of shyness in Lin Yueyao's eyes, he was already sure that the other party was just too embarrassed to admit that he wanted to please him. After all, it's really shy for a girl. It must be because what happened to him today awakened the sympathy within Lin Yueyao. Then say it, don't just laugh. Lin Yueyao said unhappily. Seeing the smile on Qin Yu's ugly face, she felt unkind. It's still Ningbei who looks good when she smiles. Ahem. Qin Yu purposely cleared his throat and said, Yueyao, this matter you counted on asking the right person, just like me. Don't use you as an example, just use man. Lin Yueyao interrupted in dissatisfaction. Now she is very resistant to get involved with Qin Yu, if not for her current situation. It was also not good to go to other senior brothers and sisters for advice. She wouldn't risk coming to Qin Yu. In case Ningbei saw her, she would definitely misunderstand her again. Good. Qin Yu, however, laughed even more. At this moment, he really wanted to say something. Yueyao, you don't have to be shy with me. So from a man's point of view, there are actually a lot of ways to try to make a man happy. The next moment, Qin Yu said in a serious manner, first of all, if a man likes that woman, then she just needs to casually do something, even if it's just pouring a cup of tea. This can also please a man. Men's requirements are very low. How can you be so casual? I don't want such a generalized approach. Lin Yueyao shook her head to interrupt and said seriously, I want him to be able to feel. The kind that can feel my heart for him. Yueyao. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart melted. She's so good to me. While looking at Qin Yu's strange expression, Lin Yueyao frowned even more. In the next moment, Qin Yu continued, if you want the other party to feel the heart, then this must be a targeted measure. How? Like me? Oh no, just like a man. Qin Yu was halfway through his sentence when he changed his words in time. After an injury or cultivation, our body is in a state of fatigue, and at this time if a beloved woman hands over a bowl of, even if it's just a bowl of handmade soup, I think any man would be touched and would even find it more precious than a panacea. A bowl of soup. More precious than a panacea? Right. Greeting Lin Yueyao's skeptical gaze, Qin Yu pretended to be profound and said, Yueyao, you don't understand men at all. In fact, what can really move a man are often very small things. Is that so? Lin Yueyao hung her head slightly, thinking hard. Seeing this, Qin Yu added, of course, but it's actually not that simple if you want to do this well. You go on. Ahem. Qin Yu has become more and more confident, even commanding. It's like, if you want a man to feel your heart, then you can't be nice to him in private, because there is a contrast to have a stronger impact. What do you mean? It's simple. Qin Yu shook his head and laughed, citing an example. Everyone has just finished their cultivation, and the others are also very tired, but it so happens that only that man has the soup you made to drink, while no one else has. Do you think the others will be envious in their hearts when they see this scene? It will be right. Seeing Lin Yueyao taking the bait, Qin Yu continued, in this way, that man will not be drinking soup, but your heart and the envy of others. He will feel like he is the happiest man in this world. You mean, should let others know, right? Yes, the more people know about, the happier he'll be. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth couldn't be suppressed. At this moment, he had already fantasized how jealous and envious gazes would be thrown around him if Lin Yueyao made him soup in public.
It was obvious that he couldn't even lift his head, but he was surrounded by such a great beauty.
That's a bit of a raised eyebrow. I see.
Lin Yueyao was quite agreeable. Only if she expressed her feelings to Ningbei in public could she make Ningbei feel valued by her.
Makes perfect sense. Qin Yu, thank you for the way you gave.
I'll come back to ask for your advice when something comes up.
Lin Yueyao turned around and left, unable to wait to make soup.
In fact, she had noticed that every time when Ningbei came out of Qin Jojo's room, it seemed as if she was tired and exhausted from practicing.
This is her chance to shine. You're welcome. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Looking at Lin Yueyao's figure going out in a hurry, he was almost moved to tears. Bittersweet, really bittersweet. Ha ha.
I didn't expect that I would suffer such a catastrophe today, but instead attracted Yuyao's sympathy.
Perhaps this is heaven's best arrangement.
Thinking about this, Qin Yu felt that today wasn't that bad. Anyway, those who laughed at him will definitely not be able to laugh later. After all, they couldn't find a beauty as showy as Lin Yueyao.
Not much longer.
A sparse sound rang out outside.
What's the situation? What did Lin Yueyao just shout? I think she told us all to come out. Did something happen?
I don't know. Come out first and see what she wants.
The crowd walked out of the room in amazement. Scramble. No pigeonholing at this point. Qin Yu was definitely coming out. How else was he going to get in front of the crowd and raise his eyebrows?
I just didn't realize that the injuries on his body were so severe that they made him walk with a limp. And at that moment, Ningbei similarly heard the noise and walked out of the room, just in time to bump into Qin Yu who was passing by.
Watch it later. Qin Yu raised his chin and said with a few provocative words. Ningbei's head tilted, and in the next moment, a cake was sent towards his ass. Ah! Qin Yu immediately screamed out miserably.
The whole thing rolled and fell down the stairs, drawing laughter from the crowd.
Ouch, why is King rolling down?
Ha, you don't lie down on the bed to nurse your wounds. Is it because you don't feel comfortable enough with the 50 big sticks? Don't be ridiculous, he fainted just now with 20 sticks, and there are still 30 sticks left to beat him.
Ha!
Hearing the mockery of the crowd, Qin Yu rose from the ground and responded with disdain.
It wasn't until he saw Lin Yueyao's figure that he pretended to be dumb and spoke. Yueyao, what is that in your hand? Could it be the soup you made with your own hands?
Lin Yueyao furrowed her willow brows. She did not expect Qin Yu will appear, afraid that later burst out she had looked for Qin Yu.
It's even harder to please Ningbei.
But when she glimpsed Ningbei on the second floor, she forced herself to hold back the words that came to her mouth, so as not to ruin her carefully prepared image of gentleness.
It's my handmade solidifying soup. Wow, it's solid energy soup ah?
Qin Yu sniffs and deliberately raises his volume, saying, it is said that this kind of soup has to be simmered with very precious materials, and is a great tonic.
Lin Yueyao, you called us out to treat us to soup? Just this pot of soup? What do you mean? Facing the questioning of the crowd,
Lin Yueyao shook her head. This soup is not for you guys, I want to give it to someone.
Let him know my feelings.
The crowd stared at each other in disbelief. On the contrary, Qin Yu's mouth could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth as he once again raised his volume. Who is it?
Which man is so happy that he can let you, Yueyao, personally make soup for him? Ningbei. Qin Yu laughed cheerfully. I knew it was me. Chapter 63, the protagonist treats you as his brother, but you're fishing for his mother? Lin Yueyao's expression was stunned.
Especially see Qin Yu a face of springtime, she cannot help but self-doubt.
Could it be that she wasn't talking about Ningbei just now? What is Qin Yu happy about? And without exception, the crowd all surveyed Qin Yu with scrutinizing gazes. Was he alright? Hey! Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu looked at the young girl as an afterthought and said, Yueyao, who were you talking about just now?
At this moment, Lin Yueyao had a black line on her head, but she had no time to pay attention to Qin Yu, and looked straight at Ningbei at the second floor. Ningbei, he wants to be like this on his own, it has nothing to do with me.
You must not misunderstand. This solidifying soup is what I made for you. Ningbei's face was expressionless as he sniffed.
On the contrary, Qin Yu was struck by lightning and looked incredulous. Not Yueyao.
You said this soup was made for Ningbei? Didn't you make it for me? Are you worthy? Lin Yueyao instantly became taut.
Originally this was how good of an opportunity she had, all shouting out the crowd, and being able to let Ningbei see her sincerity. But now, the plan was disrupted by Qin Yu, and slandered her.
That this soup was made for him? At this moment, Lin Yueyao was really angry.
If she didn't want Ningbei to see the angry look, she really wanted to yell at Qin Yu.
The crowd also reacted. Ha, so Qin Yu thought this soup was for him? No wonder you were so arrogant just now, dare you. Fantasizing about being dumped by Lin Yueyao again.
I piss yellow, king of you open your mouth and I'll nourish you awake. The crowd roared with laughter, all looking playfully at Qin Yu.
What a lazy man.
Qin Yu's face was on fire, unable to accept the result. No Yueyao, you obviously just asked me.
What do I need to do to please a man? I did ask. But the person I'm trying to please is Ningbei. What's it to you? Qin Yu was so disliked that he was speechless. Sitting up in a dying dream, the clown is himself? The maiden of his fantasies is back. In the end it was just a dream. Why?
The gap in Qin Yu's heart was too great and he couldn't help but question Lin Yueyao at him. Nuts! Lin Yueyao scolded nonchalantly. She no longer had a filter on Qin Yu. Then, she held the solidifying soup and handed it to Ning Bei, changing her tone to a gentle one. Ning Bei, come down and taste the soup I made for you. Head, don't gross me out, okay? Ning Bei sniffed and sneered, pointing at the already disoriented Qin Yu. He spewed who knows how much spit into it, and he's still asking me to drink it? Since he wants it so badly, I think you'd better give it to him. After saying that, Ning Bei turned around and entered the room. Ning Bei, wait. Lin Yueyao was so anxious that she stamped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. All around them, there was jeering. What was Lin Yueyao thinking, having the nerve to send senior brother Ning soup that has King's saliva in it? For King's crotch-pulling behavior, how poisonous must the soup he spews into his mouth be for anyone to dare drink it? You two were made for each other. The surrounding jeers that fell on the well caused Lin Yueyao's breath to shake coldly as she looked at Qin Yu. This moment. She really wanted to pour soup on Qin Yu. She carefully designed to please Ning Bei's bridge, but instead of failing to do as she wished, she also let Ning Bei dislike. Everything was because of Qin Yu, who had been killed halfway. What a pest! Yueyao, I thought you made it for me. Qin Yu, however, still didn't know what to do and walked up, trying to sow discord. Look at Ning Bei, he doesn't know how to value your good intentions at all. Unlike me, if you're willing to give me the soup, it's even more precious to me than an elixir. Here. Without waiting for Qin Yu to finish, Lin Yueyao could not bear it, only to see her suddenly raise the hot soup, which was still billowing white smoke, and violently splash it towards Qin Yu. Ah! Qin Yu let out a pig-killing scream. Yueyao, what are you doing? Qin Yu, a whole lot of skepticism. For you to drink. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, did not have the good sense to say, it's all because of you, king of, why do you always have to come and torment me? Ever since I met you, there hasn't been a single day that I've been happy. Don't you think I'm not unlucky enough? Qin Yu was scolded silly. Looking at the young girl's back as she left in a huff, he wanted to stop her, but he was blinded by the harsh king of curse. This is the first time Lin Yueyao called him king of. He hates that term of endearment. The king of goes around making a fool of himself, can't he keep a low profile? It seems his mother's captivity today still hasn't brought him to his senses. The surrounding contempt made Qin Yu unable to raise his head even more. Cursed, his face read a burst of white, but again, one mouth cannot beat 100 mouths, and finally can only limp stagger away. He doesn't understand. Why doesn't anyone speak for him? Is it wrong not to lay low? Qin Yu, let me help you. At that moment, a figure suddenly assisted him. Qin Yu unexpectedly raised his head and looked at this fellow disciple. You came over to help me. Aren't you afraid that they will scold you even together? Curse it. The disciple shook his head to show that it didn't matter. If you're willing, we'll be good friends in the future. Really? Sure. Will you be my friend? Of course I'm willing. From now on, we are blood brothers. Qin Yu burst into a frown. It gave him a small measure of solace for his lost soul. Sure enough, there are still people who appreciate him. The next moment, that disciple asked seemingly offhandedly, say Qin Yu, your mother was taken away. Will there be any danger? The danger shouldn't be there, you don't have to worry. A touch of warmth surged through Qin Yu's heart, and inside, he was unspeakably touched. That's good. That disciple pretended to be relieved, and then lamented, but I don't think the king of a different surname is a good person. We still have to find a chance to rescue your mother and put her out of her misery. Qin Yu didn't say anything and just nodded. In the next moment, that disciple suddenly said, I'll look at it this way, Qin Yu, you find a chance to bring your mother here, and just leave the rest to me. Give it to you? Right. That disciple patted his chest and assured in a low voice, I'm sure I'll be able to raise her great, just don't worry and leave it to me. Qin Yu? The more he thought about his good brother's words, the more wrong he became. What do you want? Your mom. Ahem. That disciple changed his words in time. I think that since I am a brother, I will turn a blind eye to your mother. I am doing this for her own good, so don't think too much. Qin Yu reacted. In the next moment, he pushed the other party away and said in irritation, I damn well treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with my mother? No, you keep your voice down. The disciple said nervously, whoever sleeps is the same anyway, we are good brothers. You help me. Qin Yu was so angry that he cursed, get out, get the hell out of here. How do you talk like that? Are you rolling or not? If you don't roll, I'll fight you. Somebody. Without waiting for Qin Yu to finish his sentence, that disciple suddenly shouted, Qin Yu still has 30 ring baton left, someone come and help me hold him. Qin Yu? Not much longer. Inside the inn once again, Qin Yu's hysterical screams resounded. Inside the room, Ning Bei smiled and swept Qin Jojo's waist, starry eyes flashed with doting color. Now calm down a little bit, no? Chapter 64 Jojo Big Room Possessive, no one wants to dip the villain. Poof. Qin Jojo pouted her little mouth, puzzled, why did you stop me just now and not let me go out to confront her? That woman. I don't even want to get involved with her anymore. Ning Bei shook his head and laughed, saying, what are you even bothering with her for? Won't you let her have a presence?
Then I'm going to swear my sovereignty too. Qin Yu bit her small mouth. Between the words, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of shyness, but more than anything, she was determined. Ning Bei smiled at that. What sovereignty? You are now my person. Qin Yu reddened her face, but her tone was firm. Of course you're right to use. Also, you're not allowed to stop me next time. Ha ha. Ning Bei smiled cheerfully at his words. Looking at the young girl's shy but irrefutable appearance, a warm current surged through his heart. Such a special beauty, the more you look at it, the more you like it. Picked up a treasure. Qin Yu was staring shyly. You do not just smile. Hear that? Here. Ning Bei smiled and responded, smoothly sweeping her into his arms and touching her small hand. But there's a sentence I'd like to correct you on. What's the word? Is it that I'm your man, or that you're my man? Qin Yu blinked her long eyelashes and shyly drew out her jade hand. Isn't it the same? That's different. Ning Bei once again held her small hand and said in a serious manner, we have to have a priority. After all, I am also a man. Qin Yu straightened her eyes with Ning Bei, and a moment later, she suddenly pulled her jade hand out, then wringed Ning Bei's neck and said with a red face, You are my lord. I am your man. Ha! Ning Bei smiled happily. What more could a man want from such a gentle and sweet, and a special beauty with the background of a transmigrating great emperor? So he grabbed the young girl's hand again and interlocked his fingers. Ning Bei, you seem to like touching hands. Qin Yu said happily. Touch the other violations. Audit? Inside the competition arena, figures from all sides gradually gathered, and the clamor filled the eardrums. The banquet had to go on as usual, even though the great martial arts had not been consummated, but rather ended early. In previous years, at this time, all the forces would do everything they could to bring the geniuses who had excelled in the great martial arts under their wings. Even pivotal figures such as Prince Yu Wuing and Prince Yu Fei would be there to celebrate. And the martial arts field with its wide grounds became the perfect choice for the banquet. But this year's banquet, again, was a little different from previous years. For example, the king of a different name, Ken, who had always remained neutral, now sat in the royal household. As for Su Yunyang, who was the Qi Tian Academy's priest, instead of being imprisoned for what happened on Duwu, he also sat beside Yu Wuing. It could be said that the original jockeying and undercurrents of the forces behind the scenes had now been brought to the surface. Anyway, we all knew who was who a long time ago and there was no need to hide it. Your Majesty, that is Qin Yu. Su Yunyang looked to a direction and gritted his teeth. The figure reflected in his eyes was clearly the shrinking Qin Yu, and at this moment, he couldn't wait to rush up and kill the other party. That day, Qin Yu caused him to lose his reputation, not to mention, now, he colluded with the royal family to pin down Ken, and helped the royal family to forcefully pull Ken. It was important to realize that Ken had remained neutral all these years, and even the royal family had not been able to do anything about it. Qin Yu. Undoubtedly, it is helping the royal family to establish a formidable enemy. This son must not be kept. Yu Wuing said in a chilling voice. He is also full of anger towards Qin Yu, since the other party appeared. The original advantage of the royal family appeared to have become gone. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I've already accounted for the Qi Tian Academy. A flash of killing intent flashed across Su Yunyang's eyes. The other side. What's the situation? Qin Yu always felt strange. He was obviously just a handyman, and he was also dismissed from the title of chief, but since he entered the field, felt a cold sweat on his back. Especially the strong men of the Qi Tian Academy, their gazes toward Qin Yu. You can't hide your eyes when you want to knife someone. At this point, Ning Bei looked around and twisted his head to look at Moonshine. Master, this atmosphere is a bit depressing. How long can we remain neutral? Take a step and see what happens. Moonless just smiled. As a priest of an academy, he naturally had more news, and he had a feeling that soon the power struggle would enter white heat. In the next moment, Moonless turned his head to look at Ning Bei. Brat, both the Dayu Academy and the Qi Tian Academy will be pulling people in today. Which one do you want to enter? Ning Bei froze for a moment first, then snickered. I'll do whatever I want, depending on which one you want me to go to, old master. Che! Moonless snorted and said with a black face, Brat, you promised the old man that you wouldn't leave the Martial Heaven Academy, so don't let me down. Then you're asking me which one to go to. You. Moonless was so angry that he stroked his beard, then laughed. You and I aren't worried, but you have to keep an eye on your little daughter-in-law. She will be focused on by the other two academies. Although Qin Jojo's strength was not revealed much at the Great Martial Arts, the Great Yu Academy and Qi Tian Academy were bound to have investigated. With Qin Jojo's strength, she was a top-notch existence when placed in the three great universities. Who wouldn't want to draw in such a heavenly pride? In response, Ning Bei just smiled. The husband's program is strict enough that she listens to me. Looking at Ning Bei's complacent appearance, Moonless didn't know what to say for a moment and just smiled and shook her head. The other side. Qin Yu was busy fiddling with the table when a jade hand startled him. Mother? After seeing the visitor clearly, Qin Yu instantly showed surprise on his face. Mother, are you alright? Great. Don't you worry about it, Mother can even come to you. Yuan forced out a smile and said, let's find a place to talk. It's not convenient here. Good, good. Qin Yu hurriedly put down what he was doing and took his mother away from the crowd. Come to a corner of the wall. Qin Yu blamed himself. I'm sorry, mother, letting you be taken away by Qin because of me. It's all my fault for not having the strength to protect you. Don't talk about this. Yuan said with a complicated expression. The main thing is, you really shouldn't have betrayed your righteous father. I don't have. Qin Yu stopped mid-sentence. At this point in time, it was useless for him to explain. There was no way to undo it. In the next moment, he was surprised. By the way, mother, why are you still able to come to me? And how did he agree to it? Because I. Yuan suddenly tensed up as she touched her belly somewhat shamefully for a moment before asking with a smile, do you want a brother? Qin Yu? Chapter 65, the villain kills and asks the protagonist's mother how she got pregnant. What? Qin Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Brother. He looked at Yuan as if struck by lightning. Mother, don't scare me. What do you mean by that? You're not pregnant with Kaan's baby, right? How long have you two known each other? Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't help but pop into his mind the tearful expression of Qin Hao, that wrong-seated old man. Obviously it wasn't that long ago that Injustice Seed Pops and Mother had a falling out, but how many days has it been? The timing doesn't add up. Unless, there has been a situation for a long time? Aya, you child. Keep your voice down. Looking at Qin Yu's flustered appearance, Yuan's heart was flustered and weak. Don't worry about my mother's affairs, my mother's heart knows. Let's talk about you first. Me? Qin Yu's expression changed, and in the next moment, he looked as if he had guessed something. What? Could it be that he still wants you and I to sever the mother-child relationship? To properly raise a baby for him in the future? A flash of shame flashed in Yuan's eyes, and she hurriedly said, don't think of your righteous father as narrow-minded. Mother is talking about the Qin Academy. They want to kill you. Ha? Qin Yu's expression was stunned. In fact, he had sensed that since entering the arena, the gazes of the Qin Academy's powerhouses had been staring intently at him. Qin Yu could also guess the reason. It must be because he had betrayed Su Yunyang. It would be strange for the Qin Academy not to want to kill him. Looking at her son who looked apprehensive, Yuan soothed, don't worry your righteous father has promised to help you, but only if you stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy in order to find an opportunity to turn the neutral Martial Heavenly Academy into a force in the prince's house. Besides, your righteous father won't let you work for nothing. Later on at the banquet, the prince's house will take out a 1,000-year-old spirit herb as a payment for pulling in talented disciples, and that spirit herb has the effect of repairing the meridians, so it's very important to you. Yuan whispered. 1,000 years of spiritual grass? Repairing the meridians? Qin Yu's heart raced as he listened, but on second thought, he lost it again. Mother, with my current situation, I'm afraid that I won't have a chance to get that spirit herb at all. Silly child, this spirit herb is for you. Otherwise, how could the prince's house be willing to shell out such a heavy item? Yuan guffawed. She was the one who pleaded with Qin, indirectly prompting the prince's house to take out the 1,000-year-old spirit herb that could repair the meridians, just to give it to Qin Yu in a different way. On the surface, it appeared to give everyone the opportunity to obtain spirit grass, highlighting the depth and atmosphere of the prince's house. But in reality, the way to obtain the 1,000-year spirit herb was quietly relayed to Qin Yu by Yuan, and at that time, only Qin Yu could get the spirit herb. In this way, not only did it seem fair and atmospheric, but it also allowed Qin Yu to make a splash, gaining the attention of the Wutian Academy. All of this was a plan devised in advance, by the royal household. Have you memorized it? After saying that, Yuan also instructed, don't forget, lest you miss the chance to repair your meridians. Mother. At this moment, Qin Yu was so moved that he wanted to cry. Surely no matter what, his mother would put him first. It had to be said that this 1,000-year-old spirit herb was a long drought for him. However, when Qin Yu thought of his mother's hard work in that unknown dark night to seek this chance for himself, he felt so bad in his heart again. Mother, let's find a chance to escape. You get rid of the child. In the future, let's go far away and never see them again. You child, saying stupid things again. Yuan frowned slightly and chided. It was not easy for your righteous father to forgive you. If you betrayed him again, then wouldn't mother be bullied for nothing? Bullying? Ah no, not. Realizing that she had said something wrong, Yuan was busy with her sophistry. What mother means is that you listen well to your righteous father's arrangements. When you get the spirit grass, then the prince's house will pull you in first, but you can't show any happiness. Instead, you have to stay in the Wutian Academy, so that the Wutian Academy can see your loyalty, and so that you can conveniently cooperate with your righteous father's plan. But, okay Feather. Qin Yu wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Yuan. Mother has to go back. Your righteous father didn't give me too much time. Remember the method of obtaining the spirit herb. Looking at his mother's departing back, Qin Yu's heart was like a knife. Especially when he thought of his mother, in which way she had helped him to get his chance, he wanted to fall on his knees on the snow-dusted ground and cry out. No! He used to be the one who was thinking about someone else's fiancée, but now he is being missed by someone else's mother. How could he, Qin Yu, accept this disgrace? Because according to his expectations, he should be hugging someone else's daughter-in-law right now and living a life without shame. Why let him? Let him be a brother. A few moments later, Qin Yu regained his composure and gritted his teeth. A gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late. Mother, I won't let you be bullied for nothing. My child will definitely turn over. Trample them all under my feet. Qin Yu made up his mind. From now on, he's going to lie in wait. By first falsely obeying Ketan's arrangement, not only would he be able to obtain the 1,000-year spirit grass, he would also have a layer of shelter for use against the Qi Tian Academy's pursuit. And now, he had to start by being taken seriously by the martial Heavenly Academy. The other side detected Qin Yu triggering the Heavenly Dao shelter, relying on his own mother to forcefully renew an opportunity, and expected to enhance his aura of good fortune. Please don't panic, host, keep screwing him. Interesting. After receiving the information from the system, the corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up in an arc. He didn't expect that Qin Yu, who had already floundered to such an extent, would still be able to rely on his own mother to forcefully renew his life. Anyone else would have been devastated. Truly unworthy of being a son of Qi. Ningbei subconsciously looked to the back, and coincidentally, just happened to meet up with Qin Yu, who was casting a jealous gaze. Although Qin Yu had immediately avoided it, it was still detected by Ningbei, deadly unchanging. Still thinking you can overpower me even now? In that case. Ningbei also stopped being polite and got up to walk towards him. When he saw Ningbei walking over, Qin Yu was a bit flustered. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he was clear that he couldn't mess with Ningbei yet. After all, his mother had just come to him and told him the way to obtain the 1,000-year spirit grass, and if he was kicked out of the banquet because he messed with Ningbei, then mother will be bullied for nothing? The thought of Qian's porous flesh gave him a pang. Never be thrown out of a party. Senior brother Ning, is there something wrong with you? Qin Yu had a flash of inspiration and took the lead in greeting with a smile. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit smiling people, not to mention the identity of Ningbei as chief disciple. If he smiles and greets him and still gets beaten up, there's no reason why that could kick him out of the meeting. And if Ningbei was really unreasonable, then later on, with the help of the 1,000-year-old spirit herb, his strength to make a splash would be even stronger. Ask an obscure genius. Was also suppressed by the chief disciple for no reason, yet remains loyal to the martial Heavenly Academy. Who doesn't have respect for it? Thinking about this, Qin Yu immediately straightened his back. And seeing Qin Yu's thoughts, Ningbei didn't give it a chance. Just now your mother came to look for you? Yes. Qin Yu changed from the panic he felt a moment ago and held his head high. Is there a problem? Seeing my mother unharmed disappoints you? Ha! Ningbei laughed, calmly said, that's right, we are at least the same family. Seeing that your mother's food is so good, I'm happy for you. Good food? Qin Yu froze at the sound of it, unsure. The next moment, Ningbei's sentence made him break his defense. If the food is not good, then how did your mother's belly get so big? Chapter 66, the protagonist lifts a stone and has to let his mother be bullied for nothing? You mother asterisk. Qin Yu's mind instantly collapsed. That ear-piercing big word, instantly made his mind flutter. And the more he tried to stop it, instead, the image still became clearer. No! Slap. Ningbei slapped him across the face. How dare you scold me? Someone come, kick him out of the banquet for me and don't allow him to come back in. Yes. In the next moment, Wang Tong and the others rushed in unison. No. Wait. Qin Yu instantly softened. Senior brother Ning. I'm not scolding you. I'm thanking you for being observant. I'm thanking you for caring about my mother. Didn't call me names? Then what do you mean, you mother asterisk. You misunderstand. That's just brief. Qin Yu can only hold back his anger, wanting to cry without tears to defend. I am saying that your care for other people's mothers made me too touched. Just now I was happy. Just omitted to say this sentence. You care for my mother, how could I scold you? Really? Really? Looking at Qin Yu's smile that was more embarrassing than crying, Ningbei couldn't help but laugh. Okay, you guys go down first. Ningbei waved his hand, driving Wang Tong and the others away. As for driving away Qin Yu, completely unnecessary. After all, if Qin Yu was truly driven out of the venue, not to mention whether the prince's house would change its mind and no longer bring out the 1,000-year spirit herb. If Qin Yu was not present, then how could he suppress the other party's Heavenly Dao shelter? You'll have to complete your sentences in the future. How bad is this misunderstanding when you look at it? Ningbei spread his hands and said, yes, elder brother Ning's lesson. Qin Yu agreed with a forced smile. However, just as Ningbei turned around, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a flash of resentment. The revenge of taking away his sister. Hatred of the mother. The pain of suppression. Looking at Ningbei's departing back, Qin Yu was so angry that his teeth itched. Sooner or later, one day, he would make Ningbei's life worse than death, including everyone who had wronged him, including Ken. He's going to step on all of these people, all of them. But right now, he didn't forget that the most important thing was to seize the Millennium Spirit Grass. I can't let my mother be bullied for nothing. Not much longer. Halfway through the party,
Various forces have long been moving, constantly using the name of the game to seemingly inadvertently throw out olive branches to the disciples who have ascended to the stage. And a few rounds of play later, Yu Xian also ascended the high platform. The banquet has been going on until now, and I see that all of you seem to be a bit tired. Since this is the case, how about I send you all a surprise on behalf of my father? Yu Xian said as he looked around. This statement was made. The crowd was instantly piqued with curiosity. To surprise us on behalf of the king? Don't keep us in suspense, young prince, tell us what the surprise is? Looking at the mobilized crowd, Yu Xian smiled and said, Men, carry out the surprise my father has prepared for everyone. Immediately afterward, a treasure chest half a man high was carried up. What's in this treasure chest? Since it's a surprise from the king, it must be worth a lot. Seeing that the crowd is becoming more and more curious, Yu Xian also does not sell the secret. You do not have to guess, I can tell you directly, this treasure box inside is a strain of Xian vein grass. Xian vein grass? Is it the kind of Xian vein grass that is rumored to grow on spirit veins? Good guy, Xian veins grass that is a rare spirit grass. 100-year-old Xian veins grass is worth a lot of money. Young prince, can this Xian vein grass have a 100-year portion? Ha ha. In the face of the crowd's inquiries, Yu Xian, however, laughed cheerfully. 100 years worth of copies? All of you have underestimated our prince's mansion. The Xian vein grass inside this treasure box is a 1,000-year portion of the very best. Wow. There was a gasp of air in the room. Although there are many 1,000-year portions of spiritual grass, but it mainly depends on the category, and the Xianwei grass that only grows on the spiritual veins is extremely precious in itself. Plus it's another millennial portion. Can you imagine how shocked the crowd was? Even Su Yunyang looked toward Yu Wuing and said, Your Majesty, Yu Fei, and the others are making such a big deal out of this, it seems like they're rushing the two chiefs of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Yu Wuing frowned slightly and did not speak. And everyone in the arena was asking Yu Xian who this 1,000-year-old Xian vein grass was actually given to. At this moment, no matter whether it was the disciples and elders of the Qi Tian Academy, the Deyu Academy, or the Wu Tian Academy, they were also unable to calm their hearts. It's a 1,000-year-old Xianwei grass. Unheard of. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Yu Xian said in a proper voice, All of you seem to have misunderstood. As I said just now, this is a surprise from my father to all of you, and it is not specially given to a certain person. Now the Xian pulse grass is here, no matter which academy you are a disciple of, as long as you can unlock the golden lock on the treasure chest without relying on brute force and relying on talent, then the Xian pulse grass inside is yours. Wow. Hearing this, the entire banquet boiled over. What? We have a chance too, huh? I didn't think that this heavenly riches would one day fall on me. Don't get cocky too soon. See that golden lock, ordinary people definitely can't unlock it. To be fair, I won't be taking part in the lock picking. In the next moment, Yu Xian looked at Qin Yu and added, Whoever wishes to come up and challenge, please ascend the stage. Me. The disciples of the three great universities instantly scrambled to rush onto the high platform. With such a chaotic scene, instead of blocking the way, the elders all felt some remorse for being born too early. Otherwise they could have tried. A 1,000-year portion of Xian pulse grass, its value is incalculable. And as time passes, the figures that rushed up to the high platform only to walk down one by one. The anticipation that was originally on their faces had now turned into a loss that they couldn't hide. I've been looking at it for half a day, and I hardly didn't recognize the runes on the golden lock. No wonder they say it's a test of talent. We can't even read the questions. How can we possibly get results? No one can open the Great Yu Academy either. At least it shows that it's a fair competition. If no one can really get the Xian pulse grass, we can only blame us for not competing. While looking at the drooping crowd, Qin Yu was excited. This Xian pulse grass was prepared for him, and no one but him should be able to get their hands on it. The reason why he was not in a hurry to get on stage was that when he learned of the method through his mother, he was convinced that no one could unlock the golden lock. It's really hard as hell. All he had to do now was to keep his composure and let these people turn from anticipation to disappointment until they reached utter despair after not believing that anyone could open the golden lock. It was then that he had the perfect opportunity to take the stage. He will definitely make the hearts of the crowd adore him while he hits the ground running. In the future, no one has the right to laugh at him one more time. Ning Bei did not move from the beginning to the end, causing Qin Yu to be somewhat greatly disappointed. After all, in his heart, suppressing others was far less pleasurable than suppressing Ning Bei, who had always been suppressed by Ning Bei. Now it's hard to have a chance to win over Ning Bei, but Ning Bei won't compete? How's that gonna work? So after thinking about it, Qin Yu was ready to provoke the other party, Ning Bei, as the chief of the Wuqian Academy. Don't you want to take the stage and try? Chapter 67, Chickens, which caused the protagonist's mother to pay for nothing. Hear this. The crowd's astonished gazes were unanimously directed towards Ning Bei. The chief of the Martial Sky Academy hasn't gone up yet? Strange, he's recognized as the number one in Dewu. Why hasn't he come up to try? It's not like the lock can be opened by brute force. What does it have to do with strength? I think he should know that he can't open it and simply not participate. The field resounded with murmurs.
Yu Xian looked at Ning Bei and said with a smile, "You don't seem to be interested in Xian Pulse Grass?" "Indeed not interested." Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei said in a cloudy voice, "After all, this thing is useless to me, so I'd better leave the opportunity to someone else." The crowd's expressions changed at once. Because of Ning Bei's words, it was as if he was saying that he could definitely open the golden lock, but he just didn't care to fight for the Xian Pulse Grass. But first of all, not to mention the value of the Xian Pulse Grass, there was no way that anyone would not be able to look at it, and most of all, they had all already tested it themselves. Golden locks weren't something you could just open, not to mention that Ning Bei hadn't even tried yet. Therefore, to anyone who heard it, it was more or less a big statement, but because of Ning Bei's performance at the great martial arts, they couldn't say much. Ha! Yu Xian, however, didn't have that many scruples and let out an undisguised sneer. Oh, Qin Yu's eyes even lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity he was waiting for? Ning Bei, you really know how to dig a hole for yourself. So the next moment, he said smoothly, "So, you're confident that you can open the golden lock?" "Yeah." In the face of Qin Yu's trickery, Ning Bei chose to take the trick. Ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Yu almost clammed up. Jesus Christ, finally he got his chance. Moreover, this was still a hole dug by Ning Bei himself. At this moment, Qin Yu only felt that the heavens had come down to help him. In order to prevent Ning Bei from having room to retreat, Qin Yu immediately said, "In that case, then you go up and open the golden lock. Anyway, it has already messed everyone up, and no one can open it. If you open it up, you can still let everyone have a long look at it, no?" This statement immediately drew many concurring comments. That's a great idea. If Ning Bei can really open the golden lock, then we'll have gotten rid of a knot in our hearts. Yeah, I doubt the golden lock will even open. Greeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei however shook his head once again. "No, I told you that Xian Pulse Grass is useless to me, so I'm going to leave the opportunity to someone else." "Leave it for someone else?" Qin Yu burst out laughing like a pig. By now, he could already be certain that Ning Bei simply didn't know how to open the golden lock, or else he would never have this attitude. And knowing the way to open the lock, he was even more convinced that no one but him could open the golden lock. Ning Bei won't even come on here? I doubt he can open it either. Say that just so you don't lose face. What? That dare to tease us, and crowning the opportunity by giving it to us? After Ning Bei refused again, it unsurprisingly drew many questions. Qin Yu was on the verge of being moved to tears. Still, for the first time, I saw someone questioning Ning Bei. After all, in the past, it was always others who attached themselves to Ning Bei and carried out endless crusades against him. He hadn't thought that one day, he would be able to enjoy this kind of pleasure as well. It's just so happy. After Qin Yu suppressed his excitement, his tone was no longer polite. "Ning Bei, can you do it or not? If you can open the golden lock, you can go. If you can't, you can't. Why do you have to be so stubborn?" Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak, Wang Tang and the others were the first to hold back. "You king of talk a lot, it's your turn to talk about senior brother Ning?" "That's right, senior brother Ning just isn't interested in Xian Vein Grass. If you're good, you're on." At those words, Qin Yu laughed instead of being angry. Yes, this is the effect he wants. So that later on, the strength of his punch in the face of the crowd would be stronger. Just when Qin Yu just wanted to pretend, received the system prompted the timing of the Ning Bei, but also no longer fishing law enforcement, straight away. "Alright, since all of you suspect me, I'll just go up and open the golden lock." Phew! With that, Ning Bei leapt onto the high platform in an instant. Qin Yu froze at the sight. He didn't expect Ning Bei to be so tough-talking to such an extent that he really dared to make an appearance and humiliate himself. Never mind, it was just what he wanted anyway. Stomping on the chief disciple is the best. Please. Looking at the arriving Ning Bei, the corner of Yu Xian's mouth curved up into an arc. Obviously, he had the same mentality as Qin Yu, only believing that Ning Bei was at the end of his rope. "Thank your father for the surprise for me." Better wait until you open the golden lock before you say that. Before the sound of Yu Xian's sneer could fall. Click. Suddenly, a crisp unlocking sound was like a boulder smashing into the calm water. "Yu Xian? Wow!" In a flash, the entire room erupted into a gasp of surprise. Lock open? How did it happen so fast? I haven't even seen what's going on yet. Blanche, who just said to let him on stage. Are we out of luck? The venue was abuzz. The skepticism of a second ago vanished into thin air. Senior brother Ning? Awesome. Wang Tang and the others were so surprised that they directly shouted out. What? And a group of strong men from the prince's residence stood up in unison. How could anyone open the golden lock? This is a 1,000-year-old spirit herb that they shelled out in order to help Qin Yu make a name for himself so that he could gain the attention of the Wutian Academy and then pull in the Wutian Academy. Not really a surprise for anyone. But to say that the person who had the most clear sky thunderbolts in the arena belonged to Qin Yu. He just felt his brain buzzing and his person went numb. No, it's not possible. To open the golden lock not only have to sort the runes first and operate them at the same time, there are also details such as the 3 dark boxes, less one step cannot open the golden lock. How did Ning Bei get a shot in the arm? For this result, he does not understand. It shouldn't be like this. This is his mother used her body. Ah shucks, it took hard labor to earn this opportunity. It's an opportunity that belongs to him. Why bother? Only after a few breaths did Ningbei meet the shocked gazes of the crowd and said, I wanted to give the opportunity of the Xin vein grass to all of you, but I didn't expect to be rewarded with all of you questioning me. Well, it looks like I can only accept this spirit grass. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment they all had mixed feelings. Originally, they still had a chance to fight for this 1,000-year-old Xin pulse grass, but now, rigidly forced Ningbei to take it away. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who questioned Ningbei first just now? I remember it was that king of... Oh yeah, that's the guy who had to put Ningbei on stage. The crowd was instantly furious and cursed at Qin Yu. How dare they miss such an opportunity? And at this moment, compared to the scorn of the crowd, what Qin Yu cared more about in his heart was the Xian veins grass, and he knew that he couldn't let it go like this. You have to get the Xian pulse grass. Misunderstanding on Ningbei, in fact, we have always believed in you. But we were afraid that Genlock was bad. Now it's good. You proved that Goldlock is good. Please, you're not interested anyway, will you let me try? Qin Yu was truly flustered. After all, this Xian pulse grass, but his mother had worked so hard to get it for him, so he couldn't just stand by and watch it being snatched away, could he? If he had taken the stage earlier, perhaps the Xian pulse grass would have been his long ago. But he was just to step on Ningbei one more time, and he didn't expect. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. If you miss out on the Xianwei grass, then he's not hoard out for nothing? Looking at Qin Yu's humble expression, Ningbei smiled. You want to try opening the golden lock too? Yeah. Qin Yu humbly nodded his head repeatedly. Okay. Ningbei readily agreed. After he tucked the Xian pulse grass into his bosom, he backhanded the golden lock he had just opened and closed it. Come on, you can try as many times as you want. Qin Yu? Chapter 68. The protagonist's sister is ready for the big event, and his fiancé is still in Makabaka? Not. Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. He wanted the Xian pulse grass, not curiosity about the golden lock itself. Congratulations, Ningbei. Although there is no more Xian pulse grass in the treasure chest next, whoever still wants to try to see if they can open it again can try on the stage. Seeing that Qin Yu was about to lose his temper, Yu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to hold the situation. If Qin Yu, in a moment of desperation, burst out that this scene was all arranged by the prince's house, not to mention the fact that he had taken in a 1,000-year-old spirit herb for nothing. In the future, if he tried to pull in the Martial Heavenly Academy, he would definitely make the other party's heartsick, and it would even be counterproductive. Therefore, Qin Yu must not be allowed to get out of control. Shut the up and get down there. And Yu Xian also came to Qin Yu's side and reminded him. Qin Yu only felt the desire to cry and lowered his voice. Little prince, you quickly help me. You know I can't live without the Xian vein grass. It is very important to me. Yu Xian laughed coldly and said without any good humor, since you know that the Xian pulse grass is important to you, why do you think you're messing with him? Qin Yu was speechless. Yu Xian wasn't a little cutie. Of course he could see that he had wanted to step on Ningbei, but unfortunately stepped on the air. Although Yu Xian also wanted to step on Ningbei just now, but now that the matter has come to a head, he has since put all the blame on Qin Yu's head. You'd better tighten up a bit. Seeing that Qin Yu's heart was unwilling, Yu Xian warned, if you expose us, you think about your mother. With that, he turned to leave, lest he entangled himself with Qin Yu for too long and was noticed to be abnormal. And at the moment, Yuan is holding Kaen's arm. Gong, calm down. This matter can't be blamed entirely on you. You also know that the golden lock shouldn't have been opened. That Ningbei was too lucky. And you're still making excuses for that trashy son? Kaen rebuked unhappily. Why didn't he take the stage earlier just now? Nothing would have happened if he had ascended the stage earlier, but now, don't you know the value of this Xian pulse grass? Yuan pursed her lips, knowing full well. This 1,000-year portion of Xian veins grass, unlike other 1,000-year portions of spiritual grass, could be said to have a market without a price. Even the rich and powerful royal family, also just recently certainly do not want this valuable thing to be given to the disciples of other forces. It's like spending your own money to raise someone else's child. If not for the consideration of wanting to utilize Qin Yu and find an opportunity to draw in the Martial Heavenly Academy, the prince's house would not have taken out the Xian pulse grass so easily even if Kaen had opened his mouth to plead for leniency. And so it was. Angered, Yuan can only go to her son to take out her anger. Mother has told you the way to do it, so tell me about you. How can you let someone else get ahead of you? Yuan crossed her arms and hated it. Mother, I didn't think it would turn out like this. Qin Yu lowered his head. He also felt 1,000 regrets in his heart. Instead of being able to step on Ningbei, he ended up, in the end, losing the Xian pulse grass that was in his hands. Why is that? He felt as if every step he took was being predicted in advance. You can't even turn it over. Don't be too upset. Looking at her son who looked lost, Yuan finally softened her heart. As things stand,
Mother will help you make the prince's side happy. You don't have to worry that they will find you in trouble. Qin Yu looked up at his words and blinked. Mother, can you really stop them? Yuan wanted to say something, but finally changed her words. You child. Mother has her own way, you'd better be more careful of the Qi Tian Academy. Oh. Qin Yu nodded against his will. He seemed to guess what was going on, but didn't want to believe it. In the next moment, Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, Mother, can you help me ask my righteous father for one thing? What is it? Find a chance to help me get rid of my Ningbei. A flash of viciousness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he whispered, I don't know if it's my illusion. I always feel like he's too much of a kettle of fish for me. Yuan showed hesitation, but agreed to go and say a word. In fact, regarding getting rid of the chief disciple who wanted to draw in forces such a big event, she was also aware that she didn't have much weight to speak. But it couldn't be helped that it was a request from my son. Well, it's time for Mother to go. Mother, you must take care of yourself in the royal residence. Looking at his mother's limping back, Qin Yu's heart ached. It's a sin. Quinn. No mercy at all. And so it was. Qin Yu racked his brain and decided to shamelessly beg Lin Yueyao. Are you sick? Learning of Qin Yu's request, Lin Yueyao refused without mercy. Last time you spoiled my good deed and caused Ningbei to hate me even more. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now you still have the nerve to ask me to beg Ningbei to let you have the Xian pulse grass? Yueyao, Ningbei said that he doesn't need the Xian pulse grass. Qin Yu compensated with a smile, but the Xian pulse grass is very important to me. Even if you think about the fact that I have saved you, will you help me once? Don't you ever mention the old days to me again. Bringing up the past, Lin Yueyao was even more furious. Just because she was saved by Qin Yu once, she actually gave up Ningbei, who loved her so much, for Qin Yu. If she had known that she would lose Ningbei, she would rather not be saved. What's more, how could he really lose his life when he said he was saving even for the sake of gratitude in the first place? Facing the desperate young girl, Qin Yu's mood snowballed. Yueyao, you've changed. You wouldn't treat me like this before. Of course I've changed. Lin Yueyao was so angry that she burst out, pointing to the forefront of the seating area and said, Look for yourself. Originally beside Ningbei should be me. But now it's turned into Qin Jojo. It's all because of you. If it wasn't because of you, how would I have broken up with Ningbei? Qin Yu was dumbfounded by his dislike. The other side. After teasing Qin Jojo a bit, Ningbei pulled out the Xian pulse grass. I don't want it, keep it for yourself. Absorbing it will also quench your meridians. Qin Jojo was touched, but shook her head to reject it. She didn't want to hold up Ningbei. Take it if you're given it, it's useless to me. How it doesn't work. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll destroy it now. In the next moment, Ningbei pretended to be serious. I'm really afraid that my little daughter-in-law won't take it. By relying on Qin Jojo to gain so many benefits, including the reverse value, he was also able to exchange all kinds of cultivation resources in the system store. But these things, he was not in a position to take them to the young girl. After all, the origin could not be explained. Now that it's hard to get a hold of a spiritual object, it's natural to give the little daughter-in-law a tonic, and perhaps even promote development. Of course, it was mainly Ningbei who had a good heart. Okay bah. Forced by Ningbei's dominance, Qin Jojo happily accepted her love. It just so happens that the medicine I prepared is still short of a meridian-shaping spirit. Now it's all together. Ningbei heard something. Medicine? What medicine? Meeting Ningbei's gaze, Qin Jojo suddenly blushed. Her jade hand subconsciously fell on her belly, slightly shyly selling, you guess? Chapter 69 Villain's sister spreads dog food. Protagonist Qin Yu loses his mother. Oh. Looking at the blush on the young girl's face, Ningbei's eyes instantly lit up, the corners of his mouth arcing. Could it be fetal tranquilization soup? Anabolic. Qin Jojo's delicate face was stunned, and she blushed even more. She looked around in the afterglow and said in shame, oops. People are talking about shaping the meridians in the future. And it's medicine, a nourishing elixir. Nourishing elixir? Ningbei was suddenly an afterthought. The next moment, he surprised Qin Jojo into his arms. Little Jojo, you are afraid that our future baby talent is not enough, in advance to the baby pave the way? Qin Jojo bit her pink lips shyly, but there was no denial. As a transmigrating great imperial being, since she knew the way, she was able to provide a more superior physique and foundation to the future conceived baby by adjusting her body. Why not? Although with her and Ningbei's talent, the crystallization that was born would inevitably have extraordinary qualifications as well, it would be able to secure a better future for the child. Why don't you do it? Ever since she decided that she wanted to have a baby for Ningbei, she had actually had this thought. Now all that was missing was a spirit that could create a strong meridian, and the required materials were ready. At this time, Ningbei also remembered an item in the system store. Jojo, give me all the materials, I'll refine the pills for a stronger effect. You, okay? Qin Jojo tilted her head inquiringly. After all, alchemy was different from cultivation, that required specialization to learn, and she had yet to see Ningbei have the ability to make pills. Not to mention that refining the conceived god pill, again, required a wealth of experience in refining pills. Ningbei smiled at her words and leaned over to her ear. Is my husband good or not, you little Jojo, are still not clear? Bummer. Qin Jojo's face scarlet climbed to the root of her ear, raising her jade hand to gently slap Ningbei. You're really bad. Since I'm so bad, are you still going to give me babies? Rah! Ha! Looking at such a special and well-behaved little beauty, Ningbei could be said to be overjoyed. Cupping her little face and barfing. Picked up a treasure. Ahem. Just walking over, Yun Qing's charming face flushed red. Ningbei. You two restrain yourselves. Don't keep flirting. Ningbei raised an eyebrow at the visitor. Before he could open his mouth to say you're teaching me to do something, he instead caught a glimpse of the back of the room first, the expression that showed his aunt's smile. Then he was silent. Qin Jojo was so shy that she pushed him down, and even moved up a small step to the side. And at this moment, no matter if it was the people from the Wutian Academy or the Dayu Academy, or even the Qitian Academy, they were more or less looking towards the duo. After all, the two of them had a special identity, being the absolute pride of the martial Heavenly Academy. Although they couldn't hear the duo's conversation, their expressions were intriguing. They had never seen a Taoist couple spreading dog food in public before. Simply unworthy of a human being. And compared to the crowd that was fed a mouthful of dog food, who among those present had the hardest time? Lin Yueyao's heart was like a knife. Whenever she saw Ningbei and Qin Jojo flirting, she felt like she was being green. Obviously the person who was close to Ningbei should have been her. Why was she watching? Damn Ningbei. And Qin Yu was so angry that his liver hurt. He was already jealous of all that Ningbei had, and now even his sister, who had unlimited potential, looked like she had fallen back on Ningbei. It really hurt him. And in his opinion, if Ningbei hadn't proposed a blood test, then he and the wrong kind of old man are still like father and son. And his beautiful mother, who is still in love with him, and his father, who is still in love with him, will still be in love as before. So everything was Ningbei's fault. Can't deal with you. I can't deal with your family? Qin Yu suddenly had an idea. So the banquet was over. He took advantage of Ningbei and the others leaving the stage and deliberately stayed at the end, eager to be noticed by his mother. And the results didn't disappoint him. Not much longer. Yuan then came over. Why are you still staying here? I've told you that the Qitian Academy wants to kill you. Your righteous father is not good at protecting you on the surface. You have to stay close to the Wutian Academy. Mother, has my righteous father agreed? Qin Yu asked straight away. This. Yuan showed a difficult face and said soothingly, Your mother mentioned it to your righteous father. But you also know that Ningbei is the chief of the Martial Heavenly Academy. There is no chance to make a move against him. Moreover, he has been staying within the sight of the Martial Heavenly Academy. If your righteous father makes a move rashly, he will easily be found out, and at that time, it could ruin the plan of the prince's house, and your righteous father will also draw fire. No even. Hearing his mother say this, Qin Yu didn't dwell on it. Mother, you don't have to let righteous father kill Ningbei, but can you help me beg righteous father to kill Ningbei's parents? I will be the one to investigate where his parents live, and righteous father only needs to make a casual move. Kill his parents? Yuan froze. Looking at her son, who looked expectant, she felt like she knew him for the first time. A few moments later, when Yuan came back again, she first poked Qin Yu's forehead with her hand. You child, you're not good at causing trouble for your righteous father, he promised. Really? Qin Yu burst into a frown. The thought of Ningbei's parents dying, the expression of Ningbei crying in pain when the time comes. Even if he is made to eat and drink urine, he is still willing. Revenge and all that is too good. However, your righteous father, he has a condition. Yuan said with a twist of words. What conditions? Qin Yu restrained his smile and guessed. Is it to find out where Ningbei's parents live? This I can do. No. Yuan, however, shook her head in denial. Then, she took a small half-step closer towards her son and said with some difficulty, Your righteous father said, wants you to be an adopted son in the future. An adopted son? Aren't I now? Qin Yu was uncertain. Until the next moment, I heard Yuan add, not his adopted son. It's so that in the future, you can no longer call me mother. You can only call me your godmother. Your righteous father said that he is afraid that if you call me mother again, so that the children I have with him in the future hear it, your brother will think that our family is too messed up. What? Qin Yu instantly clammed up. Robbed his mother. Not even letting him be a son these days? Where in the world does that come from? It's downright deceptive. Feather, forget it if you can't do it. Yuan hurriedly pacified. The mother to become a godmother. Qin Yu wanted to cry without tears. Mother, you did not stop him a little. I am your own son. How could mother not stop? But mother belongs to your righteous father. Yuan expressed his innocence. Knock. Qin Yu's heart pumped and the man went numb. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. He never imagined that one day he would be disliked for even being a son. Cthulhu. Is the plan to take revenge on Ningbei going to be scrapped halfway like this? No. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge.
It wouldn't be too late for him to get rid of Ning Bei first before seeking revenge on Qin for taking his mother's life. After all, the latter was much harder for him to kill. Right. Revenge against Ning Bei is the top priority. Soon after, Qin Yu adjusted his mind back and lifted a pair of complicated gazes to Yuan. Godmother. I promise my righteous father's conditions. Chapter 70, The Fiancé Still Won't Die? The protagonist's sister destroys the heart of the Tao. Feather. At this moment, Yuan was relieved. Compared to Qin Yu's expression of mixed feelings, her smile could not be seen as much aggravation, but instead had a sense of relief. Mother, what are you laughing at? Qin Yu looked skeptical. Silly boy, don't call your mother, call your godmother. Yuan dotingly patted him and then said, tomorrow night, your righteous father will be waiting for you at the Magnolia Inn, so remember to investigate the location of his parents to make it easier for your righteous father to go there directly. Well, Feather, godmother has to go take care of your righteous father. After saying that, Yuan left with a light pace. Mother. No? Looking at his mother's departing back, Qin Yu could be described as a bolt from the blue. What the hell is this? It's not enough that he is not his father's biological, but now even his biological mother. He can only call her godmother? The hatred of taking away my mother is not shared. Qin, I'm going to make you regret this. Qin Yu swore through gritted teeth. But right now, he understood that he still had to use Qin's power to deal with Ning Bei, so he could only hold his tongue. And so it was. After returning to the inn of the Martial Heavenly Academy, in a change of pace, Qin Yu deliberately cut across the middle of Wang Tang and the other disciples who honored Ning Bei. As expected, Wang Tang and the others showed displeasure. King, you got nothing better to do? It's only been a few days since I've hit you and you're itching again? Ha! Greeting the unkind gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu was not the least bit afraid and said, what else do you guys know how to do besides bullying me? If you have time to bull asterisk with me, I advise you to think more about how to please Ning Bei. Oh yeah, I'll help you guys out with an idea. Go and please Ning Bei's parents. It's more effective than directly pleasing him. King of, do you have a brain fart? Wang Tang chided. You guys wouldn't be the ones who don't know where his parents live, right? Qin Yu laughed coldly and said in a smooth and aggressive manner, then you guys really don't even understand when your dog's legs. Asterisk. This guy is really itchy. Hit me. Wang Tang and the others swarmed up at once, punching and kicking Qin Yu. Seeing the plan succeed, Qin Yu continued, don't fight. I'm going to help you guys find out where Ning Bei's parents live so that you can go and please Ning Bei, okay? Spare your ass, senior brother Ning treats us like brothers. Do we need you to help us? Don't we know that elder brother Ning's parents live in a mansion outside the city? Wang Tang and the others were as if they had been galvanized. While punching and kicking Qin Yu, he also gave out the address of Ning Bei's parents. Qin Yu was punched and curled up on the ground. But even though his fists and feet were raining down, at this moment, instead of running away, he was overjoyed. That's great. With just a few words, he managed to get Ning Bei's parents' address out. What a bunch of idiots. After beating Qin Yu, the crowd dispersed. Instead, Wang Tang quietly found Ning Bei, senior brother Ning, the address you explained to me, I've already told it to Qin Yu. Ning Bei nodded slightly, didn't let him see that you did it on purpose, did you? Senior brother Ning still doesn't trust me to do my job? Wang Tang patted his chest and laughed. The king of would only sense from the power of my fist that he was provoking me to the point where he must be treating me like a fool. Ning Bei smiled. He believed in Wang Tang's words, and most of all, the system did not indicate that the mission had failed. In the next moment, he handed a letter to Wang Tang, as usual, godlessly give the Qi Tian Academy, and these spiritual objects away. I don't want the spiritual objects. Wang Tang only took the letter and said righteously, I take you as my big brother, it's not like I'm doing something for you for the sake of the spirit goods. Even a brother has to settle his accounts. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, it's precisely because I treat you as a brother that I'm giving you the spirit item. The spirit item isn't a favor to you, it's a way to make sure that you can keep up with me, so that we won't go our separate ways when the time comes, do you understand? Senior brother Ning. Wang Tang was instantly moved, and in the next moment, he suddenly lifted up his shielded knee, you're too good to me, I'll give you a knee one. Hey! Ning Bei hurriedly helped him up and said solemnly, no kneeling, you have the posture of a great emperor. Senior brother Ning, you are my bull. Wang Tang instantly reddened his eyes and assured, don't worry, I'll do it right. After saying that, Wang Tang left with the letter. Ning Bei then sneered, Qin Yu, you really don't know how to repent. In fact, ever since Qin Yu had intervened with his mother and wanted to ask Qin to take action against his parents, the system had intercepted the message to inform him. This time, it was going to make Qin Yu feel deep despair. Subsequently, Ning Bei opened the system store and found the Muggle Alchemy Furnace that he had seen last time, 300,000 reverse value. Expensive, yes, worth it. Without any hesitation, Ning Bei redeemed it. Although at the beginning of storing the reverse value, he had wanted to keep it to exchange for a powerful magic weapon, but right now, learning that his little daughter-in-law wanted to pave the way for her future baby, then of course the child is more important. after picking up the heavy alchemy furnace that was only the size of a watermelon. Ningbei then threw all the materials used to refine that conceived god pill, including the Xian Vein's grass, into the alchemy furnace in one go. It might seem rude, but after the materials entered the alchemy furnace, it was as if they fell into a bottomless abyss and instantly disappeared. After all, this was a 300,000 reverse value treasure, as the name implied. Just throw the ingredients into the alchemy furnace, and even if a muggle prodded it, it would automatically help to refine the elixir out. Unlike other alchemists, if they wanted to make pills they still had to learn the complicated process first, and their own strength had to match the way of alchemy and so on. This valuable alchemy furnace is a hanging for muggles. And not only is it easy to get started and operate, but it can also accurately claim the medicinal effects in the materials without any possibility of failure. It could be said that the pills it refined were far more perfect and effective than even the alchemists. A few moments later, a burst of golden light blossomed from within the furnace, and immediately afterward, it transformed into 3 perfect quality conception god pills. Hey, it's too cool not to use your brain. Ningbei couldn't help but laugh. The muggle alchemy furnace was much easier than he had imagined, and with such a short time, how could those who had studied alchemy for hundreds of years live? You could make a fortune just refining pills. In view of the host's love for this system, 100,000 reverse value is hereby awarded. The sudden surprise instantly froze Ningbei. Good Bowsy, I'll let you be the system in my next life. And so it was. He used the 100,000 reverse value he had just obtained to decisively exchange 1 serving of deer antler melon seeds. Nothing more, pure curiosity. Cackle. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Looking at Lin Yueyao who barged in, Ningbei furrowed his sword brows. Who let you in? Get out. Ningbei. Lin Yueyao pursed her lips, her heart was a little hard. In the past, she wouldn't have been able to believe that Ningbei would actually treat her in this manner. Especially when she thought of Ningbei's previous gentleness, contrasted with his current indifference, the strong discrepancy made her feel even worse. Facing the expulsion order, Lin Yueyao walked in stiffly. Ningbei, let me tell you something. Just now, after Qin Yu was beaten up by Wang Tang and the others, instead of being sad, he was still giggling in his room. I feel as if his brain isn't working too well. Like you have a good brain. Ningbei showed no mercy, pointing at the door to drive people away once again. Is this an elixir? Lin Yueyao ignored it and walked forward in surprise. Ningbei, you actually know how to make pills? Why didn't I realize you were this good before? I told you to get out, didn't I? Have you been slapped again for a few days? Ningbei's words just fell. Not waiting for him to roll up his sleeves, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Yueyao's red face. What the hell? Ningbei, if you tell me what kind of elixir it is, I'll leave, okay? Lin Yueyao's beautiful eyes flashed as she said, Pregnant goddan, get lost. Ningbei urged. He always had a feeling that something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Strange. Pregnant. Lin Yueyao's eyes lit up at the words. I don't know what came to mind. Ningbei, I've been thinking a lot these days. You liked me so much in the past. And I'm so pretty. You can't suddenly not want to see me. Tell me the truth, are you being so cold to me on purpose? Is it because I was too reserved in the past, so that you never had the chance to touch me? Uing. Hearing this, Ningbei was so angry that his brain filled with blood. I think your brain is even worse than Qin Yu's. Don't be so mean, I'm serious. Lin Yueyao bit her small mouth and raised her hand to point to the potion in the furnace. You're all set to have a baby thing now, so just tell me the truth. Is it that you want to use indifference to me to lust after me? Then so that you can push me down on your bed? You tell the truth. Maybe I can think about it. I'll test your mom. Ningbei couldn't stand it at all. In 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a brazen person. Do you really think he'd have no bottom line to go on his knees because of a woman's appearance? It's ridiculous. Not waiting for him to pick up a brick and smash it over, when a silhouette suddenly appeared in the doorway, its sweet voice interspersed with an oath of sovereignty. Husband, has the elixir for our baby been refined? Chapter 71, Fiancé thinks she's a fiancé. Protagonist's sister prepares for pregnancy with her face on the ground. Husband? Ningbei froze for a moment. The corners of his mouth hooked up in an arc of surprise, although he understood that Qin Jojo was swearing sovereignty, but it was still the first time he had called out to him like this. Little Jojo knows how to have fun. What? On the contrary, Lin Yueyao's entire body was struck by lightning. She turned to look behind her, looking at the showy love rival girl. Hey, do you have any shame? What are you shouting, husband? It's not like you guys are married. Ningbei, look at her this white giving. Quickly tell her that you are just playing with her. It's to use her to lust after me. Otherwise my promise to you won't count. Oh. Lin Yueyao stomped her feet, a grieved Bara said. Real downer. Ningbei was genuinely furious. Sometimes, he really wanted to pry open Lin Yueyao's head to see what kind of stuff was kept inside. How can you be so self-righteous? 1 minute she suspects that she's being played for a fool, and the next, she's convinced? And Qin Jojo had also heard the conversation between the two of them long ago, so in the face of Lin Yueyao's self-righteous remarks, she likewise laughed out coldly. In the next moment, she directly crossed over Lin Yueyao and walked over to Ning Bei. Husband, you've already refined the conception god pillar? Yeah, let's see how it's refined for my husband. Wow, husband is great. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with a look of utter adoration. Not only was it deliberately done to show Lin Yueyao, she was also surprised from the bottom of her heart. The 3 conceived god pills gave off an aura that was all of perfect level quality, and she didn't expect Ning Bei to have this kind of skill. It's almost like it's open. How can a person be so good? And while the two were talking, Lin Yueyao was like a little transparent. She doesn't understand. Obviously just now in Ning Bei in a room, the two have talked so pleasantly, even she compromised to consider being pushed back. Why is Ning Bei still getting tired of Qin Yu? Lin Yueyao, why are you still standing here? Ning Bei raised his eyebrows at her and said, do you have to have me do it before you're willing to roll? Ning Bei, are you serious? Lin Yueyao said with mixed feelings. Just now she had made her words so clear, she didn't believe that Ning Bei didn't crave her body at all. With her face and body, what man wouldn't be interested? In the past, she hadn't given Ning Bei a chance, but now, she was willing to give a chance. That being said, I should be thanking you. Qin Yu suddenly spoke out. Thank me? Lin Yueyao was confused by what she heard. The next moment, only to see Qin Yu holding Ning Bei's hand. If you didn't abandon Ning Bei for someone else, where would I have the chance to find such a good man? But one size fits all. From now on, you'd better stay away from my husband, if it affects my mood. Saying that, she threw a look towards Ning Bei. And Ning Bei also understood and added on its behalf, if you were to affect my little daughter-in-law's mood, this would be detrimental to carrying the baby. Aha! Qin Yu reddened. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, her petite body trembled, and she was bombarded by 5 thunderbolts, carrying a baby. Ning Bei, you still want to have a baby with her? If you say such words again, I'll really not consider giving it to you. Without waiting for Lin Yueyao to finish her sentence, Ning Bei had already picked up a conceived god pill and said, little daughter-in-law, come open your mouth. Qin Yu opened her mouth obediently. She had a pair of cherry mouths, glistening with a pearl-like luster that was as tantalizing as the pink of a flower bud in its first blossom, which was mouth-watering. A kiss is like a day's worth of sweetness. Coo, of a dove. See, pregnant Qin Yu took the pregnant god Dan. At this moment, Lin Yueyao man went numb. In fact, just from the name of the conception god pill, she could guess that it was related to the child, and a strong sense of loss suddenly stuffed her small heart room. Even compromising consideration of that kind of thing. Can't even get Ning Bei to budge? Get out. In the end, Lin Yueyao lost her mind and was kicked out. The whole thing is like a lost soul. Just now I thought I could go back to the old days. Was it just her delusion? She's not happy about it. The two in the room, on the other hand, were flirting. Why did you call me little daughter-in-law? Qin Yu raised her snow-white chin and questioned, could it be that you still have a big daughter-in-law? Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, fine, I'll call you my eldest daughter-in-law from now on. So you have a little daughter-in-law? Greeting the young girl's mischievous smiling face, Ning Bei was first stunned, and then immediately picked her up. Good, now I'll dare to tease for husband. See me kowtowing wave melons to properly teach you husband's program. People aren't afraid of melons. Qin Yu is full of confidence, not with fear. The following night. Are you sure his parents live in such an isolated location? Qin frowned. Don't worry, righteous father, it's true. Qin Yu patted his chest in assurance and smiled apologetically. I'm counting on my righteous father tonight. My child will definitely remember his great kindness. Kaden snorted and said, your mother said you agreed to my terms. That's true, isn't it? Mother? What mother? Qin Yu pretended to be stupid and said, righteous father is confused. Since the child grew up eating 100 meals, simply do not know who their real parents are. In this world, the child only recognize you and godmother. Ha ha. Kaden cracked a smile. It had to be said that Qin Yu's words were truly in line with his intentions. Why don't you go back to the inn and wait for me, and later, I'll send his parents' heads over. Kaden wasn't going to bull ********. Righteous father, proceed with caution. Qin Yu nodded his head repeatedly. Looking at Kaden's departing back until the other party completely disappeared into thin air, the smile on his face was suddenly replaced with a kind of resentment that, when I get rid of Ning Bei, you're next. In Qin Yu's opinion, Kaden's strength was stronger than Ning Bei's, and naturally, it was also more difficult to solve than Ning Bei. So in the face of Kaden, he could only endure the humiliation for now, borrowing a knife to kill. Subsequently, Qin Yu quietly groped his way back to the inn of the Martial Heavenly Academy. It was safe all the way. So much so that it made him doubt, did the Qi Tian Academy really want to kill him that badly? Why haven't you seen anything? And just got back to the inn. Qin Yu then met Ning Bei, who had been waiting for a long time. His eyes lit up and he deliberately walked over to strike up a conversation. Ning Bei, it seems like you haven't even shown up today? Been practicing inside the house all this time, huh? Getting high. Qin Yu froze for a moment.
But he did not dwell on it, and said meaningfully, sometimes I am really envious of you, with a beautiful family, outstanding talent, and respect.
Much better than me, a handyman. Really? Ningbei smiled and said, actually, I'm quite envious of you. Oh, what do you envy me? Dado.
The corners of Qin Yu's mouth twitched lightly and he almost didn't strain himself. But the thought that later, Ningbei will become a child without parents, he seems to have been able to imagine that the other side cried bitterly.
Ha ha. And just thinking about it made him want to laugh out loud and feel less angry inside. It can't be helped, who made my mother so charming?
When he thought of Ningbei's reaction to the painful loss of both parents, Qin Yu was filled with ease as he flirted with himself. But unfortunately, I didn't inherit my mother's face value, otherwise, I would also be a jaded and flamboyant gentleman.
Ha! Ningbei couldn't help but listen and laughed. You can't be blamed for this. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on that wild father of yours. He's so ugly that even your charming, jade peach-filled mother can't save her. Qin Yu still bungbu live. It was really because every word Ningbei said poked him straight in the heart. And also on the ing body. Commenting on the head. Big deal, someone's trying to break in.
At this time, Wang Tong and the others rushed into the inn with anxious expressions.
That fast?
Qin Yu's heart raced at the words.
It's only been less than an hour, and Qin has already taken care of Ningbei's parents?
But on second thought, it made sense to him. After all, Qin was a king with a different surname and was notoriously strong in his own right, and even if Ningbei's parents had specialized in Qin's Golden Dipper Sutra, they were far from being Qin's match with the strength of the two of them. So he immediately yanked up Ningbei. Come on, let's go see what's going on. At this moment, Qin Yu could be said to be filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see the scene where Ningbei saw the heads of his biological parents.
That's bound to be very exciting. Ningbei didn't resist. He looked at Qin Yu's expectant expression. Phew!
Just as the two had arrived in the lobby, suddenly, a bloody head flew over.
It landed directly in front of Qin Yu. However, the smile on his face instantly turned into panic. Righteous father? At that moment, an angry voice also came from outside. Did you pick it out, righteous father?
Chapter 72, the main character's chat about his mother's body makes people's opinions ruined.
The speaker was none other than Yu Xian. And the head that was thrown into the inn was actually Qin? Wow! The inn was in an uproar. If it isn't the king with a different name. Who cut his head off and why did they bring it to us? All of a sudden, the atmosphere was weird and depressing, and the group of elders were like enemies. Yutong, what do you mean by this?
Yutong, who was the priest of the Great Yu Academy, did not respond, but only glared at Qin Yu with a cold gaze with Yu Xian and other comers.
Righteous father.
At this moment, Qin Yu could be described as being thunderstruck. How could Qin, who had obviously gone to kill Ningbei's parents, be brought to his door with his head in his hands? In the next moment, he looked at Yu Xian in dismay. Young prince.
What's going on here? You're asking me what's going on?
Yu Xian's tone was laced with anger as he said in a chilling voice, I should be the one to ask you this, right?
What exactly did you go and make Qin do? And why was he killed outside the city? No wonder he was seething.
The royal family had taken great pains to bring this foreign king into the fold, but they had not yet gotten to the point of raising an army for 1,000 days and using it for an hour. Instead, Qin died suddenly. I'm afraid no one else can speak calmly.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Qin Yu looked horrified and shook his head repeatedly with a weak heart.
At this moment, his brain is like a piece of paste. Obviously let Qin go to kill Ningbei's parents, but the results? How did Qin die on his own?
The previous hour.
What the hell is going on?
Originally, I wanted to use the knife to kill people, looking forward to the scene of Ningbei's painful loss of both parents. How all of a sudden,
Yu Xian and the others came over to question him? What the hell is going on here?
At this moment, Yutong then rushed the elders of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Give Qin Yu to us to take away, and now we will exit the inn.
How dare you, you trespassed into our inn, and you even want to take away the disciples of the Martial Heavenly Academy without a word?
A few elders became infuriated at the words and said, if this matter spreads out, letting the outside world think that we can't even protect our disciples, what face will we have in the future?
We don't want to lose face?
Ha! Yu Xian let out a cold laugh, meaning to say, is this your concern for losing face, or are you afraid
that what you have done will be exposed? What do you mean by that? You know better than anyone in your hearts.
Yu Xian looked around and said through clenched teeth, Qin Tang is a king of a different surname with a strong strength. If it wasn't for your academy secretly assisting Qin Yu to take revenge, who could have lured him outside the city to be brutally killed? Now in the capital city has this strength, in addition to your Wutian Academy.
There is only the Qi Tian Academy left. Can it be that it's the Qi Tian Academy, killing Qin, who has no grudges or grudges? Yu Xian was blunt.
After all, it seems absurd to anyone.
That's not true.
Just then, Ningbei stood out with a forced smile and continued to muddy the waters. Regarding the strife between the prince's house and the royal family, everyone already knows it by heart. Ever since Qin defected to the prince's house, he has been considered an enemy of the Qitian Academy. Isn't it normal for them to want to kill Qin? Taking a step back,
You said that it was our martial heavenly academy that made a move against Qin. Do you have any proof? Without proof, that's slander. As he spoke, Ningbei almost didn't tense up. Although he notified the Qi Tian Academy, he did intend to make Qin suffer some hardships before he could settle the score with Qin Yu. But I didn't expect that the Qi Tian Academy would actually cut Qin to death. Moreover, the royal house even suspected the head of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Evidence. Oh, we don't have evidence to suspect your Martial Sky Academy of making a move, but there's always evidence to suspect him, right? Facing Ningbei's skepticism, Yu Xian suddenly pointed at Qin Yu. Qin tied your mother to the attic window to trash her. I have reason to suspect. You hated Kuei-yin to the bone, which is why you colluded with others to kill Kuei-yin. Is this argument reasonable enough? Wow. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Asterisk. Isn't that being looked at? Good lord, I didn't realize Qin was playing with such flowers. Can the king of mother go hold up? It's not because of the king of, who had to expose Qin's Golden Dipper Sutra. What a great filial son. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu was also dumbfounded. He didn't even know about it. The thought of that kind of unspeakable scene. In a flash, he was infuriated and subconsciously raised his foot to kick Qin's head. How dare he bully his mother like this? Seeing this, Yu Xian, however, laughed. See, I've hit the nail on the head. Enough. At this time, Ningbei said in a serious manner, even if Qin Yu really wants to kill Qin, but how would he be able to mobilize our academy to help him? Besides, if he wants to avenge his mother's death tonight, would he not want to witness the scene of Qin's murder? But tonight, until just now, he's been with me, pressing for a chance to lure Qian to the outskirts of town. Saying that, Ningbei slapped Qin Yu's face. Right, king of? Yes. Qin Yu froze for a moment and hurriedly nodded his head after coming back to his senses. He didn't expect Ningbei to actually help him, but when it came down to it, he couldn't care too much, knowing that he had to get rid of anything to do with Qin's death first. After all, right now, the Qitian Academy had already tried to kill him, and he couldn't afford to be missed by the prince's house again. That would be the end of it. Yu Xian sniffed and looked at Ningbei, raising an eyebrow. He was with you tonight? How come I don't remember you two being so close? It wasn't that good before, but tonight is different. Ningbei frankly admitted, and meaningfully said, after all, tonight Qin Yu has been talking to me about his mother's figure, and also said a lot of more personal words. I personally feel that he's still a friend worth making. Crowd? Qin Yu, huh? Qin Yu was dumbfounded at the words, and before he could open his mouth, he first received the wink cast by Ningbei. This is all to help you clear your name. Cooperate. After reading Ningbei's eyes, Qin Yu cursed in his heart. What the hell is this? Who, in their right mind, would discuss their mother's figure with someone else? Can't you think of another excuse? But forced by the current situation, he could only nod in resignation. Ah yes, we were talking about my mother's figure. But that's not the point. The point is, I pressed to find someone to kill Qin, and I can't find anyone who can help me. A murmur went up around them. After hearing those unpleasant murmurs, Qin Yu hated to find a crack in the ground. Damn Ningbei, did he have to use this excuse? As things stand, Yu Xian and the others were also speechless, and they didn't want to really tear their faces off with the Martial Heavenly Academy, or else it would be even more unfavorable for the princely mansion. So they had to leave it at that. Just before leaving, Yu Xian despised rushed Qin Yu. What a great filial son. Talking about your mother's figure. I will tell her. The Qin Yu people were dumbfounded. Okay, everyone get busy. The elders breathed a long sigh of relief and dispersed the crowd. No need to thank you, we are all fellow disciples. Ningbei patted Qin Yu's shoulder and turned to leave. Asterisk. Looking at Ningbei's departing back, Qin Yui's entire breath shook cold. Although Yu Xian and the others had left, he was not happy at all. And in the next moment, there were disciples coming up to strike up a conversation. Qin Yu, is it convenient to make a friend? Qin Yu? Chapter 73 Villain, Sister's Ambiguous Happiness, Protagonist, Mother's Family Destruction. Get out! Qin Yu instantly broke into a fit of rage. It wasn't like he was a little cutie. How could he not understand what the other side was trying to do? It was clearly directed at his mother. If he hadn't been unable to beat the other party, at this moment, he would have swung his fist and smashed it over. Who do you think he is? Cut! That disciple was unimpressed, saying, you're really a snob. You can talk about stature with senior brother Ning, but you tell us to get lost to us ordinary disciples? Asterisk off. Get the outta here. Qin Yu instantly clammed up. You don't come begging to talk to us. Before leaving, that disciple didn't forget to put in a harsh word. Asterisk. At this moment, Qin Yu's mind was about to collapse. He even had some suspicions that just now Ningbei was not helping him out at all, but instead had dug an even bigger hole for him. Why is that? Obviously a perfect plan to get both of Ningbei's parents killed. Why did it end up with Qin being killed and he still being a suspect? It was even felt that he would dedicate his mother to moving up the ladder? It's downright deceptive. The other side. Ningbei had reached the second floor and entered the room that was shrouded by the boundary.
Just seeing the young girl who wanted to sit up with pain, he hurried forward. Just don't get up, lie down first and nourish your body. Poof. Qin Yu lifted her delicate pretty face, biting her small mouth in aggravation. You're not allowed to get high on melon seeds in the future.
I can't even get high? You.
Greeting Ningbei's expression of playing dumb, Qin Yu instantly reddened her face. Hate you're just going to bully people.
Ha ha.
Ningbei sat on the edge of the bed with a smile, dotingly scraped her agaric nose. Not to bully you a little Jojo, do you want me to bully others? Qin Yu froze for a moment at his words, and immediately snuggled into Ningbei's arms. Then you're still bullying me ba.
Hey, that's what you said.
The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked up in an arc as he looked at the other party's pure and eudaimonic features. The more he looked, the more he felt, unlike, really not at all.
Not like what? Not like a great emperor reincarnated. Ningbei said with a smile, rather, it looks like unpracticed, easily coaxed virtuous girl yo. You're the only one in the world who can fool me.
Qin Yu sniffed and pouted. When I went off the deep end.
You obviously want. Still have to me take the initiative to beg you to do so. Hey. Ningbei froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, a touch of embarrassment after being dismantled appeared on his handsome features. Can you even tell this? Do you think I'm stupid and sweet? Ha! Ningbei smiled awkwardly and nonchalantly. Sure enough, still thinking of the other side as simple. The self-perceived control of the whole situation is actually nothing more than the other parties willingly cooperating. But now, he is also a little bit not panic, since you see out, then I will not pretend. Could I you a small Jojo, when you know I have a fiancé, but also see that I have a heart of mischief. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Qin Yu froze. She was so shocked that her little mouth opened wide, as if she hadn't expected that after demolishing Ningbei's true colors, the other party, instead of being weak, would give her a slap. I went off the deep end in the first place. Qin Yu had a red face. It's obviously you. You'll just bully me. Then no one should talk about the past anymore, okay? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. No. Get real, I'm going to ask you something very serious. Oh, what is it? Looking at the expression became serious Ningbei, Qin Yu paused for a moment. You're so bad. How did you hold back from touching her in the first place? This she refers to Lin Yueyao. What? You suspect that when I said I hadn't touched her, was lying to you? Aha! Well, how dare you doubt my husband? The next moment, Ningbei pulled out a handful of melons. Qin Yu immediately softened. Wrong. A few moments later, Qin Yu pulled out a gongfu. Here, you've already practiced the divine yang technique until its pure perfection, so you'll be practicing this one in the future. The Great Thousand Thunders technique? Although the Great Thousand Thunder skill is not as high level as the divine yang skill, it is still a rare lightning divine ability, and it is superior in that it can be inspired by yang power. Qin Yu explained, with the yang force in your body as the base, summoning the divine thunder against the enemy, its power can be a blow to break the mountains and rivers, the silence of all things, and even the creation of the domain of the thunder. It is also not a matter of course. That good? Ningbei's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately looked at the little beauty in front of him. This is the technique you picked out specifically for me based on my situation? Yeah. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. At this moment, the whole world became bright. Since her body and mind had returned to Ningbei, she had since valued the latter's life monasticism more than anything else. It can be said that if you can give Ningbei 10%, she will never keep a millimeter. And Ningbei's heart was more than warm. Cupping the young girl's face, he barfed. What more could a man ask for to have a little daughter-in-law like you? LOL. Qin Yu was kissed by the flower branch trembling. A little haughty said, then you are not allowed to call me a small daughter-in-law, to call the big daughter-in-law. Okay, big daughter-in-law. LOL. And so it was. The two of them played and then began to cultivate. Although with the duo's current cultivation of the middle Yuaning stage, placed in the Wutian Academy, it was already in existence not weaker than most of the elders, astonishingly. But cultivation was something like this, and both of them understood that they couldn't slack off. Even if Ningbei didn't have enough reverse value to redeem the toast bread in his hands right now, he continued to feel that sense of accomplishment of quickly refining the method. Even if it's one step at a time, he enjoys it. 2 days later, Qin Yu was still grieving in his room. He really couldn't figure out why what was a perfect plan had become so bad. At that moment, the window was suddenly smashed. When he pushed open the window with surprise, he saw a figure that he had been thinking about day and night. Mother? Soon, Qin Yu passed through the boundary and brought his mother into the room. Feather, how exactly did your righteous father die? As soon as he arrived, Yuan couldn't help but ask. No one can imagine that since Qian was killed. What kind of interrogation she had been subjected to as Qian's closest relative? Mother, I don't know. Mentioning this matter, Qin Yu could be said to be in tears. Mother, you must believe me. Righteous father has helped me to do that. How could I want him to die? Mother just wanted to make sure, and I know you wouldn't do such a thing. Yuan sighed and said, but once Kuan dies, Our mother and I will have no shelter, and the royal family will definitely not let it go. Qin Yu lowered his head in dismay. In the past 2 days, he had been thinking about who killed Qin, and also suspected Ning Bei. After all, Qin was the one who went to kill Ning Bei's parents. But no sooner had the idea reared its head than he denied it to himself. Not to mention the fact that Ning Bei had no possibility of being Qin's opponent, it was too late in time. It's not like Ning Bei can be unpredictable. Right, mother? In the next moment, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. The prince's residence should have locked you up, right? How did you escape? Yuan said with some desire to speak and a difficult look on her face. How else can I escape? Qin Yu? Chapter 74, A fiancé turns into a dog licker. Is life so dramatic? Qin Yu's heart ached as he listened. Sometimes he really didn't want to know so much. After all, it wasn't like there was any way to change it. If he had known this, he would not have said anything to beg Qin to kill Ning Bei's parents, and now that the person had not been killed, it had led to so much trouble instead. It's just a pity that there's no medicine for regrets in the world. Mother is here to give you something. Yuan pulled out a piece of parchment and tried to change the topic. Look, this is the map I found from under your righteous father's bed. Is there something written down on this? Oh, Qin Yu received a look and was instantly surprised. Mother, this is the graphic of the Shura Cliff. I've been there before, and it's not far from the Martial Heavenly Academy. When he had been instructed by his soul body, he had wanted to go to the Shura Cliffs to look for a blood Ganoderma, but it turned out that he had been intercepted by Ning Bei. He would never forget it in this life. Shura Cliff? Yuan blinked her long eyelashes and said, in that case, then you go and try your luck. Your righteous father must have a reason for keeping it. Aha! Qin Yu nodded his head in agreement, then he looked up and said, Mother, aren't you coming with me? Mother will not go. How does that work? Qin Yu was instantly displeased and said, it was not easy for you to escape from the prince's residence. This is a good opportunity for us to go far away. Listen to me, when you get your chance you'll go back to the Martial Heavenly Academy. At the moment only the Martial Heavenly Academy can keep you. But I'm worried about. You child are still worried about me? Yuan lifted up her chest and laughed. Are you still not clear about mother's ability? Even the prince's mansion I was able to escape. In fact, mother also has a childhood friend. I intend to go to join him. Also good to find another backer for you. Qin Yu listened with skepticism. He did not think that his mother's honor, who has always abided by the ways of women and has always been pure and clean. How could she have so many powerful connections? But, aren't you pregnant with Qin's baby? Qin Yu thought of something else. Don't worry, that childhood friend of mother's has a big heart. Yuan covered her mouth and snickered. At that time, I will be able to make up a random excuse to fool him, just like to your father. Oh no, it's the same for that damn Qin Hao. Qin Yu? There was something he wanted to say, but he couldn't say it because he was in the way. Solely or not, a mother is not as big as she is. After Yuan left, Qin Yu also put on his backpack and decided to head to Shura Cliff first. He was bound and determined to win this opportunity. The other side. Congratulations to the host, you've been able to intercept opportunities again. Detected that Qin Yu has left the inn and is on his way to the Shura Cliffs, and has learned from the systems prying into the heavens that the opportunity is a drop of the Thunder Dragon's essence blood. It just so happens that the host cultivates the Great Thousand Thunders technique, which can refine the blood of the Thunder Dragon and evolve it into a higher level of lightning aptitude. After receiving the message from the system, Ning Bei smiled. Even the route was given to me this time. System Posey, you're really getting more and more capable. System, boing boing. Not much longer. Ning Bei then found Moonshine, who had just returned. Old master, you seem to be very busy lately, not being at the inn all day long. Alas. Moonshine sighed softly and laughed bitterly. Trying to stand alone in the middle of those two behemoths is not an easy task. If I don't make some moves, I don't know how many elders within the academy will be pulled in behind the backs of the royal family and the princely family. With that, Moonless looked at Ning Bei again. Brat, you hurry up and grow up so that old me can give you my seat and enjoy my old age in peace. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. I think we might as well go back to the Wutian Academy before it's too late, otherwise staying in the capital city would be a piece of fat meat in their eyes. Back to the schoolhouse. Makes sense. Moonless thought about it before making up his mind. Then we'll depart tomorrow. Yes. And so it was. The news of the imminent departure of the Martial Heavenly Academy spread out. The families of many of the disciples had heard about it and wanted to meet their children again, otherwise they did not know how long it would be before they could do so. Relying on the Dan formula given by Qin Yu, Ning Bei used the Muggle Alchemy Furnace to refine some pills and took them to Wang Tong and Zhao Ming and the others. Senior Brother Ning, this is too expensive. We're already so taken care of by Senior Brother Ning, we can't ask for your cultivation resources again. Wang Tong and the others were flattered and refused. These aren't for you guys. Ning Bei said in a proper voice, they're for you to take to your own families, to let them know that you're highly valued in the Wutian Academy, so that they won't have to worry or hold on to you. So hurry up and take the pills, we're going to be leaving in a little while. Wang Tang and the others looked at each other in dismay, and for a while, none of them were able to express how touched they were inside. Ning Bei was like a father to his son to them. Senior brother Ning, let's kneel for you. The next moment, they knelt down to express their gratitude. Ning Bei only helped Wang Tang up. No kneeling, you have the stature of a great emperor. Senior brother Ning? This familiar scene once again caused Wang Tang's blood to surge. So when he saw his parents, he took out the elixir while saying, Father, Mother, Senior brother Ning said that I have the stature of a great emperor, so I won't be kneeling on your knees, lest there be karma inflicted on you. Second old man? The other side. I say you girl, what are you doing these days? Bai Yuqin said with hatred. She had expected to hear news of her daughter and Ning Bei making up this time she came over. Who had thought that it would actually say that Ning Bei was ready to have a baby? Yueyao, Ning Bei used to like you so much, how could he be like this? Lin Donglai frowned, are you not posturing low enough? I can tell you, our Lin family is already struggling right now. If Ning Bei doesn't make up with you, our Lin family will be completely finished without the support of the Ning family. Lin Yueyao tensed her small mouth in aggravation. In the face of her parents' reproach, she didn't know how to explain. In her opinion, she had already exhausted all ways to please Ning Bei. But Ning Bei hated her more and more. Mother, I really can't do it. I really don't know what to do. Listening to her parents nagging, Lin Yueyao finally couldn't take it anymore. You. Looking at her indisputable daughter, Bai Yuqin's heart also softened, and she whirled around and said, then tell mother, do you still like Ning Bei? Lin Yueyao didn't rush to answer. At this moment, her mind kept coming back to all the tenderness that Ning Bei had once shown her. After a moment, she nodded solemnly, love it. It's good if you like it. Bai Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief and came up with the idea, go ahead and treat him how he treated you in the past. Lin Yueyao batted her long eyelashes. Chapter 75, the fiancé's parents are outrageous, do they really think their daughter has a chance? Do you still not understand? Looking at her daughter who was dumbfounded, Bai Yuqin said in a serious tone, mother's intention is for you to touch Ning Bei, after all. It was you who was at fault first, only by letting him feel your sincerity can you awaken his old feelings for you. Lin Yueyao wanted to say something. It wasn't that she didn't understand what her mother meant, on the contrary, she was well aware of how good Ning Bei used to be, and because of that, she found it hard to learn from Ning Bei like that. Yueyao, Ning Bei is planning to have a child with someone else, we're all anxious for you, can't you let go of the condescension in your heart? At that moment, Lin Donglai said in disappointment. Father, I don't mean that. Lin Yueyao vehemently denied it, pursing her lips. I do think that Ning Bei used to be too good to me. I'm afraid I can't do what he did. With that, she reddened. In the past, Ning Bei was holding her in the palm of his hand for fear of falling off and in his mouth for fear of melting, completely treating her as the whole of his life. Every time she thought of Ning Bei's previous gentleness, it made her heart cut like a knife. Why did she lose this man whose eyes were full of her? And the man was so good looking and good, so perfect that he couldn't pick out a single flaw. She was so stupid before. Looking at her daughter's icy pitying appearance, Bai Yuqin said with heartfelt pain, Yueyao, the fact that you can realize all this now, your father and I are both very relieved, don't worry, with the advantage of appearance that my mother has given you, no matter what you've done wrong in the past, as long as you can make Ning Bei feel your sincerity, my mother is sure that he will definitely come back to you. Lin Donglai chimed in, yes, that kid used to love you to bits, you need to pull yourself together Yueyao, your mother, and I will also visit Ning Bei's parents and try to get them to open up for you. Father, mother. Lin Yueyao was instantly moved. Little pearls swirled in her eyes and she nodded solemnly, I understand, I will be able to. That's right. The couple smiled at each other. A few moments later, the disciples finished saying goodbye to their families. The Martial Heavenly Academy then gathered its disciples and prepared to embark on their journey home. Qin Yu's disappearance into thin air only caused a brief moment of surprise, but combined with the recent events, people didn't pursue it too much. Or maybe no one cared about Qin Yu's exodus either. Looking at the departing hordes of the Martial Heavenly Academy, pairs of couples were waving goodbye. Lu Yujuan also took hold of Ning Songhua and said happily, Songhua, our son is getting more and more mature, and he will definitely be able to do something great in the future. Ning Songhua gave an undeniable smile, yes, Bear is quite a bit like me back then. Lu Yujuan rolled her eyes and pushed him away in anger, shame on you. In-laws. Just then, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin, husband and wife, came looking for them. Ning Songhua and his wife froze for a moment. The next moment, they took their hands and turned around, seemingly not wanting to have anything to do with each other anymore. Hey in-laws, there's no need to avoid us so much, right? Lin Donglai couple, hurriedly caught up and said. Lu Yujuan frowned and turned back. Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao's marriage has been annulled, so stop calling us in-laws, we have nothing to talk to you about. Sister, words can't be said like that. Bai Yuqin laughed, as the saying goes, don't look at the face of the monk, look at the face of the Buddha. It's okay for you to hate us, but that child Yueyao, she used to really respect you as her own mother. Lu Yujuan was so skeptical that she retorted, Bai Yuqin, what are you talking about? Don't you know your daughter's character? She still respects me as her mother? Whenever we meet, don't we greet each other first? Yes, our Yueyao is not very good at expressing her feelings, but her heart is good. Bai Yuqin smiled awkwardly and continued,
We just want to have a good talk about the two children getting back together in the future.
Compound?
Ning Songhua was not happy to hear this. Your daughter picked the interloper herself, that king.
Now that she realizes that the other party is not as good as my son, your daughter wants to get back together with my son? Is she treating my son like a fool? I'm telling you, if you want to get back together, there's no way. Yes, my son has found such a good daughter-in-law, isn't she better than your daughter? Lu Yujuan spoke out in agreement. Big brother Ning, sister-in-law, don't be angry for now.
Lin Donglai spoke out to ease the atmosphere, compensating with a smile. We know that Ningbei has found an excellent Taoist couple, and in fact, we didn't come here to break up her and Ningbei, we just wanted to exchange a possible outcome with you.
What might?
Lin Donglai and his wife looked at each other as if they were communicating telepathically. Bai Yuqin took a small step forward and lowered her voice. What do you guys think?
How about letting Yueyao be a junior to Ningbei? Villainous mom and dad? After leaving the capital.
Ningbei then found Moonshine, elder. Last time I led a team to Shura Cliffs to practice, I discovered a place that might harbor opportunities, but I didn't have the time to explore it last time, so I want to go there again.
Now. Right. Good.
Moonless pondered for a split second before making up his mind. Then let's make a trip to the Shura Cliff first, and it just so happens that we'll bring this group of disciples along for a long time.
Ningbei answered with a smile.
With his current position in the Martial Heavenly Academy, he didn't have to worry about dividing the Thunder Dragon Essence blood equally in the end. This essence blood could only be his.
As for other opportunities, rather, they can be shared. Shura Cliffs. Ha, I'm so damn witty.
Looking at the location marked on the parchment getting closer and closer, Qin Yu's hands were shaking with excitement. At this moment, he even wanted to cry a little. With a mundane body with no cultivation, he trekked all the way here, known to the world as an extremely dangerous no man's land.
It can be said, but whenever he encounters any demonic beast, he would have to die 9 deaths.
But on the contrary, he didn't meet the shadow of a demonic beast along the way, as if there was an invisible force sheltering the wasteful him. Only, he didn't think it was luck. After all, how could his messy and unlucky experiences have anything to do with luck? So he attributes it all to his own resourcefulness. It was he who predicted the possible dangers he might encounter in advance, and did not take the flat road, deliberately taking the bad road. That's how he avoided the demonic beasts. A few days have passed, and I wonder if Mother has succeeded in defecting to her childhood friend.
Thinking about this, Qin Yu couldn't smile again.
When it rains, it pours.
Yes, I should be happy for Mother, at least. At least Niang is good looking and can still find someone to take over. Qin Yu mentally implied as such.
But the mouth of this self-deception, but his heart also understand the truth, marred.
Why does my mother have to live such a miserable life?
Asterisk.
Damn Ningbei. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Qin Yu's expression twisted in anger.
Suddenly found with Ningbei on the side of the matter, whether he is active or passive, even if the back of the invitation came to kill Ningbei parents, it's all going to end in bad luck. Therefore, he blamed Ningbei for all his faults, thinking that it was Ningbei who had kirked him.
Humph. Last time, you robbed my blood Ganoderma. This time, you have the guts to rob my opportunity again. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and put away the parchment. He wouldn't believe it. This time, he had come to the Shura Cliffs unnoticed, and he could still be intercepted by Ningbei? Then he won't live.
But before he could go for long, suddenly, it seemed as if someone's voice reached his eardrums.
And it's not just 1 or 2 people. Chapter 76, the lucky protagonist loses his heroine, loses his halo and becomes tainted? Qin Yu froze for a moment. How could there be anyone in this wild mountainous Shura Cliff? Did someone come to the calendar? That's not right. Then how come there are so many voices? Qin Yu was instantly confused. Hearing those faint cacophonies, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. Who are the good people who come to gather at Shura Cliff?
But the next moment, something even more desperate for him appeared, marred, the direction of that group of people.
How does it look like it's at the location marked on the parchment? Qin Yu was instantly anxious.
No longer able to hide, he rushed towards the crowd like a mad dog.
That was his opportunity. Shoo!
And the crowd, after noticing the movement, quickly looked behind them, only to see a figure staggering out of the thicket.
Qin Yu? Wow! When the two parties met, everyone was shocked. King of? You guys are pretty fast. I thought you and your mother had gone to the end of the world, but I didn't think you could actually catch up and find us. Are you a dog?
Senior brother Ning has only just found an opportunity, so your boy has come at the right time.
Wang Tang and the others reacted and spoke out. Ha!
Seeing the identity of the crowd, Qin Yu was struck by lightning. At this moment, he even suspected that he had been poisoned by the miasma. Why should the people who were supposed to be in the capital city, or returning to the Martial Heaven Academy,
would appear in front of his opportunity? Can someone tell him what's going on? Ningbei. Opportunity?
In the next moment, Qin Yu jolted awake and rushed up against the crowd's astonished gazes. Ningbei.
Ningbei, what are you doing? Oh, the king of returns? Seeing the other party, Ningbei feigned a few surprises. Where were you before? You didn't show up until I found the opportunity? A question mark condensed on Qin Yu's face. Things are now, he is not a little cute. And immediately burst into tears and said, not. Are you the one who brought them here to look for opportunities? Ning Bei nodded. This is my chance, this is my opportunity. Qin Yu Bengbu lived. He was so anxious that he was jumping on the ground, no longer caring about his image to speak of. Family, who understands? He took a lot of hard work to come to Shura Cliff, and he saw that the opportunity to turn over was right in front of him, but he suddenly realized, someone had actually arrived early. And with so many people? Even if there were more good stuff, it wouldn't be his turn. This opportunity. It's clearly his. He couldn't figure it out. Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak, Wang Tang and the others had taken the lead. I've never seen such brazenness. You punk suddenly disappeared into thin air, we haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you dare to say that the opportunity is yours? It was clearly senior brother Ning who found the opportunity. Do you think we're blind? Lin Yueyao, hurry up and pull your shameless white moonlight away. Qin Yu was instantly attacked by the group. But the first one to get anxious was not him, instead it was Lin Yueyao who was innocently lying down, furiously saying, you white moonlight. He is your white moonlight, your whole family's white moonlight. Whoever says I'm related to Qin Yu again, I'll fight him to the death. Lin Yueyao was so angry that she wanted to cry. Now when she hears about Qin Yu, king of, she resists it from the bottom of her heart, especially when it is mentioned about her previous relationship with Qin Yu. She couldn't hide the anger and disgust on her face. Yu Yao? Qin Yu, on the other hand, was struck by lightning. Looking at the young girl who had once regarded him as everything, he felt bad in his heart, not realizing that the other party had disliked him to such an extent. Don't you call me names. It's not like I know you well. Meeting Qin Yu's aggrieved gaze, instead of sympathizing, Lin Yueyao was furious. She was really afraid that Ning Bei would hear Qin Yu call her by her name without a surname, and then she would misunderstand that she still had a connection with Qin Yu. That way, she would have even less chance of recovering Ning Bei. It could be said that nowadays, Qin Yu was an unwashable stain on her life. And the best thing to do is to not say another word. We don't know each other well. In the face of Lin Yueyao's cold attitude, at this moment, Qin Yu's heart was like a knife cutting. No! Yu Yao! Don't think I'm ashamed. I'm not lying. This opportunity is really mine. The next moment, Qin Yu wanted to prove himself. Nay, before he could pull out the parchment, Wang Tang and the others had already rushed up. How dare you talk tough? Come on, drag him aside and beat him for me. Aha! In the next moment, the miserable screams of Qin Yu resounded. The elders didn't stop them either, but frowned as they watched Qin Yu get punched. What an unintelligent thing to do. The moment you come in, you'll be outraged. Ugh. Even Moonless, who was a priest, shook his head inside at this moment, looking toward Ning Bei and saying, don't waste time, let's go in. Good. Ning Bei nodded with a smile, signaling Qin Jojo to follow. The opportunity this time was hidden in a mountain that was originally undetectable with the naked eye, but luckily, the system had given Ning Bei the means to open the passage. Moonless, Ning Bei, and Qin Jojo were the first three to walk into the cave. The rest of them didn't rush to follow, firstly because they didn't know how dangerous it was inside, and secondly because it was clear that they shouldn't have the thought of greedy headwork. Only what Ning Bei gave, that was what belonged to them. Walking inside the cave. After pondering for a long time, Moonless finally couldn't help but ask, Brat, I heard that Qin Yu has already messed with you a few times. Why do you still tolerate him to stay in the academy? The meaning of these words was nothing more than telling Ning Bei that with just one word, he could make Qin Yu disappear into thin air. Because I am good. Ning Bei also said without hesitation. Of course, the real reason can't be told. But this sentence really put the Moonless whole speechless. Good a good nah, that at first Jiang value but is offended a few words. How did you kill him? Because she's all I have. Ning Bei guffawed and smiled, smoothly holding up Qin Jojo's jade hand. No matter who wants to stop me and Jojo together, for me, should be killed. Moonless suddenly stopped in place. Ning Bei took 2 steps forward before turning back. Old master, why don't you keep walking? Eat your fill, you two are on your own. Saying that, Moonshine turned away in anger. It was bad luck. He shouldn't have asked. This. Ning Bei couldn't help himself somewhat. Looking at the old man's truly disappearing back, he smiled and withdrew his gaze, looking at his little daughter-in-law who was staring straight at him. It's just the two of us now. Oomph, nasty. Qin Jojo was so ashamed that she raised her jade hand and painlessly slapped Ning Bei. Ning Bei smoothly grabbed her jade hand and hooked her chin with his other hand. What? My little Jojo is still shy? Suddenly, Qin Jojo's delicate face suddenly changed. Wait, husband. I seem to feel something. Chapter 77, the protagonist becomes a slave of the 3 families, the villain takes the great creation. Oh, the corner of Ning Bei's mouth lifted into a smile. He followed Qin Jojo's gaze. You mean, that aura of thunder that suddenly appears and disappears? You felt it too? Qin Jojo's beautiful eyes widened. Go! Ning Bei guffawed and didn't say anything more, and straight away led her towards the depths. Not much longer. A blinding blue light came into view, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds, as if the electric current was hissing and roaring. Is this?
Qin Yu was stunned by the scene in front of her. At this moment in front of the two, is suspended a melon size, the body of the blue, and constantly bloomed to the surrounding lightning bouquet of strange things.
It's Thunder Dragon Essence Blood,
Ning Bei said with a smile.
You recognize it?
Qin Yu was once again surprised, which turned into surprise. I didn't think that the essence blood of that creature
would actually appear in a place like this. Husband, our luck is good. Yes. Ning Bei gave an undeniable smile. The opportunity given by heaven to its own son, is that a child's play? Quick, husband.
After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Yu rushed at Ning Bei. If you refine this drop of essence blood, even if you don't comprehend the laws of lightning, it will be very helpful to you in cultivating the Great Thousand Thunders technique in the future.
Good. Ning Bei wasn't polite.
After glancing at the other things scattered on the ground, he walked towards the Thunder Dragon Essence blood.
The imperative. Boom.
Not long afterward, the mountain suddenly trembled like a tremor, catching the crowd off guard.
What's going on in there? Oh no, could it be that Ning Bei and the others are in danger?
Moonless Old eyes narrowed slightly, his brows stretching in the next moment. There's no need to be alarmed, it's just that Ning Bei has found a great opportunity.
Great. Opportunity?
The crowd looked at each other, the worry on their faces turning into curiosity.
To actually make such a big commotion, what kind of opportunity has Ning Bei found?
Worthy of being senior brother Ning, it really is the sacred body of chance. To have a disciple like Ning Bei can be considered heaven's favor to the Martial Heaven Academy. Compared to the delighted crowd, at this moment, Qin Yu was so angry that he wanted to cry. Obviously the map is in his hand. Obviously he also left the crowd in advance and rushed to Shura Cliff alone.
Why is he the last to arrive? Can someone tell him why? This isn't even funny. It's not logical at all. I don't understand.
The more Qin Yu thought about it, the more Clamport lived. Originally he was full of confidence, convinced that the opportunity will be his bag, but why did the last?
Why did it become Ning Bei's again? Snap. At that moment, Wang Tang gave him a slap. What's the noise?
It's right if you don't understand.
Senior brother Ning has the stature of a true god. Is it not something that trash like you can understand? And you hit me. Qin Yu was infuriated.
Only earlier the crowd had fattened him up, but it had been justified. But on what grounds did they beat him now?
Can't you even not understand? Before he could finish expressing his dissatisfaction, Zhao Ming came back with another kick. You dare to scold Wang Tang? Don't you know that even senior brother Ning said that he has the appearance of a great emperor? You guys. Qin Yu sniffed as the man went numb.
Nay, in his current situation, he didn't even have the courage to retort. After all, these people were really laying down the law. In the end, he could only leave in disgrace.
Looking at the entire Martial Sky Academy, nowadays he couldn't even find someone he could confide in. There used to be Lin Yueyao.
Thinking about this, Qin Yu hurriedly looked left and right, trying to find the figure of the young girl. After all, in the past, the young girl would stand near him. But now, Lin Yueyao was avoiding him like she was avoiding a dogskin plaster. This time, Qin Yu not only lost the opportunity, even the young girl who once regarded him as the white moonlight, also abandoned him in public. The more Qin Yu thought about it, the harder it became. The entire Wutian Academy was not worth his thoughts anymore, and if he wasn't being pursued by the Qi Tian Academy and the Prince's house, he really wanted to abandon the academy.
No, I have to stay here. Recalling his mother's advice, Qin Yu sobered up. A few moments later,
he shamelessly found Li Shen and pulled the other party to the side. Elderly, this is a spiritual object given to me by my mother. But now that my meridians are ruined, it's a real waste to use these things.
Oh, looking at the favor Qin Yu handed over, Li Shen was a bit surprised. Your mother gave you this? She escaped from the prince's residence? Right. So where is she now? Qin Yu's expression was stunned. Cough.
After realizing that he was a bit out of line, Li Shen lowered his voice. Don't misunderstand Qin Yu. I've always treated you like a child, purely concerned about your family's well-being.
Qin Yu had a skeptical look on his face. But one has to bow down under the roof. Thank you elderly for your concern.
Qin Yu could only force a smile and pushed the spiritual object over. This is considered as a filial honor from my junior. Please be sure to accept it. Li Shen is also no longer polite, without a trace of greed under the favor. You child, you are not living well yourself, but still so filial.
Alas, it makes me want to take you in as a righteous son. Really? Of course, it just so happens that I have never married in my life.
Li Shen said in a proper voice, if you are willing, I can accept you as a righteous son right now, and in the future, we will call ourselves father and son. Qin Yu was so touched that his words hadn't even left his mouth. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the lewdness in Li Shen's eyes, as if he was calculating something.
Mud.
After reacting, Qin Yu almost broke into a fit of rage. But in the way of the identity of the other party, and his current situation.
This, it seems, has been an opportunity he couldn't ask for.
So after struggling a bit in his heart, in the end, Qin Yu still said against his will, righteous father is above, please accept yours obeisance.
Hey well.
Li Shen hurriedly helped him up and said with emotion, I didn't expect that in my lifetime, I, Li Shen, would still be able to pick up a son.
From now on, you will no longer be just a handyman, but my Li Xin's righteous son, and in the future, I will personally guide you in practicing the Golden Gang Sutra. Thank you, righteous father. You and I are father and son, why say thank you? Li Xin waved his hand and laughed. Since we are already a family, then your family is also my family. Find a chance to bring your mother to the Wutian Academy. She is a weak woman who was wandering outside. Quite worrying. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth twitched lightly at the words, but he could only force a smile and said, thank you, righteous father. You are so nice. Then I'll go and tell the priest first. Li Xin left satisfied. And looking at the other party's obscene back, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said, the last time. Mother, this is the last time child will utilize you. I swear, after I turn over this time, we'll definitely not let you live in misery again. Qin Yu clenched his fists together. He rekindled his fighting spirit. Anyway, he held the complete version of the Golden Gang Sutra in his hand. Not only could it horizontally train his physical body, it also had the effect of repairing his meridians. It's definitely possible to roll over. At this moment, Ning Bei had successfully refined the Thunder Dragon Essence Blood. Under the influence of the Thunder Dragon's Essence Blood, the power in his body was sublimated, and his body flickered with arcs of electricity visible to the naked eye, seemingly accompanied by a dragon's roar. Especially the moment he opened his eyes, the brilliant electric light blossomed from his pupils, releasing unrivaled oppression. Even if he has not been refined into the Great Thousand Thunder skill, but already has an incredible power of thunder, if you then repair the Great Thousand Thunder skill, it can be as good as it gets. Little Jiao. Ning Bei suddenly looked up at the young girl, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. You might have to suffer from old sins in the future. Chapter 78. The villain's fatherly love is so heavy that the protagonist must kneel even if he doesn't suffer? Qin Jiao blinked innocently. Come, I'll show you one first. With that, Ning Bei pulled her into his arms and flexed his fingers forward. Thumbs up. In an instant, lightning-like power shot out, hitting the stone wall dozens of feet away. Its speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. And known for its hardness on the surface of the lapis lazuli, not only was blasted out of a deep dent, surrounded by a spider web of lightning patterns. Qin Jiao's delicate body trembled, and her whole body immediately felt like it was being washed by electric current. What a strange feeling. At that moment, she could clearly feel the tingling electricity released from Ning Bei's body. And she looked at Ning Bei with a red face, overjoyed. Your power. How did it become possible to release such dense lightning power? Awesome? Awesome husband is awesome. Qin Jiao's beautiful eyes flashed as she said. Her pretty face with a beautiful color was now both surprised and confused. I didn't expect this drop of Thunder Dragon Essence Blood to contain such opportunities. It's even more powerful than I thought. I also don't know where it came from. It's definitely not something that an ordinary Thunder Dragon powerhouse could leave behind. In this regard, Ning Bei could not be denied. Just a drop of essence blood helped him more than double his strength, and also comprehended such a heaven-defying thunder element. It was simply like being hung up. The thought of such an opportunity that could have originally been obtained by a son of Qi. Even if it was intercepted by someone else, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ning Bei decided. Gotta keep that treasure-hunting mouse on a short leash. Not much longer. Only after Ning Bei and Qin Jiao came out holding hands did Moonless order the elders and the disciples excluding the handymen to enter the cave and search for treasure. Although the greatest opportunity had been taken away by Ning Bei, there were still many things left inside, and the crowd did not show any dissatisfaction. If Ning Bei hadn't found the opportunity, they wouldn't have even had the chance to drink the soup. What's more, with Ning Bei's status as a chief disciple and his contributions in significance to the Martial Heavenly Academy, who wouldn't be able to tell the difference between primary and secondary? Except for the unwilling Qin Yu, of course. As he passed by Ning Bei, he didn't hold back another hum. Ning Bei also pulled him back. What are you doing in there? In the face of Ning Bei's questioning, the present-day Qin Yu didn't panic in the slightest and directly called out to his righteous father. Li Xin hurriedly came to explain. Ning Bei, I just accepted Qin Yu as my righteous son. He's not considered just a handyman anymore, so for my sake, let him go in. Although as an elder in charge of disciple mobilization within the academy, his own status and strength were not bad, he still had to be polite when facing Ning Bei, who made people's future limitless. The last one who didn't know how to die or ginger value. Then the ashes were raised. So, after learning of the situation, Ning Bei didn't make things difficult, but just laughed. Changing dads again? Then you didn't say anything, so hurry up and go in. You. Qin Yu almost didn't spit out blood in anger. Ning Bei's sentence of changing dads again could be said to have hit him squarely in the sore spot. So far, explicitly he had been a son to 3 people. Qin Ho, Ken and Li Xin. It is only on the surface. As for the backside, he doesn't know that much. Soon, all of them were loaded with treasures after scavenging. Senior brother Ning, why are there so many goodies left inside? The feats, pills, and weapons are as if they've been completely untouched. After coming out, the crowd's curious gazes gathered on Ning Bei. While they would have liked to have gotten more out of it, right now, they were more interested in figuring out what was going on. The harvest was too rich this time. Brat, could it be that you didn't touch anything else at all besides refining something like that? Moonless was equally surprised and couldn't help but ask. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Ningbei merely smiled calmly. You all accompanied me here to Shura Cliff, so how can I only care about my own interests? Besides, I've already gotten what I wanted, and as for other opportunities, it's natural to put everyone else first. Master, didn't you also once say that everything is in the interest of the academy? But this academy is not mine alone, but everyone's. Between the words, Ningbei threw his weight around and spoke forcefully. Brat! Moonless sniffed, and his old eyes flashed with light. At this moment, it is impossible to describe his feelings in words. In fact, he had always been looking forward to it, looking forward to the appearance of such a talent in the Martial Heavenly Academy. It can be a dream come true. Even Moonless was moved by it, let alone anyone else. Someone as gifted as Senior Brother Ning, and with a heart of righteousness, is rare in the world. If it were any other academy, I'm afraid we wouldn't have to fight over the opportunity, and only Senior Brother Ning can be this generous and selfless. Sometimes I really don't understand how the Martial Heavenly Academy can produce a character like Senior Brother Ning and a king like Qin Yu. Because Senior Brother Ning has parents. The disciples were talking, and the elders were overwhelmed with emotion. Ningbei is a blessing for our Martial Sky Academy. Seriously, the other day, the prince's house tried to pull me in, but I balked, for no other reason than I just wanted to watch Ningbei grow up with my own eyes. Look at this group of disciples. In the future, as long as we have Ningbei sitting on the fence, even without us old guys, the Martial Heavenly Academy won't be in chaos. Right at this moment, Wang Tang and the others suddenly took the lead. Senior Brother Ning, it's hard to repay a great favor, and we're afraid that we won't be able to repay you in the future, so why don't we kneel for you? So kidney good. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the disciples led by Wang Tang and Zhao Ming suddenly knelt down. And under their impetus, disciples who hadn't originally thought this way were also affected, kneeling down in unison towards Ningbei. All of them are excited from the bottom of their hearts. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, opportunity is something that everyone squeezes their heads for. Even blood brothers may turn against each other. However, Ningbei willingly gave it up to them. Who says it's not a father's love? What's more, at the moment, Ningbei was still only a chief disciple, so he was so generous. In the future, Ningbei would surely have some immeasurable achievements. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of the opportunity to hug someone and appear to know what's going on? Haha, yeah. Watching this scene, instead of stopping it, the elders laughed heartily. They were also happy to see that the crowd submitted to the chief disciple from the bottom of their hearts, so that in the future, the academy would be able to screw together. Geez, what are you guys doing? Ningbei, on the other hand, looked flattered. To be honest, he also did not expect this scene. He is not a beautiful Kuan, where is the fetish of being knelt by others? As he was trying to assist the crowd, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing on the side. Qin Yu, why aren't you kneeling? Qin Yu was dumbfounded by the question. Is he going to kneel? Originally, when he saw Ningbei being worshipped, he was quite upset in his heart, but he didn't expect that Ningbei actually asked him why he was kneeling. Who am I to kneel? Everyone. Qin Yu's words were not yet finished. Suddenly, Li Shan kicked him down. Sorry. In the past, Qin Yu's father was too mixed up and didn't have much tutelage. I will teach him well in the future. Qin Yu? Chapter 79, The Great Work, The Man Who Discharges Electricity. Dad? Qin Yu's tiger's body shook, and he was struck by lightning. I thought Li Shan would support him, but I didn't expect that the other party would not only backkick him, but even give him a nickname that poked him right in the heart. What the hell's a daddy mongrel? Can he be blamed for this? Blame it on his mom. Compared to the skeptical Qin Yu, the crowd was roaring with laughter. Ha, elderly is quite humorous. That's not humor, that's hitting the nail on the head. I originally didn't understand why Elderly wanted to accept King as his righteous son. Now it seems that he dares to think that he lacks tutelage and wants to do his part. Hearing the mocking voices around him, Qin Yu was even more irritated. When he turned to look at Li Shan, he was about to express the dissatisfaction in his heart, but he was held down by the ladder. Everyone kneels. What the hell are you singing against? If you still want me to cover you in the future, be more sensible and don't end up victimizing me as well. Qin Yu wanted to speak, unable to organize his words for a moment. At this moment, Ningbei waved his hand and said, Elderly, I was just joking, I didn't really want anyone to kneel, don't take it seriously. Of course I knew you were joking. Facing Ningbei, Li Shan said with a fawning smile. But as he looked at Qin Yu, he changed his tone. But one size does not fit all, this rebellious son doesn't know how to repay kindness, that's all. He actually wants to repay kindness? If I don't discipline him strictly, won't people say in the future that I won't be able to teach my son and have no tutelage? Between words, Li Shan also looked at the crowd with great righteousness. Everyone say, do I have a point? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Elderly has a point. This is preferring to scold Qin Yu himself rather than, in the future, letting Qin Yu be scolded for not having a family education. It is said that a father's love is like a mountain. Qin Yu, you can just steal your joy. All of a sudden, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion and gave Li Shan praise. On the contrary, Qin Yu was stupid. How did the discussion end up? How can he be so ignorant? What's this called? What are you waiting for? How do you think you got those pills just now? Why don't you hurry up and thank Ningbei? Li Shin frowned and urged. Qin Yu was holding his tongue like he had eaten a mouthful of. By now, he has calculated to see clearly Li Shin, this is afraid of offending Ningbei. However, he also understood that in the future, he would still have to rely on Li Shin in the Wutian Academy and could not tear his face off with the other party. Thus, Qin Yu could only compromise and bow his head towards Ningbei. Really no need. Ningbei, on the other hand, hurriedly waved his hand and rushed forward to stop it, picking up Qin Yu while saying, "Come on, treasure hunter mouse, you get up quickly." Qin Yu's expression stared, somewhat skeptical of his own ears. "What are you shouting at me for?" Ningbei froze for a moment, then he said to the crowd, "Everyone, prepare to return to the academy." Qin Yu? And so, the crowd also stopped talking and set off to rush back to the academy. Compared to the crowd that was full of people, only Qin Yu had mixed feelings, and just now, Ningbei seemed to have shouted something at him. Although he didn't hear it clearly, he had a vague feeling that it should be particularly important. Why don't you walk with my father?" At that moment, Li Shin suddenly came over. Not waiting for Qin Yu to open his mouth, he added, "Just now I asked you to kneel down to Ningbei. Are you already holding a grudge against me? Righteous father, how could a child hold a grudge against you?" Qin Yu denied it with a forced smile. But in his heart, he had secretly sworn, "You will never see my mother. The disc won't let you pick it up either." Seeming to see through Qin Yu's mind, Li Shin lowered his voice. "Alas, in fact, my father also has bitter feelings. Do you really think that just now, everyone is just thanking Ningbei?" Qin Yu raised his head in surprise. Li Shin, on the other hand, continued, "That was a test of everyone's loyalty to the martial heavily academy. You're the only one who's out of place. I know you're not convinced in your heart, but if I don't stand up and reprimand you, you'll become the public enemy of the entire academy, and you'll be suspected of having second thoughts about the academy. Even I might be suspected." Qin Yu was genuinely astonished. But on second thought, it made some sense to him. "So we still have to stay in the martial heavily academy. We can't be the head of the pack in everything, do you understand?" Li Shin said in a serious tone. "Righteous father. So you are all for my good. Child understands." Qin Yu was immediately moved. At this moment, he silently put away the oath he had just made. Just that, he was also a bit incomprehensible. "But righteous father, I can understand you reprimanding. But why did you give me that kind of nickname, causing me to be made fun of? Silly boy, your father's miscellaneous is the truth." Li Shin patted his shoulder and said in a proper voice, "The truth is that even if you don't say it, people know it. But don't worry, from now on, if someone calls you father again miscellaneous, you can then say that only I, Li Shin, am your father." At those words, Qin Yu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch up. At this moment, he didn't dare to conclude whether Li Shin was doing it for his own good, or if he was scheming as he wanted to. Especially that line, "Only Li Shin is his father." You want it all to yourself, don't you? Of all the people, you're the greediest. Okay, Feather? Good. Qin Yu could only hold his tongue and respond. To be returned to the schoolhouse. During the time that the crowd had left, there was peace and quiet in the academy. Although there are many factions within the Dayu dynasty, there is no force that is so stupid as to steal a home from the three great universities during the Dawu. Because of the opportunity they found from the Shura Cliff, once they returned, the crowd also devoted themselves to cultivation without stopping. The same is true for Ningbei. He hadn't teased Qin Yu much along the way, thus gaining quite a bit of reverse value. With the help of these reverse values, he exchanged toast bread for cultivating the Great Thousand Thunders technique. 3 short days. Ningbei then went from originally just coming into contact with the Great Thousand Thunder skill, to comprehending its 7 or 8 layers, and was already able to rely on Yang Force to freely inspire, not to mention deriving various shapes. Even without the aid of that drop of Thunder Dragon Essence blood, with his current mastery of the Great Thousand Thunder skill, he was still able to unleash an appalling amount of thunder power. And with the addition of Essence blood, it was like a tiger with wings. Although he could not yet perform the domain of thunder in Qin Jojo's mouth, but the light helped his strength and speed and other aspects of the enhancement. To say that doubling is a very modest understatement. Phew. After stopping his cultivation, Ningbei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He spread out his fingers and looked at the arcs of electricity leaping from his fingertips, rather like a dreamlike sense of wonder. This feeling of being one with the thunder made the world seem to slow down in his eyes, which was something that cultivating the thunder system technique was far from being able to achieve. Rather, it was thanks to the Thunder Dragon Essence blood he had refined. Suddenly, Ningbei didn't know what came to his mind, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile. Who can't like a man who can discharge electricity? Ding! Warning, 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 detected unfavorable factors generated, hosts are requested to return home immediately. Chapter 80, the villain shows off his electric power and electrocutes people. Please go home immediately. Receiving the message delivered by the system, a smear of killing intent surfaced in Ning Bei's eyes. It's not like he's a son of Qi, but he dares to hit me over the head with his ideas? According to the information detected by the system, the prince's house was about to make a move against the Ning family. This was because shortly after Ning Bei and the others had left the capital city, the power struggle concerning the princely family and the royal family had entered a white-hot stage. And because of the death of Qin, the forces under his command were pulled together by the royal family in large numbers, and the Prince of Heaven Yu Wuing also saw that the time was ripe, so he no longer gave the princely mansion a chance to breathe. Straight into action. Now the prince's house is losing Qin, some strength attenuation, although not to the point of not being able to fight, but in the end, it is a bit of a disadvantage. So out of consideration for the future, it was decided to hold the Ning family hostage first. In this way, even if the princely mansion truly lost to the royal family, they would be able to rely on holding Ning Bei's parents hostage, and thus manipulate Ning Bei. And Ning Bei's significance to the Martial Heavenly Academy was well known, and perhaps it would also allow the Martial Heavenly Academy to cube from it and tilt it to the side of the prince's house, to renew their lives again. If the royal family can win the power struggle, then the Ning family will be released unharmed and given some treasures as compensation. By that time, the Dayu dynasty will already be in the possession of the royal family, and even if the Ning family wants to retaliate, it will be useless. It's as much about letting go as it is about saving for a rainy day. How about no loss? I don't know how they could have imagined it. This move, however, had angered Ning Bei. How dare you count on his family? Even the god of heaven can't keep you. Phew! Ning Bei turned straight into a flash of lightning, instantly rushing towards the sky at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Even the elders within the academy couldn't reach such an amazing speed. It was truly like a flash of lightning, passing by in an instant. And there was a speed reason why Ning Bei didn't call them. In addition to that, the Martial Heavenly Academy had always been neutral, and Trip wasn't just planning to go and protect his parents either. That the prince's house is no longer necessary to exist. Qingchun, Ning family. At this moment, in front of the Ning clan's main gate, there stood a dozen figures with bad intentions. As for Ning Songhua, who was the head of the Ning family, and his wife Lu Yujuan, they were blocking in front of a group of clansmen at the back, their faces heavy. The atmosphere appeared saber-rattling. Family Master Ning, we have no ill intentions. Yu Xin stood with his hands behind his back, a condescending smile on his face. I've had some encounters with your son, Ning Bei, and if you watched the great martial arts some time ago, you should know that we even teamed up to put on a show on stage, didn't we? Humph. Ning Songhua snorted and said, if that's the case, then you guys shouldn't make things difficult for us, but please go back. A cold light flashed in Yu Xian's eyes. At this time, a strong man beside him spoke out, it's just an invitation for you to be guests at the prince's residence, how can we call it difficult? Besides, our young prince also wants to befriend Ning Bei, but right now he's not here, so I'd also like to ask Family Master Ning to give our royal family a favor. Meh. Ning Songhua let out a cold laugh and said, what a befriending. We've already rejected it so much, and you still want to force it with threats. Is this actually wanting to befriend? Or do you want to take us as hostages so that you can use us against Bayer in the future? Our Ning family is just a small family though, and we don't know anything about the battle for imperial power. At this time, Lu Yujuan gritted her teeth and spoke, but if you want to use us against Bayer, I'll tell you. Die with this heart. Even if we die in front of our home, we will never drag our feet for Bayer. Toast to the world. Yu Xian instantly couldn't suppress the fire. After all, the previous ones were pretending to be polite, just to prevent being able to win the fight for power and arresting the Ning family for nothing, which would eventually lead to unnecessary trouble. But now that he saw Ning Bei's parents with such an attitude, Yu Xian didn't pretend anymore. I'll say it again for the last time, you guys have to go to the prince's mansion even if you do or don't go. Gentlemen, I urge you to think twice before answering. We can't take so many people. The rest of the powerhouses also opened their mouths to threaten. Their meaning was clear, if they refused again, they would kill all the less important members of the Ning family. At this moment, on the faces of the Ning family members, all of them showed despair. While Ning Songhua and his wife remained firm, even if we die, we won't leave the gates of the Ning family, much less become trouble for Bayer. Do it! Yu Xian's eyes were cold and he was about to order. Boom! Just then, a lightning bolt suddenly fell straight down from the sky above. And it landed between the Ning family and the prince's house, the two parties. Splash of dust in the sky. There was also the constant sound of thunder in the void. What's the situation? Not waiting for Yu Xian to figure out the situation. At that moment, the strong man behind him had quickly pulled him back. Be careful. And as the dust dissipated, an upright figure gradually emerged. North. The moment they saw their son, the couple looked moved. Ning Bei then stared back with a faint smile. Father, mother, I'm late, you guys stand back. Ning Songhua was the first to react, unable to think, hurriedly pulling back his wife who wanted to go forward. Ning Bei? After seeing the visitor, Yu Xian was a bit stunned. Because the aura of Ning Bei that he felt at this moment was completely different from that in the great martial arts ring, especially when he appeared just now. What was that lightning bolt? Boom!
Without saying a word, Ning Beijia raised his hand and blasted toward the front. In an instant, a thick lightning bolt shot out from its palm, and the heavens and earth trembled. Not good. Quickly protect the young prince. Feeling the terrifying aura of thunder and lightning, a strong man was the first to react, and in an instant, he erupted into late Yuaning cultivation. This strength in the Dayu dynasty has been regarded as the upper tier of experts. Even if it is used to deal with the Ning family, it is also killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Only. Now Ning Bei is back. That person had only just taken the first step towards Ning Bei when the lightning in the void, like a viper, changed direction and lunged towards him. Boo! Almost immediately, bursts of sound erupted. Without waiting for that person to let out a scream, his flesh instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar at the sight. Whether it was the people from the prince's residence or the Ning family, all of them were jaw-dropped at this moment. What? Yu Xian was even more like seeing a ghost. Because of Ning Bei's strength, he knew it best. How could he kill a late-stage Yuaning expert in a single strike? And the strong men he brought on this trip were all at this level. Quickly! Take him quickly! Yu Xian instantly panicked. A bad premonition instantly filled his heart. A dozen or so experts of the Yuaning realm swarmed up. As for the Ning clan's strongest members, even though they knew that they were not opponents, they did not hesitate to charge forward in an attempt to come and help Ning Bei alleviate his disadvantage. After all, as the old saying goes, it's hard to beat four hands with two fists, but not before they rushed to the center of the battle. Seeing that he was facing a dozen upper echelon powerhouses of the Dayu dynasty, Ning Bei did not see any panic on his face as he bent his knees and slammed his palm into the earth. Click! In an instant, the whole world seemed to shake as if the ground was shaking, only to see countless thick thunderbolts, as if a thunder dragon flew out from the cracks in the ground, charging across the room towards the vitals of the crowd. Ah! The screams rose to the sky. There was hardly anyone that could withstand such a dense and terrifying thunder force. After a few short breaths, the scene fell into dead silence. The only sound was the ever-dissipating dragon's roar. North Child, Ning Songhua and his wife were dumbfounded. Their son is actually this powerful already? That was a dozen or so experts from the prince's house, placed in the Dayu dynasty. They were all in the upper echelon of the strongest ranks. Ning Bei, on the other hand, was only a teenager. At this moment, the couple's uncontested saliva suddenly poured out of their eyes. What? Yu Xian, on the other hand, was struck by lightning. Only to hear a fluttering sound, his whole body fell to the ground. No way! That's absolutely impossible. Even if you call his father over, it's not possible to solve all these people at once. Tada! Ning Bei's face was expressionless as he walked towards the deathly pale Yu Xian. Mistake, misunderstanding on Ning Bei. At this moment, Yu Xian's panic was visible to the naked eye. I just want to invite your family to have a cup of tea. I don't have any other meaning. You believe me, this matter I will explain clearly with my father. The royal family will not pursue. Seeing Ning Bei getting closer and closer, in the end, he could only turn to Ning Songhua and his wife for help. Uncle and auntie, please say something. Ning Songhua and Lu Yujuan looked at each other with complicated expressions. After all, Yu Xian was the son of the king. Thus, Ning Songhua hurriedly spoke. Bear, quickly kill him to silence him. Yu Xian? After Ning Bei walked in front of Yu Xian, he grabbed his head with one hand and lifted his entire body into midair. Originally, I didn't view you as a threat, and you could still survive, but you should never, ever, shouldn't have hit your mind on me. Meeting Ning Bei's cold gaze, Yu Xian peed in fear. Ning Bei, you calm down. I am the son of the king. If you kill me, is against the prince's house, you know? The king's residence. Ha, you're useless even if you're the heavenly Daoit's son. Ning Bei released a cold laugh. After saying that, he urged the thunder power within his body. As the powerful electric current ran through his entire body, Yu Xian instantly let out a wavy sound in pain. His whole body, shaking like a fully charged toy. A few moments later, until an aroma of roasting meat evoked the sound of people swallowing their saliva. It was only then that Ning Bei raised him ashes. Hiss! At that moment, the whole world shuddered quietly. Ning Bei froze and didn't care when he turned around and was about to speak to his parents, but before he could open his mouth, a system sound suddenly rang in his head. Host, your home is gone. Chapter 81, Qin Yu lost her electric husband. The world was grabbed by the void. What? Ning Bei drifted off. He subconsciously looked up and realized that both his parents and their clansmen, and even the Ning family's houses and the like, were all intact. It wasn't affected by the battle at all. Where did it come from? Host, your daughter-in-law is gone too. Host, your old man is gone too. Host, you treasure hunting rats are gone too. Host, your fiancé is gone too. In an instant, a series of system messages rushed into Ning Bei's mind like a flood, instantly causing him to cry out in shock. Ouch! Crack! His figure instantly transformed into a flash of electric light and rushed up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. North? Seeing this, Ning Songhua and Lu Yujuan looked at each other. The rest of them were even more confused. Obviously having finished off the enemy, why did Ning Bei turn around and leave without saying a word? Boom!
Just then, the lightning bolt fell back like dawn, and it was clearly Ningbei. North, what happened?
Ning Songhua hurriedly inquired.
Ningbei couldn't care less about explaining too much, and said in an urgent voice, Father, Mother, you don't have to worry that the royal family will come to retaliate, they're not human anymore, I have to go deal with an urgent matter. You guys live well. Crowd? North child. Lu Yujuan's words hadn't even left her mouth. Then he saw his son, who had just returned, vanish again and again in the form of lightning. At this moment, the surroundings became silent. Bayer just said that the prince's residence. People are gone? Lu Yujuan twisted her head to look at Ning Songhua, puzzled. What does that mean? Ning Songhua grunted for half a day, hardly uttering a word, because he was confused too. And the other side. Ningbei was rushing to the Martial Heavenly Academy at full speed. According to the message that the system passed on to him, just a moment ago, the moment he finished killing Yu Xian, the entire Xian continent was captured. In that one instant, many people disappeared from the Xiangshuan continent, including many regions. That's right, territory means the earth that you step on under your feet. The whole world feels like it's been slashed. And whether it was the Wutian Academy, or forces such as the prince's house or the royal family, whether it was people or other things, they were all gone. Where is this? Halfway through his flight, Ningbei was dumbfounded. Looking around, underneath was supposed to be a familiar route back to the Martial Heavenly Academy, but now, it had become unfamiliar and messy. It was as if the order of everything had been broken and reshuffled. Host, don't panic, this boundary disorder is not the heavenly Tao targeting the host, but the spatial fluctuation affected by the Great War. Based on current detections, the host is not in crisis. The Great War? Ningbei listened with a look of skepticism. The kind where immortals fight and mortals suffer? In the end, what level of battle actually can make the interface appear disorder, hard scraping away Xian continent so much land? It can't be any son of fortune, can it? The host is assured that it is not the next treasure-hunting mouse. Ningbei sighed in relief. Then Jiao they. Without waiting for Ningbei to return to his senses, the system spoke out again. The host is assured that since the son of Qi is being taken away together, the heavenly Tao will avoid crises that cannot be fought out of protection for him. Ningbei was once again relieved and couldn't care less. Quick, point a direction. The other sector. The Martial Heavenly Academy had exploded. Holy, how did the aura suddenly become thicker? Good lord, I feel it too. What's going on here? The bottleneck that has trapped old me for over a decade has actually loosened now. Ha! At this moment, both the elders and disciples had both confusion and surprise on their faces. Although they didn't know what was happening, they could detect that the aura contained in the void was far denser and thicker than it once was. It's simply too good for practicing. Boundary disorder? Compared to the crowd's uncertainty, Qin Jojo's heart flinched as a speculation she had once heard popped into her mind. You wouldn't have left the Xian continent, would you? Where is Ningbei? After a short period of surprise, Qin Jojo quickly looked around, trying to find the figure. But alas, nothing. This made her nervous and she could only go to Moonless first to inquire. Is that kid not in the academy? Moonless also froze when he heard this, and then he thought of something. Wait, could it be that the sound of thunder was when he left? Thunder? Hearing this, Qin Jojo confirmed her guess. Ningbei is not there. Most likely it wasn't brought along. In the next moment, she was busy pulling out several books of boundary formations. Sacrificial drinker, this is no longer the Xiangshuan continent. Quickly order someone to set up a defensive boundary. What? Moonshine listened in confusion. It's not the Xian continent. Why do you say this? Qin Jojo looked around. I think it should be a kind of realm disorder. A force brought us to another realm. And based on the aura of this place, it is presumed that it is higher than our Xiangshuan continent's realm, so when the people of this world notice and look for us, I'm afraid we don't have the ability to defend ourselves. So, set up a defense boundary immediately. Thud. Hearing this, Moonshine was like being hit in the head. Realm disorder. The word of the realm? As a priest, although he had seen a lot of things, he had never experienced this before, especially after seeing the power of the knot handed by the young girl, and her demeanor in danger. At this moment, the old man's heart was shaken. Another transmogrified emperor? How else would you know so much? Without waiting for him to open his mouth to pursue the matter, Qin Jojo was already ready to depart. I'm going to find Ningbei first, I'll leave the rest to you guys. Wait. Moonless voiced a block. After all, if this place really wasn't the Xian continent and the realm was even higher, with the young girl's strength, traveling alone would easily encounter danger. He can't answer to Stinky. But before he could dissuade him, the next moment, the young girl disappeared without a trace. Not fly away, but just vaporize. Ah. Moonshine's mouth dropped open, her tongue falling to the floor in shock. 1 second just learned, the original that the shocking thunder is Ningbei transformed, the next second, and saw Qin Jojo such means. It can be said that the heart of the Tao has collapsed. Then what was all his years of hard work? These two kids, hiding really deep. Moonshine was surprised and hard to hide her happiness. He then couldn't think much about it and hurriedly took the boundary diagram he had never seen before and went to order the elders to start setting up the boundary. Qin Yu was anxious while searching for Ningbei. At the moment, she couldn't be sure what level of existence this higher plane was, and could only pray that it wasn't too powerful. Otherwise, with the undercard she had prepared now, she really wouldn't be able to exterminate this realm. Sometimes not being able to extinguish the world does make one feel very insecure. Boundary disorder actually does exist. Qin Yu pursed her lips. She hadn't experienced Densho yet, and this couldn't have come at a worse time. With this thought, she pulled out a conceiving god pill and held it in her mouth. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Ningbei survived a long flight and finally arrived at the system's mouth. Must be born in the world. L. Chapter 82 Ningbei Jojo two-way run to, the system was gripped to want to unbundle. Following the system's prompts, Ningbei had already learned ahead of time that the sustenance realm was a higher realm than the Tsunchuan continent, and that the overall strength was more than a few notches higher. And when he first entered the realm, he had a deep realization: this aura is almost as good as the spiritual spring in the Shura mysterious realm back then. Cultivating here, the equivalent talent would definitely be higher than the Tsongshan continent. It's been a full month. It's finally here. Stepping on the solid ground once again, Ningbei couldn't help but feel emotional. On the way here, he suspected for a moment that the system was pointing him in the wrong direction, and for 20 days he saw no one, full of ocean currents. Not even a place to land. No wonder the Tsongshan continent has never recorded anything about the Su Shang realm. With the realm ceiling of the Tsongshan continent, it is unlikely that one would cross the sea to come to this place. Rao Ningbei had also gotten high on many deer antler melon seeds, and with his lightning speed, he had barely arrived at this place in a month. Unable to rest much, Ningbei hurriedly borrowed money and exchanged a search talisman. Bind Jojo, find her. Ningbei prodded. Congratulations to the host, who has bound the eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Jojo. Remind the host, in view of this unexpected event, the system will only provide borrowing reverse value. Please host timely repayment, so as not to produce interest. Ningbei ignored it and rushed off according to the route trajectory on the search talisman. But not for a moment. He then noticed the anomaly. Obviously, he had already been flying thousands of miles fast, but the distance between the search talisman and Qin Jojo on the search talisman had not drawn closer at all. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he understands that it is the map that is too large a proportion. This meant that the Su Shang realm was much larger than imagined, even thousands of times more massive than the Tsongshan continent, and that he and Qin Jojo were far away from each other. And so it was. Ningbei opened the system store again and scrolled down to find an item. System, lend me another 3 million reverse value so that I can exchange it for a flying cloud boat and return it together next time. Sorry, you can't afford it. The corners of Ningbei's mouth jerked hard. But he's not one to give up lightly. Please Posey. For the last time. It's really just the last time. I feel like I have ants crawling all over my body right now. I'm so sick. Please lend me some more. A few moments later, a large flying cloud boat appeared across the sky. Phew! Ningbei transformed into a flash of lightning, swept onto the cloud boat and then relied on his mind to control it, following the trajectory on the search talisman. Its speed was faster than even Ningbei's lightning form had ever been. Cool. Ningbei stood on the deck, his hands holding the guardrail, enjoying the feeling of a spring breeze. It's much better than flying by yourself. If you don't say borrowing money is addictive, whoever borrows it knows. Please keep in mind that the host is only temporarily borrowing the host's use and will have to pay back the cost of use. Ningbei didn't respond. After all, it doesn't matter if something is yours as long as you use it. Yuan, for example. That was fast. Looking at the distance between him and his little daughter-in-law on the search talisman, which had actually gotten a bit closer, Ningbei could be said to be overjoyed. It shouldn't take long for the two to meet. At that point, he'd have to give the other guy an electric hug first. Shoot it down. At that moment, a thick voice floated in. Ningbei looked down. It was discovered that it was actually a group of cultivators who were looking up at the cloud boat and had pinched out their feet to try to make a move against it. Ningbei frowned slightly. Considering the limited time, he did not pay any attention to them, and anyway, with the speed of the cloud boat, the group could not catch up. And the people underneath, indeed, did not continue to pursue. Elder, that magic weapon is too fast. Yes. The man at the head stroked his beard and said, I don't know which power S treasure. True, but soon it will be someone else's. The person beside him nodded his head and agreed, such a treasure, but only a teenager to drive. Tisk, it's like a child holding gold over the market, foolish to the extreme. It's a pity that we can't stop it, that direction. It's going to be cheap for the thieves of the Shin demon sect. The other side. Ningbei had already taken into account the fact that, after all, the Su Shang realm was a much higher realm, and the strength of its cultivators far exceeded that of the Tsongshan continent, and the dangers were even more doubly elevated. Now that he was also driving a flying cloud boat, such a supreme treasure would surely attract others to covet it. He was able to get away with speed earlier, not necessarily later. So, he could only resort to the same old trick. Bowsy, I want the add-on for the flying cloud boat. Please treasure son. Really last time. I feel like there are ants crawling all over my body right now. I feel so bad, Bowsy. You don't want the flying cloud boat to be taken away from you either, do you? A few moments later. Originally bare flying cloud boat top, set up a Xianli cannon, can 360 degrees without dead angle for defense or attack. Ningbei held the handlebar with a sense of security. Bowsy, you'll be the little daughter-in-law from now on. Ding! Remind the host that this cannon needs to be powered by the host's strength as an energy source, and its power is determined by the host's own strength. Warning to host, system unbinding in progress. Ningbei? Boom! Just then, the flying cloud boat trembled violently. Only to see directly in front, appeared a dark boundary, hard to stop the cloud boat, visible not ordinary boundary. This realm Xin Demon Gate, this air Xin Demon opens, if you want to pass from here, leave your little life behind. Along with the voice, several powerful mighty energies descended. Ningbei looked along with the voice and realized that it was actually a dozen or so experts dressed in the same black robes and all at the transformation god realm. Still far from reaching the center of the Su Shang realm, there are already as many transformation gods as dogs. It's truly terrifying as hell. Ningbei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to make any enemies, and dropped some spirits towards the bottom. Please do me a favor, or else I will beat you all to death. Upon hearing this, a dozen people first froze for a moment, and then they burst into laughter. Guys, how long has it been since we've had a rash like this? Ha, what a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, traveling a convenient can. You go by yourself and leave this magic weapon behind. Kid, count us in a good mood today and spare your life. Go back and ask your parents what kind of existence the Xian demon sect is. Seeing that he couldn't make good, Ningbei furrowed his sword brows. In the next moment, he held the handle of the cannon with both hands and turned the cannon to aim at the dozen or so people below. Gentlemen, I'll say it one last time. Don't let me waste time exterminating the door. Extermination? Looking at the tiny muzzle of the gun, a dozen men were once again delighted. At this moment, the same curiosity welled up in their hearts as to which family's young master had run away from home. Do you play with cannons in the world of immortality? No one even said anything about you playing with your daughter. And the middle-aged man at the head of them, he even took 2 steps forward. He arrogantly raised his hand and pointed at Ningbei as well as the muzzle of the gun. Come on, crash into my face. Chapter 83. I've never seen such a request before, so of course I have to fulfill it. I've never seen that kind of request before. The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. In the next moment, he urged the power of thunder in his body and ruthlessly poured it into the barrel of the cannon, storing up a piercing arc of electricity from the mouth of the cannon. Boom! In an instant, the whole world was filled with rolling thunder. What? Seeing this, the group of Xian demon sect powerhouses froze for a moment. This cannon seems a bit powerful? I'll shoot you in the face. Ningbei roared angrily. Without waiting for the man in the lead to come back to his senses, he pulled the trigger straight away, and in an instant, a brilliant lightning cannonball blasted towards the other party with the speed of a shocking thunderbolt. During the flight, the howlie seemed to tear through the air, erupting into an ear-piercing roar. Bad. At this moment, the man in charge felt bad. That cannon is a magic weapon? Boom! Before the 10 or so people could react, in the blink of an eye, the lightning shells had already flown into their faces, cracking out a terrifying power might. Ah! The wailing sounded at first. Only to see a thick pillar of thunderlight, it broke out from the earth under the feet of a dozen people, and even the firmament was stirred up with visions. And under such a horrifying slaughter, their voices were annihilated, and in an instant, they were reduced to pieces by the power of thunder. Nice one! Ningbei blinked in surprise. He looked at the flat and unimpressive barrel of the gun under his hand, which was a real eye-opener. This thing can actually even turn the god realm into a second. Inevitably, it's too hun, right? The system produces a fine product. Ningbei was happy. With the practicality of the flying cloud boat and the added power of the turret, it could completely be able to match up to the town treasures of those not-so-uncommon forces in the Su Shang realm. That's one hell of a base card that can fight and flee. With just a few million reverse value, one could exchange such an enlightened contraption, and Ningbei didn't even dare to imagine the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of reverse value items within that system store. And how scary is that? Thinking about this, Ningbei popped out a bold idea, but before he could say anything, the system was the first to get taught. Don't gripe, please host, don't gripe, there really isn't a drop left. Ningbei. Warning, please turn on the host's defense. The pupils of Ningbei's eyes suddenly shrunk. I only saw a black fog coming at me, and in that fog there were countless phantoms of skeletons with teeth and claws, and a powerful mighty power descending. The peak of the realm of the transfigured god. The visitor was far more than a dozen people. Ningbei didn't dare to underestimate it, so he was busy pouring thunder force into the turret and pulling the left defense trigger. Juice. The muzzle of the cannon blasted a curtain of sky towards the firmament and held it open with lightning speed, wrapping the entire cloud boat into the thunder boundary. Boom boom boom. Countless skeleton phantoms slammed into the thunder shield, immediately erupting into a deafening sound, accompanied by countless sobbing sounds. One can hear it as if it were a human cry. Little doll, you already have a way to get killed. A hoarse voice came. When the black mist dispersed, only hundreds of figures appeared in front of them. One of them was led by a war-wielding old man, whose face was withered and thin, just like a walking corpse, while behind him were people dressed in the same clothes as a dozen others. Qian demon sect? Ning Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. When you see our Qian demon ancestor, why don't you quickly kneel down and worship? Outrageous, how dare you make a move against our Qian demon sect? Are you very capable of fighting? Being able to fight is of no use, coming out is about background. The old man at the head raised his hand to interrupt the voice, a pair of old eyes staring at Ning Bei. You little doll, killing a dozen of my Qian demon sect's elders for no reason, no matter which forces you come from, this kind of bullying has to give an explanation, right? Account? Ning Bei smiled at his words. He tried to stall for time as he lost power into the Qian force cannon without a trace. Obviously they stopped me first, I was only defending myself, so what's the point of bullying people? They stopped you because they wanted to do the landlord's favor and keep you as a guest. That's right, you shoot people without even asking. Do you usually shoot like this? Our old ancestor is giving you a chance, don't you dare refuse a toast. In a flash, countless voices poured in. The old man at the head laughed, his expression looked sinister and evil. Little doll, today the old man wants to make a good karma with you, are you willing? What kind of good karma? Ning Bei was happy to make small talk. Look at your extraordinary appearance, outstanding temperament, and great talent. By no means are you a generalized generation. The old man first had a flurry of rainbow skins, before continuing, although you have killed quite a few of my Qian demon sect's strongest, but, the old man does have a love of talent for you, so you might as well come down and talk first? Go down? Ning Bei pretended to be innocent and played dumb. How do I know if you guys are trying to trick me into leaving the cloud boat, so you can better kill me and seize the treasure? Haven't you heard that old man Qian demon has always been a man of his word? Today, our old ancestor has a great deal of goodwill before he wants to change things with you, so you'd better not be ungrateful. That's right, do you really think you can be protected with this contraption? Seeing Ning Bei's hesitant face, the old man said in anticipation, Little doll, I see that you are by no means in the pool, and that's why I have the heart to love talent. Why? Are you traveling alone in the world, but you don't even have the courage to use it? Let me think about it. Ning Bei acted as if he was in a difficult position, with a contemplative look on his face. A few moments later, he looked up with a sudden smile. There. Oh, the black-robed old man's eyes lit up with surprise in his cloudy eyes. How could he be so stupid? Ka chow. Suddenly, however, he saw Ning Bei turn the cannon around and aim it at more than 100 people. Seeing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. And the old man's smile also converged on his smile, raised his eyebrows and said, Little doll, didn't you say you were done? What is the meaning of this? Yes. Ning Bei looked harmless and said, I was just waiting to build up my strength. What were you guys waiting for? Storing power? The old man was instantly skeptical. And at this moment, even the little cutie could also react to the fact that Ning Bei hadn't been fooled by them at all, and was instead storing up a big move. They're screwed. Snap. Ning Bei snapped his fingers, his smile gradually approaching insanity. So, the hunt is on. Chapter 84 Ning Bei Jojo meets again, male love can't be stopped. Boom. With that said, Ning Bei decisively pulled the trigger. A void-tearing sound rose. In an instant, a pillar of thunder light shot out from the Qian force cannon's mouth, not the cannonball from before, but a solidified thunder ray. It was like an invincible blade that swept across to more than 100 people. Look out! The old man was alarmed by the situation and was busy reminding him. Such a terrifying might of thunder, even if it was him, he wouldn't dare to confront it head-on today, quickly dodging towards the side. However, the group of weaker elders at the back were unable to hide and let out miserable hisses. Everyone who was touched by the ray was instantly cut off. In a flash, blood rained down like rain along with the bodies that were cut into pieces and made a free fall from the sky downwards. Ning Bei, on the other hand, went even crazier. He held the Qianli cannon in both hands and maneuvered the thunder rays to sweep around by constantly swinging his direction. Wherever it passes, there is devastation. Even if it was a hard and thick mountain, the moment it was touched by the thunder ray, it was cut off with a rumble. Not to mention these people? Ning Bei was completely mad. While maneuvering the cloud boat to shift, he raised his Qian force cannon to chase after the remaining criminals, completely immersed in this gopher-like joyful killing. Open crushing is so much more enjoyable than fighting in person. Stop! Seeing this, the black-robed old man snapped. These were his elite that he had carefully cultivated for decades, the mainstay of the entire Qian demon sect, and now they were being abused like ants? Who can stand it? Boom! The old man holding a heavy poke in the air, within a radius of 1,000 feet quickly surged black fog, but the skeleton phantom has not yet pounced in front of the cloud boat. It was Thunder Ray, torn like cutting rags. In desperation, the old man had no choice but to step forward with his weapon and attempt to stop Ning Bei head-on. Just in time. Ning Bei's eyes flashed with madness. In the next moment, he swung his Qianli cannon to aim at the old man, along with the thunder rays, and blasted at the other party. The old man didn't dare to be careless, and busily raised the scepter in his hand,
which revealed strange runes after injecting power into it.
Immediately afterward, a mouthful of black vortex was born in front of the old man. Boom!
When the two touched the moment, from the intersection set off a strong wind. The impact of the aftermath is swept out dozens of miles away.
Many people couldn't withstand such power and spat out blood.
And the vortex created in front of the old man seemed to be unable to completely absorb the power shot out by the Xianli cannon, and the whole person kept flying backward. Considering the limited power of the Xian force cannon, Ningbei did not pursue it. Instead, they immediately turned around and maneuvered the cloud boat to continue chasing the fleeing remnants with thunder rays. Compared to the old man, they had absolutely no defensible qualifications, and on the way, Ningbei also caught a glimpse of a group of buildings.
Xian demon sect? Phew! Ningbei flew off without hesitation.
As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, and since this group of people like to cheat and rob, they are definitely not any decent people who act on behalf of heaven. Thus, Ningbei relentlessly began to shuffle the cards.
No! The black-robed old man instantly clammed up. Where the hell is this lunatic coming from?
Why is it darker than the Xian demon sect? At this moment, the old man really wanted to cry, and could only watch as the Xian demon sect was reduced to pieces by the thunder rays.
There is nothing to be done about it.
Harlot, how dare you destroy my foundation like this?
The old man rushed again, angrily questioning, dare you report your name and origin?
Oh,
Ningbei's expression changed.
Looking at the other party's furious appearance, it seemed that they still wanted to take revenge. Could it be that there was a higher power behind this?
At least it must be more powerful than the Xian demon sect, right? Considering that the Xian force cannon was also about to go mute, the corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked into a cold smile. What? Want to know what I'm called? Dare you tell me?
The old man stared at Ningbei and gritted his teeth. A great man does not change his name, he does not change his name. Ningbei lightly hummed, his tone arrogant. Yuan, listen well, the old man surnamed Qin, a single name of featherword, the mother of the family Yuan, hospitality.
Say it.
Ningbei then maneuvered the flying cloud boat and turned around to fly away. The old man gritted his teeth and looked at the cloud boat, but did not chase after it. Because from a battle just now, he has clearly understood that although Ningbei's strength is not as good as his, but by means of that flying craft,
there was nothing he could do about it.
Qin Yu. The black-robed old man deeply memorized this name, and his anger trembled coldly as he roared toward the sky. Qin Yu.
I must kill you. At this moment.
A certain pretty boy from the Martial Heaven Academy inexplicably sneezed.
After leaving,
Ningbei touched the Xian force cannon lovingly, as if it was a treasure. To be able to attack and defend, what more could one ask for?
This thing is so open.
As long as one had a Xianli cannon in hand, even if one was only in the middle stage of yuaning, dealing with a powerhouse of the spirit transformation realm would be as simple as picking up a bag. It definitely far exceeded ordinary cross-border decimation magic weapons.
Ningbei then pulled out his search talisman.
Although he had just wasted some time, he and Qin Yu were getting closer. Fortunately, he didn't meet any more forces such as the Xian demon sect later on. Perhaps it was gradually approaching the center of the Su Shang realm. This realm was just like the Xian Tian continent, there were forces maintaining order. Unlike forces such as the Xian demon sect, which was located at the edge of the Su Shang realm, it was even weaker compared to the order. Of course, this is only relative.
After a long time,
seeing the distance between the search talisman and his daughter-in-law, it was close to almost overlapping. Ningbei put away his flying cloud boat. It's not that I'm afraid of being seen by Qin Yu, but considering the strength of the surrounding forces, the flying cloud boat is not a mortal object after all. It's not good to be too noticeable after all.
After putting away the cloud boat, Ningbei held the search talisman and searched.
About 1,000 miles later,
Ningbei arrived at a city, Cold City.
As the name suggests, the snow drifted and the cold wind pierced the bones, but this was nothing to the cultivators, so the streets were still full of traffic. Ningbei looked at the hints on the search talisman. Jojo should be in this city. When he raised his eyes, he was silent.
There are simply too many people.
In desperation, Ningbei had to choose the most prudent approach, weaving through the streets in search of them while pulling passers-by to inquire about them.
Have you seen my daughter-in-law?
Although the method is a bit old-fashioned, Ningbei also thought of transforming into a flash of lightning, relying on the sky to fly to attract attention, perhaps also by Qin Yu noticed.
But after thinking about what I was going to do, I finally let it go. Have you seen my daughter-in-law?
As Ningbei was making another fruitless inquiry and planning to take another 100 steps forward to search, suddenly, a silhouette wearing a purple veil appeared.
Are you looking for me?
The young girl tilted her head and looked at Ningbei, her watery eyes smiling into a crescent moon.
Jojo?
Ningbei froze for a moment, then immediately pounced on him in surprise. He embraced the young girl's soft and boneless body. For a whole month, who understands the temptation of this body odor to people?
Oops.
Qin Yu hummed shyly. At this moment, her pretty face under the veil has been rolling red. Husband.
There are so many people here. Yeah. Ningbei returned to his senses. He looked around left and right before pulling the young girl and running towards the deserted alley.
Qin Yu was just about to express her confusion. But before she could open her mouth, a sudden surge of power surged through her delicate body. Well, the young girl's delicate body trembled, and the man went numb. Hate only just met. You just bully people. Qin Yu instantly became weak. When she removed the veil, a pretty face but revealed a shameful happiness. And once again see this showy, out of place with the whole world painting, breathtakingly beautiful God's face. Ningbei was truly unable to tolerate a bit. Phew. The next moment, he took Qin Yu out of the city, and went to a deserted place, called out the flying cloud boat, and brought the other party into the room of the cloud boat. It is? When she first saw Yunzhou, Qin Yu unexpectedly covered her small mouth. Without waiting for her to speak, she caught a glimpse of Ningbei's wolf-like eyes. In a flash, her heart was also thumping. Husband, take it easy. Let's chat. Let's chat about business first. No more chatting. I can't help it either. Chapter 85, the treasure-hunting mouse has turned over, and has even greater chances on his body. 3 days later, the cloud boat floated on the top of the dome, and the two of them snuggled on the deck. We said we'd talk business first, and we're a week behind. Qin Yu looked softly at Ningbei. At this moment, a lingering blush remained on her delicate and absolutely beautiful face, and the beautiful eyes that gazed at Ningbei were filled with a mist of unfulfilled desire. What a great reunion! Ningbei looked at the beauty in his arms and laughed. This is a major life event, how can you call it a delay? You little glutton. Geez, don't yell that. Qin Yu stomped her jade feet, shy. The next moment, she pointed at the flying cloud boat. What's going on? Anticipating that the young girl would inquire, Ningbei also moved to a preconceived narrative. After you guys disappeared, there was a strange voice. I should say that it was an unnameable force that had to send me this cloud boat phantasmal artifact, and also showed me the way to come to the Su Sheng realm. System? The unnameable. Qin Yu blinked her long eyelashes, palpitating with fear. This bearded world I have never come before, until recently to figure out this side of the world roughly, but have not yet found a way to be able to return to Zhongxian continent. Husband, it's fortunate that you found it yourself. Ningbei guffawed. So, you separated from the Martial Heavenly Academy in order to go find me? Aha! Qin Yu smiled sweetly and added, but before I left, I also gave the academy a few doors to protect the sect boundary, so the problem shouldn't be too big. We'd better go back quickly and take a look. Good thing too. Ningbei readily agreed. Spin. Qin Yu closed her beautiful eyes, sensing the divine imprint left behind in the Martial Heavenly Academy, while Ningbei drove the cloud boat, rushing from extreme heights. Stay close to the schoolhouse. It was only then that the two of them went down from the cloud boat and flew to catch up. Ningbei looked around at the scene. It looks like there was a battle. It should be the forces of the Su Sheng realm. Qin Yu raised her eyes and looked over. The Wutian Academy was being shrouded by a curtain of light. It's good that the boundary hasn't been destroyed. They shouldn't have gotten into any big trouble. At this moment, even though the Martial Heavenly Academy was shrouded by a boundary, there were still quite a number of elders and disciples on the periphery, who were standing guard with taut hearts. Look, isn't that senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin? I don't know who shouted. The crowd quickly looked up, and it was hard to hide their surprise. Senior brother Ning, you finally returned. Seeing Ningbei, Wang Teng, and Zhao Ming and the others, even more so, developed a sour taste in their noses. After all, Ningbei is their backbone, but suddenly disappeared for more than a month without a trace, and again in the unfamiliar world of sustenance. They all thought the worst. Who beat you guys up like that? After landing, looking at the injuries on Wang Teng and Zhao Ming and the others, Ningbei was surprised. Wang Teng and the others looked at each other, but they fell into silence. On their faces, more or less, there were a few difficult to talk about. Senior brother Ning, it's good that you're back. Back then, senior sister Qin didn't tell us when she went to look for you, and we've been worried all these days, fearing that something might have happened to you. Senior brother Ning, let's return to the academy first. In the face of the crowd's evasive attitude, Ningbei didn't pursue the matter any further, but he had guessed something. A son of Qi is, after all, the Heavenly Dao's own son. On the way to the Whisker Realm, Ningbei had actually already learned through the system that Qin Yu had obtained a new opportunity, and that it was even more heaven-defying than before. However, according to the system's hints, this opportunity was not bestowed by the Heavenly Dao and posed no threat to Ningbei, so he did not care. But I didn't expect that it was actually all bullying to his little brother. What a treasure-hunting mouse! When the news of Ningbei and Qin Yu return came through, in a flash, the entire academy cheered. Not only the disciples, but even the elders came out to greet them. Great, our academy is saved. Yes, only with the existence of senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin will our academy have a future, and they've finally returned. The experience of this time is truly unforgettable for everyone. In particular, they were made to understand the truth that only with the presence of supreme demons around them, in the future, they would have a place. Otherwise anyone thinks they're a bully. Yo, who's this? An abrupt voice came. When the crowd turned their heads to look, it was Qin Yu. Behind him also followed Lin Yueyao. The young girl's beautiful eyes flashed when she saw Ningbei, but after glancing at Qin Yu, she stopped her steps forward. Times are different now, and she has new plans. To get Ning Bei to fight over her. Instead, she was all bent out of shape and made Ning Bei feel like she was cheap. Then, welcoming the gaze of the crowd, Qin Yu changed his normal state and walked to Ning Bei in a calm and relaxed manner, spreading his hands proudly. Ning Bei, I'm right in front of you, how much do I look like the old days? Ning Bei suddenly laughed. Before he could open his mouth, Wang Tong and the others were the first to counterattack. What arrogance are you arrogant about? As long as the academy has seen your brother Ning, you will always be the king of. Now that he was facing these suppressive voices again, Qin Yu was no longer in a hurry. On the contrary, the confidence stemming from his strength also made him smile without anger. Noisy! I'm talking to your master, it's your turn to bark wildly? Can it be that you have forgotten the pain after the scar? Oh no, you all still have swollen faces, don't you? Saying that, Qin Yu touched his face and laughed openly. You! Wang Tang and the others were suddenly shaking cold with anger. But there was no way to refute it. Who made them lose to each other? Qin Yu was also lucky to be able to change his fate against the heavens. Who says it isn't? All of a sudden he became a sword Dao genius and was able to defeat Wang Tang and the others so quickly. Hush, in the future Qin Yu will surely become a strong sword Dao master, do you guys not want to live? Listen to the crowd whispering. Ning Bei wasn't surprised. This was because he had long since learned through the system that someone had helped Qin Yu, whose meridians were broken, to plant a sword seed within his dantian. And because of the power of that sword seed, it helped Qin Yu's strength increase dramatically, and he also smoothly stepped into the sword Dao. Facing the crowd's change from loud mockery before to careful discussion now, Qin Yu was enjoying this treatment. Also, as a result, it was only after learning that Ning Bei had returned that he hoofed it over here in an attempt to wash away the shame he had once felt. Did you injure Wang Tong and the others? Ning Bei calmly said. It's me. Qin Yu graciously admitted, laughing coldly, they don't obey me and want to compete with me. Then I can only fix them a little bit. Between his words, Qin Yu intended to provoke Ning Bei. Once Ning Bei was provoked into making a move, even if he wasn't yet Ning Bei's opponent, he would be able to say at that time, why be jealous of me taking up the sword path? At that time, he would really count on raising his eyebrows. After all, he had always been pressed down by Ning Bei, so it could be said that Qin Yu was on the verge of suffocating his mental illness. He so wanted to be jealous of Ning Bei for once. It's worth it even if you get beat up. But unfortunately, in the face of his agitation, Ning Bei appeared to be on cloud 9, not bad, in the future, you should work hard and strive to be a useful person to the academy. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately looked skeptical. No, how come Ning Bei didn't get angry and make a move? Mud, is it Ning Bei's turn to say those words to him? Snap. It was really hard to strain Qin Yu. He was so angry that he slapped Ning Bei's hand away and said excitedly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't think that I'm still the same Qin Yu as before, to tell you the truth, even if my meridians are destroyed, but just from the sword path, I have the strength to surpass the Jedan realm. Oh, it's great. Ning Bei gave a thumbs up and said, but this matter of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current, if you don't advance, you'll fall back, you have to cherish this opportunity. Qin Yu, cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you go back. Why do I have the feeling of participating in the great Tao? Senior brother Ning, your words are profound. Record it and play it on a loop in the academy later on to motivate everyone. In a flash, a chorus of adoration resounded around them. It seemed that whenever the sons of Qi sided with the villain, even if they weren't mocked, they had to watch the villain being worshipped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this, Qin Yu instantly clammed up. In the face of Ning Bei's condescending tone, he would not have been able to endure a little, but around him, he also recalled so many concurring voices. Was this thinking that Ning Bei was really qualified to instruct him, Qin Yu? This angry Qin Yu instantly lost his compulsion. Ning Bei, can you damn well respect me a little bit? Are you a sword cultivator you teach me to do things? Chapter 86, the villain has just returned to the academy. He first stepped on the treasure-seeking mouse to make fun of it. On what grounds? He's not convinced. When he didn't turn over in the past, he was looked down upon by Ning Bei even if he was. Why was he still being cold-shouldered by Ning Bei now that he had become the first disciple of the Martial Heaven Academy, the first ever disciple of sword cultivation that could be called a demon? Why couldn't he get Ning Bei's attention? Qin Yu doesn't understand. I respect you, and I'm cheering for you, Ning Bei said with an air of humanity. There's nothing wrong with senior brother Ning. King of, you are truly a dog that bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for you. Senior brother Ning is cheering for you, yet you want to throw dirty water. Everyone could see it clearly just now. At this moment, Wang Tong and the others, who had been holding back for a long time, finally had a chance to strike back. Even though they couldn't mess with the sons of Qi when they went solo, with Ning Bei, the arch-villain, by their side, they weren't weak at all. These words, by the way, drew many echoes. Senior brother Ning was clearly praising him, so how is he disrespecting him? That said, since Qin Yu's turnaround, hasn't he been too unseemly and drifting? Truly just a villain, unlike senior brother Ning who has always been excellent and so treats people with humility and courtesy. In a flash, the crowd pointed at Qin Yu.
Even the elders were showing their displeasure at this moment. Although Qin Yu is salty and seems to have an immeasurable future, it depends on who he is compared to. If it was compared to Ning Bei, who had always shown himself as a demon, then everyone could only say to Qin Yu, if you are a dish, practice more. Not to mention tolerating Qin Yu slandering Ning Bei in public. Not. Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. Listening to the taunts of the crowd, the point was, he couldn't organize words to retort. He couldn't say that he was a bit furious because he hadn't caught Ning Bei's attention, could he? In the next moment, Qin Yu suddenly had a flash of light and looked at Ning Bei. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. Where is Yueyao? In plain sight. Lin Yueyao walked forward. She understood that Qin Yu was trying to execute that plan. At this moment, she was also inexplicably excited, looking forward to Ning Bei's next reaction. Qin Yu, are you looking for me? After walking up, Lin Yueyao played dumb and said, ahem. Qin Yu deliberately cleared his throat and said in a proper voice, Yueyao, I know you like Ning Bei, but now I'm putting my words here. I don't think he understands your goodness at all. Ning Bei doesn't deserve you at all, so in the future, I won't give you up to Ning Bei, I'll snatch you up with him. Wow. This statement was made. The crowd was instantly taken aback. What the hell? This. Lin Yueyao pretended to be surprised, and her pair of beautiful eyes looked at Ning Bei with pity. She was expecting Ning Bei's reaction. That was her intention, wanting to make Ning Bei understand that she was actually quite a steal as well. Although she knew that Qin Yu really liked her. But if she could use this to make Ning Bei feel a sense of crisis, she didn't mind putting on a show. Even after her parents pressured her to use humble ways to get back Ning Bei, she compromised at first. However, she was always unwilling in her heart. She preferred the Ning Bei who had once spoiled her to the humble compromise. Ning Bei sniffed happily. What did you say? Snatching Lin Yueyao from me? Right. Seeing Ning Bei open his mouth, Qin Yu was overjoyed. Finally looking at me squarely. In the next moment, he looked at the young girl again. Yueyao, once I was not qualified to pursue you, but now, you will give me a chance, right? Lin Yueyao didn't respond, but continued to look at Ning Bei. Her eyes seemed to be telling Ning Bei that if she didn't cherish her anymore, then there was a real possibility that she would lose her. This is also a threat. LOL. But before Ning Bei could laugh out loud, a silver bell-like snort came from the back first. The crowd turned their heads to see that it was Qin Jojo. After Qin Jojo froze, she hurriedly stifled her laughter. Ning Bei, you probably don't know yet that recently Qin Yu has helped me a lot with my promotion. Seeing that Qin Jojo was laughing, Lin Yueyao couldn't bear it at once. She tried to take the initiative to tell how good Qin Yu was, and how much he had helped her in her cultivation, so as to make Ning Bei pay attention to the fact that there was a real possibility that she would choose Qin Yu. Ning Bei pressure fundamentally ignored her, but instead looked at Qin Yu laughed, silly child, rob what rabba, and not what good woman, you like to go after well. I said, after you got married, I give you a share, have a child, I then with a bigger share. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, a roar of laughter resounded around them. Egu, this scene is so familiar. That's what senior brother Ning seemed to say back then. If senior brother Ning really liked Lin Yueyao, he wouldn't have broken off the engagement in the first place. What are you thinking, king of? Other senior brother Ning has senior sister Qin, would he still go rob Lin Yueyao with you? Hearing these laughs, Lin Yueyao man was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but look back at Qin Yu. How come the result is different from what you said? Didn't you say Ning Bei would be jealous? Qin Yu was also confused. He wanted to provoke Ning Bei, but as a result, Ning Bei a sentence with the share of money. It was like punching him in the face. The goddess that he has been looking for, Ning Bei is tired of playing with. Ah shucks, can't see I. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Qin Yu, who had been so high and mighty these days, could not stand such humiliation any longer. But fortunately, he had another plan. Ning Bei, have the guts to come and learn my swordsmanship. The crowd also counted on seeing that Qin Yu was in a hurry again. In response, Ning Bei certainly wouldn't refuse. After all, suppressing a son of Qi was a way to gain reverse value. And so it was. The crowd vacated a field. Thumbs up. As a sword cultivator, it's reasonable for me to compete with a sword, right? Qin Yu summoned a sword weapon and gritted his teeth. A powerful sword aura filled the surroundings like a cold wind. This is a veritable heavenly rank sword artifact. Even the entire martial heavenly academy didn't have a few of them, or that mysterious young girl called Lin Xiaoxiao, who said that she had found them for him from the garbage heap. Reasonable. Ning Bei nodded calmly. Yes. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked into a cold smile. This time, he knew that he wasn't Ning Bei's opponent, but the reason he still wanted to challenge was to prove himself. Let those around him not forget his potential. How dare you mock him nowadays? Of course, what he cares about most. Still wanted to draw Ning Bei's attention. It's too much to take him seriously. First he taught him to cultivate, then he gave him a share of the money. Pressed him not to take him seriously at all. Thumbs up. At the next moment, Qin Yu struck his sword across the sky, and a terrifying sword intent rose to the sky. It had to be said that he did have some strength when he was able to defeat Wang Tang and the others.
However, Ningbei laughed, following which he flexed his fingers, and a bolt of thunder suddenly shot forward, instantly landing on the sword. Only just storing a full move, has not yet had time to swing the sword. Qin Yu suddenly trembled as if electrocuted. Snap. Immediately after that, the heavenly ranked sharp sword also fell out of Qin Yu's hand. Couldn't hold a bit of it at all. Wow. Seeing this, the crowd's jaws dropped. What's the situation? Ningbei, on the other hand, had a harmless expression. It makes sense that swords can conduct electricity, doesn't it? Chapter 87, The Mysterious Girl Who Appeared. Even the system doesn't dare to explore her. Conductive? Qin Yu listened with a look of skepticism. We're all playing with metaphysics, why are you talking about science? Therefore, he only thought that he was careless for a moment, and after slightly relieving his numbness, he bent down to pick up the sharp sword on the ground again. The field fight hasn't really started yet. He's got a lot of proving to do. Aha! Unexpectedly, the next moment, the previous scene happened again. Qin Yu had only just gripped the hilt of the sword, and his body instantly jerked like he was having a seizure. The sword can't hold a bit at all. Wow. When the crowd saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord, why does that sword keep discharging? It appears to be senior brother Ning's thunder power. What kind of powerful lightning aptitude has this cultivated? This move is simply a heavenly grudge against sword cultivators, heavenly grudge. In a flash, it was as if the crowd had discovered a new world. It turns out that if you want to deal with a sword cultivator, you only need to master a lightning aptitude. Make him unable to hold his sword. Normal lightning aptitudes didn't have this kind of ability, and Ningbei relied on that drop of thunder dragon essence blood, mastering lightning that was extraordinary. How come? At this moment, Qin Yu Ren was dumbfounded. Originally, he still wanted to prove himself, even if he couldn't beat Ningbei, at least he could skillfully amaze the four seats. But now he couldn't even pick up his sword? What the hell kind of restrained logic is that? In all his years of living, he had never heard of a sword cultivator who was afraid of electricity. Didn't you ask me to learn your swordsmanship? At this moment, Ningbei suddenly looked at him and pointed at the sword on the ground and droned, "Pick up the sword, I told you to pick up the sword." You. Qin Yu was like being dumbfounded. Is this something he doesn't want to pick up? It's something he wouldn't dare pick up at all. King of, where's your arrogance from earlier? During the time that senior brother Ning wasn't here, weren't you quite a show-off? Why are you mute now? You can't even hold a sword, you don't even deserve to call yourself a sword cultivator. Looking at Qin Yu's irritated appearance, at this moment, Wang Tong and the others were also unceremonious. It was really Qin Yu's sudden rise that had caused them to suffer so much, and now they were finally raising their eyebrows. Now that he is facing these ridicules again, Qin Yu, on the other hand, is shaking cold with anger. Gentlemen, please also give me face. Just then, Li Shan spoke up to round off the conversation. After all, he was Qin Yu's righteous father, and these days, he also saw Qin Yu's future potential, so he deserved to come forward to protect it. I think that in the future, Qin Yu will also remember his rescue and respect him a little more. It was just that Li Shan didn't seem to have pondered over the fact that with Ningbei's current strength, did he still need to give face to an elder? The answer is no. Slap. Thus, Ningbei waved his hand and threw it, and in an instant, a lightning whip that flashed with a cold aura slashed at Qin Yu with the speed of a thunderbolt. Ah! Qin Yu was unable to dodge and screamed out. Wow! When the crowd turned their heads to look, none of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Only to see Qin Yu a face-broken phase, born a bloody mouth, and in his screams, the rack in front of the hands, put also not put also not. This? Seeing this, Li Shan was at a loss for words. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to plead for mercy, Ningbei had already flung the thunder whip out again and said, "Pick up your sword, I told you to pick up your sword." Qin Yu screamed out miserably once again. At this moment, the intense pain on his body made him lose his temper. Wait, Ningbei. I admit defeat. I admit defeat yet not. Ah! Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Ningbei once again slashed away with his whip. And so it was. A much anticipated bout turned steeply comical. Qin Yu screamed miserably while jumping left and right. And Ningbei chased after it. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Even Li Shan did not dare to step forward to stop Ningbei at this moment. Fear of being beaten up together by Ningbei. After about a dozen lashes, I don't know who shouted out, "Senior brother Ning has been letting King pick up his sword. It can't be that he wants to exercise him, right? Makes sense, King of, pick up your sword and try it." At those words, Qin Yu was a whole lot more skeptical. As things stood, he could only beat a dead horse and go ahead and pick up the sword on the ground. Fortunately, after a period of fleeing, much of the thunder power remaining on the sword now dissipated, allowing him to barely grip the rapier. That's great. He was finally able to fight back. Qin Yu almost cried with excitement. However, when he held his sword and just looked at Ningbei, he saw Ningbei put away the thunder whip and said with an air of gravity, "You're finally willing to pick up your own weapon. Qin Yu, you must remember." Greeting the crowd's gaze, Ningbei said in a throwaway voice, "The sword is the hand and foot of the sword cultivator. No matter when, you can't discard your hand and foot. Even if you encounter unexpected trouble again like today, you must not lose the sword in your hand. Do you understand?"
Qin Yu? Without waiting for Qin Yu to react, Ningbei had already turned towards the young girl. Jojo, let's go. Aha! Jojo smiled sweetly and held onto Ningbei as she left. And looking at Ningbei's dashing back, at this moment, a murmur resounded around them. Good lord, was senior brother Ning instructing Qin Yu just now? Ningbei is right, a sword is a sword cultivator's hand and foot, but just now Qin Yu committed a major taboo, he actually lost his sword. In that case, senior brother Ning really has good intentions for Qin Yu. More than well-intentioned, it looks more like high hopes to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the voices around him, Qin Yu's mind instantly collapsed. Are these people blind? Can't you see that he was beaten by Ningbei? You call that a good intention? God had good intentions and almost killed someone? Feather. At this time, Li Shan came forward and reached out to Qin Yu to hand over a batch of pills and spirit herbs. You quickly take these things. Righteous father. Qin Yu suddenly reddened his eyes. Looking at the cultivation resources handed over by the other party, infinite warmth surged within him. Sure enough, there were still people who genuinely cared about him. Unlike this group of blind men, with their eyes wide open. Ningbei had just clearly beaten him up, yet he still had the title of guiding his cultivation. It's simply brazen. Not waiting for Qin Yu to be happy for 2 seconds, the next moment, he only heard Li Shan add. I've never seen Ningbei place such high hopes on any disciple before, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Find a chance to give these to Ningbei as a token of appreciation, and try to get him to instruct you a few more times, it'll be great for your future. Qin Yu? The other side. Ningbei and Qin Jojo were on their way back. Qin Jojo smiled sweetly. What makes you smile so happily? Yes? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. In fact, he was indeed very happy right now, not because he had punched Qin Yu and thus gained a lot of reverse value. Rather, it was because he had already taught Qin Yu a lesson like that, but the mysterious person who had bestowed Qin Yu with the sword seed did not make a move to help him. It could be seen that as the system had said, this opportunity was not something that the heavenly Tao had sent down to Qin Yu. Instead, it was an accident. And, there was no threat to Ningbei. System, who is that mystery man? Ningbei asked in his heart. Back to the host, whose name is Lin Xiaoxiao and whose strength is unknown. Lin Xiaoxiao. Strength unknown? Ningbei was stunned for a moment and secretly said, what does unknown mean? Does it mean very strong? What is this person's background? Back to the host, the system doesn't dare to probe. Chapter 88 Mysterious Girl Chooses Villain, takes the initiative to enter the room to communicate. What? Ningbei was immediately struck by lightning. Afraid to probe? At this moment, he was filled with shock and suspicion. Baozi, you're not deliberately tricking me just because I borrowed some money, right? I was joking before, I'll definitely pay it back later. Host, shut up, this system does not expect the host to return later. Remind the host once again, the system never plays delusional words, really do not dare to explore its background, otherwise this side of the world along with the host may all be destroyed. Hiss. At those words, Ningbei sucked in a breath of cool air. At this moment, goosebumps rose all around him. You even dare to confront the heavenly Tao. Yet you don't dare to probe her background. Can it be that her background is even more terrifying than the heavenly Tao? According to the clues detected by this system, the heavenly Tao had been forcibly reversed by someone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ningbei couldn't help but cry out in shock. So unbelievable? Qin Jojo was stunned at her words and immediately reddened her little face. Now, didn't you say we go find the priestess first? Ha! Ningbei froze for a moment at his words, and when he came back to his senses, he laughed. I wasn't talking about you just now. Qin Jojo blinked her long eyelashes. You have other women? Ningbei. The other side. Qin Yu returned to his residence in a state of disorientation. The halos and honors won during this time are scarce today. Damn. Qin Yu gasped, trembling, coldly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn Ningbei. I haven't had a good time since I met you. How come you didn't die out there? In his opinion, everything was Ningbei's fault. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten his ass kicked today, much less dared anyone to mock him. In the next moment, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something and attempted to call out, Senior Lin, are you there? Have you heard the voice of my junior? Annoying. A soft voice sounded in the room. Qin Yu smiled at the sound, then pretended to be aggrieved. Senior Lin, you don't even know what I've been through. I know. Without waiting for Qin Yu to finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted. Qin Yu froze for a moment. You knew? Then why did you watch me being beaten? How come you didn't help me either? Lin Xiaoxiao said unhappily. I owe you? Air. Qin Yu's expression froze. After a brief moment of embarrassment, he added cheekily, he almost killed me just now. Killing me? How can I help you work in the future, right? Who told you to mess with him? Lin Xiaoxiao snorted lightly, not a rival but still running to pick a fight. I would only laugh even if he beat you to death, clown. Qin Yu was instantly scolded silly. Especially that sentence, clown, let his dignity on the verge of breaking. Directly collapsed to the ground. Whose side is it really on? Even though he was all upset in his heart,
Qin Yu did not dare to show it because he knew deep down that he could not afford to mess with this mysterious big brother. After all, this was a strong person who could help him with his shattered meridians to strike a sword seed in his dantian, helping him to directly cross over to the sword path. It's hard to find a second one in the whole world. Thus, Qin Yu could only laugh and say, "That said, Senior Lin, you said before that you wanted me to go help you kill someone, if even you." "No need for you." Not waiting for Qin Yu to finish his sentence, Lin Yueyao interrupted, "You're just a useless thing, and you also like to pretend. I hate watching losers pretend in my life. When I immediately use the 7-star pearl to completely hide my breath so they can't find me. I'll switch to that Ningbei guy, I feel like he's the one I'm looking for, and he's also good looking and won't be in a bad mood like when he sees you." Qin Yu was dumbfounded. In the next moment, he pleaded, Don't, Elder Lin. You have no idea how bad Ningbei is. I just wanted to steal his fiancée, but he actually daydreamed my sister." "Shut up. If you dare to bother me again, when I go to him. First, I'll take away the sword seed bestowed upon you." Lin Yueyao could not be refuted. From the behavior of Ningbei fatally beating Qin Yu today, she has already discovered that Ningbei has a higher potential and has a trick to conduct electricity. "I just don't know if he can electrocute Dad's sword. Maybe there's a chance for that later." "No." Qin Yu, on the other hand, was desperate. He had begged for asylum with great difficulty, so how could he suddenly appreciate Ningbei? What about him? In the face of Lin Zhao's decision, Qin Yu was both alarmed and didn't dare to say much for fear that he would really end up having his sword seed taken away. Then he's a loser again. The other side. Achoo. Ningbei inexplicably felt a wave of malice. Moonshine raised her old eyes. "Brats, you guys don't waste your time with me, hurry up and go cultivate. The future of the Martial Heavenly Academy still depends on you." "Gramps, but you have this injury." Ningbei wanted to say something. When he returned just now, he had noticed something strange when he didn't see the other party come out to greet him. "Now that I've come here, I realize that the old man was seriously injured, just a few days ago in a battle with a force from the Sushang realm. But in order to stabilize the hearts and minds of the academy, these days, Moonless can only hide in the room to heal himself, but this healing progress, and yet it was long." Moonless urged, "Don't care about me as an old man, I can't die yet, you guys go and cultivate, there are also resources within the academy. You guys use them to your heart's content, just grow up fast." At the old man's urging, the two could only take their leave first. After leaving, Ningbei looked at the young girl. "Jojo, do you have a solution? The sacrifice wine is holding on strongly, his meridians are on the verge of being damaged." Jojo said softly, "Although there is a way, but the materials required, I'm afraid they are not available within the academy, and I'm afraid they are also hard to find in the Sushang realm." Ningbei was silent for a moment. He then returned to his room alone, intending to see if there was a solution within the system store. "If you can't, you can borrow some more reverse value from the system. We can't just watch the old man's meridians get damaged and he's reduced to an invalid, can we?" Furthermore, even if he and Qin Jojo had returned, the person who supported the Martial Heavenly Academy now was still Moonless, who was the sacrificer. LOL. Ningbei just pushed the door open before walking into the room. A young girl, who had entered at some point, suddenly appeared from around the corner and smiled as she waved a scallion white jade hand up at him. "Hi." Chapter 89, the villain had a bottom line, but the girl gave him too much. "Ningbei, hello there." The young girl smiled like a flower, and a pair of charming eyes stared straight at Ningbei. She is tall, but does not appear to be bony and thin. Dresses cannot cover the exquisite curves, especially that pair of erect peaks. Eye-catching. In addition to the body carved out of the body, a young girl a pretty face is even more special, exudes youthful beauty at the same time, but also mixed with a little charm. But that seduction is not an intentional display, rather it is more like a bone-deep color. If not seen with their own eyes, I'm afraid anyone would find it hard to believe that there is such a combination of beauty and charm in the world, but also the temperament of the woman off the dust. Not big sister, who are you? However, compared to admiring the other party's posture, Ningbei was taken aback. Because before entering the room, he clearly did not perceive anyone, and even the other party is now standing in front of him, he cannot feel any breath. "Host, she is Lin Yueyao. *******. At those words, Ningbei was as if he had been hit with a blow to the head. Is this the mysterious man with unknown strength and a background that goes all the way to the top? Why would she come to me? Ningbei panicked. Although he was very confident when he took the treasure-hunting mouse, he faced this kind of terrifying and ominous. An existence that even the heavenly Tao didn't dare to mess with. The fear is that no one can be calm. Host don't panic, did not detect that she is hostile to the host, and for some reason she sealed part of the power, and currently will not be able to read the host's mind. She can still read minds? The Ningbei people are numb. Looking at Ningbei's strange expression, Lin Yueyao laughed softly. Don't be afraid, I used the 7-star pearl to conceal my breath, that's why you didn't notice me just now, I'm not here to hurt you. Without waiting for Ningbei to speak, the system took the lead and said, the 7-star bead is a divine artifact, worth 1 billion reverse value, so please lull the host into it. I'm ignoring your sister. Ningbei's scalp went numb as he listened. People could even destroy the heavenly Tao, but he struggled to kill the heavenly Tao's son, and now he was told to snub the other party's 1 billion reverse value artifact? In case you get caught reading minds one day. Isn't that digging a hole for yourself? At the moment, Ningbei only wanted to find out why the other party had approached him. Excuse me, is there something you want? Strange? Lin Xiaoxiao cocked her head and stared at Ningbei with a curious expression. Shouldn't you ask me who I am first? Oh yeah. Who are you? Not telling you. Ningbei's expression was stunned, but he saw Lin Xiaoxiao giggling. I lied to you, my name is Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin is doublewood forest, small is the size of small. Oh. So it's Miss Lin. Ningbei was in a complicated mood and forced a smile. I don't know if Miss Lin is looking for me, is there something wrong? Well, I want to make a deal with you. Deal? It's that I'll train you to cultivate, and when you grow to a certain level, you'll go and help me beat up someone. Okay? Beat who? My dad. Put. Ningbei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, looking at the overly beautiful young girl in front of him, more or less skeptical of life. Let's not talk about the words of inverted heavenly deities like beating up your own father. Earlier, he had already learned through the system that the other party's background crushed the heavenly Tao, and since he could also guess that the so-called background was most likely the young girl's father, now let him go beat up the other guy. Ningbei only felt that Lin Xiaoxiao was playing with herself, so she hurriedly refused. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Today you beat up that Qin Yu. It is I who helped him to walk on the sword road. If you are willing to agree, I will also give you a better chance. Lin Xiaoxiao said frankly. Or maybe she's not afraid of these things being known. Still, Ningbei did not hesitate and refused. That kind of existence that even the system didn't dare to probe, who was tired of living and running to offend. Seeing Ningbei's repeated excuses, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. If you don't agree, then I'll just have to go back and find Qin Yu again. Aren't you afraid that when he grows up in the future, you'll die in your karma with him? Ningbei's expression was stunned, and he said in dismay, what are you saying? You can tell my destiny with him? Greeting Ningbei's shocked gaze, Lin Xiaoxiao on the other hand was calm. That's for sure. I also know that he has the power of heaven's Tao shelter on him, which is inherently opposed to your destiny, and you should be clear about this, right? Knock. Hearing this, Ningbei's heart pumped, unable to deny it. To be honest, right now he is facing this beautiful and unlikable beauty in front of him. Was like a new recruit. It felt like I was being watched by the other guy. At the same time, more than anything else, it gave him a twinge of worry. If Lin Xiaoxiao was truly released to support Qin Yu, coupled with Qin Yu's heavenly Tao shelter, even now, it would not pose a threat to him. But what about later? This was a situation that the heavenly Tao had no right to intervene in, let alone one that he could control. Seeing that Ning Beisheng hesitated, Lin Xiaojia took advantage of the victory to pursue. Don't worry, even if you can't beat my father in the future, I can guarantee that you will survive. In fact, I just want to be angry with him. As long as you definitely agree to cooperate, I can first save that sacrificial wine of yours. There are still 2 hours left, he shouldn't be able to hold out any longer. What? Ning Bei's eye pupils instantly shrunk. But at this moment, he no longer doubted Lin Xiaoxiao's words because the other party could even see his and Qin Yu's destiny. The old man is really pushing himself. It's worse than expected. At this point, the system also gives a prompt. The host may promise first, no detriments detected at this time. Ning Bei was silent. But soon, he thought of a way to avoid the other party from running off to support Qin Yu, and also save him from having to provoke Lin Xiaoxiao's father. That is to grow up. She can't haunt herself for the rest of her life, can she? At that time, when Qin Yu was no more. Even if Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to go and support other people to reach the plan faster, then it would no longer pose a threat to Ning Bei. I'm so resourceful. Afterwards, Ning Bei raised his handsome face. If you really want to cooperate, it's not impossible. But I have a condition, can you promise not to meddle in my life? Sure. Seeing Ning Bei change his words, Lin Xiaoxiao instantly burst into laughter. Anyway, she didn't intend to meddle in other people's lives. She just wanted to find a suitable person to train, and then she would be angry with that old dad. No more, let her father pass the position on to someone she'd trained, that way she wouldn't have to tie her down. 2 birds with 1 stone. So the two happily made a pact, both feeling like they'd made a fortune. Ning Bei thought for a moment and added, but I can't always bring you along, can I? Here. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a split second and handed out an item. This is the 7-star pearl. I will stay inside it in the future. I have already erased Qin Yu's memories just now, so you don't have to worry about others knowing about me. This? Looking at the 7-star bead that was handed to him, Ning Bei's heartbeat instantly climbed. Call out. With that, the young girl disappeared without a trace. Touching the slippery 7-star bead, the corners of Ning Bei's mouth rose madly. Good lord, a billion reverse value artifact. This is too big of a deal, isn't it? At this moment, he even regretted a little bit how he hadn't promised the young girl earlier. I've been slacking on the gold master. We just met and we're giving away artifacts. What will you give me later? What kind of little princess has come to experience the hardships of the world? Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the artifact. Hearing the system's voice, Ning Bei flashed brightly.
Quickly, Baozi, I'll take the 7-star beads as collateral. You give me a loan of 1 billion reverse value flowering. Thanks to Tijin, young master for the 3 big god certifications. The owner's a real hoe. Chapter 90, the main character sells his mother at home, and the pot comes from the sky. System? 500 million. 500 million is fine. Ningbei backs off and cuts it in half. The system remains silent. For one thing, it doesn't dare to accept this thing for fear of dying one day. Secondly, it really doesn't dare to accept this thing for fear of dying one day. Thirdly, it really can't accept this thing for fear of dying one day. Seeing that the loan is not approved, Ningbei is more or less a little disappointed, originally also intended to use the borrowed 1 billion reverse value, and then pry a few more waves of leverage to get rich. So invincible. Looks like plans still don't add up. But right now, Ningbei hadn't forgotten about the main thing, saving people. Miss Lin, just now you said how can we save the sacrificial wine? As soon as Ningbei's words fell, the secret voice of a young girl came from his mind. You can just use the 7-star bead, and silently recite. When you use it. After obtaining the method of use, Ningbei rushed to the old man without stopping. As expected, just as the young girl had said, at this moment, Moonless had long been at the end of his strength, his breath was weak, and he only had one breath left to hang on. He had driven Ningbei away earlier, presumably because he didn't want the latter to worry. Ningbei couldn't care less, busy following Lin Zhao's way to save the old man. In an instant, a touch of holy light flew out from the 7-star pearl. The moment the holy light touched the old man's brow, it instantly caused him to burst into life. Nice guy? Ningbei looked dumbfounded. People who were on the verge of death one second, and then alive the next? That's too much of a hang-up. And he didn't even bother, it's really worthy of a divine weapon. So much so, that Moonshine, who was all set to pass away quietly, exclaimed the moment she opened her eyes, worthy of being the reincarnation of a great emperor. Brat, you're awesome. Upon hearing this, Ningbei let out a bitter smile. Elder, next time something like this happens you have to tell me, don't always carry it alone. Ugh. Wu Yu sniffed inside bitterly, shook his head and said, not useful, since coming to the pseudo-realm. I can't even protect the academy anymore. Who said that? Ningbei immediately retorted, not a single person from our academy is missing. Isn't this well protected? I'm sure those people from the Qitian Academy and the Prince's Mansion are afraid that they're still far worse off than the situation we're in now. Moonless laughed and patted Ningbei's shoulder. Brat, don't comfort me, the future of the Martial Heavenly Academy can only rely on you. After a moment of silence, Ningbei said, who injured you? Wu Yu took a deep breath. A group of people who call themselves the Divine Intense Sect, although they are not considered to be at the top level of strength in the Su Shang realm, there are quite a few experts in the refined Void realm. To us from the Tsangshuan continent, this is like a heavenly moat that is difficult to overcome. At least so far. The Tsangshuan continent did have its share of Void refining realm cultivators, but that was thousands of years ago. Nowadays, the ceiling of the Tsangshuan continent has long since turned into the Transformation God realm. But when it came to the Su Shang realm, everyone realized that the Transformation God realm was everywhere. Much as a dog. The Divine Will Sect? Ningbei silently made a note of this power. After leaving, he first went to the Academy Treasury to get some resources, preparing to refine pills to help himself and Qin Yu, and even Wang Tong and the others to raise their realms. Strength enhancement must be prioritized, otherwise there is not even the ability to defend oneself in this side of the world. This scene happened to be bumped into by Qin Yu. Righteous Father, why didn't the elders guarding the treasure trove stop Ningbei? Qin Yu looked dumbfounded. The treasure vault was so important that even most of the elders were not allowed to enter or leave, so much so that when the monthly offerings were given to the disciples each month, a fixed number of elders had to fetch them for distribution. But how is Ningbei as easy as strolling through your backyard? Stopping Ningbei? You kids haven't been beaten silly, have you? Li Shan raised an eyebrow and said, don't say that Ningbei is just going to get some resources. Even if he burns down the treasure trove, the priestess will have to praise him for being able to set fires. What? Qin Yu listened with skepticism and said breathlessly, this is too double standard. Feather, that's just the way it is. Looking at the imposing back, Li Shan lamented, after all, Ningbei is the #1 demon our academy has ever had, and the academy will have to rely on him in the future. Saying that, he patted Qin Yu's shoulder again, but you don't need to be discouraged, because your talent in the Tao of the Sword is just as exceptional, and my father believes that as long as you don't slack off on your cultivation, one day in the future, you will eventually be able to become someone like Ningbei. At those words, Qin Yu's face twisted in anger. Martyr, why should he be allowed to strive after Ningbei's example? According to his expectations, it should have been to trample Ningbei under his feet and wipe out his previous shame. Righteous Father, I want to go out and practice, can you help me? Qin Yu made a decision. Oh. Although Li Shan was surprised, he agreed. After all, with the talent displayed by Qin Yu, he also wanted to leave a trace of himself on the latter's path of growth. By the way, he also harbored another thought, by the way why don't we take advantage of this outing to get your mother back as well? Ha? Is this good? Don't think too much, I'm just afraid she's not safe out there alone. Ha, Righteous Father. You're so nice. Qin Yu forced a smile with an expression that was worse than crying. But he couldn't say no. And so it was. After exchanging words with Li Shen, Qin Yu went to select his disciples. He planned to take some of his disciples with him to go out and practice. After all, Ning Bei's rise to prominence had relied on a single practice to raise his status in the academy. He also accepted Wang Tong and the others as his dog's legs. Since Ning Bei could do it, then he also had some strength now, so why couldn't he do it? What's more, this time around, there was still Li Shen escorting him, so he had to fight to improve his status in the academy no matter what he said. Striving to have someone on his side to scold back for him in future scolding fights like Wang Tang and the others supported Ning Bei. Just thinking about it made Qin Yu as excited as a dog seeing. In a trance, he has already seen the future with Ning Bei. The picture of a bipedal rivalry. The moment. God's will door. In the face of the black-robed old man's sudden visit, and the encounters told, Mu Yuntian, who was the sect master, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You're saying that a teenager in his teens wiped out the Xian demon sect in front of you? Sect Master Mu, everything I said is true." Xian demon old ancestor sadly said, "That C's name is Qin Yu, and his heart is ruthless. Over the years, our Xian demon sect has always looked up to the divine intense sect, but now that we've suffered an extinction, I still hope that Sect Master Mu will avenge us." Mu Yuntian's expression became grave. There was also a lot of talk around. Qin Yu? I haven't heard of this demon before. Could it be that he also arrived from the Tsongshan continent in recent times? It's extremely likely. Perhaps he's someone from the Martial Heavenly Academy. So far, it's only the Martial Heavenly Academy that is unwilling to attach itself to us, and since that's the case, it's just as well that the new and old grudges are avenged together. After the crowd finished their discussion, they all looked at the silent Mu Yuntian. After all, the other side has to take the decision. Qin Yu. Mu Yuntian recited this name silently under his breath, and then his eyes turned cold. This son must not be kept. Chapter 91 Trying to snub Lin Xiao. The ending is hard to collapse. Thank you, Sect Master. Old man Xian Demon was suddenly excited. Sect Master, we're going to take down the Martial Heavenly Academy. The crowd was also excited. And wait. Mu Yuntian raised his hand to stop it and said in a deep voice, "A few days ago, we have already experienced the strength of the Wutian Academy's boundary. If we go in hard again, there are bound to be great losses." Sect Master Mu was right. At this time, old ancestor Xian Demon also thought of something. That kid isn't strong in his own right, but he's armed with a sharp weapon, and I see that this Wutian Academy has a notable heritage, so we can't act impulsively so that we don't have to pay too much of a price. Looking at the Xian Demon old ancestor who was not overwhelmed by anger, Mu Yuntian nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he said with a wave of his sleeve robe, "Send someone to station in the vicinity of the Martial Heavenly Academy. Once someone goes out, kill them if you can, capture them if you can, and catch them in a jar." Yes. A group of strong men led the order to leave. The other side. Anum. Achoo. Qin Yu sneezed fiercely. He rubbed his nose and said excitedly, "This hasn't even brought them to find the opportunity yet, just by promising to let them experience with me. I didn't expect that they would start chanting about me, huh?" When he thought of the 10 inner disciples that he had just pulled together, who were now gathering in anticipation of the next experience, Qin Yu could not help but smile. The plan went too well this time. If he could bring these people to find some more opportunities, he believed that in the future, these 10 people would definitely be regarded as his backbone. In that case, then he would have a place in the academy. With this expectation in mind, Qin Yu hurriedly went to find Lin Yueyao. The teenage girl was the one he wanted to pull in the most. However, after learning of Qin Yu's intentions, Lin Yueyao flatly refused. "I'm not going. Why Yueyao?" Qin Yu was as if he was splashed with cold water and hurriedly said, "This is a rare opportunity. Think about it." "What rare opportunity, Lin Yueyao frowned. "Don't you know that the Sisum realm is very dangerous? Now we have to stay within the academy to save our lives? But as the saying goes, riches are in the eye of the beholder." Qin Yu was not willing to give up and continue to persuade. "It is precisely because of the danger of the Su Shang realm that we go to do what others dare not do, and we can only get opportunities that others cannot get." Lin Yueyao was unimpressed. "You're not reliable in what you do." "I'm not going." "Not? How am I not reliable? Why do you say you're unreliable?" Mentioning this matter, Lin Yueyao was furious. "In the beginning, you were the one who told me that as long as I could cooperate with you in acting, you would be able to inspire Ning Bei to take me seriously, but what happened? It caused me to be made fun of a bit in public again. I don't trust you at all now." Qin Yu was instantly speechless to retort. Thinking about before, he said in public that he wanted to compete with Ning Bei for Lin Yueyao. According to reason, any man with blood would be enraged. Both would feel humiliated. But Ning Bei does not follow the rules. Directly said to follow the share of money. "Yueyao, last time was an accident. Don't you think so too?" In the next moment, Qin Yu said, "But this time is different. I have 100% certainty. Even if you don't believe me, there are still 10 inner disciples practicing with us. Do you still not believe in their vision? Fine, even if you think they are stupid too." Qin Yu added, "But this time, when you go out to practice, there is still my righteous father to escort you, so you don't have to worry about danger at all." Lin Yueyao looked surprised. There are so many people going out to practice with you? That's for sure. Seeing Lin Yueyao appearing to falter, Qin Yu hurriedly said, hiding in the Martial Heavenly Academy is safe, but it's only a momentary safety. In the end, whether we can survive or not, we still have to look at our own strength. If we are willing to be satisfied with the status quo right now, we will only die of worry in the future, especially you Yueyao. You should even more so grasp this opportunity to train. Why? Think about it, why did Ningbei choose Qin Yu and not you? Qin Yu had a flash of light and provoked, in terms of face value and figure, could you lose to her? Lin Yueyao was silent. In fact, in her heart, she didn't think she would lose to Qin Yu. Without waiting for Qin Yu to say more, she had already spoken. Are you saying Ningbei chose her because of her strength? How could it not be? Qin Yu said with a serious look, how snobbish Ningbei is, haven't you realized that at all? Just because Qin Ju's talent is higher, he can even give up his feelings with you for so many years. Just as you said, if you are just bent on pleasing him, you simply can't keep his heart. You only have to grow up to let him know how to cherish you, isn't it? Lin Yueyao pursed her lips. Regarding Qin Yu's words, she felt so reasonable. After all, on face value and appearance alone, did she lose to Qin Yu? What's more, she and Ningbei still have emotional foundation. Why didn't Ningbei pick her? If it is not an external factor, then it must be a factor of strength. Available. Although Lin Yueyao was a bit shaken, she hadn't lost her mind and worried. Qin Yu, is it really alright for us to go out and practice at this time? Don't worry, my righteous father and I will protect you. Qin Yu was busy assuring him. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Yueyao was becoming more and more indifferent to him was mainly because she had disappointed the other party too many times. He desperately needed a chance to prove himself to Lin Yueyao. It just so happened that this time he went out to practice. It was an opportunity he couldn't afford to lose, thinking that at the beginning, he relied on a heroic move to save his beauty, and only then did he win Lin Yueyao's high opinion. Therefore, he was trying to persuade the young girl to join the experience in this way. And under Qin Yu's encouragement, finally Lin Yueyao compromised, but I still have an uneasy feeling. Yueyao, that's anticipation. Qin Yu continued to snub. It's the anticipation of you thinking of going out and practicing to get the opportunity to impress Ningbei with you. It's like, seems like it really feels that way, yeah. Lin Yueyao was all smiles. So she agreed. Anyway, with so many inner sect disciples practicing together, and the inner sect elders escorting them, there shouldn't be too much danger. The other side. Ningbei took the spirit items he brought out from the treasure trove and quickly used the Muggle alchemy furnace to refine more than 100 pills. This Dan furnace of yours is amazing. At that moment, Lin Zhao's voice rang in his head. Ningbei froze for a moment. Magical? You can't look at something so lowly, can you? No way. Lin Xiao denied it. Although it's not a divine artifact, it's still considered a very rare treasure. Oh, Ningbei's eyes lit up in anticipation. Do you like it then? Kind of. If you like it, I can exchange it for you? Ningbei's heartbeat accelerated as he laughed. It just so happens that your 7-star bead can also refine pills. Do you want to exchange it? Chapter 92. The villain discharges his electricity. The protagonist is flattened in smokes. I don't want to. Lin Xiao refused with alacrity. Then, she added, I don't want to give you the 7-star bead, but I want your alchemy furnace. What do you think I should do? Ningbei listened with skepticism. Bad, she should not want a whore. For nothing? Fortunately, the next moment, Lin Xiao added, forget it, I don't need the elixir anyway, it's useless to me. Exhale. Ningbei let out a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. But then palpitated, that said, Miss Lin, although you are inside the 7-star pearl, if you can know everything outside, would this not be too friendly to my privacy? Your privacy, I'll block it. Believe it or not, Ningbei couldn't say anything else. As the saying goes, if you can't get it right, the next moment he received good news from the system. Congratulations to the host, due to the repeated suppression of Qin Yu's heavenly Dao shelter, has weakened his aura of good fortune, causing him to embark on a path of death. Oh, after running through the information pouring into his mind, Ningbei smiled. Unexpectedly, because of the attenuation of the aura of good fortune, Qin Yu's plan to turn the tables was now heading for failure without him even having to step in to stop it. So much the better, more proof of his success against the odds. Please do not be complacent, the host should be steady and continue to thwart its heavenly refuge. I know. Ningbei already has plans. But now he was going to send the refined pills to Wang Tong and the others first. En route. They happened to bump into Qin Yu and the others, who were currently waiting for Li Shen before setting off together. Ningbei didn't want to pay any attention to it, but Lin Yueyao didn't hold back. Ningbei, we're going out for training, do you want to come along? Yueyao, what are you calling him for? Qin Yu was dissatisfied. Exercise? Ningbei paused in his steps and pretended to be stupid. It's so dangerous out there, it's not like in Songxian continent now. Going on an adventure without even the ability to defend yourself, isn't that looking for death? This statement was made. The 10 disciples, who were already weak-minded, were in an uproar. I think it's a bit risky too. Even senior brother Ning has said so, I think we might as well reconsider. Seeing that the good game is about to be ruined, Qin Yu was anxious. Ningbei, don't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. If you don't work hard yourself, you still don't want others to work hard? Ningbei shook his head and turned straight away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at Ningbei's departing back, Qin Yu gritted his teeth in anger. Almost spoiled him. In the next moment, he hurriedly pacified the crowd. Don't worry, everyone, my righteous father will come with us later, he will escort us. But just elderly alone. Will it be too risky? Someone worried. Adventure? Qin Yu was unimpressed. We, the Martial Heavenly Academy, have just come to the sustenance realm, and we don't have any enemies? Who would provoke a large group of us for no reason? To put it mildly, the strong can't see us, and the weak can't beat us. Saying so, Qin Yu grew more confident. Of course, if there is anyone who wants to back out, it's not too late to quit, but don't expect us to bring him along next time. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. They want to progress so badly. And the current situation was that no outbound training would be organized within the academy for a short period of time. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know when you'll have to wait for the next one. Qin Yu, then we'll leave our lives in your hands. If there's really any danger out there, you can't leave us behind. Seeing that the crowd had pinned their hopes on themselves, Qin Yu immediately straightened his back. This feeling of being valued is so good. He felt that as long as he could come back successfully from this adventure, he could definitely take in this group of people to serve as his lapdogs. Especially, it could also impress Lin Yueyao. The other side. Ningbei had found Wang Tang and the others and distributed the pills to them. Senior brother Ning, as usual As he spoke, Wang Tang and the others cowed out first. Well, hurry up and get up. Ningbei cried and laughed a little. Of course it was obvious that everyone was joking. After all, with the relationship they all had now, there was no need to perform such a big thank you. Therefore, Ningbei didn't need to hide anything and said straight away, after you guys cultivate for a while, remember to go to the elders to prepare your defense. Defense? Why, senior brother Ning. Qin Yu and the others are going out to practice. If there is danger they will definitely run towards the academy. We'd better prepare early. King of is going to go on an adventure? Wang Tang sneered and said, then let's just leave him alone and let him die outside. What senior brother Ning means should be that he's afraid that he'll attract trouble to our academy, right? That's right, just do as I say. After the explanation, Ningbei left. He also had to go deliver the elixir to his daughter-in-law. Just came to Qin Jojo's room. Ningbei had only just entered the house, and was surprised by a breath of air. Jojo. You broke through again? Qin Jojo sniffed a stunned, suddenly red face. I hate. I'm here to give you a potion. How is that annoying? Ningbei had already swept the beauty into his arms as he played dumb. He fumbled toward the buttons of the young girl's dress as he pulled out a more elaborate potion. Hey! Qin Jojo scared to turn her head, a pair of beautiful eyes looking at the bad man in front of her, shyly said, you wait first, people have just broken through. Let me go take a bath. It's okay, I'm going to sweat anyway. With that, Ningbei picked up the young girl in a hug. Oops, really? When it came down to it, Qin Jojo bit her lip and could only be forced to compromise. Well, then you need to cut back on the electricity. I'm scared. The other side. Qin Yu and the others had already left the academy. As he walked along the road, he enjoyed the compliments of the other disciples, relishing them and praying that he would encounter opportunities during this adventure. That would be a real feather in the cap. But the opportunity didn't wait. Instead, only a short while after leaving the schoolhouse, he was first stopped by a group of figures. The crowd instantly tensed. And without hesitation, Li Shen stood in front of the crowd. And you all are? The visitor did not pay any attention to Li Shen. His gaze fell straight onto Qin Yu and the other disciples. Do you guys recognize someone named Qin Yu? Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously looked towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's scalp instantly tightened. Looking at this group of strangers, he could not wait to swear at the people beside him. Martyr, what are you looking at him for at this time? Not waiting for Qin Yu to think of a way to get rid of his attention, the leader of them said, You are Qin Yu? Qin Yu of the family's mother Yuan? Qin Yu froze at his words. How did the other guy know his mother? Could it be mother's old flame sent someone? Have you just left the gates of the academy, and the opportunity has arrived before your eyes? Qin Yu, do you recognize them? What are they and will they hurt us? Others were terrified and whispered inquiries. Thinking about this, Qin Yu suddenly changed his goatish attitude and said in a positive voice, What are you panicking about, looking for me? I'm not afraid of. What are you afraid of? Greeting the crowd's astonished gazes, the next moment, he took a big step forward. I am Qin Yu, and my family's mother, Yuan. If you all are looking for revenge, then this matter has nothing to do with my fellow disciples of the academy, so please be magnanimous and come at me alone. Qin Yu said with an air of defiance of life and death. In truth, guessing that it was someone sent by his mother, he was no longer panicked, but instead wanted to take this opportunity to shock the entire room. See how much he looks at death and how much he loves it. All quick to admire him. Snap. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the person in charge burst into a rage and Asterisk 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 I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Hit me in the smoke. Chapter 93, the protagonist loses both fame and fortune as he becomes stronger than the enemy of all. Wait, Qin Yu was instantly confused. Isn't he his mother's best friend? Why did he have to do it? Have you all misunderstood? I have no grudge against you. Could it be that you guys don't recognize my mother? Qin Yu was busy inquiring. At those words, the middle-aged man was mistaken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're on the verge of death, but you still dare to threaten us with your mother? What are you waiting for? Do it. With that, the man ordered his companion. Boom! In a flash, the 7 people behind him erupted with clear strength of the transformation god realm. Not good. Seeing this, Lishan cried out. He quickly blasted out a palm towards the front, his palm energy flooding the astral, while at the same time saying towards the crowd behind him, quickly escape. Quickly return to the martial heavenly academy. Run away. In a flash, the crowd hurriedly turned to escape. Things have come to this point, even if the little cute can also see the situation, this is clearly to seek revenge. Boo! Just at the moment when the crowd had just turned around, they suddenly heard a bang sound behind them, but they saw Li Shin's entire body flying out upside down. Flying backwards on the way, from its body to unload the whole force, in the ground scraped out a several meters wide dent. The impact aftermath is shocked flying crowd. Ah! The screams snapped. It's over, Elderly was sent flying. I told you that I shouldn't have come out to practice, you guys insisted on talking about being rich and famous. This is all Qin Yu's fault, he is the one who offended these people. Why is he still running to the forefront? The crowd was in tears. The experience was originally planned by Qin Yu, and the enemy also rushed Qin Yu, but the result? Qin Yu ran faster than any of them. It's using them as bait. Even Lin Yueyao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Qin Yu, what are you running so fast for? Didn't you say you wanted to protect us? Hearing the young girl's voice, Qin Yu's face turned red. But he didn't lose a bit of speed. After all, in the face of life and death, how much are promises and face worth? He also didn't understand why the other man wanted to kill him. It can't be someone the mother has offended, can it? Qin Yu knows his mother very well versed in his mother's hospitable code of conduct, should not offend these people right. Can someone tell him what's going on? Help me. At that moment, a disciple who had fallen at the end of the line, before his voice for help could fall, had his head smashed by a slap. The crowd could be said to be powerless to fight back against a powerhouse of the transformation god realm. Boom! When he saw that he was about to be caught up, suddenly, several powerful Shen techniques flew from the front. They were either transformed into fist asters or sword shadows, pouncing on the pursuers with lightning speed to buy them time to escape. Look, it's the priest. The disciples who survived looked up and saw moonshine skimming over their heads, killing those 7 or 8 experts of the god transformation realm. Great, we're saved. Come on into the boundary, the elders are waiting for us. The crowd couldn't be bothered to say much, they were busy fleeing into the boundary. However, the dozen or so disciples who had originally gone out together were now left with only 6, and half of them had been wiped out in just a few moments. Not much longer. When Moonless carried the lingering Li Shin, he returned to the field of vision. Elder Li? The crowd hurriedly surrounded them, or handed them healing pills. Thanks to the priest for saving me. Li Shin couldn't care less about being afraid, and said with a face full of palpitations, if it wasn't for all of you to step in today, we are afraid that it would have been difficult to escape. Upon hearing this, all of them looked heavy. If you want to thank Ningbei. After Ningbei learned that you were going to go out to practice, he asked us to prepare in advance to receive you, just in case. I didn't expect us to lose so many disciples despite our preparations. That group of people are the very same forces that tried to take down our academy some time ago. At this time, Moonless spoke faintly, they have also learned to be smart and didn't attack forcefully anymore, but instead ambushed our surroundings. In the future, they really shouldn't go back to the experience. Sacrifice, Li Shin sniffed with a complicated face and blamed himself. It's all my fault for being confused, knowing that the training will be dangerous, but still agreed to Qin Yu. Please ask the priestess to chastise me. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the crowd unanimously looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt that his mouth was dry as if he was sitting on pins and needles. There's a sense of being treated as the culprit. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to ease the atmosphere, at this time, the experienced disciples who had long been unable to tolerate it, had already become so angry that they were already cursing. Qin Yu, you are a. We joined the team after saying that you would protect us when we encountered danger during the adventure. But as a result, you ran away faster than anyone else. And people are trying to kill you. Aren't you a one-man operation? Look, how many of our fellow disciples have you killed? Qin Yu was cursed, wanting to retort but unable to organize his words. After all, he did run the fastest. But can he be blamed for this? Who isn't running away with all their might at a time like that? Although he didn't dare to refute the crowd, he whispered a sly defense to the young girl, Yueyao, I just ran to the front because they wanted to kill me. I wanted to draw fire for you guys. Qin Yu, do you take me for a little cutie? Do you? Lin Yueyao also came to her senses and snapped. What do you care about running at the front and calling it attracting firepower? Why are you so shameless? Not. Seeing the young girl speak so loudly, Qin Yu instantly panicked. And the next moment, the crowd was really enraged. You vermin, how dare you have the face to say that running at the front is drawing fire? Please, sacrifice wine must chastise Qin Yu and give the dead disciples an explanation. And to reward senior brother Ning, if it wasn't for senior brother Ning saving for a rainy day, both us and elderly would have been killed by Qin Yu today. Qin Yu was really hard to strain. Why did his hard-earned plan to make a name for himself and establish his position in the academy end up failing in this form? So much for failure. But what he couldn't accept the most was that it was clear that Ning Bei hadn't done anything. But why did he gain fame and fortune again? He doesn't understand. This world, does it revolve around Ning Bei? Shoo shoo shoo. Not waiting for Moonless to make up his mind. At that moment, several powerful auras came uninvited. No good, it's them again. The elders were immediately like enemies, withdrawing all the disciples to the back. Moonless' old eyes narrowed slightly, slowly flying out to confront the figures outside the boundary. All of you have disturbed my academy 3 times, really not afraid of one day. You're really not afraid that one day you'll get burned? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, a group of strong men immediately laughed heartily. If you have this strength, why do you need to talk about it? Will you still be shrinking inside the academy and not dare to come out? Enough. At this moment, the man in the lead raised his hand to interrupt the jeers, and his gaze met Moonless' 4 eyes. This time, we didn't come here to argue, but to give you guys a chance. Moonless frowned and didn't say anything, only to see the man's gaze sweep downward, finally landing on Qin Yu. Pointing at the ladder, he said, as long as you are willing to hand him over, from now on, our Divine Ideas Sect and Martial Heavenly Academy will be well watered. How about that? Qin Yu? Chapter 94, the villain's sister plays with too many flowers, and Xiao Xiao calls out that it's too hot for her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Yu Ren went numb. No, why did you name him? It's not a bad idea to take his mother, but what can he do? Yeah. Without waiting for the elders to speak, the crowd of disciples had already been ecstatic. I didn't realize there was such a thing as a good thing. If they could send this pest away, they were even willing to accompany a bit of spirit as compensation. Not. What's so great about it? Qin Yu immediately wanted to cry, and said in an urgent voice, Priest, righteous father. You can't believe their bull asterisk 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 asterisk. They are trying to sow discord. If they really send me out, then what face will our academy have in the future? King, where did you get such a big face? You're not even willing to die for the academy. Are you still considered a disciple of the academy? Seeing the crowd swarming against Qin Yu, the elders had no choice but to speak out to discourage him. We can't really hand Qin Yu over, can we? The key was that the other party's words could not be trusted, and nowadays, the feud between the Martial Heavenly Academy and the Divine Intent Sect was long past the point where it could be resolved by words. It was immortal. Moonshine also self-considered and said in a deep voice, why do you want to take him away? This is what our sect master wants. Both. Moonless' old eyes narrowed slightly, saying, go back and tell your doormaster, if Qin Yu is willing to go to your Divine Intent Sect, we will never stop. But if you want to hard rob the disciples of the Martial Heavenly Academy, even if Qin Yu is a rat turd, our academy will not compromise. Qin Yu froze for a moment at his words. For a moment, he couldn't tell if it was protection or a form of prodding. Well, the opportunity has been given to you. The powerful person from the Divine Will sect also stopped talking nonsense and turned around. They couldn't break through the boundary anyway. What's more, he didn't expect that the old man would be unharmed now, and he must report the matter back. Phew. The crowd, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu, how exactly did you mess with the Divine Intent Sect? Then, one of the elders couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu innocently stated, I don't know, I really don't know. That's just it, let's take Li Xin to heal his wounds first. Moonless interrupted the useless pursuit. The other side. Ning Bei and Qin Jiu were also busy. There seemed to be a lot of activity out there just now. Qin Jiu snuggled into Ning Bei's arms while softly saying. Ning Bei reached out and scraped her nose and laughed, where is our room as lively as ours? Nasty, you're bad. Qin Jiu reddened. She said this on her lips, but her body was honest, holding Ning Bei even tighter. Warmth, a woman's favorite time. After a good while, it was only then that Ning Bei walked out of the room, freeing up time for the young girl to refine the elixir. Go back. Ning Bei opened the system store and took a look. There was a lot more reverse value. He first redeemed a toast bread, intending to strive for a one-time furnace for the remainder of the Great Thousand Thunders technique. Soon the day passed. When Ning Bei stopped his cultivation, he found a silhouette sitting in his room. He was startled. Miss Lin? When did you come out? When you electrocuted her. Ha? Ning Bei froze. Greeted his surprised gaze, Lin Xiao turned his forehead, meaningfully said, I didn't expect you two to look serious, playing is quite flowery. Shy or not? Ahem. Ning Bei almost choked on his saliva. After he forced himself to stabilize his mind, he frowned. What do you mean? You peeked at us. Didn't we agree to respect privacy? Who peeked?
Lin Yueyao denied it and explained, after I realized what you two were trying to do, I hurriedly left the 7-star pearl.
Yeah, how come I didn't notice? I am the owner of the 7-star pearl.
Lin Yueyao crossed her arms and held her head high. I'll give it to you even if I use it. You really think the 7-star pearl is for you? Ning Bei suddenly lost his words, because he realized that although the young girl looked naturally graceful and her eyes were quite a bit seductive and charming, she had a heart like a lingering one.
At least, much more savvy than a normal woman.
I wonder what kind of environment could have created a young girl of unknown strength and eccentricity at such a young age. At this time, Lin Yueyao suddenly said, how did you do that when you were cultivating your gongfu just now?
What do you mean? It's when you eat a thing and then cultivate it quickly, right?
Lin Yueyao asked with a wink. Ning Bei was slightly flabbergasted in his heart, not expecting the other party to observe so clearly.
He raised his handsome face and said, it can be said to be a spirit object that aids in cultivation techniques, you should have used it as well.
No. Ning Bei froze slightly and guessed, perhaps it's because you're using stronger spirit objects, and you haven't seen any of these mundane things.
No, I've never used a spirit object. And you don't need to practice?
I don't have to practice.
Ning Baidu gasped and laughed. Where do you get your strength from if you don't cultivate?
At birth.
What? Hearing this, Ning Bei was immediately struck by lightning. But looking at the serious expression of the young girl, his intuition told him, this didn't look like she was joking. Really natural, huh? LOL.
Lin Yueyao let out a silver bell-like laughter and said, you work hard in the future, although you can't surpass me even if you work hard, but at least you can surpass others.
The Ning Bei people are numb. Sometimes he didn't know what to say about the world.
In the next moment, he popped out a bold thought, right Miss Lin?
If I'm in danger, won't you protect me? You want me to protect you? Right? Ning Bei tried carefully.
Lin Yueyao hesitated for a split second, and in the next moment, she pointed to the floor and said, you kneel down and talk.
Ning Bei's expression was stunned. I am asking you to worship. Worship? Ning Bei's face showed hesitation as he sniffed.
Although he wanted the young girl's shelter, he didn't want to create too many bonds with the other party to avoid getting involved in too much karma in the future. After all, the teenage girl still wants him to beat up Pops. That was an existence that even the system couldn't afford to mess with. The next moment, but saw Lin Yueyao pulled out countless exotic treasures, emitting eye-catching luster in the room. Each piece is not weaker than the 7-star beads. Flop. Ning Bei chose to embody it without hesitation, his eyes glowing with golden light in anticipation. Master, is this all a gift to my apprentice to worship him?
No, I just took it out to dry.
Saying that, Lin Yueyao put it away again.
Ning Bei? God's will door.
When the strong men sent out returned and reported the news,
Mu Yuntian snorted angrily. What a Wutian Academy! Do you really think that the Su Shang realm is just like the Zhongshan continent? How dare you be so rampant? Sect Master, what should we do now?
Mu Yuntian pondered for a moment and said, the cost of taking it the hard way is too great. First go and find out who the Qin Yu's mother is.
Sect Master, old man has already found out.
At this moment, old man Shen Demon came walking briskly. We have found Yuan. The prince's house that subdued us not long ago knew her and determined that she is Qin Yu's mother.
Oh, where is she? It's being videotaped in audio-visual stone. AV stones?
Greeting Mu Yuntian's surprised expression, old man Shen Demon smiled evilly and said, that kid destroyed my Shen Demon sect, this time.
I'm going to give him a great gift that will last a lifetime.
P.S. Thanks to Tijin, young master for another great god certification.
Woohoo, the owner is such a posh guy. Chapter 95, Villain's sister spreads dog food. Should the protagonist look at mother? Oh, Mu Yuntian's expression changed. He wasn't a little cutie either. Instantly understanding what old man Shen Demon meant, he laughed, you're really killing people with this move. Sect Master Mu is flattering.
Old man Shen Demon smiled and gritted his teeth. I also ask Sect Master to grant me permission to personally bring this great gift to him next time.
No problem.
Mu Yuntian readily agreed and added, it just so happens that Yufei and the others will also be allowed to make a trip, so as to let the Martial Heavenly Academy know what kind of price there is for defecting to our Divine Intent sect and for being an enemy of the Divine Intent sect, respectively.
Sect Master is wise. Old man Shen Demon fawned. The next moment, he lowered his voice again, that said, Sect Master Mu, are you meeting Yuan first? Why? Truth be told, that Qin Yu is irritating but.
Saying that, the corner of old man Shen Demon's mouth hooked up with a lascivious smile, but heck, what a superb product.
Wutian Academy. Ning Bei walked down the road, repenting.
If he had known that he would not kneel, I did not expect to be set up by the other side, took out the same treasure did not send, just give him a broken sword array diagram.
This thing is invincible?
To this, Ning Bei was skeptical. But as things stood, he knew that something was better than nothing, and still decided to take it to the old man and add another layer of protection to the academy. The other side. Righteous father, you recuperate first, I'm going to go cultivate. After coming out of Li Shin's room, Qin Yu was in a low mood. Although he wasn't penalized by the academy, he found out a particularly bad truth. I feel like I'm living in Ning Bei's shadow.
Qin Yu was skeptical. It seemed that whenever he wanted to deal with Ning Bei, or turn around and take revenge, it always ended in failure without exception. And every time he counted on Ning Bei, instead of succeeding, he would do Ning Bei a favor. It shouldn't. What went wrong? Once or twice is fine, how come it's the same every time? Obviously, when he was in the Tsunshuan continent, he was on the verge of digging up Ning Bei's corner, and Lin Yueyao almost became his woman. Once upon a time, he had fantasized about letting Ning Bei push his waist. How did it become like this now? It seems that when the engagement was broken off, Ning Bei suddenly changed. Qin Yu abruptly awoke. At this moment, he realized that Ning Bei had long since ceased to be that Ning Bei, but he had been holding the views he once held against Ning Bei. No wonder he always loses. So it is. It's my fault for being too eager to roll over before. Qin Yu instantly figured it out. It was not that fate was playing tricks on him, but that he was too eager for success, and used to just talk about biding his time, but in reality he was like a clown. The current him was not qualified to be Ning Bei's enemy at all. After thinking it through, Qin Yu immediately ran to the cultivation field. Ning Bei, the next enemy you have to face, can no longer be the me who wears his pants. With this mood, Qin Yu was like a chicken blood along the way. However, after rushing to the cultivation grounds and bumping into the many disciples who were practicing, he was unsurprisingly subjected to another round of mockery. But this time, Qin Yu had learned to be smart. He ignored the sounds of the outside world and cultivated straight away. Thumbs up. When sword intent erupted from Qin Yu's body, it instantly overshadowed the clamoring jeers. Seeing this, the crowd didn't bother to talk nonsense. But not long after, the field suddenly erupted into an uproar. Not. Where did you get such strong sword intent? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do I feel shaking? And the swords chirping at the sound. I heard that too. Hearing the surprised voices around him, Qin Yu's heart was secretly pleased. Sure enough, I shouldn't have argued with this group of idiots before. Strength will shut them up by itself. Thinking about this, Qin Yu practiced even harder, trying to deeply shock the crowd. But the next moment, a voice of alarm was found running towards the outside. Qin Yu opened his eyes in wonder. He looked up and eyed the crowd running outside, and was dismayed. Could it be that the commotion of his cultivation had frightened the crowd? It doesn't seem so. In the next moment, he also stopped his cultivation and curiously followed the crowd out. The moment. Two figures were hanging in the void. One was sacrificial drinker Moonless, while the other was urging the sword formation diagram, Ning Bei. Thumbs up. Right at this moment, a giant sword shadow that opened up the sky and the earth condensed and appeared from the dome of the sky, with its sword tip pointing downward at the academy, suddenly stabbing down. On the way to stab down, it instantly caused the earth to shake and the sky to roar, as if the entire world was about to collapse. And where the giant blade was, it was gathered to cut through the void, creating layers of ripples. Wow! The crowd instantly sucked in a breath of cool air and turned pale with fear. What's going on here? Are we going to die? Just when the crowd was horrified, that huge sword from the ground about 1,000 feet, and suddenly from the tip of the sword began to melt into countless particles. The dazzling sword chi particles dispersed in all directions until it instantly formed a dense layer of protection after completely wrapping around the Wutian Academy. This is the boundary? It's even more powerful than the previous knot. I didn't expect senior brother Ning to have this skill. I didn't even know he practiced swords as well. Good lord, it turns out that Ning Bei is the #1 sword Dao demon of our academy. It dawned on the crowd. Having been assured that it was not a danger but a boundary, at this moment, a smile of surprise spread across their faces. On the contrary, Qin Yu went numb. Dare I say that the sword intent that the crowd exclaimed just now wasn't referring to him at all? Damn you Ning Bei, when did you learn the sword? Looking at the figure in the void, Qin Yu was so angry for a moment that he wanted to cry. Once again, it felt like living in the Ning Bei shadow. The void. Moonless looked around the boundary. His expression could not hide his excitement. Such a boundary. I'm afraid that the refined Void Realm powerhouse also can't break the slightest bit. Brat, there are a lot of people here. Wait to find a place with fewer people. Old me will also give you a kowtow. Ha! Ning Bei froze for a moment at his words and smiled bitterly. Old master, are you sure? Seeing that Ning Bei wasn't even polite for a moment, Moonless instantly darkened his old face. But it was just a moment, then his face bloomed again with a chrysanthemum-like smile. Ning Bei, in fact, gave him another big surprise. With this boundary, there's no need to worry about outside threats. Martial Heaven Academy, finally able to cultivate in peace. After laying the boundary, Ning Bei left the crowd's view. He had no time to enjoy the crowd's appreciation. Now he is extremely surprised. I thought it was nothing. I didn't expect that a piece of scrap paper casually thrown to me actually had such a miraculous effect. Told you it was invincible. At this moment, Lin Zhao's secret voice rang in Ning Bei's mind. At least in this small realm, no one can break the sword formation diagram. Ning Bei smiled, then he thought of something. Right, Miss Lin? No. Master, do you have that kind of treasure that can shield the outside world from perception and is more private?
Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, said, there is a treasure more in line with what you said, named Linglong Tower. After recognizing the master can be free to go in and out, can also bring people in and out, and the outside world cannot be probed to check the situation inside.
How, you want Can I? Ning Bei's eyes lit up in anticipation.
After all, now hanging a master on his body, although the other party promises not to pry into privacy, but no matter how.
It was like being watched.
So much so that he has some concerns when he goes to Jiu for a life event.
It's not like I can't give it to you.
Lin Xiaoxiao lightly hummed, but Linglong Tower was given to me by my father and mother. After all, it is the witness of the storms and rains that they once had, so if you let me give it to you to use,
then I have to make a condition. Upon hearing that there was a game, Ning Bei smiled. What conditions? Let's put it this way, you can't do the ones that are too difficult.
Lin Xiaoxiao kindly said, how about you just write a challenge letter to my father?
Not you. Ning Bei's tiger's body shook at his words. He almost bullied his teacher into saying, are you okay? To have him write a challenge to that kind of being? Tianiao, 1 second after writing the challenge, the system automatically unbound it. What? You don't dare?
Lin Xiaoxiao came out of the 7-star pearl, her charming eyes looking at Ning Bei with a smile. The corners of Ning Bei's mouth twitched lightly as he forced a smile. Forget it, that was your parents' testimony after all, and I'm not in a good position to take it away from them.
Cowards.
Lin Xiaoxiao hummed lightly. After saying that, her figure disappeared without returning to the 7-star pearl.
Where are the people?
As soon as Ning Bei's words left his mouth, he heard the other party's secret voice. I'm going out to play, just yell master save me when there's danger.
Ning Bei, what are you doing? At that moment, Qin Yu flew over. Seeing this sweet smile, Ning Bei subconsciously opened his arms wide. You're here to ask me about the sword formation boundary, aren't you? Oops. Someone will see it. Qin Yu smiled sweetly. Instead of jumping into Ning Bei's arms, she pulled Ning Bei's hand down and said, did you make the boundary just now? Where did I get that skill?
Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, honestly saying, it was given to me by an ominous being who made me worship his master.
Unknown? Yes, the strength is unknown, the background is unknown.
But an extremely terrifying existence.
Qin
Yu frowned as she listened and worried, husband, how could you know this kind of person?
You won't be in danger, right? It's fine, at least she didn't mean me any harm.
Ning Bei pacified, don't ask so many questions, lest you also get involved. When the time comes, you'll be lulled into going along to help her commit patricide.
Patricide?
Qin Yu covered her small mouth in shock. However, seeing Ning Bei say this, she was good enough not to ask any more questions, but instead urged Ning Bei to be careful, and to be sure to speak to her when she encountered problems. In the face of the young girl's heart, Ning Bei would not refuse.
The two then went off to practice. Jojo, are you currently cultivating your techniques or raising your realm? Ning Bei asked again, feigning casualness as he played the math.
Qin Yu thought for a moment, let's focus on my gongfu first, after all, my realm has only just been raised, and it's hard to make another breakthrough now.
That coincidence. Ning Bei smiled comfortably.
In the next moment, he used the reverse value he had just gathered to exchange a serving of toast bread in the system shop.
What do you see here? It is?
Looking at the toast bread, Qin Yu was confused. Taking this item can help cultivators increase their enlightenment to cultivate Xian Gong without any side effects. Ning Bei explained, it was also given to me by that unknown master, try it.
For me?
Qin Yu shook her head and softly said, since it's so good, you'd better use it yourself.
Have you forgotten that my husband has already cultivated the Great Thousand Thunders technique, to the point of pure perfection? Using it now is a pure waste. Ning Bei forced toast bread on her. In the past, he was not good at taking out these things and couldn't explain them, but now because of Lin Zhao's presence, it just so happened that he could dump all the things he couldn't explain on the other side. 2 for the price of 1.
In the end, under Ning Bei's insistence, Qin Yu had to be forced to accept it. But just as she took her first bite, she grabbed Ning Bei's hand, her eyes widening, husband.
I feel it. It's so strong, right?
Then hurry up and finish eating and practicing, Ning Bei said with a smile. He had a deep understanding of the effects of toast bread, and wanted the effects of all the elixirs to be more significant and counterintuitive.
I've never felt this way before, Qin Yu happiness said.
Such a state of open-mindedness in her thoughts was something she had never experienced in her previous life, so she didn't dare to waste any time and was busy cultivating her Xian Gong. Ning Bei, on the other hand, stood guard. Even just looking at my daughter-in-law's exquisite little face was a physically and mentally pleasurable experience. At that moment, a system voice rang in his head. Remind the host not to forget to return the reverse value. Next time for sure. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu had been immersed in cultivation for 2 days. This day, the Martial Heaven Academy once again welcomed uninvited guests. Upon seeing the figure among the comers, the entire Wutian Academy was shocked. Yu Fei? How did he get mixed up with the Divine Intent sect? Not waiting for Yu Fei to open his mouth, the Yu commander beside him said first, those who know what's right are wise, don't you understand such a simple truth? so you guys defected to the Divine Will sect. Moonless snorted and stared at Yufei. In vain, you are still a prince, but you are actually willing to attach yourself to such a power? Hearing this, Yufei indifferently said, instead of pointing me out here, it would be better to think more about the Wutian Academy, so that you don't end up in the same situation as Yu Wuing. To tell you the truth, Yu Wuing and the Qi Tian Academy have long since disappeared from this world. Don't think that the Su Sheng realm is still the same as the Tsang Xin continent. Yu Tong coldly said, if you are smart and are willing to attach to the Divine Ideas sect and hand over the protectorate boundary, perhaps we, Sect Master Mu, can still be gracious once more and give your Wutian Academy another chance. Wu Yu, you'd better think it over before replying. Now that we're defecting to the Divine Ideas sect to obtain resources, it can be far more generous than when we were in Sangchuan continent. Noisy! Moonless snorted and interrupted. For this kind of resources obtained by burning and looting, any normal person would not care to look at it much. Although the world of immortal cultivation is honored by the strong, and it is common to fight for the chance to break the head, but that refers to the unowned things, not to kill and rob at the sight of people. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, there is no such thing. Seeing that Moonless was so unenlightened, Yutong was just about to get angry, but he was stopped by Old Man Shen Demon. Baby doll, I see you. Old Man Shen Demon flew forward, looking down from the air at Ning Bei in the crowd, smiling lewdly as he pulled out a piece of AV stone. Look what I've brought you as a gift. 2 chapters in 1. Chapter 96, a big mess. The villain is not in a hurry. The protagonist collapses, not waiting for the crowd to understand what is meant. Just before the Shen Demon old man's words left his mouth, he impatiently urged the audio-visual stone, and a tingling female voice was the first to enter his ears. So many people. Immediately afterward, a vivid picture that was so lofty and magnificent that words could not describe it was born in the void. Wow. Holy. Isn't that the king of S-Mom? What's the situation? How did she get mixed up with the divine intense sex people? After seeing the familiar faces in the picture, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and everyone's face was dumbstruck. Why did Qin Yu's mom change again? What? Qin Yu was in the crowd, and at this moment, he could be described as being struck by lightning. Originally, he just wanted to eat a melon and watch the scene. Anyway, whether the Wutian Academy is dead or alive, it is not important to him. But he didn't expect to eat melon to his own head. Why is his mother in the Divine Will sect? Although Yufei and the others had defected to the Divine Will sect, and Yuan's commission was not impossible, what was with this AV stone? Ha ha! Looking at the shocked scene within the Martial Heavenly Academy, Old Man Shen Demon then laughed cheerfully. Vertical Sun, do you like this gift of the old man? Between his words, his leering gaze looked towards Ning Bei, as if he had already guessed how the latter would break down and cry. The vengeance of being bloodied in the clan can finally be avenged today. But in the next moment, the smile of the Shen Demon old ancestor came to an abrupt end, because he saw Ning Bei's handsome face. Now instead of crumbling, he was smiling? Seemed to be laughing more than he is? What's going on here? Not waiting for him to think about it, the Qin Yu below has long been unable to tense up, annoyed and angry. You damn quick put away the AV stone. Hear that? Old Man Shen Demon glanced at the words and ignored them. In his opinion, this should be a righteous young man who couldn't see such disgraceful images being shown in public. That's why they jumped out in anger. Thus, Old Man Shen Demon pulled out 2 more AV stones and laughed coldly. Still want to rely on strong support to muddle through? Well, today, I'll let you completely collapse your Dao heart. Not waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses. Good lord, the originally clear void was suddenly polluted by 3 images. Qin Yu, on the other hand, completely collapsed. What's with the backhandedness of this gift? But he didn't dare to rush out of the boundary. He could only be so angry that he cursed inside the boundary, jumping up and pointing at the ancestors of the Shen Demon old ancestor and swearing. At the moment, Old Man Shen Demon had no intention of paying attention to him, and his attention was all on Ning Bei. Why do you look like you don't care at all? It shouldn't. Yufei, is this the purpose of your visit today? Moonless and the others said in a cold voice. Yufei and Yuton looked at each other and fell silent. The eyes they looked at Old Man Shen Demon also all revealed incomprehensible confusion at this moment. What exactly was this trying to do? Although they had joined the Divine Intent sect, they were not considered the core, and thus did not know the truth about the Shen Demon sect being destroyed by Qin Yu. And at this time, Old Man Shen Demon couldn't help himself, so furious that he pointed at Ning Bei and angrily rebuked. Are you still considered a person? I'm asking you if you're still a human being? You're not even angry? Outrageous. In vain he burned and looted for so many years, did the evil things cannot be counted, but have not seen this kind of unfilial son. You're indifferent, that's all. Why do you have the face to smile? Only then did the crowd look at Ning Bei in surprise. And meeting Old Man Shen Demon's skeptical expression, Ning Bei spread his hands. What you're saying is that I should be angry, right? Do you even have to ask me about this? The old Shen Demon clan port lived. Originally, he had calculated well before coming, but to his death, he had never expected that Ning Bei would actually have this attitude. As if it wasn't his mother in the picture. Old Man Shen Demon.
Did you misunderstand something? At this time, Yutong had already seen that something was wrong. Actually, I don't understand. Why did you ask him to get angry? Upon hearing this, old man Shen Demon looked skeptical. You still don't understand? I've even released the mother ******** INGAV stone and he didn't react at all. I should be the one to say I don't understand, right? What? Yutong sniffed a tiger, hurriedly pulled him to whisper, you are mistaken, that person is called Ning Bei, is the chief of the Wutian Academy, and is not Yuan's son at all. Here, look at the person over there who keeps jumping and cursing you, he is Yuan's son, Qin Yu. Ha! The Shen demon old ancestor was immediately struck by lightning. When his gaze followed, he saw that Qin Yu had already been so angry that he was trembling all over, and even his voice was almost mute with curses, ******* Mudhorse. Mudhorse old thing. In a flash, the Shen demon old man went numb. At this point in time, how could he not guess the truth? This is fooled Ning Bei is not Qin Yu at all, and the one at the bottom who keeps scolding him is the son of Yuan. It is Yuan's son. At this moment, the Shen demon old ancestor couldn't wait to slap himself, not realizing that he had actually been teased to such an extent by the enemy of his extermination. Who can stand such humiliation? Boom! After the Shen demon old ancestor let out a furious curse, he suddenly erupted the power of a peak transformation god from within his body, and charged towards Ning Bei like he had lost his mind. Today, old me will definitely make your life worse than death. Don't be impulsive. Yu Fei and the others tried to dissuade them, but it was simply useless. Not waiting for Moonless and the others to strike, Ning Bei's divine thoughts moved, only to see a sword aura instantly separate from the protectorate boundary. Its momentum is sharp and swift as electricity. Thumbs down. Between heaven and earth, a pure sword sound suddenly resounded. Immediately afterward, the Shen demon old ancestor who had just rushed over was pierced through his brow by the sword blade, giving birth to a wrist-sized bloody hole. And then, the whole thing plummeted downwards. Wow! The crowd was instantly taken aback. I forgot to tell you all that the sword formation diagram can not only defend, it can also launch an offense. As Ning Bei's words fell, he casually raised his hand and waved it toward the front. Shoo shoo shoo. A shower of sword shadows like a rainstorm flew towards Yu Fei's group like the sky was covered by the sun. Ever since he had obliterated Yu Xian that day, Ning Bei had decided to look for an opportunity to eliminate his roots, and it just so happened that the other party came to his door today, so how could he let it go? Not good, run away. Yu Fei and the others felt bad and turned to escape. But how could they escape from under the sword formation diagram? After all, this was something that Lin Xiao had personally given away. Almost in a flash, everyone was turned into pieces by the sword shadow, terrifying as it was. Holy, this layer of boundary is so powerful? If we can't even escape the transformation god realm, then in the future, our martial heaven academy wouldn't be completely unthreatening. Senior brother Ning, awesome. I beg to differ, Yuan is awesome. The crowd cheered. Ning Bei raised his hand and pocketed the 3 AV stones, turning around and saying, Gentlemen, although there is no threat to staying at the Martial Sky Academy, in the future, you still need to work hard. Don't worry, senior brother Ning, we're not willing to stay within the academy all the time either. Yes, in the past, we were just low in the realm, not poorly talented. Now that everyone is cultivating in the Su Sheng realm, we will definitely be able to make the academy flourish once again. A group of disciples took a stand. Looking at the disciples who looked like they were pumped up with chicken blood, Moonless and the elders looked at each other and all smiled in relief. Wait for the crowd to disperse. Qin Yu hurriedly caught up. Ning Bei, quickly give me the AV stone. What AV stone? Chapter 97 Lin Xiaoshen's Linglong Pagoda. I hope the villain will be more badass. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched at his words and he gritted his teeth. What AV stones are you talking about? Of course it's those 3 AV stones about my mother. What? Haven't you seen enough? Ning Bei raised an eyebrow and said, Not that I'm talking about you, Qin Yu, but do you think you've done a good job with this? Qin Yu was dumbfounded by the question. What the hell does that have to do with him being thick or not? Besides, it's supposed to be his word. He shouldn't be the one to question Ning Bei. You've seen it all, do you still want to occupy it? Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, Ning Bei had already turned around. Come here, I have something to talk to you about. Looking at Ning Bei's dashingly departing back, Qin Yu felt humiliated. At this moment, Ning Bei seemed to be treating him as if he had long since ceased to be a peer, but rather a posture of an elder admonishing his juniors. In the past, Qin Yu would not have been able to bear such humiliation, but now, he could only grit his teeth and follow him over. Who let the handle still be on the other side? Cliffside. Ning Bei stood at the edge, arms folded. Qin Yu, who had come from the back, had a look of resentment flashing in his eyes and really wanted to kick Ning Bei down. But as soon as his thoughts started, Ning Bei stared back. Are you trying to kick me down? No. Qin Yu's eye pupils shrunk at the words and he denied it. Ning Bei, what exactly are you trying to tell me? Why do you have to come to a place like this? Qin Yu, have you noticed something? What is it? It's just that you're a bit of a grudge against your father and mother. Ningbei calmly said, you see, no matter whether it's Kuei-en or Qinhao, even if it's our academy's Li Xin, ever since being your father it hasn't ended well, and your mother is even more, needless to say. How many bitter days? Qin Yu's face darkened as he listened, but he couldn't refute it. In fact, he had already noticed something, but he didn't have any psychological burden. Who let these people come at his mother? Is he to blame? Therefore, Qin Yu also straightened up and said, so what if it is? What exactly are you trying to say? Also, quickly return the AV stone to me. Look, you're in a hurry again. Ningbei shook his head and turned his words around. It's not that you can't have the shadow stone, but you have to tell me first, do you intend to destroy it, or treasure it? I'm damn sure I destroyed it. Qin Yu Bengbu lived. How could he treasure such a thing? Even if he treasured it, he couldn't have said it. That's good. Only to see Ningbei pull out 3 pieces of AV stones, and without waiting for Qin Yu to reach out to catch them, he threw them straight towards the bottom of the cliff. Qin Yu? You're welcome, it's just a show of hands. Looking at Qin Yu's dumbfounded expression, Ningbei patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Qin Yu Ren went numb. He hadn't even verified that the 3 pieces of AV stone were, or weren't, his mother's. Phew. Therefore, in the next moment, Qin Yu could only jump off the cliff to look for it and determine whether it was true or not. Phew. At this moment, a silhouette appeared strangely next to Ningbei, and it was clearly Lin Yueyao. I can't tell, you're quite bad. In the face of the sudden appearance of the young master, Ningbei froze and laughed. You are not unaware of my destiny with him. If it is not that my strength is stronger than him, than my current encounter, I'm afraid that it's even worse than he has ever been. Of course I know. Lin Yueyao interrupted. I mean, why don't you just kill him? Ningbei would like to. Nay, there was still a trace of Heaven's Way shelter left on the other side. I didn't expect you to be able to tell that he was sheltered by the Heavenly Tao. I'm getting more and more curious about you, but you'd better be a little more badass. Lin Yueyao smiled sweetly. Ningbei was confused and said, why? Lin Yueyao explained, because my father is more. He practiced in S. I'm afraid you'll be bullied by him too much then. Ningbei. Without waiting for him to say anything, he only saw Lin Yueyao handing over something. Here. It is? Feeling the aura of the glazed object, Ningbei's heartbeat climbed. This is a supreme treasure. Linglong Tower. Lin Yueyao didn't hide it and said frankly, don't you want a treasure so that you can play with your little daughter-in-law? It just so happens that entering the Linglong Pagoda is not only hidden, but also has the effect of double cultivation. Dual practice? Don't you ask me why it has this effect. Not waiting for Ningbei to express her confusion, Lin Yueyao preempted, I won't tell you even if you ask. This. Ningbei couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Especially at the moment of receiving the Linglong Tower, the information that flooded into his mind can be more than just a dual cultivation effect, and even quenching the aura, etc. It was simply more powerful than the 7-star pearl. In the next moment, he looked at the young girl in front of him. This can't be. Your father's former treasure, right? Right. Lin Yueyao nodded, but now, they can open up their own space and can't use this thing to play. Ahem, can't use this thing for evening out. Ha ha. Ningbei immediately smiled and said with a coy smile, Master, you really. Oops, this got me. I don't even know how to thank you. You're welcome, and I wanted to apologize to you. Apologize? Lin Yueyao bit her small mouth and said, just now I was too bored to go out and play. So I imitated you and wrote a challenge letter to my dad. The words are a bit intense. Anyway, you shouldn't be too afraid, at most it's just some flesh and skin pain, it's not passed away. What? Ningbei instantly felt like the sky had fallen. The Linglong Tower in his hand was not so fragrant, and he said in a sharp voice, you quickly take back the Linglong Tower. Quickly, I don't want it. You explain clearly to your father, that is your own writing. It's none of my business. Can't be done. Why? Just now my father tried to track me down. I was afraid of being found, and cut off all contact. Ningbei was instantly mute. No wonder he suddenly gave him Linglong Tower. I really did think it was simpler. Host, this system would like to unbind. Please ask for the host's consent. I refuse. God's will door. At this moment, heaven and earth were wrapped in a solemnity, and the once prosperous and majestic divine intense sect was now a long time ago a broken wall. As for Mu Yuntian, who was the sect master, his limbs were also chopped off at this moment, writhing on the ground like a maggot. As for the others, the world has long since been devoid of their birthright. I was wrong. Spare me. Spare me. The once high and mighty Mu Yuntian now struggled to raise his head, only to beg for mercy from the man in front of him. But the man ignored it and just looked at the beautiful woman who kept crying in his arms and comforted. I've let you suffer all these years. Boo! With that, the man stomped Mu Yuntian's head with one foot. A divine intense sect master was unbeatable. Seeing this, Yuan was both scared and surprised, and then looked at the tall man, you heartless man. Don't abandon us mother and son again in the future. Chapter 98, the protagonist recognizes his own father, only to find out that he can't see the light of day? Does Feather really look 7 times like me? The man asked with anticipation while rubbing Yuan's arse.
This person's name is Xiao Yun, the very same character who fell into distress and lost his memory as a servant in the Qin family, and in turn hooked the main lady into the woodshed. At the same time, he was also Qin Yu's biological father. When Brother Yun sees Yuer, I'm afraid he'll feel more than 7 points. Yuan stated with a smiling face. Between words, her entire body snuggled into Xiao Yun's chest, allowing the latter to play with her jade body, and in the end, she really couldn't help but crisp up her voice. Brother Yun, let's get nostalgic first. How about going to find Yuer again? Looking at the beautiful woman's mesmerized eyes, how could Xiao Yun not understand as he hooked the other party's chin? With your current physical body, I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand my power. Then you get people killed, please. You haven't changed a bit in these 10 years. Xiao Yun laughed cheerfully. Seeing that the other party had so much leisure time, it would be uninteresting for him to refuse, so he picked up the beauty and walked towards the clearing. After a storm, the two of them just barely calmed down. All these years, you've only had one child, Feather? Xiao Yun was curious. Yuan was organizing her clothes while blushing and snapped. It's not like you don't know how special people are, besides you. Who else can let me give him a child? Ah, that makes sense. Xiao Yun thought of something and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. Let's go, take me to meet my son. Brother Yun, Yuer has suffered a lot, so his cultivation is not good. There's no need to say more, even if he's a waste. That is still my Xiao Yun's son. Aha. Yuan smiled at her words. At this moment, she only felt that her bitterness was over and that she would never have to live a hard life again. Under the cliff, Qin Yu searched carefully for half a day and froze without finding a single piece of AV stone, not even a piece of debris. In the end, he knelt helplessly on the ground. Damn Ning Bei. It can't be that you're playing a trick on me and didn't drop the AV stone at all? The moment. Xiao Yun had relied on the magic weapon to find the items based on what Yuan had provided. When he saw the figure kneeling in front of the tree from afar, Xiao Yun frowned slightly. Yuaner, apart from the fact that our son's talent is not working, is his brain good? Yuan froze for a moment and pouted. What are you talking about, Brother Yun? Of course Yuer's brain is good. Then what's he kneeling there for? Yuan was also confused. In the next moment, she rushed forward and called out, Yuer. Qin Yu looked up in dismay at the sound and looked around. Mother? After seeing that familiar figure, Qin Yu cried tears of joy and hurriedly ran over. But upon seeing the burly man with his arm around his mother, he froze slightly again and said suspiciously, Mother, is this the new righteous father? Righteous? The smile on Xiao Yun's face froze. Not waiting for him to speak, Yuan was busy to explain out loud. You don't talk nonsense. Quickly shout father. This is your real father, your real father. What? Qin Yu's torso shook and he didn't react for a moment. Yuaner, give the child a little time to buffer. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, wraps Yuan's fragrant shoulder, while surveying Qin Yu with a smile on his face. Our son's talent isn't bad. Possessing this kind of sword intent at such a young age is very rare even in the Su Sheng realm. Yuer, when did you repair your sword? Yuan also showed surprise and hurriedly looked at Xiao Yun. Brother Yun, Yuer can still be recognized by you after all these years of suffering. Don't you think he would be even more outstanding if he had your guidance? Xiao Yun was undeniable and laughed. The genius has indeed given me a surprise. As such, I as a father cannot be petty. With that, he pulled out countless exotic treasures. Dad? Seeing those exotic treasures, Qin Yu instantly recognized them. This is his own father. Come Yuer, take this meridian building pill first. Xiao Yun handed over a purple elixir and said, I detected that your meridians are broken, and this item happens to be able to repair them. Repairing the meridians? Qin Yu couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Who knows how long he's been waiting for this moment. Especially looking at those exotic treasures, he had never dared to dream before, and could take out so many good things at once. This dad, for sure, is more powerful than the previous one. The hard times are finally over. Qin Yu couldn't wait to take the elixir after receiving it. Yuan, on the other hand, looped her arm around Xiao Yun. Brother Yun, Yuer is very similar to you, isn't she? Like, quite a bit of my youthful handsomeness. Xiao Yun laughed cheerfully. Yuaner, you've given me a good son. LOL, then you can't abandon us mother and son again. Don't worry, you will come with me later, but... Halfway through his words, Xiao Yun lowered his voice again, but you also know the current situation. A few moments later, Qin Yu relied on the meridian building pill and managed to repair the broken meridians. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was full of vigor, and said in a proper voice, Father, Mother, our family is finally reunited, and my son will definitely be filial to you in the future. By the way Mother, where is father from? In the next moment, Qin Yu thought of something else and was still unclear about his father's identity. Yuan laughed. You've been here in the Su Sheng realm for quite some time now. So have you heard that there is a force in the Su Sheng realm that controls the merchant houses in the entire world? Xianbao Pavilion? Qin Yu thought of the name. Without waiting for Yuan to speak again, he had already guessed something. Wait, could it be that father is a strong person from the Xianbao Pavilion? Do you despise my father that much? Xiao Yun smiled and asked rhetorically. Without waiting for Qin Yu to come back to his senses, Yuan had already said, "Silly child, this Xian treasure pavilion is surnamed Shao, and it will most likely be your father's in the future."
What? Qin Yu was like a bolt from the blue. Xian Baoji's last name is Shao.
Happiness came too suddenly, making him as unreal as a dream. Yesterday, he was the king of that everyone was shouting at, but today he was transformed.
You've become the young master who controls the resources of the Sunseeker realm? Father, mother, then will I be able to return to our home to cultivate in the future?
Qin Yu said in anticipation.
This damned Wutian Academy, he didn't want to stay for even a single day.
When you go back to your own home and grow up, the next time you come back, it will be to avenge your past shame. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun did not say anything, but instead passed a look towards Yuan.
Come, Feather, mother will tell you something.
Yuan then pulled her son to the side.
Mother, what's wrong? Qin Yu was still confused.
You can't go to the Xian treasure pavilion, you have to stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy first.
Why?
Qin Yu sniffed anxiously and cried, Mother, you don't even know what happened to me at the Martial Heavenly Academy.
Then do you know what happened to mother at the Divine Will sect? Qin Yu almost knew offhand.
But fortunately, with his sanity still intact, he hastily changed his words. Yes mother, the Divine Intent sect is taking revenge on the Martial Heavenly Academy, and it's dangerous for me to stay here as well.
Don't worry the Divine Will sect is gone.
Yuan whispered, your father was the one who rescued mother and also destroyed the entire Divine Will sect.
What? Father is so strong? Qin Yu was shocked and then surprised. Then wouldn't it be better for me to return to father's side to cultivate?
No, you're a bastard who can't see the light of day.
Chapter 99, the system really turned heavenly, encouraging the villain to deceive his teacher and destroy his ancestor. A bastard?
Meeting her son's dismayed gaze, Yuan confesses the truth. It turned out that Xiaoyun had a family in the Sudokuru realm long ago, not only a wife, but also a son, and was older than Qin Yu. If the mother and son show up, not to mention the fact that they will be suppressed by the original spouse. Most of all, although Xiaoyun's status in the Xian Treasure Pavilion was high, at present, he had not completely become the person in charge of the Xian Treasure Pavilion. If Qin Yu, who was an illegitimate child, appeared at this time, it would likely cause those old men who had originally supported Xiaoyun to turn their heads to support others. In turn, it caused Xiaoyun to lose the opportunity to be the talker. After all, in the eyes of those people, Yuan and Qin Yu were always outsiders who couldn't ascend to the stage, so how could they be willing to have the Xianbao Pavilion defiled by outsiders? It would be better to support others in the family. Available. Knowing this, Qin Yu was like being poured with cold water. But mother, isn't it normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Why are we so ashamed of ourselves? Yuan said in a serious tone, you have to realize that this is a critical period. So what if you just suffer a little bit at the Martial Heavenly Academy? You don't want to jeopardize your father's big event, do you? Qin Yu wanted to say something, but he couldn't refute it. In the next moment, he thought of something else and lowered his voice, that said, Mother. Then the child of Qin in your belly. What to do? Don't worry, it was gotten rid of a long time ago. Yuan cast a reassuring look, otherwise where would she be qualified to stay by Xiaoyun's side? A few moments later, mother and son end their in-depth exchange. Qin Yu walked in front of Xiaoyun and knelt down with a thud. Don't worry father, my child will definitely not hold you back. I will stay at the Martial Heavenly Academy and wait for you to finish taking care of things. Feather, get up. Looking at his understanding son, Xiaoyun smiled in delight. Although you can't explicitly be my son now, the matter of you being my Xiaoyun's son cannot be denied by anyone who comes along. Father. Qin Yu nodded solemnly, and in the next moment, his mind flowed as he said, actually, I have an enemy in the Martial Heavenly Academy, but I can't fight it with my current strength. I wonder if father can help me. He spoke of Ning Bei's existence. By the way, he made up some evil things that Ning Bei had never done to him, in order to highlight his own grievances, and also to arouse his father's sympathy. Ning Bei? Xiaoyun deeply memorized this name. But in the next moment, he looked up and added, your sect protector boundary is too powerful, and it's not good for my father to break in and kill him. Not even dad? Qin Yu's face showed disappointment. It's not that I can't, father wants you to not be in a hurry. Xiaoyun pulled out an item and said, this is a sound transmission item, you can contact me at any time if you leave it behind, and after he comes out from within the academy, my father will then send someone to eradicate him. Great! Qin Yu smiled with an open brow at the words. He hurriedly transmitted the sound object. Anyway, now that the Divine Intent sect had been destroyed, the threat of the Martial Heavenly Academy outside was greatly reduced, and in the future, he would definitely go out to practice as well. So there's really no need to rush. Conversation over. Xiaoyun and Yuan then prepared to leave. I'll come to pick you up when I'm done with my father, wait in peace. Before leaving, Xiaoyun once again appeased. Father and mother, don't worry. Qin Yu nodded solemnly. He eyed the departing figures of the 2 old men, and a huge stone in his heart fell to the ground. Great, mother finally doesn't have to live a hard life anymore. Subsequently, When he returned to the Martial Heavenly Academy, he spread the news that the Divine Intent sect had been destroyed, trying to make the Martial Heavenly Academy let down its guard so that it could go out to practice. Only then would he have the chance to ask his father to take action to get rid of Ningbei. And while the family was talking, Ningbei had actually learned about it through the system long ago. Which option does the host intend to choose? Hearing the system's urging voice, Ningbei shook his head and smiled. It's not that I'm saying Baozi, the few options you've given here, Genus, are too bad. Please be a little more badass, host, so you don't get beaten up by Lin Xiaoxiao's dad later. Ningbei's smile came to an abrupt end. When this matter was brought up, he felt doubly powerless. You are at least a system that is outside of the heavenly Tao. How could you not be able to deal with his father? The host grows to a certain level, and will also feel that this system can only be the icing on the cake. Ningbei looked skeptical and said, is that person really that terrifying? There's no way to deal with him at all? There is a way around that. Oh? Ningbei's face showed surprise, and he was busy asking after him. Although the host can't beat him, he can mentally torture him. Fine. Enlarging Lin Xiaoxiao's belly so that he is happy to be a grandfather. In this way, he killed the host will make his daughter widowed. Nima. Ningbei couldn't help but burst out. Hear thou, do men speak? Who's the good guy who knocked up the master? Not to mention that kind of terrifying existence. This kind of thing, at the moment, Ningbei didn't even dare to think about it, for fear of being seen through to the heart one day. And so it was. Ningbei chose to leave the academy first, using a flying cloud boat to go to a place. 100 cities. Ningbei stood in front of a stately, imposing, crowded building that towered over him as he raised his eyes. And on the gate, there was a gold plaque, Xian Baogu. Although it is only a branch, but in the center of the prosperous and lively 100 cities, the surface occupies more than a few miles, enough to see the degree of generosity. It's worthy of being the #1 merchant house in the world of Sudamiya. Your Excellency has been standing for a long time, is something wrong? At that moment, a maid came smilingly to inquire. Ningbei wore a mask on his face and still said in a fake voice, I've come to find someone, shall we? The maid was slightly stunned. Your Excellency wants to see our shopkeeper? I wonder if it's for something. Ningbei said, just go inform him and tell him that I'll regret not seeing him. The maid's face was dismayed. However, due to professionalism and the feeling that no one would dare to come to Xianbao Pavilion to find trouble, she still obediently went in to report. Not much longer. That maid came out again, accompanied by a young man, precisely Xiaoyi, who was practicing as a shopkeeper in this branch. What do you want with me? Xiaoyi walked over to look Ningbei up and down and said nonchalantly, can I borrow you for a minute? Come with me. Xiaoyi's expression changed, but he did not refuse. Subsequently, the two of them came into a room. Xiaoyi turned to look at Ningbei and said, there are no outsiders here, now you can take off your mask. The mask will not be removed. Ningbei laughed, is it convenient to disarm the formation in the room? I don't want the conversation later to be discovered. Ha! Xiaoyi sneered and said, in all these years, you are still the first person who dares to make such a request. What? Are you still afraid I'll harm you? That's not true. Xiaoyi shook his head slightly and said, but if you're here to waste my time today, then you, I'm afraid, will be carried out. Between words, he had closed the formation. Although the Xianbao Pavilion was the #1 merchant house in the Sushang realm, and their energies were focused on running the merchant house, they naturally did not slack off on their cultivation. After determining that Ningbei was very young, Xiaoyi didn't feel that the other party could harm him. And without any nonsense, Ningbei pulled out 3 AV stones straight away. Pick one. Which one do you want to see first? Why should I choose? Xiaoyi was unimpressed and said indifferently, I want to see them all, can't I? It's okay. Ningbei didn't refuse. In the next moment, he urged the 3 AV stones together. There are too many of you. And when the image played out, Xiaoyi instantly froze. His expression of a cold and proud man could not help but turn into an inquisitive shock, as if he was curious about the new world. What a superb. After all, it is a young man of blood and vigor, and in the next moment, Xiaoyi's mouth was dry and said, brother, may I ask who this woman is? The second aunt you've never met. Chapter 100. The main character's mother's identity changes again and she becomes an excellent aunt. What? The second aunt. Xiaoyi was like a bolt from the blue. But in the next moment, he quietly pinched up his spell and angrily looked at Ningbei. Is your excellency deliberately looking for a fight? Where did I get my second aunt? Look, take it easy. Ningbei guffawed and said in a relaxed tone, more than 10 years ago, did your second uncle Xiaoyan have an accident and disappeared for quite some time? Hearing this, Xiaoyi's expression changed. Obviously he was aware of this matter, but he didn't expect Ningbei to know about it as well. After all, not many people knew about this at all. At that time, your second uncle strayed to the Tsongshuan continent and happened to be acquainted with a human wife. Oh yes, it's the aunt who made your eyes light up just now. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth twitched lightly, but he couldn't refute it. Ningbei then continued, but that's not the point. The point is that your second uncle and she had a son, who has now come to the Sushang realm. What? Son? Xiaoyi instantly lost his senses and hurriedly asked, where is he? Where is he? Look, you're in a hurry again. Ningbei coughed lightly and slowly said, I know that your father and Xiao Yun are competing for the position of the Xin Treasure Pavilion spokesperson, and that your father is still losing, but it doesn't matter. Now that I've come to look for you, you should understand that I've come to help you. Xiao Yi's mouth opened slightly, wanting to speak. At this moment, he had already lost his earlier composure. After all, this matter could be considered to have a significant impact on the Xianbao Pavilion. The Xianbao Pavilion was different from other forces. Its internal hierarchy was mostly due to blood ties, therefore, it was a major taboo for a high-ranking person like Xiao Yun to keep a concubine outside. Not to mention the fact that having a son is the worst of all taboos. After all, the development of Xuanbeige has always relied on the internal marriage and mutual support of several big families, before gradually monopolizing the lifeblood of the business houses in the world of Su Shang. Since it was so developed and rose to prominence, how could it tolerate outsiders coloring the Xianbao Pavilion? It was feared that anyone else who knew about this matter would no longer be able to support Xiao Yun and be the spokesperson for the Xian Treasure Pavilion. Then, Xiao Yi thought of something. How do I believe what you say is true or false? You might make a trip back to the family to see if your second uncle has brought her home, but of course, for the moment, she should pretend to be an underling. Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment before suddenly extending a hand. Give it to me. Give you what? Shadowstone. Haven't you seen enough? Not? Xiao Yi looked flustered and defended sharply. I just want a piece of evidence. It's reasonable, right? Ningbei shook his head. I've told you the truth, and you still want evidence? You don't even have the strength to find evidence yourselves? You. Xiao Yi wasn't stupid, and straightened up. Say it. What favor do you want? That one spirit vein outside the 100 cities. Asterisk. Xiao Yi instantly clapped his hands and said in shock and anger, how the hell do you know about that spirit vein? That's a secret of our Xian Treasure Pavilion. And you cursed me? Facing Xiao Yi's vigorous questioning, Ningbei was slightly displeased. I came to help you guys out of the goodness of my heart, but from start to finish, you didn't even have a word of thanks, and now you're taking the initiative to let me put forward the terms of the exchange, and I've said it but you're in a hurry. Is this your attitude of begging for help? Facing Ningbei's condescending interrogation, Xiao Yi was furious. Don't forget, this is in my Xianbao Pavilion's territory. If I wasn't being polite, I could have just robbed it hard, you know? Why do you think I dared to come in? Ningbei let out a light laugh and said calmly, do you believe that if I let out a master save me, the next moment, the entire 100 cities will have to bury you with them? What? Master? Xiao Yi froze. The brief life experience still allows him to glimpse a few points of the feeling of not being able to afford to mess with Ningbei from his calm and relaxed temperament, and his intuition told him that Ningbei's threat was by no means credible. I'm afraid that there really is some kind of background, but the spirit vein is too valuable. After a moment, Xiao Yi was worried. This is not something that can be decided just because I say so. I have to go and consult my father first. Then your father will call you stupid. You. Xiao Yi was just about to retort, but then he thought of something. If he could win the position of the person in charge of the Xianbao Pavilion, not to mention one spirit vein, even 10 spirit veins would be a sure win. After contemplating for a split second, he suddenly raised his head. Okay, I can give you the spirit vein, but I have a condition. You have to tell me where that wild seed is? No problem. Ningbei rose with a smile. The two of them happily traveled to the location of the spirit vein. In the mountains, the two walked side by side. Xiao Yi twisted his head and said, you said she is my second aunt? But in the video and audio stones you showed me, those men, how come none of them are my second uncle? Which brings us to the fact that your cousin, whom you've never met, always causes his mother a hard time. Ningbei shook his head and smiled, saying in a proper voice, but that's not important. What's important is that you only need to follow my methods, and the Xiaoyun lineage will fall into infighting, so naturally, you won't have a chance to compete with your father for the position of the speaker anymore. 5 days later, find someone to impersonate Qin Yu in 100 cities and then act in the name of my second uncle's son? Xiao Yi reconfirmed. Exactly. Why does it have to be 5 days later and in 100 cities? You will know then. Ningbei said confidently. In the middle of the conversation, the two had arrived at the location of the spirit vein. Xiao Yi dispersed the guarding strongmen and used a secret method to open the boundary, and immediately afterward, a vein strip that shimmered with spiritual light came into view. As far as the eye could see, it was a spiritual vein that had accumulated a rich spiritual qi. Exempt. Although Ningbei had been psychologically prepared through the system's prompts, he was still greatly shocked when he saw the spirit vein with his own eyes. This spirit vein alone was far more bullish than the treasury of the Martial Heavenly Academy. And so it was. Ningbei raised his hand and hurriedly pocketed the spirit vein with the help of the system. Looking at this scene, Xiao Yi's heart ached slightly. It would be a lie to say it doesn't hurt. The next moment, without waiting for him to ask for it, Ningbei had already handed out the AV stone. Happy cooperation. LOL. Xiao Yi didn't know what to say for a moment. However, after getting the 3 AV stones, he was still relieved as if he was relieved. Who the hell are you? A good man who should have been worse than dead, but went against the grain. Good people? Xiao Yi was genuinely laughing at the sound of it. Who's a good guy, trading AV stones for favors?
Seeming to see his thoughts, Ningbei also said nonchalantly, at least compared to you, I'm considered a good person. Don't think I don't know that you want the Shadow Stone to make it easier to find her, right? You. Xiaoyi was disliked and couldn't organize his words for a moment. Ha ha. Ningbei then laughed out loud and didn't bother with this crap. Straight away, he swept away as a flash of lightning. Hiss. Seeing this, Xiaoyi sucked in a mouthful of cool air, completely not expecting Ningbei's speed to be so counterintuitive. He then glanced at the AV stone in his hand and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an arc. What a superb ant. Chapter 101, the protagonist still wants revenge against the villain? Unaware that his mother has entered the tiger's mouth again. Wu Tian Academy. When Ningbei came back again, he was planning to rely on his spirit veins to cultivate. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu took the initiative to look for him. Ningbei, do you know about the fact that the Divine Intent sect has been destroyed and our Martial Heavenly Academy is safe? Oh? Ningbei feigned surprise and played dumb. The Divine Intent sect was destroyed? Qin Yu smiled smugly. What? You weren't in the academy before? Don't even know about such a big thing? Strange, the Divine Will sect is a notable force. Ningbei scratched his head and deliberately said, which person is so inhumane to exterminate people without a word? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Yu almost didn't strain himself. He was really convinced. Every time he hadn't even said 2 sentences to Ningbei, he could be so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Fortunately, in the end, he forced down his anger and continued his plan. Anyway, no matter who exterminated it, it's a good thing for our academy. Our academy elders are already preparing for the adventure. I think there are quite a lot of opportunities hidden in the realm of the living. How about you? What are your plans lately? What do you care what I do? Ningbei looked skeptical. I casually asked. Qin Yu suddenly felt weak and sophistically said, your group of lapdogs said that you'd take them on an adventure. I don't believe that you dare to take them on an adventure alone even in the Su Shang realm just yet. Ha! Deeply aware of Qin Yu's trickery, Ningbei didn't dismantle it, instead choosing to just take the trick. Why wouldn't I dare? In fact, I've already had a plan. Yes? Qin Yu's eyes lit up and he forced down his excitement. Then where do you plan to go for your training? In 5 days, first go to the 100 cities. After Ningbei calmly sued out, he deliberately said, but you punk, I won't take you, don't even think about it. After saying that, Ningbei turned around and left straight away. Great job. Qin Yu, on the other hand, had the corners of his mouth lightly drawn. However, he was happy in his heart because he had set up Ningbei's route. So after going back to the room, Qin Yu immediately took out his voice transmission object and conveyed to Xiaoyun the news that Ningbei would appear in 100 cities 5 days later. And after receiving his father's response, Qin Yu almost flew with joy. Ha, Ningbei, you're dead this time. The color of madness flashed up in Qin Yu's eyes. Although he had failed many times before, this time, he had unprecedented confidence. For one thing, it was because of the strength of his father, Xiaoyun, that was an existence that could destroy the Divine Intent sect by himself, terrifying as it was. Secondly, this was his real father, not one of those righteous fathers who rushed to make a child with his mother, and he must have been extremely attentive to what happened to him as his son. Under the excitement, Qin Yu decisively took out a large portion of the spiritual items given by his father in an attempt to go and ease the relationship with Lin Yueyao. Anyway, as long as Ningbei died, he believed that his relationship with Lin Yueyao would definitely be broken. It's good to lay it out in advance. What's more, as the future young master of Shinbao Pavilion, could he be worse off in the future? The other side. Ningbei had already learned, through the system, how Qin Yu had contacted his father. What a deadbeat! Ningbei sneered. Now everything was in order, as he had expected. Afterwards, he pulled out the Linglong Tower and moved his mind. Shasta. Its figure and breath disappeared without a trace. Husband. Seeing the figure that appeared, the young girl inside the tower smiled with a smile on her face and said with a bit of a grudge, how long are you going to keep people locked up here? What? Can't wait, little beauty? Ningbei walked away with a smile on his face. He wrapped one hand around Qin Jojo's waist, while the other hand picked up the other party's white chin, admiring the delicate face that was as lustful as a flower bud in its first blossom, waiting for the flowers. Qin Jojo pouted her little mouth, Yen smiled and spread her jade hands. Come on husband, hurry up and get high, let's get ready to cultivate blah. Ever since that time, the young girl had fallen in love with the cultivation method of being in Linglong Tower and opening up to general improvement. It had to be said that the Linglong Tower's effect genus was heaven-defying, even though Qin Jojo, who was an empress in her previous life, had never seen such a marvelous treasure. The more I practice, the happier I get, and I'm not tired at all. Ningbei glanced at the melon and shook his head with a bitter smile. Jojo, let's change our cultivation method today. Qin Jojo froze for a moment. Without waiting for her to open her mouth to ask a follow-up question, she only saw Ningbei pull out a big, bright and eye-catching contraption. This is... Qin Jojo blinked her long eyelashes and said in surprise, spirit vein? Husband, where did you find it? That's just a little piece of it. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. If I pulled out the entire spirit vein, not to mention the Linglong Pagoda, even the entire Wutian Academy wouldn't be able to fit. Alright Jojo, let's refine it first. Aha! Qin Yu obediently pocketed the melon seeds for next time. Not much longer. The Linglong Tower was then filled with an aura that was dense to the extreme. The spiritual chi emitted by a small section of spiritual vein was far more terrifying than a million spiritual stones. It was truly the essence of concentration. Plus the Linglong Pagoda had the ability to quench the aura, which coincidentally allowed it to compress and sublimate this endless aura, madly pouring it into the two of them. Not to mention the duo who were already gifted. Even if they were replaced by ordinary people, it would be difficult to curb the desire to break through for promotion. Fortunately, this was in the Linglong Tower, and the two didn't need to deliberately suppress it, so they could release their impulses to their heart's content. Xianbao Pavilion Headquarters. Father, that's just the way it is. When he returned, Xiaoyi told his father the truth about what had happened, except for the 3 more unusual AV stones, which he did not mention. A spirit vein. Xiao Lei stroked his beard before looking at the youth. This deal is worth it, you're getting more and more bold. Thank you father for your compliments, my child has more to learn from father. Xiaoyi humbly laughed. At the moment, he was happy in his heart, glad that he had not come to ask his father for instructions first, or else he might really have to be scolded by his father for being a fool, as Ning Bei had said. This deal is so worth it. Now that there is still some time before the great day, since that person intends to help us, let's do as he says, and in a few days' time, first impersonate Qin Yu in the 100 cities and see how Xiaoyan reacts. Xiao Lei pondered and then made up his mind. Yes, leave this matter to the child. Xiaoyi led the order to leave. However, he did not return to the 100 cities, but instead strolled around the huge Xianbao Pavilion headquarters, trying to find a certain figure. And Kung Fu was not a good idea. After a long time, finally, he was allowed to see the daydreaming figure, and, forcing himself to keep his composure, walked over to it. Are you the new maid? Yuan lifted up a pretty face that was still charming and sized up this handsome young man. Who is the gentleman? You don't even recognize me? Xiaoyi said in a proper voice. My name is Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi. So it's Mr. Xiao. Come here, I have some work for you to do. Oh, good. Yuan froze for a moment. Considering her current status in the Xianbao Pavilion, she could only obediently follow. Not long after, Yuan looked around and slightly realized that something was wrong. Mr. Xiao, this place is so remote. Why can't we see anyone? Chapter 102, You're really worthy of being the mother of the protagonist, you're really a good husband. Not seeing anyone is right. Xiaoyi turned around with a smile and looked at the charming beauty. After all, there are some things that you don't want to be known by too many people, right? Yuan's delicate face changed. With her past experiences, it instantly made her heart climb, anticipating that familiar bitter day. Mr. Xiao, if you're fine, I have to go and get busy. Yuan tries to escape, but without waiting for her to turn around, Xiaoyi had already swept forward in a flash and grabbed her wrist. Don't be in a hurry, I'll show you something good. Nothing to see here, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Between words, Yuan had struggled. Nay, she was no match for Xiaoyi, and in an instant she was taken captive to the secret room under the muse. The secret room. Without saying a word, Xiaoyi showed her the contents of the video and audio stones. How did you get this? Yuan, on the other hand, was struck by lightning and her body immediately froze in place. Looking at the other party's panicked expression, the corner of Xiaoyi's mouth lifted slightly. Do you understand my bitterness now? If this matter is known, you say, how can you still stay in the Xian Treasure Pavilion? And how can you still meet people in the future? Yuan's lips trembled slightly, but her brain was blank. How could she not expect that the group of people from the Divine Intense sect would be so? Well, why would they want to record video and audio stones? What do you want her to do? It is not easy to get through the bitter days, finally looking forward to come back to Xiaoyun. Right now this good day has not even lived a day. The video and audio stones are bursting out. Moreover, Yuan also knew that Xiaoyi in front of her was none other than Xiao Lei's son, and it was Xiao Lei's line that was competing with Xiaoyun for the position of speaker. The next moment, she lifted her tense, pretty face. What do you want me to do? What can you do for me? Xiaoyi asked back with a smile. After Yuan pursed her lips, the next moment, she moved her body to lean towards Xiaoyi. Do you want that kind of thing? Which kind is that? It's... Yuan swallowed and her voice became low. Actually, you could have just said it. Maybe I won't be offended. Do you understand what I mean? Ahem. At those words, Xiaoyi almost choked on his saliva. Originally, he wanted to hint at the other party and directly admit his relationship with Xiaoyun, and then push the boat out and use the other party to help his father defeat Xiaoyun. But to his surprise, he still thought of the other side as simple. Sure enough, this ant is special. Thus, Xiaoyi straightly hooked Yuan's chin. Do you want to tell the secret that you're hiding from me first, so that we can see how much sincerity you have? Secret? Yuan froze. Without waiting for her to make a sound, Xiaoyi took the lead and reminded, for example, how did you cross the test and enter the Xian Treasure Pavilion headquarters? Knock. Hearing this, Yuan suddenly shrunk the pupils of her eyes. How could you ask this? As things stood, Xiaoyi no longer needed to play dumb, seeing that Auntie isn't a person who is dedicated to her family. In that case, then I would like to show Auntie a clear path. Auntie? Hearing this address, Yuan's legs went weak. At this point in time, could she still not see that her relationship with Xiao Yun had been exposed? Looking at the young man who was strategizing in front of her, at the next moment, Yuan looked as if she had made some kind of determination in her heart, and straight away she stuck up to him. Mr. Xiao, then don't abandon me. Ahem. Feeling the other party's warm and delicate body, Xiaoyi's tiger body shook. Aunt, I don't mean this. Don't misunderstand. You're not even willing to do that? Yuan raised her head and said in a pitiful manner, then how can I feel at ease obeying your instructions? This. Smelling the aroma of the beautiful woman in his arms, Xiaoyi suddenly felt his brain go blank. In fact, he prided himself on being a decent man. But Auntie is too good at it. A few days later, inside the Linglong Tower, it was being mixed with each other by breakthroughs and auras. In just a few days' time, Ningbei and Qin Yu had both stepped into the harmonized god realm by taking advantage of the inexhaustible spirit veins and the quenching effect of the Linglong Pagoda. This realm is not invincible in the world of sustenance, but with the strength of the two can also be ranked in the upper middle, if placed in the martial arts Heavenly Academy. It could be said that apart from Moonless, no one was able to fight. Why isn't husband moving? Qin Yu's face showed surprise. With the duo's current state, they hadn't reached the bottleneck of cultivation at all, so they were still able to continue refining their spirit veins and continue cultivating. But Ningbei suddenly stopped. I suddenly thought of something. Ningbei guffawed and smiled. Jojo, you can cultivate in the tower first, I'm going to go out first. What is it? An unknowing thing tried to count on me, and I had to tell him to see reality. Ningbei laughed meaningfully. Unconsciously, it had already arrived at the day when he had agreed with Qin Yu to go for training. If he did not show up, he was afraid that he would make the other party think that the plan had fizzled out. It's Qin Yu, right? Qin Yu was smart enough to guess. Ningbei didn't deny it either. The next moment, only to see Qin Yu stood up, her expression serious. Husband, why don't you just kill him? I always feel that he always wants to take revenge on you. Kill in order to put an end to future troubles. Oh, Ningbei sniffed with surprise. He didn't expect the young girl to take the initiative to say these words, and he couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth welling up in his heart. Tune it up. And seeing Ningbei freeze, Qin Yu misunderstood the meaning. Do you think I'm too hard-hearted? After all, we used to be half brother and sister. But I think he always wants to target you. I'm afraid that he will really do something unfavorable to you in the future. It's you who are too soft-hearted towards him. Say what? Not waiting for the young girl to finish her sentence, Ningbei directly interrupted with a smile. Between words, he wrapped his arms around the other party's waist. You're thinking about me. How could I think you're hard-hearted? On the contrary, this is how you look like my woman. You really think so? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as she said. Ningbei nodded solemnly, of course, but I don't need you to deal with him. Leave this matter to me. I won't give him a chance to retaliate against me, so don't go acting impulsively, okay? In saying so, Ningbei was thinking out of the blue. There was really no need for a young girl to intervene in such matters, and to avoid trouble. Aha! Qin Yu nodded obediently and said, then I'll wait for you in the tower. There's no rush, there's still some time. The corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up. The next moment he put his hand into the young girl's pocket and fished out a handful of melons. Seeing this, Qin Yu also smiled. Inside the schoolhouse, Qin Yu was wandering around, again like he's longing to find something. He's not going to change his mind, is he? Delayed in seeing Ningbei's figure, Qin Yu had a few worries in his heart. A few days ago, he urged his father to make preparations. See, everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. If Ningbei temporary change of heart, then he's looking forward to it for nothing. What are you looking for? At that moment, a voice came from behind. Ningbei? Qin Yu quickly turned his head at the sound, and the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed from rising. What did you do? Q. Chapter 103, the protagonist has a happy family and his mother is gone? Qin Yu almost didn't strain himself. He cursed back in his heart, only feeling that Ningbei was very unqualified, cursing at the sight of people. But it's good that as a result, it made him curb his excited smile and said, Hey, I was asking why you're still here. Didn't you say you were going to go somewhere to practice? To the 100 cities. Ah yes, it's 100 cities. Qin Yu feigned that he had just remembered it, and then said offhandedly, it's not like that's some sort of holy land for training, so I'd suggest that you don't go there. Who said I'm going to 100 city to practice? Ningbei sneered and said, I have a friend in 100 cities, I am going to look for my friend first, is there a problem? Friend? Qin Yu looked puzzled and frowned, didn't you come with us to the Whisker Realm? When did you have a friend in the 100 cities, and what does that friend of yours do? Q. Qin Yu instantly exploded, pointing at Ningbei angrily, do you have any ing quality? Is it fun to curse without moving? Ningbei just smiled. What are you laughing at? Qin Yu was so angry that his chest floated, and then relented. Forget it, I don't care to spar with you, I'm going to go on an adventure anyway. With that, he turned straight away. But in reality, they were only leaving temporarily, and then hiding somewhere to determine if Ning Bei would really go on an adventure. About an incense stick later, after seeing Ning Beijing leaving the academy with Wang Tong and the others, in a flash, Qin Yu's entire body was thrilled. Great job. Father, Ning Bei and the others have already departed and are expected to arrive at 100 cities today. He couldn't wait to pull out his voice transmission object and inform Xiao Yun at the headquarters. Father, you must kill him. Make sure you don't miss this opportunity. Xiao Yun responded, don't worry, the district is just a teenager. Father will send someone to take care of it cleanly. Great. Qin Yu was relieved to get a response and then thought of something. Right, father, how is mother doing on your side? The sound transmission object fell silent for a long time before Xiao Yun's voice was heard. It just so happens that there is something that my father would like to ask you. What is it? About your mother. Xiao Yun sighed before he said, has she ever run away from home before? What? Running away from home? Qin Yu almost shouted out. At this moment, he had felt a few bad moments. Father, has my mother disappeared? She wouldn't have gone back to her hard life again, would she? What hard times? No. I was just so worried. You don't get excited first. Xiao Yun pacified. It should be that she left on her own. It's impossible for someone to break in here and kidnap her. It's just that I don't know what she wanted to go and do. She didn't even say a word to me. Maybe I have been too busy in the past few days. She really didn't find me. Have you thought about what she said to you? Qin Yu couldn't organize his words for a moment. How could a good mother suddenly leave home? There's no reason at all. Neither father nor son could figure out why. Helplessly, Xiao Yun could only say, let's put this matter aside for a while. My father has already sent people to 100 cities to get rid of Ning Bei. Your mother will not be in danger. Good. Then I will also rush to 100 cities first. Qin Yu wasn't too worried. After all, he still had a good idea of what his mother could do, and who would bear to hurt a woman who was hospitable and sincere. Having survived so much danger in the past, he believed that his mother would still be able to turn the situation into an auspicious one. And what he cared about most right now was rushing to 100 cities to see Ning Bei killed, or worse, to be satisfied with seeing Ning Bei's corpse. The other side. 100 cities. The city is extraordinarily busy today. Everyone seems to be talking about one thing. Have you heard? The person who just stole and overturned the latrine is called Qin Yu, the son of Xiao Yun of the Xianbao Pavilion. Xiao Yun's surname is Xiao. How did he have a son with the surname Qin? It is said to be Xiao Yun's illegitimate son outside. The surname Qin is because Xiao Yun has embraced someone's daughter-in-law, and that person who has been embraced as a daughter-in-law is surnamed Qin. Is that so? Xiao Yun is actually this kind of person? The matter of Xiao Yun having an illegitimate child could be said to be all over the city, with all sorts of speculations swirling around. But invariably, they are all off-the-wall rhetoric. What's the situation? Big brother Xiao Yun has an illegitimate son named Qin Yu? This must be a rumor. Brother Yun's name isn't Chao, so how could he go and wreak havoc on someone else's daughter-in-law? That's right. But this matter has gotten too big. Look guys, those in the front are the powerful people from the Xianbao Pavilion branch store in 100 cities. They must be looking for that person who pretended to be Brother Zhao's son to settle the score. Just leave this matter to them. We'll follow Brother Yun's orders and just find that Ning Bei and kill him first. In the dark alley, there were 4 people exchanging low voices. They were precisely the strong men from the Xian Treasure Pavilion headquarters who had been sent by Xiao Yun to obliterate Ning Bei. However, the sudden storm caused a large number of powerful people from the Xian Treasure Pavilion outlets in the 100 cities to go out in search of the culprit called Qin Yu. So much so, that they can only hide for now. After all, they knew most of the powerhouses in the branch. Xiao Yun had secretly sent them over, so if the two parties met, it would not be very easy to explain. As time passes, Qin Yu arrived at 100 cities with his imperial sword. Phew! Looking at the gate, Qin Yu exhaled heavily. I shouldn't have missed it, right? Looking at the cozy atmosphere of the city, everyone seems to be exceptionally kind, walking around and saying a few words whether they recognize each other or not. This scene caused Qin Yu to nod his head in admiration. It seems that Ning Bei hasn't been killed yet. It just so happens that this city seems to be particularly humane, and while I'm waiting for Ning Bei to be killed, I'll be able to go for a stroll first. And so it was that he walked into the 100 cities. But when heard up close, what everyone on the street was talking about, Qin Yu almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. What the hell? How come the whole city is talking about him being Xiao Yun's illegitimate son? How could anyone know about this? Found it. Without waiting for Qin Yu to figure out the cause, someone suddenly shouted, "Shoo shoo shoo." Immediately afterward, a group of Xianbao Pavilion's powerhouses led by Xiaoyi surrounded Qin Yu like a heavenly net. Look, is he Qin Yu? Good fellow, he dares to impersonate the bastard son of the second head of the Xianbao Pavilion. This person is finished. As the crowd moved out of the way, there were munching smiles on their faces. Qin Yu, on the other hand, looked around at the powerful men who appeared in front of him and said in consternation, "Who are you guys? Is there a misunderstanding? Do I know you guys?" Misunderstanding? Xiaoyi sneered, his eyes narrowing slightly. Are you called Qin Yu? Qin Yu's little brain worked quickly, associating it with the rumors he had just heard. In the next moment, he smartly shook his head and stated, misunderstanding, my name isn't Qin Yu, my name is Ning Bei. Ning Bei? Without waiting for Xiao Yi and the others to speak, at that moment, several wind-breaking sounds rose at first. Only 4 figures in the dark alley rushed up to the sky. They did not hesitate to kill towards Qin Yu and shouted excitedly. Finally found you, Ning Bei. Ha! Qin Yu's tiger's body shook and the man was dumbfounded. Chapter 104, Xiao Yi loves Yuan Yuan, sends another spirit vein. What's the situation? Qin Yu's tiger's body shook. These are the people father sent to kill Ning Bei? Although he immediately guessed the identities of the 4 people, he had no time to dodge the sword blade that chopped straight at him without saying a word in the face of the other party. That's bad. Fortunately, in the moment of crisis, Xiao Yi made a wink towards the person next to him. Ning Bei had shown him the portrait, sure that the person in front of him is Qin Yu, although I cannot figure out where to come out to kill each other. But no matter what, Qin Yu cannot be allowed to die now. This was the key to dealing with Xiao Yun. Boom! The strong man beside Xiao Yi threw a punch, blasting out a fist deity that was visible to the naked eye, hitting the sword on that was attacking Qin Yu in an instant. The moment the two intersected, a terrifying shockwave instantly erupted. Put! Qin Yu, on the other hand, his tiger's body shook and his entire body flew out backwards. It was really because he was too close, and this kind of power clash of peak transformation god experts was simply not something he could withstand. Wang Zhen? In the next moment, the man who threw the punch looked at Xiao Yi and reported, Boss Xiao, they are from the Xian Treasure Pavilion headquarters, Xiao Yun's men. People from the headquarters? Xiao Yi looked surprised and raised his eyes to the 4. How did you all come to 100 cities? The 4 Wang Zhen people looked at each other, knowing that they couldn't hide it any longer. So, Wang Zhen frankly said, we were ordered to hunt down a person called Ning Bei. I hope that Mr. Xiao will not stop us. Not waiting for Xiao Yi to open his mouth, Qin Yu sharply said, I'm not Ning Bei, I'm not ing Ning Bei. You're not? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhen sneered, do you take us for deaf? You were the one who personally called yourself Ning Bei just now, and now you still want to argue? Not me. Qin Yu was so angry that he couldn't organize his words. At this time, Xiao Yi also pressed, since you're not Ning Bei, but you lied just now, then you are undoubtedly Qin Yu? At this moment, Qin Yu Ren went numb. Can someone tell him what's going on? How did the 100 cities rumor his relationship with his father in good time? What the hell is going on? But now, if he tries to make up a fake name to fool, not to mention whether people believe it or not, I am afraid that not only will he offend one party, but both parties will want to kill him. Helplessly, Qin Yu could only cross his heart and gritted his teeth. Yes, I am Qin Yu. Whatever. At least now he must not fall in the hands of the 4 Wang Zhen, otherwise he will never give him the opportunity to explain, but first kill. And when it fell into the hands of Xiao Yi and the others, there was at least a chance of escape. But unexpectedly, the next moment, he heard Xiao Yi say, take him down. How dare you impersonate the illegitimate son of our Xianbao Pavilion's top management? Let's lynch him on the street right now. Yes. 2 men rushed forward. What? Lingering? Qin Yu completely clammed up. In a flash, he no longer cared to conceal his relationship with his father and cried out, I'm not impersonating. I'm not impersonating. I am really Xiao Yun's son. Don't believe you guys, look at my looks. Don't I look like him? Between the words, Qin Yu was so anxious that he said to Wang Zhen, what are you waiting for? Quickly come to my rescue, or else how will you go back to my father? The 4 of them looked at each other, all of them were filled with confusion. Obviously, they also hadn't heard that Xiao Yun had an illegitimate child, and after Qin Yu reminded them of this, they also realized that the other party looked like Xiao Yun. It's kinda like that. And slow down your hands. Xiao Yi stops the person who was ready to make a move and feigns surprise as he looks at Qin Yu. Are you really my second uncle's son? Everything was his plan to make Qin Yu voluntarily admit that he was Xiao Yun's illegitimate son outside. Because of this, the rumors that appeared within that 100 cities will also change directly from rumors to the truth that there are actual people because of Qin Yu's confession. At that time, they would be able to go to the headquarters to confront Xiao Yun and disqualify him from running for speaker. Uncle too? After hearing this title, Qin Yu's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed to him that perhaps Xiao Yi had a good relationship with his father, so he nodded his head repeatedly as if he was grasping a straw to save his life. Yes, I'm really. Brother, I'm your real brother. Xiao Yi didn't say anything. The 4 Wang Zhen people, however, were dumbfounded. Because they knew the rules of the Xianbao Pavilion very well, once it was confirmed that Xiao Yun had an illegitimate child outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yun is even ruined. Thus, Wang Zhen couldn't care less whether Qin Yu was true or not, he could only warn first, shut up, you don't want to slander our brother Yun's character. He was about to run for the word. How could he suddenly come up with such an unintelligent son like you? With these words, it was implied very clearly. But in the way of almost being killed just now, Qin Yu was not in the mood to comprehend it at all. Instead, he ran behind Xiao Yi. Brother, you must protect me. Looking at Qin Yu, who was blissfully unaware of how serious the situation was, Xiao Yi nearly laughed out loud. Don't say so much first, about your identity. I'm going to want to ask second uncle for clarification first. No problem, no problem. Qin Yu nodded his head repeatedly. The current situation made him not even care to think about how the rumors about him and his father had popped up. After all, he had to find his father first to tell him the truth. It's the only way to resolve these misunderstandings. And so it was. Xiaoyi then took Qin Yu and went back to Xianbao Pavilion first. And Wang Jin, 4 people, in the face of this sudden news, at the moment is also confused, had to go back to the headquarters first to report. Inside the Xianbao Pavilion, Xiaoyi first sent someone to do some body searches on Qin Yu. It's a sound transmitter to contact my dad. Before Qin Yu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiaoyi. This object is not trustworthy. I will first keep it on behalf of you, and will take you back to the headquarters later. Ha! Qin Yu froze for a moment. Looking at the other party's back as he took the sound transmission object and left, he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The other side. A masked man stood in front of Xiaoyi as he arched his hand in gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your excellency's guidance. I didn't expect to blow Qin Yu out so easily. Do you know bad things? Ning Bei said indifferently. Bad? Xiaoyi's expression was stunned and he said uncertainly, what do you mean by that? How could you let the 4 Wangjin people go? Ning Bei asked rhetorically, aren't you letting them go back and tip off Xiaoyun? Knock. Xiaoyi's tiger's body shook, and he suddenly realized afterward, damn. I'll send someone to intercept it. No, it's already late. Available. Not waiting for Xiaoyi to finish his sentence, Ning Bei added, I mean, my master has already gone to finish them off, and you won't even be able to see the corpses if you send someone over there again. Oh? Xiaoyi was stunned at his words and then sighed in relief as if he was relieved. It's fortunate that your excellency has helped us. I really don't know how to thank you. It's easy to be thankful. You send me another spirit vein? Ning Bei smiled and teased. No problem. As long as my dad gets to sit in the talking head position. This time, Xiaoyi agreed readily. He wasn't a cutie either. Seeing that Ning Bei had the ability to strategize so well, of course he wanted to make friends. But, then he added, I also hope that brother will promise me one thing. What is it? Regarding Yuan's audiovisual stone. I hope you won't tell outsiders, including my dad, okay? Ning Bei froze for a moment, looking up and down at the nervous Xiaoyi and said meaningfully. You kid shouldn't. Chapter 105, A Passionate and Open-Minded Beauty, No One Can Bear It. Ha. Xiaoyi Barbarian scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. Honestly, it's not his fault. What man can stand that kind of test? A handsome and seductive-looking, plump and hot body, and passionate and open beauty. Simply a rare beauty in the world. No one can carry it. To this, Ning Bei could only say one thing, we'll play. So, okay? Xiaoyi said expectantly. No problem. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, saying, but we have to quickly head to the headquarters to crucify Xiaoyun so that your father can defeat him. I've already sent people to prepare for it, and will set off immediately. Xiaoyi nodded and added, that said, what is your name, brother? What? You still can't guess? Oh, meeting Ning Bei's gaze, Xiaoyi's expression changed. I see. Brother Ning? But I'll be ugly. Brother Ning, please speak. You may possess her, but her son. You'd better not be his righteous father. Ning Bei was honest in the past. Qin Yu's multiple righteous fathers all ended up worse than death. This kid's catching his father, huh? Xiaoyi heard his heart flinch and said, Brother Ning, don't worry, I can also see that he is trying to kill you today. Let Wang Jin and the others to kill you, and he should have a deep hatred that can't be dissolved. And I only want Yuan. As for Qin Yu, I also want to get rid of him, so as not to cause Yuan and I to not be on the same page because of his existence. You're a smart guy. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Ning Bei was relieved. Subsequently, the group set out to catch up. Among them, Ning Bei was also there, heading to the headquarters together as a spectator, and also lest an incident arise at that time to make the plan fail. Qin Yu, on the other hand, did not notice him at all, and was still immersed in the fantasy of making a good relationship with Xiaoyi to make it easier for him to come to the Xianbao Pavilion in the 100 cities to get resources in the future. Xianbao Pavilion headquarters. When Xiaoyi returned with the men, he went straight to the waiting father. And after the people had converged, they led Qin Yu to the council hall of the Xian Treasure Pavilion. On the way, Qin Yu even saluted Xiao Lei attentively. Late generation Qin Yu, greetings to uncle. Good. Xiao Lei laughed loudly and patted Qin Yu's shoulder before holding his hand to avoid running away. I'm relieved that Xiaoyun has a son like you. Uncle is overrated. Qin Yu smiled cheerfully at his words. Especially feeling Xiao Lei's big powerful hand gave him a very reassuring and solid feeling. Xiao family members are really enthusiastic. But when it came to the Great Hall, Qin Yu felt something was not quite right. Uncle, why are there so many people in this hall? Although the hall was spacious, at this moment, there were dozens of people gathered. Their gazes were invariably directed towards Qin Yu and the others who were walking towards them, and all of them appeared to be of uncommon status. It's all about seeing you, Xiao Lei said meaningfully. Look at me? Qin Yu blinked, unsure. Then, he saw Xiaoyi pointing at a mother and son in the crowd. Qin Yu, have you seen that mother and son staring straight at you? See, who are they? That man's name is Xiao Turbulence. It's your half-brother. What? Not waiting for Qin Yu to react, only to see the youth beside the woman, already pointing in anger. You are Qin Yu? Not. Qin Yu instantly panicked. What the hell? At this moment, how could he still not react? After all, his mother had told him a long time ago that his father had actually had a family in the Sunseeker realm and had a son older than him. That was why he couldn't return to the Xin Treasure Pavilion and could only stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy. But now, why is the other guy waiting for him here? How did you know he existed? Qin Yu immediately heartbeat like a drum, busy to Xiaoyi questioned, not said to take me to find my father. Why did you tell them? Xiaoyi sneered, your father is rushing back. You'll be able to have a family reunion soon. Qin Yu was struck by lightning. In the next moment, he turned around and wanted to escape. He hadn't forgotten that now his father still had to fight for the word, he mustn't show up. Earlier, he had seen Xiaoyi calling Xiaoyun his second uncle and thought that the other party was on good terms with his father, so he had taken the initiative to recognize his identity. But in hindsight, it appears that this is not the case. Uncle, you let go. Qin Yu instantly panicked. It was only then that he snapped out of it. Xiao Lei was holding him not with enthusiasm, but for fear that he would give it a run for its money. Xiao Lei, on the other hand, without saying a word, straight away dragged him to bring him inside the hall and said in a proper voice, Qin Yu, now that most of the principals of the Xin Treasure Pavilion are here, you should first make it clear whether you are Xiaoyun's son in the outside world or not. Qin Yu couldn't organize his words for a moment. Because he understood that whether he confessed his identity or acted to avoid it, it was impossible for things to come to such a pass. At this moment, he realized that Xiao Lei and Xiaoyi's father and son were simply digging a hole for him. Are you really Xiaoyun's son outside? Kid, you'd better make things clear or we won't spare you. You little bastard, tell me who your mother really is? In a flash, the crowd opened their mouths to question. Leaving aside the fact that Xiao Turbulence's mother and son were the most annoyed, there were many people in here, many of whom were representatives who supported Xiaoyun. If this matter was confirmed, Xiaoyun would never be able to act as a spokesperson, so their previous efforts would be wasted. Even before, they had offended Xiao Lei. That's what matters. Shoo. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly barged into the hall, and it was Xiaoyun. Today he originally had an urgent matter to deal with, and when he received the news that his son had come to his door, he did not believe it, but he did not expect that he had just entered the Great Hall. What a ing sight for a wild son. You bastard with 1,000 knives, is this your son outside or not? The woman rushed up and tugged at Xiaoyun, sobbing and questioning. Xiao Turbulence also walked forward. Father, do you really have such a son? Is he really your son? Xiaoyun, quickly explain things to us. The rest of the group questioned the same. While welcoming the countless questioning gazes, Xiaoyun looked at Qin Yu with a skeptical look that seemed to say, what are you doing here, you son of a? You want to hurt me? Father, I'm innocent. At this moment, Qin Yu could be said to be crying without tears. He didn't even know where to begin when he met his father's angry eyes. Originally went out to see the corpse of Ningbei. But in the end, how did it come to this? Xiaoyun, is this your son? Xiao Lei lifted Qin Yu and questioned with vigor. Xiaoyun gritted his teeth, knowing the consequences of admitting it, and could only say, Xiao Lei, I know that you want to compete with me for the word, but there's no need for you to use such a lowly tactic to plant evidence on me, right? Could it be that all of you also think that this person will be my Xiaoyun's son? Between his words, Xiaoyun looked around, exuding an undeniable confidence. After all those years of experience wouldn't make him lose his temper now. The move, too, has quieted the frenetic atmosphere a bit. What? Are you saying that he is a fake? Xiao Lei's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly pushed Qin Yu out. In that case, this person is posing as your son in the outside world and insulting the reputation of my Xin Treasure Pavilion, so it will only be convincing if he is executed by your own hands. Can you lay your hands on him? At this moment, the crowd looked at Xiaoyun. Dad? Looking at the tall father in front of him, Qin Yu instantly held his breath and cast a resigned gaze. And Xiaoyun acted as if he did not see Qin Yu's gaze as he calmly said, just a small thief, what can't be done? I'll finish him off right here. Chapter 106, Protagonist Fakes Death? The Villain's Whiplash. Wow. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but look at each other. Could this man really be a fake? Although it is true that this son bears some resemblance to Xiaoyun, there are many similar people in the world, so how can one presume that the two are father and son? Now is the critical period of campaigning for the speaker. Could it be that Xiao Lei's father and son really intend to stir up trouble? Hearing the murmurs ringing out around them. In the next moment, the beautiful woman who was Xiaoyun's wife, Suishan, instantly said angrily, Fine you Xiao Lei, you actually deliberately planted evidence against my husband? Xiao Turbulence also looked at Xiao Lei, snapped, in vain I usually still call you an uncle. I did not expect that your father and son for the position of the talker actually do anything out. This talker who and not when? Not all are for people. Aren't they all for everyone? I also ask all the elders to make a decision for my father, never hand over the future of the Xin Treasure Pavilion to the hands of people like Xiao Lei's father and son. After saying that, Xiao Turbulence did not forget to provoke the people present. Ha ha. But in the face of the mother and son's backtracking, Xiaolei let out a loud laugh. Xiaoyun is just talking, he hasn't even made a move to prove his innocence, and you mother and son are already defending him. No wonder you've all been kept in the dark by him for so many years. You. Sui-san was just about to retort, but suddenly felt that her words were justified, so she looked at Xiaoyun and said, "Husband, you quickly kill this harridan." Not waiting for Xiaoyun to speak. At this time, Xiaoyi, who had been reminded by Ning Bei, took the lead and said, "I'd also like to ask second uncle to wipe him out right here, so as not to cause any misunderstandings after taking him away. Is that okay?" Qin Yu looked at Xiaoyi with a skeptical look. He just couldn't understand. Obviously there was no injustice or hatred with Xiaoyi, and he was fine when he came here. Why did he suddenly want him to die so badly? When it came down to it, he could only cast an aggrieved look at his father, who was in front of him. But Xiaoyun acted as if he didn't see his eyes and said cheerfully, "Of course there's no problem." "Qin Yu?" Without waiting for him to open his mouth to speak, at that moment, Xiaoyun's secret voice suddenly rang in his mind. You must fake a death when it comes down to it. You don't worry, later for father will have a measure when hands, you only need to cooperate and hold your breath, first sleep for a while. When you wake up everything will pass. Fake death? Qin Yu's face revealed surprise at his words, and a flash of surprise surfaced in his eyes. He almost laughed out loud, and said how could his father really want him to die? It turned out that he was going to fake his death to hide it from the world. In the next moment, he cast an understand look towards Xiaoyun. Ding! Detected Xiaoyun and Qin Yu's secret voice plotting. Want to use fake death means to get out of the situation, please host will be the trick. Put. Hearing the system's prompt, Ning Bei directly burst out laughing. Although he immediately put it back, but still ushered in many surprised gazes. After all, it was such a moment of saber rattling. How can you laugh? Fortunately, at this moment, the crowd did not have the time to care about Ning Bei. Their attention was on Xiaoyun and Qin Yu. Don't kill me. I was wrong. It was the father and son who asked me to pretend. Want to make you have no way to run for the word. I was wrong, spare my life. At this time, Qin Yu was also possessed by the playwright. After hearing that Xiaoyun wanted to kill him, he acted in a state of panic and shook out Xiaolei and Xiaoyi as if he was greedy for his life. Chalk it all up to a father-son conspiracy. And this move also truly made the crowd frown even more when they looked at Xiaolei's father and son. Especially when Xiaoyun saw Qin Yu trying to run, he raised his hand and blasted away with a palm without saying a word. Now you know to beg for forgiveness? Too late, this is the price you pay for slandering me. Suffer death. Boom! Xiaoyun's vicious palm blast instantly sent Qin Yu crashing into the wall. Immediately afterward, Qin Yu's body was like a toy puppet that had lost its support, instantly lying on the ground in a bizarre position. Like it's dead. Hiss. Seeing this situation, a stone in the hearts of the crowd finally fell to the ground. See, I've long said that Xiaoyun is innocent. Actually, there's no need for Xiaoyun to take action at all. This kind of jumping clown still wants to plant Xiaoyun. Don't we understand Xiaoyun's character? That's right, Xiaolei. What else do you father and son have to say now? The crowd changed their faces at once. 1 second, he was still forcing Xiaoyun to testify against himself, but the next second, he bluntly stated that he had always believed in Xiaoyun and turned to start attacking Xiaolei's father and son. Husband, you scared me to death. Sui-san wrapped her arms around Xiaoyun and said petulantly, I told you that he looks so ugly, not like your child at all. Xiao Turbulence also walked forward and rushed Xiaoyun. Father, I'm sorry. Child, I just spoke a little too loudly. Greeting the compliments and currying favor from the crowd, Xiaoyun was pleased in his heart, but his face remained calm as usual. Xiaolei, I have always wanted you to compete with me for the position of wordsmith in order to be able to better serve Shinbao Pavilion, not for the sake of power struggle within today's matter. I can forget about it, but only if you will never do such disgraceful things again. Xiaoyun condescended, and this statement immediately drew praise from the crowd. Either that or I'm saying that Xiaoyun has a pattern. Look at his aura. In this comparison, Xiaolei is far inferior to Xiaoyun to lead our Xian Treasure Pavilion. Those who had supported Xiaolei, speak. Considering what you guys once gave to Xian Treasure Pavilion, hurry up and make amends to Xiaoyun, and this matter will be lifted. At this moment, Xiaolei was also confused. He didn't expect Xiaoyun to be so ruthless as to be willing to kill his own son? Is it really not his son? Brother Ning. What about this? Xiaoyi whispered to Ning Bei for help. Ning Bei then leaned over and whispered in his ear. Only Xiaoyi's expression changed, quickly transforming from panic to surprise. The richness of his changing expression was even better than when he discovered a new world from Yuan. Apologizing won't be necessary. Xiaoyun magnanimously waved his hand and said with a spring in his step, come on people, carry the corpse down first so as not to defile the council hall. Yes. Xiaoyun's beloved was just about to step forward. At this time, Xiaoyi rushed up. Wait. Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed slightly at the words and he frowned at Xiaoyi. My good nephew, what else do you want to do? Xiaoyi, stop fooling around. Xiaoyun doesn't pursue your father and son's faults, but you still don't know how to repent? Greeting the crowd's chiding, Xiaoyi calmly said, the elders have misunderstood. I just feel that since we were deceived by the outlaws and therefore misunderstood second uncle,
then the remaining troublesome matters, such as disposing of the corpses, should rightfully be taken care of by us personally.
The people looked at each other, but they did not think it was wrong. Instead, it counts as a commitment.
However, Xiaoyun's eye pupils shrunk and he said in a hurried voice, "No need. I killed the person, I'll just send someone to take care of it."
"It's okay, uncle too, I'll do the same." "Good nephew. You and your father still have to stay first, I still have things to talk to you about."
Xiaoyun hurriedly said with a smile, "These trivial matters, just leave them to the subordinates." With that, he was busy casting glances at his minders.
Crack! Just then, a thunderbolt suddenly descended on the Great Hall.
Only to see that Ning Bei had already pinched an electric whip, and without saying a word, he fiercely lashed out at Qin Yu's body.
Xiao Yun instantly clammed up.
Chapter 107, the protagonist calls his righteous father good, and his real father is a whore.
Boom! In an instant, a popping sound rose.
That electric whip erupted into a line of blood visible to the naked eye after it landed on Qin Yu's body, but in the next moment, it was transformed into a meaty fragrance by the lightning particles.
"Stop! I told you to stop!" Xiao Yun's mind collapsed.
This is his own son, blood is thicker than water, his own flesh and blood.
How can he tolerate others to be so whipped and still be indifferent? I don't think any other father could have put up with it. "What's your hurry, uncle too?"
The corner of Xiaoyi's mouth hooked up an arc and said meaningfully, "Didn't you already kill him? My friend helped to dispose of the body only. Why don't you not only not appreciate it, but instead badmouth my friend?"
Is it hard to believe that this Qin Yu is not dead at all? Wow. Not dead? What does Xiaoyi mean by that?
It seems to imply that Xiaoyun didn't kill Qin Yu.
Was acting to fake his death? That said, Xiaoyun's reaction is a bit too big, since it's a person who defamed his innocence. Is there a need to be so agitated? Xiaoyi's reminder was like a huge stone smashing into the calm water.
Not to mention that none of the people present were cuties. Anyone could tell that Xiaoyun's overly excited reaction was not quite normal. Seeing that the crowd guessed the truth, Xiaoyun anxiously said, "Xiaoyi, what are you talking about?
He's not even breathing. Where did he say he's not dead?" Between words, someone rushed forward to check Qin Yu's vitality. But as a result, there really is no longer any life.
Outrageous, I have already disregarded your faults, and you are actually attempting to weasel out of your faults. Xiaoyun said in a proper voice, "If that is the case, then I will not be able to speak well." The words drew out a chorus of voices from the crowd.
Xiao Yun has a point.
And Qin Yu even lost his breath.
To say such things again is a bit of egg on your face.
Xiao Lei, still not quick enough to control your son.
Are you really going to break up the Xianbao Pavilion just because you can't get the position of the speaker? If this matter alerts the pavilion master, both you father and son will be purged. Hearing the word pavilion master, Xiao Lei was immediately concerned. Do you have any evidence? The so-called pavilion master is the current head of Xianbao Pavilion.
In order to ensure the long-term development of the Xianbao cabinet, has always been, as a spokesman for the main character of the cabinet, only to participate in the layout of the Xianbao cabinet planning. Many things will not intervene, especially the election of the new spokesman of the period of time, in order to avoid suspicion will choose to shut down. All along, the Xianbao Pavilion had acted according to such rules, making it possible for no power to hold the power of the talker all the time. It is also for this reason that internal checks and balances can be maintained and sustained.
"Father, don't worry and leave it to me," Xiaoyi laughed. Right now, he could be said to have unconditional trust in Ning Bei, and since Ning Bei said that the other party had faked his death, he would never doubt it. Anymore, it could be seen through Xiaoyun's reaction. Therefore, in response to Xiaoyun's threat and the crowd's dissuasion, Xiaoyi remained unassuming. "Gentlemen, it's very easy to act and fake your death to find out your life and death, isn't it? Especially for a strong person of Xiaoyun's level, it is as easy as a probe." "You?" Xiaoyun was instantly enraged, unbridled. "Do you know what you're saying?" "I'm well aware of that."
Meeting Xiaoyun's angry gaze, Xiaoyi said, "In order to prove second uncle's innocence, Xiaoyi hereby asks second uncle to burn the corpse to prove himself."
Thud. Xiaoyun's heart suddenly jerked.
At this moment, he is also very confused.
Didn't understand where Xiaoyi got his backbone. Did he see through his and his son's cooperation from somewhere? That's not right. After all, the other powerhouses hadn't seen through it, so what made Xiaoyi able to see through it?
Not waiting for Xiaoyun to open his mouth, Xiao Turbulent snapped, "Xiaoyi, you are too ignorant of etiquette, actually speaking to my father like this.
If my father is willing to burn his body, what should you do?" "Xiaoyun?" Hearing Xiao Turbulence's words, Xiaoyun almost did not hold back his reprimand.
Facing the crowd's blazing gaze, Xiaoyi firmly said, "If second uncle is willing to burn the body to testify against himself, then I have nothing to say.
Even, I am willing to pay with my life."
Wow. With these words, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Sui-san even urged, "Husband, you should quickly burn his corpse to see if this brat's words count." Xiao Turbine chimed in, "Father, burn the body so that he has nothing to say."
Crowd, in that case, Xiaoyun, you light the fire. Xiaoyun's people were numb.
Looking at Qin Yu lying on the ground, this was his own son. But again, he knew very well that if he didn't obey the crowd's heart to burn the body now, then his previous efforts would be in vain. Not only that, but it was also a disguised acknowledgement that Qin Yu was his own son. In that case, not to mention that he will no longer compete for the position of the speaker, even within the family will have to be in a state of panic. Suishan is not a white man like Yuan, but 1,000 gold of one of the several powers within the Xianbao pavilion.
And right now, his father-in-law's line was in the temple, watching his every move. It's simply not an option. Ha ha.
In the next moment, Xiaoyun abruptly laughed out loud, as if he had made some kind of determination. I will burn. I'll burn him here, so that you guys will have nothing to say. Xiaoyun smiled bitterly and walked towards Qin Yu.
Just his son. How does it compare to his family? How does it compare to his future? How does it compare to the reputation that has been? Besides, he wasn't far behind his son. If you want to blame it, you can only blame this rebellious son, who doesn't know what he's doing. Why does he have to admit that he's his son for good reason? And one thought, as long as the burning of Qin Yu's body, the crowd will never suspect him again, but the spearhead points to Xiao Lei father and son. Xiao Yun has some comfort in his heart. At least it would make Xiao Lei lose the competition. Come in. At this moment, Ning Bei passed a glance to Xiaoyi, who instantly shouted at the outside. Immediately afterward, a beautiful woman with a lingering charm walked into the hall, and it was clearly Yuan. You. The moment he saw Yuan, Xiaoyun's expression froze. On the contrary, Yuan ignored him and went straight to follow her good nephew's orders, admitting her relationship with Xiaoyun to the crowd, including Qin Yu's birth. Upon learning the secret behind it, the entire hall was in an uproar. By this time, Ning Bei had already awakened Qin Yu in the corner. Mother? Why are you here? Qin Yu opened his eyes to see his mother and was confused. What happened to the promised fake death? Silly child, how can you trust him? Yuan immediately informed Qin Yu of what had just happened, one by one. What? I almost got burned? After learning of the situation, Qin Yu looked at Xiaoyun with a pang of heart palpitations. Father, is this true? You're really going to burn me? Ah? At this moment, Xiaoyun was already ashen. And Qin Yu was angry from the heart. You this father how to be? In the beginning after the day my mother on the pants ran away, causing us mother and son to suffer so much aggression, the result is now for a broken talker position, you actually want to burn me this son? Of all my righteous fathers, any one of them is more reliable than you, my own father. 108. Yuan's pouting is so tempting. The villain is going to be killed? Qin Yu's mind collapsed. It's just a matter of not being able to give them both a name, but I didn't realize that he'd faked his own death and had to be burned in a fire by his own father? Who could stand this? You shut up. Facing the blame from his son, Xiaoyun was so angry that his forehead rippled with veins. At this moment, he hated that just now he really had already slapped the other party to death. He did not understand. How could he have a son who was so unable to reach the stage? Knowing that it was the critical period of campaigning for the speaker, not to mention exposing his relationship with him first, he was actually brought to the headquarters of the Xianbao pavilion. Isn't this a pure pitfall? If he had known, he would have cleaned up his genealogy first when he knew he had such a son. Xiaoyun, are you still a man? At this time, Yuan stood beside Xiaoyi, but with an aggrieved look, she rushed to Xiaoyun and said, back then, you disregarded my resistance and forcibly bullied me, causing me to lose my reputation and become pregnant with your seed. Now you can't give us mother and son an account of the matter, so be it. Why do you still have to? I'm not sure why you would want to kill your own son, but I'm sure you would want to kill your own son. Wordsmith, is it really that important? Xiao Yi echoed, second uncle, you. Xiaoyun was instantly enraged at Yuan's backstabbing. Blame him for being a bully? I don't know who took advantage of her husband's absence and crawled under his covers in the middle of the night, wearing a thin shirt. It's still one of those cicada coats that is so transparent when the moonlight hits it. Just without waiting for Xiaoyun to curse out a word of shamelessness, all sorts of skepticism had already resounded in the great hall. Xiaoyun, is it really as she said? Good eye you Xiaoyun, I see that you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect that you would actually be this kind of human-faced and beastly villain. If you really forcefully take someone else's wife, the entire Xianbao pavilion won't be able to tolerate you. You thousand dagger, at the expense of us mothers trusting you, tell me, why does this woman even know about the mole on your ass? Dad, I didn't even know you had a mole on your butt. The people who had the hardest time in the room had to be Suishan and Xiao Turbulence's mother and son. At this point in time, it had become almost difficult for them to believe that Xiaoyun was still innocent. Slap. At this moment, an old man clapped his hands and said angrily, Xiaoyun, explain to me clearly, is Qin Yu your son or not? The old man was clearly Suishan's father, Su Chong. And following Su Chong, there were several other significant figures from the Su clan's lineage. Even though just now, all of them suspected the relationship between Xiaoyun and Qin Yu, they still hardened their heads to support Xiaoyun, but things are now. They would be cuties if they supported Xiaoyun again. Anymore. Father-in-law, I'm innocent. Xiaoyun looked at Su Chong and said sharply, I don't recognize this mother and son at all, I really don't recognize them. If you all don't believe me, I can wipe them out on the spot, and thwart their bones to testify against themselves. Xiaoyun was truly anxious. He didn't expect things to come to this, but he knew very well that right now neither Yuan nor Qin Yu were on the same page as him. If that's the case, why should he remember? Furthermore, wasn't the predicament he was experiencing now due to the mother and son duo? What's wrong with killing two people? Wow. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Yuan hurriedly said, "You actually said you don't know us? If you don't know us, why are you in such a hurry to kill us? If you don't want to destroy the evidence, you can just drop blood to recognize your relatives." Qin Yu skeptically said, "Dad, admit it, the big deal is that we don't compete for the position of the speaker. You admit your fault to my mother, and our family can still get along, isn't that good?" "I'm so your mother." Xiao Yun instantly clammed up. In the next moment, he revolved the thick power in his body and suddenly slapped his palm towards the mother and son. This time, he was really motivated to kill. Mother and son had put him in such a bad position, and he had to admit he was wrong and give up his future? Is this ING family, or is it an enemy? Beware of Ear. Xiao Lei looked startled. Nay, Xiao Yun's strike was too sudden, and not to mention him, even the top powerhouses such as Su Chong were unable to react for a moment. After all, part of the reason why Xiao Yun was able to gain an advantage in the competition for the position of talker was his great strength. Otherwise, how could one person destroy the Divine Will sect? Xiao Yun's strength would be a headstrong even if he was placed in the top forces of the Su Sheng realm. Now that Xiao Yi was standing beside Yuan, facing the power of Xiao Yun's incoming killing intent, for a moment, he was also under the illusion of being on the verge of death. Boom! But just when it was too late for everyone to stop them, in a moment of crisis, a flash of holy light descended from the top of the great hall. Master of the court? Su Chong and the other old men raised their eyes in surprise. 3 golden pagodas? Xiao Lei was relieved when he saw the power of the magic weapon. Great, Ear, quickly come to my father's side. Xiao Yi escaped and did not dare to leave Qin Yu's side without any hesitation. But he didn't forget to drag Yuan along. However, in such a chaotic occasion, the crowd had no time to care about the demeanor of the two, and only thought that Xiao Yi did not want Xiao Yun to kill and silence him. Only Yuan's heart surged with a touch of warmth as she rushed Xiao Yi and whispered, "Thank you, husband. Tonight, Nu Jia has devoted herself to serving you." "Auntie, don't say that now." Xiao Yi hurriedly passed a glance. If outsiders hear about it, how can he get a daughter-in-law in the future? Not only that, but I'm afraid I'm going to be charged with treason. Yuan took a small half-step closer to him and pouted, "Hate it, still calling people aunt? You little, hurry up and stop." "Aha." Yuan nodded her head obediently. When she turned to look, she happened to meet the dismayed gaze cast by her son, so she hurriedly pulled away from Xiao Yi by half a step. Qin Yu looked skeptical. What's the situation? Did his mother have a relapse? Xiao Yun, you are too unbridled. At that moment, a thick voice descended from overhead. All you hear is the voice, no one is there. However, when everyone heard the voice, they all immediately held their breath, and it was obvious that the speaker was none other than the Xianbao Pavilion's wordsmith. The strength is really strong. Ningbei frowned slightly, then darkly rushed the 7-star pearl. "Master, you're by my side, aren't you?" "On it." Hearing Lin Zhao's voice, Ningbei instantly straightened his back and was not humble. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, turned pale and sophistically said, "Elder Yu, the latecomer was defamed of his innocence. I really had no choice but to try to prove my innocence with my hands. Do you think I'm that easy to fool too?" The next moment, the voice suddenly came from the entrance of the hall. The crowd subconsciously looked up, only to see a small old man with a short stature of less than a meter, but exuding a powerful aura walk in. This was none other than Xianbao Pavilion's present-day person in charge, Yui. And beside Yui, there were also 2 figures whose breadth exceeded Xiao Yun's, precisely the right and left guardians who specialized in serving the talker. The 3 of them walked into the hall, immediately causing a layer of oppression that could not be described in words to cover the hall. "Elder Yu, I." Without waiting for Xiao Yun to finish his sentence, Yui straightened up and said, "Do it." "Shoo." The left and right guardians instantly rushed out. However, they were not rushing towards Xiao Yun, nor were they rushing towards Qin Yu, but towards Ningbei, who had been silent from the beginning. "You who?" Ningbei smiled. Chapter 109 Mother-child rupture becomes a fact? The protagonist cries misery and mother's happiness. When the left and right guardians simultaneously swept and rushed towards Ningbei, everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Xiao Lei and Xiao Yi, father and son, were shocked and uncertain. On the contrary, Ningbei was calm and relaxed, and did not even make a single counterattack or dodge movement, standing straight in place waiting for the two in general. Boom! However, in the next second, both protectors stopped 2 feet in front of Ningbei, and did not really make a move against him. "Oh?" Yui looked at Ningbei with interest. "Young man, why don't you hide?" "Because it's not scary." "Why aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid is not afraid," Ningbei said without hesitation. He didn't say that to be pretentious. Rather, it was because neither the system, nor Lin Xiao and the 7-star pearl gave him any hint of danger, proving that the other party was not really hostile to him. An outsider comes to my Xin Treasure Pavilion's headquarters and records our internal scandals with an audiovisual stone, and you're actually not afraid at all? Yui was surprised. The Shadow Stone? The crowd was dumbfounded. Say, who is this kid? I noticed him from just now. I didn't even pay too much attention. Dare I say it's not someone from our Xianbao pavilion? Good boy, you actually dare to record video and audio stones on such an occasion? In a flash, the crowd felt a chill. It wasn't because Ning Bei recorded the AV stone, but because they had actually not noticed it at all, which meant that the other party was definitely not simple. Don't misunderstand, court master. The next moment, Xiaoyi hurriedly stood out. This is my good brother, he has no malice. You record the video and audio stone quickly pull it out. In the last sentence, he was clearly rushing at Ning Bei, fearful that Ning Bei had incurred the wrath of the public. Sorry, recorded it in passing. It's all a bad habit. As things stood, Ning Bei couldn't say anything. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, he pulled out the AV stone and turned it into pieces in public. It didn't record anything special anyway, it doesn't matter. When the crowd saw that Yu Yiqi had not pursued the matter, they naturally did not say much. On the contrary, Yuan trembled delicately and rushed to Xiaoyi and whispered, in the future, you can't record the video and audio stone. Oh, I have shadows. Others can record, but I can't? Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows. Yuan's small face was stunned, then cast a flirtatious color. You can. Let you record them all in the future. Humph. Xiaoyi hummed lightly. That's more like it. At this time, Yui also looked at Xiaoyun and said, I didn't want to meddle in your personal matters, but you are so ruthless and merciless that you are willing to kill even your own son. It's simply a case of obliterating humanity. In the future, you will no longer be a member of the Xian Treasure Pavilion. What? Xiaoyun was immediately struck by a bolt from the blue. Wow. The crowd was also in an uproar. In particular, the strongest members of Xiaoyun's lineage had spoken out to plead for mercy at this moment. Please be gracious, Pavilion Master. Xiaoyun is certainly at fault, but his dedication to the Xian Treasure Pavilion over the years is there for all to see. Xiaoyun, quickly admit your mistake to the Pavilion Master. Perhaps the Pavilion Master just wants an attitude from you. No wonder they got excited. If Xiaoyun is really expelled from the Xianbao Pavilion, then their lineage would be tantamount to demise in the middle of the road. At this moment, even Su Chong and Sui-san and the others pleaded for Xiaoyun. After all, no matter how they put it, they and Xiaoyun were in a community of interest. On the contrary, Xiaolei said, a person without trust is not established, and a family without trust is not in harmony. Pavilion Master, Xiaoyun really doesn't deserve to compete for the position of a talker anymore. Facing the crowd's viewpoints, in the end, Yui took the decision. For the time being, Xiaoyun will not be kicked out of Xianbao Pavilion, but in the future, he may not compete for the position of the speaker, nor may he hold a key position in Xianbao Pavilion. From now on, he will be reduced to the position of a shopkeeper, and he will not be allowed to interact with this mother and son. Although the shopkeeper is already good for ordinary people, but in the case of Zoanbage, especially the people in the hall, a shopkeeper. That's all stuff for the late bloomers to work out. It was completely holding Xiaoyun down at the bottom completely. Yes. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your enlightenment. Xiaoyun clenched his fists and could only respond with hatred. But he also understands that this is already the Pavilion Master's grace. Otherwise, he will definitely be expelled from the Xianbao Pavilion. He then looked at Yuan and Qin Yu. Get lost, don't appear in front of me again, we have nothing more to do with each other. At this point in time, he didn't bother with sophistry. Just want to part ways with mother and son. Dad. Qin Yu was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why it was so hard to be a son. You wild seeds still have the face to call your father? At this time, Xiao Turbulence jumped out and said, that's my father, not your father. Get lost and go find your righteous fathers. Qin Yu had wanted to return the favor. Nanoa's mouth moved, and she had no face to retort out. Finally, the mother and child had to be forced to be taken away. Mother, we have no one to rely on again. Qin Yu looked at Yuan inside. I thought I had found my real father and changed my life from now on, but I didn't think that I would almost lose my life in the hands of my real father. Silly child, it's you who has no one to fall back on, mother does. Yuan touched Qin Yu's head and said lovingly. Ha? Qin Yu looked up in dismay and said with a confused expression, Mother, what do you mean by that? I kind of realized it. Yuan bitterly said, you child's fate is not good, born to restrain his father and mother, whoever is with you will not benefit. No? Qin Yu was skeptical and said, Mother, how come even you say so? Has anyone else said that? The corners of Qin Yu's mouth twitched viciously. Once upon a time, Ning Bei had said such things to him, but he didn't care. I didn't realize that even his mother was talking about him like that now. It's true though, but it's too solid to say. Hurry back to the Martial Heavenly Academy. Yuan urged. Qin Yu was stunned. What about you? Mother, won't you go back with me? Silly boy, mother said there was dependence. Qin Yu immediately thought of something and forced himself to say, who is he? Can I go meet him? You child. Has not gone too far. Ha? Where did I go too far? Aren't you overdoing it? Yuan pouted and grumbled, every time I found a backer, you caused their family to be destroyed. Now, it's not easy for me to meet someone who is rich and strong. Ahem, a good person who will add fun to my life. Do you want to harm others again? Not. Qin Yu was instantly struck by lightning and was speechless. Well, mother can't keep people waiting. After saying that, Yuan turned away anxiously. Looking at the back of his mother's departure, Qin Yu man was stupid. At this moment, his saliva couldn't help but flow out of his eyes. The other side. Ningbei and Xiaoyi had a nice chat and managed to get one more spirit vein. After all, today completely crushed Xiaoyun to death, and his father, Xiaolei, being the talker was almost a nail in the coffin. She's back. Looking at the plump silhouette from afar, Xiaoyi's heartbeat accelerated, rather like in desire that he could not quit. In the next moment, he looked at Ningbei. Brother Ning, you're not allowed to leave later. Chapter 110 Yuan is a smart person, calling her brother Ning. Oh? Ningbei froze and turned his head to look at the other party. There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? It's urgent. It has to be urgent. Xiaoyi looked serious and said, your help to our lineage can no longer be described in words. Since I promised to give you 2 more spirit veins, then not only must I keep my promise, but I must also pay attention to this matter. If I neglect brother Ning, I'm afraid that even my father won't be able to spare me. After today's incident, it made Xiaoyi pay more and more attention to Ningbei. After all, Ningbei had not only told them the secret that Xiaoyun had an illegitimate child outside, but he was also able to see the fake death drama that everyone had failed to realize. Help them, father and son, to turn the tables. Let's not talk about how big this favor is, just this ability. Who says it's not worth making friends with? Although today Xiaolei has not yet sat in the position of the talker, but things have come to a point where it is close to being a nail in the coffin. Since this was the case, it was certainly better to promise to give Ningbei the spirit vein sooner rather than later, so that he could also appear to be more sincere. In response, Ningbei would not refuse. It's good to get the spirit vein early. Husband. It wasn't long before Yuan came over. Upon arriving, she first pouted and shouted at Xiaoyi before looking at Ningbei. This gentleman is? Xiaoyi knew that Ningbei didn't want to reveal his identity, and after thinking about it, he said, this is brother Ning, but you and I are benefactors, so watch and shout. Benefactor? Yuan batted her long eyelashes. She was a smart woman, and through the look Xiaoyi handed her, she realized that she and Xiaoyi were able to get to where they were today thanks to Ningbei's help. Thus, she immediately cried out delicately, hello, brother Ning. Put. Ningbei nearly failed to tense up. I have to say, the main character's ing hospitality is far from empty. If Qin Yu were here, he could still learn his mother's manners. Subsequently, Ningbei then pulled back to the topic, now get going. Alright, brother Ning, follow me. Xiaoyi also did not talk nonsense and pulled out a marble-sized object, after injecting Xian force to catalyze it. Roar! In a flash, a flying mount appeared. The 3 of them stepped on their mounts and rushed to the spirit vein that Xiaoyi had spoken of. In order to ensure safety, he purposely took Ningbei to a spirit vein land farther away from the headquarters. After all, now that Xiaolei had yet to sit in the conversation, the matter should be kept low profile. And the ant is still around. Being seen is not conducive to solidarity. Qi Mountain Range. Upon arriving, Xiaoyi drove away the guards straight away and led Ningbei into the secret vault formation. After lifting the boundary restriction, all of a sudden, 2 thick spirit veins came into view. Xiaoyi said confidently, brother Ning, these 2 spirit veins are not inferior in the slightest to the one at the beginning. Do you think it's still satisfactory? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Brother Xiao is overstating things. Such a spirit vein is worth a fortune. So how can there be any dissatisfaction? Ah, that's good. So I'm welcome? Please. Xiaoyi stretched out a hand and then thought of something. Right, brother Ning, you can collect the spirit vein here first. I'll go inside and get some things. Yuaner, help me take care of brother Ning. Aha. Yuan nodded repeatedly. After saying that, Xiaoyi turned around and walked towards the interior of the treasure trove and disappeared. Ningbei wasn't polite either. Immediately, he used the power of the system to pocket 2 huge spirit veins. Seeing this situation, Yuan's eyes flashed with envy. Once geometrically, she had never seen such a spiritual object. In the next moment, she walked towards Ningbei. Brother Ning, have you cultivated any special Xiangong? What makes you say that? Ningbei was surprised. Yuan licked her lips and said in a pasty voice, I feel the yang powering you. It's so exuberant. It's more powerful than any man under the sky. Oh? Ningbei looked surprised and said curiously, with your strength, how could you discover such a thing? Then I am right, ah? Yuan smiled sweetly, then whirled close to lean over Ningbei, and whispered at the latter to explain, actually, people's bodies are somewhat special. Exempt? Ningbei's expression kept changing as he listened. While seeing Ningbei's stunned movements, Yuan had a few moments of coquettishness to say, have you never seen a woman like me before? Ha! Ningbei let out a laugh and looked at this woman who could give birth to a son of Qi. You're so flirty. Yuan's delicate face was stunned. In the next moment, her pretty face, which was still charming, did not show the shame or anger of an ordinary woman who heard such a description, but instead was quite a bit smug. So do you ever regret not keeping people for yourself? Ningbei's expression was stunned. What do you mean by that? What people mean? Does Brother Ning really not understand? Yuan puckered her jade lips and narrowed her winks slightly as if she was pampered. She wasn't a little cutie. How could she not see that Ning Bei was the one behind the manipulation of Xiao Lei's father and son against Xiao Yun? Just by sending out spirit veins alone, one knew Ning Bei's skill as well. Ning Bei smiled. Looking at the other party's 1001 charming appearance, no wonder Xiaoyi could not resist. It was no wonder that once Kuei An and the others, even though they had suffered a lot because of Qin Yu, were able to choose to forgive generously because of Yuan. A woman like Yuan, who is still charming and handsome, with a body that is still full of femininity, and who knows how to please men better than ordinary women. If you were an ordinary man with a weak heart, you'd be afraid that you'd really want to have it all to yourself. But Ning Bei was firm of heart. Auditing is not allowed. Yuan was slightly stunned and disappointed. Who is Shen? Does he care so much? Between the two conversations, Xiaoyi had returned from fetching his things. It was a 5,000-year-old spirit herb, Xian Lei grass. He presented this valuable spirit grass to Ning Bei. Brother Ning, I've seen you cultivate thunder technique. Perhaps this item can help you with your cultivation. I hope you'll smile. Oh, then I'm really grateful to Brother Xiao. Ning Bei wasn't polite either. As the saying goes, take the hand and eat the mouth. Ning Bei knew that the other party was trying to pull the wool over his eyes. Therefore, he also pulled Xiaoyi to the side and kindly reminded, she is not someone who is peaceful, you'd better have a good idea in your heart. Brother Ning, don't worry, I understand. After Xiaoyi heard and understood, he said, I will only share joy with her. As for the future, I will definitely exercise discretion. Seeing that the other party was smart and counted, Ning Bei said no more. After obtaining 2 spirit veins and a 5,000-year-old split Xian thunder grass, Ning Bei didn't intend to stay any longer and turned to arch his hand in farewell, until after he disappeared into thin air. It was only then that Xiaoyi collected his gaze and turned to look at the beauty beside him. Little beauty, now it's just the two of us left. Upon hearing this, Yuan instantly understood and tilted up her jade hand and then attached it to Xiaoyi's neck and said in a crispy voice, so what do you want to do with her? Ha! My rich and powerful husband. Chapter 111, the protagonist is tragically abandoned. The villain pulls out his war robe. The other side. After Ning Bei left his line of sight, he summoned his flying cloud boat to catch up. After all, there was still some distance to travel back to the Wutian Academy. Phew! At that moment, a silhouette appeared on the deck. Lin Xiao. Why did you come out? Ning Bei said with a few moments of surprise as he looked towards the young girl. Your daughter-in-law isn't here, so why can't I come out? Lin Xiao skimmed her small mouth and said, also, do you know that I'm your master? I know. No you don't, yell? Ning Bei let out a bitter smile and arched his hand, then disciple has met master. Poof. Lin Xiao hummed arrogantly, then crossed her arms, I'm your master, not your disciple. In the future if you instruct me to do something again, you're going to have to pay a price, you know? Doing something? Ning Bei froze for a moment. But soon, he reacted to the matter of sending Lin Xiao forward to dispose of Wang Jin and the other 4 before. Master, we're the closest of masters and disciples, so there's no need to be so clear about it, right? Ning Bei laughed. Lin Xiao turned her cicatrization and said in a light voice, but I'm the master. You can't just use it on me and not be polite at all, can you? What? Ning Bei froze slightly, then suddenly said, you're saying that I have a bad tone and should treat you with a little more respect, right? Yeah. Lin Xiao nodded her head vigorously and said seriously, although you're not a rebellious disciple like my father, I don't like the tone in which you order me around. Ning Bei seemed to have discovered something. Your father is a rebel? What do you mean by that? Lin Xiao's expression changed for a while before suddenly stopping. You don't need to know. Anyway, in the future, show a little respect to master, so that master can barely let you use it. I see, thank you master. Ning Bei answered with a smile. Such a being of ominous strength could be deployed and used by himself, even if it wasn't the kind of superior and subordinate orders that required providing the other party with some emotional value. It's all blood money. Also, that archenemy of yours, his heavenly refuge is much weaker again. Lin Xiao gave another reminder. Then she disappeared. In response, Ning Bei wasn't surprised, as he had long since learned of this matter through the system. Today, Qin Yu lost his father's love and was miserably abandoned by his mother. The aura of qi on his body was once again cut off at the waist. Therefore, Ning Bei had just returned to the academy, when he saw a disoriented Qin Yu, just like a walking corpse walking on the road. In the past, when he bumped into Ning Bei, he would more or less cast a resentful look at him, fantasizing about the image of stepping on Ning Bei in the future. This time, however, he was in no mood to look at Ning Bei more than once. Or Ning Bei took the initiative to walk over and opened his mouth to break the cold. Qin Yu, why are you so listless, like you don't have a parent? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately looked skeptical. Especially when he saw Ning Bei's harmless smile, it was quite a zing. ********. Who are you cursing? I'm fine. Look, you're in a hurry again. Ning Bei spread his hands and said helplessly, I originally had a big thing I wanted to remind you of, but now I see it's better to forget about it. Big deal? Looking at Ning Bei's departing back, Qin Yu was slightly stunned before hurriedly catching up and asking, "What's the big deal? Is it about Yueyao?" "Ha!" Ningbei instantly laughed. He didn't think that at such a time, the other party would still be in the mood to care about Lin Yueyao. "What are you laughing at? I laughed at your blackened seal, fearing a great calamity, yet you still think of that woman, how pathetic and ridiculous." Ningbei shook his head. With that, he strutted away. Qin Yu, on the other hand, froze in place. The great robbery. He couldn't hear Ningbei's hints at all, and even more so, he didn't know that he was on the verge of being miserably abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Back in the room, Ningbei entered the Linglong Tower without stopping to meet up with his little daughter-in-law, informing her of the 2 newly acquired spirit veins in the process. From the Xianbao Pavilion? Qin Jojo was shocked upon hearing this and said in disbelief, "Why did they send you such an expensive spirit item?" Ningbei didn't hide it and confessed that he was rewarded for helping Xiao Lei's father and son deal with Xiao Yun and competing for the position of Xian Treasure Pavilion's spokesperson. "So it's like this." Qin Jojo heard indistinctly and said, "I didn't expect Qin Yu's biological father to actually be in the Su Sheng realm, or a figure in the Xianbao Pavilion." "That said, husband, then he?" Ningbei understood the young girl's concerns and said soothingly, "Don't worry, Xiao Yun is already disappointed in Qin Yu and won't help Qin Yu against me, even if he wants to deal with me. They don't have the ability to do so." With this statement, Ningbei was not exaggerating. Although Lin Xiaoxiao did not want to be found by his father and was inconvenienced to step in to help him kill Qin Yu, who was sheltered by the heavenly Tao, but as for Xiao Yun and other mortals, it's easy to kill it. Qin Jojo nodded and said, "Husband, then we still need to speed up our cultivation a bit, only with strength do we have protection." "Good." Ningbei answered with a smile and said, "It just so happens that there are 2 more spirit veins, which is enough for us to properly cultivate for a while, right? It seems like you're about to break through again? Aha! Then, do you want me to help you a bit with the help of Linglong Tower?" Qin Jojo reddened once again. She was too shy to know what to say, and just fished a handful of melons out of her pocket. Ningbei then took it with a smile, and also pulled out the gift that was exchanged from the system store with the reverse value. "Come on Jojo, try this dress to fit." "It is?" Looking at the clothes handed over by Ningbei, the ice silk smooth touch made Qin Jojo a little surprised. "What is this called clothes? How come I've never seen it before?" Ningbei thought for a moment, the corner of his mouth curved up into an arc as he said, "Let's just call it a battle robe." "Battle robes?" Qin Jojo batted her long eyelashes. When she put it on, she immediately red-faced rushed Ningbei pouting, "Big bad egg. Don't let me go outside to wear it in the future. Oh. Hey, Qi Mountain Range. Pavilion Master, please look." Xiao Yun said with a gloomy face. Yui and the 2 protectors, looking at the formation vault that should have existed as a spirit vein, but was empty at the moment, both frowned. "Xiao Yun, what do you mean by that? Who took the spirit vein that was supposed to be there?" The left and right guardians, one after another, questioned Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh and looked at Yui. "I'm afraid that the pavilion master still doesn't know that Xiao Lei and the others went out of their way to take Xian Treasure Pavilion's belongings at the expense of others in order to bring me down. How can such a villain be my Xian Treasure Pavilion's spokesperson? What are you trying to say?" Yuichi frowned. "Go back to headquarters and immediately abolish Xiao Lei's eligibility to run for the election and establish me as the talker," Xiao Yun said in a proper voice. Not waiting for Yuichi to speak, the left and right guardians listened with a straight sneer. "Even if Xiao Lei colluded with outsiders, you Xiao Yun are no good either. It's simply ridiculous that you're still thinking about the position of the talker at this point in time." "Noisy!" Xiao Yun snorted coldly. Before its words fell, a figure suddenly and strangely appeared in the next moment. Snicker! Without waiting for Yui, whose strength was unfathomable, to return to his senses, in an instant, the heads of the right and left guardians beside him had already risen up into the sky. "What?" Seeing this, Yuichi's body shook. How is that possible? As the right and left guardians, the strength of the 2 of them was much more powerful than even Xiao Yun, and almost no one within the Xian Treasure Pavilion could kill the 2 of them in seconds. But without waiting for Yuichi to come back to his senses, the next moment, a sharp sword was already hanging over his throat. So weak. Chapter 112, the mysterious young man shows his might, killing 3,000 people with one sword. Knock. Yu was momentarily stunned. Not only was the other party able to kill the right and left guardians in seconds, but before he even had the chance to activate his power, he brought his sword across to his throat. It's fault-based milling. Yuichi quickly looked to the side, trying to figure out the identity of the other party, but unexpectedly the next moment, it was an empty armor into the eyes? How is that possible? Pavilion Master, this is reality. Looking at Yui's horrified expression, Xiaoyun proudly stepped forward and said, "There are mountains beyond the mountains and people beyond the people. It is you who have been living in the Xian Treasure Pavilion at a snail's pace for too long and have already forgotten the dangers of this world. Therefore, only by choosing someone who can protect the Xianbao Pavilion and serve as a talker can we ensure the longevity of the Xianbao Pavilion. And not some bull benevolence and morality." Towards the end, Xiaoyun's tone was permeated with anger.
In vain, he paid a lot for the Xianbao pavilion, but in the end, because of the illegitimate child,
ruined. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? In the face of Xiaoyun's words, Yu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Who exactly have you defected to? As the pavilion master of the Xian treasure pavilion, he was not only in a high position of power, but his strength was even more unquestionable. However, right now, this mysterious armor that made him feel desperate and unable to raise a single ounce of courage to fight back was by no means from Xiaoyun's hands. There must be someone else behind this. But even though Yuichi thought of all the possibilities, he could not find an existence that could use armor and release such a terrifying sword intent. Casting off? Couldn't that be my power? Xiaoyun sneered. Yuichi was unforgiving. Do you have what it takes? Humph. Xiaoyun snorted. However, it seemed that he was unable to refute Yui, so he straightened up and said, pass the words to me, and I promise that I will not be blamed for what happened in the past. Good a past is not to blame all. Yui instantly laughed, and chillingly said, not to mention the Xianbao pavilion over the years, has been relying on everyone to choose the words. The old man simply do not have the right to pass on to you, alone what you have done. Today also killed the left and right protectors. You will already be the enemy of Xianbao pavilion. Old thing, do you really want to die a fish in a net? Xiaoyun said with murderous intent. It's you, the heart is not enough. Yuichi shouted angrily. Boom! In an instant, a majestic aura of power erupted from its body, the peak of refined void. The powerful ripples of power seemed to stir the air around them into layers of ripples, and after Yuichi bent down to avoid the sharp sword, he first slapped his palm at the armor. Although it was only an empty shell, the power and sword intent it possessed were real and present. Boo! Yuichi's palm that twisted the void slapped onto the armor, instantly erupting into a deafening roar as the earth cracked under its feet. But in the next moment, his old eyes were stunned. What? Why is that? The armor, which had suffered such a blow, did not suffer any damage at all, and it did not even have the tendency to take a step backwards. Moreover, the muddy power that Yui Hong had struck seemed to have been absorbed by the armor. It caused the sword intent emanating from the armor to skyrocket. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiaoyun then laughed cheerfully and said, Yui, I told you a long time ago that the Xin Treasure Pavilion's previous criteria for choosing a talker was simply wrong. Just like how you're obviously the person in charge of the Xianbao Pavilion, but let's not even talk about protecting the Xianbao Pavilion. Right now, you can't even protect yourself. How can someone who can't even protect himself bring the Xianbao Pavilion to glory? Xiaoyun questioned hysterically. Yuichi, however, was pale and incredulous. Although he was not the most powerful existence in the Xianbao Pavilion, his strength was in the upper echelon, and no one dared to underestimate him throughout the entire Su Sheng realm. But now, he can't even fight an empty shell? Thumbs up. Not waiting for Yui to figure out the situation, the armor has already held the sword to chop. No matter the speed or the cold aura, are better than before. There was no choice but for Yuichi to retreat backwards first. Kill him, Xiaoyun then exclaimed. At this point in time, he realized that he could not pull Yui in for his own use, so he was bound to do so in order to put an end to the future. If the old man was allowed to return to the headquarters, then he, undoubtedly, would become a public enemy of the entire Xianbao Pavilion. Yuichi, on the other hand, could only dodge and look for opportunities to blast power at the armor, using various ways to fight the armor, even going so far as to offer up many magic treasures. But the result, without exception, helped the armor become stronger and stronger. Why is that? Yuichi was filled with skepticism inside. Not to mention him, even Xiaoyun could not help but be greatly shocked when he saw this situation. Just a few moments later, Yuichi was already covered in sword marks and his aura was sharply reduced. Phew! At this time, Xiaoyun saw the right time to flash in and stab the old man's heart with a sword from behind. Puffing, Yui's tiger body shook, spraying out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, maintaining the qigong around his body instantly collapsed and disappeared. Xiaoyun, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and drew his sword, slashing at the old man's neck. In an instant, a head shot up into the sky. Phew! Only then did Xiaoyun take a long breath and revealed a soothing smile. Just then, a figure walked out from the side. Seeing the oncoming teenager, Xiaoyun did not have any surprises. Instead, he respectfully arched his hand. Today is really thanks to Brother Yi, otherwise it would be difficult for me to get rid of them. The young man was named Ji Tian, obviously young, but his eyes were as sharp as eagles, and his body was radiating a powerful sword aura. Only to see him raise his hand and wave it. In the next moment, the empty shell armor changed back into a sword and flew back into his hand. After putting away the undead sword, Yi Tian looked at Xiaoyun with an expressionless face. Now that I have helped you get rid of Yui, you should not let me down. Brother Yi, don't worry. In the face of the teenager's commanding tone, Xiaoyun, instead of having any dissatisfaction, was respectful. As long as Yui and the left and right protectors die, even if I lose within the Xin Treasure Pavilion, I will be able to reclaim what I have lost and smoothly become the man of the word. It better be. After Xiaoyun thought about it, he compensated with a smile and said, please also ask Brother Yi to forgive me. I don't understand. With Brother Yi's talent, you can be said to have no predecessors or successors. Even at this age now, you can wipe out Yui, who is at the peak of refining void, with the help of a spirit sword. Why do you have to? Let me sit in the Xianbao Pavilion's talker position? Xiaoyun knew very well that there was no good thing in the world that fell from the sky. Besides, the other party was also a sword Dao demon who had been helping him since a year ago. Surely it wasn't because he was greedy for his body? Then there must be some other reason. I'll tell you myself when you become the man of the word, Yi Tian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun nodded his head with a smile in a knowledgeable manner. Good, I will definitely not let brother Yi down. Farewell. Yi Tian kept his cool at all times. After saying that, he disappeared as a flash of sword. And looking in the direction the teenager left, Xiaoyun took a deep breath. What a terrifying as hell demon. The other side. Yi Tian pulled out his undead sword not long after he left and inquired with concern, Master, are you alright with using so much power just now? Chapter 113, I want a harem of 3,000 concubines, with a beautiful master as my companion. Don't worry, Master is holding on. In the next moment, a cold female voice came out from within the undead sword. Just from the sound of her voice, the woman's voice was extremely pleasing to the ear, and the probability was that she was a stunning beauty. Immediately after, also heard the woman added, but today is still too much of a risk, that person's strength if a little stronger, even if the teacher with the power of the undead sword, there is still a possibility that the backlash of the ashes, Tianer, in the future, don't easily agree to this kind of thing again. I know Master. Alas, it's all because of that Xiaoyun's uselessness, a bastard popped up at the critical moment, causing our plan to fail and we could only step in to help him eradicate the dissidents. Yi Tian sighed, his tone could not hide his heartache for the woman. Then, he added expectantly, but Master, as long as he can become the head of the Xin Treasure Pavilion, in the future, we will be able to utilize the power of the Xin Treasure Pavilion to find a way for you to be able to reshape your physical body in the Su Shang realm, and you won't have to be trapped in the undead sword anymore. Master is already almost used to it, but it's you Tianer, even though I'm protecting you, you must remember to keep a low profile in the future and bring up your cultivation first, otherwise the illusion of sword chi that Master created for you is also likely to be recognized. To be able to recognize the power of a female sword immortal like you, Master, I'm afraid there's none in the entire Su Shang realm, right? Yi Tian said in disbelief. The woman said, there are people out there, and you should not think of yourself. Master, don't worry, I won't slack off on my cultivation. This time Xiaoyun has given me quite a few more goodies, so I can try to impact the transformation spirit. Yi Tian was filled with anticipation. Apprentice will definitely help Master shape his physical body as soon as possible. Tianer, you are truly a good disciple who honors his teacher. Thanks for the compliment, Master. Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh. But really, he's hiding something else. Back then, when he first picked up the undead sword and saw the soul body inside for the first time, he was stunned by the other party's appearance. It turns out that in the world, there are such beautiful women. Therefore, at that time, he directly kneeled down to worship his master, secretly vowed to remake the physical body for his master. Nothing else, because of an immature dream, a harem of 3,000. However, Yi Tian was also very clear that now was not the time to show his heart. He had to continue to create the image of a good disciple who honored his teacher. Beauty Master wouldn't have been shortchanged anyway. For now, at least, he had one more thing to go. So after putting away the undead sword, he hurriedly carried out spirit refinement so that he could go about his next business. A few days passed. When Ningbei and Qin Yu came out of the Linglong Tower, the two of them had both stepped into the middle stage of the transformation god realm. Husband, can you see if my face is still red? Qin Yu asked worriedly. The rolling of her face hadn't gone away these days, and she was afraid to come out and be noticed. Ningbei, however, laughed unkindly. Oops, you're still smiling. It's all because of you. Qin Yu stomped her feet in shame. Fine, I won't laugh. Ningbei converged his smile and doted. Originally it wasn't red anymore, but you're so shy. Red again. Qin Yu's delicate face was stunned. Greeting Ningbei's bad smile, her pretty face turned red. What should I do then? How can I not be shy? Ningbei thought about it and laughed. Then why don't you go stay in Linglong Tower? But just out. Qin Yu halfway through the words, suddenly thought of something, raised bright beautiful eyes said, are you trying to hide me in a golden house, so you can go outside and find another Ningbei? In order for the young girl to regain her composure and not be seen doing something bad, Ningbei had no choice but to leave the room first. That doesn't work either nah. Ningbei thought carefully. It would indeed be inconvenient if this were to be the case in the future. The main thing is that inside the Linglong Tower, there is not much fun to be had, and it also tends to inspire excitement, and is by no means a long-lasting place. Right. In the next moment, Ningbei suddenly thought of something, that said, within the system store, there seems to be a thing called something called New World. He opened the system store for a quick look before decisively closing it. It's not that it wasn't found, it's the retrograde value of the price tag. It's not even eligible for consideration right now. Ding! Remind the host that the new son of Qi has arrived at the gates of the academy, and the reversal value it provides far exceeds that of Qin Yu. Oh, the corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up. In the next moment, he gave up on the idea first and turned around to head to the gate of the academy. In the earlier days, the system had already reminded him of the emergence of a new son of Qi similar to Qin Yu in the Su Sheng realm. According to the system's hints, the other party had come to join the martial Heavenly Academy. As for the reason, through the system Ningbei has also known that the son of Qi named Yi Tian, who got the undead sword, has a woman's residual soul. Yi Tian behind the scenes to help Xiaoyun seize power. The purpose is to use the Xin treasure pavilion to help the woman to remodel her flesh, although he has already helped Xiaoyun to kill Yu-3 people. However, in order to ensure that everything was safe, he still decided to come to the Martial Heavenly Academy and find an opportunity to obliterate Qin Yu, so as not to cause any more trouble for Xiaoyun. So it's not about rushing Ningbei as a villain. But according to the system's hints, the son of Qi and the villain's destiny collide. Even if it is not rushing Ningbei now, the future is bound to be a matter of death for you and death for me. And, since Yi Tian wanted to help Xiaoyun become the talker, he was also considered to be on the opposite side of Ningbei. After all, Ningbei had taken 3 spirit veins from Xiaolei's father and son, plus a 5,000-year portion of Xianlei grass, so that he and his daughter-in-law wouldn't have to worry about resources for a short period of time. In that case, if you watch Xiaolei's father and son being killed and do nothing, are you still a human being? Only now, things hadn't developed to that extent, and Ningbei didn't have the heart to deal with the other party directly. After all, he still had to kill people with a borrowed knife. Please ask the host to follow the prompts and never stop Yi Tian from dealing with Qin Yu. Currently, Qin Yu has been sheltered by the Heavenly Dao and is very weak, and is no longer Yi Tian's opponent at all. The two sons of Qi are fighting against each other, and the host, as the villain, is expected to gain mega opportunities. What opportunity? Ningbei's heart grew expectant. Please be at ease, the host will know later. Soon, Ningbei then arrived outside the Martial Heavenly Academy. He then saw several elders surrounding Yi Tian, seemingly having learned that the other party wanted to join the Martial Heavenly Academy. Although you have a good foundation, it's not necessarily feasible for you to join our academy. Hearing what the several elders said, Yi Tian frowned slightly. I can't enter your academy at the peak of Jiedan. In fact, he already has a Yuaning realm, originally in order not to cause a stir. After all, self-confessed talent is very demonic. Deliberately hide the breath only reveal the peak of Jidan. I thought it was enough to enter the academy, but I didn't expect to be rejected? Don't misunderstand, it's that our academy currently has no intention of recruiting disciples. One elder's words were not yet finished. Ningbei spoke out, Elders, is he trying to worship our Martial Sky Academy? Oh, it's Ningbei. This teenager is at the peak of Jiedan and wants to join our Martial Sky Academy. But the priestess specifically warned some time ago not to recruit disciples in the near future, wanting to establish a firm foothold in the pseudo-realm first. In response to Ningbei's appearance, each of the elders enthusiastically explained. Ningbei interrupted their voices and looked at the suspicious Yi Tian with a smile on his face, smiling in a harmless manner. What a rare human talent! Yi Tian? Chapter 114, Sons of Fortune Meet, Dog Eat Dog Preliminary Presentation. Talent? Hearing Ningbei's description, Yi Tian frowned and questioned, who are you? The fact that the elder hadn't directly acceded to his request earlier had already made him feel a bit unappreciated, and now a teenager of a similar age suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But as soon as Ningbei arrived, he was treated with awe by the elders who had just rejected him from joining the academy, as attentive as a lackey would be to his master. This kind of discrepancy made Yi Tian a bit upset. On top of that, Ningbei was commenting on him in a condescending manner. What are the qualifications of the other party? Although he was commenting on the good side and praising him for being a talented person, this was still a feeling of being offended to the young and exuberant Yi Tian. After all, ever since worshipping the woman, his originally not-so-good natural talent had been like a tiger's wings, and not to mention being judged by Ningbei, even these elders weren't qualified. Ningbei is the chief disciple of our academy. But it's not just the chief disciple, it's the #1 demon ever in our academy. Even us elders are ashamed of ourselves. Without waiting for Ningbei to open his mouth, the rest of the elders had already introduced him. Ningbei? Chief disciple? After learning about Ningbei's identity, Yi Tian's eyes instantly lit up. Wasn't this opportunity coming to his door by itself? That's a heavenly assist. Thus, he immediately seized the opportunity and said, the elders claimed that the academy has no idea of accepting new disciples in the near future. Since that's the case, then I would like to make a bet with the elders. If you win, I have nothing to say, but if I win, then let me join the academy. How about it? A bet? What kind of bet? The several elders looked at each other in disbelief, curious about Yi Tian's meaning. Only Yi Tian abruptly pointed at Ningbei and said forcefully, 3 moves. I'm going to challenge this chief disciple of your academy. Within 3 moves, if I don't defeat him, then count me as a loser. Within 3 moves, if I can defeat him, then please ask the Wutian Academy to make an exception and invite me into the academy. How about it? Wow! The crowd was taken aback. Immediately afterward, no matter whether it was the disciples or the elders, they couldn't help but burst into laughter after looking at each other. Ha 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 ha. He's actually going to say that he defeated Ningbei in 3 moves. Did I hear that right? Ouch, my god. Besides King, you're the second person I've ever seen that brave. Junior, although your strength at the peak of Jiedan is not bad,
and you are considered a pride of heaven. You are too underestimating the chief of our Wutian Academy. Looking at the crowd laughing their asses off, Yi Tian looked skeptical. Mud, what's so funny? Can't really think that he is only at the peak of Jiadan, right? In fact, he has long been a late stage of the first baby, from the realm of the god is just a step away, just want to act low-key side of the strength of the hidden. The group didn't understand his bottom line at all, and messed with Jill's ridicule. You all laugh so loudly, so that's a yes to my offer? Yi Tian held back his anger and pretended to be relaxed. He knew very well that in the face of so many people's ridicule, he simply couldn't fight back with his mouth, and had to rely on his own strength to shut the crowd up. Moreover, he also knew that the Martial Heavenly Academy had just arrived in the Sushang realm, and some time ago, if Xiao Yun had not exterminated the entire Divine Intent sect. The current Wutian Academy is afraid that it is still like a turtle with a shrunken head, hiding within the boundaries of the academy and not daring to go out. How strong could the chief disciple of such a humble force be? Peak Jiadan? Or, could it be that the other party also had the Yuaning realm? Well, even if Ning Bei really had the strength of a peak Yuaning, then Yi Tian was not at all weak. The big thing was to borrow some power from Beauty Master. At that time, the entire Martial Heavenly Academy would be trampled under his feet. It is only for fear that the Beauty Master will use too much power and cause his body to suffer, so he did not choose to kill into the Martial Heavenly Academy, but wanted to come in first to find an opportunity to get rid of Qin Yu. Again. Yi Tian, are you serious? We advise you not to do this, you have no idea how strong Ning Bei is. Some elders who cherished talent and didn't want to see Yi Tian's Dao heart crumble couldn't help but open their mouths to him to dissuade him. 3 moves. But unexpectedly, Yi Tian regarded their kindness as behavior, and looked provocatively at Ning Bei whose mouth was slightly lifted. Dare to take my 3 moves and try? Speak. Then try it. Ning Bei was no longer silent and readily agreed. He also counted on seeing that the predestined bond between the villain and the son of Qi was far deeper than imagined. Obviously he did not do anything, obviously the son of Qi Fortune does not have him in his destiny, obviously it is only the first time to meet and talk, not yet 2 sentences. But on the contrary, it made Yi Tian already hold a deep grudge against him. In that case, then he couldn't be so petty that he wouldn't even be willing to give the other party a slap in the face, could he? And so it was. The crowd spread out in all directions. For Ning Bei and Yi Tian, a spacious competition venue was vacated. Thumbs up. Yi Tian instantly conjured up a sharp sword. Although it was not an undead sword, it still exuded a sharp cold aura, so it was evident that it was not an ordinary sword weapon. He raised his sword and pointed it at Ning Bei, saying, as a sword cultivator, it makes sense for me to fight with a sword, doesn't it? You can also summon your own weapon. Without waiting for Ning Bei to speak, the surrounding area was the first to resound with murmurs. Does anyone else feel this statement, some déjà vu? Hiss. I think I heard that somewhere. Wasn't it King who said that too? Ning Bei smiled faintly, reasonable. You can use a sword. Why don't you take out your weapon? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows. He wasn't doing this out of justice, but rather, he didn't want to be accused of looking up to his weapons after defeating Ning Bei later on. How else is he going to prove his mettle? Ning Bei shook his head. I don't use weapons, you'll know later. Well, don't waste everyone's time, hurry up and do it. Ha! Dead to the end still do not know the wrong. Yi Tian actually laughed. He didn't understand how someone so blindly arrogant had become a chief disciple. The Wutian Academy sucks to this extent? Not a single one who can fight? Thumbs up. Yi Tian also stopped talking nonsense and shouted angrily, and a terrifying sword wind erupted from his body. In an instant, the roar of sword chi enveloped the surroundings, causing goosebumps to rise from hearing it. Watch it. Yi Tian's body was enveloped by the terrifying sword dangles, a pair of eyes staring intently at Ning Bei, and said in a chilling voice, this sword of mine, it will be quick. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Ning Bei's divine thoughts moved, and the void that had originally been filled with sword chi was filled with thunder particles in an instant. Crack! As for Yi Tian, who was unstoppable 1 second, the next second, his entire body was trembling madly like a motorized toy, and while screaming out a wavy sound in misery, white smoke rose from his head. The crowd. Qin Yu, who finally waited for this moment, grinned and laughed, hey, exactly like me at that time. What a person, actually wanting to use a sword to fight him. Chapter 115, the beauty master is gone, and the reproduction dares not resist. As a passerby, when he was so electrified that he couldn't pick up his sword, Qin Yu could remember it vividly. Ning Bei was simply a kendo killer. Wow! The crowd was astonished at the sight, but immediately afterward, they let out a dazed laugh. Haha, I remember the scene. Back then, Qin Yu was also electrocuted like this, and since then, he never pulled out his sword in front of Ning Bei again. I told you long ago not to fight with Ning Bei, you just don't listen. Now it's good, look at your brain being electrified red. The crowd couldn't help themselves. Forced by Ning Bei's terrifying thunder power, the sharp sword in Yi Tian's hand was also unsurprisingly dislodged. Splat! What's the situation? Yi Tianren went numb. Still feeling paralyzed at the moment, he still subconsciously bent down to pick up the weapon the moment he saw it come out of his hand. After all, how could a sword cultivator lose his sword? Seeing this situation, Qin Yu immediately covered his mouth and let out an unkind laugh. Hee. And the next moment, the reaction of Yi Tian that Qin Yu was expecting was unsurprisingly presented before him. The sword, it doesn't pick up a bit at all. Seeing that Yi Tian was also like this, Qin Yu could be said to have his heart knotted, so it wasn't just him. Electricity? Hearing the laughter around him, Yi Tian realized it as an afterthought. It was only at this moment that he realized that Ningbei's previous arrogance stemmed from having scientific suppression of sword cultivators. No! What's the point of cultivating a sword then? Yi Tian couldn't accept this result, especially when he heard the jeers around him, which were even harsher than before. He instantly tensed. Master, you lend me some power. I must defeat him today. I must defeat him. Since worshipping the master, he had never sought help in such a sorry state. But now, he couldn't care less. If he couldn't even pick up the sword, then wouldn't the grandiose words he had put out before become a clown? How else could he enter the Martial Heavenly Academy and find a chance to obliterate Qin Yu so that he could help his beautiful master remodel his physical body before it was too late? But this time, Yi Tian was confused. The beautiful master who has always answered all questions has now disappeared? No matter how much he called out to inquire, he could not hear half of the woman's voice at all. Where are you, master? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. When not waiting for him to figure out the situation, the next moment, a sound of breaking wind came at first. Yi Tianxia consciously raised his eyes to look, reflected in his eyes a thick electric whip, straight to his head, ******. Snap. He didn't even have time to dodge, and the pain of the stimulus instantly caused him to scream out in agony, only to feel a hot stream running down his head. Scarlet covered one eye at once. Hiss. Good guy, one move and he's broken. This is what happens when you seek your own death and have to challenge senior brother Ning. When Yi Tian looked at Ningbei, who was as powerful as a thunder python, a whole lot of skepticism. No. How can he hold lightning as a weapon? Does that make any sense? Pick up your sword. I told you to pick up your sword. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. The crowd craned their heads to see, and their jaws dropped. Qin Yu, what's gotten into you? Is the king of itching? What's your business here? The speaker was not Ningbei, but Qin Yu. Hearing the word Qin Yu from the crowd, Yi Tian quickly raised his eyes to look at the former. This target that he was looking for. Just at this time, I heard Qin Yu shout again, pick up the sword, quickly pick up the sword. I'm picking up your mom. Hearing this again, Yi Tian cursed without saying a word. How can a loser teach him anything? On the contrary, Qin Yu was stunned. In fact, he had no malicious intent, but only because he saw Ningbei being so ferocious to Yi Tian and associated it with his former experience, he thought to himself that if Yi Tian did not pick up his sword, Ningbei would not be satisfied. That was why he tried to remind Yi Tian, wanting to take the opportunity to make friends with the other party, so that they could also deal with Ningbei together in the future. But I did not expect to face his active friendship. Yi Tian was mistaken. Or perhaps, Yi Tian was originally rushing to kill Qin Yu, and in his heart, he would not think of the latter as a good person. Ningbei, smack him, smack his damn big mouth. The next moment, Qin Yu also came to be angry, and straight away changed his words to goad up Ningbei. Okay. At this time, Ningbei put away the electric whip and walked towards the broken Yi Tian. You lost. Yi Tian's mouth was slightly open, but he couldn't say anything. After all, this loss was so complete that he couldn't even make up an excuse. Our Martial Sky Academy is not something you can enter just because you want to. If you didn't challenge our senior brother Ning, maybe you'd still have a chance, but now. Do you know what you need to find to drink tea? Find your own tea set. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, among others, disliked them nonchalantly. After all, the person who provoked their senior brother Ning as soon as he arrived was someone they were hostile to from the bottom of their hearts. It's come to this. Yi Tian just looked at Qin Yu with a gloomy face, conscious that he could no longer enter the Martial Heavenly Academy and could only find other ways to deal with Qin Yu. But just then, Ningbei suddenly said, although you lost. You have good strength. Welcome to the Martial Heavenly Academy. What? Yi Tian looked up in surprise and said, You, let me join the Martial Heaven Academy? You said so? Ningbei ignored him and instead looked at the elders. I want to invite him to join the academy. Who's in favor and who's against when I'm done? Seeing Ningbei take the initiative to agree, the elders looked at each other, but no one objected. After all, even if this was reported to the priest, Moonless would only say the same thing, first to act, imperial license. And so it was. Yi Tian was then led away to go to the disciples' residence and learn about the rules of the academy first. When this is done, he then couldn't wait to run back to the room and said anxiously, Master, are you there? Tianer, Master knows it all. Great Master. Hearing the woman's voice again, Yi Tian let out a long breath of relief. Why did you ignore the apprentice just now? The disciple thought something had happened. Tianer, Master has a bitter reason. The woman didn't hide anything and confessed what happened when Ningbei and Yi Tian fought. Although she hid inside the undead sword, according to reason, it is impossible to be discovered by anyone is right, but just now, it seemed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her, not to mention lending power to her apprentice, causing her to not dare to act rashly, and she could only shield her senses. What? Learning about this, Yi Tian was shocked. How could this be? Is there such a terrifying existence within the martial heavenly academy? Master, it can't be an illusion, right? I can't say for sure. After a moment of silence, the woman said, that strange feeling. And it seems to be emanating from the teenager fighting you. Yi Tian's expression changed as he listened. He said in dismay, it shouldn't be. Although he is stronger than me. But he's not that strong. It's impossible for him to have discovered Master. Right, Master, is there still that illusion now? It's gone now, but... The woman took a deep breath and said, but the oppression was so strong. So strong that I was like being pressed underneath. Didn't dare to have a single resistance at all. Chapter 116, a little master has sex. The villain doesn't have the guts to deceive his teacher and destroy his ancestor. Ha! Yi Tian's face twisted as he listened. For some reason, it made him feel as inoffensive as if his daughter-in-law had been warped. Luo Qingqing, unaware of her disciple's treacherous thoughts, added, so Tianer, you must be careful in the martial heavenly academy. Master is not as able to help you as she used to be. Do you understand? Yi Tian took a deep breath and said, don't worry, Master, I understand the reasoning behind biding my light and resting in obscurity. I'll go and take revenge on him after I have enough strength. Revenge? Luo Qingqing tone of incomprehension. Tianer, you have no grievances with him, for the teacher wants you to act carefully, not to let you. Master, you don't need to care, the apprentice has his own plans. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Yi Tian interrupted. How could he forget today's insult? Ningbei electric so that he cannot pick up the sword, public ridicule, and even use the electric whip to break his face. Such a deep enmity, could it not be written off with a sentence of helping him enter the martial heavenly academy? However, right now, Yi Tian understood that he had to find a way to get rid of Qin Yu first and solve Xiaoyan's worries about capturing the Xin treasure pavilion before he could go and take time out to deal with Ningbei. So bide your time. In the face of the obsessive disciple, Luo Qingqing blocked to no avail, doubly tired, but also understand that the disciple has always been so, more to say is not intended. The other side. Ningbei had just returned to his room when he saw Lin Xiao appear. She looked at Ningbei meaningfully, from top to bottom, then raised a pair of flirtatious bright eyes. I've noticed that you don't seem to have a very good life. Fate? Ningbei froze for a moment and laughed. Why do you say that? The person you competed with earlier. He had a heavenly Dao shelter similar to Qin Yu's. Lin Xiao said bluntly, you only suppressed Qin Yu, yet another person sheltered by the heavenly Dao popped up, I feel. You must have problems with your destiny, that's why you're ill-fated. For the young girl to be able to tell that Yi Tian was a son of Qi, Ningbei was not surprised and laughed. In fact, there is still a soul master behind that person. I think that just now, his master did not make an effort to help him. It should be you. It should be you, master, who suppressed her for me, right? Just a little effort. Lin Xiao proudly raised her white chin before adding, but she couldn't detect me and should have thought that you did it. Yes? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Looking at Ningbei's clouded appearance, Lin Xiao curiously said, you have so many enemies sheltered by the heavenly Dao in your destiny, how come you don't seem to be afraid at all? Fear? There's no word for fear in my life. Ningbei said with confidence in his tone, there is a predestined entanglement with me, and I really have to say that the fate is not good. That's also their bad fate, not mine. These words were from the bottom of Ningbei's heart. There is a system of evening body reverse, and rebirth of the Empress of the same bed as a companion. But also the strength of the unknown small master close to protect. You want to lose? How can he lose? Exempt. Lin Xiao blinked her long eyelashes as she listened. Looking at Ningbei's radiant confidence, she ghostly said, really don't say, your confident look is quite handsome. It's quite a bit like my father's temperament. Ningbei's expression was stunned. As soon as he thought of that terrifying existence, he restrained his smile again. Speaking of which, master, when are you going to explain things to your father? It can't really be that I'm going to electrocute your father, can it? Look, I just complimented you and went soft again. Lin Xiao skimmed her mouth and said with hatred, can't you be a little more hardened? You're not even afraid of the people sheltered by the heavenly Dao. What are you afraid of my father for? Ningbei heard the corners of his mouth twitch. Is that the same thing? Don't think that if you don't tell me, I don't know what your father has done to Tendo in the past. Ding! The host can tolerate it, this system can't. A new task is now enacted for the host, asking the host to become a jockey and destroy his ancestor's rebellious disciple, rewarding him with a pair of adamantine kidneys. Nima? Vidra is not bad. Ningbei was instantly shaken by the tiger. This bull ***** reward can't be used at all, and you want him to get killed? Swish! Not waiting for Ningbei to open his mouth, Lin Xiao grabbed him by the collar and yanked him to the waist questioning, adversary, you dare to scold me? No. I'm not scolding you. It's just the two of us here, so who are you cursing? I. Greeting the young girl's direct gaze, Ningbei gulped, momentarily at a loss for what to say. You won't be able to use me again in the future. Lin Xiao pushed him away. After saying that, his figure disappeared without a trace. Cam. Ningbei had a black line.
He only blamed the system for flirting with him at the wrong time. If he really let him lose such a toolman master of unknown strength, it could be said that the loss was more than worth the gain. But fortunately, Ningbei didn't feel that the other party was that angry, so he thought that he could still use it occasionally in the future. The other side. Yi Tian was ready to stroll around the martial heavenly academy after he finished talking to his master. Although he already had a plan to deal with Qin Yu before he entered the academy, he still needed to understand the general situation of the academy first, lest accidents be born. He, Yi Tian, had never been a piker with courage but no strategy. While he was wandering around, coincidentally, he happened to bump into the heartfelt Qin Yu. The moment. Qin Yu was chasing after Lin Yueyao to explain, Yueyao, you believe me, my father is really Xiaoyun of the Xianbao Pavilion, just a little accident. When he first met up with his father, Qin Yu had gotten quite a few good things, and many of those spiritual items were given to Lin Yueyao in an attempt to be able to win back the young girl's heart. Even, he privately informed Lin Yueyao that her father was none other than Xiaoyun of the Xianbao Pavilion, who would be able to send the young girl more cultivation resources in the future. This big cake, at first, did exchange for Lin Yueyao's smiling face and surprise. But now, when Qin Yu's promised resources were delayed and he instead spoke of an accident, it made Lin Yueyao feel that she had been deceived. The Martial Heaven Academy is actually hiding such a beauty? The moment he saw Lin Yueyao's appearance, Yi Tian lost his concentration. Perhaps it was the influence of the aura of Qi that made him feel that the other party was excessively beautiful and was simply the second white moonlight that he had been looking for. The first is, of course, the master. I'm such a cutie. I can't believe I'm taking your word for it now, so don't you ever bother me again, Lin Yueyao said breathlessly. After she said that, she turned around and left, and it was from the bottom of her heart that she didn't want to pay attention to Qin Yu anymore. If it wasn't for Qin Yu, Ningbei wouldn't have left her, and now he actually dared to come and fool her, saying something about his real father being a figure in the Xianbao Pavilion. Yueyao, trust me once. Qin Yu was instantly anxious. With that, he tried to go forward and grab the young girl to make her stop and listen to his explanation. At that moment, an angry voice suddenly came. Stop, don't touch the girl. Chapter 117 Life and Death Battle of the Sons of Qi and Fortune? The villain doesn't have to move himself. Speaker. It was clearly Yi Tian who was also anxious. Now he has already listed Lin Yueyao as one of the 3,000 beauties in his harem, and he can't let anyone dye the white moonlight that he has his eyes on. Both of them looked at Yi Tian at the same time. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, what are you shouting about? What business is it of yours? In order to leave a good image of a gentleman to Lin Yueyao, Yi Tian righteously said, a gentleman is open and honest, a villain is long and relentless. I see that this girl doesn't want to pay attention to you, while you are pestering her again and again, in the context of love, in the context of reason, how can I turn a blind eye to it? Naya. Qin Yu immediately looked skeptical. In his entire life, he had never seen such a pretentious person. Why was he so annoying? You want to use him as a stepping stone, even if you're pretending? What are you barking at? Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and said nonchalantly, you didn't piss on yourself when you said that, you've just been beaten up by Ningbei. What kind of are you pretending in front of me? You have the balls to say that again. Being poked to the sore spot, Yi Tian instantly became anxious. After all, Lin Yueyao was right next to him, and Qin Yu bringing up this matter was undoubtedly exposing his scars. So what if I say it again? Do you still want to compete with me? Qin Yu said without the slightest fear. Although Yi Tian's strength in sword Dao was not bad, was he weak? One must know that even though his meridians were shattered, relying on the sword seed within his dantian, he still had strength far beyond the Jedan realm. Everyone hadn't carried a single move under Ningbei. Why should I be afraid? Well, you asked for it. Yi Tian was happy to hear it. Phew. Just then, a figure crashed like lightning. Ningbei? That's great. You quickly persuade them, they're going to fight. Lin Yueyao was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly went forward to inform Ningbei of what had happened. In fact, Ningbei had already known that he had come for no other reason than to earn some reverse value. How about you two give me face and apologize to each other? Ningbei stated smilingly. In response, the two of them looked at each other and both laughed out coldly. Make me apologize to him? Does he deserve it? It's not like I'm right, he's the one who came looking for presents first, and as soon as I said that he was still in a hurry, and he's the one who has to apologize to me. Swords were drawn between the two men, and there was a fire in their tone. That's going to be tough. Seeing this, Ningbei forced a smile and pretended to be a don't apologize or not willing to. Can't it be that you really want to distinguish between high and low? I have no problem with that. Yi Tian spread his hands and said, if he's not convinced, I can beat him until he's convinced. Agu hit me to the point where I'm convinced? Qin Yu sneered and shrugged his shoulders as he said cheaply, I don't know who was so electrified that he couldn't even hold his sword, and that's it? You still want to beat someone into submission with this? You. Yi Tian was so angry that the corners of his mouth were viciously drawn, and suddenly a flash of light said, I have a father and mother, do you? Qin Yu's tiger torso shook, instantly summoning his rapier, infuriated, say that again, you damn well have the balls to say that again to me. Thumbs up. Yi Tian pulled out his rapier unwillingly and said, "How? What can you do to me? Ning Bei. Say something."
Lin Yueyao was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Between her words, both of her hands seemed to want to reach over and grab Ning Bei, but she was scared back by a look from the latter. Looking at those eyes full of dislike, her inexplicable heartbeat accelerated.
That panicky feeling was born again. Enough.
At this time, Ning Bei pulled out a thing, walked up and said, "I see you two today. If you don't share a high and low, I'm afraid it's hard to stop, both so.
I happen to have a prepared life and death statement. You come to press a handprint it. Life and death? Yi Tian? Qin Yu?
This."
Qin Yu immediately had a head full of black lines and said in dismay, "When did you get the life and death certificate? As the chief disciple, it's reasonable for me to carry a certificate of life and death on me, right?" Ning Bei looked harmless. "Yi Tian, what do you think?" Yi Tian's mouth opened and moved, wanting to ask, "Are you alright?" He wanted to kill Qin Yu, but to be on the safe side, he had initially wanted to use his master's power. But now that Ning Bei was here, master didn't dare to use his power to give it to him, and in case something went wrong, wouldn't that put Qin Yu on the defensive? Besides, today he just wants to teach Qin Yu a lesson. It's not necessary to take out a life and death certificate, is it? How did you become the chief disciple?
So the moment the life and death certificate came out, both of them lived speechless.
Ning Bei, this is too serious, isn't it?
Lin Yueyao pursed her lips and carefully said,
"Of course I know it's not to be."
Ning Bei glanced at the two of them and deliberately said loudly, "But can't you see that both of them are greedy and fearful of death, and don't dare to sign a life and death contract at all? I'm just trying to scare them so that they'll stop arguing."
"Aha? Like this?" Lin Yueyao blinked indistinctly.
On the contrary, Qin Yu and Yi Tian were skeptical when they heard,
calling them greedy and afraid of death? Phew!
Yi Tian instantly rushed up, "Bring over the life and death certificate, I'll sign it now."
Asterisk 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 is just like anyone who is afraid to sign. Qin Yu also muscles port to live.
The point is, Lin Yueyao was watching from the side, but they were evaluated by Ning Bei as being greedy and afraid of death. Who could bear this?
How can I hold my head up in the future if I don't prove myself? Not you guys. Don't do this. Really don't need to do this.
Ning Bei had a look of trepidation on his lips, but his body was honest, and in 3 tries, he had already collected the handprints of the two of them.
And so it was.
Under Ning Bei's discouragement, the 4 of them immediately headed to the life and death stage. When this matter spread out, it soon attracted many people to gather around. An elder found Ning Bei and said in disbelief, "Ning Bei, what's happening here?
Why are the two of them suddenly on the life and death stage? Can't stop it at all."
Ning Bei said with a look of hatred.
"Alas, you can't be blamed for this. Don't you have a mental burden? This is their own decision." That elder comforted.
Looking at this scene, Lin Yueyao bit her small mouth and stared at Ning Bei with a look of suspicion and shock. She always felt something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it.
The ring.
Yi Tian and Qin Yu stood opposite each other, and at this moment, both of them were more or less speechless, because they really don't want to fight a life and death battle. But on the contrary, the people from the academy had rushed over for the life and death battle, so it could be said that it was difficult to ride the tiger.
It's not too late for you to admit defeat. I should be the one to say that to you. Don't think you're so talented in the way of the sword.
The two of them were appropriately mouthy, just so as not to wipe the slate clean. But with this on their lips, they were only planning to casually show a few hands in their hearts. After all, this kind of occasion is really not suitable for you to die or live.
Phew!
At that moment, Ning Bei appeared in the ring.
"It's already too late for you to stop us now," Yi Tian hurriedly said. Qin Yu was not willing to show weakness and said, "I'm determined to fight this life and death battle. It's useless for the priestess to come. I said so." Misunderstanding, you two have misunderstood.
Ning Bei looked harmless and said, "I'm just here to set up a boundary so that no one gets knocked out of the ring later. Don't worry, I'll come and untie the boundary for you after you've split the difference between life and death, and collect the corpses."
2. Chapter 118, The System's Ghostly Idea to Hijack Yi Tian's Master? Collect the body?
Hearing this, Yi Tian and Qin Yu immediately had the corners of their mouths twitch hard.
"No. Want one of them to walk off the stage alive? Why are you so serious? I think Junction is distrustful of us." Subsequently, Yi Tian pretended to be dissatisfied. He did want to kill Qin Yu, but never on an occasion like now. At this moment, Qin Yu also concurred in a rare manner, "Right, you see which one of us will escape from the stage? You're simply humiliating us by setting up a boundary. I demand that you cancel it." "Cancel it? It must be cancelled." Yi Tian followed. "Misunderstanding, the two of you again."
Ning Bei smiled in a harmless manner. "Setting up the boundary is not to prevent anyone from escaping. I just think that you two have extraordinary achievements in the sword path, and I'm afraid that the wind of your swords will mistakenly injure other fellow disciples later on.
You also don't want everyone to get hurt because of you, right?"
Without waiting for the two to speak, a chorus of admiration rang out around them.
"It's still senior brother Ning who is considerate."
"I have to say, Ning Bei is more proactive than us elders. If he really injures the disciples of the academy, it would be more trouble than it's worth." In that case, set the boundary a little more firmly, and it is best if no one can break it from the inside. Hearing the concurring voices around him, Yi Tian cursed in his heart. Qin Yu was even staring at Ning Bei with a skeptical look on his face. Out of his past experience of being screwed over, he had reason to suspect that Ning Bei was doing it on purpose. Well, the ring is reserved for the two of you. By this time, Ning Bei had already set up a boundary and flew out of the field in style. In a split second, Yi Tian and Qin Yu looked up at each other. As things stood, they were already riding a tiger, but anyone who said a word about not fighting would undoubtedly be met with scorn from the crowd. Thus, Yi Tian took the lead and said, "Admit defeat. I don't want to kill you. Are you sure it has to be me who dies?" Qin Yu sniffed and retaliated unwillingly. Of course he didn't want to fight, but there was no way he would turn into Yi Tian's stepping stone and help the other party to retreat in one piece. "Then you don't blame me." Yi Tian's eyes were cold as he instantly summoned a sharp sword. At this point in time, he also understood that the other party refused to bow down, so he could only fight. Thumbs up. Qin Yu also did not hesitate, immediately summoned the sword and took the initiative to rush towards Yi Tian. His figure was like an arrow shooting out of the string. Sculpture. Looking at Qin Yu's incoming sharp and cold aura, Yi Tian sneered, only to see him lift his sword and stab out towards the front. In an instant, a magnificent sword aura solidified, breaking straight through the sword wind that swept over, and pounced on Qin Yu with a momentum. What kind of swordplay is this? Feeling the other party's killing intent, the pupils of Qin Yu's eyes shrunk. It had to be said that even he couldn't deny that Yi Tian did have an extraordinary talent in the sword path. Boom! Qin Yu did not dare to underestimate it at all, and in the next moment, he activated the origin power of the sword seed in his body, and a sword intent that was different from the ordinary sharpness rose up to the sky. A few brief exchanges between the two caused the boundary to swing with a rumble visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for senior brother Ning saving for a rainy day, I'm afraid we really would have injured quite a few people. The crowd watched with bated breath and emotion. Perhaps it was because Ning Bei had crushed the two of them too easily, so much so that it was only at this moment that they were reminded of either Qin Yu or Yi Tian. These two, both of them, are considered to be the top of the heap. Why are those two fighting? Qin Jiu looked curiously at Ning Bei. Ning Bei didn't hide it and confessed Yi Tian's hostility to him, wanting to use the knife to kill, causing the two to have a dog-eat-dog life and death battle. And after learning the original story, Qin Jiu did not hold back her laughter. "You really are so bad, ah." "Oh?" Ning Bei looked down at his daughter-in-law whose beautiful eyes were flashing, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc. "I have something even worse, do you want to see it?" Qin Jiu's delicate face was stunned, and then she shook her head in fear. Don't. Aha! Just then, a sudden scream came from the ring, only to see an arm floating down from the sky. Wow! At this moment, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. Qin Yu lost so quickly? Yi Tian is really something. It's clearly a head-on collision of sword chi, but he was able to chop off Qin Yu's arm in one go. It's over, it's still the hand that holds the sword. Qin Yu is ruined. The ring. Qin Yu collapsed on the ground in pain, one hand covering the broken arm as blood gushed out like a stream. On the contrary, Yi Tian was unharmed as he raised his chin and stared at Qin Yu. "I gave you a chance, but you're useless." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Let the Sons of Qi kill each other successfully. Has detected the heavenly Dao shelter on Qin Yu, is rapidly disappearing. Congratulations to the host. It has been detected that the aura of good fortune on Qin Yu has completely disappeared. The host is now rewarded with 1 million reverse value, which has been deposited into the system store. Oh, Ning Bei's eyes immediately lit up. $1 million worth? Good lord, even though he had completed so many missions and repeatedly suppressed opportunities to intercept Qin Yu, he had never won this much reverse value at once. That's just a big deal. Not waiting for Ning Bei to calm down from his excitement, at that moment, but then he heard the system's voice again. Congratulations to the host. It was detected that the two Sons of Qi had triggered the heavenly Dao taboo by fighting each other, causing the aura of Qi to be weakened on Yi Tian and dropping the heavenly Dao punishment on the two of them. Punishment? Ning Bei quickly raised his head and looked around excitedly. Where is the punishment? Crack! At the very next moment, a terrifying ripple that surged out from the depths of the firmament was like a giant dragon rapidly falling down. Without waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, they saw a flash of holy light descend on the ring. Boo! In an instant, the entire ring was like a concentrated cannonball that exploded. Ah! Immediately after that, there were loud, hysterical screams from Yi Tian and Qin Yu together. Even the boundary that Ning Bei had personally set up, at this moment, was turned to ashes by the impact aftermath, and a strong and powerful wind instantly swept through the entire Martial Heaven Academy. The elders were as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, and they were busy making their moves to protect the disciples. This, compared to the panic-stricken crowd, Ning Bei's eyes looked straight at the ring, the corners of his mouth raised in unconcealed surprise. He hadn't expected at all that encouraging the two doppelgangers to fight would actually cause the heavenly Dao to rain down such a terrifying punishment. To be teased so much by a villain, this is something that even Tendo hates. The ring. Only to see that both Yi Tian and Qin Yu fainted under the terrifying power blast. Interesting. Looking at the fainting Qin Yu, a flash of killing intent flashed across Ningbei's eyes. After waiting for so long, it was finally time to obliterate the other side. After all, just a moment ago, the heavenly Dao shelter on Qin Yu's body had been completely knocked out by Etion. But just as he was about to take the stage, the system sound suddenly rang out. Does the host want to dominate Etion's master? His master was originally a rare and superb furnace pot that can be developed and empowered. Ningbei? Chapter 119, The protagonist's luck is extinct, the villain takes the benefits. Hearing the system's prompt, Ningbei was flabbergasted. Stove? His master's name is Luo Qingqing, originally a generation of female sword fairies, powerful, but because of the rare body of the furnace tripod, and was designed to target. But because of its strong nature, rather than for the jade broken, in order to protect the chastity not to be defiled by others, chose to break the physical body into a soul body, hosted in the undead sword. According to this system's detection, Luo Qingqing is expected to remodel her physical body, and will obtain a body that is even more superior to the once existing hearth body, which is really a small path to help the host embark on a shortcut in life. Although its stove tripod body is strong, but the host is rich in years, melon in hand. Not false. Ningbei, huh? No, I want to kill Qin Yu. What does this have to do with her stovepipe? Ningbei was confused. Back to the host, according to the situation detected by this system, Qin Yu has been reduced to a generalist after losing the shelter of the heavenly Dao. Not only can he no longer pose a threat to the host, but he himself will turn his original hatred for the villain and graft it onto Etion's body. And Etion to its killing heart deep. In short, there is no need for the host to intervene in this matter. Etion woke up, will be since the initiative to erase Qin Yu. The host can follow the system prompts and wait for the right moment with an ambush design in order to take advantage of the opportunity to coerce his master, Luo Qingqing, for his own use. What do you take me for? Ningbei was speechless. In the next moment, he turned his head to Wang Tang and the others and said in an urgent voice, quickly, get on the stage for me to save Etion, we must not let anything happen to Etion. Ha? Oh, good. Wang Tang and the others froze for a moment. However, since it was Ningbei's order that got in the way, they still rushed to the ring without saying a word. In fact, Ningbei wasn't a furnace-flushing physique, he didn't care. Rather, he wanted to use Etion to completely kill Qin Yu. In this way, the sons of Qi killed each other and returned a great wave of reverse value to him, so why not be happy? Soon the boisterous scene quieted down as well, and the crowd realized something particularly odd. Strange, why is it that only the two people on the stage are injured, and how come none of us have any back pain? Who says so? I'll just have a sore back. Kidney weakness doesn't count. After a brief discussion, the crowd dispersed urgently, lest that strange force reappear later. Jojo, wait for me in the tower first. After Ningbei put the young girl into the Linglong pagoda, he pulled out some spirit veins and spirit grasses and other things, then he was ready to turn around and go out. What are you going to do? Qin Jojo hurriedly pulled him back, worried. Ningbei rubbed a hand and laughed. Qin Yu is going to die. I have a premonition. I have to see him die with my own eyes in order to feel at ease. Well, Qin Jojo reddened her face and nodded in a different way. Ningbei didn't stay and turned around to leave the Linglong Tower. Inside the room, looking at the suddenly appearing Ningbei, Qin Yu said with mixed feelings, I didn't expect. After I broke my arm, the first one to come and see me was actually you. We are all of the same clan, don't be shy. Ningbei said as he walked around the room. He's going to put hidden AV stones in the right places, one by one. There is no other way, only the hand is familiar. At this time, he heard Qin Yu suddenly say, Ningbei, why don't I worship you as my righteous father? What? Ningbei's tiger's body shook as he looked at him with a stunned expression. What did you say? Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said in his heart, if you can help me kill Etion and avenge the broken arm, I will be your son in the future. He figured it out. With his current situation, it was impossible for him to seek revenge on Etion, and he would not have the chance to do so in the future. But Ningbei can. Throughout the entire martial heavenly academy, even among the people he had encountered throughout his life, Ningbei was the one with the most outstanding talent, bar none. Even if he didn't kill Etion, but only broke one of his arms, he could be satisfied. And it's not even a big deal to Ningbei. Ha ha. Looking at Qin Yu's serious expression, Ningbei, however, smiled. Although he knew that the other party was no longer a son of Qi, and did not have the hostility towards him that he once had, he did not expect that it would actually turn out like this. Thinking back, this was the main character who tried to compete with him for women and tried to pry him away. And if not, he reversed his life. Later, he will have to be Qin Yu's family broken, to die cannot. But it's such a person. And now this? Ningbei was really trying to laugh. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Looking at Ningbei's teasing smile, at this moment, instead of being annoyed, Qin Yu said sharply, and you've seen my mother's. Haven't you? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Ningbei sucked in a breath of cool air and raised his eyebrows. Qin Yu, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Do I really need to make it so clear? Qin Yu crawled forward a bit and looked straight at Ningbei. What I mean? Are you still not clear about it, righteous father? Don't call me that, I can't afford it.
Ningbei waved his hand in rejection. Just kidding, from ancient times to the present day, whoever was Qin Yu's righteous father had a good ending? While the process was pretty cool, the ending was miserable. Therefore, after Ningbei finished placing over 30 pieces of AV stones in the tiny room, he simply refused and turned around to leave. Righteous father, listen to me. Qin Yu was in a hurry. Nay, being severely injured, he couldn't even climb up to chase after Ningbei. If anyone else were to see Qin Yu's current attitude towards Ningbei, they would be afraid that they would be incredulous. It's a completely different person. Damn. Actually not accepting me. Qin Yu was very unwilling and gritted his teeth. It seems like I have to make mother come to the Martial Heavenly Academy for a trip. Cackle. Just then, the fan door was suddenly pushed open. Righteous? Qin Yu subconsciously looked up and shouted. But the next moment, his expression froze. Yi Tian? What are you doing here? Righteous? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he said, don't think that I will show you mercy if you call out to me like that. What? The pupils of Qin Yu's eyes shrunk and he felt bad. What do you mean? What exactly are you here for? What am I doing here? I came to you. Yi Tian's eyes abruptly chilled. Since he was here to kill the other party, he would not have any nonsense, and while Qin Yu had not yet reacted, he stabbed out violently with a sword. Thumbs up. In an instant, Qin Yu's head rose up to the sky. A generation of sons of fortune fell. Phew. Yi Tian took a long breath, feeling refreshed. Earlier when he fainted from the pain, he blamed Qin Yu for everything, thinking that it must be the other party who used some trickery. So after waking up, he immediately came to kill Qin Yu, and anyway, the purpose of entering the Martial Heavenly Academy was originally to kill the other party. Now it's a different plan than it was at the beginning, but it worked. Great. Looking at the head on the ground, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Just as he wanted to quietly withdraw while no one had noticed yet, suddenly, a voice appeared behind him at some point. Wonderful. Chapter 120, the protagonist sacrifices his master, the villain calls out to Jinruan. Who? Yi Tian was almost impotent with fear. He quickly looked behind him, and at some point, Ningbei had already been standing against the door of the room, with a meaningful smile on his face. After seeing the other party, Yi Tian looked confused and said, You, why are you here? What? Ningbei walked in and closed the door of the room in passing. Qin Yu came to kill Qin Yu, but not me to come here to take a look? Yi Tian only felt his scalp go numb. Obviously there was no one there just now. How come Master didn't even remind him? In the next moment, he had a flash of light. What are you babbling about? When did I kill him? Oh. The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked up in an arc as he looked at the head on the ground. There's just you and me here. If you didn't kill him, is it hard to believe that I did? Yes, you killed them. Yi Tian's eyes turned and suddenly bit back. Good on Ningbei, at the expense of you or the chief disciple, I had heard that you have a grudge against Qin Yu. I didn't expect you to actually kill him today. Ha! Ningbei couldn't help it. Sometimes he really wanted to pull down the heavenly Tao and ask, is this the son of Qi you chose? Looking at Ningbei's performance of laughing instead of being angry, Yi Tian was confused and said, What are you laughing at? How about this matter I can pretend I didn't see it? Otherwise it will not be good for everyone if it goes out. Ha ha. Ningbei laughed once again and said, Do you think that by throwing dirty water on me, everyone will suspect that I killed Qin Yu? I know your position in the Martial Heaven Academy, and many people worship you. Yi Tian held his head high and said, But, if I bite the bullet and say that you killed him, do you think that you will definitely be able to clear your suspicion? After all, if you say that I killed Qin Yu, you don't have any evidence, right? Not much. Not much. Ningbei shook his head and laughed as he began to gather fishhooks in various parts of the room, looking at the other party with a smile on his face. It's only about 30 pieces of audiovisual stones that can be used as evidence that you killed Qin Yu, so which angle of the picture do you want to see first? Thud. Yi Tian was instantly humanly stupid. No, why is there an AV stone in this room? Can someone tell him what's going on? Yi Tian instantly lost his composure and looked at Ningbei with horror. You, why can't you talk? The corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up into an arc as he laughed. I'm asking you which angle of the AV stone you want to see first, pick one. Yi Tianren went numb. When he had thought to kill Qin Yu, he had already been considered to have had bad luck when he was coincidentally bumped into by Ningbei. Who'd have thought there'd be so many more AV stones in the room? Meeting Ningbei's threatening gaze, his heartbeat was like a drum. Ningbei. Ah no, senior brother Ning, do you think I still have a chance? Yi Tian is no cutie pie either. It was clear that killing a fellow disciple was a capital offense in any power, and he knew that he was no match for Ningbei, so a hard escape was impossible. Unless the beauty master helps. But now, the beauty master has disappeared again. Just like what was once said, it was like she was being suppressed by Ningbei, not daring to reveal even a single breath. Yi Tian, I still prefer your previous untamed appearance. Ningbei shook his head and laughed. Yi Tian, on the other hand, forced a smile and said, Senior brother Ning is still willing to talk to me now. He must want to give me a chance, right? Don't worry, I'll be your man in the future. Go through fire and water, senior brother Ning. Are you serious about that? Of course, 1,000 times over. Yi Tian nodded his head repeatedly. He understood very well that now was not the time to tear his face off with Ningbei proof. He had to hold back. As long as he endured this moment, it wouldn't matter even if the truth was revealed after he escaped the Martial Heavenly Academy. There was no way the Martial Heavenly Academy would find him. Anyway, having killed Qin Yu, there was no point for him to stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy any longer. He could have gone far away. Seeing that you're so sincere, I don't have any feelings for Qin Yu anyway, so it's not impossible to be lenient. Not waiting for Ningbei to finish his sentence, Yi Tian, seeing that his plan had succeeded, smiled sharply and said, "Many thanks to senior brother Ning. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, but I have conditions." "Whatever the conditions, I agree." Yi Tian did not hesitate. Anyway, in his opinion, now as long as he can slow down Ningbei, as for the lowly gesture, he would get it back later, but never now. "Well then, give me that sword." "Ha?" Yi Tian's smile froze and an unpleasant feeling arose within him. Forcing a smile, he said, "What sword? Is it the sword that I used last time when I asked senior brother Ning to teach me? Senior brother Ning is not short of a sword, right? Don't pretend." Greeting Yi Tian's compensatory smile, Ningbei straightened up and said, "I have long detected that you have a very strong sword weapon hidden in your body. Give it to me so that I can see your loyalty, so that no one will know that it was you who killed Qin Yu." Knock. Yi Tian's heart jerked. His worst fears still happened. "What? You're not willing?" Ningbei raised an eyebrow, pretending to be displeased. I'm not going to lie to you, senior brother Ning, that's my family heirloom, and you're certainly not bad at this sword, senior brother Ning. But it means a lot to me. Yi Tian thought quickly in his mind. Since Ningbei had already pointed out the undead sword, it would be a cover-up for him to hide it any longer, so he had to resort to other ways of politely refusing. Ningbei said in a cold voice, "I'm very happy with your talk of going through fire and water, but I don't like the tone of your rejection of me." Yi Tian's expression froze. At this moment, he had the urge to roll his eyes and go out hard. But just as the thought had arisen, it was interrupted by his reasoning, for he knew very well that without his master's help, oh no, to be precise, even with his master's help, he wouldn't necessarily be able to escape from life. After all, this chief disciple in front of me. Even Master Beauty felt bad. Obviously there was still a great future. Yi Tian didn't want to go through 9 deaths. Seeing Yi Tian's thoughts, Ningbei added, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to hijack your heirloom, I'm just borrowing it to take a look, and I'll return it to you later." "Later?" Yi Tian lifted his gaze. "How long is it after the day?" But he really didn't want to hand over the undead sword. After all, his beloved beauty master was still inside the undead sword today. "It's the same as giving your daughter-in-law away. What's the difference?" And so on. Yi Tian suddenly thought of something. Did Ningbei find out about Master's existence? It doesn't look like it. Although the beauty master felt suppressed. But not actually suppressed, that might be a kind of karmic foreknowledge of danger too. If Ningbei did not realize that the beauty master existed, but only felt the power of the undead sword, Yi Tian inwardly rose a few points of hope. He so wanted to ask the beauty master, nay the latter, didn't dare to make a sound at all now. So after a few moments of agonizing, Yi Tian's heart crossed and decided to hold back for now. Thumbs up. The moment the undead sword was pulled out, in a flash, a sharp sword aura was released. It was evident that this was no ordinary sword weapon. Yi Tian was heartbroken. "Senior brother Ning, you must keep your words." Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, the corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked up in an arc and really moist. Yi Tian? Chapter 121, a high and cold female sword immortal, full of thoughts of being a furnace for others? Who moistens? Yi Tian looked skeptical. Especially when he looked at Ningbei's bad smile, his heart inexplicably thumped. Ahem. Ningbei cleared his throat and said, "I mean this sword, rigid with soft, very moist." "Alright, cut the crap and give me the sword." Yi Tian gritted his teeth. The moment Ningbei took away the undead sword, strong killing intent erupted in his heart, and he really wanted to hold the sword to wipe Ningbei's neck. Just like Qin Yu that cut off his head. Swish! Ningbei quickly took the undead sword and pocketed it. "When will you give me back my sword?" Before Yi Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ningbei pointing at the ground. "Let's dispose of the body first. Burn the body to put an end to the future." Burning corpses? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. "We've already killed him. We don't need to burn his body, do we? You don't want him to have a chance to come back to life either, do you?" Ningbei said meaningfully. Although the heavenly Dao shelter on Qin Yu had completely gone up in smoke, he had once been a son of Qi, so what if he was resurrected? It's not possible, but burning the body would reassure the villain. And so it was. Under Ningbei's instructions, Yi Tian had no choice but to burn his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, manipulating a son of Qi to burn the body of another son of Qi, triggering a reward of 100,000 reverse value. Hey! Ningbei smiled. Yi Tian turned back to look up and his scalp tingled. Who's a good person who laughs at a burning corpse? So after disposing of the corpse, even though the undead sword was on Ningbei's body, Yi Tian didn't want to stay a second longer and hurriedly left. Gotta find a way to recapture the undead sword. Wait for the other side to go.
Ningbei then pulled out his undead sword again. Come out. The room was silent, much less any reaction from the undead sword. Seeing this, Ningbei is also not spoiled. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't show up, I'll wait for you to remake your physical body, and then take you to be the exclusive furnace pot for my cultivation, and change my tricks to bully you every day. Phew! The undead sword's spiritual light flickered, and a soul body silhouette instantly flew out. Beast! Luo Qingqing levitated in midair, a pair of cool eyes glaring sulkily at Ningbei. How did you find me? Who the hell are you? What am I? Looking at the beautiful soul body beauty in front of him, Ningbei coldly laughed. You said it, beast. You. Luo Qingqing's speech froze. For some reason, it gave her an unspeakable sense of dismay, especially when Ningbei said that he was using her as a furnace, as if he knew about her past. It made her feel flustered. And now this mixed-up attitude made her even more unable to see through the other party. What do you want? Luo Qingqing wrinkled her eyebrows in question. What do I want? Ningbei shook his head and smiled, slowly saying, you should have seen when your disciple killed someone just now, right? You also don't want this matter. Be known by outsiders, right? Luo Qingqing's delicate face was slightly stunned, frowning. He's already given you the undead sword. Didn't you promise to keep his secret? But he seems to think I only want the undead sword, not you. You still want me? Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened. At this moment, her heart was incomparably flustered. Could it be that this person really wanted to use her as a furnace? She didn't wait for her to open her mouth to refuse, but she saw Ningbei laugh. My name is Ningbei, not Ning Caixin, and I'm not interested in playing with ghosts. Luo Qingqing? Ningbei said in a proper voice, if I'm not mistaken, you should be Yi Tian's master, right? Luo Qingqing couldn't deny it and just looked at Ningbei. I don't understand. Ningbei spread his hands and began to unfold his plan. Do you think I have a grudge against him? It's clear that we've only just met, and even if he took the initiative to provoke me that day, I didn't bully anyone, but he's still thinking of dealing with me later. Do you think that makes sense? I don't know. Do you want to deny it? Not waiting for Luo Qingqing to finish her sentence, Ningbei interrupted. What? Do you still want to tell me that he didn't think about getting back at me later? Luo Qingqing's speech froze. After all, Ningbei was telling the truth, and even she knew that her disciple wanted to take revenge later. And in her opinion, it is also true that Ningbei has not targeted Yi Tian, but Yi Tian is thinking of finding Ningbei to take revenge. Now that she had seen Ningbei's one-liner, Luo Qingqing only felt that her disciple was not even a level of opponent compared to the teenager in front of her. Luo Qingqing took a deep breath. Why are you telling me this? Why? Ningbei let out a cold laugh and said, in vain you're still a master, your disciple is so narrow-minded, yet you don't know how to help him walk back to the right path. Why do you think? You're blaming me for being a poor disciplinarian? Is there a party? Ningbei asked rhetorically, or do you mean that you have no feelings for his life or death, and since I already know that he wants to deal with me, you can ignore me and go kill him? Do you want to see this scene? Luo Qingqing's lips moved slightly, and for a moment she couldn't organize her words. After all, she couldn't refute what Ningbei said. Even in her opinion, it was true that Ningbei hadn't done anything to Yi Tian, and it was indeed Yi Tian who had taken the initiative to be hostile to Ningbei. While understanding this, being reprimanded so condescendingly by a teenager, who was a brat in her eyes, how could Luo Qingqing, who was once a generation of female sword immortals, not hold her tongue? But it can't be refuted. Then what do you want to do? Luo Qingqing took a deep breath. How about this? Ningbei smoothly said, I see that you can't educate him well either. If you don't want him to be wiped out by me in the future, you can continue to be his master, but behind his back you have to be my person. Ha! Hearing this, Luo Qingqing let out a cold laugh and said contemptuously, in the end, aren't you still craving for my body and wanting me to be a furnace for you? Luckily, she still held Ningbei in high regard, but in the end, she still couldn't escape the world awe. But just as she thought so, she saw Ningbei snort, stovepipe, you woman, why are you filled with the idea of being a stovepipe for someone? Luo Qingqing was instantly scolded silly. No, it's not her. You've got your head in the clouds? Without waiting for her to open her mouth to retort, she saw Ningbei add, I'm going to affirm something for you, being a furnace-in has to go through me as well. Don't think that when you remodel your furnace-in physique later on, you'll be able to serve as a furnace-in for me. What are you talking about? Luo Qingqing Bungbu lived. What does it mean to be a hearth and have to fight for consent? It comes across as if she's cheap. Is she out of her mind to want to be a hearth for a brat? Obviously you said it first. You didn't want me to be your stove. Then what else could you mean by letting me be yours? Luo Qingqing huffed. Ningbei raised his hand in a gesture. Qingqing, call out to the master. Luo Qingqing? Chapter 122. Congratulations to the absolute villain, successfully capturing the protagonist's master. Master? Luo Qingqing was almost furious. At least it is a female sword fairy, once geometric sword traveled all over the world, even by the traitorous design against, still refused to compromise, and even with the shattering of the flesh to make clear. In short, had she ever been so humiliated? I won't even be a stove tripod for you, and you still want me to be a servant for you?
Luo Qingqing gritted her teeth and asked back. Ning Bei corrected, no, not servant, I prefer to call it slave. Luo Qingqing's chest floated, so angry that her soul trembled. You're daydreaming. Daydreaming? The corner of Ning Bei's mouth hooked up a cold smile and threatened, husband. Ah shucks, this girl, you don't want your disciple to lose his little life either, do you? Luo Qingqing snapped. You threaten me? I have no grudges against you, so I don't want to make an enemy of you. Ning Bei rubbed his hand against the undead sword and slowly said, but you have to understand that it's not me who's targeting you right now, it's your good disciple. He harbors revenge against me, and for future considerations, I simply don't have a choice, do I? Luo Qingqing opened her mouth several times, unable to deny it. After all, what Ning Bei said was the truth, and she was not an unreasonable person, so how could she refute it? Should we be coerced? With Luo Qingqing's nature, of course she would rather die than give in, but there was a prerequisite for this, and the prerequisite was that it was only related to her alone. But right now, Yi Tian was clearly unable to get away. Seemingly seeing Luo Qingqing's thoughts, Ning Bei added, I think you should also understand that even if you use your full strength to fight me to the death, you still have no chance of winning, so right now, I'm giving you a chance to give your disciple a chance at life. You. Luo Qingqing raised her forehead, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Ning Bei. Only after a long time did she say, is it true that if I promise you, that you won't hurt Tianer? That's not necessarily true. Ning Bei shook his head and said frankly, the purpose of my taking you in was to limit his future retaliation against me, to place an eye on him, and if you can't educate him back to the right path in the future, then I don't have a choice, do I? Luo Qingqing pursed her lips. Regarding Ning Bei's words, she actually agreed with them in her heart, only that she didn't know that Ning Bei and Yi Tian belonged to the category of fated enemies. In her opinion, she would definitely be able to educate her disciples in the future and give up any further thoughts of targeting Ning Bei, so that the matter can be set off later. Although she figured out the reasoning, but letting her give a little kid as a slave, the genius was still hard to resist. Actually, according to your idea, we can be friends too, can't we? Friends? That won't do, friends are for betrayal. Luo Qingqing had a skeptical ear. Is this human language? But in the end, she decided to take a step back. Okay, I promise you. Wait, what are you pulling out? What do you want? Don't be afraid, this is just a contract talisman. Ning Bei explained with a smile, as long as you don't think about persecuting me, it won't harm you either, it's just a safeguard for our relationship, and I'm also trying to prevent you from cheating on me. It's reasonable, right? You. Luo Qingqing had mixed feelings. She did not expect to have agreed to such a humiliating thing. She didn't think she'd have to be indentured? Will there be freedom in the future? Don't worry, I will only use you to deal with. Ah no, it's to avoid being hurt by Yi Tian, I won't care much about anything else about you. Ning Bei said in a harmless manner. Luo Qingqing questioned, how can I trust you? I take character assurances. Luo Qingqing was skeptical. But now, it would be inappropriate for her to refuse, but instead, it would also make Ning Bei feel that she was just a stopgap measure before, and that she was likely to directly take action against Yi Tian. After all, in her opinion, Ning Bei did have the ability to obliterate Yi Tian, completely unaware that Yi Tian was sheltered by the Heavenly Tao. And so it was. At Ning Bei's greeting, Luo Qingqing unloaded her defenses and stepped forward. Well, the moment she was captured by the contract talisman, Luo Qingqing let out an indescribable soft hum. No one else, it doesn't fit. And as the contract talisman took effect, it was as if a bridge appeared in Ning Bei's mind, causing him to establish some sort of special bond with this female sword immortal. Interesting. Ning Bei couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't in vain that he had spent 100,000 reverse value to replace this contract talisman that specialized in the soul from the system store, and the effect was far beyond imagination. With the shackles of this talisman, after the future, Luo Qingqing would never be able to target him. It was even more unlikely that he would help Yi Tian to target him, the villain. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully captured the master of the Son of Qi, triggering a special reward due to him being the son of Qi's white moonlight again. 100,000 reverse value has arrived. Oh, Ning Bei froze slightly and couldn't help but laugh. Baozi, I love you more and more. This is the equivalent of whoring out the contract talisman. What are you yelling at me for? Luo Qingqing abruptly covered her small mouth and looked at Ning Bei with a dazed look. Posy, why does this man open his mouth and say he loves someone else? When Ning Bei came back to his senses, he explained, don't get me wrong, I'm not shouting at you. We're the only two here, so who are you yelling at? Ning Bei froze. This scene gave him a sense of déjà vu. And seeing Ning Bei dumbfounded, Luo Qingqing thought all the more that she was shouting at her. A wave of fear inexplicably rose within. How is it that you agreed to give each other the deed? Let me affirm one thing to you first. The next moment, Luo Qingqing said sharply, don't think that if you have a contract talisman to threaten me, I'll fulfill whatever you ask for in the future. Even if I remodel my flesh body, and you dare to force me to do something I don't want, I will also destroy my physical body, so that you can't touch me. Ning Bei had black lines on his head and said, how do you talk to master? Call out to master. Luo Luo Qingqing just wanted to resist. But the next moment, after a strange power surged into her soul body, it stunned her in an instant. What's going on? Looking at the frozen little slave, Ningbei said, scared, aren't you? If I want to force myself on you, you won't have the slightest chance to resist. Before I try to bully you, it's best if you don't commit any offense, do you understand? Luo Qingqing couldn't speak. It seemed that she had realized that under the enchantment of the contract talisman, Ningbei was completely capable of doing what he said. Moreover, Ningbei had already directly said that he didn't want to bully her, so she wasn't a fool, and she definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mess with someone who could take her down. Seeing Luo Qingqing become good for a few minutes, Ningbei was very satisfied. What are you waiting for? What should you shout? Luo Qingqing pursed her lips and whispered both shamefully and helplessly, pig. Man. Didn't eat? Ningbei raised an eyebrow and said unhappily, who are you shouting so quietly for? Louder, I want everyone to hear it. Luo Qingqing bit her lip and cried out in aggrieved blah blah blah. Master. Chapter 123, the villain is kind, but Qingqing can't repay him. After capturing Luo Qingqing, Ningbei, again, asked from her what she wanted to use the Xin treasure pavilion to look for. After all, she had been a female sword immortal, and Ningbei wasn't surprised that Luo Qingqing had a way to be able to remodel her flesh. But Luo Qingqing was surprised. Are you willing to help me? Remodel my flesh? What? Surprised? Ningbei laughed. Luo Qingqing was silent. She had thought that Ningbei just wanted to use her, but now, how could he help her? To Ningbei, now that he had captured the other party's soul body with the contract talisman, it was unlikely that Luo Qingqing would betray him even after she remade her flesh. In that case, wouldn't it be better to have a physical body as opposed to a soul body? Ningbei then looked at the undead sword again and added, but I'm afraid I'll have to use you first. How? Luo Qingqing's face showed curiosity. Outside the Xianbao Pavilion headquarters. A letter from Brother Yi? Xiaoyun stared at the creep that had arrived with a surprised expression on his face. He didn't expect to receive Yi Tian's signal all of a sudden. Could it be that something had happened? No matter what, he was still able to compete for the word in Xianbao Pavilion and get rid of Yi and other big troubles, all thanks to Yi Tian. Therefore, after receiving the news, he ran to the rendezvous point without stopping. It was the right time to also inform Yi Tian of the good news of these days, so that the other party would understand that it was right to support him to be the Xianbao Pavilion's spokesperson. In the mountains. Brother Yi, where are you? Xiaoyun came and looked around, finally uttering a soft call. Phew! Just then, a figure flew out of the jungle. Oh, after seeing the other party's appearance, Xiaoyun looked surprised. Isn't this Brother Yi's armor? How come I don't see Brother Yi? Thumbs up. Without waiting for him to figure out what was going on, suddenly, a sharp sword blade shot from the front. What? Xiaoyun was so frightened that his tiger's body shook. Knowing the power of the armor, he did not dare to resist this move, and immediately mobilized his body to the side and flashed, and shouted, What is Brother Yi doing? Why did you hesitate to show up and instead cause the armor to strike at me? Your Brother Yi is not here. Ningbei appeared with a smile. You? Seeing this teenager in front of him, Xiaoyun was confused. What are you? Why is this armor with you? This isn't the first time we've met. Ningbei laughed coldly. Although I also sympathize with you for being backstabbed by your son, you should never, ever have indiscriminately sent Wang Jin and the others forward to kill me when Qin Yu complained to you for help. Knock. Xiaoyun's eyes rolled back in horror. You're Ningbei? Brilliant. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. The next moment, he stopped talking nonsense. Qingqing, kill him. Thumbs up. The aura of the swordsman's armor climbed up in an instant. Only to see the earth cracking under its feet. In an instant, its figure shot out like an arrow out of a string, charging straight at Xiaoyun. No good. Xiaoyun instantly paled, knowing that he was no match for the armor. After all, even Yuichi and the left and right guardians had failed to escape under the armor's sword technique, let alone the fact that he was only one person. Even though he tried his best to get out of it, all efforts were just fancy in front of absolute strength. Not much longer. Xiaoyun's head then rose up into the sky. Ningbei then rushed forward and incinerated his body. There is no other, only the hand. Well. However, Luo Qingqing couldn't help it, and let out a soft hum that was a little hard to bear. After all, it is now only a soul body hosted within the undead sword, and whenever this powerful force is used, the soul body will be backfired. Noticing her reaction, Ningbei's divine thoughts moved slightly, and gentle yang power embraced over. Luo Qingqing flew out from within the undead sword and looked at Ningbei in surprise. You, how did you do that? The contract charm doesn't just limit you, it also helps me to sense your situation and help you with my own power. After Ningbei finished explaining, he asked, Qingqing, are you comfortable? Comfortable. Luo Qingqing nodded undeniably. At one time, when she used so much power, she would have been suffering from the backlash for a long time, but at this moment, not only did she not have that kind of pain that she was suffering from, even after being taken care of by Ningbei's power, he felt an unprecedented pleasure. It's really cozy. Ningbei smiled, as long as you're willing to be loyal to me and be my person from the bottom of your heart, there will be better rewards than this in the future. Thanks. Thanks to whom? You. Who am I?
Hearing Ningbei's meaning, Luo Qingqing had mixed feelings, but she still gently called out. Her voice was still low, but compared to 2 days ago, she had shouted with less squirming and resistance. Watching the changes in the other party, Ningbei felt that he was fit to be a teacher, teaching and mastering people. Subsequently, Ningbei then went to the Xianbao Pavilion headquarters. Brother Ning, it's great that you've come. Seeing Ningbei, Xiaoyi was like grabbing a straw to save his life. Without waiting for Ningbei to open his mouth to speak, he first described the recent happenings, the disappearance of the old pavilion master and the left and right protectors, and Xiaoyi's undead heart of thievery. A wave of brains was vented out to Ningbei. In his opinion, Ningbei was resourceful and might have a way to deal with it. Ningbei didn't talk nonsense, and straight away told him that he had already killed Xiao Yun. Really? Xiaoyi sniffed with a look of disbelief. Xiao Yun is dead? You killed him? Ningbei gestured for him to lower his voice. Now that your father and son have no more enemies, if you still can't get the word, then I'll be too disappointed. Don't worry, brother Ning, my father will definitely be able to become a talker. Xiaoyi said excitedly. Brother Ning, you've really brought us a heavenly good news. I don't even know how to thank you. By the way, Yuan was brought into the headquarters by me. No words of thanks are necessary. Ningbei raised his hand to interrupt and laughed. After all, I took 3 of your spirit veins as well, so it's only right that I do something for you. Where are 3 spirit veins enough? Xiaoyi waved his hands in succession, stating that these things, at all, could not repay Ningbei's great favor. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Ningbei also tried to take it easy and said straight away, in that case, I really do have something I'd like to ask of you, but it's possible that I can only be helped if I wait until your father takes his place as the man of the word. What is it? Xiaoyi said with a serious expression. When Ningbei confessed what he was looking for, Xiaoyi immediately said, Brother Ning, although I've never seen that thing, but don't worry, this matter doesn't even need to wait until my father is the man of the word. Now that Xiao Yun is dead, we already have control over Xin Treasure Pavilion, and I'll discuss with my father to send out a believer to look for it today. Such good kidneys. Ningbei was also overjoyed. As the conversation ended, Ningbei refused to stay and left the Xianbao Pavilion headquarters straight away. Back in the mountains, Ningbei then summoned Luo Qingqing out and informed her, the spirit that will help you reshape your physical body. I've already asked the Xian Treasure Pavilion to look for it, and if it's really in the Susiai realm, I'm sure there will be news soon. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes gazed at Ningbei and said with gratitude from the bottom of her heart, You have helped me so. I'm afraid I can't repay you. Chapter 124, New World in Hand, let Luo Qingqing return first. Who said that? If you really want to return the favor, there are ways to do so. Ningbei shook his head and laughed. Luo Qingqing heard a stunned, I do not know what came to mind, a few humble but stubborn, said, I do not like to give people as a furnace. Can't do it. Thinking about what? Ningbei couldn't help but laugh. Who asked you to be a stovepipe? In your eyes the only thing you can do to reward me is to be a stovepipe? And to say that you're not full of stovepipes. Greeting Ningbei's flirtatious smile, Luo Qingqing looked like she had been torn through her shame, and flusteredly defended, then besides this, what else do you think I can do in return? Supervise Yi Tian for me and prevent him from having the chance to retaliate against me, doesn't that count? Ningbei asked rhetorically, spreading his hands. Luo Qingqing froze. I did not expect Ningbei to say such serious words. The thought that she was the first to mention the stove tripod, all of a sudden, the whole soul is like a white smoke of shame. It's a shame. Well, get in there first. Ningbei still had business to attend to, and pulled out his undead sword to let it go home. Now that she was facing Ningbei's commanding tone again, Luo Qingqing had lost her initial resistance and obediently flew into the undead sword. Even after Ningbei sealed the undead sword and forbade her to perceive the outside world, the swordswoman, too, showed no protest. And after putting away the undead sword, Ningbei began to snub the system. Baozi, look at the fact that I now have more than 1 million reverse value. Do you think I should pay off my debt first? The host is actually willing to pay back the debt? That being said, am I the kind of scoundrel who owes money and doesn't pay? Ningbei had a look of dissatisfaction at being slandered, then added, but then again, if I take these adversary values to pay back the debt, although I still owe you a little bit of Baozi, but not much, so it will make me have a sense of laxity about paying back the debt, I've got a way here to always remind me that I still owe you adversary values. Would you like to hear about it? I asked the host to be forthright about the shenanigans. Here's the thing, everything has to uphold a share of sustainability, even if it's a debt, that's the framework, right? Ningbei cleared his throat and said in a proper voice, in that case, I think it would be better to use this 1 million or so reverse value as a down payment for the acquisition of that New World in your store, and then, I'll pay back the rest of the reverse value month by month in the form of a loan, but of course, you'll have to charge me interest, and you can't give me an interest-free rate just because we're a community of destiny or I'm not going to take out a loan. Then don't take out a loan. Ningbei froze for a moment and immediately said, fine, interest-free is interest-free, I still want to take out a loan. System? Please have the host's attitude correct and don't even eat it. Please Posey. For the last time. Since recognizing it, I've thought about it every day and night. It's really the last time. I feel like there are ants crawling on my body now.
You want more security for your host too, don't you? After a couple of soft turns. In the end, Ningbei succeeded in taking out the loan as he wished. At the cost of just over 1 million reverse value, he had obtained the New World, that was labeled with billions of reverse value in the system store. The so-called New World, as its name implied, was a world that was different from the Tsangshuan continent and the Su Sheng realm, and existed independently and belonged exclusively to Ningbei. It was not a new realm, but an existence with Ningbei as its creator. After obtaining the New World, Ningbei felt that the Divine Sea was mysteriously connected to a piece of mystery, and all he had to do was move his thoughts, and in the next instant, he would disappear without a trace from within the pseudo-realm. Hey! Within the 7-star pearl, Lin Yueyao snapped open her charming eyes. Suddenly, he couldn't detect Ningbei. When she probed her divine sense to search for it, she realized that it had long since been placed into the Linglong Tower by Ningbei along with the 7-star pearl. Where are the people? Lin Yueyao's pair of seductive and charming eyes surfaced in surprise for the first time. It was reasonable to say that no matter where Ningbei had gone, even if she had left the Whisker realm, it was impossible for her not to notice it. But now, it's like the other side has evaporated into thin air. Not even a trace could be found inside the New World. At this moment, Ningbei looked at the endless mountains and rivers from afar and couldn't help but laugh openly. Villain, I have my day. This whole world belongs to him. Moreover, this world was still only accessible to him. Oh no, to be more accurate, it should be that others could only enter with his permission. Otherwise, it would be impossible for even the most powerful characters to transgress the laws and break into this place. In this way, in the future, if he met an unbeatable opponent, even if he couldn't beat them, then he would be able to hide in the New World. And this New World within the aura, compared to the Su Sheng realm, are more than ever, and according to the system's tips, the New World can continue to upgrade and remodel. For example, planting spiritual objects and spiritual veins can enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within them. Thinking of this, Ningbei suddenly thought of something. Right, it just so happens that I still have a spirit vein in my hand that I haven't used. Boom! With that, a thick spirit vein fell into the New World. Ningbei gazed into the distance, and after finding a good spot between the mountains, he moved his divine thoughts, only to see the connected mountains look like they had been torn open. Immediately after that, the spirit vein flew over and plunged in. Boom! And then, the gaping mountain range that split open fit perfectly again like a Tetris cube. Can't even tell there's been a separation. Nice one! Ningbei himself was happy. The so-called creator of the New World is not an exaggeration at all, and he can manipulate the entirety of this realm with just his thoughts, from the sun, moon and stars, down to the earth, mountains and rivers. It's not just talk. This thing is awesome. Ningbei shook his head and laughed, then whirled around and said, Bowsy, do you want to turn into a 9-tailed fox slowly that's 1.5 meters tall, with blonde hair and beast ears, and who does everything I say out for fun? This system is tired and needs to be down for a while. Ningbei frowned slightly. He then tried calling out a few more times, but was slow to see a response from the system. And so it was. Ningbei then summoned Luo Qingqing. One could imagine how shocked Luo Qingqing, who had entered the New World for the first time, was. Even though she used to be a female sword fairy, how had she ever seen this kind of world? How can there be such a thick aura? Luo Qingqing only felt her soul filled with a sense of comfort as she looked towards Ningbei and said, Where is this? Ningbei smiled and said, You can understand it as a world that only I can enter. What? Luo Qingqing thought she had heard wrong. However, after sensing the surroundings a little bit, she realized that there was actually a complete lack of living creature sense around her, except for her and Ningbei. All of a sudden, it made a guess pop out at her. Rumor has it that some of the most powerful people can open up an otherworldly space and place their treasures in the space so that no one can find and steal them. But this is outrageous. This world was so big that it was boundless, and there was still such a rich aura. What kind of strength could open up such a terrifying space? Besides, she was brought in as a living person. Luo Qingqing looked towards Ningbei and just wanted to inquire about something, but only opened her cherry mouth when she was interrupted by Ningbei interjecting. I thought you said you couldn't find a way to repay me? It just so happens that no one can enter this place, so you can repay me properly. Chapter 125, The Son of Luck is so stupid, he doesn't know that his master has already recognized him. What? Luo Qingqing's soul immediately trembled. In the next moment, she said sharply, but I'm still a soul body. What happened to the soul? Ningbei said it was fine, saying, as long as you can mobilize power. Luo Qingqing looked flustered and said, this is too reckless, isn't it? Reckless. Ningbei raised his eyebrows slightly with a look of skepticism. What are you talking about? How come I can't understand a bit of it? Greeting Ningbei's strange gaze, Luo Qingqing instantly changed her expression. In the next moment, she asked, suddenly a few moments nervous, you mean, how can I repay you? Here. Without saying a word, Ningbei pulled out all kinds of spiritual plants and so on. No one can come in here anyway, plus this world's aura is abundant, so it's good for the stabilization of your soul body, so don't go back to Undead Sword for a while, and stay here and plant spiritual plants for me. You're asking me to plant spiritual plants for you? Luo Qingqing said with hindsight. Or do you think
A flash of panic flashed in Luo Qingqing's eyes and she changed the topic. Yes, I can do this thing.
Ning Bei was stunned.
At this point in time, how could he not see the other party's misunderstanding? It's not that I said.
You, the female sword immortal, have really been thinking about the hearth, huh? How did you used to be willing to destroy your physical body to preserve your innocence?
Luo Qingqing just wanted to make a sly defense, but when the words came out of her mouth, she violently discovered a blind spot.
Wait, how did you know I used to be a female sword immortal?
And also know that I self-destructed my flesh body.
How did you know that? I know more than that.
Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, saying, after all, I can even take this side of the world. Is it hard to project some truth?
Projections? Luo Qingqing was shocked. Who the hell are you?
What do you call me? Lord Silver?
Right. Ning Bei guffawed and smiled. You only need to know that I'm your master, serve me well in the future, and you'll get a lot of benefits in the future. Do you understand, Qingqing?
Luo Qingqing pursed her lips and was speechless. Although she had spent a short time with Ning Bei, she had already discovered that the teenager in front of her was so special and different that he simply couldn't be viewed with unusual eyes. Not to mention unusual gazes, even the most powerful figures she had ever seen had never given her this oppressive feeling of being penetrated. So much so that, in the face of Ning Bei's condescending education, she no longer had the strength to retort.
Okay. The next moment, Ning Bei was ready to go out. I can't stay here for too long. You plant the spiritual plants for me and take care of them. By the way, in the future, this back garden, I can leave it to you, Qingqing?
Yes. Luo Qingqing hesitated for a split second before nodding her head in response. Touching Ning Bei's straight eyes and did not leave. The next moment, she pursed her lips and added, It's Lord Silver.
That's a good boy. Ning Bei smiled, then disappeared.
Good. Luo Qingqing, however, was stunned. So much so that it was only after Ning Bei disappeared for a long time that she came back to her senses and skimmed her mouth in a mixture of flavors, to actually say that I'm good.
Just a little brat.
But, when she lifted her head and looked around this huge and wonderful world, she still couldn't stop feeling, he is really so powerful.
How on earth did
to have this world? The other side. After Ning Bei left the new world, he drove the cloud boat back to the academy. And not surprisingly, a silhouette appeared by his side before he could reach the academy.
Lin Yueyao frowned. Where did you go just now? Secret. Ning Bei guffawed and inclined his head towards the showy goblin girl in front of him.
Compared to the scruples he once had, nowadays, he exuded a flavor of confidence.
There is no other, only the world.
Lin Yueyao was confused. Why do I feel that? Why do you seem to have become draggy?
Yes? Ning Bei smiled in a cloudy manner.
Yes. Lin Yueyao nodded solemnly and asked, where the hell did you go before? Why can't I perceive you in the entire Susheng realm?
They say it's a secret, don't ask. I'm your master. So what?
Lin Yueyao froze. She blinked and looked at Ning Bei with an indescribable dismay.
And you say you haven't changed your tug?
Now you even dare to contradict me.
I didn't. You topped it.
Lin Yueyao said in a proper voice, Master is caring about you, and actually says it's a secret, humph, making it sound like who wants to know.
Then I'll tell you in a while. Ning Bei thought for a moment.
Lin Yueyao hummed lightly, then thought of something. Right, your little daughter-in-law is still waiting for you in the tower. It seems to be affected by the Linglong Tower. You have to hurry up and go in to help her.
Oh? Ning Bei looked surprised.
Suddenly thought of Linglong Tower. Although there is a miraculous effect, but a person in the inside is also quite tormented, especially when the rapid refining of spirit veins to cultivate, it is inevitable that the Qin blood is hot. So he hurried into the tower. It was just as well that he had to tell Qin Yu the news that Qin Yu had been gotten rid of, and in the meantime, tell him to be careful of Yi Tian. With their current relationship, there was no longer any need for Ning Bei to hide from his daughter-in-law the archenemy in his own life, and informing her earlier would also avoid danger.
And at the moment,
Yi Tian was practicing sword training within the academy, only that he had been distracted for the past few days.
Damn Ning Bei.
Yi Tian gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and said in a chilling voice, where the hell did he run off with my undead sword? Blissfully unaware of the situation, he was still praying inwardly, Master, you must hide it well.
Never let him find out.
After all, in his opinion, with his own master's face and body, any man who saw it was afraid that he would fall in love with it. If Ning Bei met Luo Qingqing and refused to return the undead sword in the future, it wasn't impossible. Had he known this, he would not have come to the martial heavenly academy to kill Qin Yu. Although he had solved the aftermath for Xiao Yun, he himself had caused a ruckus. According to the time, Xiao Yun should be getting the position of the talker soon, right? Thinking about this, Yi Tian's bad mood was finally somewhat comforted, fantasizing about the gratitude of the beauty master to him, the disciple who had played a key role after he had remodeled his flesh. With Master Beauty's character of knowing how to return favors, how would she repay the person who helped her remake her physical body? The corners of Yi Tian's mouth were harder to suppress than at that time, the master will definitely say that there is no way to repay.
May I give my body to you? Chapter 126, Qin Yu too generous, straight talking to meet new sisters?
While Yi Tian was indulging in beautiful fantasies, fantasizing that he would one day hold a beautiful woman.
I don't know.
At this moment, the beautiful master of his heart is being plowed in a certain magical world.
Oh no, it's being plowed for someone.
A high and cold female sword fairy, now Luo Qingqing has put down her sword, picked up a hoe, and willingly planted spiritual plants. And, she'd be sweet enough to see if the seed was crooked. When he comes in next time, I'll have to show him that I'm listening. There is no other but to thank Ning Baier. After all, once Xiaoyan died, her and Yi Tian's original plan of using the Xian treasure pavilion to go searching for something to reshape their flesh could be considered shattered. But to her surprise, not only did Ning Bei take the initiative to use her connections to help her search for spiritual objects, but she also greatly advanced her planning time.
How could Luo Qingqing not be grateful?
Taking a step back, with Ning Bei's strength and knowing Yi Tian's mind to retaliate, now she didn't do it, but instead it was a chance for her to re-educate her disciple.
How is this not a great favor?
Luo Qingqing, who didn't know about the Heavenly Dao shelter at all, sometimes couldn't help but speculate as to why Ning Bei was taking such good care of her. Perhaps it was influenced by the experience she had once had, making her apart from the matter of the stove.
Simply couldn't think of a second reason. Inside the Linglong Tower,
after Ning Bei pacified Qin Yu, he informed the other party of the existence of the New World. At first heard of this, Qin Yu was not believe, her face residual happy red halo said, "You bad guy, and wanna lie to me is not it?"
"What? Don't believe me?"
Ning Bei said with a smile.
I'm not that gullible."
Qin Yu raised her chin and hummed arrogantly.
After all, this kind of thing is groundbreaking just by the sound of it.
Even if an even more powerful existence could open up a huge alien space, it would be impossible to open up a new world with mountains, water, sun and moon, and also full of spiritual qia.
I'm afraid no one would believe such a thing. Looking at the confidence on his daughter-in-law's pretty face, Ning Bei had the idea of teasing the other party, so he said, "You don't believe me, do you? To tell you the truth, it's not only true, but I've also imprisoned a woman inside, a female sword immortal, and I'm planning to use her as a furnace." "Ha? Hearth." Qin Yu froze. But in the next moment, she cast a see-through blank stare and deliberately said, "Then I have to congratulate my husband for finding a furnace cauldron. Did she help you raise your cultivation level?" "Not yet, right now she's still a soul body and I'm planning to remake her physical body."
"Then husband must hurry up."
"Why?"
"Because only by helping her remake her physical body, you can use her to raise your cultivation, and you can better protect people in the future."
Ha ha. Ning Bei instantly became taut.
Especially looking at his daughter-in-law's serious face, although he knew that Qin Yu was not convinced, but he still could not help but be amused.
"I didn't realize teasing each other could be so much fun. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?"
Qin Yu said in a serious manner.
"Ahem." Ning Bei cleared his throat and smiled. "Then I'll take you to meet her now, okay? Good
Anyway, sisters have to meet eventually. Husband, you quickly take me to know her, so that we can take care of you together in the future."
Phew.
Without waiting for the young girl's words to fall, Ning Bei held her hand and vaporized out of thin air.
Inside the new world,
the smile on Qin Yu's pretty face faded and was replaced with a look of skepticism. "Especially feel this world within the aura has just as not belonged to the Su Shang realm, and there is no living existence."
She gaped. "Husband, where is this?"
Qin Yu turned her head, looking at Ning Bei with a stunned expression.
Ning Bei calmly said, "A new world. Really? You think my husband is joking?"
Qin Yu covered her small mouth. Her pretty face, which was delicate and edible, was deeply shocked at the moment.
This boundless world was actually created by Ning Bei? How can you have such a magical alien space?
Even in her previous life, when she had read all the books and anecdotes, she had never heard of any powerful person who could open up such a space out. What's more, with Ning Bei's current strength,
how could it be done? In the next moment, she suddenly thought of something and grabbed Ning Bei's arm in a hurry. "Is that furnace tripod real too?"
"Here." Ning Bei forced a smile and raised his hand to point in a certain direction. Qin Yu looked along and saw that several miles away, there was a diligent and beautiful soul body that was busy planting spiritual plants in the open space.
And an area has been planted out.
Although the other party is only a soul body, but with the strength of Qin Yu can still see clearly, the woman looks born handsome, shapely body.
A rare creature on earth, so to speak. Soul body. Beauty? Stovepipe.
Qin Yu looked skeptical. She didn't think it was actually true. And looking at his daughter-in-law's stagnant appearance, Ning Bei smiled and swept her fragrant shoulders. "Jojo, you just talk count?"
Qin
Yu returned to her senses, and she understood what Ning Bei meant.
In the next moment, she shook her head repeatedly and denied. "What did I say? I didn't say anything." "Hey, you don't count your words, do you?"
Ning Bei pretended to be surprised and said, "Just now, but you said yourself that the sisters would have to meet sooner or later, and asked me to help her remake her flesh earlier, so that she would have the strength to protect you in the future, didn't she?"
Qin Yu's speech froze.
At that time, she didn't believe that Ning Bei was telling the truth at all, and thought that the other party was trying to fool her again. But how could she admit such a thing, and denied it? "I didn't say. It was you yourself who said."
"You don't accuse me wrongly." "Well, are you trying to be funny?"
"Just cheat."
Qin Yu raised her chin and said, unless you have evidence. Without evidence I'll play it off. Do you have evidence that I said that? Hey, I kinda have. Ningbei finally waited for this moment. Afterwards, he was only seen smiling as he pulled out a piece of AV stone, and under the stunned gaze of the young girl, he urged it out with his power. Then again, a picture plays out. Anyway, sisters have to meet eventually. Husband, you quickly take me to know her, so that we can take care of you together in the future. Qin Yu immediately blushed. She didn't expect Ningbei to actually record the video and audio stones, but when she thought about the other party's habits, it seemed like it was perfectly normal to record video and audio stones. Besides, Ningbei was deliberately teasing her again, so how could she not record the video and audio stones? Oops. Don't you look away. In the next moment, Qin Yu had a red face and shamefully tried to grab the AV stone. But before she could get her hands on it, Ningbei raised the AV stone high in the air. Are you still cheating now? Did you say that you didn't say those words? Halfway through her sentence, Qin Yu suddenly realized where the point was. Who is she? Chapter 127 Reinventing the Flesh has been found. What is Qingqing's future fate? Ningbei confessed to Luo Qingqing's identity. Not only her master-disciple relationship with Yi Tian, but also the fact that she had been a female sword immortal who had destroyed her own flesh and body to be deposited within the undead sword in order to preserve her innocence. And knowing this, Qin Yu was shocked since she is Yi Tian's master. Then you brought her here? Don't worry, I have a measure. Ningbei explained, she's different from Yi Tian and I are considered arch-enemies, but she's not hostile to me, and she can be a sharp sword for me to deal with Yi Tian. With these words, Ningbei was speaking the truth. After all, the means of killing and executing the sons of Qi and breaking their heavenly influence, Ningbei had also long since ceased to be a blank sheet of paper. Qin Yu is a good example. Qin Yu didn't understand, then why didn't you just kill Yi Tian? Is it because she would stop you? That's just a way to trick her. Ningbei shook his head and smiled, confessing the truth. He directly recounted Yi Tian's shelter of the heavenly Tao, and his intention to use Luo Qingqing to kill and execute Yi Tian and break his fortune. But Qin Yu was even more surprised when she heard it. You were saying that on Yi Tian. Why did the heavenly Tao shelter him? Jojo, there are many reasons for this, and I can't explain them clearly in a few words. Ningbei slowly said, but you can think of it this way, the people who are sheltered by the heavenly Tao are all my enemies. For example, Qin Yu is also, although they are sheltered by the heavenly Tao, but I also have my advantages. For example, this new world, it is due to the fact that I got it because of my predestined fate with them. Qin Yu also has the heavenly Tao shelter? Qin Yu was once again shocked. Then how did he do it? Even with the heavenly Tao sheltering them, they are not yet incapable of being killed. They just need some special means. Special means? Do you rob the important people around them? Qin Yu reacted violently. Just like back then, you put me to sleep? Taking me to strike Qin Yu's Tao heart? Put. Ningbei almost choked on his saliva. He hurriedly took control back to the dominant, saying, Jojo, you only need to know my enemies. I am enough to deal with them myself. No matter you or anyone else, there is no need to worry for me or help me, lest I make a mess of things at that time. Do you understand, daughter-in-law? Qin Jojo's head was a bit messy. These things were indeed thunderbolts from the clear sky for her, never having imagined that someone was sheltered by the heavenly Tao and was even an archenemy of Ningbei. Do you understand, Jojo? Ningbei urged again and again. Qin Jojo came back to her senses, pouting and looking at Ningbei. Does that stovepipe daughter-in-law of yours understand? Ahem. What's with that? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Immediately, he took the young girl's hand and flew towards, in front of Luo Qingqing who was busy. Seeing Ningbei, Luo Qingqing wasn't surprised, but looked curious about the stunning young girl she was meeting for the first time. Lord Silver. Who is she? Not waiting for Ningbei to speak, Qin Jojo looked skeptical and took the lead to speak. Still the main Silver? You guys play so flower? Not. Pure contract charms. Ningbei explained to Qin Jojo before introducing to Luo Qingqing, this is my daughter-in-law, not yet explicitly married, but a bright daughter-in-law. You call her the main lady on the line. Luo Qingqing didn't shout, but just looked at Ningbei in surprise. You even have a daughter-in-law? What? Surprised? Ningbei laughed in a positive voice. With my face value and strength, it makes sense to have a daughter-in-law, right? Seeing Ningbei introduce herself in a generous manner, Qin Jojo's brows eased as she looked Luo Qingqing up and down and said, I heard that you used to be a furnace? Luo Qingqing's delicate face was stunned as she looked at Ningbei in dismay. Why does she know too? However, on second thought, since she was Ningbei's daughter-in-law, she must have trusted her, and it wasn't impossible to tell her secrets. Just in the face of the young girl's words, Luo Qingqing was slightly dissatisfied. I'm not a stove tripod. I've never been a stove tripod for anyone before. Didn't he tell you that I destroyed my own flesh for the sake of innocence? Qin Jojo knew it since, and turned to say, then will you give it to someone as a pawn in the future? Luo Qingqing glanced at Ningbei. Without waiting for Ningbei to speak, Qin Jojo took the lead and said, what are you looking at him for? I'm just looking. I was just wondering about your question. Heh, it's so weird. You don't think I'm going to be a furnace for him?
It's simply too ridiculous. I, Luo Qingqing, am not the kind of woman who gives it away for nothing.
Luo Qingqing denied it colorfully. Okay. Ningbei interrupted the two people's nutrient-less topic and said straight away, today is to bring you guys to get acquainted. After all, when you remake your flesh, you guys will have to meet sooner or later. There are some words that we can say here, but out of the new world. What should be said and what should not be said, you guys have to have a clear idea in your hearts. After all, he still had to kill and execute Yi Tian, so he definitely couldn't lose his plan. The two women didn't say anything. After a brief acquaintance,
Ningbei took another look at Luo Qingqing's results and gave him a thumbs up. Good job, keep up the good work in the future. This backyard garden of ours will be handed over to you to take care of first, so that it's also convenient for us to live in the future. With that said, Ningbei urged some power to be transmitted to her.
As a reward. Although Luo Qingqing felt strange, this kind of reward for her counts as something? It gave her the stifling feeling of being adopted. However, it had to be said that perhaps because of the contract talisman, she, who had always existed as a soul, was extremely fond of Ningbei's power. Like in the purest sense of the word. It's like being thirsty just as someone hands you a bottle of Waha purified water. It's hard to resist. Afterwards, Ningbei and Qin Yu left the new world. On the cloud boat, the two stood on the deck, looking at each other. Qin Yu said, I feel that it's quite good for her to exist in this current state. Do you really want to help her remake her physical body? If we don't help her remodel her flesh, it won't be easy to deal with Yi Tian in the future. Ningbei said, have you forgotten that we have a contract talisman between us? Even if we remodel her flesh she can't betray us. Qin Yu nodded slightly.
As she was about to say something else, suddenly, a systematic voice entered Ningbei's ears. Remind the host that the Xianbao Pavilion has already found the thing to remodel the flesh and is sending it towards the Wutian Academy, so please go back quickly, so as not to be snatched up by Yi Tian.
That fast? Ningbei was taken aback.
Although he and his daughter-in-law had played within the Linglong Tower for a few days and did not make it back to the Martial Heavenly Academy in time, he did not expect that the Xianbao Pavilion would have already found the spirit objects before he even returned to the academy.
And it was also sent directly to the Wutian Academy. What's wrong?
Qin Yu said in disbelief. Ningbei smiled and said, the Xian Treasure Pavilion has found a spirit item and is sending it to the Wutian Academy.
Yeah, let's get back then. Okay. Ningbei urged the cloud boat to accelerate back.
Qin Yu said meaningfully, Hearth, sure is very attentive.
What?
Ningbei froze for a moment, crying and laughing for a moment. If you come back to imply that I'm afraid I really can't help but make your dreams come true.
Oof. Chapter 128. Yi Tian was robbed and beaten up, and was called his mother. Back on the road.
Ningbei suddenly thought of a plan, so he turned to the new world and sent the news that he had already found a spirit that could reshape his flesh immediately.
Tell it to Luo Qingqing to know. At this moment,
at the gate of the Martial Heaven Academy, a group of Xianbao Pavilion powerhouses had already arrived. There were a dozen of them in total, led by a middle-aged man named Lin Lang.
Young Master Shao was right when he said he was sending it to the Martial Heavenly Academy, wasn't he?
There's no mistaking it, only this force calls itself the Martial Heavenly Academy, and it only appeared not long ago. Young Master Shao was in such a hurry that he didn't even ask us to bring the items back to the headquarters before ordering us to send them to the Wutian Academy with a sound transmission object, so let's not delay.
After a brief conversation,
Lin Lang and the others then walked towards the gate of the Martial Heavenly Academy. On the other hand, facing the sudden appearance of the Xianbao Pavilion's powerhouse, the group of Wutian Academy's elders were uncertain, even as if they were on the verge of an enemy.
Xianbao Pavilion? After learning of the other party's identity, one of the elders questioned, You Xianbao Pavilion, why did you suddenly visit our Wutian Academy, and what is the reason for it? We came to deliver the same.
Without waiting for Lin Lang to finish his sentence, at that moment, a figure flew in like an arrow out of a string, and it was certainly Yi Tian. Upon arriving, he then looked at Lin Lang with an agitated expression. You're from the Xian Treasure Pavilion? Who sent you guys over? At the sound, Lin Lang looked at Yi Tian in surprise. Who are you?
My name is Yi Tian. Yi Tian threw himself on the ground and announced his name.
While he was fantasizing about the other party hurrying to pay his respects, the next moment, he saw Lin Lang sneer. Never heard of it.
Yi Tian, huh?
Without waiting for Yi Tian to figure out the situation, the elder at the side said, Yi Tian, there is nothing for you here, stand down.
Not. Yi Tian looked skeptical and confused as he looked at Lin Lang and the others and asked, Aren't you guys here to deliver one thing? How do you know? Lin Lang jolted.
And seeing the other party's reaction, Yi Tian knew that he was not wrong. This was exactly the person Xiao Yun had sent over. He was blissfully unaware that Xiao Yun had died, so he assumed that he had found the spirit to remodel his flesh and that Xiao Yun had sent someone to give it to him. Since he had already guessed so, Yi Tian stepped out of the boundary of the Martial Heavenly Academy and rushed straight to Lin Lang and the others. What are you still standing there for?
I'm the person you're here to find.
Lin Lang and the others looked at each other, confused. After all, Xiao Yi only told them to hurry up and send them to the Wutian Academy, saying that when they arrived here and reported themselves, someone would naturally come out to recognize them.
Right now, looking at Yi Tian's confident back, they could only follow with confidence. What's the situation?
While the elders of the academy looked at each other, not knowing what was going on, they didn't dare to leave the boundary without authorization as they had never dealt with the Xianbao pavilion before.
After walking some distance, Yi Tian looked back to the rear to confirm that he wouldn't be seen by the elders of the Wutian Academy, then he rushed Lin Lang and the others. Hurry up and bring it. Lin Lang did not pull out anything, but looked Yi Tian up and down and said, Kid, why do you look so condescending? Ha! Hearing this, Yi Tian let out a cold laugh and once again resumed his usual attitude. So what if you are condescending? Even if your master was in front of me, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Are you tired of living?
Although the undead sword was not with him now, and there was no help from his master, between words, Yi Tian was still very confident. Without any other reason, just by the fact that he was not even polite to Xiao Yun in the past, he did not have to put the Xian Treasure Pavilion's people in his eyes at all. Lin Lang and the others fell silent. It had to be said that the so-called newborn calf was not afraid of tigers. With this arrogant to the extreme attitude of Yi Tian, it really made them unconfident. After all, they did come by order of their master.
We just had to ask a few more questions out of insurance.
Lin Lang squeezed out a smile and said, Do you know
what we are here to deliver? Being careful is still something I appreciate. Yi Tian first commented before lowering his voice. As for what is being sent,
it should be a 10,000-year-old heavenly soul lotus.
That's right, right?
At those words, Lin Lang and the others were suddenly shaken.
Because Yi Tian was right, what they came to escort.
It was precisely a heavenly soul lotus with 10,000 years of age. Although they didn't know the function of this item, but, since Yi Tian directly said it, it proved that they hadn't found the wrong person. Thus, Lin Lang immediately handed out a spatial ring. This item
is within the nascent ring.
Yi Tian forced his excitement to take it and then straightened up. Okay, you can go. Go back and tell your master.
I'm relieved that he's doing his job.
Lin Lang and the others looked at each other, didn't say anything, and turned to leave.
Ha ha. After the crowd disappeared, Yi Tian no longer clammed up and laughed openly. It's finally here.
Finally, I can help my master remake his physical body, and I can make my dreams come true in the future.
Snap.
But just then, a sudden bolt of lightning struck down from the sky.
Ah! Yi Tian was instantly numbed by the electricity and let out a wave tone-like scream.
And the ring he was pinching in his hand was taken captive in an instant.
Upon seeing the person who snatched the ring, Yi Tian instantly looked skeptical. Ningbei? What are you doing? You quickly return the ring to me. I happen to be missing a hand jewelry. This ring is quite nice. Give it to me.
Ningbei said with a harmless smile. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lightly twitched, not knowing that Ningbei had already known the truth. He forced himself to hold back his anger with a compensatory smile. I'll find you another one if you like.
You first return this ring to me. No, I'll take this one.
After saying that, Ningbei straightened up and flew away as a flash of lightning.
Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded.
The next moment, he growled in annoyance. This person is sick, isn't he?
Robbing even a single ring. He likes other people's things so much?
Thinking that Ningbei still didn't know that there was a heavenly soul lotus within the ring, Yi Tian hurriedly ran towards the academy.
Say anything to snub the ring.
After all, this was the key to him being able to help Master Beauty restore his physical body.
Here he is, give it to me.
Just then, they only saw Lin Lang and the others turn back halfway. After handing over the ring to Yi Tian just now, they always felt that something was wrong, so they used the teleportation object to ask Xiaoyi.
That's when I realized I'd been scammed.
Mud horse Yi Tian, hand over the stuff.
Lin Lang and the others swarmed. Yi Tian?
Learning that the other party was trying to snatch back the heavenly soul lotus, he had wanted to continue to scare, but he did not expect that the response
was a terrifying palm print. Pust. Yi Tian's tiger body shook and instantly flew backwards. The entire person spat out a mouthful of blood and nearly fainted.
Even though he had good talent and strength, trying to fight against Lin Lang and the others right now could truly be described as eggs against stones. Seeing this, Yi Tian had to be honest. The ring is not with me.
It was snatched away by Ningbei. You guys go get it from him. I want your mom. Chapter 129, Did Luo Qingqing give it to you? And so it was.
The scene then turned into Yi Tian fleeing while Lin Lang and the others chased and fought. Even though Yi Tian utilized the speed of the sword Dao and ran as fast as he could, he was still hit several times one after another, so much so that he was bruised and battered when he escaped back to the boundary.
No need to chase.
Lin Lang stopped the crowd and said, anyway, the item has already reached Ningbei, let's go back and apologize to Xiaoyi first. This dared to fool us and nearly made a big mistake. The rest of the group said with both palpitations and anger. They secretly swore in their hearts that this matter was not finished with Yi Tian.
The moment. Inside the new world.
Ningbei had long since taken the heavenly soul lotus and was ready to help Luo Qingqing remodel her physical body. This heavenly soul lotus is 10,000 years old and has powerful effects.
Ningbei looked at Luo Qingqing and said, even if it can help you reshape your physical body, I'm afraid that you'll have to suffer a lot. Luo Qingqing looked determined. Lord Silver, I'm ready, no matter how bitter. I will eat it all. Yes.
Ningbei also stopped talking nonsense. In the next moment, he would first use the 7-star pearl to refine the heavenly soul lotus, turning it into a more easily absorbed essence that was connected to Luo Qingqing's soul body. What follows is a tedious and offending and inconveniently descriptive process of the proverbial but wanting to see more.
Ningbei's ears were almost numb from the shock, but well after a burn.
Silence was restored within the new world, and the disappearance of a soul body gave birth to a stunningly beautiful creature standing in front of Ningbei.
Still brewing the habit?
Looking at the unresponsive woman, Ningbei frowned slightly. Subsequently, he handsome kind-hearted took out, from Qin Yu there to come to the close, thoughtful for the other party to cover up.
No one else, just a decent man.
After Luo Qingqing opened her eyes, the person was dumbfounded. Just as she looked at Ningbei with a red face and was about to say something, she was interrupted by Ningbei interjecting. There is no need to talk too much about touching the trial.
Luo Qingqing's eyes averted. At the moment, she hated to find a crack in the ground. It's so humiliating.
While looking at her shy appearance, Ningbei laughed. It had to be said that after Luo Qingqing had possessed flesh from her soul body, her originally tall figure was erected in front of her. Only then did she realize how perfect her figure was. Especially the fair as jade face, a pair of bright eyes with silk mist. 3000 green silk did not have time to take care of slightly messy, but also to add a few points cannot use words to describe the flavor of the beauty rhyme. In short, this is indeed a stunning beauty that a man can't help but look at again after taking one look at it.
Why do you keep staring at me? Luo Qingqing was flustered by the look.
Compared to when she didn't have a physical body, she was even more shy at the moment, not even daring to look directly into the eyes of Ningbei, whom she had once regarded as a brat. Ningbei smiled back and said, now that you've remodeled your physical body, I'm considered to have fulfilled my promise, so next, it's up to you to help me.
I haven't said yes yet. Luo Qingqing was so frightened that she hastily refused, but after seeing Ningbei's serious expression, she was baffled again. You mean what's the matter? Ahem. Ningbei are not going to be whole. This female sword fairy, she doesn't look as high and mighty as she looks.
However, he did not want to dwell on it, straight out. Later we'll return the undead sword to Yi Tian, but asked Luo Qingqing to conceal has molded a good physical body, exists within the undead sword to meet with his disciple.
Why? Because I'm going to show you, the true face of your disciple. Because it's Ningbei's mission. Luo Qingqing agreed. Subsequently,
Ningbei then let Luo Qingqing rejoin within the undead sword, which was also a magic weapon that could enter people, and sent the undead sword to Yi Tian.
Once again retrieving the undead sword, Yi Tian was overjoyed.
Moreover, he also thought that Ningbei was willing to send the undead sword back, so he must not have discovered the master within the sword. So regarding the ring that held the heavenly soul lotus, for a moment he didn't dare to forcefully claim it, lest Ningbei see the signs.
After Ningbei left, Yi Tian couldn't wait to rush the undead sword. Master? Master, are you still there? The master is here. Luo Qingqing followed Ningbei's order and said, Master feels like he's about to remake his physical body.
You quickly place the undead sword aside.
What? Remodeling the physical body? Yi Tian was like a bolt from the blue. These few days for the teacher thought of a way. You quickly stop wasting time.
Luo Qingqing said perfunctorily.
It was all just a task laid out for her by Ningbei.
In response, although Yi Tian was shocked, he was even more pleasantly surprised.
Boom!
With a burst of light, doors emerged.
Immediately afterward, a figure appeared in the room. Master?
Seeing this dreamy figure, Yi Tian was so excited that he directly pounced on it. But before he could touch Luo Qingqing, he was bounced off by a force.
Yi Tian was dumbfounded. Master, why are you hitting me? Who let you get close to me? Luo Qingqing frowned. Don't you know that men and women are different?
Saying these words, Luo Qingqing suddenly felt so ashamed. After all, just a moment ago, she had also been honest with Ningbei without blaming the other party for a single word, but now she was badmouthing Yi Tian.
Even she felt some double standard to treat people. Fortunately, Yi Tian didn't know. Master, I'm just too happy.
Yi Tian awkwardly explained, changing the topic in order to hide his mind. By the way, Master, actually I've already found the heavenly soul lotus that can help you remodel your flesh. I didn't expect you to find a way first.
How did you find it?
Luo Qingqing did not understand because she had already killed Xiao Yun. It was only right that Xin Baoge could not have helped her disciple find it. Yi Tian then said, it was given to me by the Xin treasure pavilion. Have you forgotten that I asked Xiao Yun to look for it?
That guy moves fast.
Where's the heavenly soul lotus? Heavenly soul lotus. Yi Tian pretended to be angry. Master, the heavenly soul lotus was snatched by Ningbei. He's a bastard. First he snatched the undead sword, then he snatched my heavenly soul lotus.
He is Shut up. Luo Qingqing didn't hold back to stop and said unhappily, why are you scolding people? People are not bad. Why are you always targeting him? Me?
Looking at his master who was covered in disgruntled anger, Yi Tian was confused. Not master.
Why are you speaking for him? The other side.
Congratulations to the host, successfully provoking the relationship between the son of Qi and Luo Qingqing, given that the host has become a qualified villain, triggering a trajectory change. Reward the host with a handful of melon seeds, get high. Ning Bei's expression was stunned. Without waiting for him to figure out the situation, suddenly, the door to his room was pushed open and a silhouette barged in. It was clearly Luo Qingqing. How do you? Before Ning Bei finished speaking, he saw Luo Qingqing's face blushing scarlet as she pleaded, Lord Silver, quickly return to the new world. I don't feel right physically. Ning Bei hurriedly led her inside. Inside the new world. Luo Qingqing tightly grasped Ning Bei's hand and didn't let go, muttering to herself, it must be that the effect of the heavenly soul lotus is too strong. It's more powerful than I thought. That must be it. Ning Bei said while getting high, Qingqing, why do you keep grabbing me? It's not good, right? Luo Qingqing was tempted to let go, but in the way of her body, she actually couldn't let go of her hand, but instead looked at Ning Bei with a pair of beautiful eyes that were pitiful. You know what I'm? You know, right? I don't know. You know. You're deliberately bullying me. Chapter 130, Yi Tian wants to set up a trap? Ning Bei let him take his own life. At this moment, the storm clouds and thunder roared in the new world. And outside, Yi Tian, on the other hand, looked skeptical. How did Master run away? He had thought that when Luo Qingqing had remodeled her physical body, the good life ahead would even begin completely. But to his surprise, the beauty master did reshape his flesh, but instead of the beauty he fantasized about coming, instead he summoned up the courage to try to touch the other party, and instead of touching a hair, he was bounced off by the force. So much so that it was as if Yi Tian was dreaming. Once Luo Qingqing has not yet remodeled a good physical body before, he thought he had deep feelings with the beauty of the master, in the name of master and disciple love are able to hug a little. But only now do I realize that I'm overthinking it. And just now did not even wait for me to finish my words. What the hell did master do? Yi Tian was puzzled. However, on second thought, he was somewhat comforted by the fact that his master had only just remodeled his physical body, and he was afraid that he had a lot of things to do. After all, with Luo Qingqing's strength, he had nothing to worry about. Or maybe he wasn't worried about anything other than the fact that Beauty Master was pregnant with someone else's child. And so it was. Yi Tian left the room. Compared to Qin Yu's heavenly Tao shelter, Yi Tian's sheltering aura as another son of Qi Luck was very different from the former. For example, Qin Yu happens to be a scrapper against all odds, so he is mocked everywhere he goes. But Yi Tian was different, his own talent was not bad, and even more so, he was not a beggar type of persona, so he would not be like a rat crossing the street, and everyone would shout at him. So in just a few days, Yi Tian had already sought out a few underpowered lapdogs from amongst the many disciples within the Martial Heavenly Academy. Although he also wanted to find little followers with good strength, but after he investigated for a few days he realized that none of those disciples worshipped Ning Bei. Even, no matter what kind of pie he went to draw for Wang Tang and the others, the other party, instead of being sure to get close to him, would laugh at him twice. This made Yi Tian doubt life for a while. He couldn't understand what kind of ecstasy Ning Bei had filled those people with in order to make them serve so willingly. As a result, he could only find a few disciples as followers who were not as strong, had slightly less talent, and had been abandoned by Ning Bei as having no value in befriending him. Chinpai, you guys go find trouble with Wang Tang and the others, Yi Tian said as he fought his way through. Upon hearing this, the 5 disciples, including the one called Chinpai, looked at each other. Brother Tian, they haven't bullied us, so why should we bother with them? And we're no match for Wang Tang and the others, this is purely going over there to get beat up. Right, you don't even know Tian, they used to hit Qin Yu pretty hard when they beat him up. Chenpai's 5 people are not little cuties either. Definitely don't want to go and take a beating. What? Not even listening to me? Yi Tian frowned slightly, his face showing displeasure. However, he also understood that money can make the devil push the mill, so he pulled out some of the pills that Xiao Yun had gifted him and said, see, this is Xuanqi Dan that can help raise your cultivation level, and if any of you get beaten up, I will reward him with 2 Zuenkaden. Seeing Xian Qidan, Chenpai and the others' eyes instantly lit up. After all, even in the immortal cultivation world, there were actually mere mortals, and as a disciple of the Martial Heavenly Academy with bad talent, who usually received limited resources, he had never seen the Zuenkaden at all. After learning that this Dan could help their cultivation level rise, the 5 of them looked at each other and unsurprisingly, all of them agreed. And so it was. Chenpai, the 5 of them, then went forward to find Wang Tang's group as ordered. Yi Tian's plan was to first let Wang Tang and the others make a move against Chenpai's 5 people, so that he could finally step in to administer justice and take advantage of this matter to take advantage of the opportunity to ask Ning Bei for the ring back. Take back the heavenly soul lotus. When he first talked to Luo Qingqing face to face just now, when he bluntly said that he had gotten the heavenly soul lotus, he realized that Beauty Master didn't seem to believe it. Even told him to shut up. Yi Tian simply couldn't think of the reason for this, and only thought that it was because Luo Qingqing didn't believe that he had gotten the heavenly soul lotus, and didn't believe that it was snatched away by Ning Bei.
Therefore, he felt that only by getting the heavenly soul lotus could he convince Beauty Master how bad Ning Bei was and be willing to stand on his side against him. Among other things, Yi Tian also wanted a plan to kill two birds with one stone, so he purposely went to find Lin Yueyao and invited her to go to the cultivation field together. After all, this is a stunning beauty, the purpose of his harem of 3,000, there must be less of this kind of special girl. Facing Yi Tian's invitation, Lin Yueyao frowned, am I familiar with you? Ha! Yi Tian froze for a moment and laughed, Miss Lin, don't misunderstand, you can't laugh at me if I tell the truth. Actually, I don't know where the cultivation field is, that's why I wanted to invite you. Said that I wanted you to help me lead the way. Looking at Yi Tian with a sincere expression, Lin Yueyao hesitated, you've joined the academy for so many days, how can? Alas, I'm afraid that Ning Bei will bump into you and misunderstand. Ning Bei. Yi Tian immediately had the corners of his mouth twitch hard. Now that he heard this name, his heart was inexplicably upset, especially after realizing that the Yukai maiden in front of him actually cared so much about Ning Bei. All of a sudden, he felt as if he was being green. How can he have someone else in his heart when he has his eyes on a woman? He had to get rid of Ning Bei, otherwise he couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. Finally, under Yi Tian's pleading, Lin Yueyao decided to take him over for a bit, but just come to the practice field. As Yi Tian expected, at this moment, Jinpai's 5 people were being fatally beaten by Wang Tang and the others, and they were also drinking and cursing. You're really tired of living, rushing to pick a fight? We're not even bullying you guys, and you're pretending. Wang Tang and Zhao Ming, among others, punched and kicked the 5 men as they spoke. What's the fight about? Lin Yueyao covered her small mouth in shock. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Tian's mouth hooked up in an arc, and the next moment, he rushed up like a hero. Stop immediately. Faced with this commanding tone, Wang Tang and the others were not pleased with themselves. None of your business? Ha! Yi Tian laughed coldly and said forcefully, none of my business? As a disciple of the Wutian Academy, how can I watch you bully your fellow disciples and do nothing? I know that you have a good relationship with Ning Bei, but the 5 of them are also disciples of the academy, not tools for you to vent on. These words, Yi Tian did not only say them at Wang Tang and the others, but also to Lin Yueyao at the back. This was the purpose of his inviting the young girl, wanting to use this opportunity to also let Lin Yueyao see how bad of a person Ning Bei was and how much of a bully he was. Guess no woman likes that kind of man. Tian, save us. We're so innocent, we're just pointing out their cultivation. Chenpai's 5 people were like grasping a straw to save their lives, urgently calling for help. It really hurts too much. If he had known that it would hurt so much, he must have asked Yi Tian to add one more Xuanqi Dan. In the face of Yi Tian's grandiose words, Wang Tang sneered, you don't even know what's going on, so what the hell kind of justice are you presiding over here? Seeing that the other party took the bait, Yi Tian continued with his plan, although I don't know what happened, you guys are violating the precepts of the academy by hitting someone, am I right? Of course, if you all are not reasonable, then I will not be blamed for being impolite. Yi Tian agitated. Although he wasn't a match for Ning Bei, he was still able to easily take care of Wang Tang and the others. What? Do you still want to make a move against us? Wang Tang said in a cold voice. I don't want to do it. Yi Tian said in a serious manner, but if you guys bully people again, even if Ning Bei is here, I won't sit back and do nothing. It had to be said that Yi Tian would indeed stand on the moral high ground. What's with the reference to me? At that moment, Ning Bei appeared at the right time. Chapter 131, The Master Pays for the Disciple's Mistake. The villain is very angry. Senior brother Ning, they were the ones who provoked us first. Wang Tang and the others said in an urgent voice. We're not, your bull asterisk 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 ting. It's you guys who look at us bad. Chenpai's 5, on the other hand, followed Yi Tian's instructions and denied it. Not waiting for Ning Bei to open his mouth, at this time, Yi Tian took the lead and said, who was right and who was wrong, we can leave it at that, the most important thing now is to end the fight, or else everyone will make mistakes. What do you say, right Ning Bei? Yeah. Ning Bei nodded in agreement. Just when the crowd thought that this would be the end of the matter. In the next moment, Yi Tian cut straight to the point and blurted out in public, by the way Ning Bei, can you return the ring you borrowed from me? That's my stuff. You should have seen enough of it as well, right? That's what he's all about. After drawing everyone's attention to him, he waited for Ning Bei to appear and took the opportunity to demand the ring in public. In this way, if Ning Bei shrugged it off, he would be able to stand on the moral high ground again and question Ning Bei about taking other people's things by force. In this way, even if Ning Bei's talent was outstanding, there would inevitably be an additional black spot. And it is a black spot that can't make it to the top. Moreover, he had called Lin Yueyao over, precisely so that the young girl could see clearly what kind of disgraceful behavior Ning Bei had. Ning Bei, who had long known of the other party's plot through the system, feigned surprise. What ring? When did it happen? Yi Tian's expression was stunned. He expected any reaction from Ning Bei, handing over the ring, or refusing to hand it over, only he didn't expect Ning Bei to play dumb. Is that something a human being could say? In the next moment, Yi Tian said excitedly, what? Do you still want to renege on your debt? It's the ring you snatched from my hand before, you said to take a look and return it to me. Wait. Ningbei interrupted with a voice and frowned. Don't spit on me, what do I need your ring for? What's so pretty about a ring? You. Yi Tian was instantly speechless. How can a person be so shameless? Do you still want to slander our senior brother Ning? Yi Tian, what the hell are you up to? First you inexplicably stood up for Chenpai and the others, and now you're slandering senior brother Ning? What is your family's ring made of, as far as senior brother Ning robbing you of a ring? Wang Tang and the others immediately opened up. You guys. Yi Tian just wanted to counterattack. At that moment, a figure suddenly barged in, and it was clearly Wang Wu who had become an inner disciple from the outer sect because of Ningbei's help. Senior brother Ning, this was all Yi Tian's idea. It was Yi Tian who encouraged Chenpai and the others to come over and pick a fight. Wang Wu directly said. Oh, Ningbei feigned surprise and cast a glance. Hearing this, the hearts of Chenpai's 5 people shrunk hard and hurriedly looked towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian was also stunned, but soon he calmed down and said angrily, what nonsense? When did I? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Wang Wu straightened up and said, I have AV stones. Yi Tian? Immediately after that, Wang Wu urged the AV stone. A picture emerged. It was clearly Yi Tian explaining the before and after of Chenpai's 5 people, coming to trouble Wang Tang and the others, including the promise of rewarding Xian Shidan. And naturally, this AV stone was given to Wang Wu by Ningbei. In fact, when Yi Tian had a plan, Ningbei learned about it through the system and chose to trick Yi Tian into a big move, so as to cut down on its aura of good fortune. Wow. In a flash, the cultivation field was in shock. What? It was really Yi Tian's idea? Why is he doing this? Is it just to frame Wang Tang and defame senior brother Ning? What is he after? Alright you Yi Tian, treating us like monkeys, right? For a while, Yi Tian could be said to have stirred up the anger of the group. After all, how righteous he had been a moment ago, how wretched he was now. And at this moment, Chenpai and the others couldn't hold it together. Senior brother Ning, spare us. It's all because Yi Tian forced us to do it. We just didn't resist the temptation. In a flash, they directly sold Yi Tian out. After all, it was because of the benefits that Ben was beaten up, and now he couldn't still let them take the blame together, could he? How can a relationship that relies on a bundle of benefits compare to a contractual charm? You guys? Seeing that he was betrayed, Yi Weather was not happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host, greatly cut Yi Tian's aura of good fortune, rewarding the reverse value. Oh no, no more rewards, self-deduction scratched into the loan. Ningbei? Afterwards, Ningbei began to stand on the moral high ground. Yi Tian, although I don't know why you targeted Wang Tang and the others, and why you planted the evidence that I took your ring. I can leave today's matter alone, but I hope that you will be kinder to your fellow disciples in the future. Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded. Not. What the does that mean? Bite back? Just as he was about to retort, he was covered by the voices around him. Yi Tian, just be glad that senior brother Ning is magnanimous. In the old days, you'd have to take a beating high and low. Luckily, our senior brother Ning is homely and kind. Hearing the sounds around him, Yi Tian's entire chi trembled cold. What the hell has to be nerdy? Obviously took his ring. As Ningbei left to pass by Lin Yueyao's side, his voice was not too loud or too small as he said, I see you came to the cultivation ground with him, right? Me? Lin Yueyao was instantly anxious. Ningbei, you listen to me. I don't know him well. He said he didn't know the way. I don't care if you guys are familiar or not. Ningbei glanced at Yi Tian and said murderously, I'm just advising you to stay away from this kind of person. After all, in order to kill the heart, naturally you have to start with Lin Yueyao, who made Yi Tian interested in it, so that you can hit the heart of the Dao. Fruity. In the next moment, Yi Tian ran towards Lin Yueyao and defended, Yueyao, you believe me, things are not like this, I didn't plant the evidence. Ningbei. Who gave you permission to call me names? Do I know you well? And I'm not blind. I've seen the AV stones. Luckily I even brought you to the cultivation field. Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. I've never seen a villain like you. Lin Yueyao stated with a disgusted look on her face. After saying that, she did not wait for Yi Tian to open his mouth to explain, and turned around and left straight away. No! Yi Tian Bungbu lived. What the hell is going on here? Someone tell him. He obviously designed a good plan. Why did it turn out like this? What went wrong? What a way to become a target all of a sudden. Inside the new world. After Ningbei came in, he informed Luo Qingqing about the situation outside. You picked a good disciple well, it's really shameless. I'm on fire right now. Chapter 132 Luo Qingqing is changed, she's docile and obedient. What then? Luo Qingqing pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes gazing at Ningbei in a complicated manner. After all, the disciple had done such an unsavory thing, and Ningbei coming to inform her, the master, was like an atmosphere of inquisition. Seeing that Luo Qingqing was no longer biased in favor of Yi Tian like she was in the beginning, Ningbei was satisfied. Could it be that you didn't realize that he was this kind of person after you took him on as a disciple? Luo Qingqing shook her head slightly. Only when he begged me to go out and kill someone, I felt it was a bit excessive. Is that just excessive? Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Ningbei interrupted, "You shouldn't condone this kind of bullying behavior. Tell me, what should I say about you?" Luo Qingqing lowered her head.
In the face of Ningbei's condescending rebuke, at this moment, she no longer had the strength to retort. Much less will they see each other as a brat and feel stifled as they once did. "I don't want to pursue what happened in the past. After all, this is a world of the weak and the strong," Ningbei said in a proper voice, "but in the future, you'll have to listen to me in everything, and if I don't agree to something, and he kneels down and begs you, you'll have to carry the weight."
"I know." Luo Qingqing nodded obediently.
Not to mention the fact that the contract talisman was on her body, which would have made it impossible for her to resist Ningbei. As things stood, with her previous behavior of asking for help with what happened in Ningbei, her state of mind had long since changed as well.
This man. There's no hiding.
And the reason why Ningbei was so fierce was also to hold this female sword immortal. Seeing that she had lost her initial high spirits and was now as obedient as a good girl, Ningbei knew that her education had worked.
So the next moment,
he then stepped forward and lifted Luo Qingqing's white chin, gazing into those watery, beautiful eyes, and his tone became a few points softer. "Qingqing, I'm not being mean for the sake of being mean to you. I'm worried that you'll be influenced by Yi Tian and end up becoming just like him, understand?" In the face of Ningbei's intimate movements, at this moment, Luo Qingqing was no longer resisting. Instead, she really listened to Ningbei's words.
Ningbei smoothly wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Let's put it this way, later on, I will first arrange for you to enter the Wutian Academy as an elder, and in the future, you'll be living in the Wutian Academy. But I want to make it clear first, although I didn't ask you to break the master-disciple relationship with Yi Tian, in the future, you'll be less likely to come into contact with him, or even don't come into contact with him."
Luo Qingqing was slightly stunned and said, "But when I cultivate, he will definitely come to me for advice." "If you cultivate, come to me and I'll bring you into the new world to cultivate. Wouldn't it be better if this place is more abundant in aura?"
Ningbei interrupted. Luo Qingqing thought about it, but agreed.
While looking at the other party's submissive and gentle appearance, Ningbei smiled. He did not expect this female sword fairy. The bones actually hide the contrast. Any who look can believe, this is still a few days ago untamed woman?
Come out after. Luo Qingqing was first taken to register by Ningbei.
With Luo Qingqing's strength after remodeling her flesh, it was more than enough to be an elder in the Martial Heavenly Academy, plus it was brought by Ningbei. Both the priests and the elders were naturally speechless. Yi Tian was surprised to learn that the beauty master, unexpectedly has become an elder of the academy, since it was a big surprise. "Master, how do you also join the Wutian Academy? This kind of power we don't need to stay for a long time."
"If you don't want to be my disciple, you can leave," Luo Qingqing coldly said. "Nothing else, just a mission for Ningbei."
Although she did not understand why Ningbei wanted her to keep Yi Tian within the academy, she understood that a woman should not ask more questions.
Obedience to the master is all. Me. Yi Tian, however, was dumbfounded.
In the past, when Beauty Master was inside the undead sword, he wasn't this strange to him. Although he was confused, he thought that it might be because of the Heavenly Soul Lotus, so he hurriedly said, "Master, you don't even know how bad that Ningbei is, not to mention that he robbed my Heavenly Soul Lotus, but he also slandered that he didn't rob it at all, and he even asked others to join him in his crusade."
Luo Qingqing frowned as she listened.
Especially seeing how Yi Tian portrayed it in a colorful manner, instead of making her sympathize, it made her bored and regretful from the bottom of her heart.
"How did you take on such a disciple?"
"Obviously looking for the Xiao Yun have been killed, it is the people." No, it is the Heavenly Soul Lotus that one's own master, Ningbei, has entrusted relations to find."
"And it turned out to be yours? And you have the nerve to slander her master, saying that it was her master who snatched the Heavenly Soul Lotus?" Luo Qingqing really wanted to dismantle Yi Tian.
After all, not only did she know that the Heavenly Soul Lotus was found because of Ningbei, she also knew that Yi Tian had asked the 5 Chenpai to go and find out what happened. It wasn't until the AV stone was pulled out that Yi Tian was revealed for what he really was, which would turn him into a public enemy.
A teenager can commit these disgraceful acts. Which master can have a bright face? "Master, why don't you say something?" Yi Tian was a bit confused. He clearly said a whole lot, but he saw Luo Qingqing unresponsive and even frowned, but just didn't say a word. Luo Qingqing said indifferently, "What do you want me to say?" Say Ningbei is bad." Yi Tian froze for a moment and forced a smile. "Don't you think that Ningbei is bad, master? Maybe you haven't seen him. You don't know how bad he is." "I know." Luo Qingqing frowned and interrupted. But in the next moment, a flash of panic flashed across her expression, as if she realized that the badness of Ningbei in her mouth was not the same as the one in Yi Tian's mouth. "That's the kind of bad that's only for women." That Yi Tian was not going to be whole.
Although he didn't understand what was happening, he could sense that the beauty master was strange lately.
In the next moment, he didn't want to dwell on it too much. "Master, can you instruct me on my sword technique?" Yi Tian was ready to change his route. Since he couldn't win Beauty Master's sympathy, he would first create the opportunity to create the chance to cultivate with Beauty Master. Luo Qingqing had wanted to refuse, but as the words came out of her mouth,
she suddenly thought of Ningbei's mission and changed her words.
That's fine, let's go to the back of the academy then. Really? Yi Tian was instantly beaming with joy.
The suffocating feeling of being left out in the cold just now, at this moment, evaporated on his face. Especially seeing that the beauty master didn't say that he was going to the cultivation field, but instead he was going to the back of the mountain that was off the beaten path and wouldn't normally have disciples near it. He felt like he had his chance.
And so it was.
The master and disciples immediately went to the back of the mountain. Before we even reached the back of the mountain, there were already overgrown trails, so it was clear that very few people did come by. After all, although the Wutian Academy was only called an academy, it actually covered a large area, and even though there were quite a few elders and disciples within the academy, a lot of places were not used.
Master, let me show you my recent progress first. Yi Tian was ready to pretend. Chapter 133 Beauty's master was bullied. Yi Tian's heart was broken. Snort! Immediately afterward, a gust of sword wind broke through the air at first.
Yi Tian's silhouette was just like a shocking shadow, flashing around with his sword like an arrow out of the string. Every time he passed to a place, he left deep sword marks. It had to be said that although Yi Tian was inferior to Ningbei in terms of strength alone, he was only inferior to Ningbei. When placed in the martial heavenly academy, it was definitely in the ranks of the top heavenly prides. Only, no matter how hard Yi Tian danced his sword, Luo Qingqing didn't even want to look at it more than once. Instead, she was looking left and right in search of a figure.
Didn't the master say he was coming?
Luo Qingqing murmured as she squeezed her jade hand. Not long after, an imposing figure appeared, causing a smile to surface on her expectant face. Master, how's my practice going?
Yi Tian just stopped.
He was fantasizing about Beauty Master's admiring gaze when he saw Beauty Master staring straight at Ningbei, who was walking towards him. Seeing Ningbei, Yi Tian immediately had the corners of his mouth twitch hard.
What's wrong with this family?
He had made him lose face before, but now he was interrupting his relationship with his beautiful master.
Isn't this the newcomer to the Martial Heavenly Academy, Elder Luo?
Ningbei walked with a smile on his face.
Lord!
Luo Qingqing was halfway through her sentence when she changed her words in time. So it's Ningbei, why are you here?
Ha! Yi Tian was a bit stunned.
He didn't know if it was an illusion, how he felt that Master's tone towards Ningbei was very gentle.
I wandered around. Ningbei pretended not to ask, why are you guys here?
Yi Tian grabbed the lead and said, she is my master.
Oh, so it's Xiao Luo who is your master?
Ningbei pretended to be surprised. No wonder she said she wanted to join the Martial Sky Academy, so it's because you're here.
Who are you calling low? Yi Tian was instantly anxious. Ningbei, even if you are the chief disciple of the academy, you can't be so rude to an elder, right? Quickly apologize. He didn't feel that Ningbei was insulting Luo Qingqing, but that Ningbei was insulting him. After all, he is the beauty of the master, as a goddess of existence, cannot tolerate others called so intimate name? Even he didn't shout it.
Not waiting for Ningbei to speak, Luo Qingqing had already followed her mission and said straight away, Yi Tian, why are you so rude to Ningbei? Quickly apologize to Ningbei.
What? Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded.
He was so incredulous that he looked at Luo Qingqing and said with a skeptical look, Master, what did he call out to you?
Did you hear?
Of course I heard it. Luo Qingqing looked at each other with Ningbei and forced herself to calm down. Ningbei was praising me for being young, thinking that there is no link in our age, but it's you who are.
What are you anxious about? Yi Tian? Shout out to clown. Called Kwa Young?
Yi Tian's mind was stormed, not master.
Then can I also call you like this? Unbridled. Do you have any manners to honor your teacher? Luo Qingqing immediately rebuked. It's not like Ningbei and I are master and disciple, can it be the same? Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded.
Congratulations to the host, for inflicting a heavy blow to the mind of the son of Qi, Yi Tian, rewarded with a retrograde value.
No more rewards, deposit the repayment first.
Hurry up and apologize to Ningbei.
Luo Qingqing frowned. Alright Luo, don't be so mean to your disciple. Ningbei smiled and said, speaking of which, are you guys practicing here? Xiao Luo.
Yi Tian's face was gloomy as he looked at Ningbei and gritted his teeth. Yes, master is instructing me in cultivation. If you are fine you can leave first.
That's a coincidence, I've been wanting to practice my sword lately as well. Ningbei officially began his plan and looked at Luo Qingqing. Little Luo, do you think it would be convenient for me to borrow you for a while and instruct me in my swordplay? Without waiting for Yi Tian to speak, Luo Qingqing responded with a bite, of course, it's my honor. Not master?
Yi Tian was instantly anxious and hurriedly said, you are going to help me cultivate, not help him.
And what sword is he practicing? Yi Tian, why are you so petty? Luo Qingqing was dissatisfied, not to mention that I'm an elder of the academy and Ningbei is a disciple. It's reasonable for me to instruct him, right? Guidance? Yi Tian was unable to refute it as he wanted to speak.
But see Ningbei has also said, Xiao Luo, truthfully I have not played the sword before. I might make a joke later, I want to go to a more private place.
A more private place? Luo Qingqing went along with the maneuver. After looking around, Ningbei pointed to a dark cave not far away. How about we go to that cave? not waiting for Luo Qingqing to agree. Yi Tian couldn't tense up. Are you practicing your sword? Who's a good man practicing his sword and running off to that place? Yi Tian, people Ning Bei has never practiced sword, embarrassed before deliberately choosing inside the cave. How can you say such vulgar words? Luo Qingqing frowned. Yi Tian couldn't bother to explain and hurriedly said, Master, you can't go with him. You can't go there with him, you can only teach him here. Why? Because men and women are different. Yi Tian was in a hurry and explained, in case someone bumps into you two coming out of a cave. How should I explain in the future? Indeed. Luo Qingqing seemed to have listened. However, her gaze met with Ning Bei, and after receiving a sign, she straightened up and said, Then, Yi Tian, you'll help us stand guard at the entrance. Ha! Yi Tianren went numb. Not only do we have to go into the cave, and have him on guard? What the is this? But in the end, Ning Bei and Luo Qingqing walked into the dark cave one after the other, and also at the door, set up a boundary, just in case someone could break in. No? Yi Tian looked lifeless. Is this to prevent him from going in? Looking at those two disappearing backs, he had a feeling of being green. This is his beautiful master. Inside the cave, Luo Qingqing tugged at Ning Bei and said in disbelief, Lord Silver, why do we have to do this? What? Heartbroken? Ning Bei asked with a smile. Luo Qingqing shook her head, no. I just thought, if he wasn't a treacherous disciple and didn't covet your beauty, would he be angry? Ning Bei slowly said, if he had the idea of deceiving his master, then why would you have compassion for him, wouldn't you? Luo Qingqing was undeniable. The two then went inside the new world to play. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Yi Tian gauntly guarded the entrance of the cave, as if he had aged dozens of years. What practice takes 3 days? That day, Ning Bei and Luo Qingqing finally came out, and at Ning Bei's request, Luo Qingqing feigned a soft appearance as if she was being bullied. This made Yi Tian feel bad and hurriedly went up and asked, Master, how did you teach him for so long? Not waiting for Luo Qingqing to open her mouth, at this time, Ning Bei took the lead and said, Oh sorry, I haven't been taught yet. Because I forgot to bring my sword? What? Yi Tian's tiger's torso shook with a look of skepticism. Without a sword? How did you guys stay in the cave for 3 days without a sword? Chapter 134 Yi Tian's mind has collapsed, Master's innocence is gone? Greeting Yi Tian's skeptical expression, Luo Qingqing pretended to be sad and blocked. Yi Tian, don't ask, I just want to be quiet now. I'll leave first. Phew. After saying that, Luo Qingqing turned straight around and flew away. Yi Tian was dumbfounded by what he heard. Master, what are you doing? Why do you suddenly want to be quiet? Yi Tian hurriedly chased forward. Nay, the speed at which Luo Qingqing flew away was extremely fast, making it impossible for him to catch up. But who else could have thought less of that earlier remark? So the next moment, he hurriedly looked at Ning Bei and questioned, What have you done? What exactly did you do to my master? You tell me clearly. Yi Tian, take it easy. Ning Bei pretended to dodge her eyes in a vain manner and said, We are just practicing. I'm just looking for Xiao Luo to guide and instruct me. Cultivation? Yi Weather was not happy and said sharply, Then where is your sword? Where is the sword you cultivate? Take it out and let me see your sword. Ning Bei looked as if he had been dismantled for something, and it was hard to hide his heart in his expression. Of course I have a sword. But what do you mean by that? You're simply being unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? Yi Tian said angrily, Obviously you were the one who said just a second ago that you forgot to bring your sword. Who exactly is being unreasonable? There's more. After saying that, Yi Tian added, You haven't seen how to stay with my master for 3 days. What's so fun in that cave? It can let you play in it for 3 days? How dare you? Ning Bei pretended to be annoyed and said, I'm the chief of the academy. What do you mean by that? Xiao Luo and I are just the relationship between an elder and a disciple. Can you be a bit more sensible? Besides, we only stayed for 2.5 days, not 3. What kind of lychee are you asking me to take? Do you have any quality? Yi Tian simply couldn't tense up. After all, who in their right mind could stand to face this with reason? Unless one cares nothing at all about that woman. But Yi Tian isn't. He also fantasized about a wonderful life with a harem of 3,000 in the future, and his beloved beauty master must still be the first house. Now he has only just remodeled his physical body, he has not even touched the hand of the beautiful master. Yet this experience of not knowing the truth had happened. Who else could stand it? That I'm a little tired. I'm tired. I need to go rest. Ning Bei scratched his head and said, Crack! As the words fell, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up into the sky. Stop right there. Yi Tianren went numb. Especially after hearing Ning Bei say the word very tired, his heart felt like it had been viciously cut. Just what kind of cultivation could make a genius cry out of exhaustion? Is that a proper practice? Master, don't you scare me. Yi Tian only felt that the sky had collapsed. He couldn't think much about it, and hurriedly turned around and chased after him in the direction where the beauty master had left, bound to find the master and ask him about it. Otherwise this hat. It's too green. The other side. There you are. Looking at the approaching figure from afar, a gentle smile surfaced on Luo Qingqing's delicate pretty face. Without waiting for Ning Bei to say anything, she begged for praise as if to say, I did everything you told me to do. Nice, well done. Ning Bei smiled and stepped forward, pinching the other party's soft and tender little face. Luo Qingqing didn't dodge, nor did she show any resistance, but carefully looked around, as if she was afraid of being discovered by others. Ning Bei smiled, do you believe my guess now? Aha! Luo Qingqing nodded repeatedly, understanding what Ning Bei was referring to. She didn't think that her apprentice really had thoughts about herself. This rebellious disciple. I'm going to break the master-disciple relationship with him. Luo Qingqing bulged her mouth. No, it's not time yet. Ning Bei shook his head no. Luo Qingqing was stunned, biting her small mouth, but I hate that kind of people who want to cheat my body. Oh? Ning Bei raised his eyebrows slightly, gazing into her eyes and said, so, you hate me too? You're different. What's different? To you. I am double standardized. Luo Qingqing said with a small red face. Exempt? Upon hearing this, Ning Bei actually froze for a moment. He also didn't expect the other party to be not only contrarian, but actually so honest. In that case, let's continue to follow the plan. Ning Bei commanded. Luo Qingqing nodded repeatedly, I'll listen to you on all counts. Nowadays, she can be said to be completely submissive to Ning Bei, although I do not know if there is no contractual talisman influence, but it is undeniable. In the few things she had spent time with Ning Bei had completely refreshed her perceptions, and there is no margin for error. It made her think that obeying Ning Bei's instructions would inevitably not result in a bad outcome. Besides, what kind of woman doesn't obey her man? Afterwards, Luo Qingqing got up and flew away to continue completing Ning Bei's mission. Looking at the other party's well-behaved appearance, Ning Bei couldn't even help but sigh with emotion. I'm such a good writer for teaching. The other side. Yi Tian searched hard for a long time, and finally he was able to find the figure of the beauty master. Master, so you're here. Yi Tian hurriedly ran over. What brings you here? Luo Qingqing followed Ning Bei's instructions and stared back with an aggrieved and bullied look. Seeing this, Yi Tian only felt a pain in his heart. Master. You tell me. What were you guys doing in the cave for so long? Luo Qingqing looked flustered, her eyes averted and said, don't ask Yi Tian. Don't ask. Nothing. Change before. Yi Tian might believe it for a moment. But the atmosphere. Who can convince him to believe that? Master. Tell me the truth. After Yi Tian hesitated in his heart, he gritted his teeth and said, tell me the truth. Is he bullying you? Is he bullying you based on his position in the academy and you don't dare to say it? No. Ning Bei, he is a good person. Luo Qingqing shook her head. He's a good guy. Are there any bad guys left in the world? Yi Tian Bengbu lived. Seeing that Beauty Master was still defending Ning Bei, he was both sad and angry, and his entire body was about to crack. Master, I only need one word from you. I will definitely cultivate hard in the future. Definitely take revenge for you. Yi Tian swore through gritted teeth. He wasn't heartbroken that his beautiful master was being spoiled, but he was angry. Clearly the innocence that should belong to him is now taken away by Ning Bei. How can he not be angry? Although he hadn't gotten the beauty master yet, such a beautiful beauty should have belonged to him. Yi Tian. Whoever dares to die. Whoever deserves to die. In the face of Yi Tian's oath, Luo Qingqing pretended to be difficult. Forget it, Yi Tian. Ning Bei's talent is too high. Unlimited potential. You are not his opponent. Master, you are a sword immortal. Between words, Yi Tian wanted to walk up and hold Luo Qingqing to express his importance. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, he was forcefully shaken back by Luo Qingqing's power. Yi Tian was instantly humanly stupid. He hysterically questioned, Master, he has been with you in the cave for 3 days. Can I even touch your hand? Chapter 135, Breaking into the New World, Lin Xiaoxiao calls out as improper. Yi Tian, you're different from Ning Bei. Luo Qingqing shook her head. What? Yi Tianren went numb. What does that mean? Does it mean he doesn't deserve it? Don't misunderstand Yi Tian. Luo Qingqing sighed and said, Master thinks that you are a good disciple and an honest person. You should know how to pay attention to proportion, no matter what. Yi Tian wanted to cry when he heard this. Do honest people have to suffer this aggravation? What are you talking about? Luo Qingqing pretended to be unhappy. I am innocent with Ning Bei. I have a clear conscience. You don't think nonsense, okay? Master, I look like a little cutie to you. Do I? Yi Tian was really going to collapse. It's not like he's a little cutie. If Master Beauty and Ning Bei are innocent or not, can he still feel it? Well, I don't have time to talk to you much longer. At this time, Luo Qingqing got up and prepared to leave, but there was no hurry to leave immediately. Yi Tian, on the other hand, hurriedly chased after him. Master, what are you going to do? Are you going to find the priest to sue Ning Bei? Then I'll join you. Don't be silly, Yi Tian, the sacrificial wine all listens to Ning Bei. Luo Qingqing sighed with a look of helplessness. You should stop thinking about revenge against Ning Bei. You'll only bring trouble to yourself. Master is going to find Ningbei now. What? What do you want with him? Yi Tian's heart, which had just been comforted, once again stumbled. Ningbei said there is a mission. I don't dare not go. Luo Qingqing pursed her lips and said. What? Yi Tian was completely mad. Then you are even more unable to go, master. I won't allow you to go. You're not allowed to go. Ningbei wants me to go. I can only go. After saying that, Luo Qingqing's figure shot up into the sky. Master, you can't go. Yi Tian instantly knelt on the ground. No. He did not expect at all that his life, which had always been smooth, would lead to such a heavy blow. And after Ningbei's design, in Yi Tian's opinion, his beauty master was not active at all. Everything was forced by Ningbei's threat. Therefore, it was all the more difficult for him not to be heartbroken. No. The other side. Luo Qingqing once again found Ningbei. What you explained to me, I have accomplished. Luo Qingqing reported, but why? To make him feel that. You are bullying me, ah? I'm clearly just happy to do it. Ha ha. Ningbei shook his head and smiled, wrapping his arms around the beauty's willow waist. Let him think that you abandoned him, and he might hold a grudge against you. That way, I'll be worried. Luo Qingqing immediately blushed. She obediently snuggled into Ningbei's arms. I want to go to the new world. Again? Ningbei said unexpectedly. Practice is practice. Luo Qingqing's delicate face was stunned, and she said in an urgent voice, you said that in the future, you will let me cultivate in the new world. So that Yi Tian won't come over to annoy me, did you forget? Oh. Ningbei smiled back. He then released Luo Qingqing into the new world, and in the meantime, he asked him to help plant some more spiritual objects. It was as he was preparing to leave. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared out of thin air, and it was clearly Lin Yueyao. Ningbei was instantly shaken by the tiger. He forgot to put the 7-star pearl inside the Linglong pagoda, so the other party directly entered the new world through the 7-star pearl on him. So that's your secret? Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself and stared meaningfully at Ningbei with a pair of charming eyes. When it came down to it, Ningbei could only smile. Just as well, I was going to let you come in and take a look anyway. Heck, you didn't even tell me. Lin Yueyao snorted lightly, not believing Ningbei's bull. Even if they were really willing to show her in, I'm afraid I don't know how long they'd put it off. That's true. We're the closest master and disciple. Ningbei laughed. I even promised to bring you in the other day. You have the nerve to say supreme master and disciple? Lin Yueyao asked rhetorically. I only remember a few days ago, you were arrogant. Now you'll be arrogant again and see. The corners of Ningbei's mouth twitched lightly. However, he really didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, the places where he could run had already been chased in by the other party. Thus, Ningbei changed the topic and said, come master, I'll show you this side of the world that only belongs to my disciple first, and then we'll go out. Why should I go out? I'm not going out. Greeting Ningbei's dismayed expression, Lin Yueyao stated. In the past, if there was this place, she would not have had to go through all the trouble of hiding her cultivation and hiding inside the 7-star pearl, and perhaps she could have avoided being found by her father by coming here directly. But it's good to be safe and seal some strength, enough to use it anyway. Master, this place belongs to me. Didn't you say that we are the closest master and disciple? What's the point of making such a clear distinction? Lin Yueyao interrupted. Ningbei let out a bitter laugh. I mean, this is only mine. You can't get out once you're in, and you won't be free in the future. Then we'll talk about it later. Ningbei stared. The day after. When is the day after? Afterwards, Ningbei had no choice but to take Lin Yueyao around the new world. Although he was the overlord of this world and could mobilize far more strength than he could outside, but now that the other party had come in, he was afraid that he might not be able to suppress it. After all, this was a character whose strength was unknown even according to the system. How do you possess this side of the world with such a weak strength? Lin Yueyao was surprised. After all, even she couldn't open up a world that was so real and huge. But her father seems to be able to. Ningbei laughed lightly. Just a fluke, just a fluke. I see otherwise. Lin Yueyao hummed. She could hear Ningbei's reluctance to speak, but she was curious, but she had never bullied Ningbei with her strength. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask any more questions. Only spinning around, she coldly rushed out at Ningbei. Scum. Ningbei? What did you say? Ningbei looked skeptical. Oh, I said you were nice. Ningbei had a black line. When I didn't hear it? So what if I heard it? Am I wrong? Lin Yueyao held her head high and said in a positive voice, as a person who has come before, I kindly remind you that you can't fill in the rooms indiscriminately. Moreover, you can't fill in more. You should fill in the rooms in a planned and vigilant manner. In a word, you don't fill in too many rooms, otherwise you will be guilty of suffering in the future. Ningbei listened in confusion. He did not understand why Lin Yueyao suddenly told himself this, as a person who has come over. What does it mean? What do you think it means? Lin Yueyao stared back and asked rhetorically. Ningbei thought about it and suddenly popped out a guess, raising an eyebrow. Did you used to been a junior to someone? Then that person had too many daughters-in-law. Didn't end up well? Lin Yueyao turned back in shock. The next moment, she huffed and puffed as she rushed back to the front, her white jade hand grabbing Ningbei's collar. Do you see me as if I'd give someone a small? To be. I'm being a big one too. Chapter 136, Yi Tian has a mother, she's still beautiful. Well. Ningbei's ears hurt from being yelled at, and it was true that the other party's voice was not small. Bah, no. In the next moment, Lin Yueyao had an afterthought and pouted. It's not the size that's the problem, it's you, the rebellious disciple who doesn't know how to honor his teacher and actually dares to think that his teacher has been a junior to someone. It's simply outrageous and deceiving his teacher to destroy his ancestor. What? Ningbei's expression was stunned when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, not master. You wait. It is you, let me guess. Criminal cannot directly say that I am a rebellious disciple, but also said that deceiving the master to destroy the ancestor so serious it. Apprentice filial piety can be seen. No wonder he got nervous. Because he noticed the expression on the other's face, as if he was really angry. After all, it's no wonder that, being an existence of unknown strength and having a horrible father that even the system doesn't dare to probe, who doesn't have a temper? Who else could be called small and not feel offended? Moreover, it is also her own sheltered disciple. Lin Yueyao of course is not happy. In order to revitalize the teacher's program, to avoid you to walk on my father's old way, I think it's better to give you some lessons, so that you won't dare to be so bold in the future. Ningbei? Without waiting for Ningbei to figure out the situation, he only saw Lin Yueyao let out a sigh of relief and said, my hand or my foot, you choose one. Jade feet it is. Ningbei subconsciously responded with a sentence. But the next moment, he felt something wasn't quite right. Wait, chosen for what? Kick you, of course. Saying that, Lin Yueyao lifted up the hem of her skirt, revealing a jade foot that was white and delicate, lovely and small, just like a delicately carved craft. Nice guy. Ningbei's tiger's body shook at the sight, and he immediately mobilized the power within the new world. Only a swoosh sound was heard, and in an instant, the flirtatious young girl in front of him was forcibly twisted to some other place by an inexplicable force. Phew! Ningbei exhaled heavily. He wouldn't dare to bet on just how strong this little master, who was laying down his feet, would be able to kick him to death. Luckily I was resourceful and teleported her to. Boo! Without waiting for Ningbei to finish his palpitations, suddenly, a strong wind came from behind. Ningbei had already quickly looked towards his back, but before his head could twist over, the next moment, a jade foot had already kicked him in the ass. How dare you make me go? Kick you to death. Lin Yueyao instantly flashed across 1,000 miles and kicked Ningbei away. The moment. Yi Tian, who was inside the Martial Heavenly Academy, was freaking out in his room. Master, how can you go over there, master? At the beginning of the sword eyebrow starry-eyed young man, at this moment, like a lost dog. Every time he thought of the expression on Beauty Master's face before he left, he wanted to cry. It must be because he was afraid that I would do something stupid. Only then did the master condescend. But I'm not a reckless person. Under Ningbei's intentional hints, Yi Tian only felt that Luo Qingqing was forced to do so, and, moreover, was still afraid that he, his disciple, would be retaliated against before he went to Ningbei to suffer. So in a few days, Yi Tian couldn't wait hard for the beauty master to come back, and he was also having a hard time sleeping all night, so he decided to go for broke and get rid of Ningbei. After all, in his opinion, although Beauty Master's innocence was gone, the future could still be his. But if he didn't put the Beauty Master out of his misery one day earlier, he, then, would have to wear the cuckold a few more times. Ningbei isn't a savior at first glance. And he, Yi Tian, was not someone who tolerated humiliation, so he forcefully broke through the Elder's block and flew away straight into a flash of sword wind. Black Cloud Cliff. When a figure appeared, it caused the evil force called the Black Cloud Sect to directly boil over. Quickly go report to the Patriarch. The young Patriarch has returned. 3 years, 3 whole years, the young sect master is finally willing to return to our Black Cloud sect. Countless strong people flew towards Yi Tian like locusts. Yi Tian's face was gloomy. Thinking back then, he was momentarily obsessed and felt that the Black Cloud sect was not a good place, and ignored his parents' obstruction to go out and practice, wanting to break out into a new world. But now, he figured it out. Even if he had to become a devil that everyone had to kill, he would use the power of the Black Cloud sect to erase that Ningbei who had robbed his beautiful master. Son, you're finally willing to come back. A beautiful woman who was still charming rushed up to hug Yi Tian. This full-figured, pretty-looking, hot beauty was none other than Yi Tian's biological mother, Chen Na. Mother. Yi Tian just called out, and his gaze went to the middle-aged man in the main seat who was not angry. It was none other than his father, Yi Huan. Why did you come back today in such a sorry state when you left so firmly? As the saying goes, knowing a son is like fatherhood, Yi Huan could see his son's haggardness at a glance. The look was, to put it mildly, like a daughter-in-law being slept with. The only thing he is thankful for is that his son is still young and does not yet have a family or a wife. Chen Na was dissatisfied. Tianer has only just returned. Don't speak so harshly. Mother, father is right. Yi Tian interrupted his mother and looked up at Yi Huan who had a complicated look on his face. Father, in the past, it was all because I was unintelligent and fantasized about what justice is. Now my child sees clearly, only strength is the most important thing, having strength is right. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan revealed a rare smile. Really figured it out? Yi Tian nodded solemnly. Father, my child wants to utilize the power of the Black Cloud sect to get rid of one of my enemies. If father can help my child, in the future, I am willing to come back and support the Black Cloud sect. Oh? Yi Huan's expression changed as he asked, enemy? Who? Subsequently, Yi Tian then elaborated the situation of the Martial Heavenly Academy, especially about Ning Bei's identity and strength. A mere teenager and you can't even deal with him? Yi Huan frowned. Is he that powerful? Yi Tian sweated a bit, but could not deny it, at least with the child's current strength. Is far from being his opponent. The main thing is that he has a move of electricity in his hand that specifically restrains child's sword technique. But recently, all forces are watching our Black Cloud sect very closely. Yi Huan said in a deep voice, it's not difficult to get rid of a small Wutian academy, but if we act, I'm afraid we'll be exploited. Earlier, it has been said that although the Black Cloud sect is not bad in the Susheng realm, it is not an existence that ascends to the stage. Simply because of its style of action, which is based on self-interest, it will inevitably do many behaviors that will offend other forces. Over time, the Black Cloud sect became an evil presence in the eyes of all forces. The small forces that were not accepted by the famous sects also viewed the Black Cloud sect as their backbone, so for years, the Black Cloud sect was targeted as the main target and had to be careful with everything. Chen Na voiced out, it's not easy for your son to make a request, and you're still not agreeing to it. It's not a no. Rather, we need to think carefully, we can't just send you directly, right? Yi Huan shook his head. Unexpectedly, Chen Na raised her excessively full breasts and righteously said, then I'll go. Chapter 137, the villain kills and calls out to the master to raise the fetus. Yi Huan wanted to scold, but in the end, he stopped. It wasn't that he had backed down from his wife in the middle of his sentence, but he didn't have the stomach for it. Although he is the head of the Black Cloud sect, it seems that he is in a high position of power, under the control of countless forces can be mobilized and dispatched. And there are many strong-minded people who serve them. But what outsiders don't know is that in order to be able to establish a firm foothold in the world of warring parties and the weak and the strong, he has gone out of his way to cultivate a special technique, the Nining technique. As the name suggests, this gong method is inextricably linked to Yin Qi. Although it was an extremely powerful technique that had helped Yi Huan to secure the position of patriarch in his early years, it had also brought about a particularly unspeakable effect. Suffer the wife. However, this matter, only Chen Na knew, in order to maintain Yi Huan's face, even as Yi Tian's son did not understand his father's pain. Therefore, Yi Huan also knew that he had suffered his wife, which is why he did not have the courage to argue with Chen Na. By the way Tianer, you said that the man's name was Ning Bei, and you only wanted to kill him alone, right? Chen Na asked as she looked at her son. Right. Yi Tian nodded. Although he didn't just want to kill Ning Bei alone, he even wanted to slaughter the same academy cleanly, but those people weren't in a hurry, and he'd have plenty of opportunities later. Right now, he only wanted to get rid of Ning Bei. Help the beauty master out of his misery. So much for that. In the next moment, Chen Na looked at Yi Huan and said, since it's not appropriate for our Black Cloud sect to have a big action, as long as we seduce that person out of the Wutian Academy, we can send some random people to kill him. How to seduce? Yi Huan wondered. At this moment, Yi Tian's eyes lit up. Father, just leave this matter to me, I have a way to bring him out of the Martial Heaven Academy. That day child, you hurry up. Chen Na doted. After negotiating several locations, Yi Tian left the Black Cloud sect in high spirits and traveled to the Wutian Academy once again. This time, he was bound to reclaim the beauty master. And after his son left, Yi Huan looked at his wife and said, this kid, just came back and left again, I don't know if it's true or not to say that he's going to stay in the Black Cloud sect. It's enough that Tianer has this heart, he's still young. Chen Na thought for a moment and laughed, don't worry about this matter, I'll go and solve the problem in my heart for Tianer. You alone? Is that okay? Chen Na's eyes rolled, and in the next moment, she smiled soothingly, then I'll bring along your good brother, Xingzhen, now you can always rest assured, right? In response, Yi Huan didn't think much about it. After all, his own good brother, Xingzhen, was only slightly less powerful than him, and back then, if it wasn't for the other party's help, he wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of patriarch. Sometimes he couldn't understand what kind of personality he had that could make the other man so dead set in his ways. Even if it was a late night, as long as he sent his wife forward to convince the other party to come and do something, half an hour later, Xingzhen would show up, and never a word of complaint. Never even asked for a reward once. So whenever he curiously asked his wife what Qin Yu was really trying to do, Chen Na could only come back with, people are young and energetic, they just can't be bothered. The other side. Inside the new world. Wonderful. Ning Bei slapped his thighs and let out a loud laugh. Just a moment ago, he had learned the dark information about Yi Tian's network of relationships through the system. The genus was a real treat for him. I thought that Yi Tian had gone to his parents for help and wanted to give him a big move, but I didn't expect that in the end, he had pulled a big one on him. Lord Silver. What are you laughing at? Luo Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Ningbei, puzzled. Ahem. Ningbei forced a smile and looked at her. Qingqing, how much do you know about Yi Tian's parents? Luo Qingqing froze for a moment. She didn't understand why Ningbei suddenly asked this. However, she didn't know much about Yi Tian's parents. She had inquired about it before, but now Yi Tian wasn't willing to tell more. Actually, people like Yi Tian should be described as the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked, Ningbei said in a proper voice. Luo Qingqing blinked her long eyelashes. Why? Later, I'll take you to a good show. Ningbei deliberately sold out. Subsequently, he then left the new world. At this moment, Yi Tian was anxiously searching for Ningbei, trying to hurry up and complete the plan so that he wouldn't make the Black Cloud sex people wait more when the time came. I heard you were looking for me? Ningbei went straight over to him. Seeing Ningbei, Yi Tian's first reaction was anger, but fortunately, he still had his senses and forced a smile. Ningbei, I found an opportunity. Do you want to hear about it? Oh, Ningbei pretended to be curious. And after Yi Tian finished speaking, he also pretended to be surprised. Such a good opportunity, why do you want to share it with me? I don't want to share it with you either, but nah, I'm not strong enough on my own. Yi Tian said according to what he had thought of before. If you don't believe me, go ask the elders. 2 days ago I even broke out of the academy, but halfway there, I realized that I alone wasn't enough. That's why I wanted to find a suitable person. Ningbei, I have to tell you ugly words first. This opportunity should be great, but you can't tell anyone about it. I'm already heartbroken from splitting it between 2 people. I can't add anyone else. Yi Tian's head told. In the end, he deliberately tried to make Ningbei feel a sense of crisis, trying to believe that what he said was true. And Ningbei also willed it to be true, that's for sure, and I don't want to share opportunities with anyone. Can you be sure it's true? Of course. Yi Tian was instantly overjoyed. He hadn't expected the plan to go so well, and sure enough, even the most talented of people, once you hear about opportunities, it's as exciting as a dog seeing. Good, then let's not delay. Ningbei said with an air of urgency, let's set off now. How about it? Now. Seeing that Ningbei had already taken the bait, Yi Tian purposely appetized him. It's too fast now, isn't it? I was thinking, let's prepare for 2 more days, so we can also make sure it's foolproof. Don't prepare, with me here, it's guaranteed to work. Ningbei had an impatient expression. Good. Now depart. Yi Tian agreed. However, at this moment, he couldn't laugh at all, because Ningbei's staged expression of impatience was just too solid. Looking at that colorful smile, he felt, the beauty master must not have suffered much. And so it was. Before the 2 of them left the Martial Heavenly Academy, they hadn't flown far. After Yi Tian's inner struggle, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, right Ningbei? My master. I haven't seen my master for many days. Do you know what she's doing? Oh, I know. Ningbei calmly nodded his head, using the calmest of voices to speak the most thunderous words from the clear sky. She's nursing a baby. Yi Tian? Chapter 138, The Protagonist's Mother, a Born Delinquent. What? Raising a baby? Yi Tianren went numb. If eyes could kill, at this moment, he would have already used his eyes to thwart Ningbei. While meeting Yi Tian's shocked eyes, Ningbei pretended to be flustered and defended. No, it's not raising the fetus, it's raising the body. Don't misunderstand Yi Tian, I just made a slip of the tongue. Yi Tian listened with a skeptical face. At this moment, he really wanted to ask. You think I'm a little cutie. Is that so? It was Ningbei's feigned expression of weakness that increasingly caused his tormented mind to receive a 10,000-point blast. Before he could speak. Immediately after, he saw Ningbei lean over and whisper, say, Yi Tian, can you do me a favor? Don't talk nonsense about my relationship with your master. I have no intention of marrying her. Pust. At this moment, Yi Tian almost didn't vomit blood in anger. One must know that Luo Qingqing was the beauty master of his dreams, but so far, he hadn't even held the hand of the beauty master. Ben suspected that the beauty master was shortchanged by Ningbei. Right now, hearing these words from Ningbei, undoubtedly the nail in the coffin. The most infuriating thing is that the beautiful master whom he has been begging for, after being possessed by the person he wants to kill the most, actually still not marrying? Isn't this putting his dignity and rubbing it on the ground? Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing and executing the son of Qi for killing and executing the son of Qi, once again weakening his aura of Qi. Reverse value is automatically allocated to the loan. Ningbei guffawed. Why don't you say anything, Yi Tian? Is it your nature not to talk? Ute! Yi Tian violently clenched his fists, subconsciously wanting to open his mouth and curse at Ningbei. What man could stand such humiliation? Fortunately, he wasn't your average man, and as the expletive was about to come out of his mouth, he remembered the plan for this time. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Anyway, he was about to get rid of Ningbei this time, so he had to hold back a bit now in order to lull the other party into going over to Daya. I'm usually not good with words. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Ningbei, let's just hurry up. Coincidentally, your master also says she's not good with words. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Saying that, he swaggered towards the front. Looking at the departing back, Yi Tianrun went numb. For some reason, Ningbei's ill-advised words always contained meaningful hints in his ears. So much so, that it made him conjure up images, and none of them good. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Tian couldn't tense up anymore. Taking advantage of the moment when Ningbei's figure turned into the large mountain, he was so angry that his entire body bounced in place. It was like treating the earth as if it were Ningbei, vigorously and frantically trampling it with his feet. The other side. The two of them, Chen Na and Changjin, had long since arrived at the agreed-upon place. This is it? Changjin looked up and around the room, and finally looked at Chen Na inquiringly. Chen Na nodded slightly. Yes, at that time, Tian'er will lure that person to this place, just kill him. Leave it to me. Changjin sneered and said, a mere disciple of a power that has just arrived in the Su Sheng realm and has to ask me to step in, is really killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Don't be careless, Tian'er said he's hard to handle. Chen Na reminded, just in case, I think it's better for us to set up a boundary just in case. Setting up a boundary? KG laughed at that. Because dealing with a teenager and asking him to set up a boundary as a precaution is really a bit of an insult. And so it was. In the next moment, he hooked one hand to Chen Na's waist and held a certain place with the other. How capable I am, don't you know yet? Geez, stop it. Chen Na reddened and threw a sultry look at Changjin. People know you're good, but don't make a scene here, in case Tian'er and the others come over and bump into. Will be very troublesome. Afraid of what? Changjin did not think, said loudly, when his father was outside the door, we are not still inside what to do? Not to mention that this is the middle of nowhere, with my strength, but where there are people within a 10-mile radius near cannot escape my perception. Bummer, don't say that all the time. Chen Na pushed Changjin away and pretended to be disgruntled. Changjin froze for a moment and raised his eyebrows in displeasure. What? Now you're starting to blame me for not being in tune? When I think about it, who is the one who took advantage of Yi Huan's absence and came to me at night wearing only a belly band, saying that he had a bitter life all these years? Okay, I was wrong. Not waiting for Changjin to finish his sentence, Chen Na was so ashamed that she rushed over and snuggled her body into Changjin's embrace, and held down the other party's mouth with one jade hand. Don't say it. I'll do whatever you want. Hey, that's more like it. The corner of Changjin's mouth hooked into a lecherous smile. Immediately afterward, he began to eat in a domineering manner. The other side. Ningbei called out Luo Qingqing within the new world not long after he had moved away from Yi Tian. Where are we going? Luo Qingqing looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and wondered. Ningbei didn't hide it. Confessed that Yi Tian is the young patriarch of the Black Cloud sect, and that he went back to the sect a few days ago, and Xingqiu's parents made a plot against him. Learning about this, Luo Qingqing furrowed her willow brows. He wants to use the Black Cloud sect to deal with you? Lord Silver. Then now we are too? Remember when I said that Yi Tian was a crooked upper beam? Ningbei said with a smile. Luo Qingqing nodded slightly. Remember. I'm going to go and show you for yourself today. Why do I say that? Ningbei revealed a meaningful smile. And seeing this confident smile of his, Luo Qingqing's original worried mood instantly turned into peace of mind. Deeply aware that Ningbei already had a plan. Not much longer. Ningbei put Luo Qingqing into the new world and deliberately slowed down, waiting for Yi Tian to catch up. Why don't you go? Yi Tian was surprised. He had deliberately flown behind, for no other reason than he was afraid that when the Black Cloud sect dealt with Ningbei later on, Ningbei would use him as blackmail. After all, his strength was far from being a match for Ningbei. Although he also wanted to watch Ningbei get brutally murdered with his own eyes, it was enough to see the corpse. I forgot the direction. Ningbei played dumb and said, it's just ahead. A mountain range 200 miles away. You should be able to see a stone pillar just as you get there. That's where it is. Yi Tian still didn't know that the plan had been defeated, and deliberately explained it very clearly. Then I'll go ahead. Ningbei, on the other hand, chose to take the trick and accelerated straight away. Ha cutie! Looking at Ningbei's flying back, Yi Tian could not help but let out a cold smile. In his opinion, Ningbei must have wanted to monopolize the opportunity by flying over so readily. Unbeknownst to them, death will await. The other side. The sounds of battle within the mountains were like drums, especially a female voice. So much so, that when Ningbei brought Luo Qingqing with him and relied on concealing his aura to get closer, Luo Qingqing looked skeptical. Who's shouting? Guess who? Ningbei revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 139. After losing his master, he also lost his mother. Yi Tian completely clammed up. Luo Qingqing froze slightly. Looking at Ningbei's special smile, and then recalling that before her arrival, Ningbei had told her that she would show her how Yi Tian's upper beam was not as crooked as his lower beam. In a flash, she seemed to guess something. It can't be. Someone related to Yi Tian, right? That's not a small relationship. Ningbei shook his head and smiled, straightening up. The owner of the voice we're hearing right now is none other than Yi Tian's mother. What? Luo Qingqing was so shocked that she covered her small mouth and said in disgust, his parents. How to play so flowery. Also too shameless, the boundary are not set a. Ningbei stole a sentence. Who said it was his parents? Ha? Luo Qingqing's expression was stunned as she tentatively said, "Didn't you say? The owner of that voice is Yi Tian's mother." Wait, couldn't the other one be Yi Tian's father? Ning Bei smiled. In the next moment, he pulled out the AV stone and rushed the beauty. Go and take a look. Luo Qingqing instantly reddened her face and shook her head back and forth. I'm not going. I'll just wait for you here. Ha ha. Ning Bei smiled brightly and did not insist. And so as not to dirty each other's eyes. Subsequently, Ning Bei then quietly approached and recorded this grand battle into the AV stone. While Chang Jin and Chen Na were oblivious and still immersed in male love, suddenly, a voice came out steeply. Melons for sale, freshly baked antler melons. Knock. This one voice almost scared Chang Jin into Yihuan like that. Ha? Someone? Chen Na, on the other hand, even shuddered and cried out in shock. In a flash, the two hurriedly separated and dressed. What man? After lifting up his pants, Keijin was just about to rush towards the sound. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a figure actively appeared in the field of view, and it was Ning Bei. The two of you really have a lot of leisure time. Ning Bei teased. I only saw Chen Na's face scarlet, ashamed and angry. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. Phew. As for Qingjin, he did not say a word as his footsteps stomped, and his lanky body rushed towards Ning Bei like a cannonball. I have to say, can be the second head of the Black Cloud sect. Qing really strength is not bad, has more than the refining of the virtual, the strength of the real body realm. On the way out, deep dents were scraped along with the earth beneath his feet. No wonder Chen Na is so miserable. Only, when Changjin struck towards Ning Bei with his full strength, he saw Ning Bei in front of him abruptly disappear, causing him to pounce. What? Keijin froze in place. He quickly looked left and right, trying to find Ning Bei's figure. Chen Na's eye pupils also shrunk, and she said in an urgent voice, don't let him get away. Quickly find out. Quickly find him out. Ah, why do we have to find out? At that moment, a voice came from behind. Chen Na subconsciously returned, what we did was too nasty, and if he spread. Ah, he's behind me. Halfway through her words, Chen Na turned pale with fear. What? Keijin looked back in dismay. However, he saw Ning Bei standing behind Chen Na, sizing up the woman who belonged to him with interest. Boo! Qingjin was just about to rush back, but he saw Ning Bei disappear once again, hiding within the new world. When he appeared again, Ning Bei had already appeared directly in front of the two. Stop it, Jin. Haven't you realized that you can't kill me yet? Knock. The pupils of Qingjin's eyes shrunk. Who are you? How do you recognize me? What are you? Chen Na also looked skeptical. Though her body was swept away by happiness, her mind was still clear enough to realize that the teenager in front of her was by no means ordinary. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is, I have a good thing. Ning Bei pulled out the audiovisual stone and prodded the playback straight away. Seeing herself in there, Chen Na's entire body was bad. Qingjin's face twitched as well. What do you want? Ning Bei didn't say anything and raised his hand to point at Chen Na. You want her? Keijin looked shocked. Chen Na, on the other hand, was relieved as if she was relieved. You said it earlier. It's okay. I thought it was something big. Ning Bei had a black line on his head and shook his hand. I'm referring to the bracelet on your hand. Take it off and throw it to me. What? Chen Na froze. She looked down at the bracelet and then wondered, this is what my mother used to leave me. You might as well. You want me to be okay? Ha? Ning Bei was happy. He was kind of doubting his ears. What? A bracelet is more important than you hiding it from your husband and son and screwing someone else? Chen Na was suddenly speechless. Qingjin's eyes rolled, and he immediately had Chen Na remove the bracelet and throw it to Ning Bei. Kid, who the hell are you? What do you want the bracelet for? That's out of your hands, get out of here. After Ning Bei got what he wanted, he simply threw the AV stone to the other party and ordered them to leave. It's come to this. Even though the purpose of their visit had not yet been accomplished, Chen Na and Changjin could only leave first. Is this the only AV stone he has? Walking down the road, Chen Na worried. Qingjin crushed the AV stone and gritted his teeth. There shouldn't be any more. After all, time was short. He didn't have time to record too much, and it doesn't seem to be targeting us. Then why do you want my bracelet? The two of them couldn't figure it out. But as things stood, Qingjin knew that he had to return to the clan first and save for a rainy day before he could do so. The other side. Luo Qingqing was dumbfounded. How did you record dozens of AV stones? By the way, Ning Bei guffawed. Do you believe my words now? Aha. Luo Qingqing nodded repeatedly. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes just now, she already knew what had happened. Genuinely did not expect Yi Tian's mother to be so. Again, the young patriarch of the evil forces and his mother are so. It made Luo Qingqing believe more and more that Ning Bei, Yi Tian was not a good person. Subsequently, seeing that Yi Tian was about to catch up, Ning Bei hurriedly let Luo Qingqing enter the new world. Upon arriving, Yi Tian saw that Ning Bei was unharmed, so he assumed that his parents were the ones who hadn't sent anyone over yet. Therefore, in the face of Ning Bei inquiring about where the opportunities were, he could only rack his brain for sophistry. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that although Ning Bei blamed a few things, he didn't pursue the matter too much.
Unable to do anything about it, Yi Tian had no choice but to put away his disappointment and follow Ning Bei back to the Wutian Academy.
Why are daddy and mommy so slow?
He was remorseful in his heart for missing this opportunity. But as it is, one can only look for other opportunities.
But the very next day,
Ning Bei deliberately passed in front of Yi Tian and acted as if he had just returned from outside and was still in a springtime mood.
Yi Tian took a look at it and originally didn't feel anything. Until
he saw a bracelet held in Ning Bei's hand.
Ain't that a mother ********? Ning Bei, what's this you've got here? Where did you get it? Yi Tian couldn't tense up and hurriedly rushed forward to inquire.
He clearly remembered that it was something his grandmother had left to his mother. All this time, his mother had never taken it off.
It can't be a coincidence, can it? Oh, you mean that? Greeting Yi Tian's skeptical gaze, Ning Bei glanced at the bracelet before lowering his voice.
Let me tell you, don't tell anyone. I met a woman today. She was skulking around our Wutian Academy. I don't know what she wanted to do, but the first time she saw me, she liked it.
What are you babbling about? Without waiting for Ning Bei to finish, Yi Tian was instantly anxious.
Ning Bei, on the other hand, said in a serious manner, I didn't talk nonsense. She said that her husband practiced a technique called Nining Kung Fu, which caused her to be alone for many years, and she had to beg me to help.
Horror. Yi Tian?
Chapter 140, the villain kills and kills to death, and is favored by Xiao Xiao.
Boom! Yi Tian's brain buzzed.
If he hadn't believed Ning Bei just a moment ago, when he heard the other party speak of the Nining technique, his entire being was bad. This was because he had previously heard from his mother's mouth about his father's cultivation technique, which seemed to start with a nine character. But without waiting for him to hear it, his mother seemed to realize that she shouldn't have said anything and changed the subject on the spot.
Could it be that the Nining Kung Fu will make people lose their male power? Yi Tian's entire body was bad. But that said, that woman is pretty pathetic.
In the next moment, Ning Bei took Yi Tian's shoulder and said to herself, obviously, she looks so beautiful, her body is white and tender, but her husband doesn't care about her for the sake of cultivation. Tell me, Yi Tian, is this to blame for that woman's lack of chastity?
Can't blame it, right?
Yi Tian had long since heard his body tremble. At this moment, his beliefs in life were like collapsing.
No way. That's absolutely impossible.
His mother is obviously so good, obviously, and his father's relationship is also so harmonious.
How could it be like what Ning Bei said? Take a step back and look for who can't. How can we find Ning Bei? Yi Tian couldn't tense up. He pushed Ning Bei away. I don't believe you less nonsense. This bracelet, how on earth did you get it? Ning Bei pretended to be surprised and played dumb. What are you so excited about? That woman is not your mother. Knock. Yi Tian's heart pumped and he almost cursed.
Fortunately, he still had a trace of sanity left, but he still didn't make that kind of behavior here and there.
I just don't believe it.
In the next moment, Yi Tian tried his best to stay calm and gritted his teeth. How is it possible for there to be such a woman in the world?
And also happen to be met by you. You must be lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Ning Bei spread his hands and said, I've recorded all the video and audio stones. What? Yi Tianren went numb.
The next moment, he said sharply, bring it out, quickly, and let me see if it's real.
Good.
Ning Bei pretended to pull it out, but in the next moment, he shook his head and refused. No way.
I'm embarrassed. Hey, I haven't had an experience that amazing yet.
Greeting Ning Bei's bad smile, at this moment, Yu Weather wanted to vomit blood. If he had the strength, he would definitely be playing with Ning Bei right now. But the only remaining trace of fantasy still made him hold back his anger and said, then, even if it's true,
then why did she give you this bracelet? Oh, you mean this?
Ning Bei held up the bracelet and said with a smile, she said she likes excitement. This bracelet was left to her by her mother. Wanted me to take the bracelet later to threaten to keep looking for her.
Alas, I don't know what's going on.
You say this world, really what people have Good end of the day, Ping Shui met on the cheap me for no reason not to say. She also wants to later, let me continue to threaten her, continue to go to dominate her, you say strange not strange? Ning Bei's words are not yet finished. Yi Tian instantly became furious and smashed his fist over, you.
Phew.
With a flash of his figure, Ning Bei dodged Yi Tian's fist and choked the other party's neck as he said in a chilling voice.
Are you looking for death? What are you doing to me all of a sudden? I shared a good thing with you, and you're still returning the favor? Knock. Feeling Ning Bei's strong killing intent, the furious Yi Tian instantly calmed down. The current him was simply no match for Ning Bei.
Yi Tian quickly turned his brain. He understood that if he didn't give a suitable reason, now Ning Bei would definitely not be willing to give up. So, Yi Tian can only be a cross in his heart, laughing and crying then also stifled. I'm angry
Ning Bei, you met such a good thing not call me. You simply did not take me as a brother Put. Ning Bei instantly tensed up. Though he was professionally trained not to laugh at even the funniest things unless he really couldn't hold it in like right now. To the death of Ning Bei, he didn't think that Yi Tian could
be able to say such words.
Inverted Big Dipper. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Ningbei let go of Yi Tian. He turned away in a hurry, or he feared that if he laughed any more later, it would interfere with the plan he had devised. And looking at Ningbei's departing back, Yi Tian could no longer laugh. No. Compared to Ningbei's sudden laughter, at this moment, what was on his mind? It was all about his mother's bracelet and his father practicing the Nine technique. If this is true, then wouldn't he not only be robbed of his beauty master, but even his mother would also be spoiled? No. Yi Tian collapsed. He was unwilling to face reality, and immediately turned into a flash of sword wind and flew out of the martial heavenly academy. He had to go back to the Black Cloud sect and ask for clarification. It must not be true. The other side. Ningbei did not really leave, but only observed Yi Tian leaving the martial heavenly academy from afar. Everything was going according to his plan. Phew. Just then, Lin Yueyao came out from within the 7-star pearl. What a great murderer and killer. Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself and sized up Ningbei with interest. It seemed that she hadn't expected that Ningbei's methods were so murderous and heartless. Ningbei just laughed. You know, he and I can only have one person survive. If I'm not ruthless, then he'll be even harder on me. In this regard, Lin Yueyao of course knew, so you killed and executed him. Could it be a way to fight against him being sheltered by the heavenly Tao? Right. Ningbei admitted it greatly. After all, there didn't seem to be any other way to do it. Once upon a time, Ningbei had fantasized that perhaps the son of Qi who originally had no involvement with him would not be a mortal enemy like Qin Yu. But after seeing Yi Tian, this thought of his shattered. Even if he clearly did nothing, but instead helped Yi Tian enter the martial heavenly academy, but as a result, Yi Tian was able to be gracious and hate him? Did he have a choice? In response, Lin Yueyao said, then you should be a little more ruthless, don't just lie to him, it's best to really sleep with his mother. Then let his mother give you a child, give him a brother or sister, I think this is more able to put him to death. What? Hearing this, Ningbei was so shocked that his tiger's body shook. Looking at the delicate and charming face of the young girl in front of him, he looked incredulous. I didn't expect, I thought only the ones like me were villains, I didn't think that you, a handsome and beautiful looking young girl, would actually be so serpentine and scorpion-hearted as well? Rebellious disciple, you dare to say that I'm snake-hearted? Lin Yueyao pouted her little mouth and said in dissatisfaction, also, which disciple dares to comment on the master's appearance, you want to jade feet again, don't you? Saying this, she lifted up half the hem of her skirt, revealing half of her white, jade-like, slender and beautiful calves, to show her threat. Chapter 141, Discovering his mother's betrayal, Yi Tian was completely devastated. Coo, of a dove. Ningbei swallowed, still a little bit scared to say the least, because the other guy kicked a little bit, although it is said that it is tightened, not a kick to kill him. But a young girl of this age still has no lightness or heaviness in her kicks. Oomph. Seeing the fear in Ningbei's eyes, Lin Yueyao hummed triumphantly, what do you want to do next? Of course it's going to the Black Cloud sect. The corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up. That said, he was looking forward to the next scene. Thus, after he flew out of the martial heavenly academy, he summoned his flying cloud boat to head to the Black Cloud sect. Considering that Yi Tian wasn't that fast, Ningbei looked at Lin Yueyao beside him. Master, guard outside for me for a while, I'll go in and cultivate for a while. Sleeping with your daughter-in-law is sleeping with your daughter-in-law, what are you pretending with me? Lin Yueyao bristled. Ningbei had a black line, but he didn't retort and turned into the new world to find Jiao. Nowadays, Ningbei has already put Qin Jiao and Luo Changqing, both placed in the new world within the Golden House. Black Cloud sect. When Yi Tian rushed back, he went to look for his mother without stopping. However, after meeting Chen Na, Yi Tian hesitated. After all, as a son, if asked to directly, will undoubtedly destroy the mother-son relationship. And so it was. Yi Tian could only hold back his mood and forcefully said, Mother, did my father send anyone to the promised place? This. In the face of her son's inquiry, Chen Na's eyes swept through a flash of weakness, but quickly adjusted back. Tianer, this matter is for Mother to handle, there are too many things going on in the clan right now. Mother hasn't had time to go over there yet, are you in a hurry to kill that person? Seeing the panic in his mother's eyes, Yi Tian's heart did not feel good. He always felt as if his mother was hiding something. It's not really such a rush, does Mother think it should be killed sooner? Yi Tian asked tentatively. Not too soon then. There's no harm in letting him live a while longer. Chen Na laughed. She's only saying this because this time she went out with Kyungjin and got caught in the wild. Although she later blocked it with her bracelet, at this moment, her heart was still so weak that she didn't even dare to casually leave the Black Cloud sect again. Otherwise there is always the fear of being met again. However, these words sounded completely different to Yi Tian. After all, in his opinion, Ningbei and his mother are both. So what his mother had said about letting Ningbei live for a while longer seemed to be something else. After all, Ningbei is young, strong and handsome. It makes sense not to give up, doesn't it? Thinking about this, Yi Tian's heart was even more unpleasant, and straightaway said, Mother, where is your bracelet? How come I didn't see your bracelet? This.
Suddenly being mentioned the bracelet, Chenna panicked and took her sleeve to cover her wrist. I've just been wearing it for too long. Want to take it off for a while? Seeing his mother's action, Yi Tian's heart was like a knife. But that's what grandma gave you. You said to wear it forever and not take it off. Faced with her son's offense, Chenna was somewhat overwhelmed. The next moment, she could only cover it up with anger. What's wrong with you, child? A bracelet has been worn for too long, mother's wrist is uncomfortable. Can't you take it off for a few days? Okay, of course. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and forced a smile. But at the moment, his smile was worse than tears. Mud, who can understand how he feels? Originally, he had suspected that Ningbei was telling lies, but after a few exchanges with his mother, he became more and more convinced that Ningbei was telling the truth. No! His mother knew that he wanted to kill Ningbei. How can you give it for nothing? Yi Tian really couldn't accept it and asked with the last shred of hope left, by the way mother, there is something that my child would like to talk to you about. You say? Chenna raised her eyebrows and smiled. As long as her son stopped obsessing about the bracelet, she could handle the rest. It's like this. Through the time I've been in the Martial Heavenly Academy, I've realized that I can't be invincible at the same age by focusing on the sword path, especially after meeting the person I wanted to kill. I've realized the drawbacks of following the sword path. Between his words, Yi Tian stared closely at his mother's expression. So mother, I want to go and beg my father to teach me the technique he practiced. Do you think it's okay? What? Chenna's delicate face was stunned and she refused without hesitation. No way. You absolutely cannot cultivate your father's technique. Seeing his mother's intense reaction, Yi Tian had a bad feeling and said with a trembling voice, why a mother? That gong method practiced. Is it bad for the body? Chenna didn't know how to respond for a moment. Although she also thought that her son was a bit strange, she didn't realize that the person who snatched her bracelet in the first place had used it to kill and execute her son. So he didn't understand why Yi Tian asked this, and just assumed that he really wanted to cultivate Yi Huan's Nine technique. Mother just thinks it's too early. The next moment, Chenna forced a smile and said, Tianer, you're still young. Now that your father is in charge of the Black Cloud sect, you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself or be in such a hurry to become stronger. Father and mother want you to start a family first. Then you can consider going to cultivate your father's technique, that would be the best. Yi Tian language condensed. First to be a family. He wasn't a cutie either. Even if his mother hadn't said it outright, he was already convinced that the technique his father practiced did affect his body. Thinking about this, Yi Tian couldn't tense up. Mud, so what Ningbei said was true. Originally came back to the Black Cloud sect, he was holding the last trace of fantasy, but now, the fantasy turned out to be reality. What to do? Most wanted. I can't believe I have to be his father? Yi Tian couldn't hold back for a moment. Thus, he didn't even have the courage to go see his father and could only leave the Black Cloud sect first. After all, this happened. If you see your father and don't tell the truth, is he still a son? But if the truth is told, at his mother's, is he still a son? No. After moving away from the Black Cloud sect, Yi Tian knelt straight on the ground. Why even a son? Are so damn hard to be. You want to be a son to someone? I can be your righteous father. At that moment, a voice came. Ningbei? Upon seeing the person in front of him, Yi Tian's tiger body shook and hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Why are you here? Oh. Ningbei pulled out the bracelet and heatedly smiled. Last time someone asked me to come here for nostalgia. I'm here to fulfill the appointment today. What? Looking at the bracelet, Yi Tianran was dumbfounded. A date? Oh right Yi Tian. Ningbei pretended to look like he just remembered something and said, last time you blamed me for not being enough of a brother, this time, you're not allowed to go. Oh. Yi Tian? In the face of Ningbei's enthusiastic invitation, Yi Tian was so frightened that he waved his hand. No. You just have fun. Chapter 142, inviting Yi Tian to get high on melon seeds is like killing a man's heart. Just kidding. How could he agree to such a thing? If he really meets with his mother. In the future, will he and his father be father and son or brothers? Really not staying? Ningbei forced a smile and asked with a serious look on his face. Yeah. Yi Tian nodded his head repeatedly, but in reality, he had long been furious. Snap. But in the very next moment, Ningbei suddenly threw a slap across his face. Yi Tian was instantly struck dumb, and he, who was already holding back his anger, could be said to be gritting his teeth at this moment. Ningbei, what are you doing hitting me? Snap. I'm beating you. Ningbei is another slapover, and righteous indignation. Last time you blamed me for not being enough of a brother. Before I came this time, I also specially looked for you in the academy, but after wandering around for half a day hard not to find you, and now it is not easy to meet you. Halfway. I had thought it was fate, but as it turns out, you're telling me you're leaving. To wish me a good time alone? Ningbei pretended to be furious and rolled up his sleeves, rebuking. You feel your own conscience and say, I hit you should or should not? Are you a righteous enough person? Yi Tian's entire body shivered as he listened to the gas shaking cold. At this moment, his eyes were filled with angry blood.
Mad. I can't believe you're blaming him for this. Outrageous. Since childhood, Etion has never been so humiliated. Oh no, to be precise, which person has ever suffered such humiliation? Just as he was on the verge of tensing up, the only shred of sanity that existed calmed him down again. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He said this, is unaware of his relationship with his mother. Yes, it's a good thing. That's a good thing. Greeting Ning Bei's angry and questioning gaze, Yi Tian could only force a smile after comforting himself in his heart. I'm sorry, Ning Bei. Snap. Ning Bei threw a slap across his face. Sorry works? It's a brother, you're staying with me today. Having been slapped again, Yi Tian's lungs were about to explode. The key is that he cannot show anger, otherwise, it was likely that Ning Bei would recognize his relationship with Chen Na. Thus, Yi Tian could only take a step back with a stifled expression. Next time for sure. Okay, that's what you said. Ning Bei saw it coming. If Yi Tian had not been overwhelmed by anger, and he had taken the other party as a brother in such an uncharacteristic manner, Yi Tian would have discovered something. But it doesn't matter now. Because in a little while, even if Yi Tian reacted, it would be useless. Have fun then. I'll go first. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. He had a premonition that if he stayed with Ning Bei any longer, he would have to vomit blood even if he wasn't beaten mad by the other party. We have to go. It's better to go. Wait. Ning Bei suddenly pulled him back and pulled out a few melons. Taste it. Yi Tian had a confused expression. But seeing that he wouldn't eat the melon seeds, Ning Bei refused to give up, and in the end, he could only pick up the melon seeds. After making sure that there was no poison, he could only eat it in front of Ning Bei. Anyway, if Ning Bei wanted to kill him, he shouldn't have to do anything more than just kill him. But not long after, Yi Tian seemed to feel that something was wrong. This melon. What's the situation? Hey. Ning Bei smiled and didn't say much, but instead pulled out a handful of melons and got high. Seeing this, Yi Tianren went numb. He couldn't help but have the image of the other party's excessive ferocity floating in his mind. Just thinking about it made his entire body go mad with anger. Run! Yi Tian didn't dare to stay any longer and escaped in a sorry state. Phew! And right after he left, a silhouette appeared in front of Ning Bei, and it was clearly Lin Xiaoxiao. Cluck cluck cluck. Lin Xiaoxiao had one jade hand covering her belly, and one jade hand holding down Ning Bei's shoulder, laughing so hard that she couldn't help herself. You're so bad, lol, you're so bad. Killing people like that. LOL. Ning Bei looked at this yokai-like little master, saying that I'm bad. And you're still smiling so happily? Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate face was stunned. But the corners of her mouth, which she could not suppress, still showed an unspeakable smile. You are not really going to see his mother, high on so many melons. How to do Lin Xiaoxiao had long since made a discovery about what melon could do. What to do? Ning Bei shook his head and smiled, confidently saying, I've long since gotten used to it, and it still can't affect me. Lin Xiaoxiao blinked her long eyelashes and glanced at Ning Bei before, ran back inside the 7-star pearl. And without delay, Ning Bei immediately traveled to the Black Cloud sect. In front of the Black Cloud sect's main gate. When Ning Bei arrived, he was stopped by the strong man who was guarding the place. Little doll, this is not a place you can come to. If you don't leave, I'm going to skin you. Without any nonsense, Ning Bei pulled out his bracelet straight away. Call your patriarch out. The guarding powerhouse was about to reprimand, but was first pulled back by the fellow disciple beside him. Wait, this seems to be the bracelet of the patriarch's wife. What? The man at the head of the group looked shocked. After looking deeply at Ning Bei, he raised his eyebrows and said, You wait. Not much longer. A figure suddenly flew this way. It was clearly the guard from earlier. My clan master invites you up. I'll only count to 10, and I'll leave if he doesn't show up. Ning Bei said with a calm expression. You. The man was just about to speak, when in the next moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Yi Huan. See, patriarch. The several guards' tiger bodies shook, so frightened that they hurriedly arched their hands. Who are you? Yi Huan stared at Ning Bei and asked, looking up and down. Ning Bei guffawed, since you're sensible, then follow me. Crack. As soon as the words fell, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and suddenly swept out several miles away. Yi Huan's expression was stunned at the sight and was taken aback. This speed. Rao did not dare to underestimate it. This is a matter that must not be publicized. After Yi Huan dropped a sentence towards the guards, he chased after Ning Bei with a heavy expression. Inside the mountains. Ning Bei didn't stop for long before he saw Yi Huan chasing after him. Worthy of practicing the Nining technique, it's quite fast. The corner of Ning Bei's mouth curved up. And after Yi Huan landed on the ground, he straightened up and said, Speak up, who exactly are you? Also, why did you have to call me out to talk outside the sect? Ning Bei calmly said, Patriarch Yi, I have good news and bad news here. Which one do you want to hear first? What's the good news? Yi Huan raised his eyebrows. Your daughter-in-law is being slept with. What? Yi Huan immediately shook his tiger's body and became irritated. This is called good news? And what's the bad news? Your daughter-in-law initiated it. Chapter 143 Yi Tian collapses, calls out to the villain for pulling up his pants. Boom! Hearing this, Yi Huan instantly tensed up. After all, who could stand this? Only, he didn't seem to believe Ningbei. Kid, I'm afraid you didn't intentionally come here to seek death today, did you? Ha ha. Ningbei laughed and threw the bracelet over. Don't pretend patriarchy, it's not a sin for a man to cry. How could you come out with me without sensing something? Yi Huan took the bracelet. At the sight that the bracelet was really his daughter-in-law's, his heart dripped blood, and he whirled around to look up. You slept on it? Not yet. Not yet. What do you mean not yet? Yi Huan was furious. In fact, in the past 2 days, he had already noticed that something was wrong, not to mention, the bracelet that his daughter-in-law had been wearing was missing, and every time he saw him, he looked flustered and refused to talk much. Would it be so if there were not a guilty conscience? And of course Yi Huan was clear about his situation. Ever since he practiced the Nining Kung Fu, he had not been a naive man. Can't help but associate it with something. Especially since Ningbei had come looking for him today wearing a bracelet, it seemed to conclude his suspicions. See for yourself. Ningbei didn't say anything, and simply pulled out dozens of AV stones for the other party to choose from. Then when the image of the video and audio stone was played out, after seeing the man and woman meticulously in there, in a flash, Yi Huan only felt that the sky had collapsed. Kyung Jin. Yi Huan's entire body shivered cold. Beloved wife, actually with best buddy. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand. I told you how he didn't want anything from me. It turned out to be actually a wolfish awe. Patriarchy, please calm down. What do you want me to calm down with? Yi Huan was burning with rage, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he violently shook his tiger's body. Pust! A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out from his mouth. Ningbei spread his hands and said, Look, I told you to calm down. I didn't even have time to say that since I crashed the two of them, they've been planning to get rid of you, and your dear daughter-in-law secretly put a colorless, odorless poison on her pillow. Once emotionally excited it will be poisoned. Pust! Put! Yi Huan vomited blood even worse. Patriarchy, don't get excited. Ningbei hurriedly consoled, things are pretty good right now, since the two of them were initially planning to wait for you to be poisoned even more deeply before making out in front of you, directly causing you to die of poison due to your emotions. You should look on the bright side, at least it hasn't gotten that far yet. Pust, put. But unexpectedly, Ningbei's well-intentioned reminder caused Yi Huan to vomit blood even more. It soon colored the earth red. So much so, Yi Huan waved his hand repeatedly, Stop it, you stop it. I beg you to shut up. I already know the truth. Both. Ningbei raised his hand in a gesture, then hurry up and exorcise the poison for yourself. In your current condition, trying to go back to the clan and kill there is sending yourself to death. At those words, Yi Huan couldn't deny it. After all, Qingjin's strength was not much weaker than him, plus there was once his wife's assistance, and he was poisoned. Returning to the sect right now was undoubtedly asking for death. Thinking about this, Yi Huan looked up at Ningbei, say, You're helping me so much. What exactly do you want me to do? Don't need you to do anything, just pity you. Ningbei shook his head, even your son knows that his mother is unfaithful. And you are oblivious. What? Yi Huan's eye pupils shrunk, you said. Tian'er he knows about this? More than knowing. Ningbei spread his hands and said, he also thought it was me. Alas, don't mention it. With that, Ningbei turned around and flew away. Yi Huan then spat out another mouthful of old blood. He did not realize that he had gone out of his way to cultivate the Nining technique for the sake of this family and the clan, but as a result, he was betrayed by his wife and son. Outrageous! In the aftermath, Ningbei no longer wanted to be bothered with it, and rushed straight back to the Wutian Academy. It was certain that Yi Huan would naturally kill his way back to the Black Cloud sect after regaining his strength and would play with Qingjin. Inside the schoolhouse, Yi Tian came back soulless. Especially after the return of Ningbei, he entered the new world to practice, so that Yi Tian has not been able to find people, so he thought that he was still with his mother. Damn you Ningbei, just indulge in it. Yi Tian changed his mind. Since he couldn't stop it, he cursed Ningbei to be so addicted to pleasure that he couldn't help himself. It's better to have no intention of practicing, and then eventually you'll get yourself wasted. But just a few days later, a figure, however, appeared at the Martial Heavenly Academy, eager to come in and receive shelter. However, the elders, who had long since been ordered by Ningbei, stopped them outside. Helplessly, Chen Na had to move out her son. My son is Yi Tian. He is a disciple of your Martial Heaven Academy. You guys let him come see me. What? Yi Tian? The elders' faces were dismayed. It really didn't occur to him that the beautiful woman in front of him, who was still charming but somewhat in a state of distress, was actually the mother of a disciple of his own academy. Thus, one of the elders went over to find Yi Tian to come over. In the beginning, Yi Tian hadn't believed it when he heard that his mother had come to find him. But when he arrived at the gate of the academy and saw his wretched-looking mother, he was shocked. Mother, why did you come to me? Tian'er, your father is crazy. Your father, he's crazy. Chen Na cried. If it wasn't for Qingjin's help, at this moment, it was feared that she would have already lost her life in the Black Cloud sect. But after escaping from the Black Cloud sect, she had no way to go,
and then thought that her son had joined the Martial Heavenly Academy, so fortunately she came to join.
Ha! Learning this from his mother, Yi Tianrun went numb. But he's no cutie pie either. Mother, is it possible that your promiscuous search for a man was discovered by father? Chen Na couldn't hide the panic in her eyes.
After all, it was her son who was facing her, and she was exposed to her son's scandal.
How could she not react?
Seeing that his mother was ashamed to mention it, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and stopped talking, turning to ask the elders to put his mother inside the boundary.
Otherwise, when father kills, mother must be in trouble. However, the elders had long since received Ning Bei's orders, so they could not let Chen Na in. There is no way around it.
Yi Tian had a bright idea. Mother, wait for me for a while.
I'll go find him. Looking for who? Chen Na was confused. That's the one. The one you play better with.
Yi Tian gritted his teeth. It was really hard to start. Without waiting for Chen Na to ask for clarification, he turned around and went to ask Ning Bei to make a move within the academy. After all, as long as Ning Bei said one word, his mother would be able to enter the Wutian Academy more often. However, when he found Ning Bei and finished telling his request, he was rejected by Ning Bei. Are you alright?
Why should I help your mother come into the Martial Heavenly Academy? Hearing this, Yi Tian looked skeptical and was instantly dissatisfied. Ning Bei, what do you mean by that? You're not lifting your pants and denying it, are you?
Chapter 144. When the villain pulled out the AV stone, Yi Tian collapsed.
Lift up your pants and deny it?
Ning Bei pretended not to want to be responsible and said in a proper voice, Yi Tian, you can eat the jail meal, but you can't talk nonsense.
I'm the one who has a woman. You can't slander my character. I slandered you? Yi Tian listened with skepticism.
In his life, he had never seen such a brazen woman.
How dare you have the nerve to say you have a woman? A man?
Tei Miao first robbed the beauty master whom he regarded as a goddess, not to mention, and later took his mother.
And now he's telling him not to slander character? It's not called pulling up your pants and denying it. What is? Now, he can only be honest.
The woman who gave Ning Bei the bracelet was actually none other than his mother.
While hearing this, Ning Bei pretended to be shocked. What? Really? Then what are we going to call ourselves from now on? Yi Tian's mouth twitched as he listened.
Even though he wasn't a worm in Ning Bei's stomach, he felt as if the other party was humiliating him. Only thought, Yi Tian simply did not have the mood to care so much, gritted his teeth and said, I'll ask you, my mother is going to come to Wutian Academy.
Do you care or don't you care?
Why should I care?
Ning Bei spread his hands.
Why do you care?
Yi Tian listened and laughed. To be precise, he was angry and laughed, ********. If it wasn't for you, would my father and mother have turned against each other? Would my mother have run to the Martial Heavenly Academy for help? Tianer, there should be a misunderstanding.
Ning Bei pretended to be serious as he patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said, maybe it's not because of me.
Rather, what about other people? For example, people like you shouting uncle or something like that? **********. Who are you calling Tianer? Is Tianer what you call her too? Yi Tian was enraged.
After all, that title was all that his parents called him. Most of all, Ning Bei shrugged off the problem by saying,
what kind of person does this take his mother for?
Not to mention those uncles. Especially an uncle named Xingzhen, who he respected from the bottom of his heart.
That was simply an existence that was like a father to him. How could he tolerate being humiliated and slandered by Ning Bei like this now?
Afterwards, Yi Tian took a deep breath and said, since you are unkind, then you should not blame me for being unrighteous.
I'm going to let the entire academy know right now. Who the hell are you? What do you mean? What do I mean? Greeting Ning Bei's surprised gaze, Yi Tian sneered, you'd better follow out to see. Otherwise, you wait to regret it.
This posture, he is like to Ning Bei and Chen Na's secret.
To tell the world. Of course, Yi Tian was just deliberately provoking words.
Joined Wutian Academy so long, although he did not see much Qin but also heard that the other party is not only beautiful but also outstanding talent, long ago in Ning Bei love life. He was trying to make Ning Bei think that he was now there to dismantle the other party's true colors,
to destroy his image in the Martial Heavenly Academy. Otherwise, he can't really say it. His mother was hanging out with the person he wanted to kill the most, right?
This was of course an excuse to provoke Ning Bei to follow him out. As for Ning Bei, he had also seen Yi Tian's plot, but he did not hesitate to follow him out, as this was also his plan.
Yi Tian, you calm down a bit.
Ning Bei was chasing after him while still pretending to be nervous to dissuade him.
Ha!
Seeing this, Yi Tian however let out a cold smile.
Because in his opinion, right now, Ning Bei's reaction was nothing but weakness.
So he made a point of speeding up his pace.
Soon, the two of them had then arrived at the gates of the Martial Heavenly Academy.
And at this moment, the people at the gate had long since stopped being just a few elders and disciples, and at some point, many disciples and elders had already gathered.
Seeing this, Yi Tian had little concern. More people coming is better to threaten the nimbus better. Make it compromise. Chen Na stood just outside the boundary.
When she saw from afar that the teenager who came out with her son was actually Ning Bei, who had crashed her and Chang Zhen's affair that day, In a flash, her whole body was struck by lightning. For a moment, she seemed to guess that her son had long understood her shameful past. After all, Ningbei had most likely told Yi Tian a long time ago. On the contrary, Yi Tian, after seeing the blush on his mother's face, was even more convinced that what Ningbei had once snubbed him was all true. Although the heart is very painful. But now that it's happened, it's not realistic for him to try not to face it anymore, right? Ningbei, this is my mother. You look familiar, don't you? Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and turned around, staring at Ningbei with a torch-like gaze. Ahem. Ningbei then feigned a weak-hearted light cough and said, see, met once. Have seen one side by chance. A chance meeting? Yi Tian actually listened to laugh, both shame and anger. Is it just one side? You dare not tell me. Where did you go a few days ago to be happy? The crowd murmured at these words. What does Yi Tian mean by that? I can't understand it either. What is he trying to say? In the face of the crowd's inability to understand, Yi Tian didn't explain. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. He pointed to that he was that day, he had just come out of the Black Cloud sect and met Ningbei halfway with the bracelet, and invited him to stay. Although all the people couldn't understand it, Yi Tian believed. Ningbei definitely understood. Not to mention that right now, his mother was standing right here. Ningbei didn't break it down either, but chose to trick him into it. Yi Tian. I don't understand. What do you mean by suddenly advancing 2 days? Ha, you don't understand? Yi Weather smiled. If he had not been compelled to do so, would he have gone so far as to have to tell the unbearable humiliation himself? It's all broken anyway. He is also shameless. Now you still want to disown me? If you don't help my mother, don't blame me for making you desperate. Naked threats. Only, this threat from Yi Tian. Belongings were going to make Ningbei laugh. This stupid kid, what a pitiful father and mother. Tian-er. What are you talking about? Chenna had a bad feeling. She rushed out to gently call to her son, trying to be able to get him to come to his senses. Mother, don't worry. With me here today, you'll be sure to come in this Wutian Academy. Yi Tian turned to look behind him and threw his voice. Yi Tian, I feel like you're being irrational right now. Can you calm down a bit before you say anything? Ningbei pretended to be serious. I'm calm now, I've never been so calm. Seeing that Ningbei was still refusing to eat punishment wine, Yi Tian directly gave an ultimatum. Ningbei, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to choose. I'll say it again for the last time, whether you're going to agree to my conditions and allow my mother to enter the Wutian Academy and enjoy the shelter. Or is it? If you're a man, then admit it to yourself. Better yet, if you have the balls to pull out the AV stone, take your pick. Yi Tian said through gritted teeth. In his opinion, Ningbei definitely didn't dare to pull out the AV stones. After all, who dares to put their ungrateful side? Play it out in public, But unexpectedly, the next moment, Ningbei directly said, then I'll shell out the AV stones. Yi Tian? Chapter 145. After the audiovisual stone came out, Chenna called out the ungrateful son. What? Yi Tian's tiger's body shook, and the man was dumbfounded. He looked at Ningbei with an air of incredulity, as if he couldn't believe his ears. How dare the other side pull out the AV stone? Aren't you afraid of being known? While hearing the word AV stone, Chenna, who was not far away, violently trembled her delicate body. It seems that at this moment, she has already reacted to the fact that the AV stone that she exchanged back with the bracelet that day. It was not all at all. There's another piece in the other hand. Although she did not understand what exactly happened between her son and Ningbei, she was very clear. Shadowstone once exposed. Not only is she losing her reputation, even her son Yi Tian couldn't lift his head. Just before she could open her mouth to stop her, she saw the corners of Ningbei's mouth rise as he backhandedly pulled out 36 pieces of AV stones. Which one do you want to see first? Chenna opened her jade lips and froze petrified for a moment. How come there are so many of them? What? Yi Tian was also like being struck by thunder. Only to see him look at Chenna with a skeptical look, despair in his eyes. Mother. So much. You and he. So much? Yi Tian despaired all of a sudden. It seems he didn't expect. That's not too many times. Tianer, what are you talking about? On the contrary, Chenna, who heard her son's desperate questioning, was confused. She and Ningbei hadn't even held hands. I'll help you choose. Just then, Ningbei had already picked out a piece of AV stone and played it in public. No. Yi Tian was in a hurry. He hadn't really intended to go that far, it was his mother after all. Just trying to scare Ningbei. But how is the other guy a dead pig in a poke? Juice. When the image was played out, Yi Tian's confused shock was resolved. Because the man in the picture is not Ningbei at all. Rather, he's like a father. Uncle Jiang Jin? Ha? Yi Tianren was dumbfounded and couldn't stop looking at the blushing Chenna. Mother? What's the situation? Isn't that my Uncle Qingzhen? Alas. Chenna didn't know what to say. Meeting her son's gaze full of consternation, she could only lower her head. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Wow. That person seems to be Yi Tian's mother? The man is his father? No. Didn't you hear Yi Tian ask about his mother just now? That was his Uncle Qingzhen.
Good guy. Actually eating dumplings?
The surrounding crowd of eaters couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air.
This is too powerful. Then Qin Yu, his mother, are playing too much. People at least don't have nests to eat. Nah, you saw it all.
After Ningbei put away the AV stone, he helplessly said to Chen Na, "It's all because your son asked for it."
It wasn't me.
I advised him, but he simply wouldn't listen.
Chen Na was speechless.
Her pretty face, a sassy one, was enamored with a blush of shame. Especially when looking at the eyes of his son Yi Tian, it is full of skepticism.
Is this really his own son?
Why fall on her sword when she's in trouble?
To throw stones at her when she's down?
Asshole.
Who are you kidding?
In the next moment, Yi Tian came back to his senses, and immediately rushed Ningbei in a rage. "Yours, I'm asking for your.
You and my mother's AV stone, you dare to release it?"
Oh, the crowd snapped their expressions. Catering to the crowd's blazing gaze, Ningbei raised his eyebrows and said, "Yi Tian, I'll tell you again, jail meals can be eaten, but words cannot be nonsense. I have nothing to do with your mother, and besides, I am a person with a daughter-in-law. Your mother has a child the same age as you. Oh, sorry, you are her child."
Nonsense? What? You don't even dare to admit what you said.
Yi Tian was anxious and couldn't care about anything else at once, before it was clearly you who said.
"Now you're saying that there's nothing? Do you dare to tell the truth?" "Calm down, Yi Tian."
Ningbei said in a serious manner, "I lied to you before. It was me who saw your mother and your uncle Qingjin having sex. I was afraid that you would not be able to accept, so I took it upon myself. My intention was to inspire you to fight and train hard so that you could seek revenge on me in the future, but who knows? You instead think I should be responsible for your mother." Yi Tian heard by head black heart, chillingly said, "Guess if I believe it or not."
"You still don't believe it?"
Ningbei raised his eyebrows slightly and straightened up, signaling, "You can disbelieve me, just ask your mother."
Hearing this, Yi Tian seemed to be an afterthought.
In the next moment, he rushed to Chen Na's side. "Mother, tell the truth. He is the chief of the Martial Heavenly Academy. As long as you tell the truth,
if he is still not responsible,
in the future, he will lose his reputation.
The Academy elders won't be able to see past it."
At this moment, looking at her son who was close to madness, Chen Na didn't know what to say. Although she also wanted to obtain the shelter of the Wutian Academy, but, having already been caught with Qingjin, how could she still dare to falsely accuse Ningbei?
After all, what if Ningbei had all the passing AV stones in his hands?
I've pulled out more than 30 pieces.
It can't be one picture from every angle, can it? So, Chen Na had to be honest. "Tianer, you calm down. I have nothing to do with him.
It's because he bumped into my mother and your uncle Qing,
took the bracelet and gave it to him." Knock. Hearing this, Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded.
But soon, he reacted.
Himself being played. You deliberately tricked me?"
Yi Tian fiercely looked at Ningbei and said in anger.
These days, hell knows how tortured he's been. If he hadn't been deceived by Ningbei,
why would he sneak under the covers at night and cry? Why would he feel ashamed of himself?
Turned into Ningbei's son? Dare to say that all this? It's all Ningbei's trickery. Never touched his mother at all? In the past, when he was sure that there was no relationship between the two of them, Yi Tian would definitely be happy. But now, how can he be made to laugh?
The unbridled jeers from the surrounding crowd of eaters who could see what was going on took all the laughs out of his life.
"Hey, you can't say that." Ningbei couldn't help but say, "Your mother was indeed unfaithful. Although it wasn't me. But can we make this a fact? I'll kill you." Yi Tian was instantly mad. Bang!
But when he just wanted to rush towards Ningbei, he was wincing from the electricity. The whole thing collapsed to the floor.
"Why do you take it so personally when I've tolerated you 3 times?
Ningbei shook his head and said in a chilling voice, "I'm only going to say this once, this is my last tolerance for you, and I hope that, if you can admit a mistake from the bottom of your heart, perhaps I can forgive you."
"You forgive me? Who the hell are you to say such a thing?" Yi Tian was shivering.
However, the next moment, he saw Ningbei pull out an AV stone.
Yi Tian froze and gritted his teeth. "What? You want to use what my mother did? Threaten me? How pointless that would be." Ningbei guffawed and activated the AV stone in passing.
A picture emerged in full view of everyone, but inside the picture, it was clearly the figures of Ningbei and Yi Tian. Only to see that after Ningbei had finished hinting that it was Chen Na, Yi Tian grimaced and rushed at Ningbei.
"I'm pissed off. You're not enough of a brother.
You didn't even call me up for such a good thing."
Chen Na, inverted Big Dipper.
Chapter 146, 2 most important women, Yi Tian says they've been robbed. Wow. When the AV stones popped out, the room was instantly in an uproar. Yi Tian is also too much. It really verifies the old saying, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. His mother is enough to shock me.
I didn't realize that the blue is better than the blue. Shock the old man for 10,000 years. Isn't that his own mother?
At this moment, no matter whether it was the elders or the disciples, all of them were struck by a bolt from the blue.
That's just treasonous. Yi Tian was even as if he was struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. He did say those things. but he doesn't remember. That's what the exchange screen looked like at the time. After learning that it was his mother, he had obviously all been somewhat restrained. Even to make Ningbei release his suspicions, he deliberately used words that were not too much. But how could the image playing out of the video and audio stones right now be so direct? In the next moment, when he was awakened by the jeers of the crowd, he couldn't help but turn to look at Chenna outside the boundary. You. At this moment, Chenna's face was red and angry, and her eyes were filled with the complexity of hatred. Not. Mother. Listen to me, it's not true. Greeting his mother's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Tianyi's whole clear sky thunderbolt, hating to find a crack in the ground. Escape from the ing world. In the next moment, he looked at Ningbei in exasperation. Asshole. You asshole. You're deliberately screwing me, aren't you? What makes you say that? Ningbei smiled calmly and spread his hands. These words, didn't you say them on your own initiative? It's not like I forced you. Alas, to say the least, it shocked me at the time how a man of sound intellect, could have such a disregard for human decency. Ningbei shook his head while lamenting. Why bother Yi Tian? I wanted to leave you a few points of face, but you pressed me every step of the way, as if I didn't take out the evidence. Today you have to make me lose my reputation. Now well, I really take it out and you are not happy. Yi Tian instantly wanted to cry. Not waiting to finish his sentence, Chenna's voice came from behind him. Tianer, you give me over. You give me over to explain clearly. What exactly do you mean? It's not Mom. It's not what you think. Yi Tian collapsed. For a moment, he didn't even know where to sophistically argue, because those words, of course, did come out of his mouth. But he never thought. I can't believe my mother found out. Or with so many people. I'm going to. It's like we've bumped into something unimaginable. If this matter is spread out, in the future, the name Yi Tian, I'm afraid that it will be able to circulate for 10,000 years in the Su Sheng realm. Who says it isn't? You can't produce this kind of talent in 10,000 years. The thought of him because of this. And blaming senior brother Ning for not being enough of a brother. Ha, I just wanna laugh. The crowd murmured and let out muffled laughter. Hearing these voices, Yi Tian's entire body shivered cold. Especially when he looked at Ningbei, who looked harmless. He wasn't a little cutie. How could he not understand that everything was because of the other party? Asterisk. I'll fight you. Yi Tian Bungbu lived. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a flash of sword wind, and he lost his wits and killed towards Ningbei. Ding! Congratulations to the host, heavily hitting the heavenly Dao shelter of the son of luck Yi Tian, causing his aura of luck to be drastically reduced, becoming more and more incapable of posing a threat to the host. Congratulations to the host, successfully turning Yi Tian into a target, rewarded with reverse value. For repaying the debt. The corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up. Looking at Yi Tian losing his mind and finally revealing his desire to kill himself, he was not surprised at all. It could even be said that he had already prepared for his next plan, and immediately summoned a beauty figure out as he had planned before. Phew! Luo Qingqing appeared. Facing Yi Tian, who was killing Ningbei, she waved her jade hand straight up, and in a flash, sent Yi Tian's entire body flying backwards. What? Seeing the sudden appearance of the beauty master striking out at him, Yi Tian looked skeptical. When he stood firmly, he said excitedly, Master, what are you doing? Why are you helping him? Luo Qingqing didn't make a sound. In the next moment, she followed the task explained by Ningbei and looked straight at him. Ningbei, please give Yi Tian a chance. Please. Let his mother enter the martial heavenly academy and get a momentary shelter, okay? I'm willing to do anything? Seeing this, Yi Tian's face changed expression. Because what he saw from Beauty Master's stunningly beautiful face was entirely Beauty Master's care and concern for him. Even for him. Not to hesitate to plead with Ningbei in a humble manner in public. How could Yi Tian not be moved by this? Let him how can not think. In fact, Beauty Master Heart still had a place for him. Since Elder Luo opened his mouth to plead for mercy, I naturally have nothing to say. Ningbei followed the plan and slowly said, however, just now, Yi Tian offended me multiple times, which can be seen for all to see, and I'm no saintly mother, so if I still want the academy to shelter his mother, then he must receive the punishment he deserves. Yi Tian? Hearing this, Yi Tian was furious in his heart. How dare you call him offended? Compared to him having to take offense. Who lost more face? Just without waiting for Yi Tian to open his mouth, Luo Qingqing answered in one breath, no problem. Did you say so? Ningbei said with interest, Elder Luo, to be honest, this disciple of yours doesn't seem to be very obedient, so I'm afraid he'll be disobedient, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing immediately looked at Yi Tian, hurry up and apologize to Ningbei. Yi Tian's mouth opened, wanting to speak. If it were just a moment ago, he would definitely be unconvinced to apologize to Ningbei, but now, it was Master Beauty who was persuading him. The Beauty Master has given so much, and it seems that if he just bows down and admits he's wrong, Mother outside the boundary could also enter the martial heavenly academy to seek refuge. Thinking over it,
Yi Tian gritted his teeth and felt that it was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, so then he took a deep breath and looked at Ningbei. I'm sorry.
It's me who didn't get the truth. Wrongly blamed you. Ningbei shook his head slightly. Luo Qingqing immediately said, Yi Tian, is this your attitude to apologize? You're not even willing to give Ningbei an E? These words, of course, were taught to her by Ningbei. The only way to suppress the heavenly Tao shelter was to keep striking the Taoist heart of the son of Qi Lek and release it, lest he himself be removed by the backlash of the heavenly Tao in the future. Ha! Kneeling. Yi Tian looked skeptical.
It is evident that his apology was not heartfelt at all, and naturally, he could not stand such humiliating behavior.
Tianer, what are you still pretending about?
Just then, Chen Na from the rear hated her. You've already told mother. You've already said such disgraceful words.
What more face do you want now, Yi Tian? Chapter 147, Mother's Attitude. Yi Tian understands it. Chen Na was genuinely anxious.
Because before escaping from the Black Cloud sect, she had already strongly felt her husband Yi Huan's killing heart, that would really kill her. Right now, in addition to the martial Heavenly Academy, it seemed that there was simply no other power that could shelter her and protect her. So, of course, she had to cherish this opportunity. And while Chen Na's words fell, they drew a chorus of laughter.
Ha! Yi Tian's damn words have pierced through the essence. Yi Tian, why don't you just listen to your mother?
Although you may be unfilial to your mother, but your mother certainly won't harm you. What face do you need when you were already disgraced? Listening to the jeers around him, Yi Tian's face turned a shade of red and green. Originally, he only wanted to kill Ningbei and use Ningbei, who was flourishing in the Martial Sky Academy, as a stepping stone, but at this moment, he truly wanted to destroy everyone. However, anger being anger, Yi Tian had not completely lost his mind now, knowing that there was nothing wrong with what my mother had said. So, under the eyes of all, Yi Tian gazed at Ningbei slowly bending his knees. Phew! But just as he was about to kneel, he was lifted up by a strong wind. The one who struck out was clearly Ningbei. Hey, there is no need to really kneel. I just want you to know, Yi Tian, good is rewarded with good and evil is rewarded with evil. Don't have inexplicable malice towards people, otherwise the one who suffers will always be yourself. Ningbei's words seemed to be understood only by Luo Qingqing. This was because she knew that Ningbei's feud with Yi Tian had started entirely from Yi Tian's displeasure with Ningbei. The fact that he himself had to try to get back at Ningbei led to this.
Tianer, why don't you hurry up and thank Mr. Ning? Chen Na said in surprise.
At the moment, compared to the mistakes her son had made, in Chen Na's eyes, Ningbei hadn't done anything at all. Even in the face of Yi Tian after discovering his mother's infidelity, Ningbei didn't say it directly, but instead carried it on his own body. In Chen Na's opinion, if her son hadn't been so bent on having his own way, things wouldn't have had to come to this. Hearing his mother's order, Yi Tian had mixed feelings inside. At this moment, he wanted to tell his mother that Ningbei was an asshole and wasn't that kind at all.
But one has to bow down under the roof.
Facing the persuasion of his mother and beauty master, the two most important women in his life, he still compromised.
And so it was.
Chen Na was then released into the boundary by the elders and set foot on the territory of the Martial Heavenly Academy. A group of disciples were also driven away. Only, even though the crowd dispersed, the discussion about what to say about Yi Tian did not stop. On the contrary, someday in the future, the kinds of things that happened today at the gates of the Martial Heavenly Academy might even spread to all parts of the Su Sheng realm.
After the break, Ningbei brought Luo Qingqing back to the new world. Did I do well today? Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Ningbei and asked, so much like an unworldly little girl looking for recognition and praise for her expectations.
Ningbei nodded with a smile and patted her waist. Not bad, memorizing everything I said.
It's all your job. Luo Qingqing smiled sweetly. I may have come at a bad time.
Right at this moment, a light voice came. The two of them turned their heads to look, and it was Qin Jojo. And it seemed impossible for there to be anyone else within the new world other than Qin Jojo.
Oh, and
a young girl who relies on the new world not to go out, but also won't voluntarily show up to meet with the two girls. Qin Jojo arrived and glanced at the location of Ningbei's hand before she would say those words.
No.
In the next moment, Ningbei shook his head with a smile and extended an arm toward her in a gesture. You've come at the right time. Qin Jojo immediately blushed. She grudgingly skimmed her small mouth. Why are you so bad?
Bad? Ningbei shook his head and laughed, saying, isn't this what you asked for in the first place?
What, did you forget?
When did I ask for?
Before the words fell, Qin Jojo came to a screeching halt again. It was because it suddenly occurred to her that Ningbei had a great move of Shadowstone, and once also showed her, recorded what she said. She didn't want so shameful words to be seen by Luo Qingqing.
I went to plant a tree.
Seeing that the two of them had something serious they wanted to do, Luo Qingqing wisely broke away from Ningbei and turned to run towards the place where she had been diligently farming. In the past 2 days, Ningbei had found another batch of spirit trees from somewhere. Looking at Luo Qingqing's escape-like back, Qin Jojo turned her head to look at Ningbei.
Ningbei stepped forward with a smile. How was it? She still counts, doesn't she?
Oof.
Qin Yu hummed lightly. But instead of pushing away Ningbei's intimacy, he said, "What's going on out there, and why are you always giving her assignments lately? Don't you ask? It's a little dirty out there." Ningbei shook his head and smiled. He was too embarrassed to repeat the words Yi Tian had uttered. But in Qin Yu listened to, but cannot help but become more and more curious. "Husband, that you also give me assignments chant. I stay here alone so boring." Ha! Hearing this, Ningbei's mouth fell open in shock. Never seen such a request yet. Qin Yu ringed Ningbei's arm, pampered. "Is it good, husband?" The other side. Ningbei was immersed in tenderness, and the crowd was immersed in the melon field. Yi Tian was the only one who was sitting on pins and needles. Especially when alone with my mother, the atmosphere was that of awkwardness and confusion. "Mother." Yi Tian just opened his mouth in an attempt to break the awkward atmosphere. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, she was interrupted by Chen Na, Tianer. "Mother has some things she wants to make clear to you." "Mother, you say?" Yi Tian immediately said. At the moment, he was also holding a lot of words in his stomach. "Actually, I'm with your uncle Kyung Jin." At the mention of this matter, Chen Na's face became hot, causing her pretty face, which was still charming, to show a tantalizing scarlet color. "Your uncle Kyung Jin he." "Mother, you have to stop making me call him uncle." Yi Tian couldn't help but interrupt with his voice. As much as he wanted to be quiet and talk it over, the thought of his own family, which was destroyed by that man, he couldn't swallow it. Looking at her son's disgruntled expression, Chen Na said with mixed feelings, "Tianer, I know you're holding back in your heart, but mother and your uncle Changzhen are true love." "What?" Yi Tian was instantly humanly stupid. Chen Na hurriedly added, "Your father practiced that kind of gong method for strength. He didn't even consider mother's feelings. Mother will also be lonely. Your uncle Changzhen has only Nyang as a woman. He is sincere to me." "Mother, don't you say it." Yi Tian really couldn't listen. Although he has been very selfish, but in the face of such a ruinous statement, and it was spoken by his mother, he still had a hard time accepting it. He has long made up his mind that in the future he will not only kill Ningbei, but also Changzhen, because Yi Huan was his own father after all. "I didn't want to say, but just wanted you to understand my attitude." Chen Na looked at her son and said with a complex but firm expression, "In the future, mother will only be, and can only be, Changzhen's woman." "Do you understand what mother means?" Yi Tian looked like he heard something. Chapter 148, the main character is reprimanded by his mother. Can he like normal people? After guessing what my mother meant, Yi Tian's entire body was bad. Not mother. Just as Yi Tian just wanted to explain something. However, she was interrupted by Chen Na. "Tianer, mother believes that you will be a good son who observes filial piety, right?" Yi Tianren went numb. At this moment, he really wanted to cry. No. Why would a mother believe that? However, when he thought about it, those words were all said by him. Spare Yi Tian didn't know how to explain it, but at that time, he really didn't expect to be exposed. What's more, I can't imagine that in this world, there are actually people casually recording video and audio stones. Is this a human being? What? You can't do it? Chen Na violently shivered her delicate body. Looking at her son's complicated expression, she had mixed feelings for a time. A charming pretty face was covered with thick self-reproach. It's all her fault for not teaching her son well. It's not all the son's fault. Mother, it's not what you think. The child is being tricked. Yi Tian wanted to cry without tears in his defense, but not knowing where to explain, he hurriedly said, "Mother, you believe me. You just believe me this time, okay? Mother. Just once, mother. Just once, okay?" Facing her agitated son, Chen Na helplessly said, "Tianer, calm down, okay? Mother, only if you believe me. I can only be calm." Yi Tian was really hard to top. Even in death he couldn't figure out why he had fallen into such a big hole. But now there were just two choices before him. One was to step into the trap of self-incrimination and make his mother think he was here to stay. One is a boat to a bridge. But that wouldn't be a good outcome. Anyway, it seemed he was having trouble saving his image anyway, both in front of his mother and others. It was a moment when he wanted to fall to his knees and yell "No." And noticing her son's violent mood swings, Chen Na could only swallow the words that came to her mouth first, giving up on correcting her son's mistakes and choosing to change the subject instead. "I ask you, Tianer, the one you call master. When did you worship her as your master?" This is something that Chen Na, who is a mother, knows nothing about. But in the world of immortal cultivation, worshipping a master is like recognizing one's parents, and the matter is so important that one must tell one's parents to be reasonable. Seeing his mother's purpose of changing the topic, so obvious, Yi Tianren went numb. But as things stood, it seemed that his explanations would not help. Thus, Yi Tian could only cooperate against his will. "Mother, I haven't had the time to worship her as a teacher. It's the one the child met during his training." In fact, Chen Na didn't even care to be curious about this. So, she just echoed, "I see. That master of yours is quite young and pretty, and seems to treat you quite well. If it wasn't for her today, mother wouldn't have been able to come into the martial heavenly academy. At those words, Yi Tian's heart became even harder. After all, at this moment, what is his beauty master doing? He didn't even dare to think about it. Damn Ning Bei. Thinking about this, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, Master, I will definitely get you out. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Chen Na blinked her long eyelashes and said, Tianer, what do you mean by that? Isn't she fine? Mother, things are not as simple as you think. Yi Tian said in a deep voice that Ning Bei is a pagan dog that is worse than. Looking at her son's resentful look, Chen Na was silent, because in her opinion, compared to the well-mannered Ning Bei, son is more. And meeting his mother's strange scrutiny, Yi Tian's expression froze. Mother, you believe me. Actually, my master is not as free as you think. She was all spoiled by Ning Bei that has spoiled her. What? Spoiled? Chen Na was shocked and frowned, but I don't see it. People also call your master Luo Elder, looks quite respectful. That's all fake. Yi Tian exasperatedly said, behind his back he's all shouting Xiao Luo. This? Chen Na's expression changed, and in the next moment she said, but that said, Ning Bei is indeed quite outstanding. Is it possible that your master is with him? It's just that as a disciple and elder, it's just not good to tell the public about it? Excellent. Together? Hearing this, Yi Tian became even more anxious. Mother, what do you want me to say before you're willing to believe that Ning Bei, my master was forced to be with him. He coerced my master just by relying on his position in the martial heavenly academy. Chen Na didn't seem to believe it at all, saying, but just now, your master also asked Ning Bei to. Ning Bei seemed quite polite. It's not as overbearing as you make it sound. That's if someone's there, no one's there. You don't even know what he looks like. I don't know what he's like, so how do you know? Yi Tian looked like he had suddenly been asked. In the end, he could only confess that in the beginning, Ning Bei and Luo Qingqing entered the cave for 3 days, saying that they were practicing the sword, but after 3 days. And yet they say something about forgetting their swords. Upon learning of this, Chen Na did not join him in crusading against Ning Bei as Yi Tian had hoped. On the contrary, Chen Na ghosted. So it was your master's wish? Your master didn't even say anything. What's your hurry, Tianer? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. In his current headspace, he hadn't even thought of his mother asking that. Wait. And in the next moment, Chen Na also looked like she had discovered a blind spot, staring at her son with a look of skepticism. Tianer, what's your hurry? What does this matter have to do with you? Who does your master like to be with? Is it your turn to point fingers and say that people are bad? Yi Tian language condensed. After all, in his heart, the future harem of 3,000 beauties, the beauty master still has to be the big house. But now, the beauty master has been preempted. Do you think he can't be anxious? It was just that when this matter was asked, Yi Tian was more or less unable to hang on to his face. Looking at Yi Tian's strange expression, Chen Na looked as if she had discovered something and said nervously, Tianer, tell me the truth. Are you not interested in your master? Have non-human thoughts? Not mother. Yi Tian wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Chen Na's stern voice. Is there or is there not? I'm your mother, can't you still tell me? Yi Tian wanted to say something. In the end, he could only bite his teeth and say frankly, yes, I like my master. I'm definitely angry. Master was actually forced by him. I don't think it's Ning Bei who's forcing your master, the problem is you. Chen Na's heart snapped and she sighed. Yi Tian did not understand. Mother, how come you still blame me? Chen Na took a deep breath and said feebly, Tianer, what is wrong with you? Why can't you go and like normal women of your age? In favor of liking elders? Yi Tian? Chapter 149, once again tragically punished, beauty master giving birth? Me. Yi Tianren went numb. At this moment, he finally understood why his mother had that strange look on her face. Dare I say the pit is here. Tianer, what do you want me to say about you? Chen Na hated the iron and said, how can you look like this? There are obviously so many beautiful women of the same age. Why do you have to do this kind of thing? It's not mother. I didn't. Yi Tian didn't know where to argue. And you say no? Then I. Halfway through the words, Chen Na, ashamed to say it again, changed her words. Mother will take you as no. In the future, you don't want to be like this anymore, promise mother, okay? Yi Tian collapsed. At this moment, he deeply understood what it meant to be mute and unable to speak. After all, it was in his previous second, personally admitted that he liked the beauty master, and now facing his mother's questioning, he simply had no way to deny it. What? You can't do it? Chen Na raised an eyebrow. As things stood, Yi Tian knew that jumping into the Yellow River couldn't wash him away. I can do. That's good. Upon hearing this, Chen Na breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, then said, Tianer, mother is going to make an appointment with you, so listen carefully. Yi Tian's face was stunned. First, in the future, although mother also lives in the martial heavenly academy and is considered to be a parasite, but you come to me less often.
Second, in the future, even if you have urgent matters to find mother, you must knock on the door first.
No direct barging in allowed.
Thirdly, you must find a woman of your own age to marry as soon as possible. Although mother has now fled the house, she still has quite a few things on her person, enough to give you a marriage.
Yi Tian?
After speaking, Chenna stared into her son's eyes. Tianer, these requests aren't difficult, are they?
Not mother.
Yi Tian collapsed as he subconsciously stretched out his hand. But Chenna was like a scared bird. You get out, now, now.
Ha! Yi Tian's mouth was wide open. But still, they were kicked out of the room.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. Outside the door of the room, Leafy Weather stomped her feet.
He fiercely clenched his fists together and gritted his teeth. Ning Bei. Sooner or later, I will make you. Life as bad as death. Phew.
Stealing a look at her son's faraway back, Chenna sighed with relief. Family misfortune, family misfortune.
Bang bang.
Just as she was leaving the room, there was a knock on the fan door. Chenna had thought that it was Yi Tian who had come back, and after lying down to take a look at the door crack to find Ning Bei, she hurriedly opened the door and said, Mr.
Ning? Quickly come in, quickly come in.
Not waiting for Ning Bei to speak.
After Chenna ripped open the fan door, she hurriedly pulled Ning Bei into the room before locking the door. Ning Bei forced a smile. Why are you locking the door? It's not good for people to see it.
Chenna's lips moved slightly, and finally said out in shame, casting a blank stare, Parm, it's not like you don't know what's going on.
Ning Bei had a melon-eating expression. In detail?
Chenna froze for a moment, knowing that the other party wasn't interested in her. Thank you, Mr.
Ning, for opening up so that I can hide in the Martial Heavenly Academy.
Ning Bei guffawed. You're welcome. Your son is, after all, also a member of our Wutian Academy, although he's always trying to kill me.
But I can't care less about the love of my fellow disciples, can I?
Ugh. Hearing this, Chenna sighed. Prince Ning is truly a handsome man with a good heart, if Tianer had your kind of bosom.
I'm happy. Ning Bei smiled. What? It looks like you didn't get along too well with him? Do you think I dare to spend time with him? Chenna asked rhetorically. The pain of this is something only she knows.
Although she was a good woman who abided by her womanhood, but there were some things she knew that one step in was an abyss.
I think you should have misunderstood.
Yi Tian, he's not that kind of person.
Ning Bei smiled and said, perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Chenna interrupted, don't try to persuade me, can I not understand my own son? He actually likes even his own master. What? Ning Bei pretended to be shocked upon hearing this. There's such a thing? He knows that Elder Luo and I are in love, and he still wants to commit treason? Chenna nodded. Who says it isn't?
I also advised him just now.
How can I hold a grudge against you because of this?
Seeing that the other party was on his side, Ning Bei felt that the time had come. Nana, I want to ask you for something.
Nana.
Chenna's eyes lit up and she sat up straight. Mr.
Ning, please speak. It's like this.
You helped me to persuade Yi Tian not to have thoughts he shouldn't have. After all, Elder Luo is my man.
Ning Bei said in a proper voice. If he asks, you just say that I ordered you to do it.
Chenna blinked. Why do you say that?
Just say yes or no. Ro.
After Chenna thought for a moment, considering that she would have to rely on Ning Bei in the future, she agreed in one breath. I'll just say that it's a task you gave me.
The other side. Master, I've finally found you. Yi Tian was overjoyed.
Ever since he was cared for by his master before, watching Luo Qingqing request Ning Bei, he felt that the beauty master still cared about him.
Yi Tian, why didn't you go to your mother's place? Luo Qingqing zoned out. Yi Tian was momentarily speechless. In the next moment, he forced a smile and said, Master, let's not talk about this first. You went to beg that bastard for me. He must have made demands, right? Who are you cursing? Luo Qingqing was not happy.
Kidding aside, right now her person and heart were both Ning Bei's. Seeing this, Yi Tian only thought that Luo Qingqing was afraid of being overheard, which would then cause him to be retaliated against by Ning Bei. Thinking about this, a touch of warmth surged through Yi Tian's heart and said, Master, just say.
Did he make any requests? Yes. What's the request? Upon hearing that there was, Yi Tian wanted to cry. And Luo Qingqing remembered Ning Bei's words and pretended to be aggrieved. He asked me to give him a baby. Chapter 150. The main character is really hard to break down, and the mother calls out the villain's task straight away. What? Hearing this, Yi Tianbangbu lived. After all, this was something he had dreamed of, but now he didn't even dare to talk about it. Even if Beauty Master's innocence is gone. But Yi Tian inside. In the end, he couldn't give up, such a eudaimonic Beauty Master. Even to put it bluntly, the takeover he even began to consider But now tell him, Beauty Master wants to give birth to Ning Bei? Who can stand it? So the next moment, he said excitedly, Master, you can't give him birth. You resolutely can't give him birth. Why? Luo Qingqing asked rhetorically. Why? Yi Tian was stunned for a moment and said skeptically, is there any need for a reason for this? That bastard of his. How could you give him a child? He forced you to do this thing. Of course you have to refuse, even if you can't explicitly refuse. You can't really give birth to him. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Luo Qingqing's sentence directly let Yi Tian run numb, but I'm willing to give birth to him. Ah. Ha! Yi Tian's mouth was wide open. He looked at the beauty master whose look was both aggrieved and expectant, as if he had been hit by a blow. Not master. You say you're willing? Right. Luo Qingqing again nodded her head in recognition, only slightly aggrieved, complaining, as long as I give him a child. In the future, he may be able to give me a name. Even if he doesn't give me a name. In the future, I can more or less use a little bit of power of speech in front of him. So Yi Tian, as long as I give Ningbei a baby. You know what? I'll be able to keep him from bullying you in the future. Luo Qingqing had a gentle appeal. Boom! Hearing this, Yi Tian's brain buzzed. To say that a second ago, he was just dismayed, but when he heard that the beauty master was still thinking of him. At this moment, Yi Tian's heart broke. No! Yi Tian only hated himself for being incompetent, actually failing to protect a woman who was so good to him. Master! I don't want you to protect me. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and said in a proper voice, you don't want to give him a child for me. Even if he bullies me again. I can stand it. But you give him a child. Master, I will be heartbroken, you know? Why are you heartbroken? Yi Tian's mouth opened wide, wanting to speak. Greeting the beauty master's pitiful eyes, at this moment, his heart, it hurt too much. Can't help it. So in the next moment, Yi Tian said in his heart, I like you, master. In fact, at the first sight of you, even if it was a soul body, I fell in love with you right away. What? Luo Qingqing pretended to be shocked, then you're not seeing color? Ha! Yi Tian was slightly stunned. It seemed how he had never expected that in the face of his affectionate confession, beauty master would actually say this. But now, he has no way back, master. Even if it's seeing color. But you are beautiful as real. Apprentice is not wrong. Apprentice is really like you. Yi Tian, why are you so In the face of her disciple's confession, Luo Qingqing moved out of the words taught by Ningbei and said with eyes full of disgust, even if you like Chen Na, even I like her when I see her. Do you like every pretty-looking woman you see in your life? You can even like it regardless of your status? Also, you seem to be like this. Even me, your master, you can say such treacherous things directly. Does your mother dare to stay alone with you? Luo Qingqing deliberately took 2 steps back after reciting the words taught by Ningbei. On the contrary, Yi Tian's entire body was dumbfounded. Especially looking at the movement of the beauty master who took 2 steps back. His heart is like a knife. It's not master. It's not what you think. I was wrongly accused. I'm not that bad. Yi Tian sophistically said. Luo Qingqing, on the other hand, frowned and said, not yet? Who has wronged you? Whether it's those words from Shadow Sound Stone, or what you just said to me, that is not all your own words? Who forced you to say it? Yi Tianren went numb. The point is, he can't really refute this kind of questioning, because at first glance, no one's really forcing him to. Lin, why is that? Yi Tianren was dumbfounded and sophistically said, Master, I like you as a bit of a treason. But Ningbei has drilled caves when he didn't know you well. What's wrong with my disciple liking you? He can even let you give birth to a child. Can't I even say a word about liking? No. Luo Qingqing said in a chilling voice, can you compare yourself to Ningbei? Can you give him a child? I think he will give me a name in the future. That's my good fortune. But I was liked by you. I think it's the division's misfortune. You make me feel disgusted, Yi Tian. After saying that, Luo Qingqing was so angry that she turned around and left. The director's mission is accomplished. Not master? Master, how can you say that about me? Yi Tian collapsed. Looking at the back of the beauty master's disgusted departure, he did not expect. Confessing deeply, what you get in the end is disgusting. However, Luo Qingqing said that the division is unfortunate. He couldn't refute it yet. After all, wherever you are, liking your own master, that's all treason. Especially if the master is disgusted after telling him. That's even more of a treasonous thing to do as a disciple. Yi Tianren went numb. I thought that the beauty master cared about himself, he still had hope. Who knew that he had absolutely no half hope of overstepping the rules? Just treating him like a regular apprentice, huh? Not much longer. Chen Na took the initiative to find out. Seeing his mother personally looking for him, Yi Tian's gloomy mood finally got some comfort. Mother, you finally figured out. Believe that child is not that kind of right? Chen Na wanted to speak, not knowing what to say for a moment. However, looking at her son's grief-stricken appearance, she still put aside her business first and said with concern, Tianer, why do you seem to be sad? Yi Tian was torn inside, for he could see that his mother seemed to be avoiding his inquiries. However, it was hard to find someone he could open up to, so he couldn't hold back and said what was not in his heart. It was just after being rejected by Luo Qingqing and being reprimanded for being disgusting. What? You actually confessed to her? Hearing this, Chen Na was shocked. Tianer, how can you be like this? She is your master. This is treasonous. Yi Tian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Mother, I can't control it. Actually, if it wasn't for that bastard Ningbei, Master and I are very hopeful. You. Looking at the obsessive son, Qin Yu did not know what to say. Anyway, you are not allowed to like your master in the future, nor are you allowed to look for her again, understand? Why? Faced with his mother's words, Yi Tian was puzzled. Qin Yu said in a proper voice, this is a task given to me by Ningbei. Yi Tian? Chapter 151, Qin Yu's mouth. The villain is too good, the protagonist is really being killed and put to death. Put. Yi Tian almost spat out blood in anger. Especially looking at his mother's serious look, his whole body broke down. Mother, why are you listening to him? You know I want to kill him. Why are you getting involved with him? Tianer, why are you so ignorant? Qin Yu frowned in displeasure and said, what exactly did Ningbei do to provoke you? Why do you always want to target Ningbei? If Ningbei wanted to target you, you would have died a long time ago, you know? Yi Tian gritted his teeth, but he snatched my master. These words, do you dare to say them to your master? Qin Yu was unforgiving. You child, why do you refuse to find a woman that suits you and prefer to challenge taboos? Who exactly do you resemble in this regard? No matter how much of a bad person my mother is, I'm not as ridiculous as you are. Not me. Yi Tianren went numb. Liking your own master is just, how come they all have to talk about him like that? That's how it's written in that novel. A whole bunch of people are enjoying it, and no one said it was bad. You also know that it's fake. Qin not educated, people are just talking about it. How come you're the one who took it seriously? Are you stupid? Yi Tian didn't want to talk. He felt like no matter what he said, it wasn't right anyway. Remember what mother said and stay away from your master in the future, he has his own man. Qin Yu sighed and said, mother is now a parasite, and in the future, she will have to rely on other people. Ningbei, tell me, you like other people's women. The fact that people didn't kill you, that's all for the sake of your master, you know? Yi Tian just wanted to say something. But in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. By the way mother, do you think there is a possibility that my master is trying to protect me? What? Qin Yu batted her long eyelashes, not catching on. Yi Tian added, it's that with my current strength, I'm still far from being Ningbei's opponent, and my master is afraid that I'll make a mistake, so she went to give Ningbei a happy. But actually, she doesn't like Ningbei at all. This is just a compromise. Ugh. Looking at her obsessive son, Qin Yu was very tired and felt that she had to let her son see the truth. Then do you know how good Ningbei is, Tianer? How good can he be? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows. Put it this way. Qin Yu stood up and walked to the door before saying, Ningbei is not only handsome and manly, but also has outstanding talent, excellent emotional intelligence, and is rich and strong. If it wasn't for the fact that my mother was already a broken woman, you say, such a man demanded. How can I refuse? It's just a pity that he's the one who can't see mother. After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and left straight away. Yi Tian was confused. Looking at his mother's departing back, at this moment, his Taoist heart was greatly frustrated. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The other side. Inside the new world. Ningbei wrapped his arms around Luo Qingqing, who had just returned, and then he received a system beep. Congratulations to the host, who has succeeded in causing Yi Tian's Taoist heart to become clouded, greatly reducing his heavenly Tao refuge. Dusted only now? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. It had to be said that this Yi Tian's Taoist heart was really firm enough. Anyone else would be afraid that after experiencing the first few days, their Tao would crumble and collapse. But knowing that now, Qin Yu had given a heavy blow in the past, Yi Tian's Taoist heart was only dusty. However, despite this, Yi Tian's Tao heart was clouded, and it would be difficult for him to pose a threat to Ningbei in the future. Did I do okay? Looking at the spring-like smile on Ningbei's face, Luo Qingqing took the former's arm and asked with a smiling face. Nice. Ningbei returned to his senses and said with a smile, that Qin Yu is not bad either. She did a good job of accomplishing my mission. Luo Qingqing's delicate face was stunned, and immediately afterward, she stared at Ningbei's eyes with a few moments of worry and asked, so, am I great or is she great? You're great, you're great. Without waiting for Ningbei to speak, Qin Jojo interjected, you're the best, hurry up and go plant trees. Ooh-hoo. Luo Qingqing obediently got up and continued to go plant the spirit tree. What a strange swordswoman. Qin Jojo obediently walked over and relied on Ningbei's shoulder. Obviously before, there was such a big temper, saying that it was not something that was given for nothing. Look what you've become now, not a little bit of a female sword immortal. No way. Ningbei guffawed, who told me that I'm the best at teaching and educating people? Qin Jojo was slightly stunned, and then she reddened. In the next moment, she changed her words and said, husband, it seems like I have seen a woman in the new world saw a woman. Ningbei was surprised and astonished. How did she let you see it? She came to me to borrow a pen and paper. What's with the pen and paper? It seems to be a letter. Right to her father. Qin Jojo recalled, but it was quite strange, and said that you were going to take a family of 3 to beat up her father. I asked why. She said it was you who promised her. Pust. Upon hearing this, Ningbei instantly shook his tiger's body. In the next moment, he abruptly stood up,
and after closing his eyes to perceive the new world for a while, he instantly flashed and swept away in a certain direction.
Cam. I can't believe I'm pulling hate on him again.
A few days later, a group of figures rushed to the martial Heavenly Academy and surrounded it. The person in the lead was clearly Yi Huan, whose body was still entwined with a murderous aura that could not be concealed, as if he had just come out of a pile of dead people.
Yi Tian, come out.
A muffled voice descended.
Dad?
When Yi Tian came out and saw the other party's figure, he was both surprised and nervous. The surprise is that the father was not killed by Kyung Jin, but the tension is that the father found this place.
Must have come for the mother.
The expressions of the crowd of people who were eating this moment were also exceptionally wonderful.
This is Yi Tian's father?
Seems like it, I just don't know if it's the real father or the wild one his mother is meeting out.
Between the people's conversations, Wang Tang and Zhao Ming and the others went straight up and asked rather politely, "Excuse me, are you Yi Tian's real father, Yi Huan, or Yi Tian's wild father, Qingjin?" Yi Huan? Asterisk.
Yi Tian was in the middle of thinking of a solution. When he heard this, he suddenly clammed up.
He immediately rushed forward and said to Wang Tang and the others, "Are you guys alright? Are you guys sick?" At this moment, Yi Huan also vaguely guessed something. "Tianer, is your mother here? Is she at the Martial Heavenly Academy?"
"Dad, calm down."
Yi Tian's words were not yet finished.
At this time, Wang Tang and the others, who had been instructed by Ning Bei, once again spoke out. "Yes, calm down, you won't be able to break the boundary anyway even if you get angry."
Yi Tian? Chapter 152, The Protagonist's Mother's Mission to Order the Protagonist to Recognize the Villain as his father?
Asterisk. Yi Tian Bangport lived, so angry that he cursed angrily towards Wang Tang and the others. "Are you guys sick?"
"I'm asking if you guys are sick? Is this ING counseling to calm down, or is it just adding fuel to the fire?" Boom!
At this moment, a terrifying oppression descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed down on the boundary of the Martial Heavenly Academy. The one who struck out was clearly Yi Huan.
In response to Wang Tang and the others' provocations, Yi Huan was not surprisingly annoyed and rushed at Yi Tian. "Tianer, answer me, is your mother in the Wutian Academy?" "Not Dad." Yi Tian panicked and advised, "Father, you calm down. We are all family. There's something to be said. Yi Tian is not a cutie pie."
After knowing what the mother did and heard, and then combined with the father's style of action, this matter will certainly not end well. But as the son of his parents, he couldn't just stand by and watch them brutally murder each other, could he? No matter who gets killed. It's not good for his heart. Yeah, you're all family, so if you have something to say it properly. After all, there's an old saying that if you want to get by in life, you need more or less green on your head. Just because your daughter-in-law just green-lighted you doesn't mean your son isn't necessarily biological. Wang Tang and the others kindly advised.
Yi Tian?
At this moment, he was wanting to kill Wang Tang and the others.
What a pot calling the kettle black.
As for Yi Huan who heard this, he could be said to be furious, and for a moment, he couldn't control himself as he urged the Nining technique and rushed to smash at the boundary of the Martial Heavenly Academy.
Boom!
The huge sword condensed by the pitch-black Qin descended from the sky as if it could slice through everything in heaven and earth. So much so that the people within the boundary could not help but have the illusion of being on the verge of death when they felt the powerful oppression released by Yi Huan.
Boom! But the moment the pitch-black giant sword touched the boundary, a deafening boom erupted.
Put! Immediately afterward, however, the boundary over the Martial Heavenly Academy was seen to be intact. But Yi Huan, who had struck out, was backfired when the powerful shock aftermath bounced off, instantly causing his throat to dry up and spewing out a stream of blood from his mouth. The group of strong believers that Yi Huan had brought with him were even more unable to resist such a powerful impact, and were sent flying backwards.
"Dad?"
Seeing this, Yi Tian was both heartbroken and at a loss. "Mother isn't in the Martial Heavenly Academy."
"She's not in. Don't you mess around."
When it came down to it, he had no choice. The only option was to lie to my father. After all, he was well aware of how powerful the boundaries of the Martial Heavenly Academy were, and it was simply not something that could be broken open with the power of one person. While Yi Tian's words had just fallen, he saw Wang Tang and the others showing displeasure. "Yi Tian, how could you deceive your father like this?" "That's right, your father was betrayed by his daughter-in-law, are miserable."
"Even you want to deceive him? It's not that I'm talking about you, Yi Tian. Are you your father's own child or not?"
Facing the crowd's questioning, Yi Tian looked skeptical. "Marred, no one will take you as mute if you don't speak."
Right at this moment, Yi Huan suddenly bellowed, "You actually dare to lie to me? And together with that lie to me? You unfilial son. Not Dad." Yi Tianren went numb.
This is the third time in these days that he has been scolded by those closest to him.
"Quickly hand over that ore. Huge blame, I'll break off father-son love with you," Yi Huan said angrily. Knock. Hearing this, Yi Tian man was dumbfounded.
At this time, a group of elders also voiced out in displeasure. "Yi Tian, how come there's not a single peaceful person in your family?"
"Outrageous, how dare you make a move against my academy boundary?"
"Yi Huan, although we also sympathize with you, Not only is your wife betrayed, but your son also wants to greet your daughter-in-law in your place, but you shouldn't inflict your anger on our Wutian Academy. Listening to the words of the elders, Yi Huan's expression changed.
In the next moment, he seemed to hear something wrong. What do you all mean by that? What do you mean he wants to replace me too? No? Yi Tian was shocked to the point that his expression was aghast. In the next moment, he hurriedly looked at the elders and prayed, don't say it, don't say it. If this matter is said, then he completely becomes He was already in trouble enough just being misunderstood by his mother, but if his father knew about it, especially if he was a man who couldn't be used, Yi Tian didn't even dare to think that his father would castrate him along with him. In order to be able to find the balance, we have no intention to care about your family's crap. An elder said, but the premise is that it can't affect our Wutian Academy, Yi Tian. If you can't persuade him to calm down before making a move on our academy's boundaries, then we'll have no choice but to drive you mother and son away. Yi Tian instantly panicked. In the next moment, he knew that he couldn't persuade his father, so he could only turn around and fly towards the academy. The other side. At the moment, Chenna was hiding in her room and shivering. This was because she had long heard, outside the academy, Yi Huan's angry roar. Moreover, Yi Huan's appearance then also proved Xingjin mostly had an accident. Then she has absolutely nothing to fall back on. LOL. At that moment, the fan door was suddenly pushed open. Mother, my father is looking for me. We don't have time. Yi Tian looked anxious and said, Chenna's expression was stunned for a moment, and her eyes were full of disgust as she said, Tianer, what time is this? Even if you die, you can't indulge What? Yi Tian's expression was stunned and he couldn't think much about it. Where is Ningbei? Do you know where Ningbei is? Right now, we can only beg Ningbei, otherwise the Martial Heavenly Academy will kick us out. Only if Ningbei gives the word can we continue to stay within the Martial Heavenly Academy. Chenna snapped back. In the next moment, she had a flash of insight and said, Go, I know where the director is. What? Yi Tian's expression was stunned and he said in dismay, Mother, what did you call him? Director? What does that mean? Teaching means teaching. Chenna couldn't care to explain more and hurriedly said, Oops, no time to talk to you more. You hurry over. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Just as the mother and son rushed out of the room and went forward to look for Ningbei. On the way, Chenna thought of something else and said, Geez Tianer, look what you did. Me? Yi Tian looked skeptical. If not because of the identity of the reason, he is not good to say straight. At this moment he really wanted to ask a rhetorical question. Who the hell did this? Blame him? Greeting her son's surprised gaze, Chenna said, It's you. I said before that I still have to rely on Ningbei. You see now well. I told you to bow your head but you didn't. We now go to beg him. He won't even necessarily be willing to help us. Yi Tian's mouth opened, but he couldn't say anything to retort. In the next moment, Chenna straightened up and said, When you meet the director later, you directly kneel down and cry out for your father. Yi Tian? Chapter 153, The protagonist is angry, having one doesn't count? Shout out to dad? Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded. He didn't understand, it's not mother. Why should I call him father? You know how much I want to kill him. He is my enemy. You're asking me to call him father? Why don't you make sense, kid? Chenna hated the iron and said, for no reason, he did not take advantage of the mother. You say why he helped us mother and son? Is my face big? Or is your face big? Yi Tian was unable to speak at the question. To be precise, he also understood that it was impossible to get Ningbei to directly help him for no reason. To be honest, when he was preparing to ask Ningbei for help, he also decided to give something. But this straight up kneeling down and calling out to his father is too painful. No, he can't take it. If this can be tolerated, it can't be tolerated. While he understood the logic of stoicism, this was too much of a no-brainer, wasn't it? Ugh. At this time, Chenna sighed again and said worriedly, Mother is afraid. He can't see you as a son. Really cannot. Mother will give him a lifetime of being a cow and a horse to see if it's okay. Not mother? Yi Tian Bangport lived, skeptical. We do not need to cost so much, right? Is it up to you and me to decide whether the cost is big or not? Chenna frowned. The decision is with Ningbei, only if he's willing. Yi Tian's heart broke all over the place. But he couldn't refute his mother's words. After all, the right to speak is really at Ningbei's place, and according to his understanding of Ningbei, if he is willing to be a son, I'm afraid that Ningbei will say that he's not worthy. At this moment, Yi Tian regretted in his heart. If he hadn't been so arrogant in the past, he would have mingled with everyone after entering the Martial Heavenly Academy, especially getting on good terms with the several elders. After all, with his talent and potential, I'm afraid that there were quite a few elders who were willing to befriend him. Perhaps now, he didn't even need to beg Ningbei, and could directly resolve this matter with his own connections. But it's too late to say anything. He had long since offended the crowd all over again. After all, he had originally looked down on these people from the Martial Heavenly Academy, feeling that these people were only worthy of being stepping stones. The other side. Ningbei had long since come out to wait for the mother and son. After all,
There was no reason for him to refuse the good thing of earning reverse value, not to mention that right now, he was still in debt to the system.
Debt is weighing you down. Sometimes you can't even lie down if you want to. Not much longer. A voluptuous figure came into view.
Seeing that Chenna was the only one, Ningbei wasn't surprised, knowing that the mother and son wanted to send someone to probe first.
Director. Upon seeing Ningbei, Chenna shouted up in a well-behaved manner. Didn't think to take my words in. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Chenna looked around and leaned forward. Whatever. People can listen. Into it. Ha. Looking at the other party's white-given look, Ningbei said, do you want to tighten up a bit? Even though your son isn't here right now, he's definitely peeking. Chenna's expression was stunned, as if it was an afterthought.
The other side. Seeing his mother's gentleness and obedience in front of Ningbei, at this moment, Yu Weather had itchy teeth. Damn Ningbei. I'll shove your head up your ass sooner or later.
Ding.
Remind the host that Yi Tian is still strongly hostile to the host, so please do not be merciful and be wary of the vengefulness of the son of Qi.
Hearing the system's prompt,
Ningbei's eyes were cold. Get down to business.
Oh well. Chenna didn't dare delay.
She immediately told Ningbei all about Yi Huan's plea to seek refuge in the martial Heavenly Academy by killing him.
Please, director, help someone.
Chenna pursed her pink lips, a charming pretty face covered with aggression. As long as you are willing to help.
No matter what request, people are willing to fulfill. Yes?
Ningbei shook his head and smiled, saying, but I'm afraid your son
won't do it.
Upon hearing that there was a game, Chenna's beautiful eyes flashed. He's willing. He's definitely willing.
Really? Really?
Well then, go and get him. It just so happens that I have a favor to ask of him.
After Ningbei's order went down, soon,
Yi Tian, who had a gloomy face, was then brought over by Chenna. In fact, after learning that Ningbei was willing to help, he was still very surprised in his heart, but out of that dignity in his heart, he didn't want to bow down to his enemies. It was only then that he deliberately blackened his face and surrounded himself with dispensable dignity.
Are you willing to do one thing for me?
Ningbei stared at Yi Tian and smiled faintly.
Yi Tian was alert. What is it? Here's the deal. Ningbei articulated the idea.
It indicated that originally Luo Qingqing had planned to have a child, but for some reason, she had lost her temper in the past few days and suddenly said that she didn't want to give birth to him.
In response, Ningbei acted helplessly.
Therefore, he wanted to ask Yi Tian to persuade Master Luo Qingqing, in his capacity as a disciple, to continue to fulfill his previous promise.
Predictably,
after learning that Beauty Master had come to her senses and no longer wanted to give birth to Ningbei, how pleasantly surprised was Yi Tian's heart?
If not because of him? Or because of who?
After all, a few days ago, he had righteously affirmed to Luo Qingqing that he was determined not to allow Beauty Master to give birth to Ningbei.
So Yi Tian almost laughed out loud. However, after learning about Ningbei's idea, Yi Tian gritted his teeth again and said, "You're sick in the head, aren't you? You actually want me to help you convince my master? How could he possibly go through with this unless he was stupid? Tianer, what are you babbling about?"
Not waiting for Ningbei to open his mouth, Chenna saw her son's attitude, but like a scared bird, quickly apologized to the director.
You hurry up. Not mother? At this moment, Yi Tian suddenly didn't want to step back. After all, he thought there was still hope with the Beauty Master. If it doesn't work, forget it.
Ningbei, on the other hand, looked indifferent and turned around to leave.
No, wait. Chenna was shocked and blocked Ningbei while rushing at Yi Tian. You rebellious son. You have those ideas.
Mother didn't even say that she would cut off her relationship with you.
What? Now that Yi Huan has come to my door, do you really want mother to go and die? Not mother. Yi Tian immediately had an ugly look on his face.
Seeing that his mother directly put the misunderstanding of the unashamedly boarding stage, all shaking out to accuse him, Yi Tian simply could not tense up.
Who else could bounce?
So under Chenna's threat, in the end,
Yi Tian still compromised.
Ningbei was giving instructions for Yi Tian to go straight to look for Luo Qingqing, who had been waiting for a long time.
At the back of the hill,
facing her walking disciple, Luo Qingqing was all smiles. Yi Tian, why are you here?
It just so happens that I have something happy to tell you. Guess what it is?
Without waiting for Yi Tian to speak, Luo Qingqing added with a smile, it's me who intends to listen to you.
Not to give birth to Ningbei. Yi Tian, aren't you happy? At this moment, Yi Tianrun went numb.
Considering his and his mother's situation, the next moment, he could only harden his heart.
Master, give birth to a. Doesn't count as a birth. Chapter 154, a new murderous punisher appears. Can the protagonist go forward? Yi Tian couldn't wait to bury his head into the ground.
Especially after having said that, he wanted to slap himself twice on the spot. This is his favorite woman. This is the beautiful master he dreamed of, but could not ask for.
To actually convince the most beloved woman to give birth to someone else. And it's the child of an enemy. This ing.
It simply made him feel like he had ants crawling all over his body.
What? Luo Qingqing looked stunned and incredulous. Yi Tian, you. What are you talking about? Do you know what you're saying?
Master.
Yi Tian was inwardly jealous and ashamed. At this moment, he knew deep down that he didn't dare to look directly at Luo Qingqing's gaze, but now that it was over, he had to grit his teeth and nod his head again. I know master. You know? Luo Qingqing followed Ningbei's task and shouted, if you know, just tell me again. Ha! Yi Tian didn't understand, but he just assumed it was the beauty master who was unhappy. And this matter said, the beauty master is not happy, or even angry with him. He didn't even have the courage to weasel out a word. Say it, Luo Qingqing urged. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said stiffly, it's just that master. Give birth to a. Not really a birth. Really? Whose birth is it? Luo Qingqing continued. Raw. Yi Tian language condensed. Because answering such a question would be like torturing his soul. Mud, how can he say that? Luo Qingqing, on the other hand, followed what Ningbei had taught her and continued. I'm asking you, who do you want me to give birth to? It's. Yi Tian was about to collapse. However, when he thought about it, now that his father was right outside the Martial Heavenly Academy hardening the boundary, if there was any further delay, he and his mother would be thrown out of the Martial Heavenly Academy. In that case, it didn't end well for him or his mother. Especially his dear mother. Must have been killed on the spot. Thus, Yi Tian's heart crossed, give Ning Beisheng. Master, I beg you, just give one to Ning Beisheng. You. At this moment, Luo Qingqing was truly speechless. After all, in the past, she knew very well how much Yi Tian wanted to kill Ningbei and how much he hated Ningbei inside. In addition to this, she is also clear that this retrograde actually liked her. So seeing Yi Tian's current behavior, Luo Qingqing's eyes were filled with dislike and contempt. Yi Tian, I didn't expect that you would actually say, would encourage me to give birth to Ningbei? Master, I can't do anything about it. Yi Tian said helplessly, Ningbei, he insisted that I come to persuade you. Now my mother and I have to rely on him to stay in the Martial Heaven Academy. I have no choice. Just promise to give him one. I don't mind. Is it your turn to mind if you don't? Hearing this, Luo Qingqing beat her heart with disgust. As long as Ningbei has this kind of idea, 100 of her are willing to give birth. Of course, she also knew that this was just to kill and execute people against Yi Tian. This was because after she had completely submitted to Ningbei had also been very honest with her, saying outright that he must kill Yi Tian. But now Yi Tian has a heavenly Tao shelter on him, so it is necessary to kill Yi Tian first. Otherwise it would be difficult to get rid of the big problem in his heart. When she thought of the past, the man she loved so much, Ningbei, had clearly done nothing, yet she was being held against her by this retrograde disciple. To be honest, Luo Qingqing was also angry in her heart and continued her plan. Yi Tian, I may have to tell you a secret. Secret? As soon as Yi Tian heard this, he came into the spirit and hurriedly asked after him, Master, you said. Want to tell me what secret? Actually, Ningbei hasn't spoiled me yet. Luo Qingqing moved out of the pre-prepared plan. This includes, but is not limited to, how to explain what she did the next time she went to Ningbei. And after learning about this matter, even though Yi Tian was a bit skeptical in his heart, more than that, it was still that sudden surprise. Really, Master? Yi Tian said excitedly, Master, he really didn't touch you? He really didn't spoil you? Luo Qingqing frowned slightly and said unhappily, what do you mean by that? Do you want him to spoil me badly? No, of course not. Yi Tian shook his head repeatedly and was on the verge of crying out, Master, you don't even know how happy I am. Apprentice is happy. Alas, I used a secret technique to protect my chastity so he couldn't force me to have a child. Luo Qingqing sighed, so last time, I lied to you about giving him a child. Actually wanted you to die. But after going back, I fought hard. Finally decided not to bow down to the evil forces. That's right, Master. Yi Tian cried with joy and said, Master, you are really still the same master I know. I just said how could she change all of a sudden? According to your character, Master, you would have never bowed to evil forces. My disciple misunderstood you before. So Yi Tian, Luo Qingqing pretended to be aggrieved. You also persuaded me to give birth to my Ningbei. Are you serious? Do you really want me to compromise? Yi Tian froze. It seemed that in the midst of his delight just now, he had completely forgotten about it. Lin, why would he welcome such a sick choice? Yi Tian was skeptical. If he didn't follow Ningbei's request, then both he and his mother would be expelled from the Wotian Academy. Dead end. But if we follow Ningbei's request, then his favorite beauty master would have to take his chastity and spoil it for Ningbei. No. The more Yi Tian thought about it, the harder it became. Yi Tian, I want to know your decision. Luo Qingqing urged. Master, At this moment, Yi Tian man was dumbfounded. Not. Why in the world is there such a hard decision to choose? On the one hand is his favorite woman, on the other hand is his real mother. How can he choose? Suddenly, Yi Tian had a bright idea and said, Master, there is actually a way. Both can spare you from being spoiled by Ningbei. My mother also doesn't need to be killed by my father. What way? It's. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. The key to the problem right now is that my father is out there trying to kill his way in. If we can escape from the martial heavenly academy, and have the ability to defend ourselves. For example, if you, master, are stronger than my father, we can also solve this kind of problem. That's smart. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened, flashing with adoration. It was just that the adoration she had generated was not due to Yi Tian's inspired plan, but rather Ningbei. This is because before Ningbei sent her out, he had already predicted this situation with her, and even took a few pieces of audio and video stones to her. I didn't expect it to all be said by Ningbei. In the process of getting along with Ningbei, Luo Qingqing did nothing but worship. The other party was like he could predict things before they happened. System, hey. Looking at the beauty master's worshipful look, Yi Tian straightened his back. Master, have you forgotten? Apprentice is originally multi-intelligent and close to demons. Looking at Yi Tian's conceited appearance, Luo Qingqing converged her smile and replaced it with contempt. And what if I accidentally kill your father? Chapter 155, Luo Qingqing, the sweet beauty, don't want a graduate, want rewards. Speech. Luo Qingqing urged the AV stone without a trace. Ha! Yi Tian froze for a moment. Kill my father. Master, you don't have to really kill him. But what if he's chasing him so tightly that there's nothing master can do at all? Luo Qingqing pursued. Yi Tian was silent. After all, he is still currently Yi Huan's own son, and he could not help but lament, it would be better if he were not my own father. I wouldn't know what to do. You're so dutiful. Luo Qingqing commented. Ha! Yi Tian raised his head and said, Master. Luo Qingqing interrupted, quickly say, in order to protect you and your mother, can we kill your father or not? Greeting the beauty master's direct gaze, Yi Tian was in a difficult position, but when he thought of the master-disciple relationship that had been so hard to reconcile, one day in the future, he would be able to dream of taking his master's virginity again. At this moment, Yi Tian was impulsive. If the father is gone, the mother can remarry. Anyway, his mother was not a peaceful woman, but the innocence of the beauty master is gone. That can't be repaired back. So, Yi Tian's heart crossed, can small kills. Small kills don't count as kills. Luo Qingqing blinked her long eyelashes and pursued, what you mean is that I killed your father. And then you won't blame me, right? Yes. You are my closest master. Besides, it's to protect me and my mother. We have no choice. If you want to blame it, you can only blame my father for being unkind. He practiced the Nine Kung Fu on his own, leaving my mother empty and lonely. Uncle Qingzhen is just brotherly enough. Never thought of destroying the family. Yi Tian was completely dumbfounded. He was talking to himself while mentally suggesting, as if to lower the guilt in his heart. Seeing that the plan is working, Luo Qingqing then didn't want a bull *******. Then you go ahead and lie to Ningbei, saying that you persuaded me, and we'll buy some more time, so we can find a chance to escape. Master is so resourceful. I'm on my way. Yi Tian didn't dare to delay. After saying that, he excitedly turned around to snub Ningbei. Wit? The corner of Luo Qingqing's mouth hooked up in an arc, murmuring, of course it's witty, this is all what Lord Husband taught me. The other side. Yi Tian went back. Immediately, he relayed the success of persuading his master to Ningbei. Ningbei cooperated with the act and said excitedly, really? She really agreed? Why would I lie to you? You can go to my master and ask. Yi Tian said without being humble. Looking at Ningbei's unproductive appearance, he was disgusted and despised from the bottom of his heart. A jumping clown. You still think you can get his beautiful master? Whimsical. Great director. Chen Na was also very happy, her beautiful eyes flashing as she looked at Ningbei. Then you must keep your promise and protect us. Sure. Without saying a word, Ningbei turned around and prepared to leave. I'll go find Elder Luo to ask if it's true or false first. Looking at Ningbei's anxious appearance, Yi Tian sneered, ********. Tianer, what are you talking about? Chen Na was so scared that she lost her color. If Ningbei hears, we'll have no shelter for the two of us. You should watch what you say in the future. Mother, you have no idea. Yi Tian was just about to say something when suddenly his expression was stunned. Huh? Mother. How is your collar open? I remember it was buttoned tight before. Chen Na's expression was stunned, and she immediately panicked. You child. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Tian? The other side. It's all in here. Luo Qingqing obediently handed over the AV stone. After Ningbei checked it out, he couldn't help but laugh. What a woman, for a woman. Actually even willing to kill his father. Right, Luo Qingqing nodded repeatedly, blushing. You'll reward me, right director? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. What kind of reward do you want? Make you a baby. Oh, Ningbei froze for a moment and teased. Don't let Yi Tian hear that, he'll shatter. Luo Qingqing wrapped her arms around Ningbei's neck. Then I'll come up to his ear and say it next time. Ha, Qingqing, you're really getting bad. It's all because the director taught me well. Congratulations on graduating. No, people still have a lot of poise to learn. When Ningbei comes back, Yi Tian said with great confidence, how is it? I didn't lie to you, did I?
Ningbei nodded. Don't worry, the Martial Heavenly Academy will protect you mother and son got, but Tianer.
Who are you calling Tien? Yi Tian Bungbu lived. Chen Na flashed a wink. What? What's wrong with calling you Tianer? Not.
Meeting his mother's gaze, Yi Tian decided to hold back. You shout. Why bother Sky? Ningbei sighed and slowly said, but Tianera, I think it's necessary for you to personally go out and persuade your father again, both to show the futility of his guarding this place and to let him see that you, his son, have to be taken seriously. What do you think? This. Yi Tian thought about it, but there was no reason to refuse. After all, he had wanted to dissuade his father from calming down beforehand, and had only come to Ningbei first because the elders wanted to kick the mother and son out. It was just as well that he was able to persuade his father properly while the matter was being dealt with.
And so it was. The two of them then rushed to the gate. Tianer, call your mother out. Seeing his son come back again, Yi Huan immediately demanded.
Dad, calm down.
Yi Tian decided to fly out of the boundary and persuade his father properly. After all, no matter how you put it, he was Yi Huan's own son, the latter wouldn't be able to kill him painfully, right? And it is true. Yi Huan indeed didn't kill painfully, but he was just furious in the face of Yi Tian's persuasion. What kind of sanity are you asking me to take? 2.5 years. Your mother betrayed the old man 2.5 years, ing never know, no wonder the drink is always the old man first drunk. I was drugged by that pair. Dad, take it easy. Yi Tian was a bit flustered. Get lost and call your mother out.
Yi Huan waved his hand and said in a cold voice, otherwise, from now on, you and I will no longer be father and son, I don't have you as my son.
No dad, it's not that serious. Yi Tian's words were not yet finished. At this time, Wang Tong and the others who received the mission stood out. You think Yi Tian really wants to be your son? Who are you threatening? That's right, Yi Tian, don't spoil him. Yi Tian turned back in shock, but before he could say anything, Yi Huan took the lead and said angrily, outrageous, none of your business?
How is it none of our business? Yi Tian is at least a disciple of our Martial Heaven Academy.
That's right, Yi Tian called you a father, that's politeness, if you don't know how to. He kills you, no one will say it's wrong. Yi Huan had a black line, kill me? Ha ha. Not waiting for his laughter to fall, Wang Tang had already pulled out the AV stone given by Ningbei. Don't believe it, right? Now I'll let you know that people's mothers and children are one and the same, and you as a father are an outsider. Juice. When it plays out outside the video stone, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said, my father. Just kill it. Small kills don't count as kills. If you want to blame it, you can only blame my father for being unkind. Yi Huan? Chapter 156, the protagonist kills his father with his own hands. This is too brutal. Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded. Looking at the treacherous words he had just said, at this moment, he felt that his life was all gray. No. Why? Who recorded this? Who the hell recorded that? Yi Tian hysterically questioned Wang Tang and the others. Yi Tian, don't be afraid, father is gone, your mother can still find another. That's right, stay with your own mother and don't be afraid of no father coming. Today, our Martial Heaven Academy has guaranteed you mother and son, so just tell Yi Huan the truth and sever the father-son relationship in the future. Wang Tang and the others watched to see what was going on. Rebel son. And at this moment, Yi Huan had long been shaking with anger. After all, he had just found out that he had been betrayed by his wife for 2.5 years, and he hadn't gotten over his grief and anger, but now he saw his own son, who said with a straight face that he could kill him, his old man? Who else, not to mention him, wouldn't curse a rebellious son? Therefore, when Yi Huan said the word rebellious son, those two icy voices are from the clenched teeth hard squeezed out. Father, listen to my sophistry. Yi Tian panicked and hurriedly said, things are not what you think. Boom! Yi Huan grabbed him by the collar and said in a chilling voice, it's not what I think? I'll ask you. The person in the painting is you? Those words. But you said it yourself? Yi Tianrun went numb. To be precise, he couldn't even weasel his way out of it. But he was really unexpected, his own words were actually recorded even if, but also by the father to see. And looking at his son, who had no way of sophistry, Yi Huan's heart ached, and he said with red eyes, why? I am your father. For that, you even kill me? What exactly did Laozi do wrong? For the sake of the Black Cloud sect, I didn't hesitate to destroy my own flesh to cultivate the Nine technique. Is this why you guys betrayed me? Yi Huan questioned in grief. Father, I was wrong. Yi Tian shivered in fear. And at this moment, Wang Tang and the others could not help but sigh. Patriarch Yi, you're really a bitter person. It's a pity, the son does not understand the father's grief. For the sake of an ungodly mother, he actually tried to kill his own father. Do you guys think there is a possibility? Yi Tian feels that he is not Yi Huan's son? Listening to the voices around him, Yi Tian angrily rebuked, shut up. I am my father's son. Father, listen to my explanation. I did say that kind of thing. Enough. Yi Huan interrupted Yi Tian's defense and fiercely took a deep breath and said, it is I who taught my son poorly. I was betrayed by Qing Jinso. How dare you call him uncle? And said I was unkind. It's all because I taught my son poorly. Dad, what do you want? Touching his father's cold eyes, Yi Tian panicked. Although he had not been within the Black Cloud sect for many years, he knew his father as well as his son, and he still understood his father's character very well. The more this quiet, the more frightening. I want to start all over again, Yi Huan said in a cold voice. Yi Tian was stunned for a moment and hurriedly smiled. It's good to start from the beginning. Father, your solution is good. There's nothing that can't be overcome. You're mistaken. Yi Huan interrupted. I'm talking about starting from your head. Your mother and son living in the world is my disgrace. Yi Tian? Boom! Only Yi Huan raised one palm, and in a flash, a terrifying aura of power erupted from his body. One could only see the strong wind drumming around them, descending a powerful mighty oppression. Not waiting for Yi Tian to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, the next moment, he saw Yi Huan did not hesitate, his huge palm entwined with black gas, fiercely slapping at Yi Tian's head. Ah! Yi Tian's tiger body shook as he let out a miserable cry. At this moment, the crowd was also holding their breath. As the saying goes, a tiger's poison does not eat its children, and the crowd was surprised that Yi Huan could kill Yi Tian. But in the very next moment, there was a crackling sound. Immediately afterward, a streak of holy light like thunder, unlike Ningbei's thunder power, flew steeply down from above the stormy firmament. That was clearly the heavenly Tao shelter. Its destructive power landed on Yi Huan in a blink of an eye, causing him to have no chance to escape. Boo! Immediately after that, an explosion sounded at first. Then he saw Yi Huan, who had lifted Yi Tian a second before and was about to kill him painfully, and his entire body exploded and died. It's not just him. However, a group of Yi Huan's beloved ones at the back were also annihilated under the holy light thunder at this moment. On the contrary, Yi Tian, who was in the center, was actually intact at this moment. What? Yi Tian was confused. He looked left and right in dismay, but there was no sign of his father, only the hot blood that stained his entire body red. Yi Tian killed his father. I don't know who shouted. Immediately afterward, a clamor erupted within the martial heavenly academy. I'll go. Does Yi Tian know Yi Huan's methods? As a son, he must have known his father's weaknesses. I didn't realize that he actually chose to kill his father. People have been saying for a long time that small kills don't count as kills. Hearing the murmurs around him, Yi Tian realized afterward, it's not. Father? Where's my father? The other side. Ding! Congratulations to the host, letting the son of fortune experience patricide, its heavenly refuge, although it helps it to protect itself, but it is also detrimental to the great virtues and against the heaven, so it greatly discounts its heavenly refuge. Hearing the system's prompt, Ningbei smiled. Tisk. It should be ready to go out. Ningbei then flew to the chaotic gates of the academy. Yi Tian, why did you kill him? Upon arriving, Ningbei looked straight at the dumbfounded Yi Tian. Do you know how bad this will affect the martial heavenly academy? At those words, Yi Tian was instantly confused. But all around had reacted. Asterisk. This Yi Tian is really patricide, public patricide. I really didn't think anyone could do it. He must be killed so as not to affect the reputation of our martial sky academy. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Yi Tian realized afterward, no, Laozi didn't kill. It wasn't me who killed. You still want to argue? Wang Tang held up the AV stone and stepped forward, saying, you've had the intention of patricide for a long time? Are we all blind and can't see it? Yi Tian was instantly speechless. One of the elders looked toward Ningbei. He must be eradicated, or else this matter will spread out. Our Wutian Academy will be considered evil. Yes, kill Yi Tian, kill Yi Tian. The crowd spoke up in agreement. After all, they had been looking at Yi Tian with displeasure for a long time, especially at the very beginning when Yi Tian had targeted Ningbei for no reason. One must know that Ningbei was a sacred and inviolable existence in their hearts. You guys. Yi Tian was just about to speak. At this time, Ningbei interrupted. There is a reason for this matter. It can't be ruled out that Yi Tian was trying to protect himself, but deadly sins can be avoided. Living sins are hard to escape. Yi Tian, in the future, you will be outside the martial heavenly academy. Build a hut to live in. As for your mother and your master. Hey! Chapter 157 Main character's faith collapses, beauty master accompanying the villain? Looking at the smile on Ningbei's face, Yi Tian looked skeptical. What do you mean? What do you mean? It means kicking you out of the academy. Ningbei said indifferently, but don't worry, this matter, we won't pursue your mother and your master. They will still be able to remain in the martial sky academy. The corners of Yi Tian's mouth twitched hard. He had been expelled from the martial heavenly academy, so how could he be assured that his pretty mother and beautiful master would stay in the academy? Fart! Yi Tian immediately said, to leave we will of course leave together, let them come out. We'll leave together. I'm just afraid that they won't be happy about it. Ningbei calmly said, and it's so dangerous outside, in case they're in danger, can you protect them? You. Yi Tian was genuinely angry and laughed, don't think I don't know what you are. You call them out. I just don't believe that they are unwilling. Ningbei didn't say anything more, just waved his hand.
Then he saw Luo Qingqing and Chen Na both flying in. Chen Na's expression was a little complicated, although she was a little relieved to see Yi Huan killed, but seeing her son kicked out of the Wutian Academy, she's happier. Finally, I don't have to worry about going to bed at night and double-checking to see if I've locked the door to my room. After all, it wasn't like the other people in the Martial Heavenly Academy would take the liberty of coming to her in the middle of the night.
Mother, Master. We can go now, Yi Tian said excitedly. We don't want to go out. Luo Qingqing and Chen Na looked at each other as such. It was as if the two of them had been forced to give some kind of order, and they didn't hesitate to carry out the task. Ha! On the contrary, Yi Tian was humanly stupid. However, before he could open his mouth to pursue the matter, he saw that the two women who had just appeared, Ningbei, had only cast a look and obediently left without Yi Tian. Not Master. Mother? Yi Tianren went numb. What's the situation? You saw that? Ningbei spread his hands. We won't restrict them, but you can go farther if you want to. If you don't want to go, then build a hut outside the academy, and occasionally they can come down to see you. Yi Tian? Facing Yi Tian's questioning, Ningbei also turned around and left. The others stayed here, and had nothing else to give Yi Tian but ridicule and blows. In the end, Yi Tian could only accept this fact and chose to build a hut outside the academy. After all, right now, the two most important women in his life were both still within the Martial Heavenly Academy, so how could he be willing to leave? It's just that when the hut is built, he felt like living inside a prison, and the world outside, all belonged to the Martial Heavenly Academy. 3 days later, Luo Qingqing Fong had been spared by Ningbei, and had the opportunity to come to Yi Tian and continue to brush up on her rebellious value for Ningbei. Master, what took you so long to show up? Yi Tian and the others were dumbfounded. Luo Qingqing took a deep breath and said, I've been accompanying Ningbei these past few days. Really can't spare the time. What? Yi Tian's tiger's body shook when he heard this and gritted his teeth. Master, what are you doing accompanying that bastard? And why did you refuse to leave with me at that time? Instead, you wanted to stay in the Martial Heavenly Academy? If we left, as usual, we could have fought our way to a new world. You don't understand, Yi Tian. I don't understand, but you tell me, Master. Luo Qingqing pursed her lips in feigned aggression, because at that time, I was already truly someone who belonged to Ningbei. Knock. Yi Tian's heart jerked hard. He couldn't help but take a step backwards and asked as if he was struck by lightning, Master, what do you mean by that? Didn't you say he hasn't touched you yet? It was not touched before, but Luo Qingqing pretended to be aggrieved. It's not all because you have to pretend to lie to Ningbei. In fact, in pretending to lie to Ningbei, when you came out to meet with your father, he then spoiled my innocence. No. Yi Tian roared hysterically, Master, this is not true. You quickly tell me. It's not true, right? It's true. That. Yi Tian broke down. Why didn't you resist? Why did you give it to him? Why I resisted. Luo Qingqing said in a resigned barrage, but he blamed me for not keeping my word. Said I promised him and lied to him. He said I am not a good woman. I thought to myself that people should keep their word. Then one can only be obedient. What? At this moment, Yi Tian wanted to vomit blood. What words are true? That kind of thing. Do we still have to keep our word? You're just stupid. Why do you keep your word, huh? Yi Tian couldn't help but curse angrily. No wonder he couldn't tense up, after all, before, learning that Beauty Master's innocence was still intact. Yi Tian was still fantasizing that when he killed Ningbei one day and made Ningbei's head into a wineglass, he could continue to dream of a 3,000 harem. And by then, the Beauty Master innocence is still, and there is no diaphragm in his life. As he is carrying the blame for his patricide and decides to grow back, he is suddenly told that the power he'd dreamed of was being cut off. Who could stand it? You scolded me? Luo Qingqing frowned. Yi Tian's mouth opened and he instantly realized that he said the wrong thing. Master, I didn't mean to. I can't help it, Master. You know I like you. You still like your mother. Why don't you blame your father for taking her virginity? Luo Qingqing interrupted. Of course such harsh words were all taught by Ningbei. Yi Tian heard the tiger's body shook. Not Master. Apprentice is not that kind of person. Don't worry, Master. I know you've been wronged. When the future comes, I will definitely take revenge for you. And you know I'm aggrieved? Luo Qingqing interrupted. Isn't it? Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and said, You and Ningbei. Don't you feel aggrieved? It's aggrieved. Luo Qingqing's gaze flickered as she slowly said, Ningbei doesn't even have much time for me. Cold feet me. I am aggrieved so much. Ha? Yi Tian's scalp was numb and skeptical. Not Master. What are you talking about? Are you competing for favor with his woman? Why are you even competing for favor? Just kidding. Luo Qingqing laughed. I'm not that stupid to fight for favor. Ha ha. I knew, Master. You really scared me to death. Before Yi Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Luo Qingqing again. No, you misunderstood, Yi Tian.
What I mean is that I get along well with Jojo, we have become good sisters don't compete for favor.
Yi Tian? Chapter 158, the protagonist's mother doesn't want the protagonist, she has to leave the villain behind? What? Yi Tian listened with a skeptical face.
His mouth was about to fall to the ground. Master.
What are you talking about? Isn't that Qin Yu the daughter-in-law of Ningbei? You became sisters with her? Or do you think? Luo Qingqing asked rhetorically. Not. Yi Tianren was dumbfounded, crying without tears. Didn't you say you didn't like Ningbei? Didn't he force you? How did you? How did you mix with his daughter-in-law as a sister? Yi Tian, why are you so stupid?
Luo Qingqing wrapped her arms around herself and indifferently said, if you have half the intelligence of Ningbei, then you should also understand.
Women are not for pursuing, but for conquering. At first I disagreed, but after contacting Ningbei, I realized, I like the feeling of being conquered by him. It's too tiring to hold up the sky all by yourself. It's not easy for Master to find a man he can rely on, shouldn't you be happy for me?
Between words, Luo Qingqing's eyes were filled with adoration. Of course, this adoration was not for the Yi Tian in front of him, but rather thought of Ningbei.
In response, Yi Tian wasn't a cutie either. Of course he knew that Beauty Master was worshipping Ningbei. But the thought of, Luo Qingqing said in her own words, like to be conquered by Ningbei? What other ways can a man conquer a woman? It can't be to fight the landlord, can it? Therefore, Yi Tian's entire body collapsed. No!
After learning that Beauty Master was immersed in Ningbei's beastly behavior, this pain
could be far more desperate than thinking that Beauty Master was being forced.
On the contrary, Luo Qingqing stopped talking nonsense and wanted to leave after completing her mission.
Master. Yi Tian, on the other hand, hurriedly blocked it.
After all, it was not easy for him to meet the beloved Beauty Master, but he had not even said a few words yet.
You have something else? Luo Qingqing calmly said. Yi Tian took a deep breath, incredulous, I don't believe it. How could you possibly like that kind of man? Don't you like polite people?
Ningbei, he even forced himself on you.
Shouldn't you hate it? You said it yourself before. You destroyed your own flesh for the sake of chastity. Master, tell me the truth. In the next moment, Yi Tian suddenly thought of something. Were you threatened? Did Ningbei force you to come and say this to me? Or maybe you're afraid that I'll go and do something stupid again. So you want me to die? Ugh.
Looking at the obsessive Yi Tian, Luo Qingqing sighed. The next moment, she frowned. Yi Tian, why are you always so self-righteous? Yes, I used to self-destruct my flesh for the sake of chastity, but that was because the person who wanted to take me as a cauldron was not Ningbei, it was heaven's will that made me transform into a stronger cauldron to meet Ningbei. Stove? Hearing this, Yi Tian once again almost spat out blood. He said in an urgent voice, what does stove mean? Master. What stove tripod? What else could a stovepipe mean? No, Master. I want you to tell me yourself. Yi Tian shook his head repeatedly. At this moment, his Tao heart could be said to have crumbled to pieces. Why is it so tragic? So he's still not willing to accept that the Beauty Master not only gave Ningbei for nothing, actually willingly gave Ningbei as a cauldron? What the hell is this? But for Yi Tian's grief, today's Luo Qingqing felt nothing. After all, this person was trying to kill the only man who had ever moved her heart in her 2 lives. There was no choice to go straight for it, and that was all because of Ningbei's mission. Therefore, Luo Qingqing straightened up and said, if you want to know what it means, go ask your mother. Having said that, she turned straight into the knot. Yi Tian tried to catch up, but was blocked by the boundary grid. Ever since he had been driven out of the Martial Heavenly Academy by Ningbei, he had ceased to be a disciple of the Martial Heavenly Academy, and thus, it was only natural for the boundary to set him up as an outsider, not allowed to enter. Master! Master, you wait! Yi Tian saw that he couldn't call back the beautiful master, so he could only change his words. Where's my mother? These days, why didn't my mother come to me? Ningbei won't let me talk about it. After saying that, Luo Qingqing stopped paying attention and directly left. What? On the contrary, Yi Tian's brain was like a bolt from the blue. Ningbei won't let. How could he resist rambling on with this kind of talk? After all, in his heart, Ningbei is a 10 evil bad guy, cannot guarantee that the beast's heart is big. No! Yi Tian knelt in front of the boundary and shouted hysterically. The other side. Congratulations to the host, once again suppressing the son of the Qi of the Heavenly Tao Shelter, has caused Yi Tian to step into the abyss of eternal damnation. Oh! Hearing the system's prompt, the corner of Ningbei's mouth curled up in surprise. It wasn't in vain that he had spent so much effort and was finally close to nullifying this son of Qi. Although according to time, fighting Yi Tian's Heavenly Tao Shelter took far less time than fighting Qin Yu's Heavenly Tao Shelter. But honestly, in terms of mind, Yi Genius was the enemy that made Ningbei spend the most thought. The truth was that this son of Qi was not a common wasted stream of destiny and was intensely hostile to him as soon as he arrived, for no reason. So the Heavenly Tao Shelter, too, was more powerful than Qin Yu. Director, why are you smiling so happily? Chen Na asked with a smiling face. She helped Ningbei pound her legs and hold down her shoulders while doing her best to show off the fullness of her body.
Ningbei shook her head and smiled, just thinking of something happy. So? Chen Na's eyes flowed, walked to the front of Ningbei slightly attached. I thought it was to serve the director comfortably, dare I say it's not my credit. Ningbei was stunned for a moment and said, it's just a simple massage, where did you get so much drama? Alright, don't press it, lest you make people misunderstand then. Don't. Seeing that Ningbei was ready to finish, Chen Na instantly panicked. She hurriedly said as if she was petulant, there are no outsiders here, and besides, even if the people of the academy see, also no one will say anything. Aren't you afraid that they'll come down the mountain and tell Yi Tian? Ningbei laughed. Chen Na bit her small mouth and asked tentatively, tell me the truth. Do you dislike me for being old and yellow? Can't even look at serving you? Ningbei was stunned for a moment. Afterwards, he still stood up and prepared to leave. Don't always surround me, I have cleanliness. Not interested in you, you might want to go down the mountain more often sometime to see your good son. After saying that, Ningbei turned around and left straight away. Chen Na, on the other hand, wanted to say something and froze in place. Sure enough, do you still dislike her? Cleanliness? Chen Na's brain spun and suddenly thought of something, then hurried down the mountain to find her son whom she hadn't seen in days. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Tian looked at the charming silhouette from afar, and the corner of his mouth raised in surprise. I don't know. The nightmare really came. Chapter 159, the protagonist's family is broken, so I don't know if it's to please the villain? Mother! Yi Tian cried out in surprise. Originally, after the beauty master left, his entire body was about to collapse. Now he could not be happier to see his mother come down to see him. Sure enough, his mother still thinks of him as a son. Tianer, how have you been? Chen Na came down the mountain and first asked casually. Mother, I am aggrieved. Yi Tian cried out. There was no need for him to hide anything from his mother, and what's more, there was no point in trying to hide it. And so it was that he cried about losing his beauty master and the result of the other party becoming Ningbei's furnace pot. But unexpectedly, Chen Na's eyes were filled with envy after hearing this. What? She can actually become Ningbei's cauldron? That's lucky too. Ha? Yi Tian thought he heard wrong. Mother, what did you say? What sex, what luck? I mean, it's just fate. Meeting her son's astonished gaze, Chen Na's eyes averted, then said, in that case, Tianer, then don't daydream and think about your master. No. But hearing this, Yi Tian shook his head. Mother, master, she has changed too much. Before and after are not like a person. I suspect that Ningbei has used special means to make master lose her mind. After Luo Qingqing left, Yi Tian was reluctant to accept the truth for a long time. Even in the end, he popped up with a particularly absurd idea, like, is there a bell in the world that can hypnotize someone just by shaking it? And maybe there is. Perhaps Ningbei had used it on Beauty Master, and then had manipulated Beauty Master to come to him with such hurtful and determined words. Ever since this thought popped up, Yi Tian was getting more and more skeptical the more he thought about it. After all along, he had always been unable to fathom Ningbei's methods, and it was as if the other party was capable of anything rare and strange. Tianer, are you stupid? And looking at her nearly obsessed son, Chen Na was helpless. As things stand now, even she can see clearly that Luo Qingqing that clearly loves Ningbei from the bottom of her heart and would rather be a little woman. Favorable son. But thinks that Luo Qingqing was forced. Plus after getting to know Ningbei, she also felt more and more the charm in this teenager. Always so seductive to fall in. Because she could feel that once she was with Ningbei, all the difficulties in front of her would turn into floating clouds. Mother, I'm not stupid. Yi Tian still tried to argue. But Chen Na didn't want to hear it at all. Okay Tianer, let's not talk about this. Okay? She had already seen through it, and her son would not recognize Ningbei's excellence. So dwelling on it further is not at all likely to persuade my son to come to his senses. Instead of wasting time like this, not to go and argue with my son. In the face of his mother's words, Yi Tian wanted to speak, but finally changed his words. Mother, where the hell have you been these days? Why haven't you been coming to me? I'm keeping Ningbei company. What? Yi Tian was instantly shaken by the tiger. Why are you so surprised? He has taken such good care of us. You killed your father in public and he even kept you alive. Shouldn't mother thank him? Chen Na frowned. Not mother. Yi Tianren was dumbfounded and had trouble accepting it. You didn't even have to thank that bastard. And there are so many ways to thank. There's no need for you to have to hit yourself. You're the asshole. Chen Na unhappily interrupted. Tianer, what's always on your mind? Where have you been thinking again? Ningbei doesn't even like you. Can't you think of something cleaner? You're always saying bad things about Ningbei. I think you're the real asshole, and you can't wait for mother to have a good time. Not me. Yi Tian was instantly speechless. Especially after realizing that he had misunderstood his mother, he instantly blushed in his old face and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. But it is really. The shadow left by the beauty master is too big. He couldn't help but think about it. Alright Tianer, I'm not here to argue with you today. Chen Na put a stop to the farce. Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. Right. It's not easy for us mother and son to be reunited. Mother, let's talk about something happy. Happy to wait until you get back. Chenna interrupted again. Mother went down the mountain this time. Is to let you go outside. To help mother buy some medicinal herbs for toning her body back. By what? Yi Tian's face was stunned. Chenna had also long been ready, copying things onto the paper long ago and handing it straight to Yi Tian. Tianer, go quickly. Mother, these things. Yi Tian had wanted to ask about the usage. Nay Chenna urged anxiously, hurry up and go Tianer, mother will wait here. You go and come back quickly. Okay. Yi Tian fought down the curiosity in his heart. After all, now, there was a chance to be able to repair his relationship with his mother, so of course he refused to miss it. Once he had repaired his relationship with his mother, he would be able to go far away for a while, and later, come back to the Martial Heavenly Academy to seek revenge on Ningbei. As for the beauty master? Although Yi Tian was unwilling to accept the truth, he couldn't help but recognize. He could only take over if he wanted the beauty master in the future. Although the thought of taking over the enemy, he wanted to die. But something is better than nothing. It seems that in the future, can only let the beauty master be a small one, and find a clean one again to be the big room of his 3,000 harem beauties. Night. Chenna didn't go up the mountain and kept waiting at the foot of the mountain. The good thing is that the effort is not enough. Yi Tian quickly acquired things and ran back. Mother, these things are so hard to find. You don't even know I didn't bring enough money. Being humiliated into what kind of Let's see. Chenna was not in the mood to listen at all and hurriedly picked up the item to check it out. After determining that the required spiritual items, all of them, were within the package, she happily put them into her spatial ring. Tianer, you're awesome. Hey. Yi Tian let out a giggle. The bad mood was finally relieved, but then he wondered, by the way mother, you still haven't told me what you want these things for? Oh, I forgot to tell you, but you can't tell anyone. That's for sure. Yi Tian nodded his head repeatedly. It's not like he's a little cutie. An intuition told him that these things, all of them are spiritual objects that have special effects on the body. Perhaps mother decided to join him in dealing with Ningbei? Just the thought of this possibility made Yi Tian feel like he was going to lose sleep tonight with joy. Just unexpectedly, the next moment, she heard Chenna whisper, Ningbei dislikes me for being dirty and refuses to even touch me. Mother must borrow these spirits to pound herself clean and pure a bit. Yi Tian, huh? Chapter 160 Mother pleases villain, protagonist is numb. Mother? What are you talking about? Yi Tian Bungbu lived. Looking at his mother's action of putting those spirits away, and then associating them with what she had just said, he couldn't help but question aloud, you're collecting these things. Is it hard to believe that it's because of Ningbei? Ugh, you kid. Chenna frowned slightly and educated, speak as you speak, it's not like mother's ears are bad. What are you excited about? How can I not be excited? Yi Tian man was numb. It was thought that the mother-son relationship was repaired. So after being asked by his mother to collect spirits, even if he wasn't told why, he took it very seriously and worked hard to do it. Even because he didn't have enough money on him. He was also groped by a bad old man who touched his thighs, and finally he barely managed to get together the spiritual items. Originally thought it was a bridge to repair the relationship between mother and son, but now it tells him, this is his mother's principle to curry favor with Ningbei? Who wouldn't be thrilled about that? Mother, you are not allowed to please Ningbei. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. This kind of thing, beat him to death and he couldn't accept it. The beauty master's innocence is gone, if you still want to take his mother. Is there any justice in this world? But unexpectedly, Chenna frowned and said, if mother doesn't go to curry favor with Ningbei, is it hard to go to curry favor with that Yihuan that you killed? Yi Tian was suddenly speechless. After all, such a thing is patricide. Anyone who hears it is treasonous. What's more, the words came from his mother's mouth, which is even more murderous. Mother, that was all for your sake. Yi Tian cried without tears, if we don't kill him, he will kill you. And for me? Upon hearing this, instead of being touched, Chenna tightened her collar and took half a step backwards, as if she was deliberately distancing herself from Yi Tian. How do you? What's wrong mother? Yi Tian looked confused. Tianer, although I usually spoil you, but you don't treat me like a soft target either. Chenna took a deep breath, through his voice an indisputable, I now tell you clearly Tianer, even if you kill your father that thing, you said it was for me, but there are some things you shouldn't do, you can never do. Ha? Yi Tian's expression changed, but he was not a little cutie either. After comprehending his mother's words, he hurriedly said, no mother, you don't misunderstand. That shouldn't be done. Children certainly will not do. I must that kind of thought or not. You must believe me no idea. Would you know what I'm talking about? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he hadn't studied properly and couldn't even organize his words. While looking at her mute son, Chenna sighed, Tianer, I know you're a person who likes to go off the beaten path. First you did something you shouldn't have done. I didn't mother, I didn't. Yi Tian hurriedly interrupted. Not yet? Looking at her obsessive son, Chenna was very tired. Then let me ask you, do you like your master surnamed Luo? I love it. Yi Tian was undeniable. You see,
Chen Na spread her hands and asked, then tell mother, as a disciple.
Should like your own master? Yi Tian froze.
Not waiting for him to open his mouth to weasel out, Chen Na pursued, I'll ask you again, as a son.
Should you kill your own father? And in public? Not mother.
Yi Tian knew that he couldn't answer directly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Nay, not waiting for him to open his mouth to weasel out, Chen Na has already added, no explanation is allowed.
Answer me directly, can or can't? Mother, it's not the same thing. Before Yi Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Na again. You're not answering, are you? I'll leave if you don't answer. Looking at his mother who was ready to leave, Yi Tian was instantly anxious. Back to answer. Definitely can't and shouldn't commit patricide. Look, don't you know this?
Chen Na frowned slightly, scrutinizing her son who looked more and more inept. You know that you shouldn't like your master, but you still like it. You know that you shouldn't commit patricide, but you still commit patricide in public. You know that I am your.
Now tell me you don't have any other ideas? Yi Tian felt like he was about to collapse.
For the first time, he realized that it was so exhausting to tell the truth that no one believed him at all. Mother, it doesn't matter if you have an idea or not.
Yi Tian raised his head and gritted his teeth. The key is, you can't go and please Ningbei. You know that I want to kill him. If you go, then it will be a heavy blow to the child's Dao heart in the future. There is even the possibility.
Make this son of mine go off the deep end.
Make you lose your chance to be a mother. Yi Tian said with emotion and reason.
Who would have thought that Chen Na wouldn't listen at all? Who says it doesn't matter if you have an idea or not?
You tell me the truth. Only then can I see your sincere intentions and consider for you. Yi Tian's expression changed. In the next moment, he could not hide his anticipation. Mother, what you mean by this? You are willing to promise me not to curry favor with Ningbei? Chen Na thought about it and said, this is a prerequisite. You have to be honest first. Answer me honestly if you have any ideas before I can consider it. Yi Tian wanted to say something. In his truthfulness, he would have to say no.
Nay, now, he also realized that his mother couldn't hear his truth at all, and instead thought he lied in order to possibly believe it.
And so it was. Yi Tian clenched his fists together and fell into deep thought.
Nowadays, the most important thing is nothing but to stop mother and Ningbei from getting involved. Otherwise, he will have to kill his father again in the future.
And what's the biggest fear?
In case there was a little brother or sister, then he'd have to be a fratricide or siblicide.
No, absolutely not. In the next moment, Yi Tian looked like he had made some sort of determination. Meeting Chen Na's scrutinizing gaze, he nodded tortuously. There. Maybe a little bit. I told you. Chen Na instantly looked like she hated it. She could be allowed to catch her rebellious son and confess her thoughts. Finally admitted it. It's not mother. This doesn't matter. In the next moment, Yi Tian hurriedly said, you promised me, as long as I am honest, you would stay away from Ningbei, right? Right you are. Unexpectedly, Chen Na, who was patient a second ago, was irritated at this moment. Having you as a son is really bad luck for me. I have to be with Ningbei to make you die. Yi Tian? No, you wait. Yi Tianrun was dumbfounded. Looking at his mother's determined back, he once again tried to stay, but he was blocked by the boundary just like during the day. No! Yi Tian fell to his knees, especially when he saw his mother disappear into thin air. His whole body threw itself up to the sky and shouted, this is not right. It's not what he wants. Why so sad? At that moment, a voice came over. Yi Tian twisted his head to look and subconsciously said, Ningbei, my mother wants to please you. Chapter 161, Lin Xiaoxiao called the villain bad, said she wanted to see a more badass one. The words fell. Upon seeing the identity of the visitor, Yi Tian was abruptly awakened. Ningbei? You actually dared to appear in front of me. Thumbs up. Yi Tian drew his rapier and then violently stabbed towards Ningbei's face. However, before he could touch Ningbei, he was electrified with a wave sound and dropped the sharp sword in his hand. Hiss. Ningbei feigned hindsight and said, actually want to destroy my face, you're so. Your mother will be heartbroken. Uing. When Yi Tian heard this, he was instantly infuriated. I'm going to ing kill you. Boo. Ningbei raised his foot and kicked it, instantly teaching him to behave. When Yi Tian climbed up from the ground, he just wanted to make a move against Ningbei again, but at that moment, Ningbei had already raised his sword and landed at his throat. Coo of a dove. Yi Tian steeply looked startled. Only the death he had fantasized about did not come. After all, Ningbei didn't want to become the second Yi Huan. As he threw his sword to the side, we have no grievances, why are you always trying to kill me? No grievance? Yi Tian sneered. As things stood, he could also see that he was not Ningbei's opponent, so he chose to hold back and didn't foolishly charge Ningbei again. Ningbei stared back. What? Aren't there no grievances? My dad is dead. Before Yi Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ningbei. Didn't you kill that? Everyone saw it. What does it have to do with me? You. Yi Tian wanted to say something, but he seemed unable to refute it. The next moment, you gritted your teeth, but you robbed my master. You wait. Ningbei interrupted again, asking with a harmless look, do you know how much your master competes for favor? You haven't even figured out the truth, and you're blaming me for stealing your master? It's obviously your master who has fallen back on me. If you don't believe me, I'll hand her over and ask. Shut the up. Yi Tian Bungbu lived. Although it was subconsciously clear that Ningbei should not have lied, for this kind of truth, he was unable to accept half of it. Therefore, he immediately changed his words, you must have used special means. Right, otherwise my master who is so pure and clean, how could she give someone a stove? Hey, that's all you know? Ningbei smiled and scratched his head. At first glance, well, it seems kinda embarrassing. Yi Tian? This scene really made Yi Weather about to vomit blood. But now, he has no choice but to take care of what's in front of him first. You have two such beautiful women. You can't see my mother, right? What are you trying to say? The corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. You know what I want to say. Don't play dumb for me. You definitely understand what I mean. Ugh. Ningbei sighed, this is a bit difficult. What's so difficult about this? Yi Tian saw that there was hope and was excited. I'll have to think about it. After all, I'm not a casual person. Ningbei said with a look of seriousness. Whatever. Yi Tian listened with skepticism. Although he did not feel that Ningbei was that upright, after all, for his mother's posture. Could he, as a son, still not understand? But since the other party said so, he didn't want to break it up, then think about it. Consider it a favor I owe you. Here, squeeze the shoulders. Ningbei didn't rush to respond. Instead, find a flat spot and sit there. Yi Weather wanted to raise his sword and chop over. But considering that the matter is about the mother. Actually, then again, he didn't care about his mother's innocence or anything. After all, he had learned long ago that he had met up with Keijin. It was just that he hated Ningbei in his heart and couldn't accept his mother being with the other party. So in the end, he held back his anger and ran to the back to pinch Ningbei's shoulders. I have to say, you're pretty good at this. Ningbei praised. Ha! Yi Tian sneered. In fact, he specifically went to study. It was after worshipping Luo Qingqing. Originally he thought that when he helped the beautiful master to remodel his flesh, the two people as master and disciple must be inconvenient to have contact. So he got horny and decided to snub Beauty Master, pretending to have physical contact by massaging Beauty Master. Only the skills he learned the hard way served Ningbei comfortably first. I'll ask your mother to come down someday. Ningbei suddenly said. What's the point of telling her to go down the mountain? Yi Tian was surprised. Ningbei slowly said, her craft is not as good as yours, I want her to learn from you. Is that okay? She held it down for you? Yi Tian looked skeptical. Before he learned his mother's true nature, he had always thought of her as the kind of woman who was elegant and dignified. Even after learning about Qing Zhenyi, it made him suffer a lot, but he never thought, had actually given Ningbei a massage. Don't think much. Serious massage. Ningbei said with a smile. The corners of Yi Tian's mouth twitched lightly, but he didn't doubt it. After all, his mother had already told him that Ningbei couldn't look at her right now, which was why she had collected those spirits with the intention of becoming more pure. If Ningbei had gotten his hands on them a long time ago, it would be impossible to collect the spirits. Thinking about it or not, Yi Tian pulled back to business. I need to mentally build this up, how can I do it so fast? Ningbei raised an eyebrow. And so it was. Half an hour later, Yi Tian said with dissatisfaction, my hands are sore for you, have you thought about it or not? Can you agree to my conditions? Ugh, what's the rush? Ningbei waved his hand. Yi Tian retreated 2 steps back like a subordinate. However, Ningbei knew that this son of Qi wasn't going to die so easily, and was only holding back on the surface, but behind his back he still wanted to kill himself. So, he didn't have to show any mercy, think about it, and do as you say. Really? Yi Tian instantly showed surprise on his face. Looking at Ningbei as he walked into the boundary, he caught up and said, my mother will definitely look for you. What are you going to do then? You're not going to tell me off and say that I egged you on, are you? This matter, Yi Tian still had some concerns. After all, now that he had gotten to know his mother again, if she knew that he had encouraged Ningbei to refuse behind her back, she would probably resent him as her son. So it's best to keep it a secret. Don't worry, when she comes to me, I'll half-ass it. Ningbei guffawed and started inappropriately, although I'm not a casual person and wasn't interested in her at first. But I can't help it that you want me to consider. And also gave me a massage for so long. I am a person with a soft ear. What I promised you will be done, I will try to give your mother a home. Yi Tian? Phew. After saying that, Ningbei disappeared without a trace. Not. On the contrary, Yi Tianren was dumbfounded and shouted excitedly, I don't mean that. I'm not asking you to consider accepting her. I'm asking you to reject. Ningbei, do you hear me? I'm not asking you to consider accepting my mother. The dark place watched the crumbling Yi Tian.
Ningbei shook his head and laughed. Stupid bastard, playing with you is just like playing with a dog.
Followed you all the way, and you're still not coming out?
In the next moment, Ningbei twisted his head.
Phew. Immediately after that, he saw Lin Yueyao coming from the dark. LOL, you, this person is still really bad, so killing and killing. It's getting worse and worse. In response, Ningbei shook his head and laughed. That's not bad, I've got worse.
Lin Yueyao raised her chin. Let me conk.
Chapter 162, the female main character is also issued a task, requiring the protagonist's mother to abide by her womanhood. Ningbei froze for a moment. Meeting Lin Yueyao's curious winks, he guffawed. You're still interested in this kind of thing?
No,
Lin Yueyao justified.
Her pair of tantalizingly charming eyes looked at Ningbei with a smile on her face, unable to hide the coquettishness in her bones.
Okay, sure.
Ningbei laughed, only, it's not the right time yet. Wait until later when I can naturally let you see it.
Che, still selling secrets.
Lin Yueyao snorted lightly, then thought of something. Do you want to go and take down his mother? Now her mother is using spiritual substances for you to temper your body.
Ningbei?
Meeting Ningbei's stunned gaze, Lin Yueyao blinked. What's wrong? Speak up.
Not you this. Ningbei cried and laughed a little, saying, you're at least half my master.
What half? I'm the whole thing. Lin Yueyao interrupted.
Okay.
Ningbei reworded, you're at least my master, so why don't you encourage me to hook up with other people's mothers all day long instead of guiding me on the right path?
With these words, Ningbei hadn't really wronged the other party.
After all, at first, Lin Yueyao also gave him a bad idea, that is, after seeing him want to kill and execute Yi Tian, even encouraged Ningbei to steal home.
Getting Chen not to give Yi Tian's a brother or sister would quasi-kill the heart.
In response, Ningbei naturally knew that it was capable of killing and killing, but he didn't consider it.
After all, you can't do those things to a woman you don't like, just to kill and execute the son of Qi just for the sake of it, right?
What's more, Ningbei was currently uninterested in mothers similar to Qin Yu, Yi Tian, and the rest.
When did I encourage you?
Lin Yueyao's pretty face reddened and she sophistically said, besides,
you're already bad. You're not a good person either. I'm just giving you ideas. Ha! Ningbei smiled. What are you laughing at? Seeing this, Lin Yueyao became infuriated. In the next moment, she was seen lifting up the hem of her skirt, revealing the white and pink, small and cute exquisite jade foot. You laugh again? Coo of a dove.
Ningbei swallowed hard and immediately restrained his smile. After all, the other guy's kicks really hurt.
And so it was. Ningbei then turned around and left. Where are you going?
Lin Yueyao was surprised.
The altar boy is looking for me.
With that said, Ningbei flew off towards somewhere in the academy.
Poof.
Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself and froze in place, not knowing what to go for.
In the main hall, Moonless handed Ningbei a letterhead. Brat, take a look. It is? Ningbei picked it up and frowned. Invitation. Wuji Palace? Ningbei was surprised. This Wuji Palace seems to be a top force in the Susiai realm, right? Why would they pass on an invitation to our Wutian Academy? And also invite us to go forward together to explore an unknown secret realm? The old man can't figure it out either. Moonless stroked his silver beard and said, although we've been coming to the Su Sheng realm for some time now, however, the reputation of the Wutian Academy has yet to be played out, and logically, such a powerful force shouldn't have put us in its sights. But the truth is, the Wuji Palace did send us an invitation. I'm afraid it's not a scam, is it? Ningbei guessed. 9 times out of 10. Moonless' face was grave as he turned his head to Ningbei and asked, Brat, do you think we should go or not? Ningbei fell silent.
This matter didn't seem to concern the son of Qi, so the system didn't give him any hints either.
Of course, it's also possible that the danger is far enough away that it can't hurt him at the moment.
And so it was that after some contemplation, Ningbei opened his mouth and said, Master, let's send some people to poke around first.
Spying on what? How many forces have received an invitation from the Wuji Palace? That's a great idea. Moonless' eyes lit up and he immediately responded. Subsequently,
Ningbei then made a show of excusing himself.
After all, within the new world, there were 2 other showy, naturally beautiful little beauties who were waiting expectantly for him to return to take care of them. Days, they must be lived every day. 2 days later, it was only then that Ningbei took the time to come out, and the men and horses sent by Moonless had returned, with surprising results. All the forces received an invitation? Ningbei was surprised. Moonless nodded slightly. According to the forces we have inquired about, at least, all the forces have received invitations, and it is certain that the Wuji Palace is planning it. That would be interesting. Ningbei smiled. You mean, we go? Sure. Ningbei made up his mind.
I'd like to go and see what kind of drugs this Wuji Palace is selling.
And so it was.
Moonless then went to gather some of the elders. After all, the Wuji Palace is also considered a party of the top forces, since such a rise all then sex, certainly not a small matter. So disciples like those in the academy would not have to be brought.
Ningbei also packed up and prepared to leave. But unexpectedly, Lin Yueyao approached him before he set off.
Seeing this are almost reduced to a small transparent, since Qin Yu was killed after the female main character has been obliterated, Ning Bei surprised.
Something? Ning Bei.
Lin Yueyao took a deep breath and tried to look sweet. I heard that the elders of the academy are going out. It seems quite dangerous.
You should be following them out as well, right? Then you have to pay attention to safety. Oh. Ning Bei froze for a moment. Looking at the young girl with a pleasing face, he looked up and down. Is that what you came to tell me? Not.
Lin Yueyao hesitated for a moment and summoned up the courage to say, Ning Bei.
Let's make up. You should have gotten over it after so long, right? Deflate?
Ning Bei shook his head with a cold smile.
He didn't even know what to say about the other guy, and now that it was over, he actually thought he was just angry?
But the next moment, he suddenly had a flash of insight. Here, come here.
Lin Yueyao's delicate face was stunned as her heartbeat climbed.
The next moment, she stepped forward with anticipation, her small face translucent with a slight blush. Are you going to kiss me?
Here. It's not good, right?
The corner of Ning Bei's mouth twitched. Don't force me to slap you when I'm in a good mood.
Let me ask you, if I give you a task, will you do it? Ning Bei straightened up. Do it anywhere.
Once Lin Yueyao heard this, she answered without saying a word.
And so it was. After Ning Bei and Moonless and the others left,
Lin Yueyao also descended the mountain with her mission and walked out of the boundary to look for Yi Tian.
Seeing Lin Yueyao come looking, Yi Tian was surprised. What are you looking for me for? Between his words, his gaze unwillingly surveyed Lin Yueyao. It had to be said that Lin Yueyao, who was the female lead, was even prettier than the more beautiful women such as Qin Yu and Luo Chengcheng, and one was even more interested in attracting the son of Qi. Therefore, Yi Tian's tone of voice was similarly permeated with pleasing intentions. Just the next moment, the smile on his face froze, only to hear Lin Yueyao complain. Yi Tian, can you make your mother behave like a woman? Chapter 163, already discovered the villain's true colors, but the protagonist's mother is willing? Yi Tian's mouth twitched as he listened. The next moment, he asked back, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Thinking about Ning Bei's mission, Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself and said, you know that I've been abandoned by Ning Bei, and you're still asking me what you mean? Don't you have any idea in your heart? No. What does this have to do with my mother? Yi Tian was confused. He had already known about Lin Yueyao and Ning Bei's past, but this has nothing to do with his mother's womanhood. It's got nothing to do with it. Good. You're still playing dumb, aren't you? Lin Yueyao hummed and said, let me ask you, your mother likes Ning Bei. Do you know that? Yi Tian was dumbfounded. After all, this kind of thing is really off the table. It's even more humiliating when it's known. Moreover, he was all fantasizing about taking Lin Yueyao in the future as well, and now that he heard the latter say so, it was inevitable that he couldn't hang on to his face. I see you know that too. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, continued her plan. Now I haven't even made up with Ning Bei. Your mother has come over and interfered again. Can you control your mother? Ning Bei has a daughter-in-law, and I'm his fiancé. Obviously you're so old, is it fun to compete with us youngsters for favor? You son, can you persuade your mother to behave like a woman? After saying that, Lin Yueyao turned around and walked inside the boundary. Mission accomplished. Not. You wait for Lin Yueyao. Yi Tian Bungbu lived. He once again lost control of himself and chased after him, but he was still blocked from the boundary and shouted at Lin Yueyao's back, come over here and give me a clear explanation. What exactly did my mother do? What did she do to Ning Bei? You come over and tell me clearly. Don't you want me to take care of it? You make it clear to me first. But even though Yi Tian tried to retain him, Lin Yueyao left without looking back. No. In the end, Yi Tian once again fell to his knees. He had just adjusted his mind back to concentrating on cultivation, and this time he was knocked back to his original form. After all, Lin Yueyao had suddenly come up with this, so how could he not be imagining things? What's more, 2 days ago, he personally collected spirit objects for his mother, only to learn that the spirit objects were intended by his mother to ingratiate herself with Ning Bei. This isn't a favor, is it? Just thinking about this possibility caused Yi Tian to collapse. The guarding disciples within the boundary looked at the crumbling Yi Tian with blank faces. Why is Yi Tian always ghosting? I don't know, maybe he just doesn't have any energy in him without crying twice a day. After leaving Lin Yueyao, she finally did not hold back to find Shenna. And coincidentally, at this moment, Shenna was soaking in a spiritual object bath in her room. After hearing Lin Yueyao's voice outside the door, considering that the other party was a woman and had once had a great relationship with Ning Bei, Shenna also wanted to ask something, so she straightened up. You can come in, I didn't lock the door. LOL. Lin Yueyao pushed the door open. After seeing what Shenna was doing, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. Why are you taking a bath? Then I'll go out first and wait for you. No. Shenna sharply blocked. I'm not taking a bath. I'm taking a medicinal bath. Get your body a little younger. Lin Yueyao had a black line on her head. Her gaze subconsciously scanned Shenna, and she had to say that the other son was as old as she was, but well maintained.
The skin on that plump petite body was tight and as white as snow, with no signs of age in sight. You do this. Why don't you lock the door too? Lin Yueyao spoke out to break the awkwardness. Chen Na laughed and said, what does it matter, anyway, that rebellious son of mine is under the mountain, and he can't break through the boundary to come up. Ha! Lin Yueyao's expression changed as she listened. This quote. Why does it feel like it holds a lot of information? I mean, anyway, the Wutian Academy has a very good ethos. No one will trespass in either. Touching Lin Yueyao's expression, Chen Na was busy changing her words. After all, as the old saying goes, family shame is not for the eyes of the beholder. Did you come to see me for something? Chen Na asked, changing the subject. After a moment of silence, Lin Yueyao asked in a proper voice, are you interested in Ningbei? Those words were what she had come to see Chen Na for. After all, Ningbei had given her that assignment, and with her understanding of Ningbei, the other party would never take the initiative to get involved with a woman on faith, unless one is telling the truth. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Chen Na froze for a moment. She thought to herself that she hadn't made it very obvious, except for the very few people who knew. After all, she is also a mature woman, well versed in the fact that men are good at saving face, and she is not a fledgling. Even if she wanted to give Ningbei for nothing, it was afraid that Ningbei would dislike her because of her reputation. So she had all made plans, even if she could only be a chaperone who couldn't be on stage, that would still be considered a shelter. Look at you. I should be right. Lin Yueyao furrowed her willow brows and said, your son Yi Tian. He's all the same age as Ningbei, you know? I know. Chen Na was so smart that she immediately saw Lin Yueyao's purpose. In the next moment, she looked Lin Yueyao up and down and said, I know that what happened between you and Ningbei. It's because you didn't cherish him before. So now, is it hard to believe that you regret it and are afraid that I will steal Ningbei from you? Ha! Lin Yueyao sneered. On the surface, it looked like disdain, but in her heart, she couldn't refute Chen Na's words. If she can do it again, she will definitely not be so stupid. Again. Leave the good Ningbei alone and run to make friends with that king of. Now she's regretting it. Lin Yueyao said in a cold voice, there are so many men in the world. Why do you have to pick someone about the same age as your son? Aren't you ashamed? Bashful? Chen Na laughed at this and said, sister, why are you so childish? How can you compare your undeveloped body with mine? How do you know that men don't like those of us who are a little older? Besides, it's not like my appearance shows my age. Lin Yueyao was so angry that she clenched up her silver teeth. Who is your sister? Second-hand goods like you. You'd better die of this heart. Ningbei won't want you. Ningbei may not want me, but it's true that Ningbei doesn't want you anymore. Hearing this, Lin Yueyao was so angry that her chest rose and fell. Nay, against the veteran Chen Na, she was no match at all. Instead of competing with me and being jealous, good sister, why don't we work together to find a way to make Ningbei happy? Chen Na said meaningfully. How to please Ningbei? Lin Yueyao was intrigued. Have you noticed that Ningbei enjoys going to bat for Tian'er? Chen Na lowered her voice. Lin Yueyao's expression was stunned. You found out? Wait. Since you found out, then you still cooperated with Ningbei to combat your own son? It's just a mission for the director. Chapter 160 for the main character's mother and the heroine, talking without a bottom line. Mission? Lin Yueyao's expression changed as she listened. She was also shot over by Ningbei to carry out a mission before she killed and executed Yi Tian. But the next moment, she couldn't help but say, so, that's your son. In order to please Ningbei. Not even your son either? Sister, that's a shallow thought. Chen Na shook her head and smiled. I'm shallow? Lin Yueyao had a head full of black lines and asked back, you said I'm shallow, tell me where I'm shallow? Chen Na wrapped her arms around herself and gathered up her plump breasts. Then let me ask you, what kind of person do you think Ningbei is? It's a. Lin Yueyao was silent. She had always known that Ningbei was excellent, but when she was suddenly asked this question, she really didn't know where to start for a moment. So after a moment of silence, she said, good looking, and very talented, and good to people. In the last sentence, Lin Yueyao said it with no bottom line. But it's also true. After all, in the past, Ningbei had indeed been unconditionally good to her, and there could never be another person in the world who was that good to her. She just didn't grasp it. Tsk, sister, you are so shallow. Unexpectedly, Chen Na laughed upon hearing this. I asked you what kind of person Ningbei is, and you actually only speak from appearance and talent. Shouldn't we be referring to Ningbei's style of handling things? Lin Yueyao was silent. A statement, to be precise, that she couldn't really argue with, so tell me. Although I haven't spent much time with Ningbei, and he hasn't given me much time to get to know him, I know that he's a person who eats soft things, but not hard things. Between the words, a touch of cunning flashed in Chen Na's eyes, the so-called eating softness but not hardness, then you have to go along with him, do you think? Did Ningbei find out that Tian'er wanted to kill him? There. Lin Yueyao was undeniable. After all, even she had sensed Yi Tian's hostility towards Ningbei, let alone the clever Ningbei. If he didn't notice it, he wouldn't be Ningbei. So yeah, Ningbei went to target Tian'er.
It wasn't for no reason, and I don't think Ningbei looks like someone who was bullying others, otherwise how would he be able to make people admire him from the bottom of their hearts in the Martial Sky Academy? Chen Na said smilingly, and then? Lin Yueyao didn't understand. Sister, you are really confused. This is still can't understand. No wonder Ningbei doesn't want you. You.
Faced with Chen Na's fall from grace, Lin Yueyao was furious.
Nah, she couldn't really argue with that. Especially after hearing Chen Na's analysis, for the latter just said, how to please Ningbei together. Really got her interested. Thus, Lin Yueyao's tone became gentle, then tell me about it. Seeing as you're willing to listen, I can tell you that. Chen Na smiled sweetly and slowly said, since Ningbei sensed Tianer's hostility before choosing to target Tianer, how can I, as a mother, not consider for my son?
But Ningbei is so gifted and strong that he can't even find anyone to deal with him, let alone a woman like me who is a parasite. So, I can only change my ways and try to keep pleasing Ningbei.
It's best to become his woman. After all, he eats softness but not hardness. If I become his person, do you think that even if he wanted to kill Tianer, would he give me, his mother, a few moments? Chen Na is honest about her thoughts. Lin Yueyao also understood. I know. You're taking yourself for Yi Tian in exchange for a bargaining chip at Ningbei's? What chips? Say it so hard.
Chen Na waved her hand and said, I call it a human wife choosing a master to serve. After all, Ningbei is so good. Although I'm a bit older, but I'm not blind.
I still can't do doobie daydreaming?
Lin Yueyao was silent. Although she felt that the other party, as a human mother with a son about the same size as Ningbei, had this kind of idea unashamedly enough. But, she couldn't deny Ningbei's charm either. Otherwise now, why would she be thinking about making up with Ningbei, or even listening to Chen Na's reasoning here? Both of them, the two women, were undoubtedly on the same page. And seeing that Lin Yueyao heard it go, Chen Na smiled sweetly, so a good sister, now you know how much of a waste of time it is to fight with me over jealousy, right? We should focus on pleasing Ningbei. Hey, you don't call me sister. Lin Yueyao sneered and retorted, your son is as old as me. You. Chen Na's expression stiffened and she said, can you not mention Tianer? Don't mention it anymore, okay? Why can't you mention it? I am afraid that Ningbei will hear. Think it's too old by then and dislike me again. Chen Na frowned and said, if you want to work side by side with me, you shouldn't mention it. Lin Yueyao wanted to say something. Talking about sharing Ningbei with someone else was not something she could quite accept. But the reality was that she had completely lost Ningbei, and Ningbei, long ago, had already settled down for life with another woman. She also understood that what was important now was to get Ningbei to come around. What do you want to do? Lin Yueyao said with a twist of words. That's a yes from you? Chen Na guffawed and said, in that case, we'll definitely have to do more things that can make Ningbei happy, so that we might be taken as idle fun. What? You wait. Lin Yueyao snapped to hear something. In the next moment, she couldn't help but frown and interrupt. What do you mean by that? I am to be Ningbei's wife. It's not a fun. You're talking like a plaything. Had Chen Na laughed, and a wife? Why haven't you seen reality yet? You're lucky to be a plaything. You. Lin Yueyao was furious. You're the one who's a plaything, your whole family is a plaything. Thanks. Chen Na was pleasantly surprised. Borrow your advice. Nerves. Lin Yueyao's face reddened and she turned away in anger. Chen Na didn't stop either. After all, she didn't care for teammates who couldn't see reality. A person who couldn't even see his own situation clearly. To work with such a person was clearly to give away one's head. And just when Chen Na thought that the involvement with Lin Yueyao ended here, not much longer. However, he saw Lin Yueyao push the door in again. Seeing the other party re-entering, Chen Na was first stunned, and then laughed while putting on her sarong. Why are you back again? Lin Yueyao bit her lip, and after dwelling on it, she said, I'm just curious. Do you have a plan? Yes. Chen Na smiled meaningfully, but not for you. Because that's the plaything's salvation. Not a wife's plan. Hearing the other party's flirtation, the corner of Lin Yueyao's mouth twitched. You tell me first. Chapter 165, the protagonist's mother gives birth to the little one, threatening the protagonist to become a villain. That's it? After listening to Chen Na's plan, Lin Yueyao raised her eyebrows. You think? Chen Na raised her chin and said, since I'm trying to please Ningbei. Of course it's to do what Ningbei likes. Or else by your own nature? Lin Yueyao couldn't refute it. Look, is my skin tight enough? Chen Na asked as she walked up. Lin Yueyao glanced at it and had to say that the other party was indeed tender out of water. Not at all like a woman of that age. Moreover, the moment Chen Na approached, she could smell an aroma. You seem to be good at seducing people? Thanks. Chen Na didn't retort and hooked her hand. Let's go find some fun for the director. Only when the director comes back will he praise us for being capable. Oh. Lin Yueyao didn't refuse. The other side. Hearing the hint given by the system, Ningbei raised his eyebrows slightly. Strange? What's wrong? Moonless cast his eyes and looked. He hurriedly put the crowd on alert, thinking that Ningbei had discovered something. It's okay. Ningbei waved his hand with a smile. He just didn't realize that both of those women had started studying on their own after they finished their homework. This messed
He's not even very nice anymore. The children are teachable. Just bitter Yi Tian, no parents not to mention, but also reduced to the villain to earn the reverse value of the tool people. Not much longer. A line of people fast approaching the Wuji Palace, the agreed location, the field of vision into the great mass of figures. Good lord, why are there so many people? Looking at the costumes, it doesn't look like one force. No, there must be at least hundreds of powerful forces, right? What exactly is the Wuji Palace trying to do? Why are you gathering so many forces? Which secret realm is it trying to develop? The elders sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Moonless and Ning Bei could not help but be taken aback after seeing so many powerful people gathered together. If the gathered powerhouses were to move out together, they would be enough to disrupt the order of the Su Sheng realm. So what secret realm would be able to withstand such roughness? Look, another party of forces and men are coming over. That said, we're almost all here, so why don't we see the Wuji Palace? Where do you all come from? After the Martial Heavenly Academy arrived, someone came forward to strike up a conversation. It was only after one of the elders declared himself that he drew a scoff. Martial Heaven Academy? Never heard of it. How come the Wuji Palace invites everyone? Even these small forces are invited. Is it really any good secret realm? The crowd was talking. Not only was it aimed at the Martial Heavenly Academy, but there were many other unnamed forces as well. It was really because the Wuji Palace didn't consider the forces at all when it invited the forces from all sides. It's like eating even food in your stomach. You all have been waiting a long time. Just then, several figures appeared rushing a beast chuff. Before the beast chuck stopped, a mellow voice seemed to pour into everyone's eardrums. The beast whisker of the Wuji Palace? But someone has finally come. Someone recognized the beast whiskey and immediately became excited. Only to see the curtain of the beast whiskey being pulled open, a middle-aged man slowly stepped out, his appearance seemingly gentle and elegant, a white-faced scholar. But those present were not cuties, since they could feel the man's aura, terrifying as it was. My name is Ishinshin, I am an elder of the Wuji Palace. The man first arched his hand and introduced himself, with a harmless smile. Please make preparations first, we will open the secret realm later. What secret realm? Why don't you tell us first? You Wuji Palace called out to so many of us, and you ended up sending one elder, is that appropriate? If it's a trick on us, you may not be able to walk away later when we attack as a group. The crowd was instantly disgruntled. E. Newborn just laughed. All of you do not worry, since all of you so want to know the truth of the secret realm, then under the word, the secret realm of the law door. At your feet, just want to open the secret realm, need extremely large strength, not my Wuji Palace at door can do. This is the light to invite all kinds of forces, together to this chi force to catalyze the secret realm of the law, we'll open it. The crowd was astonished at these words. Good lord, a boundary. Needs so much power? Our forces converge. I'm afraid 1,000 miles in every direction would have to be reduced to nothing. What kind of secret realm is that? Elder E, can you tell us how you guys discovered this secret realm? Facing the crowd's inquiries, Ishinshin just smiled. All of you stay calm, wait to adjust your strength, later on we will open the secret realm together. At those words, the crowd could not say anything else. After all, the Wuji Palace had invited so many forces, surely it wasn't to trick everyone, and there was no need to doubt about the existence of the secret realm. Brat, what do you think? Moonshine asked, looking towards Ningbei. Ningbei laughed. I don't think Wuji Palace is holding its farts. The moment. The foot of the Wutian Academy was filled with cries. And that cry was Yi Tian's alone. Mother, I'm your son, Yi Tian said with a desire to cry. For a while, he couldn't care less about Lin Yueyao who was standing next to him and was having trouble accepting the complaint. Tianer, calm down, Chen Na said helplessly. She tried to reach out to help, but just as her hand was halfway out, she shrank back as if she thought of something. Seeing this, Yi Tian's heart was like a knife. Mother, I'm really not that kind of person. In the next moment, Yi Tian pleaded, you quickly take back that sentence just now. I won't get up if you don't take it back. Looking at her disobedient son, Chen Na was so tired that she could only cast a look towards Lin Yueyao for help. The next moment, Lin Yueyao walked up and said, just listen to your mother, don't call her mother in the future. It's just for you to pretend that you're no longer mother and son. But in fact, you're still mother and son. Why? Why can't I even call out to my mother anymore? Yi Tian looked at Chen Na with dissatisfaction and said, Mother, I'm your son Ah. Why can't I call you mother anymore when I see you and have to go around? Tianer. Can you be a little more mature? Chen Na sighed, Mother is doing this for your own good. Who made you disobey and have to go against Ningbei? Mother can only cut off the mother-child relationship with you first. I'm mainly afraid that Ningbei will hear you calling me mother, and then he'll hate me. Am I not looking for a spirit to mess with myself for nothing? Why should I care about him? The reason Yi Tian couldn't hold his breath was because this matter was related to Ningbei. In his opinion, his mother's move was nothing more than thinking that he was a drag, blocking his mother from being with Ningbei. Lin Yueyao walked up. Yi Tian, you don't want your mother to be alone for the rest of her life, not even being able to get a proper look from Ningbei, right? No, I want to. Yi Tian objected. At those words, Chen Na was furious. Rebellious son. I knew you didn't want me to have a good time. Don't you force me to find a random man to have a little one. By then, you won't even be able to be Ning Bei's son. Chapter 166, the protagonist's mother manifests her divine might. The son of luck is bad. No? Yi Tianren was dumbfounded and retorted, who wants to give him as a son? Mother, I don't want to give that as a son. Who are you cursing? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Yueyao and Chen Na spoke in unison. Seeing this, Yi Tian froze. As for Chen Na and Lin Yueyao, they looked at each other and in the next moment, they also avoided their eyes coincidentally. Tianer, be reasonable. Chen Na looked at her son and said in a serious tone, Mother, this is all for your own good. If you remain obstinate, you're bound to die by Ning Bei's hands in the future. Chen Na knew all about her son's temperament, but she was puzzled as to which of Yi Tian's strings was wrong, knowing clearly Ning Bei's strength and talent, and still mobilizing the entire Wutian Academy. But with just one person, you want to make an enemy of Ning Bei? What else could that be if not stupid? Although she did not understand Yi Tian, she understood very well that if her son continued like this, he was bound to die under Ning Bei one day. Imagine a person who tries to kill you all day long. Even if you can tolerate it, how long can you tolerate it? For the fact that Ning Bei was only killing and executing Yi Tian right now, and had not really laid a deadly hand on him, Chen Na already felt a million times more fortunate in her heart. She also understands that she wants to convince her son to put down his hostility towards Ning Bei and follow the other party well in the future. It was a very difficult thing to do. That is why she thought that becoming a person of Ning Bei, it was only one day in the future that she could plead for this unhelpful son and stay alive. But want to be not disliked by Ning Bei. Definitely can no longer let Yi Tian come and go as a mother all day long. Just hearing it, I'm afraid Ning Bei would have to die from her age. Mother, it's you who's being irrational. Yi Tian looked at Lin Yueyao and still couldn't hold back. Since you know what I want to do to Ning Bei, how can you still? You should support me. You should believe that I definitely have this ability in the future. Ha! Lin Yueyao laughed at that. In her opinion, at this moment, Yi Tian was even dumber than Qin Yu. At least people Qin Yu knew how to bide his time, and although he was lying in wait all the way to his death, he at least didn't harden his heart against Ning Bei. But Yi Tian, simply silly. Or maybe the proud life along the way has made him not know how to keep his head down and behave. You see. After glancing at Lin Yueyao, Chen Na said with hatred, even this silly sister of mine is laughing at you, you still haven't seen reality? Lin Yueyao? Good sister, let's go. Without waiting for Yi Tian to speak again, Chen Na pulled Lin Yueyao into the boundary. Mother, wait. You believe me. Yi Tian pounded the boundary and shouted. No. Looking at his mother's distant back, Yi Tian could no longer clam up. A loud whistle to the sky. You're not heartbroken? Lin Yueyao looked back and sneered. Chen Na frowned slightly, he's so stupid, what can I do? You're heartbroken that I gave him to you? Nerves! Lin Yueyao grunted without good humor, you don't always call me sister. Who is your sister? At such an old age I should call you auntie. You! Chen Na's chest floated in anger. But when the words came to her mouth, she held back and glanced at Lin Yueyao's breasts with a disdainful gaze. It's small. Is much smaller than me. Lin Yueyao, huh? The other side. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully shattered the Dao heart of the son of Qi, Yi Tian, completely destroying his heavenly Dao shelter. The rewarded retrograde value, all of which pays off the debt. That fast? Ning Bei was also taken aback. The corner of his mouth raised in a surprised arc. Sure enough, killing people still needs the closest people to. I didn't realize that I wasn't even at the Martial Heavenly Academy, and that the two of them had broken down for Yi Tian themselves. Remind the host that although the son of Qi has lost the shelter of the heavenly Dao, Yi Tian is different from Qin Yu, and the enmity Yi Tian holds for the host has not been cut back. And because he holds too strong a hatred for his host, Yi Tian has stepped into another path after losing the shelter of the heavenly Dao. Oh, after digesting the news from the system, Ning Bei was happy, actually blackened? It's good to be black. Blacking out is good for killing. Compared to the heavenly Dao shelter, as for any blackening or anything like that, Ning Bei was happy as hell. But there's no rush now. It was still the secret realm in front of him that was more important. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Yi Tian, and the other party didn't intend to escape from the Martial Heavenly Academy anyway. You all have been waiting a long time. Just at this time, as the Wuji Palace elderly Shinshin flew to the top of the head of the crowd said, the secret realm magic door has been found, the next. Also please all of you urged full power together into the magic door, united efforts to open the secret realm. Also please rest assured that after the secret realm treasures, by our equal share. If someone is cheating, our Wuji Palace will not let him go. With these words, the whole place was abuzz. Elder Yi, of course we believe in the reputation of the Wuji Palace. Ha, it's truly a blessing for us to have encountered the most mysterious secret realm of the Su Shang realm for thousands of years. Elder Yi, hurry up and open the spell. The crowd cheered and couldn't wait. Ding! Reminder to hosts, do not put power into the Dharma. Right at this moment, a long-lost system prompt slammed into Ning Bei's head. Exempt? Ningbei looked surprised. In the next moment, he hurriedly conveyed to Moonless and the others that they should not push their power to help open the secret realm. Although the crowd felt puzzled, out of their trust in Ningbei, they naturally did not say anything. Boom! At that moment, Ishinshin erupted with a thick power, only to see a huge black vortex condensed in the void. Gentlemen, place your power in it, Ishinshin urged. In the next moment, countless people were seen erupting out of their body's thick strength, foolishly investing their power into the Dharma gate. What force are you? At this time, Ishinshin saw Ningbei and the others who hadn't moved. Don't put your strength into it yet, or else the secret realm will open later. You guys don't want to enter the secret realm to find the treasure. Elder E, this is your Wuji palace being unethical. At this time, Moonless flew forward, his old eyes narrowed slightly. We all trust your Wuji palace, and only then came from thousands of miles, but how dare you? How dare you take so many of our forces in the Sutra realm and sacrifice them? These words were naturally what Ningbei had informed Moonless of. Sacrifice? And when that dreaded word popped up, in a split second, it caused the surrounding powerhouses to suddenly change in color and be dismayed. And Ishinshin was even more like being dismantled. The conspiracy, looking flustered and said, unbridled. What are you babbling about? Bull asterisk. Ningbei let out a cold laugh and straightened up. Then why don't you Wuji Palace powerhouses inject power? I'm afraid that I know that in a little while, these people will want to stop injecting power, but realize that they simply can't stop, or even that their entire being would be sucked into this formation that opens another world. Be churned into pieces, right? Chapter 167, Qin Yu was taught to be bad, not the previous day reserved shyness. What? The crowd snapped at the tiger. In the next moment, they couldn't help but stop in horror, looking at Ishinshin with shocked faces. Elder E, is he telling the truth? Why don't you powerhouses of the Wuji Palace make a move? Why did you just let us unleash the power? Is this actually a boundary, or as that teenager said, is a formation? In a flash, the crowd opened their mouths to question. Gentlemen, take a moment. Ishinshin panicked, when still mouth hardened, this is all his credulous. As for we didn't make a move. Have you all forgotten? Just now we looked for the magic door, has already spent a lot of power? Such a secret realm magic door. It is certainly originally a formation, but it is by no means what he said. Little brother, how do you know it's not a secret realm? The crowd did not forget to question Ningbei as well. Not waiting for Ningbei to speak, Ishinshin was anxious. Come on people, take him down for me. This is outrageous. Our Wuji Palace chose to share the secret realm with all of you out of generosity. This man dares to slander the Wuji Palace. If we really wanted to harm you, then the people here today, would there be only a few elders from our Wuji Palace? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Elder Yi's words. Indeed, they're only coming a few people. Shouldn't do us any harm, should they? Good lord, that kid isn't planning to cause trouble, is he? In a flash, the crowd looked like they had lost their minds. Foolish ignorance. Ningbei shook his head with a smile and flew up while pointing his finger in several directions. That one, and this one. Aren't all these powerful people from your Wuji Palace? How many of you are here? Can it be that they are from the surrounding forces? When these words came out, the few people who were pointed out showed panic on their faces. Hey, aren't you from next door? What are our people? We thought it was your people. What's the situation? Are they really people from the Wuji Palace? In a flash, the crowd was once again taken aback. And in the face of the crowd's inquiries, those few people who were named, instead of speaking out to deny it, looked towards the new student in the void. As things stood, even if the crowd was blinded by the secret realm again, they had to recognize the reality. New student E, what the hell is your Wuji Palace up to? Can it be true that we'll really be churned to pieces by the formation later on, as that youngster said? Outrageous, how dare you tease us like that? Don't think that your Wuji Palace can deal with all of us. In a flash, the Wuji Palace was attacked by the group. Not all of you. Gentlemen, be at ease. Ishinshin's panic was visible to the naked eye. At this moment, he was completely at a loss for words. The original plan was all well and good, and it looked like it was about to be completed successfully. Who would have thought that a teenager would come out halfway? Moreover, not only did he see through their formation, he actually knew the person they sent into the crowd to confuse them. Why is that? What favor did the forces of that azure plane give you? Ningbei stared at Ishinshin with a smile on his face and said, it couldn't be that they promised to help your Wuji Palace take control of the Whisker Realm, could it? If that's the case, you guys won't really take it seriously, right? You. Upon hearing this, Ishinshin's face twitched. Vertical Sun, I want you to die. Boom. Seeing that things were falling apart, freshman knew that there was no room for politeness. No matter what, he had to kill Ningbei first to relieve his hatred. In an instant, he was seen to give birth to a dazzling mass of holy light behind his back, and immediately afterward, it transformed into a giant hammer that ruthlessly smashed towards Ningbei. Although the giant hammer does not have a solid body, but smashed on the way down the terrifying power, so that the void trembles, 100 miles of the earth are cracked. Not good. The pupils of Moonshine's eyes shrunk at the sight. Just as he was about to put his best foot forward to protect Ningbei, he saw the latter easily raise his hand and wave it. In an instant, a supremely pure masculine thunder power suddenly transformed into a sharp blade and chopped at the giant hammer. Boo! The moment the two touched, a deafening boom erupted, and the powerful shockwave swept around, changing the color of heaven and earth. It caused many ground powerhouses to be unable to stop spitting blood from their mouths. What? Ishinshin was dumbfounded. Not only him, but along with the others, their jaws dropped. Because no matter what, Ningbei was only a teenager, and that raging giant hammer just now was clearly a powerful Shingon. In their place, they didn't even have a chance to fight head-on, but they were easily defused by a teenager? That's it? The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked into a cold smile, only to see him snap his fingers, and with a crackling sound, several strands of terrifying thunder descended from the sky, landing directly on the group of people from the Wuji Palace at a bizarre and terrifying speed. Including the powerful people from the Wuji Palace hidden in the crowd, there was no exception. The rest, on the other hand, were not affected at all. The group of people who were struck by the thunder invariably let out a trembling wave of sound. Hiss. Seeing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Originally, they only viewed Ningbei as an ordinary teenager who had come to fish in troubled waters, but at this moment, they looked at Ningbei in their eyes. All of them were permeated with unconcealed horror. The son, horrible as he is, kill them and meet me at the Wutian Academy. Ningbei looked down on the crowd and said. After saying that, he straightaway brought Moonless and the others and turned to leave. Although there is no hurry to go back to kill Yi Tian, but there is no need to be too slow. It's just the right time to go back now. Looking at Ningbei's dashingly departing back, the crowd looked at each other. This kid is ordering us around? What to do? Should we do what he says? Nonsense, the Wuji Palace is counting on us so much. Of course we can't swallow this breath. Perhaps the Martial Heavenly Academy has a way to deal with the Wuji Palace. Yeah, kill them first. In a few moments, the venue then resounded with the sounds of Ishinshin and the others, screaming in agony. Brat, you're so strong? Moonless could not hide his surprise. Upon hearing this, Ningbei humbly smiled. Old master is being overly complimentary. I've always been this strong. Moonless lived speechless. I've seen people pretending, I've never seen people being humble and pretending. It's worthy of being Ningbei. That strike just now. I felt like I was going to die. That giant hammer is at least a heaven stage or above Shingon. In our place I'm afraid that our corpses would have been long gone. Ningbei, what exactly is this Wuji Palace trying to do? The elders were murmuring and were puzzled. Fancy being the master of this whisker world. Ningbei smiled. Remembering the message conveyed by the system, he thought for a moment and said, Master, you guys go back to the Martial Heavenly Academy first, I'll go back later. You. Before Moonless could finish his sentence, he saw Ningbei disappear. Inside the new world. Seeing Ningbei's figure, Qin Yu, who was in the middle of her cultivation, immediately greeted her with a smile on her face. Husband, the battle robes are washed and dried. Ahem. Jojo, let's get down to business. I don't want it. Qin Jojo shook her head in rejection and pulled out the AV stone to give it to Ningbei. Chapter 168. Unwilling to reserve Qin Jojo, the Holy World chapter is about to unfold. This? Ningbei smiled helplessly. Looking at the AV stone handed over by his eldest daughter-in-law, in the end, he took it in his hand and, I can't stand you, I still like you when you start out reserved. Poof. Qin Jojo reddened. The next moment, after looking around, she raised her hand and pointed to the magnificent new waterfall that had risen. Where to? We'll play. Ningbei smiled. Wuji Palace. Why is Elder Yi late in returning? An old man stood up from the main seat and questioned in a deep voice. This old man was named Wu Tian, the palace master of the Wuji Palace, a veritable helmsman. At this time, a middle-aged man spoke up. Palace master, wait a moment, I think it must be that new student Yi remembered your instructions, and only after determining that the other party indeed has no malicious intent, will he speak of our Wuji Palace, so the lack of movement right now is also considered a form of protection for our Wuji Palace. This matter is of great importance, one should indeed be more careful, and there is no need to doubt Elder Yi's loyalty. Another man concurred. I was worried about an accident. Wu Tian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, just by relying on Elder Yi and the others to fool so many forces, now that I think about it, it's a bit reckless, although it is necessary to minimize the opening of the channel after that group of people directly come to us, Wuji Palace, but I'm afraid that there will be any accidents in the middle of the way, so that those forces will have a remnant to survive. In that case, then the matter of our contact with the Holy Realm will also be exposed. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. If the secret of the existence of the sacred realm was exposed, at that time, many forces would surely follow, eager to find a new heaven and earth or shelter. At that time, it wouldn't be so easy for the Wuji Palace to suppress other forces with the Herald and take control of the entire Susheng realm. Palace Master, something big is wrong. Right at this moment, a figure with a horrified expression rushed into the grand hall. Wu Tian felt bad at once. What happened? Elder Yi. They're dead. And our plan has been exposed. The visitor couldn't care about his manners and hurriedly informed Wu Tian and the others of the situation he had investigated, one by one, including
but not limited to, the formation not being smooth at all among them, as well as being dismantled by a teenager from the Martial Heaven Academy, and also killing Ishinshin and the others in public. What? Learning of the situation, Wu Tian's old body shook. A teenager killed Elder E? Are you kidding? At this time, that middle-aged man also said, are we still not clear about Elder Yi's strength? Is this news reliable or not? Reliable, absolutely reliable. The man who reported this hurriedly pulled out the AV stone. This is recorded by a party force, bought back by my high price. That Wutian Academy's teenager, but also told all forces to go to the Wutian Academy to discuss the follow-up. I'm afraid it's not an attempt to retaliate against our Wuji Palace. Wow. When these words came out, there was an uproar in the hall. Martial Heaven Academy? Where did this power come from? It seems that it was moved from a place called the Tsangshuan continent some time ago after an incident in the Sushang realm. Isn't that a small power? How could it know about our plans, and how could one of its disciples kill Elder E? Outrageous, the Martial Heavenly Academy is looking for death. The crowd was furious. After all, they have been preparing for this matter for half a year. All with the Holy World side said that they want to get through the connection, and now there is a difference. It is not to be said that they will not be allowed to go forward. In addition to this, one might be abandoned by the Holy Realm, losing the near opportunity to become the overlord of the Sadokai realm. Palace Master, since they want to go to the Martial Heavenly Academy to negotiate, then we will rush to, and end them all in one pot. The middle-aged man proposed. The rest were both in favor and against. After all, if they had the strength to deal with the entirety of the forces of the Sukhavati realm, why would they have to go through all the trouble of looking up to the people of the Holy Realm? But in the end, the gazes of the crowd also looked towards Wu Tian, and it was still up to the other party to make up his mind. Only after a moment of silence, Wu Tian slowly opened his mouth. Wait until I first communicate with the people of the Holy Realm. Communicate with them before I do so. Inside the new world. Qin Jojo's pretty face suffused with scarlet, a happy face snuggled in Ningbei's arms, long unwilling to leave this warmth. Anyone with experience knows that some women like to warm up. She raised her delicate scarlet pretty face. Husband, the conceiving god pill is already finished. Ningbei looked down at the beauty in his arms with a smile. Then I'll refine some more for you. No need. Qin Jojo shook her head and refused. Her beautiful eyes flashed. I think it should be enough. The baby born. Surely the talent is not weaker than the two of us. Haha, that's natural. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. After all, his and Qin Jojo's talent, that can be very good, even without the assistance of the conceiving god Dan, the child's talent will not be bad. Of course, even if the talent is poor. Ningbei was able to raise the child strong as well. Right, husband? What business were you trying to tell me before? Qin Jojo suddenly thought of something. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Ningbei slapped his thigh as he came to a sudden realization. Qin Jojo rubbed her thighs. Don't you shoot me. Ningbei looked serious and said, Jojo, the Holy Realm. Isn't the place where you were in your previous life? The Holy Realm? Hearing this, the redness on Qin Jojo's face went down by half. She immediately sat up. Husband, how did you know about this place? We were invited by the Wuji Palace to open a secret realm. Ningbei confessed the situation, but it's not actually a secret realm. It's the fact that the Wuji Palace wants to utilize the power of all the forces to establish a passageway that can connect with the sacred realm so that some sacred realm powerhouse can come here to help them and take control of the entire Whisker realm. They're such fools. Qin Jojo let out a cold laugh and said, actually really believed the words of the people of the sacred realm. What? Are the people in that place bad? That's not true. People are all the same. Qin Jojo shook her head slightly and told, if one has the strength to rule others, even a slightly lower realm, it is impossible to help others. Rather, they would rule by themselves, and a good thing like this pie in the sky, where would it be their turn? That's true. Ningbei guffawed. The Wuji Palace is also too eager to be the boss, but now they shouldn't have a chance. The other forces aren't vegetarians either, and now that they know the truth, there should be a lot of them willing to go to the Wutian Academy to find me. Looking for you? I let them come to me. Ningbei frankly went through. Husband, what do you want to do? Qin Jojo blinked her long eyelashes in curiosity. The corner of Ningbei's mouth curved up. Of course I'm helping you. Me? Chapter 169, the protagonist's mother is completely bad, running to Ningbei and killing her son with her heart. Yes. Ningbei gazed into his eldest daughter-in-law's beautiful eyes and laughed. I haven't forgotten that you said back then that there was something that had to be done, and it must be related to the sacred realm, right? Since that's the case, then it's only natural for my husband to learn about the future enemy first. Available. Qin Jojo wanted to say something. She had wanted to say that she would not let Ningbei worry more, and that she could just worry more about the people she loved. But as the words came out of her mouth, she realized they were nonsense. With what she knew about Ningbei, it wasn't a good person, but it depended on who it was to. If it is said to her, she knew that Ningbei would inevitably not leave her alone.
So, Qin Yu swallowed the words that came to her mouth. There is no hurry, husband, we still have time. The channel is not so easy to be able to open, especially this time the plan of the Wuji Palace was defeated, and even less people will be willing to use their lives to open the channel that has nothing to do with them. So you don't have to worry too much. Of course I'm not worried. Ningbei guffawed and reached out to scrape her nose. Don't forget, we are in this world, even if the channel has been opened, at least we can have sex here every day without any problems. Oops. Qin Yu reddened in shame. However, she knew that Ningbei wasn't lying, so her heart was at ease. Well, I've got to go out and get one too. Ningbei packed up. Qin Yu was stunned at the words, her jade hand grasping Ningbei's. You're looking for a new daughter-in-law again? Ha! Ningbei laughed at that. He patted Qin Yu's jade hand and laughed. What are you thinking about? I'm talking about going out to kill that Yi Tian. I'll go too. Qin Yu was interested in hearing this. Me too. At this time, Luo Qingqing jumped out from nowhere. When did you guys come over? Qin Yu's delicate face was stunned. After all, this was Ningbei's new world. Ningbei could sense everything, but Qin Yu couldn't. Moreover, in terms of strength, Luo Qingqing was actually not weaker than Qin Yu. Touching Qin Yu's stunned gaze, Luo Qingqing pursed her small lips and looked at Ningbei. Did I come at a bad time? No. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. After bringing the two women out of the new world, he summoned his flying cloud boat to rush back to the Martial Heavenly Academy. At this moment, the Martial Heavenly Academy was wrapped in a powerful sword chi. Yi Tian, what's gotten into you? This man is crazy, he wants to fight for his life when he sees someone. The elders and disciples, inside the boundary, looked outside at Yi Tian whose body was bulging with terrifying sword intent. Tian, you calm down. Chen Na soothed. Calm down? Hearing this, Yi Tian was like turning on berserk mode, holding his sword and slashing towards the boundary. Calm down, calm down. I hate being told to calm down, I'm damn right. Tian. Looking at her crazy son, Chen Na was very tired. If he keeps this up, don't blame us for taking action. The elder of the Martial Heaven Academy said in a deep voice. After all, it wouldn't do to always let Yi Tian go crazy outside. At these words, Chen Na's expression was startled, and she said in an urgent voice, No. Ningbei has said to let Tianer stay within the Martial Heavenly Academy. Not to mention that Tianer hasn't harmed you guys yet. Do you guys want to disobey Ningbei's orders? It's a bit gratuitous, but I have to say it works. As Chen Na thought, the only way she could keep her son was to move Ningbei out. Sure enough, while watching this scene, Lin Yueyao was pursing her lips with deep feelings. After all, it is the female lead at the very beginning. She has experienced the most things and seen the most situations, such as Yi Tian this kind of mold. It was as if he had seen it from Qin Yu as well. That's why she said that it was true, going against Ningbei would be like that in the end. I'm not going to do the same, am I? Lin Yueyao suddenly thought of something. She couldn't help but purse her little lips. No, I don't want to become. I have to beg Ningbei if he wants to get back at me. He can beat me. When she thought about it, she suddenly felt her heart beating faster and a bit of nervous confusion. Not much longer. The three of them, Ningbei, Qin Yu, and Luo Qingqing, then returned to the Martial Heavenly Academy. Seeing Yi Tian's change, Luo Qingqing and Qin Yu were both shocked. The last time they met each other was still fine. How suddenly this happened? Ningbei also pretended to be surprised as she walked forward, looking at Chen Na and asking, what happened to him? I don't know. Chen Na shook her head. It seems like the blow was too hard. Tianer went off the deep end. Strike? Ningbei said meaningfully. What am I supposed to understand by that? That is, after you left. I took your unwanted, thrown away, now unattractive, small-breasted fiancé to Tianer. Chen Na confessed after. Even though Ningbei had long been informed through the system, she still played along with the act. So, you think I'm more important than your son? Chen Na wanted to say something. Is that the kind of question she should answer? If she were to face Yi Tian alone, she could not hesitate to say that her son was not as important as Ningbei as a way to make Yi Tian see reality. But in the face of Ningbei's inquiry, no matter how she answered, it doesn't seem to be good. Of course, Ningbei didn't really want to hear her answer, and hesitation was the best answer. So the next moment, he patted Chen Na's fragrant shoulder and said, Nana, it seems that I have underestimated the bond between us. Nana. Chen Na's beautiful eyes lit up at her words. She couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth rise and said in a pasty voice, Lord husband. Stop. Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, Ningbei raised his eyebrows and interrupted. Why is your mouth so fast? What I mean is, since you helped me out so much, no matter what happens in the future, the Wutian Academy will give you a home. I'm a person who repays the kindness of a drop of water when it comes from a spring. A flash of disappointment flashed in Chen Na's eyes. However, after sweeping her eyes at the back of Qin Yu and Luo Qingqing, she suddenly understood. No wonder Ningbei couldn't look at her. Right now, however, being able to obtain this promise from Ningbei was bound to be a surprise as well. Only the next moment, she was given a task by Ningbei. Alright, now you can go back. I'll take care of things. Chen Na's delicate face was stunned. It's not like she's a little cutie. Of course, she understood what Ningbei meant. Can. Ningbei interrupted. I always knew that he wanted to kill me. I've also given him a chance, so what do you think I should do? Chen Na was stunned. Looking at her son who had gone crazy, she knew that even if Ningbei did not kill Yi Tian, the others would definitely not let go. But this kind of thing. She took a deep breath and whispered, I'll do it myself. Would make you happy? Ning Baidu was so frightened that he waved his hands in a row. No, no. Chapter 170 Chen Na is too white, Ningbei has a plan. Ningbei was genuinely shocked. They say that a tiger's poison is not enough, but he didn't see that as necessarily true. However, although he also wanted to see such a wonderful scene, he was afraid that Chen Na would use this matter to really rely on him in the future. After all, a woman who comes at you like this, I've killed my son for you. Who can carry it? Then anyone who has some conscience, I'm afraid they will have to give an explanation to the other side. Although Chen Na's external conditions are extremely good, especially that pair of full jade peaches, by no means an unusual woman can be side by side with the dimension. Even if the body is also slim and hot, especially after a period of time ago after the spirit of the material conditioning, the skin blowing. If you were a normal person, it wouldn't hurt to think you got it. It's not a loss anyway. But, Ningbei, he's decent. What if we don't pass the trial? Therefore, Ningbei still let Qin Yu and Luo Changcheng bring Chen Na down. Wait for the other guy to leave. Ningbei then slowly walked out of the boundary with a harmless smile. Thumbs up. The next moment, Yi Tian was killing with his sword, and his sharp sword aura was more than several times stronger compared to before. Worthy of being a son of Qi. All the heavenly shelters are broken, and going down this path of blackening, one can also gain an increase in strength as a result. Ningbei shook his head and smiled. Juice. Afterwards, he raised his hand and gently pointed, only to see the arcs of electricity erupting from his fingertips, instantly landing on the body of Yi Tian, who was coming from the theater. Yi Tian's aura was greatly defeated. Originally, the attack was still like a breakthrough, but in an instant, he was electrified with his feet off the ground, and his entire body trembled in the void like a piano string. But compared to me, still have to practice. A cold light flashed in Ningbei's eyes, and in an instant, he tackled Yi Tian, who had lost his ability to attack, and brought him out of the sight of the Wutian Academy. Boo! Ningbei flung his arm, embedding it ruthlessly into the mountain, splashing a wave of dust. Pust! Yi Tian spat blood from his mouth. Ningbei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Ugh, deadbeat. Ningbei slowly flew to his front, his tone indifferent. You said that we have no grievances and no hatred. At first, I still want to get along with you, thinking that you and that Qin Yu are different goods. But I didn't expect you to be worse than him. I didn't do anything you want to kill me. Why? Although Yi Tian was blackened, he could still communicate. You day my mother. Day my master. Wait. Ningbei frowned at that and said, mistaken identity, right? I'm not Shingjin. I'm innocent with your mother. You day. Well, hopeless child. Ningbei listened with a black line. Immediately, he stopped talking nonsense and landed one hand on Yi Tian's head. Boom! When he activated the powerful force within his body, in an instant, the originally clear sky was steeply covered in dark clouds, and a thick thunderbolt descended from the sky. Crack! After a thunderbolt fell, only Yi Tian, who was under Ningbei's command, was directly reduced to pieces, without even a trace of blood left in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully hunted down a son of Qi again and gained a huge amount of reversal value. Congratulations to the host, triggering a special reward. The previous host owes all of the reverse value offset, no need to pay back the debt. What? Ningbei froze at his words. The next moment, he slapped his thigh in remorse. Ode less in the first place. He can't even believe it. If he had pleaded with the system to take more credit, especially those reverse values that could easily be in the billions, wouldn't that be pure invincibility? As if sensing Ningbei's thoughts, the system fell silent. And the other side. The various forces that were rushing to the martial Heavenly Academy were genuinely shocked. Holy, what was that lightning just now? This breath is similar to that teenager. Who exactly is he killing? How can he use a power that is hundreds of times more terrifying than the one that killed Yi Xinshin back then? Terrifying as hell. A teenager has such strength. The crowd was talking. At the same time, the speed of rushing to the martial Heavenly Academy was also accelerated. After Ningbei had just returned, he saw that a large number of representative figures from various forces had already gathered at the gate of the Wutian Academy. Brat, get over here. Seeing Ningbei, Moonless was like grabbing a life-saving straw. After calling Ningbei over, he straightened up and said, what exactly do you want to do when you have them gather at the academy? Could it be that you want to start a war with the Wuji Palace? If it was to start a war with the Wuji Palace, I wouldn't have needed them to come over. Ningbei said meaningfully. Moonless' face was curious, and you are? I'm waiting. Ningbei's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at the surroundings. I'm waiting for someone from the Wuji Palace to come looking for me on their own initiative. Oh? Moonless' eyes rolled, and in the next moment, he suddenly thought of something. Are you saying that amongst the many forces that came today, there are also people from the Wuji Palace mixed in? There is bound to be.
Ningbei said in a low voice, I've summoned so many forces, and right now they haven't called their helpers to the Sushang realm, so how can they not have scruples? It must be sending people to probe the situation. So what are you trying to do? Moonshine asked with renewed curiosity. Ningbei looked at him, Master, have you ever heard of the sacred realm? The holy realm? Moonless' expression changed. Since I have not heard of it, this place which is not recorded in the world of Sushimi. And Ningbei didn't talk any nonsense, and straightaway confessed what he currently knew about the situation in the Holy Realm. So it turns out that the reason the Wuji Palace gathered so many forces in the first place was to offer sacrifices to open up a passageway that would allow Sacred Realm powerhouses to come over. After learning about the situation, Wu Yu's face was gloomy. I didn't expect to come to the Sushang Realm before I could get my footing, but then a more powerful place popped up. It seems that back then, the old man's cultivation, all cultivated to the dog's stomach, and actually didn't know that so many higher realms existed outside. Ningbei's expression was stunned when he heard this, and he laughed. There's no need for the old man to worry, you're still growing at your age, so take your time. You brat. Moonless listened with a black line. In the next moment, he slapped Ningbei hard. Since you're so capable, in the future, this Wutian Academy will be handed over to you, and I'm going to go into seclusion. Not the old man. It's too early. Warning? Moonless laughed coldly when he heard this and said, the old man is going to grow a body, so you'll be the master of this martial heavenly academy by yourself. They're serving you now anyway. Not. Ningbei spread his hands. Looking at the old man's back as he said he was leaving, he was really planning to leave the academy alone. However, even now, even if he was not the official sacrificer of the academy, no matter whether it was the elders or the disciples, they were still in awe of him. So Ningbei was dismayed to be dismayed, but there was no pressure. Found it. In a few moments, Ningbei was also identifying the strong person from the Wuji Palace hidden in the crowd. Ready to start planning. Chapter 171, The Female Leader's Excessive Demands. The villain calls out that something's wrong. When Ningbei showed up, strong people from various forces spoke out. This gentleman, what is the reason you called us here? Is it to deal with the Wuji Palace? If so, we are willing to join forces. That Wuji Palace is indeed detestable. It even wanted to sacrifice all of us. Outrageous. The crowd took a stand in righteous indignation. At this point, as long as Ningbei said one word, the Wuji Palace would completely become a public enemy. But that was not Ningbei's purpose. As he stepped forward with a smile, Gentlemen, I have summoned you here today to make an announcement to you. This statement immediately drew a lot of comments from the crowd. Greeting the blazing gazes of the crowd, Ningbei calmly said, regarding the conspiracy of the Wuji Palace that day, I've already investigated it clearly. It was done by Yi Xinshin and the others for the purpose of usurping the Wuji Palace, and the Wuji Palace had already learned of the clues long before they asked me to step in and put a stop to it. Wow. What? You said you were shot over by the Wuji Palace? Wasn't that plot the work of the Wuji Palace? Can it be that it was their internal struggle? Then the passage that was mentioned before. And what's going on? In a flash, the crowd questioned as if they had exploded. Especially the strongest members of the Wuji Palace hiding in the crowd. The fact that they were sent here today proved that they were the mainstay of the Wuji Palace. Or perhaps they knew the secrets of the Wuji Palace like the back of their hands and were absolutely loyal. Therefore, in the face of Ningbei's words, they were also looking at each other from a distance, and it was obvious that no one had expected this situation. Why did Ningbei want to help the Wuji Palace out? There is one more thing that I invite you all to come today. Ningbei's words fell. The surrounding area, on the other hand, was instantly quiet. Ningbei then continued, due to the inconvenience this matter has caused to all the forces, the Wuji Palace has specially commissioned me to say sorry to all of you, and will pay you a visit on another day, so starting immediately, you need not worry about the Wuji Palace's retaliation, as their intention is not to rule over you all. You, and you guys. With that, Ningbei pointed to the strongest members of the Wuji Palace in the crowd, you guys stay, as for the others, please also feel free to return to your sects to cultivate, and just wait for the Wuji Palace's reparation and apology. The person who was hit by the point was like being strangled by someone's throat. Not only were they powerful, they were also extremely resourceful, so could they not guess that Ningbei had long since discovered their identities? But with the situation at hand, there was no need for them to actively expose it. Instead, it was the other forces who were dumbfounded. Not called us here just to talk about it? Prince Ning has a heart. This is a fear of being afraid to retaliate against the Wuji Palace, and then being retaliated against by the Wuji Palace. In that case, then we are not hostile to the Wuji Palace? The crowd was talking. But in the end, after a wave of discussion, they didn't disobey Ningbei's instructions. For one thing, Ningbei didn't condescendingly order them around, and for another, what Ningbei had announced had indeed relieved them. Looking at the crowds that were leaving in great numbers, those powerful individuals who had infiltrated the Wuji Palace walked stiffly towards Ningbei. Mr. Ning, why are you helping us? The middle-aged man at the head of the group stared at Ningbei with a torch-like gaze. He had wanted to see through Ningbei, but underneath Ningbei's calm smile, a ripple was born out. Genius shouldn't be acting like a teenager.
Ningbei smiled calmly. I want to talk to your palace lord, Wu Tian, personally for a chat. The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he laughed. If Mr.
Ning wants to meet with the palace master, he could actually head directly to the Wuji palace, so why go to such great lengths?
Ningbei interrupted. If I don't, how can I make it clear to you, Wuji palace, that I can mobilize the majority of the forces in this Whisker realm against you?
The middle-aged man wanted to retort, but he wanted to stop talking.
At this moment, he didn't dare and didn't want to tear his face off with Ningbei.
If Mr. Ning wants to see our palace master, we can guide you now, but I'm afraid.
Do you dare? I want to see him, and I have to go over there myself? Ningbei said in a cold voice. You. The middle-aged man's expression was stunned.
But after looking at the countless elders of the Wutian Academy in the back, although he is not afraid of those people, but for Ningbei,
he was still quite fearful. After all, didn't Ni Shinshin, whose strength was comparable to his, die in the hands of the other party?
So after contemplating for a split second, the middle-aged man forced a smile and said, in that case, I'm going to ask the palace master about it. So how about then?
Go! Ningbei waved his hand and turned to fly into the boundary.
And looking at Ningbei's departing figure, several people looked at each other in disbelief as they turned and flew away.
He really just let us go? Why does he want to see the palace master? Could it also be because of what happened in the sacred realm?
Don't say much, first go back to Wuji Palace to report to the palace master, and let the palace master take the decision. Without further ado, the group turned and hurried on.
The other side.
When Ningbei returned, he found the women who had returned first just now.
Director, Tian or he?
Chen now walked forward, her beautiful eyes looking at Ningbei in a complicated manner. Although he had already guessed Yi Tian's end, he still didn't hold back from asking. Ningbei also knew what she was thinking, and kindly said, don't worry, I just changed his memories and let him go far away.
Chen Na's expression changed as she listened.
For a moment, she couldn't tell whether Ningbei was telling the truth or not, but her bad mood was indeed relieved.
Husband, why did you just let them leave directly?
Qin Yu had noticed this earlier and inquired. She had already guessed that Ningbei had designed all of this, fearing that it was all related to the sacred realm.
Tell that to the new world later. Ningbei guffawed. He beckoned Luo Qingqing to come as well, sending the two women into the new world first.
Upon seeing the two women disappear right in front of their eyes, both Chen Na and Lin Yueyao were shocked because of Ningbei's actions.
Where are they? Lin Yueyao dully stepped forward.
Ningbei glanced at her. There's nothing more for you to do here, you go first.
Ningbei, I.
Before Lin Yueyao finished her words,
he was interrupted by Ningbei. Did you start to disobey me after I gave you some good looks? Hurry up and leave, don't make me unhappy and take action against you. Hearing this, Lin Yueyao's eyes steeply lit up. The next moment, she even small quick step up. Ningbei, I did not want to make you unhappy. If you are not happy, then you hit me. It's okay to be mean to me. I won't be angry with you. I'll leave obediently. Nima? Ningbei listened with a black line.
In his life, he had never seen such an unreasonable request. Just when he was provoked to roll up his sleeves, he wanted to treat Lin Yueyao like he did before, so that the other party would die to make up with him.
But the next moment, his expression became serious and, woman, you're not right.
Chapter 172 Qing Jojo guessed nonsensically, Lin Xiao expressed her happiness.
No, I didn't.
Lin Yueyao shook her head repeatedly. Especially when she touched Ningbei's scrutinizing gaze, for a moment, her eyes averted, as if she was embarrassed and overwhelmed by someone else's mistake being caught. But soon, she regained her confidence.
Ha! The corners of Ningbei's mouth twitched hard as he let out a cold laugh.
However, he wasn't surprised by the heroine's strange behavior. After all, in the beginning, if Lin Yueyao was a normal person,
can you do those ridiculous things? So in the end, he sternly drove Lin Yueyao away. Go. It was only puzzling that Lin Yueyao, who had been severely reprimanded by Ningbei, not only did she not become annoyed and show that she held a grudge against Ningbei before she left. On the contrary, she laughed and laughed. It was like turning into a good person who repaid the kindness with kindness. She's a little strange. At this time, Chen Na walked up and whispered at Ningbei. Yes? At those words, Ningbei unexpectedly looked at her and asked with a smile, so what do you think, are you strange, or is she stranger? Chen Na batted her long eyelashes. She a charm still pretty face, exudes a pleasing winks. I know I also have wrong places. But isn't it all for you? Director. Stop. Ningbei raised his hand to stop it, and said in a straight voice, you didn't do that for me, you did it for yourself. If you dare to say that again, it looks like I won't have to be kind to you. Director, no. Chen Na immediately tensed up and said, Nunjia knows it's wrong, please calm down director. Nu Jiao will never say that again. Looking at the other party's pleasing appearance, Ningbei shook his head. If all the sons of Qi could be like this, how wonderful it would be. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested in this kind of woman, otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been a very interesting time for sure. Perhaps it would be quite nice to wait until later and kill some more sons of Qi and organize their more hospitable and beautiful family members together.
Of course, Ningbei just thought about it, and then immediately pulled back to business. In the future, if you are willing to stay in the Wutian Academy, then everyone here will be tolerant of you, and no one will mention your previous affairs. But in the future, I still want you to be a normal person. Thank you, director. Chen Na listened with rapt attention. Wasn't this the promise she had been waiting for? Moreover, with Ningbei's strength and status, since he could say this to her, then in the future, naturally, no one would target her. That stupid son of mine. He's smarter. Not against you. Our family must be very happy. Chen Na lamented from the bottom of her heart. Ningbei smiled. Don't mention the past anymore, you can leave. Chen Na's lips opened slightly, wanting to speak. In the end, she still wisely chose to swallow back the words that were on her lips, and watched Ningbei leave with one step forward and one step back. Ningbei raised an eyebrow. He murmured, Yuan. Chan Na. I don't know if there will be another one, but then again, although I have a predestined fate with the sons of Qi, it seems that I seem to be with their families. Kinda talk to each other, huh? Shortly after, Ningbei then entered the new world. The matter of demobilizing many forces and intending to meet with Wu Tian, the palace master of the Wuji Palace, was told to Qin Jiu and Luo Qingqing one by one. After Qin Jiu muttered for a moment, she said, Husband, you're trying to, from the Wuji Palace investigating that force from the sacred realm that is connected to the Pseudo-Kuru realm? Not bad. Ningbei frankly admitted, saying, perhaps it's the same force that you're involved with. Most likely not. Qin Jiu shook her head slightly and laughed, if it's them. I'm afraid they can't look at the Whisker realm. So are we going to the sacred realm? Luo Qingqing's big, watery eyes looked at Ningbei curiously. After all, it had long been Ningbei's person, so regarding Qin Jiu's secret, Ningbei hadn't deliberately hidden it from her. There's no rush, let's wait for the reaction from the Wuji Palace's side first. Ningbei shook his head and then looked at the two girls. Before that, you guys need to improve your strength as soon as possible, just in case an accident occurs in the Whisker realm. We'll also have the ability to defend ourselves. We haven't been slacking on our cultivation. Qin Jiu smiled sweetly. It's you, husband, who is always busy outside, so you don't have time to cultivate. Me? Ningbei shook his head and smiled. You guys don't have to worry about me. Don't I have a new world? I can't beat it, but I'll deliberately hide in it. Qin Jiu? You, what do you mean by that? Luo Qingqing puffed up her little mouth and said, are you saying that you won't let us hide in when the two of us are in danger? Not waiting for Ningbei to speak, Qin Jiu looked at her and said, don't listen to him, he is a person who is bad. Is just deliberately scaring us? It's still Jiu who understands my husband. Ningbei spread out his arms and laughed. You guys don't need to worry about my cultivation since, if you don't believe me, you can take a look at my current cultivation level. With that, Ningbei converged on the ring's breath-concealing effect and burst out his own aura. Peak refining void? After the two women detected Ningbei's aura, deep disbelief spread across their beautiful faces. Husband, when did you break through the god of transformation? Reach the peak of refining void? Qin Jiu covered her small mouth and said. Luo Qingqing was even more astonished. Obviously a few days ago, you were still at the peak of the transformation god. Even if my furnace cauldron physique is strong, it shouldn't be. Ningbei smiled. Looking at the frightened second daughter, he straightened his back. One must know that since the debt owed to the system store was offset, the adversity value he had gained from obliterating Yi Tian, it was a million level amount. The experience fruits exchanged from the system store alone were enough to bring up his cultivation progress that had been delayed due to other things. And because it was something produced by the system, the root of its overall strength after this forced elevation of cultivation was also very solid. You guys need to practice more, haha. With that, Ningbei left the new world. The two daughters who were left alone in the new world, who had a long time to calm down in their hearts. I had thought that by breaking through the transformation god and about to reach the refined void realm, I could hopefully surpass my husband. It seems that it's still husband who's more powerful. Qin Jiu laughed. After all, the stronger Ningbei was, the more pleasantly surprised she was since. Of course, Luo Qingqing was happy after her surprise, but she was just concerned, he's so good, and put in the new world. Will he hook up with other women outside? Qin Jiu's smile came to an abrupt end. The next moment, she furrowed her brows and said, husband also has a master. I heard it's a very beautiful woman. When you say it like this, I'm a little worried that she'll give it to husband for nothing. At this moment, Lin Yueyao, who was touring the mountains in the new world, heard the young girl's concerns from thousands of miles away, and looked at the two women's direction with a skeptical face. What the hell? I gave it to him for nothing? Chapter 173. Lin Yueyao was offended and called out that she was not Ningbei's daughter-in-law. Ugh, those two are hopeless. Lin Yueyao sighed. She also had no intention of looking over and stopping the overly worried concerns of the two women. In her opinion, no matter whether Qin Jiu or Luo Qingqing, all have been tuned by Ningbei. No, taught bad. But she certainly wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. And outside, Ningbei was blissfully unaware of the situation within the new world. After Moonshine completely handed over the martial Heavenly Academy to him to take care of, although he didn't really want to be in charge of these things, he still made some pointers. At least for now, the Martial Heavenly Academy still needed a backbone. Can't be a throwaway. In addition to that, he also made it a point to explain Chen Na's matter to the elders, and even though the other party was the mother of the son of Qi, according to the system's hints, at least Chen Na was indeed on his side. So one size does not fit all, and what is promised must still be done. About 2 days later, the powerhouses of the Wuji Palace that had left then returned to the Martial Heavenly Academy once again. My palace master has kindly invited me, and I would like to ask Mr. Ning to make a trip to the Wuji Palace. The middle-aged man said in an unassuming manner. What do you mean? Why isn't your palace master coming over? Letting Ning Bei go to the Wuji Palace alone, how dare you think of such a plot? The elders were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Although they were no match for the Wuji Palace's powerhouses, there was nothing wrong with them intellectually, and they bluntly dismissed the Wuji Palace's invitation and discouraged Ning Bei. Ning Bei looked at the middle-aged man and the others. It seems that you Wuji Palace aren't going to cherish the opportunity I've given you. No, Mr. Ning, don't misunderstand. The middle-aged man smiled meaningfully and said, our family's palace master attaches great importance to Mr. Ning, but I'm sure you're also looking for information about that place before you take the initiative to show us goodwill from the Wuji Palace, aren't you? If Mr. Ning is willing to go to the Wuji Palace, I'm sure our palace master can also feel your sincerity. In that case, Ning Bei's eyes chilled as he said in a deep voice, then lead the way. Yes. The middle-aged man and the others looked at each other and smiled. Ning Bei, never. Their move is clearly a hangmen banquet, just waiting for you to throw yourself into the net. If we're going, then let's go together. At least there might be a chance to help you come back alive. The elders objected in succession. He even decided to risk his life to accompany him. After all, the Martial Heavenly Academy could never be without Ning Bei. If, in the end, they died under the Wuji Palace, as long as Ning Bei was still alive, he would at least be able to avenge them in the future. There is no need for you all to be nervous. Ning Bei said soothingly, a small Wuji Palace can't make much of a splash, so you guys should feel free to cultivate in the Martial Heavenly Academy. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Perhaps out of the admiration they had always felt for Ning Bei within their hearts, at this moment, facing Ning Bei's confident smile, it gives them an inexplicable worry that they were just being redundant. So for a while, they all stopped talking. On the contrary, the middle-aged man and the others sneered. Although they couldn't deny that Ning Bei's strength and talent were indeed beyond their previous perceptions, for the first time, they were also intimidated. But after all, it's just a teenager. A youngster, even if he is even more demonic. How is it not a laughingstock to underestimate this behemoth of theirs in the Su Sheng realm like this? Go! Ning Bei also stopped talking nonsense. And so it was. The group immediately rushed to the Wuji Palace. Palace Master, the people are almost here. A figure entered the Great Hall and reported. Wu Tian opened his old eyes, a flash of light flashed in his eyes as he looked around and said, everyone, conceal yourselves first. Yes. After the dozens of core powerhouses of the Wuji Palace looked at each other, in the next instant, their figures sitting in the hall instantly disappeared as mist. Not much longer. A group of figures stepped into the Great Hall, and the person at the head of the group was clearly the middle-aged man who had invited Ning Bei, Palace Master. The person has been brought. Wu Tian raised his old eyes slightly, scrutinizing Ning Bei, who had been swarmed in by the crowd. What a teenage boy. However, he just looked at Ning Bei and didn't say a word, as if he was waiting for Ning Bei to bow and pay his respects to him as a junior. After all, he was the palace master of the Wuji Palace, the helmsman of this massive power in the pseudo realm, and in his opinion, being willing to talk to Ning Bei nowadays had already been considered to have lowered his stature. Mr. Ning, when you see our palace master, why don't you pay your respects? The next moment, the middle-aged man looked towards Ning Bei. Ning Bei withdrew his gaze that was locked with Wu Tian and slowly moved to the middle-aged man. Pay your respects? What? Shouldn't you? At this moment, the middle-aged man was no longer fearless. Could it be that you didn't even learn a little bit of etiquette in the Martial Heaven Academy? Boo! Ning Bei slapped him across the face. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to finish his sentence, its powerful thunder yang force instantly landed on the former's head like a cannonball. In an instant, the middle-aged man who had been arrogant 1 second was slapped in public and his brain exploded into mush the next. Flop! Immediately afterward, he saw his headless corpse fall to the sky. Wow! The sudden scene instantly caused everyone's jaws to drop. Even Wu Tian's eye pupils shrank. Peak refining void? After realizing Ning Bei's strength, even the exceptionally experienced Wu Tian only felt a bolt from the blue. How the hell is that possible? A teenager in his teens. Peak void refining realm? Where's the hullabaloo? Due to the shock in his heart, he immediately raised his hand to signal the 10 or so people hidden around him to stop them from trying to make a move. The several people standing next to the middle-aged man were even paler at this moment. What are you doing? Just cleaning up the trash, no need to be nervous. Ning Bei calmly said. How dare you, who are you calling trash? How dare you be so wild in front of our palace master?
Kid, if you don't explain the garbage clearly today, you don't want to leave alive. A few people immediately burst into a rage and said. Of course, their bottom line stemmed from Wu Tian on the stage. Ning boy. At this time, Wu Tian also frowned. You came over today, did you want to have a good conversation, or want to be an enemy? At first, I naturally wanted to have a good conversation, Ning Bei said as he locked eyes with him, but alas, I gave you the opportunity, and it is you who are useless. While I can still spare your lives, immediately tell me everything you know. What if I won't? Refused? Ning Bei smiled and said, that's good, if you won't, I'll kill all of the people in this Wuji palace and see how long you can hold out. How about that? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian burst into a hearty laugh. Just by you? Do you really think that you can walk horizontally in my Wuji palace just because you are at the peak of the refined void realm? Not by me, of course. With a movement of his divine thoughts, Ning Bei straightaway summoned Lin Yueyao out. Master, go to. Kill them for me. Boo. But unexpectedly, when Lin Yueyao came out, she first gave Ning Bei's ass a kick, and crossed her arms and snapped. Up 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 up. My mother is not your daughter-in-law. Who are you tasking? Chapter 174 Ning Bei wants to deceive his master and call Lin Yueyao's belly. Not master. The nimbus was stupid. Thanks to the fact that he just portrayed such a forced image, this kick directly kicked him out of his original shape. Master? The gazes of Wu Tian and the others were all focused on Lin Xiao's body. Although they didn't know how Lin Yueyao had appeared, they all laughed out loud when they saw Lin Yueyao's behavior towards Ning Bei. This young girl is actually his master? I don't look like a master, more like a valet. Obviously a vase. Can't feel any powerful aura all over. I didn't expect. The world's rumored supreme demon Ning Bei is actually a womanizer as well. I have to say, man nature, he called this showy young girl out. I'm afraid he doesn't want to show us a dragon and phoenix in bed together, right? The crowd murmured, and even more unabashedly laughed and mocked. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Yueyao had a black line. No, which I think she and Ning Bei look like a couple. Master, look at the mess this has made. Ning Bei obediently stepped forward and stirred up trouble. Apprentice, I am in awe of you. They actually said that you have a strong nature. I would feel a sense of fulfillment if I bullied you. Is this not a slander of our master and disciple's innocence? Can you bear it, master? Anyway, I can't endure. If you don't do it later they'll move the bed for both of us. Ning Bei looked at the situation as if it had nothing to do with him. Lin Yueyao listened with shame and anger. But she wasn't a cutie either. Winking her eyes and scraping Ning Bei slyly, I'll settle the score with you later. Boom! As the words fell, she straightaway erupted with a powerful force. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding mocking Wuji palace's powerhouses weren't just simply shaken out, but were directly transformed into a mist of blood. Wow! The great hall that was originally still laughing and joking, all of a sudden resounded with a mouthful of cool air being sucked backward. Not good, this person's strength is as terrifying as it is. This young girl is even more powerful than Ning Bei. It must not be taken lightly. The crowd was in a state of shock. The original hidden up dozens of figures, at this moment, also coincidentally appeared. Spare as the palace lord Wu Tian, at this moment also silver eyebrows tightly frowned. Little doll. Who the hell are you? Phew. Lin Yueyao, on the other hand, went straight for the kill without saying a word. Its figure was like a stream of light, and wherever it passed, everyone exploded. And to the extent that they can't even leave a body behind. It was because the crowd's teasing just now had literally enraged her. Of course, as she was killing, she didn't forget to drop her powerful oppression on Wu Tian, so much so, that he could only stand in place with his body trembling. Not even a chance to come to the rescue. Palace Master, save us. As the crowd screamed miserably, countless people sought help from the flabbergasted Wu Tian. You're watching a movie at a time like this? Stop it. On the contrary, Wu Tian's old face was white, and at this moment there was no composure of the previous unseen, not to mention the confidence of a long time in a high position. And as he was suppressed and unable to move, he could only beg bitterly, don't kill, there is something to talk about. At the moment, this powerful person who had been in a high position for a long time looked like a child who had no power to fight back. One can only witness the Heartlanders, decapitated one by one, with no bones left. Now you know to talk properly? Ning Bei let out a cold smile and said in a chilling voice, what were you doing just now when I gave you the chance? Wu Tian looked at Ning Bei in horror. At this moment, he only felt that no matter whether it was Ning Bei or Lin Yueyao, they were both devils that had walked out of hell. But if something isn't done, today, the Wuji Palace will surely disappear from within the Su Shang realm. Mr. Ning, give it a second chance. Wu Tian couldn't think much and pleaded, what do you want to know? I can tell you everything. You quickly make your woman stop. Ouch, this is the end of you. Ning Bei shook his head. In the next moment, he shouted at the murderous Lin Yueyao, Master, he said that you are my woman. And said that I knocked you up. Wooten? You. Wu Tian covered his chest, and in the next moment, a mouthful of old blood sprayed out of his mouth. Ah!
But no matter how much Wu Tian pleaded, he couldn't stop Lin Zhao's killing intent. Furthermore, Lin Zhao's strike against the Wuji Palace was a complete descending blow that didn't take more than a few seconds at all to obliterate all the surrounding powerhouses. And that's still to ensure that you don't ruin the surrounding area. If it was possible to disregard everything, then with a single thought, both Ningbei and Wu Tian within this great hall would have evaporated as well. No! In the end, Wu Tian fell to his knees powerlessly. Looking at the blood on the ground, his old eyes are full of despair, and he will surely be Wuji Palace. But he spent a lifetime of effort. If he didn't want the Wuji Palace to become the overlord of the Su Sheng realm in the first place, why would he have designed to sacrifice all the forces? But now, I watched my heart and soul go up in smoke, and he hadn't had a chance to block it. This taste, it's like being green, and having to give people a push. Anyone who lives in a clam port did you ask? At this time, Lin Xiaoxiao walked inside the large hall. She had a delicate and beautiful face, not the slightest ripple could be seen, and even the clean clothes on her body were not half dusty. It was as if nothing had just happened. I haven't had a chance to ask. Yet. Ningbei gave a thumbs up. Well done, master. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't laugh, but said indifferently, ask quickly, I'll have to settle accounts with you afterward. Not master. Ningbei's expression was stunned, and he hastily defended himself. I didn't do anything just now. It was clearly all their own words. Apprentice is unjustly accused. Not waiting for Lin Xiaoxiao to speak. At that moment, Wu Tian raised his head violently and said, no. He said he knocked you up. Those words were his own. Ningbei? Ningbei completely did not expect that Wu Tian, who was now in despair, could actually backstab him. So at the fall of the other's words, he immediately looked nervously at the young girl. However, he saw the corners of Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth lightly twitching as she forced herself to hold back her anger and said, rush, hurry, and ask. Coo, of a dove. Ningbei swallowed nervously. Reason told him that after asking Wu Tian about the matter later, he must hurry and hide within the new world. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm going to be cleaned out. Thus, Ningbei walked towards Wu Tian with a gloomy face. What is the name of the power in the sacred realm that your Wuji Palace has contacted? At this point in time, Wu Tian knew that he had no chance to resist and could only be honest. That force, named the illusory immortal mansion. Chapter 175, Lin Xiaoxiao bullies too much. Ningbei decides to bully his teacher and destroy his ancestor. Mirage Immortal Mansion? Ningbei's expression changed. What kind of force is that? The Illusion Immortal Mansion. They informed me that they specialize in illusions and are considered a rather special force in the sacred realm, but even though their illusions are powerful, they are not strong enough to gain a foothold in the sacred realm. Wu Tian said frankly, that's why they found us, hoping that we can help them escape the sacred realm and come to the sustenance realm to settle down, and in return, they'll help us take control of the entire sustenance realm. Escape from the sacred realm? Ningbei looked surprised. I didn't expect that the force behind it that commanded the Wuji Palace, which was not only a rare force that practiced illusions, was actually fleeing from the sacred realm. From this, it could be seen that the sacred realm should be extremely dangerous, otherwise with their means, not to mention being able to dominate, they should also have the ability to protect themselves adequately, and shouldn't be thinking about running away. Then how did you guys get in touch? Ningbei pursued. Rely on the law mirror. Wu Tian proposed to lead Ningbei forward to observe the Dharma mirror. Out of insurance, Ningbei looked to the expressionless maiden at the side. Master, together. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her chin. Beg me. Ningbei's expression froze. However, thinking that Wu Tian wouldn't be able to survive later, he still forced a smile. Please master. Poof. Lin Xiaoxiao hummed arrogantly and walked over anyway. Wu Tianzi glanced at Ningbei and sneered, soft rice. Ningbei's expression was stunned. Who are you talking about? What do you mean? Don't misunderstand. Wu Tian added, what I mean is that you can eat this girl's soft rice. To be sheltered by her, it's really enviable. Nima. Ningbei couldn't stand it anymore. He can be a soft touch, but no one else can say that. Boom. Thus, without saying a word, Ningbei straight away activated the Thunder Yang force within his body and steeply slapped his palm towards Wu Tian. Boo! In a flash, Wu Tian was caught off guard and his entire head was blown to pieces. Why kill him so soon? Lin Xiaoxiao walked up and asked. He insulted me. Ningbei held his head high and said, outrageous, I gave him a chance and he didn't cherish it. I can find the Dharma mirror on my own anyway. Ha! Lin Xiaoxiao wrapped her arms around herself and swept Ningbei's whole body with a special look. People are just telling the truth. What's your hurry? Not me. Ningbei's handsome face reddened as he defended himself. Master doesn't know. I admit that I was sheltered by you. But then again, can the word soft rice be used indiscriminately? That describes a man who sells his body in exchange for a woman's favors, but we are a serious master and disciple? He is also insulting you. Come on. Lin Xiaoxiao snorted lightly and asked back, do you think I'm your two stupid daughters-in-law? Will be deceived by flowery words like yours. You're just being dismantled. Obviously a soft rice eater. You still want to eat soft rice hard, just like my father did back then. Ningbei listened with a black line,
but also realized something. What? Your father's such a terrifying existence. Grew up on soft food even back then? You. Lin Xiaoxiao realized what she had said and changed her words. You're as tough as my father. Understand? Ning Bei wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything more. He began to search within the Wuji Palace, and apart from a large number of spiritual objects, he also quickly found the magic mirror that Wu Tian had spoken of. Looking at this treasure, it should be some years old. Ning Bei sized up the magic mirror and slowly said, I don't think it was made by their Wuji Palace themselves. Could it be that it came from the sacred realm? That's why it was able to get in touch with the forces in the sacred realm? It should be. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded slightly and turned to say, Are you done with your work? Ning Bei raised his handsome face, surprised. What's wrong? I still have to settle accounts with you. Lin Xiaoxiao's pair of charming eyes stared straight at Ning Bei. The flirtatiousness in her eyes couldn't even cover the firmness. It's a score she'll settle. Not master. That's not my fault, Ning Bei said while preparing to claim the new world at any time. Seemingly seeing his purpose, Lin Xiaoxiao straightened up and said, I advise you that you had better not think of escaping to the new world. I have a way to chase after them. If you don't believe me, you can try. What? Ning Bei's tiger's torso shook and he said in shock, That's my place. How are you going to chase after it? Do you think I'm in there all these days? All watching how you bully your own daughter-in-law? Lin Xiaoxiao raised her pretty face and said irrefutably, If you don't believe me, you can try. But if you dare to run in, I guarantee that it will be even worse than now after I find you. Not. Ning Bei stared. To be honest, he also said it was a bit scary. Although the other party certainly can't kill him, it's not guaranteed. It was also really possible to maim him and then cure him. With the behavior of Lin Xiaoxiao killing people just now, he could also see that this little master tolerance level was definitely limited. And so it was. Ning Bei still chose to confess and be lenient, Master. I admit that my words were a bit rude just now. I shouldn't have said I'd put your stomach. Cough, but you should know me, I don't have that kind of bold idea. Purely the atmosphere is appropriate. I give you some power. Not waiting for Ning Bei to finish his sophistry, Lin Xiao pointed straight at the table next to him and interrupted. Don't bull asterisk me, go over there. Put your ass up. Ha! Ning Bei listened with a black line. In the next moment, he said with extreme incomprehension, Not. I'm a big man. What am I doing with my ass up? I'm going to kick it. Lin Xiaoxiao said frankly. The corners of Ning Bei's mouth twitched viciously. Not so much. We have such a deep master-disciple relationship. It's not worth it just because of one sentence. And you know I'm your master? Lin Xiaoxiao snorted lightly. Have you ever respected me as a master? It's okay to use me normally, but today, you still dare to give me a task? Do you think I'm one of those women who give it to you for nothing? Outrageous, you rebellious disciple. I'll let you know what it means to honor your teacher today. Hurry up and get down over there, or I'll switch to a heavier punishment. Lin Xiaoxiao pretended to be serious. The Ning Bei people are numb, but forced by the other party's lechery, in the end, he sighed and walked over. Then we have a deal. You have to be gentle. Ning Bei held the table, you just kick, and then it'll be written off. You cut the crap and get down on the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao urged. Looking at Ning Bei's pouting ass, she snorted out a laugh. You have a big ass. Ning Bei? Ti Niao. Ning Bei Bungbu lived and turned around in anger. Deceitful. I also have dignity. Don't you force me to really knock you up. Lin Xiaoxiao? Chapter 176. Ning Bei was brutally beaten up, and Lin Xiaoxiao claimed to have a big belly. Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Her pair of flirtatious and beautiful eyes radiated a strong sense of dismay and shock when she looked at Ning Bei. Even that beautiful pretty face, but also gradually floated on the angry blush, gas-shaking cold clenched up the pink fist. It seems that he didn't expect that Ning Bei would dare to say such treacherous remarks. Ahem. Meeting the young girl's sharp gaze, Ning Bei also came back to his senses and couldn't help but let out a light cough. That. He touched his nose, forcing out a smile that was awkward but not rude, a slip of the tongue. You know, I'm a person who has always honored my teachers. If I wasn't cornered, who would say? No, who would say that kind of angry words randomly? Boo! Not waiting for Ning Bei to finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoxiao violently raised her jade leg and kicked it straight towards his root. Asterisk. Ning Bei was so frightened that his tiger's body shook. He subconsciously turned to dodge, but although he avoided the important parts, his crotch still received a solid kick, and the whole person flew out backwards. This kick, in truth, caused Ning Bei to cry out in pain. You're trying to ruin me. Ning Bei hurriedly got up from the ground. But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, he only heard a swoosh as Lin Zhao's figure flashed over once again. Without waiting for him to see the young girl's expression, he only saw a white, smooth jade foot, violently kicking towards his face, as well as Lin Xiaoxiao's huffing and puffing. You rebel. Thanks to me protecting you so much. How dare you say that kind of thing to me? Today I'm going to clean up my house. Kick you to death, you rebellious disciple who deceives his master. Bang, bang, bang. Ningbei only felt that his jade feet were like rain, instantly falling all over his body.
The heaviness in particular was a far cry from the old days, causing him to curl up on the ground to protect his vital parts and to cry out for mercy.
Not master. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I won't say it in the future.
But no matter how much he admitted his mistake, it didn't have any effect at all.
You can't be kicked alive, can you? So, Ningbei racked his brain and said, wait, stop. If you kick again, how can I help you kill your father? How else am I going to beat up your father?
Lin Xiaoxiao's expression was stunned. In the next moment, she gritted her teeth again. Don't you play tricks on me.
I'm not your two brainless daughters-in-law. I have to kick you to death today.
The jade feet were like rain, all landing on Ningbei's body. Although Lin Xiaoxiao said this on her lips and her feet didn't stop, through Ningbei's feelings, she realized that the other party's strength was much lessened. This undoubtedly meant that what he had just said had worked.
So, Ningbei immediately took advantage of his mouth's vacancy and said, I'm serious. I want to write a challenge letter to your father. I just don't know if I have the chance. You're going to write a challenge to my dad?
Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped.
She blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Ningbei with a look of surprise. Do you mean what you say? Ningbei lifted his handsome face breathlessly and didn't say anything. I asked if you counted?
Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly rode on top of Ningbei, her jade hand grabbing his collar and questioning him.
Count. The Ningbei people are numb.
Feeling the weight of the young girl's delicate body, he was skeptical. Who the hell did he learn the jade foot flying kick from?
Get up.
Lin Xiaoxiao stood up and urged, get up quickly.
Then you can't kick it again. Ningbei carefully climbed up.
But he had just stood up, and before he had time to move his muscles, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao handing over a piece of paper and pen. Here, write for me.
No. Ningbei had a black line on his head and his eyes rolled. There's no need to be in such a hurry, is there? You have to let me organize my words properly. What's the challenge? What's the point of organizing your words? You just have to be angry at him. Ningbei was dumbfounded.
In the end, he had to take the pen and paper, but after looking at Lin Xiaoxiao several times, he didn't know where to start. After all, the other party's father.
That dam is an existence that cannot be named. What are you waiting for? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned and urged, you're playing with me again, aren't you? No, how dare I play you? I'm brewing up the words.
Ningbei gritted his teeth, stiffly lifted his brush, and took the lead in writing two words, Lao Dang.
Wait.
Lin Xiaoxiao spoke out to interrupt, wondering, who is Lao Dang?
Your father? My father's name is Lin. I know. Ningbei sighed and explained, Lao Dang is a.m.
You can understand it as an adjective that denotes a disrespectful term for an older person. Yes, that's it.
Really?
Lin Xiaoxiao's face was skeptical. After all, she had never heard of this term before.
What? You doubt me?
Ningbei saw the opportunity and immediately said righteously, in order to apologize, I've even written a challenge to your father. You as a master have no trust in me at all. I'm very angry now.
I won't write it. It's simply too deceitful. Who are you talking to?
Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows in displeasure.
Between words, one of her jade hands lifted up the hem of her skirt, revealing those white, round, and unbelievably beautiful legs. Only this beautiful leg was not meant to be an eye candy for Ningbei, but rather a threat. Coo, of a dove. Ningbei gulped. The taste of being rewarded by the jade foot just now was not something he had forgotten. So he could only smile and say, you don't even believe me. I believe it, okay?
Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted with a voice, urging, hurry up and continue writing down. Ningbei wanted to say something, but could only put up his pen and continue.
But the next moment, Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted again. What do you mean I forced you to give him a challenge letter? Wasn't it you who wanted to write this challenge letter? Besides, you just said you were going to put up a tough fight, and now you're putting the problem on my head? Are you playing with me? Not. I'm telling you I'm afraid to play.
Ningbei pretended to be helpless. I've said I want to organize my words, but you won't let me.
Where do I know what to write? It's okay if you're mad at him. So I write to fight him alone? That's too polite.
Lin Xiaoxiao frowned and refused, thought for a moment and said, let's do it this way, what I say you follow and write.
But for you to indicate that it's your own idea, you can't say that I forced you.
The corners of Ningbei's mouth twitched hard. To be honest, he didn't want to write any challenge at all, it was just to delay Lin Xiaoxiao. But as things stood, he could only take one step at a time. Okay, go ahead, I'll write it.
Lin Xiaoxiao's jade hand rested on her chin, pondering for a split second before saying, you just write. Lao Dang, I heard that you are very strong. But your daughter is beautiful, I want to knock her up. Ningbei?
Chapter 177, a villain who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors, and touches his legs when he's dying.
No, the Nimbus was stupid. He lifted his handsome face in dismay and looked at Lin Xiao with a look of confusion. This statement of yours is inappropriate, right? What's inappropriate? You dared to say it. Why don't you dare to write?
A flash of shame flashed through Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. Still, her tone was firm as she uttered the words. Knowing her father as she did, if she wrote a challenge like that, it would surely make him angry. Thinking about it, she urged, write quickly.
Just say you want to fool me into having a baby. Bring the child to him at that time. Oh yeah, you'd better write a few more sentences on how to bully me. Master, how dare I bully you? The Nimbus was stupid. He's been forced to write a challenge, and he has to write what he forced the other guy to write? Is there any justice? Is there any law? I don't even dare to bully you. How can I write about how to bully you? Ning Bei dissuaded. I think it's better for us to leave some wiggle room. No. Lin Yueyao refused flatly and thought for a moment. If you don't know how to write about the process, then you can write about how you bullied your daughter-in-law. Just replace your daughter-in-law with me. You can definitely write this one. Ning Bei. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ning Bei was speechless while writing, obviously not even a bite. I still have to carry this kind of charge. Sinus E isn't even this wrong. What else do you want to eat? Lin Yueyao questioned in dissatisfaction. No. Ning Bei shook his head, lamenting as he wrote, I just feel like this. I'm afraid your father doesn't even have the heart to kill me. Master, we are a family of the closest master and disciple. Do you really want to see me being hated by your father? Hey, you think I'm one of your two stupid daughters-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lin Yueyao snorted softly, still the closest relative teacher and disciple? In this world, it's the closest relatives that are the least trustworthy, and my Ernyang's experience is the best evidence of that. Ernie? Ning Bei's expression changed as he listened. And who is your second mother? My father's master. Ah. Your father's master is the second mother. Ning Bei suddenly stopped moving. Vaguely, he seemed to have discovered some unimaginable secret. Wait, master. Your second mother is your father's master? Then the two of them are together? The kids are all there. I'll go. Ning Bei was shocked, and subconsciously said, your father really knows how to play. His own master is screwing around. Hey! After Lin Yueyao realized that she had blurted out, she said, what are you talking about? My father and Ernyang are truly in love. They just have a master-disciple relationship. Master and disciple can also be together. Ning Bei didn't know how to respond for a moment. And looking at his dumbfounded expression, Lin Yueyao realized afterward, in this world, except for my father and Ernyang, other master-disciple relationships shouldn't overstep human relationships. Ha! Ning Bei laughed at that. Then your father and your second mother, they're pretty special. What are you laughing at? Lin Yueyao's pretty face slightly reddened as she gritted her teeth. No. Ning Bei shook his head and held up the paper. Do you think it's okay to write it like this? Icon. Lin Yueyao took the paper and examined it. But after going over it roughly, she swept Ning Bei with disgusted winks. Beast. I'm your master. You write so dirty? Ning Bei? At this moment, Ning Bei wanted to vomit blood. Asterisk. Ning Bei Bungbu lived. You're not the one who told me to write like this? Now you're blaming me for writing dirty. So do you want it or not? If you don't want me to rewrite it. Lin Yueyao hesitated. You can write this. But I'm warning you. Lin Yueyao said with a serious expression, you must never have the kind of letter. Dirty thoughts about me. Ning Bei was mute. Unless he didn't want to live, he didn't have that kind of idea of bullying the other guy. The point was, he wasn't that strong to bully the other side either. Just use this. Afterwards, Lin Yueyao put away the letter paper. Wait. Seeing this, Ning Bei hurriedly smiled and said, Master, let me keep it. By the way, I can fill in a few more strokes later when I think of something. No need to fill it, it's dirty enough as it is. Lin Yueyao expressed her refusal. I can just pass it on to my father and make him furious. Ning Bei's expression was stunned. Not that. Didn't you say before? You destroyed your connection with him. How do you give it to him? Fools, destroyed connections can be rebuilt. The corner of Lin Yueyao's mouth lifted slightly. Ning Bei? Originally, Ning Bei agreed to write so dirty, not because he was already prepared to go to war with the other side, but because he felt that in a short period of time, Lin Yueyao could not send the letter to her father. In that case, then he would have a chance to snub back the challenge later. Now that I heard that Lin Yueyao was able to rebuild the connection, I can imagine. How panicked is Ning Bei? This Miao received a challenge letter. I'm afraid it's not looking for it right away, right? After all, he has a rebellious image in his heart. His mind is full of the desire to take advantage of Lin Yueyao, but also to knock up other people's daughters. Not to mention an unnameable being, even if replaced by an ordinary father. That doesn't tolerate a little bit of that. Flop. Ning Bei instantly wimped out and hugged Lin Yueyao's slender jade legs. Lin Yueyao was also caught off guard. Feeling Ning Bei's broad arm, tightly hooked his own jade leg, has not yet been touched by a man, she cannot help but heartbeat acceleration. Aya, what are you doing? Lin Yueyao pushed Ning Bei's head and said, you get up quickly. Let go of me. Master. Ning Bei didn't let go of his hand, but raised his handsome face and said, I've thought about this challenge letter sent over. I'm afraid I'll be finished, right? Not necessarily. So it's still a possibility? Ning Bei said in an urgent voice, although we haven't known each other for a long time, we have always been inseparable. It's not an exaggeration to say that we have deep feelings. Do you really want to see this understanding disciple of mine get obliterated by your father? It's more like you're good at understanding people. Lin Yueyao hummed lightly. The corners of Ningbei's mouth lightly twitched. Anyway, this challenge, you can't send it over now, you have to give me some growing time. Besides, I just said one wrong word. You've kicked me in the face. You're still angry? Lin Yueyao's gaze looked down. What do you mean now? I want you to think twice. So are my legs slippery? Slip. You did touch it after all. Chapter 178, the villain is wise in a hurry. Xiao is so scared that she retracts her legs. Ha! Ningbei's expression was stunned. In the next moment, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Not. Master. I didn't mean that. Ha! The corners of Lin Yueyao's mouth twitched lightly as she let out a cold laugh. She held Ningbei's collar in one jade hand and forcibly lifted the other from her lap, saying in a chilling voice, begging me to raise my hand while taking the opportunity to touch my leg. You rebellious disciple. I have never seen such a shameless person like you except my father. I've never seen one as shameless as you. No. You wait. Feeling Lin Yueyao's intense anger, Ningbei panicked. I really didn't touch. I'm just trying to make you happy. When you ask me like that, can I still say it's not slippery? What do you think I am, your two stupid daughters-in-law? Lin Yueyao threw Ningbei out with one hand. The next moment, she lifted up her skirt and served Ningbei with a jade foot flying kick. Seeing this, the Ningbei went numb. They say even a man of clay has fire, let alone a villain like him. Therefore, at the moment when Lin Yueyao's jade foot flew over, Ningbei's heart crossed and he didn't choose to dodge or protect his vital parts. This time, he backhanded the other party's tiny jade feet. Lin Yueyao hummed lightly. She glanced at the defiant Ningbei and subconsciously wanted to pull out her jade foot, but she realized that it was tightly held in Ningbei's hand. What are you doing? Lin Yueyao furrowed her willow brows and questioned, you want to turn over the sky? You let go of my hand. Do you hear me? Master. Ningbei didn't let go, but lifted that handsome and peerless face. You're such a good-looking foot. If it's used to kick people, then it wouldn't be beautiful at all. I told you to let go. Lin Yueyao's pretty face slightly reddened as she coldly said. Between her words, she didn't forget to increase her strength a bit, though not so much that Ningbei couldn't hold it up, mainly because she wanted to make Ningbei aware of the situation. And Ningbei did feel the powerful strange force, and almost couldn't hold it up. But even so, this time, he wasn't about to give up resisting. You had to kick me, didn't you? Right. Good. Ningbei's heart crossed. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth and rushed to bite at the opponent's weapon. Ah! What are you doing? Lin Yueyao's delicate face was stunned in fear. Not waiting for Ningbei to get close, she nimbly put away her jade feet and retreated several feet backward as a whole, only to see her exquisite pretty face, covered with thick shock. You retrograde disciple. Do you have a problem? What do you want? What do I want? Ningbei sneered and said smugly, of course I wanted to escape. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yueyao to react, Ningbei took advantage of the gap between her retreats and straight away moved his divine thoughts, his figure passing into the new world. Lin Yueyao was dumbfounded. It was only in the next moment that she clenched her pink fists in hindsight, realizing that she had been tricked by Ningbei. Just now, Ningbei's act was clearly meant to scare her off so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to escape back into the new world. Childish. Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself and gathered up her rather sizable breasts. The other side. Phew. Ningbei ducked behind the new world and took a big breath. Good guy, you can't escape without some perverted tactics. Ningbei scratched his head. The thought that Lin Yueyao would take the challenge and send it to that existence that the system didn't even dare to probe, he was still a little panicked in his heart. Posey, I don't think he'll find his way to the new world, will he? Ningbei asked the system. Please ask the host to face the difficulties head-on so as not to escalate the situation. Ningbei raised an eyebrow. I want to talk to her. It's her who doesn't give a chance. Back to the host. This system store sells special drugs. Taking can mess with people's minds. The host can exchange for use in pinpointing Lin Yueyao. Ningbei? The drug sounded immodest at first, and he wasn't bottomless enough to do that. Husband. At that moment, two sweet voices came. Hey. Ningbei smiled. He turned to look at the two showy beauties flying at him head-on, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. It's still the daughter-in-law who's good to herself. Why are you covered in dust? Luo Qingqing looked surprised when she saw Ningbei. After all along, Ningbei had been a very clean sunny big boy. Qin Yu could see what, husband you, have you been beaten up? Don't mention it. Ningbei waved his hand and said, I want to get down to business with you guys. The Wuji Palace has been destroyed. Oh yeah, and ask about the one who contacted them, a force in the sacred realm called the Illusory Immortal Mansion. Mirage Immortal Mansion? Qin Jojo's delicate face changed as if she was thinking about something. Ningbei looked at her and said, Jojo, you know about this force, right? I don't know. Qin Jojo shook her head slightly and said, I've never heard before. There are such forces in the Holy Realm. Perhaps it's because they appeared late, or their strength is too weak to be ranked in the sacred realm. Is that so? Ningbei was a bit surprised. He stroked his chin and said, that Wu Tian said that the illusory immortal mansion wanted to escape to the suffering realm. Perhaps it is also true that it is too weak to gain a foothold in the holy realm. Illusion. This should be a very powerful secret art. Luo Qingqing interjected, according to my understanding, if they have poor talent, wouldn't be able to cultivate illusion arts at all. Whatever. Ningbei waved his hand and said, anyway, the Wuji Palace has already been destroyed, and the Dharma mirror they used to contact the sacred realm is in my hands, so I'm sure it's impossible for the sacred realm to get its hands on the sustenance realm anytime soon. Qin Yu curiously said, husband, can you show me the looking glass? Hey, don't say false mirror. You can look the other way if you want. The corner of Ningbei's mouth hooked up in a bad smile and said, ouch, nasty. Qin Yu immediately blushed. Today's time was different, and as she was shy, she also subconsciously looked at Luo Qingqing on the side, only to see Luo Qingqing puckering her small mouth. A pair of phoenix eyes that looked towards Ningbei flickered with shy coyness. See, this is it. Ningbei pulled out the spell mirror. At the same time, there were also the spirits he had scavenged from the Wuji Palace, all of which he handed over to Luo Qingqing, waiting to find time to plant them again within the new world. Continue to build intensity within the new world. This is. Qin Yu touched the law mirror with her hand. Abruptly the delicate face changed. How can? This won't be the holy world back in the year. Lost Qiankuan mirror, right? Qiankuan mirror? Ningbei raised his eyebrows slightly. What is that thing? Qin Yu raised her pretty face and said, I'm not too sure, but I've seen it before in an ancient book. It seems to be like this. No, this seems to be just a part of it. And it's already broken. It doesn't seem to be a complete Qiankuan mirror. Ningbei's expression changed as he listened, and in the next moment, he pulled out the divine mirror given by the old man. If it is broken, I wonder if the divine mirror can be quenched. Boom! Not waiting for Ningbei's words to fall, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 179, in order to calm Xiao Zhao's anger, Ningbei invites her to sleep. Boom! Only to see that the divine mirror that had just been pulled out, in the next second, it was actually directly integrated into the Dharma mirror. It was like a stone, smashed into the calm water, first splashing a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye, and then disappearing. What's the situation? Ningbei was taken aback. The two women looked at each other, their delicate pretty faces showing the same look of dismay. Husband, I know. Qin Yu flashed her spirit and said, that divine mirror shouldn't be a part of the Dharma mirror that's separated out, right? Now the Dharma mirror and the divine mirror meet. That's what creates the reaction. Having heard what was said, Ningbei was shocked. This divine mirror has the ability to detain souls and quench objects. If it's fused with the Dharma mirror, then the ability shouldn't disappear. Here. At that moment, Luo Qingqing handed over a broken sharp sword. Ningbei froze at the sight, and then smiled as he took the rapier. So smart, knowing that I want this. Luo Qingqing proudly puffed out her chest. One look from you and I'll know what you want me to do. Not waiting for Ningbei to praise. At this time, Qin Yu spoke out. Husband, I know that too. If you pat me, I'll know what to do. Ha ha. Ningbei laughed unkindly. Look at this tune. Now that's a family with a heart of gold. Immediately afterward, Ningbei didn't talk nonsense, and directly put the broken sword into the magic mirror, and as expected, the next moment it was quenching the sword. Exempt! Ningbei was overjoyed. Jojo, it seems you guessed well. These two pieces are really a body. In that case, this Dharma mirror, is it really the Qiankuan mirror you were talking about? Not. Qin Jojo nodded slightly and added, but by the looks of it, they're not fully formed right now and don't have the ability of the Qiankuan mirror. What can the Qiankuan mirror do? Rumor has it that the Qiankuan mirror is a supreme treasure, with the powerful power to reverse the universe and change time and space, in addition to which there are many other effects such as quenching and soul retention. After listening to the young girl's explanation, Ningbei sighed with emotion. No wonder the Wuji Palace was able to utilize this item to get in touch with the illusory immortal mansion so far away. This is truly a divine object. Although the divine mirror had been swallowed up, and the Dharma mirror was still just a crippled Qiankuan mirror, it had to be said that Ningbei had picked up a great treasure. Luo Qingqing guessed. That fantasy immortal mansion said it wanted to come to the Su Sheng realm. It can't be that it doesn't really want to escape, but rather rushing towards the Qiankuan mirror, right? It's possible. Ningbei pondered for a moment. After all, it's such a divine object, so perhaps in their hands, they also have fragments of a Qiankuan mirror similar to the divine mirror. But for now, we don't need to be too concerned. Ningbei's words changed. Let's wait until they contact me with the Farseek again. Aha! The two women nodded repeatedly. That said, husband, Wuji Palace was destroyed? Qin Yu snapped to notice something. With your strength, shouldn't have been that easy, right? Did you unite with the other forces of the Su Sheng realm? Ningbei shook his head. Seeing Ningbei's complicated look, Qin Yu instantly guessed. What, is that master of yours? Did she help you? Right. As things stood, there was no way for Ningbei to deny it. Luo Qingqing lamented, is she as obedient as we are? Ha! Ningbei smiled.
Not waiting for him to open his mouth to say something, Qin Yu was already saying, the dust on that husband. In fact, it's not made by the Wuji Palace. Rather, it was beaten by her? Ning Bei? What? Luo Qingqing was shocked at hearing this and puffed up her little mouth. You're so nice, why would she hit you? Qingqing, not everyone is discerning. Hearing the other party's words, Ning Bei's heart was soothed. If she's half as understanding as you are, I'll be satisfied. She is your master, how can you ask her to be like us? Qin Yu let out a light laugh and said, you must have messed with her, otherwise she shouldn't have hit you. That's true. Ning Bei was unimpressed and asked in return, she asked me if my legs were slippery. What do you think I should answer? Luo Qingqing snatched the answer, just say slip. That's what I said. Ning Bei spread his hands. Wait. Qin Yu discovered the blind spot. Why did she ask you if your legs were slippery for no reason? What were you doing at that time? Ahem. At those words, Ning Bei instantly coughed lightly and sheepishly. It's not that he and Lin Yueyao did anything unseemly. Rather, I can't say. After all, he's a big man, said hugging a young girl's thigh, begging people to be generous. It's really quite a shame about this. Seeing Ning Bei silent, Qin Yu stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Husband, are you looking for another one? Pust. Ning Bei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What are you thinking? I don't have a masochistic tendency. Can I like her if she kicks me? Then why did she ask you about your leg? Ning Bei stared. Husband, it's not a solution for you to avoid her like this. If you've done wrong, go apologize. Or else we'll come into the new world. She really wants to get back at you. Can go kill the Martial Heavenly Academy? Qin Yu reminded. Ning Bei was stunned to hear this. Yes, how could he have forgotten about the Martial Heavenly Academy? Shouldn't be too much though, right? Although Ning Bei had the feeling in the dark that Lin Yueyao did not really want to kill him, and did not have the anger of having to kill him, if it has been hung out to dry. I'm afraid that the more I think about it, the hotter I'll really end up doing something impulsive. And so it was. After corralling the opinions of his two daughters, in the end, he decided to make things clear. The ruins of the Wuji Palace. A silhouette sat on a boulder, a pair of charming eyes coldly staring, at the place where a certain rebellious disciple had left. I don't believe you'll hide for the rest of your life. Lin Yueyao gritted her teeth. She just couldn't believe that the other party was willing to hide in the new world for the rest of her life. Anyway, it was from here that he entered the new world, and in the end, Ning Bei could only come out from here if he wanted to. It's not a bad idea to keep a watchful eye. Phew. But just then, a figure appeared abruptly. Lin Yueyao batted her long eyelashes. Looking at the figure that appeared, she was somewhat incredulous, as if she hadn't expected Ning Bei to dare to come out so quickly. Phew. However, in the next moment, she still did not hesitate to send her jade foot flying and kicking over. Wait. Looking at the familiar jade foot, Ning Bei said in an urgent voice, I have something big to tell you. At the critical moment, Lin Yueyao still stopped. You still dare to come out? Ning Bei squeezed out a smile, stating that he had just gone to explain to the two daughters that the act of destroying the Wuji Palace was not an act of evasion. Do you see me believing? Lin Yueyao wrapped her arms around herself. Hurry up and tell me your big story. If you play me, I'll settle the score with you. Ning Bei swallowed his saliva and said apprehensively, Master, I've gotten a big bed in the new world. It's so big that 4 people can lie on it at once. Do you want to go and try it out? Lin Yueyao? Chapter 180, to show his sincerity, Ning Bei gave a small bed first. And let me try. Are you tired of living? Lin Yueyao looked skeptical. She didn't expect that Ning Bei, knowing that she hadn't yet lost her temper, oh no, to be precise, she hadn't yet had time to be angry, actually tricked her into leaving her outside. The rebel actually dared to treat her this lightly? For a while, Lin Yueyao was skeptical, not expecting Ning Bei to be so bold. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any harm. Touching Lin Yueyao's fierce reaction, Ning Bei hurriedly said, it's just a simple invitation to try. If you like that bed, I can give it to you. Me. Don't. Want. Lin Yueyao couldn't bear it anymore. In the next moment, she jumped up in the air, her jade foot aimed at Ning Bei's overly deceptive mouth, as if she was about to store up her strength for a strike. No? Ning Bei's tiger's body shook as he said sharply, have you misunderstood? What I mean is, in the future, you can be honorable in the new world. There's no need to avoid Jojo and the others. I am inviting you to live with us. Eat, drink, live and travel. And specially prepared room for you. And that thieving big bed. Lin Yueyao's delicate face was stunned. That bed is for me? Of course. Seeing that there was a chance to talk peace, Ning Bei was relieved. I know that as a disciple I have less respect for you. This is also my attempt to make amends and apologize. That bed is definitely much more comfortable than you sleeping in the wild mountains, or in the 7-star pearl. That. Lin Yueyao's chest floated, humming, then you don't say it clearly. What did you say about 4 people? I said 4 people. It's not like it's a lie. Ning Bei rationalized, it's really bigger than a normal bed, it just can sleep 4. You. The corners of Lin Yueyao's mouth twitched viciously.
Right now, however, she did understand Ningbei's meaning. It was an invitation for her to be honorable. However, having a slight understanding of Ningbei, she also frowned and questioned, "Aren't you afraid that I'll have contact with them so as not to harm them? Why did you suddenly bring up this idea?" Ahem. Ningbei cleared his throat and said in a serious manner, "That's all a joke. Although we masters and disciples usually fight and joke around, it's undeniable that we have unconditional trust in each other." "I didn't," Lin Yueyao interjected. The corners of Ningbei's mouth twitched slightly as he forced a smile. "I did. Master, although you appear to be strong and domineering on the outside, I can feel. In fact, you're just a kind-hearted, innocent and warm-hearted little girl, and if I have to say that there's any difference between you and the others, that is also that you are more beautiful than them." "What do you mean by that? You think I'm eating this?" Lin Yueyao pretended to frown and said with dissatisfaction. But with her mouth saying this, the jade hand that she held together had already been uncontrollably stretched out. After all, as the old saying goes, you can't reach for the stars. Seeing this, Ningbei laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he still said, "Of course I know that you're not a regular person, and you definitely won't be deceived by flowery words. So you're still talking? But I'm telling the truth." Ningbei put his hands behind his back and held his head high. "If you have to get beaten for telling the truth, then do it, and I won't be named Ning if I dodge a bit." "You." Lin Yueyao instantly wanted to say something. The next moment, she grunted softly, "Take me inside." "Done." The corners of Ningbei's mouth rose as he walked like a spring breeze. Lin Yueyao's delicate face changed. "What did you just say?" "Oh, I say. You must like that bed." Ningbei smiled and said, "You don't know, but that was something I spent a lot of money to get. It's just a bed." Lin Yueyao was not impressed, but after she was brought inside the new world, saw the large soft bed, and was invited by Ningbei to lie on it and try it. She was no longer contemptuous, but shocked. "This bed, how can it lift a man's waist?" "Oh, it's called a massage," Ningbei said in a serious manner. "Like us cultivators often have back pain, especially after excessive cultivation, the muscles of the body are in a tense state, and even back pain. Lying on this bed is equivalent to massage rest, and has the effect of relieving fatigue." Oops. Suddenly, Lin Yueyao was startled. How can it still discharge electricity?" "Oh, this is even more normal." Ningbei continued in a serious manner. "You know, a simple-to-get current is conducive to relieving fatigue and speeding up the body's new generation. It's supposed to get rid of impurities, and is one of the basic functions of this bed." Lin Yueyao's pretty face was covered in suspicion. Such a strange bed. Rao had never heard of it before. Especially more incomprehensible to her is, why is this bed not on the ground, but hanging in the sky? A gentle push. It's like a swing. The fun is here. Ningbei smiled and said, "When you can't sleep in bed, you can still swing, wouldn't that be nice?" "Ningbei, are you okay?" Lin Yueyao's charming eyes that looked towards Ningbei were thick with dismay and confusion. For a moment, she even wondered if she'd kicked too hard and broken the other's head. But, Lin Yueyao looked at the large bed underneath her and said, "This bed is quite soft and, since it's your gift, I'll take it." "Ha? You still want it?" Now, it was Ningbei's turn to be staggered. "What do you mean?" Lin Yueyao raised her pretty face and frowned. "What? You don't intend to really give it to me?" No. Ningbei was scared out of his wits and quickly waved his hand. "Of course it is for you." "Ha, then this will be your room from now on." Lin Yueyao looked around. Although the room was beautifully decorated, it always felt like this shriveled purple light had a rather less than decent vibe to it. However, considering that it was carefully prepared by Ningbei, she added that she accepted it. "Let's go out to eat then," Ningbei said with a smile. After all, it was so hard to coax this thigh, other small details could be ignored for now. Nowadays, Qin Yu and Luo Chengqing were grilling the demonic beast meat according to Ningbei's request, as well as the cumin and other secret ingredients that he had exchanged from the system store. So even if there is no cooking skills of the two women, in the spices of the addition of a little, is still grilled some mouth-watering delicious. Looking away from the two figures walking towards them, Luo Qingqing and Qin Yu immediately put down the things in their hands. For the first time to see Ningbei, that mysterious master, naturally have to respect point. On the contrary, Lin Yueyao didn't have so many rules. She had already met the two women and walked straight towards the location of the roasted meat. "Let's see what smells so good." "Husband." Luo Qingqing carefully came to the side of Ningbei and asked in a low voice, "That bed, did she take it in?" Not waiting for Ningbei to speak, Lin Yueyao abruptly flashed to me, tilted her head and said, "I took it, what's wrong?" Chapter 181, Giving Master a Couple's Ring, isn't that a joke? Luo Qingqing was so frightened that her delicate face was stunned. Ningbei interjected, "Not much. She's just afraid that I didn't send it out. Or else she's going to blame me for not doing my job properly." Yeah. Luo Qingqing nodded repeatedly. At this time, Qin Yu also opened her mouth to change the topic. "That husband's master. Come and try the roasted meat that husband taught us how to make." Lin Yueyao looked at her and pondered for a split second. "Just call me Miss Lin, or Xiao Xiao." "This?" Qin Yu's eyes widened.
She looked incredulously at Ning Bei, and those watery eyes seemed to say, "This person doesn't look as unapproachable as you make him out to be?" Ahem. Ning Bei was also a bit surprised, but still smiled. "Jojo, Xiao will live here with us from now on, you two don't need to be too formal." "Little is what you shouted." Lin Xiao raised her pretty face and stared at Ning Bei. "I'm your master. Don't think you've taken your bed." "Ah shucks, don't think that by taking your bed, what happened before will be written off." Well. Ning Bei listened with a black line. Immediately, the four of them attempted to roast the meat. It had to be said that it was worthy of redeeming the spices from the system store. Even though the three women had long been refreshing themselves, they still couldn't resist the marvelous flavor. It is true what they say that good food makes you feel good. After a few round trips, the three women had already familiarized themselves with grilling the meat, talking and laughing as if they were old friends meeting. Instead, Ning Bei, the owner of the new world, seemed a bit out of place. Xiao, why didn't you show up before?" Qin Yu asked the curiosity in her heart. Lin Xiao said while eating, "He doesn't give. Afraid that I'm too strong and he can't suppress it. Lest I threaten him with you guys." Qin Yu widened her beautiful eyes, looked at the Ning Bei not far away after, turned back and said, "It can't be, I feel that you are quite good to get along with. Even if the strength is strong, it's not so scary to be with you, right?" Luo Qingqing nodded in agreement and said, "I thought it was a very fierce person, but I didn't expect it to be quite easygoing. How could my husband be afraid of you?" Lin Xiao lightly hummed, "You haven't done anything wrong, of course you're not afraid. It's not like that retrograde disciple. He deserved it himself." Luo Qingqing and Qin Yu looked at each other and were silent. But in a moment of eye contact, they both seemed to hear something. "So it's him who made you angry? Ah, no wonder you punched him." Luo Qingqing laughed sweetly. Qin Yu also handed away meat skewers and said, "But little, husband, although he is a little bad, but the heart is good. In the future, you won't hit him, okay?" Lin Xiao looked at the two women in a complicated manner. She was already smart and clever, so could she not see that the two women were here to intercede for Ning Bei? "You too. What a hold he's got on you." Lin Xiao sighed softly and lamented, "He bullied you guys so much, and you still want to speak for him. Is that like words? He actually pushed the two of you to come and intercede with me whom he met for the first time." "It's okay." Luo Qingqing smiled sweetly and stated, "Husband will reward us." Both Qin Yu and Lin Xiao were stunned. I mean cultivation. Reward spirit objects. Luo Qingqing was vainly sophomoric, and seemed to have realized the slip of the tongue. All of a sudden, a trace of embarrassment steeply drifted out of the originally fairly harmonious atmosphere. In the end, it was Lin Xiao who took the lead in breaking the silence. That bed is actually not a gift for me at all. It was originally prepared by you guys for yourselves, right? As she spoke, she stared into Luo Qingqing's eyes. After all, just a few moments ago, she actually saw what was going on. And meet her straight eyes, Luo Qingqing originally wanted to lie, but in the end, still frankly said, "Yes, you sleep alone." Indeed wasted. Lin Xiao had a black line. No wonder. She just thought there was something wrong with Ning Bei. Who's a good guy apologizing for giving away a bed? And still giving her such a big bed. It's not like the bigger the bed, the better. Sure enough, it is a conspiracy. It's just a random excuse to coax her in, and then take advantage of the opportunity to get to know the two women to help intercede. "It's okay, little." Qin Yu rounded out, "You like. It's yours, we don't think much of it anyway. Forget it." Lin Xiao gently shook her head, "It's not like I need such a big bed." "Then we can sleep together," Luo Qingqing suggested. "Ha?" Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. She looked at Luo Qingqing with a look of incredulity, dismay and shock written all over her eyes, not even daring to believe her ears. "Is that really something you can say?" "It's okay," Luo Qingqing added, "we're all women anyway. That bed is so big. It's okay to be together." "He's not with you?" Lin Xiao's face showed surprise. After all, she had no interest in prying into other people's privacy, and although she knew that Ning Bei wasn't too decent as a person, to be honest, she had never seen anything that she shouldn't have. Therefore, she also didn't know that Ning Bei was actually a very decent person at heart. Otherwise, such as Yuan, Chen Na stream of women, in the beginning, how could he even did not touch it? Not together, he's very diligent. Luo Qingqing stated. Qin Yu also said, "Every time we take a break, husband he goes to cultivate. He's too diligent about cultivation." Lin Xiao couldn't refute this. However, compared to the two daughters, she actually understood Ning Bei's plight better, a bad fate. After all, being burdened with a villainous destiny, there might be some kind of archenemy next, so naturally you can't slack off in order to live a happy and fulfilling life. Ning Bei appeared to be playing with the Dharma mirror. But as for the words of the two women, he had also heard them, and could not help but lament, knowing a husband is not as good as a wife. Just then, only to see Luo Qingqing waving her jade hand and shouting at him, "Husband, take out another one of that ring." "What ring?" Ning Bei stared back in surprise, not turning a corner for a moment. The next moment, only to hear Luo Qingqing raise her jade hand and add, "It's you who said this kind of ring, wearing it is a family."
You also give a small little one. In the future we will be a family, so she won't beat you up. Pust. Hearing this, Ningbei nearly sprayed out a mouthful of salt water. That's the Dao couple's ring. Luo Qingqing's delicate face was stunned, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Do you still want it? Chapter 182, Lin Xiaoxiao forgives his adversary, understanding little master. Lin Xiaoxiao froze with a look of skepticism. Her beautiful eyes that looked towards Luo Qingqing revealed a dismay that she couldn't hide, as if she completely didn't expect the other party to be able to say such clear sky thunderbolt words. In a trance, actually let her from Luo Qingqing. See a few moments of Renyang's shadow. Must be an illusion. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and couldn't believe that there was a second one in the world that was so stupid. Ah no, a woman who has not been polluted by the mundane world. Ahem. Ningbei was also startled. He hurriedly came over from the side to round out the scene and laughed. Master, Qingqing also has good intentions. Don't think too much. That ring is actually not called a Dao couple ring. It's equivalent to a group token. Yes, it's just a token. Qinzhou Jiuyan echoed with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao just forced a smile and didn't dwell on it. It wasn't like she was a cutie, after all. She knew it was so embarrassing, and the others had made a point of speaking out to change the subject, so she could still hold on to the might as well. Besides, she did not want to talk to a little apprentice. Get into any misunderstanding shenanigans. Master, how's the food? Still appetizing, right? Ningbei smiled and changed the topic. Lin Xiaoxiao calmly said, not bad. Compared to my father, it's still almost. You still have to practice. Ningbei raised an eyebrow. Kidding aside, these were all the secret grilled meat ingredients that he had redeemed from the system store. How could he still be compared to others? However, once he thought about the young girl's origin, he was afraid that it would not be difficult to eat dragon meat, which was normal. I'm done eating. Take your time eating. And, I don't want that room, keep it for yourselves. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxiao turned and flew away straight away. Since she could see that the bed, in fact, wasn't meant for her at all, she didn't have the kind of quirk to grab the warm bed of a family of 3. Take a step back. That bed is fancy. And looking at the young girls departing back, Ningbei's trio sighed in relief as if they were relieved. Great husband, it looks like Xiaoxiao shouldn't beat you up anymore. Qinzhou wrapped her arms around Ningbei and laughed. You shouldn't make her angry in the future. How dare I upset her? Ningbei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Still, it's that challenge. Remains a thorn in his side. If it is really sent to the hands of that unnamed character. If you think that your precious daughter is ruined by him, I'm afraid that if I don't die, I'll be struck by lightning. I should have given her the ring just now. Luo Qingqing walked up and said, why don't you guys cherish the opportunity? I've created a good opportunity for you guys. Without waiting for Ningbei to speak, Qinzhou was the first to say, Dao couple ring. How could she wear it? What is that with us? Xiao looks so proper. It's good to take it without wearing it. Luo Qingqing didn't think so and said, as long as she accepts it, she'll be a family with us in the future, and she'll take care of it anyways in the future. You think that's a contract charm? Ningbei laughed bitterly and lamented, she's not like the two of you, she wouldn't willingly be bound to us just because of a ring. Qinzhou blinked her long eyelashes, husband, what contract talisman? He's the one who hit me inside. Luo Qingqing stretched out her wrist, and a strange pink rune was visible, indicating that it had been signed by Ningbei not to be betrayed. What? When I first heard about this, Qinzhou's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Ningbei, husband you get her this kind of thing? Ahem. I thought we didn't know each other well before. Ningbei touched his nose in embarrassment. At first, he wanted to use Luo Qingqing to deal with Yi Tian, but because he couldn't be sure if the other party was completely loyal, he had no choice but to type the contract talisman. Although somewhat redundant for now, but it definitely used to be considered a cautionary tale. Then I want it too. The next moment, Qinzhou walked up and said, Ningbei? Oops. It seems to be badly taught. Wutian Academy. During the time that Ningbei was living a wet and good life in the New World, the Wutian Academy was also receiving visits from many forces. This was because the ears and eyes of the various forces within the Su Sheng realm had gradually learned of the news of the Wuji Palace's extermination. In this regard, all forces in the Pseudo realm felt deeply fearful and uneasy. After all, with the Wuji Palace's heritage in the Su Sheng realm, it could be said that it wasn't the least bit weaker than these forces of theirs, it was a behemoth. How could they not be worried by the silent extinction of such a terrifying force, especially for unknown reasons? Brat, you've finally shown up. Moonless was on the verge of crying. At the first sight of Ningbei, he first rubbed his eyes, then he ran up and grabbed Ningbei as excitedly as a dog seeing. The Wuji Palace was destroyed, did you know that? I know. Ningbei nodded with a smile. Without waiting for him to explain more, he was interrupted by Moonless again. Now all the forces of the Sustenance realm have come to our Martial Heaven Academy, and they want to see you. It's being discussed whether it's that so-called sacred realm that has come with enemies. Ningbei smiled at his words. What holy realm came to the enemy? I destroyed it. That's good. Moonless nodded subconsciously first.
But the next moment, he suddenly seemed to realize something was wrong. Wait, what did you say? You destroyed the Wuji Palace? Meaning the other party's skeptical and dismayed gaze, Ningbei nodded his head with a smile. Old master, if you're in seclusion, do it properly, and leave these matters alone. After saying that, Ningbei went out to meet the forces outside. This? Moonless froze in place for a long time, speechless. Truly this news. Too much of a bolt from the blue. If it were anyone else speaking, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe it. After all, the weight of the Wuji Palace in the Su Sheng realm was well known. But if it is what Ningbei said, he couldn't say anything to question it. Predictable. When the outside world learned of this, the shock was unspeakable. You're the one who wiped out the Wuji Palace. Mr. Ning, are you not joking? Making fun of us, right? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Do I look like I'm joking to you all? Ningbei calmly said, all of you need not worry that someone from the sacred realm will come to the sustenance realm to do wrong. Please return. The crowd wanted to say something else. However, he was expelled by Ningbei, plus he turned around and flew back to the boundary. For a while, they couldn't say anything else and could only leave one after another. However, after determining that it was not an enemy from the Holy Realm, and that the Wuji Palace had been destroyed, a stone in their hearts had fallen to the ground. This Ningbei. I'm afraid that in the future, he'll lead the Martial Heavenly Academy to dominate the entire Su Sheng realm. If he really destroyed the Wuji Palace alone, then we'd better be respectful. While Ningbei returned to the schoolhouse, he was stopped by a sinister shadow. Chen Na went up with a smile on her face. Director, really, you destroyed the Wuji Palace? You don't believe me? Ningbei raised an eyebrow at her. It's not disbelief. Chen Na hastily shook her head and subconsciously licked her lips. I just didn't expect. You're actually already this powerful. That strength must be great, right? What? Want to try? Chapter 183. Yuan's charm is still alive and well, and Ning's brother can't stop shouting. Try. Chen Na's eyes widened. At this moment, she only felt her heartbeat accelerate, and her beautiful eyes looked at Ningbei strangely. Can I? Sure. Ningbei took a stance and raised his palm. But this slap of mine will be very heavy, so you have to be prepared for. Getting hurt isn't my business. Chen Na's smile came to an abrupt end. The next moment, she aggrievedly puffed up her small mouth. Aya, how can the slave stand you? You bully us so much. Looking at the other side of the white given to the pretense of pampering, Ningbei helplessly shook his head. Know that you are still not dead? Chen Na opened her cherry mouth and whispered, but people are too bored here. They think I'm yours. And you don't want. Make me like living in a world that has nothing to do with me. Ningbei listened with a black line. Don't you have a little sister? You mean Lin Yueyao? Mentioning the other party, Chen Na shook her head slightly and gathered her hands around her plump breasts. She's too stupid. I can't play with her. Do you know, director, that silly girl is actually still fantasizing that you will one day be able to spoil her like you used to? During her time at the Martial Heaven Academy, Chen Na had long known that there had once been all sorts of deeds between Ningbei and Lin Yueyao. As a result, it felt like Lin Yueyao was even more foolish. LOL, what a fool. Chen Na covered her mouth and snickered. She doesn't even think about it, just based on the fact that she is not as good as your two daughters-in-law's appearance and body. Why do you want to spoil her? Even if you are tired of eating the delicacies of the sea one day, and want to try the humble food of your slaves, you don't have to be responsible. You won't spoil her either. So she's too stupid. I don't like to be friends with fools, Chen Na confessed. Hearing this, Ningbei all but laughed. The next moment, though, he suddenly thought of something. Perhaps I can introduce you to a friend with the same interests. Who? And you wait here. After saying that, Ningbei turned around and left. Brother Ning, I rushed here immediately upon receiving your message. Xiaoyi arrived in a flurry of excitement. Of course, he still had that familiar figure, Yuan, by his side. Brother Ning. Yuan's beautiful eyes glittered with undisguised light as she looked at Ningbei. Ningbei just glanced at her before rushing at Xiaoyi to get down to business first. Brother Xiao, have you heard anything about the sacred realm? Slightly heard some. Xiaoyi nodded slightly and raised his head to ask. That said, Brother Ning, will this sacred realm really not look for it? Not anytime soon. I'm relieved to have you say that. Xiaoyi laughed cheerfully. Recently, our Xianbao pavilion was about to expand, but the Susiai realm has been in turmoil, causing us all to be afraid to unfold our arms and legs for a big endeavor. But with Brother Ning in, it's like we have a sea god's needle. If you're afraid of danger, it would be better to relocate to the vicinity of our Wutian Academy. Oh, is that true? Xiaoyi rose in surprise at his words. After all, nowadays, although the Wutian Academy is not enough, but the reputation has long been playing out, and there is Ningbei sitting in the town. In the entire Su Shang realm, who dared to underestimate the Martial Heavenly Academy. Therefore, if it can be moved to the vicinity of the Martial Heavenly Academy, this can be considered a rare opportunity for the Xianbao Pavilion. In that case, who would dare to hit Xianbao Pavilion? Wouldn't that be disregarding the Martial Heavenly Academy? And, the Xianbao Pavilion was engaged in an industry that was, again, indeed fraught with danger, and during the time that they had come to the Su Shang realm, they had been attempting to seek refuge from the major powers. including the Wuji Palace that was destroyed not long ago. But in the immortal cultivation world, oh no, anywhere to be precise, there is no such thing as a good thing falling from the sky. Those forces were all making excessive demands, wanting to get a piece of the future Xian Baogu, so the matter was not implemented for a long time. Now that Ning Bei's initiative to invite him, it could be said that Xiao Yi was overjoyed. Ning Bei shook his head and smiled. Naturally, when it's true, with our relationship, we can't fool you.
Ha, don't worry brother Ning, we're not moving here for nothing.
Xiao Yi was also very knowledgeable. I'll have Zuanbeige follow the price we can accept.
Hey, no need to talk about that.
Ning Bei interrupted. I'll first take you to meet the elders in charge of the perimeter of the Wutian Academy, so it's good to have something to look after at that time.
Okay, I'll see what I can do when the time comes.
Xiao Yi was flattered, and then he whirled around and said, by the way, brother Ning, I have another happy thing to tell you.
Oh, what is it? Ning Bei looked surprised. Xiao Yi smiled coyly. I'm planning to get married. Exempt? Ning Bei was taken aback. In the next moment, his gaze couldn't help but turn to Yuan and look at the other party's flavorful face.
Or did you fail to resist your aunt's temptation?
Brother Ning, don't misunderstand.
Seeing this, Xiao Yi hurriedly explained, I wouldn't dare to defy our Xianbao Pavilion's ancestral training, and the woman I'm married to was still within our Xianbao Pavilion.
It's not what you think.
So it is. Ning Bei nodded indistinctly. Brother Xiao, you're such an asshole. You're all about to marry a daughter-in-law, but you're still raising a grown-up outside.
Ha! Xiao Yi's expression was stunned. Then brother Ning. You? Ahem. Ning Bei coughed lightly. When are you going to marry? Ha ha.
Xiao Yi laughed loudly before saying, originally, I had planned to do this 2 months later, but now that I'm moving to the vicinity of the Martial Heavenly Academy, I think it would be better to relocate first, and then hold it directly here, which would also spare you from having to come all the way out here to toss me out of your day-to-day life, brother Ning.
Okay, I'll be there then. Ning Bei readily agreed. Spin.
He was ready to get up and take Xiao Yi first, to meet the elders who had relocated over to confer. But halfway there, he suddenly thought of something. Brother Xiao, go by yourself.
Just say that I asked you to come. They won't make things difficult for you.
I will borrow her for a while first. Ning Bei raised his hand and pointed at, with a surprised face, Yuan.
No problem, brother Ning, feel free to. Don't be polite ha. Xiao Yi was also very quick.
When he said that, he barked at Yuan, but don't lose my face.
Don't worry. Yuan responded to the last sentence.
Seeing Xiao Yi's distant back, Yuan could no longer suppress the corners of her mouth from rising. Brother Ning. Looking at the other party's worthlessness, Ning Bei had a black line, don't get me wrong.
Aha.
Yuan nodded her head repeatedly, her charming pretty face covered with joy and anticipation. It's my honor as a human being.
I all but told you not to get the wrong idea.
The corners of Ning Bei's mouth twitched hard. Wait, I'll introduce you to someone.
Ouch. Yuan immediately caught up and shook her head repeatedly. Brother Ning, although I can't talk about loyalty, but Xiao Yi is not bad. Don't you change me. I'm used to staying in the Xianbao Pavilion. Think what? It's to introduce you to a friend. Aha.
Yuan's delicate face was stunned, and she busily said, although I don't have much of a bottom line.
But it's not like I can look at everyone.
I still have requirements for face value.
Chapter 184 Yuan is single again, decides to stay in the academy. Do you not understand human language? Ning Bei was speechless. It's a woman.
Yuan batted her long eyelashes. The next moment, her beautiful eyes carefully looked at Ning Bei and tentatively asked, it's just the normal,
ordinary relationship of kind of female friend? Or do you think? The corners of Ning Bei's mouth twitched hard.
If he had known it would be such a hassle, he wouldn't have mentioned it more than once.
Brother Ning, don't be angry, I thought it was just the two of us here, and we wouldn't be talking about anything serious. Yuan said with an air of understanding. I haven't been immodest with you either, have I? Ning Bei had a black line. To be honest, if Qin Yu is still alive now,
I'm afraid that he would have to explode with anger. A beloved mother, an enemy who dreamed of killing.
It's too destructive of the way. In a few moments, Yuan then meets up with Chen Na.
And not surprisingly, Ning Bei, the two women met for the first time, as if they had found a soulmate like joy.
Aya, sister, so you are so bitter too. Yuan took Chen Na's hand and said, if it weren't for my uncontested son, now, Brother Ning wouldn't have left me out in the cold, not even willing to touch me.
Chen Na concurred, don't mention it, that rebellious son of mine is even more infuriating, the director hasn't even messed with him, and he prefers to target the director. Otherwise that family of ours wouldn't have broken up. How do you call Brother Ning director?
Because he taught me to be a man, Chen Na said smilingly. Upon hearing this, Yuan's delicate face changed and she lowered her voice. What? He has already taught you how to be a man. How did you succeed?
Chen Na's delicate face was stunned, busy saying, sister, don't misunderstand, it's literally to be a man.
Director can't look at me.
Alas, we truly share the same fate.
Yuan lamented. The other side.
When Ning Bei looked for the past, Xiaoyi had long since discussed the location of the site with several elders.
Brother Ning, thanks to you this time.
Xiaoyi said contentedly, we still have some spirit veins there, so don't worry, we'll send them to you the next time we come to build.
There's no rush.
Ningbei shook his head with a smile, but did not refuse. After all, a rare treasure like a spirit vein, he could send it within the new world to continue adding to it and expanding its aura. But it's a rare treasure. That said, Brother Ning.
Walking down the road, Xiaoyi lowered his voice and said, where's Yuan? Is it all ready? Don't think about it.
Seeing that Xiaoyi was about to misunderstand, Ningbei hurriedly said, I introduced her to a friend, a female friend of the same age, simply a friend. For fear that Xiaoyi would also misunderstand, he made it a point to explain a few more sentences.
Ha, I thought Brother Ning.
Xiaoyi's words were cut off in mid-sentence by laughter. I told you, you couldn't possibly be interested all of a sudden.
Don't you know me yet?
Ningbei shook his head and smiled. I'll call her here now, you guys go back to Xianbao Pavilion first.
Wait for Brother Ning.
At this moment, Xiaoyi interrupted, since you introduced her to a friend, and to be honest, it's boring for her to hide at my place, I think it's better for you to leave her at the Martial Heaven Academy, how about it?
Stay in the Martial Heaven Academy?
Ningbei was astonished.
Xiaoyi explained with a smile, I'm about to get married, although there is still a period of time, but also have to go up and down, and also have to move Xianbao Pavilion to come here, and now my father is the talker, the son, is not allowed to be idle, and will bring her back to Xianbao Pavilion in case she is found out, it will be troublesome. Besides, leaving her here will save her from boredom, and Brother Ning. At the end, Xiaoyi cast a meaningful look, it's not bad for you to relieve your boredom once in a while. You are so. Ningbei shook his head helplessly.
Although he didn't have the mind to relieve his boredom, he also didn't need to find Yuan or Chen Na to relieve his boredom, or else he would have taken it down in the first place. However, considering Xiaoyi's current identity, it will indeed be very busy, and is about to get married, in case it is discovered that it is all doom and gloom. After all, Yuan had a special status and had been Xiao Yun's woman, so for the sake of brotherly love, he didn't refuse in the end.
After sending off Xiaoyi,
Ningbei then found the two girls who were having a quick conversation. In the future, you'll be at the Martial Sky Academy.
Xiaoyi is gone? Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Was it you who kept me in the academy? What do you think? Ningbei asked rhetorically. Yuan blinked her long eyelashes and quickly associated the real reason. After all, she was not a little cutie either. Clear about the difficulties on Xiaoyi, however, it is better to be able to stay in the academy than to go back to be alone. Need me to call someone to arrange a place to stay?
Ningbei's words are not yet finished. Yuan shook her head and interrupted. No need, Brother Ning, I'll just stay with Nana.
Yeah. Chen Na laughed sweetly, the two of us are going to live together, and there's so much we haven't said yet. Ningbei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Not bad for the mother of a child of Qi, how speculative. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan added, Brother Ning, I have a massage technique that can alleviate the fatigue of one's cultivation, do you want to try it? It's a good idea to take the opportunity to let Nana learn it as well, so that we can serve you together in the future. Just try it, we don't charge for it. Chen Na was also smiling and pouting. You two better be honest in the academy, if you ruin my reputation, I'll kick you out. Ningbei shook his head and sighed, then turned around and disappeared. Just kidding. He was a decent man, would he not indulge in the tenderness of a man's wife?
The main thing, of course, is an unnamable force that binds his bottom line.
Back to the new world.
Ningbei then will be outside the matter, one by one informed to Qin Yu and Luo Qingqing, manifesting a clear conscience.
Husband is awesome, righteous man, Qin Yu complimented. Phew. At this time, a silhouette flashed and swept by, and it was clearly Lin Xiaoxiao. Awesome. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted and said. Ningbei raised an eyebrow, and after hearing the other party's flirtation, he said in a proper voice, please respect me. Don't listen to him, you two. In the face of Ningbei's opinion, Lin Xiaoxiao ignored it and turned to the two women. Back then, my father was even better at fooling people than he was, and my mother was cheated out of her life. Pust. Ningbei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. How can you tear down a man like that? But just then, he suddenly noticed something. Phew. In the next moment, Ningbei violently pulled out his Dharma mirror, the crippled Qiankuan mirror, and fixed his eyes. There's something going on with the Dharma mirror. The three women also curbed their smiles and gathered their eyes on the mirror. Only saw the original mirror reflecting the four. The next moment, swung layers of waves ripples, a ghost-like face emerged. Not waiting for it to speak. Only to see Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes chill as she reached out and grabbed, playing God. Chapter 185 Illusion attacks the heart. Ningbei deceives the teacher. Boom! Only a rumbling sound was heard as the mighty energy descended. Without waiting for Ningbei's three people to react, oh no, to be precise, the figure in the mirror didn't react either. Then he saw Lin Xiaoxiao's outstretched jade hand, grasping through the air, and straight away he was lifting the other party out of the mirror. What? That soul body was also greatly shocked. What's the situation? How can you bring it up from the inside? Compared to the ghost-like appearance of the soul body, at this moment, it looked at Lin Zhao's gaze and Fang revealed ghost-like fear.
Master. Ningbei was also scared to death of the tiger. How was this uncovered? Ha! Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Ningbei with a stunned face, but seeing the other party's surprised appearance, in the end, she didn't count anything. In the next moment, she looked straight at the soul body. Who are you? Who are you? The soul body could not hide its fear. Where is this place? Why doesn't it look like it's in the sacred realm? Could this be the sustenance realm? Ningbei's expression changed. You're from the illusory immortal mansion? You recognize me? The spirit body turned to look at Ningbei. And who are you? Ningbei smiled. So you're the one who's contacting the Wuji Palace? Fooling them. To sacrifice the strongest people in the sustenance realm to open the passageway for you to come to the sustenance realm? The soul body looked like it had been dismantled and showed a look of dismay. Although in front of me are a few young people, it is not a little cute. An instant guessed that the truth of the Wuji Palace was defeated, and I am afraid that it has been destroyed. That's why the Qin Kuan mirror fell into the other party's hands. Plus directly by the young girl in front of it, using the Qin Kuan mirror to extract the soul in isolation, making it realize that the few people in front of it were not simple. Walking is the best policy. Boom! Just as it tried to escape, it realized that it couldn't move a bit with all its might. The whole soul. It's like being bound with chains. Unbridled. In the next moment, the soul body hardened its head and said, since you know that Lao Fu was a person from the Mirage Immortal Mansion, you still dare to assassinate Lao Fu. You guys aren't afraid of retaliation from the illusory Immortal Mansion? Retaliation? Ningbei laughed out loud and looked down at it. You dare to speak up even as a captive, do you really think we won't kill you? Thud. Touching Ningbei's cold smile, the soul body's complexion suddenly changed. You dare. Don't you think that destroying the Wuji Palace? Seize this mirror. We won't be able to do anything about you in the sacred realm. To tell you the truth, utilizing the Wuji Palace is only one of our methods. I also have another way to come to the sustenance realm. Oh, tell me about it? Ningbei wondered. Seeing this, the soul body was dumbfounded. In the next moment, it became irritated and said, Vertical Sun, do you think I'm joking? Quickly let go of the old man. Otherwise, when our big plan is accomplished, I'll make you suffer. Kill it. Without saying a word, Ningbei ordered straight to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's head tilted, and a pair of charming eyes looked at Ningbei with displeasure. Ahem. Get used to it, sorry. Ningbei cleared his throat and said instead, Master, kill it. Humph. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, slightly releasing her soul body for a few moments. Give him a few moments of illusion to try. Ningbei? Soul? Tiny, don't bully my husband. Luo Qingqing just wanted to stop it. In the next moment, Qin Yu pulled her hand. Xiaoxiao is for husband to appreciate. She has already limited the power of her soul body. She can't hurt husband. Oh. Luo Qingqing came to a realization and said instead, it's good to get a lesson. Not. Ningbei's words are not yet finished. That's what you guys asked for. Only to see the soul body regain some freedom, immediately releasing a force that rushed into Ningbei's brow. Shasta. Ningbei, who simply could not dodge in time, his tiger body shook, and subconsciously reached out and grabbed the fragrant shoulder of Lin Xiao beside him. Lin Xiaoxiao lived speechlessly. However, in order for Ningbei to try out what the illusion was like so that she could be prepared in the future, she did not push it away so as not to uncover the illusion. And in Ningbei's perspective, he only felt that the world was upside down. After a moment of dizziness, it was as if he had been dragged onto a lake, with clear, transparent water under his feet and blackness above and around his head. But in the absence of any light, he could see his entire being, including the mysterious and quiet surroundings. But at the very next moment, only a breeze blew by, the calm lake surface rippled, and immediately afterward, a familiar fragrance drifted in. That was clearly Lin Xiaoxiao's flavor. And in the next moment, a graceful, fair and delicate figure appeared in front of Ningbei's field of vision and hooked her hand towards him with a smile. Ningbei was like being hit by 5 thunderbolts and was shocked. Master, where are your clothes? At this moment, the 3 women outside froze at the same time. Boo! Nearly in a flash, Lin Xiaoxiao violently clenched her jade hand, and then she pinched the soul body that was yanked out of the mirror and crushed it to smithereens. Then, a wave of her gentle power was injected into Ningbei's brow, waking him up from his lost soul state. Ningbei recovered his divine sense and subconsciously looked left and right. After seeing the dumbfounded Lin Xiaoxiao, his expression was stunned. Have you gotten dressed so quickly? Boo! Lin Xiaoxiao jumped up and gathered up her jade hands to give Ningbei a hard blow to the head. I blanch. Ningbei instantly crouched down holding his head in pain. Husband. Luo Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward and took her jade hands to rub for Ningbei. At this moment, Ningbei also came back to his senses and looked at Lin Xiao with a confused face. Not. What are you hitting me for? You. Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and questioned in a cold voice. What did you see? I saw. As the words reached his mouth, Ningbei suddenly stopped, then laughed unkindly. Hey! On the contrary, Lin Xiaoxiao's entire body was struck by lightning. In the next moment, she furiously lifted up her skirt, revealing a white leg that she wanted to kick towards Ningbei. You give me a clear explanation. What did you see? Calm down.
Tiny Yu, calm down. Husband has been hit by an illusion. Qin Yu hurriedly hugged her and tried to stop it. Although Lin Xiaoxiao to Ningbei is very fierce, but to the two women were very measured, if like to Ningbei like, would have been Qin Yu to shock fly out. Facing the furious Lin Xiaoxiao, Ningbei said in an urgent voice, "It's Jojo. I saw Jojo. You take me for a cutie." "You obviously," shouted Master. Lin Xiaoxiao's face reddened with anger. Qin Yu, on the other hand, persuaded from the side, it's true. When we were practicing in Linglong Tower, we are all known as master and disciple. Sometimes he is the master. Sometimes I am the master." "Really, Lin Xiaoxiao?" Chapter 186, The owner of the Mirage Immortal Mansion is actually a beauty? What? Lin Xiaoxiao listened with a look of skepticism. Her exquisite pretty face, remaining on the 5 flavors of dismay, a pair of seductive charming eyes, constantly since Ningbei and Qin Yu body flow, seems to be doubting his ears. The innate charm in her eyes could not even cover the shock she felt at this moment. This master and disciple, can it still be a random shout? At this time, Luo Qingqing interjected, "Actually, I am also the same. How come it's me that can't be seen?" Ningbei? Qin Yu? Lin Xiaoxiao. All of a sudden, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. But Lin Xiaoxiao quickly reacted and said to Ningbei, "Do you think I'm one of these two idiots? Do you think I'm as stupid as these two fools of theirs to believe such a ridiculous excuse? What exactly did you see?" "Not." Ningbei gulped sheepishly. As things stood, he was able to sense that the other party was really angry. But having said that, he also thought it was excessive. But this would be a very wrongful thing to do. It's like when you and your classmates go to smash someone's window, and you obviously haven't picked up the brick yet, and you're the one who gets arrested. He swore that there were absolutely no nasty thoughts inside, but somehow a strange figure popped up. Thus, Ningbei could only cast a help-like gaze towards the two girls. Qin Yu and Luo Qingqing looked at each other and understood. In the next moment, they straightened up their courage and rushed towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao had a questioning look on her face. "What are you doing?" "Run, husband, run. We're holding her." Qin Yu stared back. Well, I'll come in some other time." Ningbei also didn't dare to delay. "Get this straight." Before Lin Xiaoxiao could finish her words, she saw Ningbei disappear without a trace. Have left the new world completely. Seeing this, Luo Qingqing and Qin Yu only then released Lin Xiaoxiao. "Not." Lin Xiaoxiao looked skeptical. She crossed her arms and looked at the two women in a very uncomprehending manner. "He saw me in the illusion. You guys don't blame him for not being dedicated. You guys are still stopping me for him. Are you guys brainy or what?" Qin Yu batted her long eyelashes. In the next moment, she slapped her beautiful forehead as an afterthought. "Oops, I forgot." "What forgot?" Luo Qingqing, on the other hand, has not yet reacted, blinking her big eyes to Jojo, protecting husband. "Isn't it a wife's obligation? Who taught you that?" Lin Xiaoxiao was so angry that her chest was heaving. "I'm asking you, who in the world taught you to be so brazen?" "I." Facing the furious young girl, Luo Qingqing also sensed that it wasn't too good, and without saying a word, she turned around and walked towards the side. Convinced. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a breathless sigh. Sometimes living in a bunch of people with problems, it really wears on the heart. After Ningbei escaped, he didn't dare to go back for a short time. "This is a big deal. When will we get that challenge back?" Ningbei rubbed his temples. But when he thought about the images in the illusion, he didn't tense up again. "Hey. Awesome. Ahem." Ningbei restrained his smile and mused, just now that soul body seemed to say. Even without the Wuji Palace to open the passageway, there seems to be a way to reach here. Shouldn't it want to come over and do it? He doesn't have the power of the unseen. So no matter how much one thinks about it, it's impossible to figure out the cause. At this moment, Sacred Realm, within the Mirage Immortal Mansion, a group of figures with thick breaths were suspended in the darkened chamber. The chamber was dark and lightless, seemingly even the interface did not exist, as if it was a place of nothingness. "Yan Gao is dead." A voice of vicissitude rang out. In a flash, the pitch-black void resounded with countless voices. What? He really had his soul body hooked? What kind of existence is it that can actually utilize the Qin Kuan mirror? Capture his soul into the past? I'm afraid that the secret of the Qin Kuan mirror has already been known to them. There was silence around the room at the sound of this voice. Until the first of the vicissitudes of the voice sounded, already cannot wait, as soon as possible to complete the big array, will Qin Kuan mirror to bring back. The Qin Kuan mirror is incredibly important to our illusory immortal mansion. Yes, House Master. The group of figures responded in unison and immediately disappeared without a trace. Then, only a sound similar to that of a wooden stick striking the ground rang out. The dark world around him slowly faded away like a tidal wave until it completely faded away, revealing a gorgeous and bright hall. And on the main seat, a graceful and hot woman slowly stood up. Between her walks, every step would reveal the white, smooth, and tender jade muscles inside, exuding a mature charm all over her body. I am afraid that no one could have imagined that this is the true face of the previous voice of vicissitude,
and that the owner of this illusory immortal mansion is actually a woman, illusory demon. In fact, to put it mildly, she had only taken over the illusory immortal mansion. The founder of this illusory immortal mansion was actually her father. It was only when her father suddenly disappeared into thin air that she was forced to take over the illusory immortal mansion. But with her seniority and strength, she couldn't fight those old guys, so she had no choice but to find a way to use illusions to create a void for conversation. Her real body is not detected, and the voice she hears is mistaken for her father. This barely stabilized the situation. Later, she pushed open a door to a large hall with a teenage boy inside. Mother! Seeing Phantom Demon, the teenager hurriedly stood up. Shenger, why are you stealing time again? Didn't I explain that you have to cultivate properly? Phantom Demon shook her head helplessly. Mother, don't mind me, my child knows what to do. Illusory Life laughed confidently, as long as I can get my hands on the Qin Yu mirror, even if it's in a broken state, my child will be able to soar to the heavens, do you believe me? You'd better practice. Phantom Demon said helplessly. You just don't believe. You'll believe it later. Phantasmagoria laughed and didn't explain. After all, he couldn't just go around telling people that he was actually a reincarnation of a supreme master, could he? Once geometrically, the Qin Yu mirror exerted a powerful force in his hands, and it could even be said that he commanded the world, and no one dared to disobey. So as long as he regained the Qin Yu mirror again, he was confident that he would return to the top. Words of mother. At this point, after hesitating again and again, Mirageborn still couldn't stop himself from asking, am I really your own? A flash of weakness flashed under the bottom of Phantom Demon's eyes. But the next moment, she firmly said, of course. Why do you suddenly ask that? In this moment, her heart beats like a drum. In fact, to be honest, she didn't want to lie to the other side. Nay, her sister and brother-in-law died early. She was afraid that Phantasma would feel like an outsider. It was only then that I had to conceal my upbringing. It's not hard to raise a child anyway, just throw it to the underlings. But what about my father? Phantasmagoria asked a question in doubt. He hadn't seen his father once since he was a child. To this, Phantom Demon replied, your father blew up. Chapter 187 Lin Yueyao teaches the two girls how to identify Ningbei? Ha! Mirageborn was dumbfounded to hear the man. Looking at his mother's calm expression, he looked skeptical. How did it blow up? Who blew it up? He blew himself up. Phantom Demon moved out of the preconceived excuse, cultivation of illusion magic went off the deep end and blew up. What? You want a father, right? Mother can find you a young father. Preferably one who is about the same age as you, and then you can play together. How? Don't. Mirageborn waved his hand back and forth. Knowing that his mother was joking, he also laughed and said, Mother, you're so beautiful, the child does not want you to cheapen other men. You are still a person more free. Don't find me a father, never. These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. After all, on the basis of the Phantom Demon's face value and body, if not for his mother. As a man, he couldn't even pick out any shortcomings. The thought of my mother marrying another man and serving her bed every night. Mirageborn couldn't even think about it because of the heartache. That's worse than killing him. So he'd rather his mother be single as she is now than end up with a real extra dad. If it's still a dad of his age, then he absolutely killed the other person. In his eyes, there shouldn't be a man in the world who could get his hands on such a beautiful and touching mother. If you don't want me to find you a father, you're not allowed to ask again. Phantom Demon warned. She was also able to see how much Phantasmagoria resisted her being with a man. So over the years, she had never considered a man or woman for fear of ending up upsetting this fake son. Although the son was not biological, her half-sister was. Fine, I will never ask again. Illusory Life hurriedly changed the topic. Mother, when will we get the Qin Yu mirror? Think it's coming soon. Illusory Demon slowly said, currently, the grand formation is almost ready, so when we bring all of that side of the region to the Holy Realm, we will be able to find out in whose hands the remaining portion of the Qin Yu mirror is. Mother, when the time comes, kill them. At this time, Illusory Life proposed, we found this puppet of the Wuji Palace with great difficulty, but we didn't expect it to be intercepted. My child can't swallow this breath. No matter who is holding the Qin Yu mirror that belongs to me, they must be killed. Sangjia, how could you think such a thing? Phantom Demon frowned. This world's magic treasures were originally all ownerless, even if killing and seizing treasures is often, but we are not evil people. Mother, you don't understand, killing for treasure is the truth. Illusory Life interrupted, no matter who the Qin Yu mirror belonged to in the past, but after I learned about it, it belongs to me. According to you, if one day, a powerful character forcibly takes Niang away to be his daughter-in-law, that would be normal? Phantom Demon asked rhetorically. This, Phantasmagoria had wanted to deny it. But as the words came out of his mouth, he remembered what he had said and changed his words. Normal. As long as he has the guts to be my dad. You let him try. You are so. LOL. Phantom Demon sighed helplessly. In the face of her stubborn son, she had been too lazy to retort and educate. It didn't work anyway. Soul turned away.
And not long after she left, Mirageborn called out to the two maids hiding in the store. Come on. Let's keep playing the game. Whoever wins I'll reward her first. The Phantom-born regained its true colors. After all, he was only a teenager in body, but had long since matured on the inside. And the situation inside, in fact, Phantom Demon knew more or less, just that she had not been pointing it out. After all this time, she hadn't spent much time with her fake son, handing him over to the nursemaid when he was a child and to the maids of honor when he grew up. Any older, and it would be him playing maid of honor. Even less suitable to step in. Therefore, she had always pretended not to know about her son's unorthodox style. After all, she was not her own mother, and it was already rare for her to do her duty of raising her dead sister on her behalf, and it was natural that she was not in a position to talk about such things. Ningbei was outside and didn't dare to go in. So it was simply a matter of accompanying Xiaoyi to examine the matter of relocation. Brother Ning, why are you so idle? Xiaoyi was surprised. Ahem. Ningbei cleared his throat and said, you talk a lot. Ha? Xiaoyi froze for a moment. In the next moment, he had the good sense to change the subject. We've decided to start moving tomorrow. That fast? Yes. Xiaoyi laughed like a spring breeze. Since I went back to tell my father, he was so excited that he had to speed up the progress as expected. In a week's time at most, you'll be able to eat my wedding wine here. And the marriage has been brought forward? Ningbei said unexpectedly. Xiaoyi nodded his head with a smile. Yes, his father-in-law's side is in a hurry. You kid can do it. Ningbei smiled and patted him down. As he got acquainted with Ningbei, Xiaoyi wasn't as formal as before and flirted. Still, brother Ning is great. He can sleep without marrying other people's daughters. I still have to learn like you. Ningbei raised an eyebrow and retorted, it's not like I'm in the same situation as you. I don't have in-laws there. None of them? Xiaoyi was surprised and pursued the question. Ningbei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, where is my spirit vein? I'm asking you, where's the spirit vein you promised to give me? Look, I'm just kidding. Xiaoyi scratched his head. In the end, one could only take Ningbei to fetch the spirit vein first. For things like spirit veins, Ningbei's main fight was rather more than rotten, and anyway, any more rotten spirit veins cast within the new world would eventually become good spirit veins. Finally, it feeds back into the new world. Therefore, when taking the spirit vein, Ningbei also pulled out some spirit objects for the equivalent replacement of a little more spirit veins. 2 days later, Ningbei felt that it was about time. After organizing his attire, he took the dozen or so spiritual veins that had come to him and returned to the new world. Yo, back? Unexpectedly, just as he returned, a cold voice rang out from beside his ears. Asterisk 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 master. Ningbei was so frightened that his tiger's body shook. When he turned to look, it was Lin Xiaoxiao who appeared behind him. You? Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists together and rushed at Ningbei with deliberate ferocity. Blah blah blah. Ningbei hurriedly patted his mouth and squeezed out a smile. Not angry anymore, right master? I brought back a dozen spirit veins for you. For me? Lin Xiaoxiao just wanted to retort. But the next moment, she laughed meaningfully. Did you know I was giving them a lesson and thanked me specifically? Classes? What class? Egu, then you came back early. Postpone your return for 2 more days and I'll be done teaching them. Lin Xiaoxiao said to herself. Ningbei suddenly felt bad and rushed forward to question, not, what kind of lesson did you give them? In the end, what lessons? On how to discriminate you. Ningbei?